Two guys are standing on a grassy hill and looking at the wide open spaces. A guy with brown hair is holding a shovel, and a guy with white hair is holding a flag. Four weird little animals are sitting at their feet. The white flag with symbols is fluttering in the wind. The brunette is happy and smiles and looks into the distance, while his friend is calm. The little animals are charged with energy. The brunette mentally greets the viewer and says that his name is Kim Soo-ho. The little animals are shouting out sounds one by one. The hero corrects himself and says that here his name is Lloyd Frontera. The hero swings his shovel with a smile and says that here. The hero plunges the shovel into the ground. The ground under the hero's feet begins to glow and a large blue circle appears under him, lined with a checkered pattern. The circle begins to expand and all the surroundings around the heroes turn into a blue checkered field. A model of skyscrapers begins to appear above the ground from glowing lines. The hero says that this is the story of an ordinary civil engineer. The vast expanses begin to turn into a model of a city with skyscrapers. The hero continues that this builder has completely changed the world. The hero looks at the model of the city spread out under the mountains. He addresses his partner by the name Xavier, to which Xavier calmly responds with the words, "Yes, Mr. Lloyd." Lloyd spreads his arms in a crazy smile and shouts that it is all money. Mr. Lloyd laughs loudly, to which Xavier asks if his master has gone crazy. A medieval town at night, several years ago. A notification appeared that the hero had chosen the absolute and that he could make a wish. A congratulation appeared. The guy lay on the ground dissatisfied and looked at the congratulations. The notification said that he had become one of the heroes of the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood. He recognized this novel because he read it yesterday. The hero was asked to try hard and wish good luck in the message. He did not understand what wish and what request were being discussed, did not understand why he was imagining it, because he was not even drunk. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The thought came to him that perhaps this was a migration into a body from another world, which often appears in web novels. The hero assumed that he ended up in another world. The hero was lying in the middle of the road leading to the city. He did not understand why he woke up, having fallen to the ground. He convulsively got up and complained about the night cold. The guy's mouth shifted to the side and was cartoonishly small, which caused him reasonable surprise. A red notification bar appeared. It said that the mouth was crooked as a result of sleeping on the street. The guy slapped the notification window with displeasure, annoyed by his style of speaking. He adjusted his mouth and said that he had moved into the body of the hero of the novel, wondering who he had become in this novel. The hero called himself a man living in a village and sleeping on the road. Someone called out Mr. Lloyd and the guy turned thoughtfully. An unknown figure approached the surprised brunette. The man said that he had been looking for him for a long time. A golden sword guard peeked out from behind his belt. The man's hair was silver like the moon. A calm guy in a blue semblance of a uniform stood in front of the hero and asked him to return to the mansion. This was the main character of the novel, Xavier. The brunette broke out in a cold sweat. In his thoughts he noted that Xavier was the same as in the pictures of the novel. He noticed that he was addressed by the name of Lloyd. Xavier in a cloak and with a glowing sword. He was a sword master who, as the plot of the novel developed, became famous throughout the continent. But at the beginning of the novel he was only a knight guarding the baron, whose eldest son's name was. The hero suddenly realized who he was and screamed, was he really that prankster Lloyd Frontera? Xavier looked calmly at the flushed boy. A slight surprise touched his face and he said that he did not call the boy a prankster, only called him by name. Xavier smiled slightly and said, well, that Lloyd correctly assessed himself. The notification reported that Xavier looked pleased, to which Lloyd mentally asked the notification to shut up. In front of the heroes was a large two-story mansion in the night. Xavier stirred the wood in the fireplace and asked the hero if he remembered how he ended up on the road. Lloyd sat wrapped in a warm blanket while Xavier explained to him that Lloyd had been drinking since dinner and broke all the dishes in the tavern, then got homesick and fell asleep on the way. In his mind, Lloyd noted that this was expected on the day of the prankster. Xavier continued to explain that the Baron was worried about his son and sent him away. He noted that even if the son was a prankster, the Baron would be sad if his son died on the street with a crooked mouth. Lloyd noted that Xavier spoke without any fear. Lloyd felt the floor and dreamed of a heated floor, but suddenly realized that he was in a medieval fantasy. Xavier turned around and told the hero to rest and said that he would report to the Baron about his tricks tomorrow morning, to which Lloyd asked not to tell and immediately received a negative answer. Xavier was impenetrable, like a wall. Xavier had already opened the door as Lloyd turned to him. The guy with a strange smile asked if they had much light at home. Xavier closed his eyes, surprised by the strange words. He slammed the door behind him without answering. The hero silently thought he knew the entire content of this novel. In his world, lying in a narrow room, finishing reading the last chapter on his phone, he knew the fate of his character. On the cold floor, the pale hands of the Baron and his wife lay on top of each other. The hero knew that at the very beginning of the novel they fell for vile swindlers, lost all their fortune and committed suicide. Lloyd was lying drunk on the table and asking to be served alcohol. After killing his parents, he began to beg and drink non-stop. Lloyd vomited blood and held his throat. Dropping the mug, he died. The guy threw off the blanket and screamed that even if he had become an aristocrat, his life was as worthless as in Korea. He mentally turned to the absolute, remembered the notification sign, tried to understand what it was up to. He did not understand why he had stuck it in this body. Morning came and the town under the mountains was illuminated by the sun. The white walls of the mansion shone in the sun. Xavier walked calmly behind the lady in the white dress, who was clarifying what Lloyd had done in the tavern last night. It was his mother named Marbella Frontera. Lloyd stood there shabby and realized that he had actually read a novel yesterday. An agitated Marbella asked her son to go and apologize to her. Lloyd did not let his mother finish and immediately agreed, guiltily scratching the back of his head. He understood that he was responsible for the pogrom that his body had committed yesterday. Marbella and even Xavier suddenly opened their eyes in surprise, which was noticed by the pop-up notification. The hero did not understand. Should he not be at least a little proud of him? The sky above the medieval houses was clear and calm. A man was putting bales of straw into a cart. Something caught his attention. Xavier and Lloyd were approaching him along the street along the barrels and windows. The frightened man immediately hid behind his cart, not even thinking to look in the direction of those walking. Lloyd looked at him questioningly. All the passers-by on the street shuddered and ran in different directions, only noticing Lloyd with his companion. The surprise on Lloyd's face only grew. The little boy looked at the walking couple with curiosity. Then he was pulled inside the house with the words that he must not look at him. The window sashes slammed shut. A pop-up notification informed the boy that the villagers hated him. He replied that he had already noticed it. Lloyd walked without taking his hands out of his pockets, asked why Xavier was following him. Xavier kept his hand on the hilt of his sword and said that the Baron ordered him to guard him and make sure that Lloyd did not repeat yesterday. The hero asked again in surprise, did he really need to guard him? Xavier calmly replied that it would be more accurate to protect the residents from him, to which the hero called himself a monster, not suspecting inside what he had done before. Lloyd looked around guiltily, realizing that he first needed to clean up his image so that at least someone would give him a piece of bread when he started begging. He mentally stopped himself, deciding that it would be better to somehow sort out his family debt first. He imagined himself bathing in huge honeycombs, realizing that in this case, as the successor to the owner of the village, he would be able to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Lloyd mentally asked if there were any cheats here. A blue window immediately appeared in front of him and he was surprised that there were skills here. Lloyd's skills on the table were such skills as worthlessness and drunkard. Dissatisfied, Lloyd tried to knock this table down with his hands, but Xavier, who saw nothing, looked at his master with embarrassment. Lloyd, struggling with the table, went ahead. Xavier called out to him and asked where he was going. Lloyd only turned to the white-haired man in confusion. There was a tavern on the side of the guys. Xavier stopped at the level of the door, looking at the guilty gentleman and pointed to the tavern, asking if the apology was really a lie. Lloyd began to deny it. Xavier fell silent in confusion. Indignant Lloyd began to shower him with questions. Xavier closed his eyes and invited the gentleman to come in. Lloyd slowly opened the door, looked inside with an apology, to which Xavier, standing behind him, could not find words. He looked at the gentleman calmly, but internally he understood that something was wrong with him since yesterday, as if he had become a different person. In the tavern, all the furniture was broken. Cracks were crawling along the wall, the trophy skulls were half broken. Lloyd fell heavily onto a chair and loudly declared that he wanted to apologize for his pranks. Xavier watched in surprise. The bald owner of the tavern took a fighting stance, which was noted by the blue notification window. Lloyd looked at the owner of the tavern, bewildered, as he stuttered and asked the gentleman to stop. The hero thought that perhaps this happened because such a non-entity as he suddenly began to speak respectfully. Lloyd looked away, deciding to change his strategy, briefly and rudely asked for forgiveness. The notification plate noted the inappropriate behavior of the apologetic man. The hero still could not understand what it required of him. The bald man, covered in sweat, bowed and stuttered that everything was fine and that the hero did not need to apologize. Lloyd remained silent in surprise, but looked at the owner of the tavern. The sky was clear and bright. Xavier and Lloyd crossed a small bridge. The hero noted with difficulty that the innkeeper's face, even after the apology, was not very good. Xavier noted that this was not surprising. He looked at the guy and said that all the utensils and dishes that he had broken were bought with money earned with sweat and blood, and that perhaps only by receiving compensation would the innkeeper be satisfied. Lloyd was indignant, thinking that there were only debts at home and there could be no talk of compensation. He still could not admit that he could not look good in the eyes of the residents. The hero understood that if he did not sort out the debts, then nothing would work out, but he did not understand how to do this. Xavier continued the story, throwing the hero off track even more, saying that in addition to the pogrom, the health of the inn's mother left much to be desired. Lloyd looked away, remembering the only fireplace in the inn and how cold it was there. The boys walked on the bare ground, while Lloyd continued to think about how hard it would be for old people to survive in such cold weather until they invented a floor heating system. The hero stopped, while Xavier continued to walk. Lloyd stared into space in amazement. A light bulb went on in his head. He looked down thoughtfully, realizing that something. The light bulb in his head sparkled. He realized that something had come to his mind. His eyes opened wide. The light bulb in his head burst into a flash of electricity. The hero compared it to a sudden explosion and the idea that came after it. A green line rushed through space. There were many more of them, and together they formed something big, taking shape more and more with each passing second. Lloyd diligently imagined a floor heating system in his head. He thought that if he created a heating system in this world, it would definitely sell. The hero imagined his body turning over tables and realized that the fool frontra had never even dreamed of it. He saw his true self above the body and told himself that this was possible for Kim Soo-ho. Kim Soo remembered many schemes in his head. He was a construction engineer, remembered how in the army he tried to build a house alone. He remembered how he carried piles of bricks on special carriers, remembered how he worked day and night on construction sites. Lloyd smiled and mentally realized that this was his plan, with which he would cover all the debts of the Baron's family. Encouraged, Lloyd turned around and told his frozen companion to return to the tavern. Lloyd turned and shouted that they were going to receive the first order. The notification announced the beginning of the hero's real journey. It said that the relationship point system was activated, said that the hero can gain reputation by interacting with others. At the moment, the amount of reputation was 0. Lloyd looked at the huge blue signs in front of his face in confusion. The hero frowned and thought what PR was it something like experience? A system window appeared, that by improving relations with the main characters, he could get PR. He turned his head and thought that something was appearing above Xavier's head. The system window said that his interest level in Lloyd was -30. He thought that this was probably a very low level. The guy smiled nervously and turned to his companion. He smiled and said that he was very handsome. Xavier raised his eyebrows and said that he knew. A system window appeared, that his interest level in the hero dropped to -31. Lloyd turned away and thought that he would leave it for later. If he continued, it would only get worse. After a while, the hero looked at the sheet in surprise and said that the customer was the innkeeper, the performer was Lloyd Frontera. He smiled and said that the construction costs are deducted from the amount of compensation for the damage caused. The innkeeper looked at him with a stony face. A system window appeared that he did not trust him. The skill mental wall emanated from him. The hero thought that this was their problem, not a drop of trust. The young man pursed his lips and thought that he could not ruin his grand plan from the very beginning, did not want to use this method. He decided to use the characteristic of insignificance. Lloyd grimaced and said that they would see each other often, so they should trust each other. The innkeeper began to write on the paper. The hero thought that this trash really works. He smiled and thought that the first contract was signed. Xavier looked at him with distrust, while Lloyd said that he made an excellent choice and would definitely not regret it. After a while, the guy held a shovel and thought that his plan was not that grand, so precise calculations were not required. He turned around when his companion called out to him. The blue-haired man frowned and said that he blackmailed the innkeeper into signing the contract. Was this really a new level of tyranny? Lloyd looked at him silently. He raised an eyebrow and asked if he really had no logic at all. Had he heard of cognitive distortion? The hero extended a finger and explained that the distortion occurs because every cell in the brain is stereotypes and negative thoughts, as if it was like this in the past, then it will be like this in the future. Xavier looked at him and said that it was not a stereotype, but experience and statistics. Lloyd looked at him and asked, after all, experience and statistics are all in the past, aren't they? The blue-haired man silently looked at him and thought what was going on. Had he really formulated his thoughts so correctly before? He shuddered when Lloyd said that they would smile. The guy stuck the shovel into the ground and said that both the innkeeper and his mother would laugh with joy. He stuck the shovel deeper. The hero threw away the earth and thought that their smiles would be the foundation of his earnings. He wielded the shovel and thought that he needed to dig, move, compact the earth and repeat. Lloyd hammered nails into the wood and thought that the lumber from the warehouse in the mansion would be an excellent basis for the central wooden frame. He lay down next to the building and thought that it was enough to apply river clay and the frame was ready. The guy was covered in sweat and thought how weak his body was. Xavier came closer and said that he did it quickly. The hero shouted, did it really take a whole week? The blue-haired looked at him in surprise and thought that he was really building something. Where did he learn how to do this? Did he really decide to honor the contract? For a rowdy like him it was impossible. Lloyd stood up and said that his bones were aching, but there was no time to rest. He took the axe, then he swung, but suddenly he began to fall. His hand was caught. Xavier didn't let him fall. He took the axe from him. The guy looked back and asked what he needed to do. Lloyd answered with surprise that he needed boards measuring 1 span horizontally and 2 spans vertically. The blue-haired man threw up some logs. He swung bloodthirstily, and with one blow he chopped them. The perfect boards fell to the ground. The hero's jaw almost dropped. He gave him a thumbs up. The guy looked at his subordinate's back and thought that he was definitely a sword master. He didn't even need modern tools. The brunette put his hand on the guy's shoulder and called him by name. He picked up the shovel and asked if he would help him with the digging when he finished. Xavier frowned and thought that not only did he not thank him, but he also made him work. How could he forget about his character? A system window appeared that Xavier regretted his decision. Lloyd leaned over to him and asked if he had helped out of curiosity, that he would definitely cheat someone, but in what way? He wanted to see the result, then what should be done, right, finish what was started, and what should be done to finish it faster. The guy smiled and said that they needed to work together. Xavier looked at him irritably. He thought that the brunette was right, and for several days now he had been completely different, but he still could not trust him because of his past. The blue-haired man got to work and decided that he would be able to check it only after finishing the job. Xavier was digging with sweat on his brow. Lloyd was also working. He threw back the earth. The hero lifted the shovel triumphantly and stuck it into the ground. He raised his fist and shouted that the construction was complete. Lloyd looked defiantly at the sky. Xavier asked him what kind of hieroglyph it was. He replied that it was the logo of his brand. The hero looked back and asked if it was time for a check. He raised his head and continued, wasn't it time to see how he had fooled the innkeeper? Xavier looked at him silently. The wind was rustling. The fireplace was crackling. Smoke was coming out of the chimney of the house. The old woman was lying on the floor and saying how nice it was here. She was smiling and said that her joints were finally resting. The innkeeper raised his eyebrows and asked how this was possible. Lloyd smiled and thought that the people of this world could only be surprised. The old woman was smiling and thought that this power of heating the floors was almost like magic. The innkeeper looked at the hero and thanked him. He said that he had not seen his mother smile for a long time. Xavier opened his eyes in shock and thought that the innkeeper and his mother were laughing as he said. He looked at the hero and thought how this was possible. In one morning, not only his manner of speech and facial expression had changed, but he also worked hard and even fulfilled his promise. The blue-haired man thought, did he really want to see these people smile? It was impossible. He was not that kind of person. The innkeeper and his mother were smiling. Xavier smiled and thought that he saw how happy they were. A system window appeared that Xavier's interest level had increased by 2 points and was now at -29. Lloyd smiled. He looked around and said that he probably thought he wasn't such a piece of trash. He said no. The hero said he thought he was right. The guy smiled and thought that in any case the first order was completed, and even though he was in the red, it didn't matter. He thought it was because he had built this little house for advertising. A few days later, many people were standing in line. The man came out of the house and said he thought it would melt. Lloyd slapped the table and asked how he was. Wasn't it hot? Wouldn't he like a room like that in his house too? He handed over a sheet of paper and said that Model A was a separate building in the yard and Model B was a remodel of the house. If he signed both orders, he would get a 10% discount. The man shrank back and began to refuse. A system window appeared that the villager did not trust Lloyd. He said that they would see each other often, which meant they should trust each other. He leaned over and asked if he really didn't believe him. For such a price, it was just a gift. The guy looked away when someone called out to him. His father looked at him and asked what he was doing here. A system window appeared that his interest level was -20. Lloyd frowned. Front of a mansion. The hero was sitting at a long dining table opposite his father. The guy glanced at him furtively and thought that he had been carefully avoiding him, afraid that the head of the family would forbid construction. The man calmly cut the sausage. The young man frowned when his father said that he was ready to listen to him. Arcus frowned and asked what he had come up with this time. The guy brought a fork with food and replied that the innkeeper had ordered floor heating, and he had fulfilled it. He decided to avoid long explanations and act according to his character. The interlocutor looked at him and added that his son was now making contracts with other residents. The hero nodded. The man frowned and said that the residents were very important and valuable, and he would not forgive the boy if he deceived them. Lloyd closed his eyes and replied that he didn't have to worry about that. As the boy had expected, no matter what he did, no one believed him. The boy got up from the table and said that he was leaving since his father had nothing more to say. The hero tried to run away as quickly as possible. Arcus closed his eyes and assumed that his son was doing this because of the situation in their family. He frowned and assured him that he could quickly deal with such a trifle himself, so the boy didn't have to interfere. Lloyd turned around and looked at him sadly. He had heard these words before. His father had assured him the same thing in his past life, convincing him that the main thing was to study and not worry. The hero really thought that everything was fine. The brown-haired man pressed his lips together and thought that it was a lie, that nothing was right. He didn't want to become pathetic because of someone's lousy money. He moved towards the exit and asked his father not to give up, because the boy would try too. A few years ago, when the hero had to say these words to his father, the boy was walking down the corridor and calculating that he had received 32 orders for Model and 57 orders for Model B. The hero had already received almost half of the deposit. He stopped when he saw two men in front of him. They were the loan sharks Yahello and Meatloaf. They passed by, and the young man was surprised that these two even greeted the Baron's son. The hero frowned, and an idea struck him. The guests entered Arcus's office. One of them sat down leisurely on the edge of the table and asked how long the man would delay payment. The fat man added that more than 5 days had already passed, and if he continued to delay payments like this, they would not sit idly by. The Baron frowned and looked down. Yahello looked at him with disdain and said that if he sold the items in the house, the money would appear. The protagonist cautiously peered through the door. He smirked and mentally noted that it was timely. The guy grinned and thought that they appeared when needed. RP amount, 36. The young man looked at the system window and noted that he received some points by improving his relationship with Xavier. It remained to figure out where to use them. Notification: by investing the received points in talent, you can improve your abilities. The guy looked at the screen in surprise and noted that the messenger still knows how to explain normally. Next message: damn, I will not explain. The hero hastened to apologize. Suddenly, a circle lit up under Lloyd's feet. It began to rise higher up the young man's body. Knowledge: soil mechanics, hydrology, structural mechanics, water supply system, design of steel and concrete structures, the highest level of design. The system wrote that the hero, surprisingly, knows a lot. The brown-haired man frowned and shouted that he definitely needed to get a word in. Notification: possible improvement of knowledge-based skills. Topographic survey, base, required number of points 15. Design, base, required number of points 15. The guy crossed his arms and thought that it was not entirely clear what and how, but there was enough RP and he could try. He clicked on both options. Skill name: topographic survey, base. His eyes suddenly began to glow, and the hero leaned out the window with a scream. The young man saw a virtual grid for design in front of him. Lloyd was surprised that even without using GPS he could calculate everything, just seeing everything with his own eyes. Skill name: design, base. The brown-haired man began to draw a diagram of the house right in the air in front of him. Just recently he had suffered, drawing a project on a piece of paper. The hero sat down on the bed and thought that in the future, of course, it would be much easier for him, but would Xavier's help alone be enough? The guy raised an eyebrow and dreamed that it would be nice to summon heavy equipment. The system reported that there was something to summon. The young man looked at the screen in shock. Random phantom selection. Using RP, you can summon a phantom. Different capabilities, different skills. Choose a phantom partner who will try his best for you in everything. The hero noted that this looked like an advertisement for the game. He squinted and saw on the screen that one phantom choice 50 RP. Lloyd frowned and realized that he was not enough, only 1 point remained. The brown-haired man thoughtfully touched his chin and imagined that the phantom could be a mythical animal like a dragon or a unicorn. In this case, their strength would be equal to the strength of heavy equipment. The guy frowned and decided that he needed to collect RP, and to do this he needed to get the interest of the main characters. Meatloaf slammed his hand on the table and, looking at the Baron, said that he could suggest one way if he didn't have a penny. He grinned and said that a man could sell his wife and children and get good money. Arcus looked at his interlocutor in shock and asked again. The hero said that he should maintain the boundaries of decency even if he was a creditor. The guy put his hand on the fat guest's shoulder. The man recoiled and asked who he was. The father looked at the young man in confusion and said his name. Meatloaf narrowed his eyes and muttered that he was that special naughty eldest son who butted into adults' conversations. He wanted to threaten the guy to leave, but he interrupted him. The hero extended his hand and demanded to see the invitation letter first. The moneylenders shuddered in surprise. Lloyd bowed his head and said that the fundamental law of the kingdom, Chapter 3, Article 6, states that all aristocracy are subjects of the king and have the right to protect their interests. He looked menacingly at the guests and declared that entering the residence of the aristocracy without an invitation letter is considered an intrusion, and this is contained in the law. The interlocutors got angry and shouted that this was nonsense. The young man raised an eyebrow and suggested that they all check together for the presence of the law. The guy frowned and called Xavier. The knight entered the room and greeted the gentleman. The hero bared his teeth and ordered that the intruder's hand be cut off. The swordsman silently grabbed the handle of the weapon. The guests backed away in fear and shouted that they had completely lost their minds. The brown-haired man raised his chin and suggested that they check again whose side the court would take. Xavier threateningly bared his blade. The moneylenders began to sweat and looked at him in fear. The men quickly headed for the exit, shouting that they would make him regret it. The door quickly slammed behind them. Lloyd chuckled and called them worthless. The Baron turned to the boys and they looked at him. The man jumped up and asked what they had just done in a situation where they had to beg on their knees. The boy silently put the bag on the table. The boy smiled and said that he had originally wanted to get the entire deposit and give it back, but this amount was also enough to pay this month's interest. The father looked at him in shock and asked if this was really the money collected from the villagers. The knight closed his eyes and asked the Baron not to worry. He looked at the owner and promised that he would make sure that the boy fulfilled the terms of the contract. Arcus looked closely at the swordsman and thought that his expression showed that he completely trusted him. Lloyd bowed and said that in that case they would go. The boys walked down the corridor. Xavier glanced sideways at the master and said that he did not expect the fool to know such laws. The interlocutor frowned and exclaimed that he had simply heard it somewhere. In general, it was true. Xavier himself told about it in the novel. After the Baron and his wife committed suicide, 2 moneylenders wanted to dig up the bodies and sell them. Then the knight voiced this law. Saying these words, he cut their necks. In court, the guy was completely acquitted. The hero closed his eyes with satisfaction and thought that it was a big plus to know the contents of the novel. The young man smiled and noted that a notification should have arrived by now. Notification: Baron Frontera's interest has increased by 6 points. By improving relations with the main character, you receive 60 RP, quantity 61. Lloyd smiled that everything happened as he planned to get the Phantom as soon as possible. The moon was shining in the night sky. The hero was standing on the training ground. He looked around to make sure there was no one around. The guy looked at the system window and applied a random drawing of fantastic creatures. The young man pressed the button and looked at the glow in front of him. Gears were spinning in the air. Lloyd looked up in shock at the sight of such magic. A magic circle was hanging in front of him. The brown-haired man turned pale and thought that this spell was very weak and small. It just made an annoying noise. Something lit up from the magic circle, after which a mouse's head appeared. The aristocrat stared at it in shock. The animal jumped to the ground and looked at the guy. He silently looked at the mouse and grimaced in disappointment. The creature looked at its new owner in fear, after which it began to squeak loudly. The hero turned to him and asked if he could do a lot of things. Shooting acorns was not what he needed. The mouse waved its paws, refuting what the master had said. The guy asked to show him what it could do. The little animal began to chew something vigorously, after which it spat out 2 pieces of paper. The hero unfolded them with disgust and read the contents. It turned out that the creature Peepodong was a cute hamster, which the system asked to take care of with love. He shook out sunflower seeds into his palm. It was said that they could change the structure of the animal. Red sunflower seed, Peepodong will become huge, the effect will disappear in 12 hours. Blue sunflower seed, Peepodong will become small, feed this seed to the hamster before the effect of the red seed ends. The young man looked at the paper and read that a set of 2 seeds costs 1 RP. He looked at the hamster and asked if it grows to the size of a human. Peepodong squeaked in response, and the hero realized that he needed to check for himself. The boy gave the hamster a seed and thought that the animal should be good at digging and could be useful if it became the size of a human. Peepodong began to chew the seed. The aristocrat looked in surprise as it began to glow and increase in size. Something pushed the hero, and he flew back. Lloyd stared at him in shock and turned pale. A 5-meter hamster stood in front of him. No, it was at least 10 meters. Peepodong looked at his owner with disdain. Peepodong skill, digging level 1. The animal began to dig actively, leaving a ditch behind it. Peepodong skill, strengthening the earth level 1. The hamster rolled over on its back and began to compact the soil. Peepodong skill, puffing out its cheeks level 1. The animal puffed out its cheeks and spat out a boulder. The stone plopped down in front of the hero. The young man smiled and was glad that the problem with the heavy equipment was solved. Lloyd walked down the corridor, his hands in his pockets. He wondered if people would be suspicious if the guy suddenly showed up with this magical creature. The hero grinned and decided that he would carry a summoning book with him and tell everyone that he was a genius summoner. The nobleman looked ahead and remembered that it was time to solve the problem with workers for a large-scale construction project. The next day, the young man stood in front of a group of people with shovels and ordered them to repeat after him. He squeezed the handle of the tool and shouted that safety was above all. The 30-man Frontera barony army looked at the gentleman absent-mindedly and sluggishly repeated the phrase. The brown-haired man smiled tensely and thought that these guys looked like soldiers who were paid but did not work. He was surprised that they had not been dispersed yet, considering that the Baron had a lot of debt. The boy smiled and pointed out that that was why they wouldn't get any overtime bonuses. It was good that they had manpower. Lloyd frowned and shouted that they were soldiers, and when they got together, they were an army. The hero threw his shovel over his shoulder and said that their essence was to complete tasks. The young man remembered that when he was in the army, they did more digging and weeding than trading. The nobleman pointed to a pile of earth and said that he dug it up after working all night. In fact, Peepodong dug it all up in half an hour. The brown-haired man put his hand on his belt and shouted that the first task was to revive the estate. This was a boiler room project for the people of the estate. To make it, the soldiers had to move the earth to the construction site. The man looked at the master with disappointment. The hero had expected them to react like that. Someone came up behind him and called out. The senior knight of the Newman barony looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he had ordered his men to do. Lloyd smirked and thought that he had expected the man to speak up. There were 3 knights in this estate: Newman, his subordinate Bairn, and the protagonist of the novel, Xavier Asrahan. At the beginning of the novel, only Bairn and Xavier remained loyal until the fall of the estate. The senior knight looked at the boy with displeasure. It was this man who had been the first to betray and abandon the Baron. Since it was Newman who had sold information about the Baron to swindlers, he owed a hefty debt. The hero looked at the swordsman with disdain and wondered how such a man could even be the senior knight. The young man looked at his interlocutor with a grin and asked him what he thought they were doing. The man frowned and said that he could not believe that an aristocrat was forcing the militia to do dirty work. He added that, as the head of the knights, he could not tolerate this. The guy leaned on the shovel and thought it was nonsense because the hero was earning money to pay off his debts. He said that he had obtained the Baron's permission. The knight stood opposite the aristocrat. Newman said that he did not know how the young man had outwitted his lord, but offered to recall the young master's past. The man frowned and suggested that his interlocutor was using the militia forces for personal gain. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, then smiled and replied that he was right. The hero glared menacingly at the swordsman and warned that he would get it now. The warrior's face instantly distorted with anger and irritation. Just think about his weak self-control. If the knight had tried to play an online game, he would have exploded in a minute. Lloyd pulled the tool out of the ground and, swinging, threw sand at his interlocutor. The soldiers stared at them in shock. The man covered his eyes with his hand in displeasure, and the brown-haired man only grinned. The swordsman was shaking with anger. He looked at the young man angrily and was indignant that he had really tried to tarnish the knight's reputation. In his mind, Newman called him the stupid son of a nearly bankrupt baron. The hero put his hand to his ear and asked if his interlocutor really wanted to throw away his regalia and fight. The guy swung his shovel and pointed it at the warrior. Lloyd smiled and suggested a duel. The flushed man raised his eyebrows and warned that the young man would regret it. Frontier Estate. The hero was going to duel Newman in a month. Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked if he was so sure of his victory. The aristocrat was sitting on the bed, crossing his legs. He looked at the knight and exclaimed that he was not. The boy added that his opponent was a knight called the Heart of Mana and a junior sword expert, and he himself was just a lazybones. Naturally, he was not up to fighting him. The young man asked if the other man had even thought about it before asking such a question. Xavier frowned in irritation and squeezed the hilt of his sword. Then the warrior loosened his grip and noted that he had almost cut down the gentleman. He looked at the hero picking his nose and could not believe that he had suddenly thrown dirt at the Newman knight and even asked for a duel. Perhaps the young man wanted to be a scoundrel again. However, the boy himself asked the Baron for a favor, then entered into an argument and pushed Xavier away. By this time, he had appointed Knight Baron as a temporary manager and was in charge of the construction team. However, the young man was unsure about this duel. The brown-haired man pulled a booger out of his nose, and the other man immediately wanted to hack him to death. The hero wiped his hands and said that the knight had to do something. The young man smiled and asked to be taught how to handle a sword. The other man frowned and said that he did not want to. The aristocrat looked at him with disappointment and asked why. The swordsman replied that, first of all, it was his duty to protect the young master. The blonde man looked calmly at Lloyd and added that he was like a sack, and if a sack learned fencing, it would be even more dangerous to be around him. The aristocrat asked to at least speak more softly. The brown-haired man once again clarified whether the knight really did not want to teach him. The hero smiled confidently and said that he would deal with his insomnia in exchange. Xavier looked at the gentleman in shock, not understanding how he knew about it. The young man grinned and thought that, thanks to the novel, he also knew the reason for his insomnia. In the work The Knight of Iron and Blood, knights are divided into 4 levels by rank: Sword Master, Supreme Sword Expert, Middle Sword Expert, Junior Sword Expert. Xavier's level is Supreme Sword Expert, and he will soon become a Master Sword Master. The reason for his insomnia is his inhuman nerves, which are too sensitive. This is the so-called Sword Master Syndrome. The brown-haired man leaned on his hands and thought that in the countryside they do not know such things, so the knight himself does not know either. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked if he agreed to the deal, because it was written on his face that he had insomnia. Xavier sighed and replied that he would try. The nobleman smiled and asked him not to give in to him. The swordsman chuckled and said that he was saying this because the young man would definitely fail. He had tried many things to cure his insomnia, starting with cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal remedies, aromatherapy, exercise, oriental medicine, and the like. The knight was sleeping peacefully in a chair, hugging a pillow. The protagonist stood in front of him and chuckled that he knew exactly how to cure insomnia. The 18th magic technique is reading a manual on reinforced concrete structures. This is what puts you to sleep. The guy grinned and thought that all the swordsman's skills would now be his. The sun was shining in the sky. The refreshed and well-rested knight looked at the master and ordered him to run 50 laps. The hero looked at the warrior in surprise and turned around and ran. The swordsman turned to look at the master and was amazed that he ran without complaint. Lloyd was running circles around the training ground. He ran up to the knight and muttered in a tired voice that he hated it and was eager to learn something. After these words, the guy ran on. Having completed the next circle, the hero smiled at his interlocutor and asked if he expected that the aristocrat would not be able to and would whine. The warrior continued to watch the gentleman running circles. At the next turn, the sweaty guy exclaimed that the knight would have simply said that the young man was not cut out for it and waved him off. Xavier shuddered, because the interlocutor guessed right. The brown-haired man ran on with a laugh, shouting that he would run to the end. Notification: passive skill ugliness increased to level 4. Anyone who sees you will take you for a freak and will feel the desire to punch you. The young man got angry and exclaimed that he did not have such a skill. The hero was sweating and breathing heavily. It would be a lie to say that he was not tired. However, this was nothing compared to his life in Korea. He had no family to give him warmth. Every morning the boy opened his eyes in a crowded Gishiwan. Every day he carried bricks to the 4th floor of the villa. Every night the boy loaded trucks with boxes just to not die of hunger, always dreaming that someday it would get better. The young man encouraged himself that he was doing well, was qualified, and there was still a little bit left. But the light he was reaching for suddenly went out, and the hero was left alone with the darkness. Compared to that pain and despair, this was nothing. Lloyd ran under the moonlight and smiled. The knight continued to stand nearby. He looked closely at the master and thought that he would teach him his fencing technique if the aristocrat was so sincere. The brown-haired man continued to turn circles. Notification: Xavier's opinion of you has increased by +1. His opinion of you is -28. You have received 18 RP for slightly improving your relationship with a key character. Score: 29 RP. The manor was illuminated by the moon. The Baron sat at the table and looked at Newman standing in front of him. The man could not believe that his son would be so rude to the one who had protected their family for 5 generations. Arcus leaned on his hands and muttered that he thought the boy had come to his senses, but he must have misunderstood him. He looked at the swordsman and said that it was his moral duty not to interfere with the duel. Still, the Baron asked him not to be too cruel to the heir to the estate. The Lord looked at his interlocutor intently and ordered that the boy be brought to his senses, but not crippled. Newman bowed and accepted the request. The knight smirked and thought that he did not know if he could do it during the duel. He walked down the corridor, determined to kill this arrogant bastard. And if the Baron made a big deal out of it, he would destroy him and the Baroness too and pass it off as suicide. The swordsman smiled and thought that, as planned, he would then leave this village for a better place. Thanks to the young master, his plan was coming to fruition faster than he expected. A month passed. Spectators gathered around the training ground to watch the nobleman and the knight standing opposite each other. The protagonist's parents were sitting under the canopy, looking nervous, while Xavier and Baron stood behind them. The man raised his sword and asked if his opponent was ready. The boy took a step forward and, throwing the shovel over his shoulder, answered in the affirmative. He smiled confidently and advised his opponent to get ready to rake in the dirt. While the young man stood there grinning, the people around him were discussing the fact that the gentleman would be fighting Newman with a shovel. The blonde gritted his teeth in anger. Xavier looked down at the hero and noticed that the metal shovel had been ordered from a blacksmith. Arcus covered his face with his hand and muttered that his son was an idiot who thought this was some kind of joke. The knight looked at the sight carefully and thought that if he remembered what the young man had been doing for the past month, it might not be a joke. The gentleman did general exercises early in the morning without complaining, then went to the construction site to explain the boiler room to the village engineers, and after that, trained with a sword until he wanted to sleep. This did not look like a man who was just joking. Xavier frowned, sure that the young gentleman was serious. The Baron raised his hand and announced that the duel between Lloyd Frontera and the knight Newman was about to begin. The man took a fighting stance, and the boy grabbed the shovel with a grin. Xavier frowned, not understanding what kind of stupid stance this was. The blonde attacked first, outraged by his opponent's behavior. The brown-haired man swung the shovel and easily blocked his opponent's blow. The father and the swordsman standing behind him stared at the duelists in surprise. Newman swung again and thought that the young man would not be lucky a second time. However, this attack was also blocked by the young gentleman. Xavier's eyes widened and he realized that this incredible and effective technique was used in real battles, as if his swordsmanship had suddenly improved after so many years. The opponent began to sweat and looked warily at Lloyd. The young man grinned and thought that there was nothing surprising in this, because in Korea every man could do this. This is a modern hand-to-hand combat technique, a bayonet attack. He lunged with the shovel, and the opponent recoiled in fear. The hero covered himself with the tool, using it as a shield. Then he made another lunge with the tip, but the man dodged. The young man thrust the weapon into the ground and, laughing, began to jump on it. Xavier sweated and wondered if the aristocrat was really joking. The sweaty guy continued to laugh, but his gaze remained confident. The watching knight tried to understand his plan. Newman ran up to attack with a cry. The brown-haired man took a fighting stance and thought that the first thing he had prepared for the enemy was a shovel, and the second was the basic fencing that Xavier had taught him. The young man fought off the attacks and gradually pushed the enemy back. The man clenched his teeth in irritation, not understanding when the drunkard and scum had become so strong. The third thing the hero had prepared was this, a synchronized skill for handling a tool. Digging, level 1. Become one with the shovel, body and soul. The level of synchronization between you and your shovel will increase. The guy swung, and his tool began to glow. Xavier's opinion of the hero increased by +1 during the training. And the Baron and Baroness, who saw their son's sincerity for the first time in their lives, had it increased by +2 and +3. They accumulated 97 RP, which allowed them to purchase an additional skill for 40 points. Then the hero realized that he had learned a pretty cool skill. He looked closely at his opponent. The man exhaled and swung his sword. Newman thought that he had no choice. It was unlikely that this should be used against an ordinary person, but he wanted to. A glow began to emanate from his body. Xavier narrowed his eyes. The enemy was pumping up mana. The brown-haired man frowned, realizing this. The enemy was about to use a mana heart. The mustachioed man grabbed the handle and, frowning, declared that now everything was serious. The young man did not answer, and the opponent rushed at him. The knight watching them frowned and thought that someone who had not had any talents for 10 years, even the most ordinary ones, would need at least 5 years to master the mana heart. The young master would not be able to block such an attack. The man swung his blade. The boy held the shovel in front of him, but the enemy only grinned, confident that he would cut it in half and break the aristocrat's skull. The protagonist's parents jerked in horror, and the woman covered her mouth with her hands. The blow hit the shovel, but it did not flinch. Newman stared ahead in shock. He felt like all his strength was leaking out. Lloyd smirked and thought that this was the fourth skill he had prepared, Mana Mastery, which made Xavier the strongest man in the novel. The knight watched the duel closely. Mana flowed into the boy's body through the weapon. This was the technique of the Asurahan core. The man recoiled in fear and exclaimed that his mana had been drained. At that moment, the hero swung and hit his opponent in the face with a shovel. A broken tooth flew against the blue sky, which its owner looked at sadly. Lloyd's next blow was to the chin with the opposite end of the tool. The boy looked down at the swordsman with an ominous look and hit him hard on the head. Newman fell flat on the ground at his feet. All the spectators widened their eyes in shock. They saw the knight lying in front of the boy, but they could not believe that the young master had won. Arcus raised his hand in confusion and announced that Lloyd Frontera had won the duel. The blonde was lying on the ground and did not understand how such a master of the sword could lose to the scum. The aristocrat came closer and, throwing the shovel over his shoulder, said that the man had been beaten. The hero swung and said that it was time for the long-awaited punishment. The man looked up in fear. The Baron jumped up and shouted that the duel was already over. The young man began to beat the enemy with a shovel. Arcus frowned and shouted his son's name in rage. The knights immediately began to hold the protagonist so that he would stop hitting Newman with a shovel. Bayern stood next to Xavier at this time and looked at what was happening with an angry expression, suggesting that the protagonist had gone crazy. At this time, Xavier looked ahead with sadness and realized that Lloyd could have lost his mind. The protagonist at this time waved his hands and sighed heavily, because he ordered to let him go because he had calmed down. Then he put the shovel on the ground and his hands on his belt, sighing with relief. Then he started hitting his opponent with the shovel again and they tried to restrain him again. Xavier looked through his bangs with displeasure and realized, if you look closely, he was hitting him so as not to hurt him too much. At this time, the blonde with a mustache screamed from the blows. The brown-haired man at this time looked at his opponent angrily, but Xavier saw this calm expression on his face because he seemed to know in advance what would happen next and as if he already knew everything. At this time, the guy with blue hair looked ahead coldly. In his memories, 15 days before the duel, the brown-haired man leaned his hand on the blade and wanted to learn the Asurahan technique of the mind. At that moment, Xavier looked at him in surprise, and the brown-haired man did not understand such a reaction because he asked to teach him something good and not stealing. It was a silhouette of a man who absorbed the aura streams, because in addition to the assimilated mana, it can attract mana from what surrounds him and transform it into his mana. At that moment, the knight looked at him intently and asked the master how he knew this, because he understood that he had always kept this technique a secret because it was still not complete. Lloyd looked at his teacher with wide eyes and said that he helped him fall asleep, and Xavier talked about it in his sleep. At this time, the main character with a malicious grin and a masked face looked at the teacher, who understood that it was only his imagination that now imagined him with an iron mask on his face. The blue-haired guy looked intently at the brown-haired man, who threw his sword behind his head, and to his regret, said that he could not teach him this technique because it was still not complete. The main character raised his eyebrows with irony, asking if he could complete it, would he be trained? Xavier looked at him with disdain and said if he said so, then perhaps it would be so, but he was embarrassed by this self-confident look. Then Lloyd stuck his sword into the ground. He looked at his hands and tried to insert a finger into his fist, assuming that his mana heart was absorbing mana from outside by itself. Then he was about to hit his fist on his palm and assumed that it bounced off as a result, and as he saw, from the point of view of his heart, external mana is something foreign. Then it was a silhouette of a man with outstretched arms, who absorbed streams of aura because he wanted to change the source. The which he absorbs from outside will not mix with the mana heart. It was a glowing core with pulses of light, because he ordered to let it gather separately. This ball of light began to sparkle and emit streams, because it needed to be rolled up and used. The brown-haired man began to rotate his finger near his fist with a grin and explained that it was like an auxiliary engine near the main engine, because they were one whole, but at the same time worked separately, and it should be great. Xavier looked at him with displeasure and explained that he was sure that it was possible, but did not understand where Lloyd came from before such reasoning. Then the main character stretched out his hands in front of his face, on which there was an iron mask, because he said that he simply imagined. Xavier saw this expression and assumed that he clearly knew something, but just did not show it. The protagonist looked at how his teacher stretched his hands to the sides and began to emit streams of light and aura, because he managed to complete the Astrakhan technique of the mind, which had been bothering him for a long time. It was a blue core that emitted pulses of light around itself, because over the time of his first attempt, the number of contours that he could create increased to 3, and if he trained more, he could reach 4 or even 5 contours. A notification popped up that Xavier's opinion of Lloyd had increased by +5. The protagonist opened his mouth and bulged his eyes in amazement. He was surprised how much he had been taught the mana heart technique, because he didn't need it, because he only wanted to learn part of the absorption, and he didn't need the mana around him, but only the one he touched. Young Mr. Lloyd had such an ability, so Xavier expected that he would defeat the Knight Newman. At that time, the guys were trying to restrain the protagonist, who was bloodthirstily trying to finish off the lying fighter, and triumphantly. At that time, the protagonist's father was furious, hitting the table with his hands, because he did not want to allow him to ruin the knight's reputation any longer. Arcus watched his enraged son being restrained. At this time, the brown-haired man was sweating and trying to catch his breath when he heard about the knight's reputation. Then he pointed a finger at his father in displeasure and told him to look under the tablecloth before he decided whether these words were appropriate for Nikita's knight. A pile of sealed letters lay on the table under a white coverlet. Arcus looked at these letters in horror. While Newman lay writhing in pain, the brown-haired man looked at his father and said that towards who was causing harm to the Baron's estate, and a letter from this scoundrel Knight Newman. Arcus convulsively opened his mouth, holding the letter, because Lloyd explained that it was the furnishings of the estate. What the Baron liked and did not like, and instructions on how to forge property documents, and in these letters everything that they managed to share. The protagonist looked at the agitated Newman with a cold face, not understanding how he found the letters he hid inside the walls. At this time, the protagonist smiled maliciously and said that in the novel, Xavier found them later. He remembered how his little beast Peepadong went to get the letters last night. The father sat down on the chair in horror, looking at the table with the letters. Then he looked at his son, who was staring at him, and realized, as expected, that in the novel he was described as a kind person, because it would be a big fuss if he were to kill him now. Then he closed his lips with a dissatisfied grin and realized that the words kind ruler and good ruler meant completely different things. The protagonist looked at all the nobles at the table, and realized that if his father was so worried about how to get rid of this man, then he could offer him something. At this time, the brown-haired man was holding his shovel, while Newman was on the ground, looking at him with excitement. Newman heard that they wanted to put an angry rat on his head, and then expel him from the estate, wounded by rats, and if not, then they would demote him to an ordinary soldier and give him a chance to atone for his sins. At this time, the rest of the people were frightened by such a statement, because they understood that it sounded inhuman. Arcus at this time, his eyes bulged in surprise and understood that in order to carry out justice for a minor offense, he would be given a chance to atone, but with a warning of a more severe punishment. Bayern stood next to Xavier and frowned, saying that it was a wise and generous decision and a good warning to others. The protagonist looked at the nobles who sat on the platform, and they agreed to do as he suggested. At this time, the knight with a mustache, without raising his head, said that he had no objections, because he had just been shown mercy. The protagonist looked at him puzzled and tried to understand what kind of mercy. He imagined how a black silhouette of a man sat on a rug in front of his king, and Lloyd understood if he would treat the criminals kindly and whether they would atone for their sins for the forgiveness granted to them. But he realized that this would not happen. Then his black silhouette laughed maliciously, because he realized that in this case they would become more decisive and strong-willed and would try to take advantage of their kindness. At this time, Newman grinned angrily and realized that they would regret this decision because he would definitely take revenge on this upstart. Newman looked discontentedly from under his brows at the protagonist, who was glad of his smile, and it was a pity that it would be his last. The beaten knight looked at his opponent in bewilderment and asked him to repeat. Then the main character gave a seed to his hamster. Then he threw this beast high into the sun. Lloyd looked at Newman with bloodthirsty arrogance and declared what the best way to ask for forgiveness was, hinting that there was none. At this time, the hamster was deliciously devouring the seed. Then he began to increase in size. The blonde, along with Arcus, looked at what was happening in amazement. Bayern, along with Andri, were also scared and opened their mouths in horror. The rest of the crowd of people bulged their eyes in shock from the black shadow. It was the same hamster that had grown in size. Newman's eyes widened in horror, his mouth opened because the hamster was about to fall on him. This huge pet was flying from the sky with its entire body towards Newman. At that time, the protagonist stood with his back to Newman, his hand on his belt, and there was a bang. The huge hamster was lying on the ground, having crushed the knight. The brown-haired man raised his finger up with a malicious smile and understood that such people should be driven out because this would solve the problem with the rotten man inside the estate forever. It was a huge mountain plain with fields. At that time, Peepodong was throwing the earth. This hamster was throwing it in all directions. Peepodong was digging a ditch along the entire street of the city. The brown-haired man looked at him with a grin, while Xavier tried to understand what his beast was doing. Lloyd replied that he was getting ready to widen the road. They were tired and excited workers who were carrying materials and bags. Then moments later they immediately became pumped up and angry with sweat because they suddenly turned into brave craftsmen. It was a beautiful white tile laid in a path. Lloyd explained that in ancient times there was such a city as Rome and its inhabitants loved roads very much because they built a special road system called the Yippies Way. The main character looked at the teacher with a grin from under his bangs and said that they would now start from the Baron's house and extend the road to the eastern slope. The protagonist was about to leave, putting his hand in his pockets, while Xavier looked cold-blooded and tried to understand why exactly the road, to which Lloyd replied that he himself would soon see everything. Xavier stared at the grin of his comrade, who said because the popularity of their village would skyrocket. Then the main character looked back with an exclamation when he was asked about where he learned all this. The main character looked at him intently, because Xavier asked about how he came up with the idea of a heating system that they had never heard of before. And he also suddenly learned to summon something from the Vey, and all this looks like high-level magic. The blue-haired knight looked at him with disdain and asked if he was really their master. A red message popped up about the danger that Xavier doubted him. The smooth character looked at him, bulging his eyes. Xavier looked cold-blooded and calm. The brown-haired man threw the shovel over his shoulder and thought with a sullen grin about when he read about this man in the novel. He already knew that he was a capable person and would be able to easily guess if a stranger entered the body of the Baron's son. The embittered knight was immediately going to pull out his blade, because this guy is not to be trifled with, but there is no reason to worry because he has a special skill for such cases. Lloyd twisted his face in horror, his eyes wide, because he studied in secret from everyone and assumed that he could do it. A notification with a special skill of persistence popped up. Lloyd anxiously squeezed his body, approached the teacher, who told him that the young gentleman drank all day long. Lloyd realized that he was being watched every hour of the day, and maybe he used to be a real scoundrel, but he did not know anything about what he was doing all this time. Xavier indifferently looked away and asked how he could explain the skills of a spellcaster, because even a mage with a lot of experience sometimes cannot do this. Xavier stared at the brown-haired man next to him, who was excited, trying to justify himself, and asked him the answer to the question, how did he cope with mana himself? Although he was barely over 20, because no one taught him either, and he should be a genius, but Xavier did not consider himself one. Lloyd opened his mouth in horror even more, because he asked there, could he be a genius, why the teacher did not consider himself as such, because he assumed that he suddenly became a genius spellcaster. Xavier looked at him intently with sweat on his brow and did not trust. The knight watched as Lloyd immediately turned around with displeasure and began to leave, adding in pursuit that if he had nothing more to say, then he would go, because he still had things to do. Notification that there were with a special skill of fast conversation and persistence. The brown-haired man continued to walk forward and tried to calm down, because he realized that Xavier began to suspect him. Then on the way he met Bayern, while the workers were sorting out the bags, and asked him to monitor the progress of the work while he was gone. The knight in the coat replied that everything would be done and there was nothing to worry about. Then the brown-haired man looked back in surprise at the blue-haired knight, who wanted to go with him because it was his duty to protect the young gentleman. Lloyd said with irony that such obvious things should not be said at all, because he would definitely go with him, and the knight asked about the way. Xavier began to follow the gentleman, who threw the shovel over his shoulder and looked happy because he answered that they were going to one place in the footsteps of an unpaid debt. The setting sunset behind the mountain enveloped a small remote town in the Rodinia estate. There was a sign with the inn's name. At this time, the man angrily hit the table with his fist and was indignant. They were transported to the house of the swindler Thords, who looked agitated and embittered because he had lost all his money and wanted to make all the scoundrels pay. At this time, a large guy in a black coat towered over him and asked if this was not the essence of gambling, since he himself earned money in this way. The brunette with a scar looked at the swindler with displeasure and said that since he had such a body, then if he was not able to pay for his services, then he would leave him immediately. Thords looked at the assistant with horror and said that he could pay and would even give him more, so he ordered him to stay near him. His comrade in a black suit said that he would go immediately if he did not receive payment on time. The swindler indignantly grabbed his head and said that he could only earn money by deceiving others, but now too many people would want to settle scores with him, so it was worth lying low for a while. Suddenly, the main character burst into their house with a kick and realized that they were talking about him. Lloyd entered this room, as the swindler immediately jumped up from such impudence. Lloyd looked at him with an echidna and realized that he had not seen him. The main character looked at him maliciously through his bangs and introduced himself by his name. Thords with great horror bulged his eyes and opened his mouth. Thords immediately put his hand on his assistant in black, who offered his help, but the swindler wanted to leave here faster. His assistant immediately bent over the ground, grabbing his master. Then they quickly jumped out of the house through the window. This man in a black suit was about to land on the ground. The man with a scar on his face became angry with discontent. Xavier at this time cut his blade near the shoulder. The knight immediately swung his sword in the air. The knight in blue walked down the street with his sword, ordered to give him the swindler and leave himself, and then they will not touch him. Xavier looked at him through his bangs and realized that he had done everything as the young gentleman had said. The big guy in the black suit looked at the man who had blocked his way with displeasure, who knew that they would try to escape through the window, which was why he had waited here. The guy in the suit frowned with displeasure. Then the guy immediately bloodthirstily stretched out his hand with a black magic core and joked about whether the knight even knew how to handle his blade. At this time, the brown-haired man looked through the broken window in surprise and realized that after the death of the bear, Xavier had longed for together because he had fought with the personal guard of Thords, the swindler whose trail he had managed to attack. Xavier watched as the black mage emitted streams of dark energy because this was his first battle with a dark mage. The knight immediately sat down on the ground, baring his teeth from such pressure and holding onto his sword because it was not easy for him and he had to resist the magic of gravity. Lloyd smiled maliciously because everything was just like in the novel. The dark mage sent a stream of black core towards the knight. Xavier managed to put out his blade to reflect the attack. This black aura tried to surround him from all sides. He immediately found himself in a purple core with dark matter. The dark mage with a grin frowned, stretching out his palm, because he understood that it was predetermined and Xavier must die. A huge fist immediately flew at him. The knight pressed himself to the ground with his feet and tried to convulsively hold the blade. The dark magician looked at what was happening with bewilderment and a sullen grin, because in the novel Xavier fought the scoundrel, being only a simple weapons specialist. The blue-haired knight looked furiously at his opponent with a core in his chest. It was a blue ball that studied matter along the axis, because the real Xavier has a heart of mana triple ring. He immediately swung his sword and cut the barrier. The knight looked away in confusion and tried to understand what it was, whether it was magic that controls gravity. At this time, Dark Max with a drooping look stretched out his fist in the sweat of his brow. The dark magician immediately soared into the sky to escape, but Thords was indignant at such a fate. Xavier immediately went to the swindler, who stretched out his hands in fear because they wanted him for his deception of honest people. The swindler immediately flew into the wooden barrels. The knight arrogantly raised his blade over the scoundrel and said that he would cut off his legs so that he could only crawl into court. He immediately tried to cut the air with his blade. The main character immediately stood in his way with an agitated look. Lloyd immediately began to furiously shout that Xavier had gone crazy, because if he got to court in such a state, then punishment awaited him. The blue-haired knight immediately wilted and was surprised. The main character looked angrily from under his brows at his knight, who did not understand why his master showed sympathy for others. Deep night stood over the city on the mountain plain. At this time, the swindler was tied to chairs and looked ahead with an agitated look. Lloyd sat with folded hands opposite the swindler with a lost look. Then the brown-haired man waved his hand with a smile and asked Thords not to be afraid. The con man looked excitedly at the protagonist, who stated that when life is at stake, people tend to be greedy, and they will do anything when they get the chance. The protagonist sat opposite him, smiling, leaning on his hands, and stated that cutting off his head would be too cruel. The con man suggested that they were ready to forgive him, but he received a mocking answer that his secret would be taken to the grave. Lloyd smiled animatedly, closing his eyes and leaning his head on his fingers, asking Thords if he was grateful to him, because if so, why not give him all the money back? The con man began to smile with an ironic grin, and said that first he needed to be forgiven. The protagonist continued to look at him with a smile, closed his eyes, and said that he would receive forgiveness, because that was the meaning of their existence. The con man raised his eyebrows and looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then Tully excitedly exclaimed when the protagonist began to take out a piece of paper and said that he would have one more condition. Brown-haired smilingly handed over a piece of paper and a pen so that Thords would simply sign the contract and the matter would be decided. The swindler at this time looked closely at the piece of paper and tried to understand what kind of contract it was. As it turned out, it was a standard labor contract, and he would even receive money for it. Brown-haired continued to smile, resting his chin on his finger, and said that 80% of his salary would be withheld to pay off the debt. The protagonist crossed his arms and with a mocking smile said that in 520 years he would be able to pay him off. The swindler's eyes bulged in horror and his mouth opened. Xavier looked angrily at the smiling protagonist and realized that he should not have expected anything else, because he came here not to sympathize and forgive. The brown-haired man continued to twist his smile in a malicious manner, and he did not consider himself a fool to kill someone who owed him money, because he would definitely not make such a rash step. Then the brown-haired man brought the tube to Talia's head and began to suck it, because he said that he would squeeze all the juices out of him until the end of his worthless life. The swindler immediately exclaimed excitedly, because he was curious why he offered him such a slave contract. The main character looked at him in surprise and realized that Thords had now begun to speak differently. The main character looked at him intently with angry looks, said that they had no choice but to force him to sign this contract by force and resolve this issue in court. The swindler immediately began to sign this contract with tears in his eyes. White clouds floated in the sky. At this time, the cart was carrying the guys along a forest path. The main character was riding in the cart with the knight and the swindler. Xavier held the blade on his shoulder and said that he managed to get some money from it, because it was enough to pay the interest for a couple of months. Lloyd did not understand what was being discussed, because he was going to use all this money for construction, because they had already been through this and 30 workers were not enough. The main character with a dissatisfied grin and leaned his hands on the cart when Xavier explained that someone from the villagers had to respond to their job ad or his reputation would precede him. It was a mountain range of a plain where there were fields. A couple of days later in the estate of the main character, there was a sign that labor was needed, where the salary was 20 gold and for information they should contact the Baron's estate. A whole crowd of people stood in line at the table in front of the Baron. Xavier stood next to the Baron, who assumed that all these people must hate him, to which Xavier wanted to express his opinion. The blue-haired knight closed his eyes and said that Lloyd had undertaken to install the heating system on time and at a low price, punished the traitor of the estate and forced him to appear before the highest court. Xavier looked down on the Baron and realized that he wanted to be considered a reliable person who could be trusted. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was quite simple. The guy approached the counter where the Baron was sitting and asked him about the work. Lloyd replied that he only needed to sign the contract. The main character's eyes widened in slight surprise when they wanted to express their gratitude to him. The brunette with a red scarf around his neck, smiling, stretched out his hands and said that his child caught a cold very easily, as soon as it got a little cold. But thanks to the young master and his system, he had nothing to worry about this year. The brown-haired man looked in surprise at the bow of the man who thanked him. Lloyd immediately smiled animatedly, his eyes wide, and he felt relieved. Although he was just trying to satisfy his greed, he felt somehow awkward. Then the Baron looked at this guy, who informed that he had relatives from the Racona estate, which was nearby, and they wanted to know if he could install his system there too. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in bewilderment and he realized that this was the first step to prosperity. He immediately smiled bloodthirstily from under his bangs and realized that everything was not in vain, because he had to increase the price, explaining everything with travel expenses and take all the money for himself. Xavier stared at the Baron's malicious smile, who said that he would really need funds to deliver all the goods to the place, and the knight was confused by this strange expression, because he assumed that this whole construction had only one purpose. The brown-haired man, continuing to smile mockingly, extended his index finger. The blue-haired knight imagined the unfinished road. The protagonist stood with his knight on the edge of the mountain, looking into the vast distance. The knight looked at the smiling grin of the gentleman, who said that sooner or later there would be nothing left on this mountain. Lloyd continued to smile through his bangs and said that the heating system required a lot of resources and soon only stumps would remain from the trees here. Xavier frowned in bewilderment through his bangs. The knight held his blade behind his back and understood that if the gentleman knew the outcome, then why did he continue to do this? Lloyd replied that this was precisely why he was stopping the construction of the Appian Road. It was a dug trench leading up the mountain because he wanted to start mining coal. The main character threw the shovel behind his head and began to smile maliciously, because he wanted to sell this coal at an inflated price, and as soon as the whole of their system reaches the masses, people simply will not be able to resist such a temptation. Xavier looked angrily at the smiling gentleman, who said that their residents would receive a discount, but a very small one, and considered it unfair. Lloyd looked closely at the dissatisfied knight and asked about whether he really considered him so ruthless. The protagonist kept his eyes on his knight and asked what would happen if he gave up on this idea, hinting that then they would hardly be able to pay off the debt for the estate. The blue-haired guy continued to look at the protagonist with displeasure. He immediately closed his eyes, holding the blade, and said that he would agree that now they had no other choice. Then Xavier looked at the protagonist again and said that the Baron did not know about coal, and when he found out, he would not leave it so easily. The knight looked at Lloyd, who lowered his head and explained to him that others had also tried to start mining again and again. The protagonist knew all this, so everything collapsed due to the fragility of the roadbed. Then he again smiled maliciously from under his brows and said that he would succeed. He imagined a huge technological drilling rig in the ground and said that thanks to modern technologies for excavation work, he would succeed because he knew the shield method of driving. The brown-haired man immediately raised the shovel over his head with joy and said that great things awaited them, but Xavier did not understand this technology unknown to him. At this time, a joyful Lloyd threw the shovel over his shoulder and walked forward, because Xavier wanted to see what this completely different gentleman could do. It was the same destroyed tunnel, littered with stones. This trench stretched straight to the entrance of the cave, which was littered with stones. It was a deep earthen cave. An ant's paw appeared. Then the antennae of an ant appeared. A bunch of red eyes peered out of the darkness. There were angry, bloodthirsty ants. These were large ants that crowded in this cave. Lloyd at this time clapped his hands. He began to rotate the magical green ring with a star with his hands, using spells. He then raised the ring above his head and emitted a green stream of light into the sky, wishing to summon a high-class apartment for himself. The green stream of light stretched far into the night sky. Then, the stream immediately evaporated into a shining star. Suddenly, a huge house returned with this stream of light. He wished he had such a cool skill. He sat at the table and boredly emitted green light into the drawing. He emitted green from his finger, trying to finish the drawing because it took too much time. Notification that this was a mid-level design, an underground outlet plan. He immediately leaned back in his chair and tiredly declared that he wanted to summon 100 immortal workers who did not need to be paid more. Then he put his hands on the drawing again and began to finish it. Thanks to the Newman incident, he was able to earn 639 RP, making a great impression on the Baron and Baroness, Xavier, Baron, and others. It was a table of the level system with basic measurements and design. Because he invested points in pumping up his skills, he managed to get them. He stood on a rocky path near a collapsed cave because he realized that they would be digging here. He looked ahead with his green grid skill because it was an available mid-level skill, the underground scanning dimension. He scanned the entire space of the cave with green light and saw a room there because this skill only allows you to see at a distance of 5 meters and will help you find the right direction. Then he stood with a puzzled look, touching his chin with his hand and trying to figure out how to drill a passage in the shortest time, because an ordinary person cannot do this, and besides, people get tired quickly. At this time, Peepodong was fast asleep under the blanket and fell ill while building the road. Even if he recovers, it will be dangerous to use it because it is too big. The main character looked around through his bangs with displeasure and realized that he had no other choice. A window popped up in front of him with a random selection of a mystical creature that he had enough points for. He was sitting on the path, legs crossed, when a green light of appearance began to radiate in front of him. It was a green portal, from which a silhouette with a bow appeared. A snake girl with a bow on her head crawled out of this portal. This pink snake plopped down on the rocky path in front of the owner. This pink snake looked at the protagonist with admiration. The protagonist looked at her with bewilderment and assumed that at least she had poison, but she turned out to be completely harmless. But Peepodong also seemed like that at first, and perhaps this snake will be useful. The brown-haired man sat with his arms crossed and looked at the small pink snake, asking if she really increases in size after eating a sunflower seed and if she also has superpowers, to which he received a positive answer. Lloyd smiled and stretched out his hand and asked to show the snake all its abilities. This pink beast with closed eyes smiled widely. A few weeks later, this path led to a tunnel under construction in a cave. This snake was chained in a wooden barrel and dug a tunnel, eating the earth because the giant bell was moving inside the shield barrel. Then this pink snake chewed the earth because it was called a bell and had the skill of digging the earth level 1. At this time, the main character with a battered look stretched out his hand, while the huge bell crawled nearby and told Xavier to get ready. At this time, the naked knight in a sweaty state held the blade in front of him. Then the bell released hot streams of metal from its hole. The knight at this time swung his blade to knock down the flying metal rods. Meanwhile, the other blacksmith workers were trying to forge a reliable support on the forge. Step 5 was the realization of the harsh reality, as Xavier, with a dejected look, thought about why a knight like him should mess with the remains of a giant snake. Then Lloyd, with a towel around his neck, raised his hand and began to shout for the guys to continue working. At this time, the workers were pushing a wooden barrel into the depths of the cave, moving towards the goal. Lloyd wiped his face from sweat, looking at the empty pipe, because due to the lack of oxygen, his head was spinning, and if they had not brought the pipe here, they would have passed out long ago. Then the brown-haired man looked at the knight behind him, who said that it was time for them to stop, because like the other workers, he needed to rest. Lloyd turned his head and said that he was in charge here and should monitor the progress of the work, as a responsible person usually does. He looked through his long bangs with a dissatisfied look and realized that in Korea the bosses only know how to talk, and there are even such scoundrels who have never visited the place of work. So he swore to himself that he would never become like that and would monitor the entire process himself. Then he used his vision, scanning. He looked at the wall and saw a room with a green light where there were pieces of coal. He immediately picked up the shovel and began to rejoice with the rest of the workers that they were almost there and there was still a little left. Then Lloyd looked with a smile at the bell that was pressed to his face, and he thanked them for the fact that they did it many times faster. Then Lloyd looked back at the crowd of workers and his knight, giving an order that as soon as they reached the coal seam, they should dismantle the shield and expand the space. He looked at his workers near the stone wall and said that this was a rather dangerous undertaking, so everyone needed to be extremely careful. Then he looked back at the hole in the wall, hearing a strange sound. He continued to look at this layer of earth, listening to various sounds. He stared at the layer of earth with the other workers and realized that the earth cover here was strong and should not collapse. Then he began to look forward with a close underground scan with a green light. With this scan in the green room, he saw a crack in the wall and realized that it was not there before. He continued to watch this crack, seeing that it was growing. Suddenly, a huge bloodthirsty ant broke through the wall. Lloyd fell to the ground when the ant was about to attack him. Lloyd immediately grabbed his blade and was about to save his master. He swung his blade, looking at the bloodthirsty monster. Lloyd also did not want to stay aside and ran with his shovel. He delivered a crushing blow to the monster's head with the tool. With just one blow of the shovel, he flattened the ant's head. He looked at the corpse with a malicious look in the sweat of his brow and realized that this was an amazing thing, because something had appeared that was not said a word about in the novel. Then the knight together with the main character looked into a huge hole from where the black eyes of the other monsters appeared. These insects with a bloodthirsty look began to crawl in all directions. Lloyd immediately waved his hand at his workers, who began to run away in horror to the exit. At this time, Lloyd swung his blade and chopped all the monsters. The main character with an angry look, baring his teeth, tried to understand how many monsters were here, because if they got out, then they were finished. Xavier, out of breath, drew his blade, and Lloyd counted on him, but there was too little air here. At this time, the rest of the workers ran out of the mine, and he realized that it could not be destroyed without explosives, but even if the structure fell, there was a chance that the monsters would crawl out and tried to figure out what to do. At this time, Xavier slapped his master so that he would pull himself together and not panic. Then the enraged protagonist looked at the fighting knight and said that he did not panic, but thought. The angry knight looked back and said that he would not be able to hold back the monsters for long. Brown-haired held his shovel tightly, baring his teeth and thinking about what to do here with a tunnel with ants, coal, and a dungeon. It was an ordinary light bulb in a black space. Then this light bulb began to emit streams of discharges in all directions above the protagonist's head. Lloyd immediately grabbed the torch in the wall. He took his shovel and torch and shouted to the knight that they needed to move forward to attack. The blue-haired knight continued to grin furiously and realized that it sounded crazy, but he ran to attack. Xavier then deftly cut all the ant bodies with his blade because he realized that there was a point in this. The main character bloodthirstily ran to attack with his torch together with the knight. From the palace came screams that there was bad news for the Baron. Arcus opened his mouth in horror, hearing about the mutant ants and trying to understand where his son was. He immediately opened his armor cabinet, and the assistant said that all the workers were successfully evacuated, but Sir Xavier was still there and Baron would soon seal the entrance to the mine. Arcus immediately began to put on his armor and wanted to hurry, tightening his belt. Xavier bloodthirstily chopped the ants, from which blue splashes of blood flew. The knight held the blade in front of him, looking back with anger, trying to understand why there were more and more ants. The protagonist at this time held a torch and shouted that now was not the time for talking, because he was very busy. They stood back to back and fought off the mutant ants from all sides, because he understood that it was good that they did not come out of their holes, but the situation itself was very terrible. The knight bowed his head and fought with anger, because he was almost at the limit and did not care that it was hot here and little air, but there were a lot of ants. At this time, the protagonist angrily bared his teeth, using his scanning vision, because he was trying to find methane in the dungeon. They continued to fight the ants, standing next to each other in the cave. He understood that coal was a place where methanogens were spreading, and because of this, layers of methane gas were hidden under all the mineral veins. He pulled out his burning torch and tried to understand. If he could only find it, he would blow up all the ants. Then he looked closely at his knight behind him. With his scan, he looked at the ground and saw a piece of a layer of methane gas. He immediately stuck his shovel into the ground and was about to dig. He spread his legs wide and began to dig the ground, looking back at the knight and giving him the order to hold off the monsters. He immediately began to furiously dig the ground quickly. At this time, a huge ant tried to attack him. Xavier at this time swung his blade. While Lloyd was digging, Xavier, at this time, dealt with the rest of the monsters. Cutting the air around with his blade, he cut down the monsters, protecting the master. They immediately covered their ears from the loud earthquake and noise. A huge main ant appeared. The guys raised their heads in horror and realized that it was the queen ant. This huge monster immediately began to attack the guys. At this time, the brown-haired guy and the knight held their weapons and stared intently at the monster. Lloyd tried to ask his fighter if he could defeat her, to which he received a refusal. The brown-haired guy ironically said that if he did not try, he would not know, although Xavier understood that there were things that he could not do, even if he did not try it. The blue-haired guy put the blade behind his head and said that at the moment they still had no other choice. The queen ant furiously flew to attack. The knight immediately raised his blade and a blue core began to grow above it. He immediately attacked the belly of the queen monster with his blade. This bloodthirsty ant immediately fell into a stupor. The knight bloodthirstily stuck the tip of his blade into the monster's belly. Then he waved his weapon away from the monster. At this time, the brown-haired man continued to furiously dig the ground and understood that there was no time to lose, so he wanted his knight to hold out longer. At this time, the blue-haired knight swung his blade, fighting off the attack of the bloodthirsty queen of monsters. He stuck his shovel into the hole, and a stream of gas was heard from there. The brown-haired man immediately bared his teeth angrily in bewilderment. Lloyd immediately ran to his torch to grab it and told his fighter to run faster to the entrance. They began to run away from the cave and the monster was chasing them. It was an earthen cave where the chopped parts of the monsters lay, because they noticed a narrow passage that they had already used. The knight ran after the protagonist, who was holding a torch in his hands. Then our hero looked back, trying to throw the torch away. He immediately released a fiery torch towards the hole. This torch first hit the head and then flew off the ant. The fiery torch continued to fly into the depths of the cave, bouncing off the ground. The Queen of Monsters was about to finish off the prostrate main character. This flow of gas from the ground began to intensify. Suddenly, the entire space of the cave began to be enveloped in fire. A powerful fiery explosion occurred. The knight covered the master with his body when the explosion occurred. The ants watched the growing fiery explosion. It was a powerful surge of fiery energy. The knight continued to press the protagonist to the ground, protecting him with his body. At this time, Arcus, along with other knights and assistants, stood at the entrance to the mine. Daeron tried to hold Arcus, who was about to run in armor to save his son. After the explosion, the battered Xavier continued to press Lloyd with his body. The brown-haired man at this time held his ears, grimacing. Then he began to get up, looking at the fallen Queen Ant and realized that her plan worked. Then he looked closely at the lying knight and realized that he protected him. Then he picked up the pink snake and apologized to her for being in such a state. Then he looked up at the entrance. He saw that their entrance was completely blocked. He began to get up, leaning his hand on the shovel, and his ears were ringing. A notification popped up that there was a lack of oxygen. He looked ahead with his scanning vision in displeasure. He again saw the entrance with the help of scanning and realized that he needed to dig through faster, but he also had to dig more than 5 meters. A bar with the oxygen level appeared, which was already running out. He stuck the shovel into the ground and was about to dig because they had no other way out. At this time, the battered Xavier raised his gaze. With his cloudy vision, he saw Lloyd digging the ground and shouting that they should get out together. The knight continued to lose consciousness and barely saw Lloyd's silhouette, who wanted to save them all. Then the blue-haired knight fell unconscious, hanging his head. A notification from the system appeared, which admired his act of not abandoning the knight. A notification popped up that Xavier's opinion of him had increased by +6. Received 108 RP, accumulated 157. The completely out-of-breath protagonist tried to catch his breath in the sweat of his brow. a notification with an oxygen level that was already on the edge. He understood that he had nothing more to lose and the oxygen level had noticeably decreased. The brown-haired man threw the shovel behind his head and frowned in the sweat of his brow, turning to the system because he wanted to find a search for knowledge that could develop skills. The system overload appeared. The main character stood with an angry look in the blue circle of the system. A message popped up that knowledge was detected and the absorption of the surrounding mana began. It was a bunch of pop-up notifications where, by combining these skills, he would be able to master the technique of the Azrahan core. He smiled maliciously, raising his fist, and was glad that he had not given up training since the duel with Newman and would be able to develop his skill as he wanted. His system asked in the window whether he wanted to master this technique, and he agreed. He spread his legs wide and began to absorb the blue color because he had acquired the skill of the aura. A glimmer of blue appeared in space. This ray of light began to circulate in space. His gray silhouette looked calm when the beam of light enveloped his heart, and he felt it all, but unfortunately, he did not have mana in his heart, but he could feel the presence of rings. Notification that mana had expanded by 120%. He slightly pressed his lips and realized that if he were an ordinary person, even if he trained hard, he might not get the result right away. But he had RP. A window with the Azrahan core technique popped up where he was going to increase the level in one click. He immediately pressed the increase skill key with his finger and inserted everything. He spread his legs wide again, began to study the blue light because he had increased the level of the core technique. Notification that mana had expanded by 125%. Then he again wanted to increase the level and pressed the corresponding key. He furiously continued to increase his level by pressing the key. But he tried to figure out if he would need these points later, but now he had no choice and would level up as long as he could. Out of breath, he stretched his finger to the system window, wanting to level up. Rays of blue light filled the space with them. The protagonist looked at the ongoing technique of the dual ring core in surprise, and the mana increased by 200%. A message that 100 points were needed before increasing the next level, but he only had 7 left. He bared his teeth with a shabby look and tried to figure out how things were now and whether the number of rings had increased. A window appeared where he had an available skill, and he couldn't help but feel tired for 10 minutes. Message with an available skill is an energy burst, where there was an expansion of mana, which will increase by 3 times for 20 seconds. He bloodthirstily grabbed his shovel, baring his teeth and wanting to go further. He raised the shovel over his head with a bloodthirsty expression and emitted light discharges into the entire space. He began to dig even harder at a fast pace. A message about the oxygen level, which was almost running out. The protagonist bared his teeth with a furious look and really wanted to see the flow of oxygen. With the help of scanning, he saw a room and wanted to find just a small opening, because if he could only find a crack, he would be able to breathe. He continued to dig the ground with his shovel, creating a cave. After a moment, he had already excavated a significant part of the cave. A red message about the oxygen level approaching 0. He stared ahead with a piercing gaze with the help of scanning, sweating. With the help of scanning, he saw a hole in the wall and saw an exit. Screams and dust from excavations were heard from the cave. At this time, the knight lay unconscious along with the pink snake. Lloyd continued to bloodthirstily dig the tunnel. A red message about the oxygen level was already running out. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, wanting to find a way out. That same red notification that the oxygen was already running out. With the help of scanning, he saw this hole, which was about 3 meters away. He fell to his knees. He also dropped his shovel. He was sitting on his knees with a dejected look, because the effect of the skills had ceased. While Xavier and the snake lay unconscious, Lloyd was sitting on his knees. He immediately thought about the release of energy, grabbed the shovel again and jumped up with a bloodthirsty look. He began to dig the ground again with an intensified look. With the help of scanning, he almost approached the hole, because there was very little left for it. Notification of the oxygen level, which was completely over. The main character fell to the ground unconscious. Everything ended quickly. He lay on the ground with a half-dead look and realized that as the son of a nobleman living in a remote area, he only dreamed of a quiet life. Then he closed his eyes. He lay on his stomach, on the ground near the shovel. Suddenly there was a sound. The brown-haired man slightly opened his eyes, convulsively tried to stick, looking at the cave, hearing the sounds. Suddenly, Peepadong burst through the hole in the ground with a joyful look. Lloyd, with a joyful look, bulged his eyes with a smile. He immediately opened his mouth wide and began to inhale fresh air. Then, with the help of a shovel, he was going to get up and understood that a quiet life was definitely waiting for him. The night blue moon illuminated the mountain plain. A hot torch was in the cave. Arcus, along with the rest of the fighters, went inside with the help of torches. Bayern walked next to him and said that it was dangerous to go further, but the Baron asked everyone to go back, and he himself would go to the end. Arcus stared ahead with a torch. He saw 2 silhouettes when his son carried a knight. The protagonist with a tired look carried his faithful comrade on his back. A message popped up that using exceptional skills in an emergency situation had helped him surpass the limits of human ability, and the special case coupled with the skill of Azrahan's core technique had a strong effect on him. Notification with the available skill of the power mode, even when he was greatly exhausted, traces of the core technique could still have an effect. Arcus immediately dropped the torch and ran to his son. The protagonist, looking tired, carried the body of the unconscious knight. The brown-haired man and the unconscious knight fell into Arcus's arms. A large blue moon was visible through the black clouds. It was the next morning at dawn in a flat town. A man in a suit carried a wooden box, looked back at the janitor and said that he thought this young gentleman was an idiot, but it turned out that this was not the case. The sun's rays illuminated the houses of the town, and the man said that his nephew was in the thick of things. He saw everything himself. When the giant ants attacked, the master's first thought was to save the workers, and the rumors were true. It was a busy street, the town, when these guys talked to each other and said that Lloyd and the knight remained in the mine, and they heard that they killed all the monsters. And then the main character carried the knight on his shoulders. The rising sun enveloped the flat town, and they realized that this guy was different from the same Lloyd they knew. At this time, the knight was sitting on a chair in front of the protagonist, who was lying on the bed. Lloyd was lying on a pillow with his eyes closed. Then he began to open his eyes. Xavier immediately exclaimed, notification that the inhabitants of their estate were deeply impressed by his heroic actions and did not stop praising him. The main character looked at the status window with a half-dead look. A system message popped up that he would be rewarded with additional points for outstanding achievements, and his balance was replenished to 507. The main character immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise and realized that he had become a hero. Then he looked ahead with a smile. A white rocky path led to a cave. The workers continued to rebuild and construct it. Then they began to look around in surprise. They saw that the main character entered the cave with a knight. The workers immediately began to bow before them and greeted them for their merits. The worker looked at his savior with an admiring look and a sullen grin, because he was different from other nobility and was a true example of nobility. The brown-haired man with a downcast look and an ironic grin felt awkward. A burning torch illuminated the cave, because 2 weeks had passed since the ant incident and work in the stone mine was in full swing. The brown-haired man walked with a torch into the narrow gorge of the cave, because in such a turbulent time, their safety should come first, and he should avoid even the slightest occurrence of danger. The two of them walked into the caves with torches, and the knight said that today they were looking for ant trails and wanted to ask a question. Lloyd replied that there was no point in wasting oxygen on the post and wanted to quickly talk. The protagonist looked back at the knight behind him, who asked why he himself constantly exposed himself to danger, because he could just order others to do it for him. Xavier looked closely at the gentleman and realized that it could not be that he was interested in the safety of ordinary workers, and said that he, as the future heir to the estate, should be more careful. The knight looked at the back of the brown-haired man, who walked in front, and called him a fool. The protagonist continued to walk forward with his shovel torch and stated that he must, so it is to bear responsibility for all possible risks. Xavier was slightly surprised. Lloyd looked at him mockingly, looked back and said that in this case, even if he throws money around, no one will dare to say anything to him. Xavier continued to look at the protagonist with bewilderment and tried to understand whether it was good or bad. Notification that the level of his sympathy for him was about to increase, but suddenly changed his mind. The two of them came to a dead end in the cave and realized that it was worth looking in another place. Still, the brown-haired man tried to look around with his scanning vision and realized that there was a hollow space. He immediately began to dig the ground, and Xavier realized that he wanted to make sure of this personally, because this is where the queen could lay her eggs, and if the eggs did not hatch later, then they must kill them. The main character made his way into a new space in a narrow gorge. He saw tied piglets and an orc tied with a web. They entered a cave where the domestic animals were completely covered in webs, and there was also a green orc. The knight immediately wanted to get his blade, but Lloyd calmed him down because he did not see any danger here, because surprisingly he was behaving recklessly now. It was a green orc girl, and Xavier tried to understand what kind of creature it was. The main character came closer and held out a torch, assuming that the monster could die. The knight explained that this was unlikely because he had heard that ants prefer to keep their prey, having previously paralyzed it. The brown-haired man immediately smiled maliciously. Spreading into a wide sarcastic grin, he realized that this was an incredible find. Then they were transferred to the palace again. It was a rescued orc named Harach who stated that Lloyd was his savior and he would never forget his deed. This orc was sitting on the bed in front of the protagonist, who was sitting on a chair opposite and trying to understand his accent, which he could use for his character. Harach turned out to be the son of the chieftain of the orc tribe, and thanks to the care of the healer, he came to his senses very quickly. Harach came with a fist of his chest and declared that he was the son of the chieftain of the Steel Sand tribe and would never forget the kindness of the main character and would give him everything he wanted. The protagonist with a mocking grin touched his chin and realized that he saved this guy for personal gain. They immediately leaned towards each other. The brown-haired man with a spreading smile asked the orc to call a bunch of his comrades to help in the mines. The green man looked at him with bewilderment and refused. The protagonist slightly drooped and was horrified. Then Lloyd smiled again and tried to understand the reason. The green man replied that the guy just clicked his tongue and looked like a bad person, but Lloyd said that it was just a habit. Harach pointed at himself and said that they were warriors, and warriors only followed orders from their commander. The protagonist crossed his arms in confusion and thought that this was a problem, because he was not considered a warrior, which meant he could not order them around. The protagonist imagined a powerful orc with a severed ant head. He noted that he had heard that orcs, upon reaching adulthood, must go into the wild and bring back the head of a giant ant, but Harach made the mistake of going to the ant lair, where he was immediately immobilized. Lloyd pressed his lips together. He then began to lick them with his tongue. The protagonist smiled widely, clapping his hands. He said that nothing could be done, congratulating Harach on his coming of age. The orc looked down with a sad look. He said that he failed his task and did not catch the giant ant, and he could not move and fell. Lloyd asked what he was talking about. The protagonist pointed to the head of the huge ant with a wide smile. He asked the orc that they had not caught it together. The orc looked at the ant's head with confusion, saying that he did not remember catching such a huge ant. The brown-haired man said that, of course, he did not remember anything because he was unconscious. After which the guy put his hand on the orc's shoulder, looking at him with a serious look. He noted that he had witnessed a truly impressive sight, and when he reached the lair, he saw the queen shaking with fear. Lloyd looked at Harach with a cold look. He stated that the queen screamed that she did not believe that she had lost to the young orc. Harach asked if this was true and that the ant monsters understood their speech. Lloyd noted that they had succeeded in this quite well. Xavier looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The protagonist said that thanks to him, it was much easier to find their lair. The protagonist approached the orc from behind, after which he looked at him from the other side, saying that in general they caught that giant ant together. The protagonist and the orc looked at the ant's head in surprise. Lloyd looked at Harach with a wide smile, saying that he was an unrivaled warrior, and Lloyd too. Harach looked at the hero in confusion, saying about an unrivaled warrior. The hero narrowed his eyes sarcastically, asking him about 120 orcs. The orc looked at the protagonist with confidence, clenching his hand into a fist, noting that they were his. White clouds floated above the mountains. A week later, there were tents among the mountains, the village of the Steel Sand Orc tribe. Lloyd noted that this was how their long journey in search of labor ended. Akuch sat on the throne, looking at you with a serious look. He told Lloyd that he was very sorry, but they would not be able to fulfill his request. The protagonist looked at the orc in shock, wondering why he was backing out. The protagonist smiled in confusion, pressing his hand to his chest. He turned to the great chief of the Steel Sand tribe, Akuch, asking if he could know the reason for his refusal. The chief closed his eyes, saying that they were not strong enough to complete this task, and in order to maintain their strength, they needed to eat meat, and if they did not hunt, their muscles would weaken. Behind the chieftain stood a sad Harach. Akuch said that losing their strength would lead to the fall of the tribe, and they could not reduce the number of warriors since they were needed for hunting. The protagonist asked that they hunt every day. Akuch looked down at the protagonist, saying that this was true, and their muscles would weaken if they did not eat meat. The protagonist thought that he was an idiot with his muscles. Xavier looked at the thoughtful protagonist, saying that for them, proteins and muscles are the meaning of life, and it would be better to abandon this idea. Lloyd slightly opened his mouth, saying that he heard them. Then he spread his arms out to the sides, asking that if the meat did not spoil for several days, then they would not have to hunt constantly, and they could lend them workers. The chieftain nodded his head, saying that everything was right and they wanted to pay him back, but when it came to their strength, Lloyd moved his leg to the side, asking what it meant. It was possible. The protagonist leaned slightly, smiling contentedly. He asked the chief what if they had the ability to keep the meat fresh for a while. The protagonist noted that they needed to go back a little and remember the time when they first arrived at the village. Harach looked ahead with tears in his eyes at his father's ties. Akuch, with tears in his eyes, met his son. Harach suddenly rushed towards the chief. Akuch bounced off the ground, heading towards his son. The father and son ran towards each other, after which they hugged each other tightly. A huge wave of energy came from their collision. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in bewilderment, watching what was happening. He noted that it was just a hug, but the effect of it was so destructive, and if he stood between them, he would have been ground into powder. The protagonist grinned wickedly, thinking that if he were to get 120 of these brave craftsmen, their productivity would skyrocket 1,000-fold. Lloyd noted that there was something else that deserved attention. Harach presented his father with a huge ant head, telling him to watch as he had brought the head of the queen ant. The orcs began to raise their fists in the air. The chieftain shouted to his son that he was proud of him and that this day would be a holiday. The orcs began to squat with objects on their shoulders, saying that they were just training. The brown-haired man watched what was happening in bewilderment. A golden pillar was visible on the orc's shoulders. The protagonist looked at the pillar in shock, wondering what they were doing with these golden things. The orcs were training with golden objects. Lloyd noted that it felt like they were pulling them out of thin air. The orc was clutching a golden lamp in his hand. The protagonist noted that these things were more expensive than any other sports equipment. The protagonist grinned wickedly, holding a shovel in his hands. He stated that this is why he signed a contract with the chieftain for the construction, so that they would get both labor and treasure. Xavier looked at the piece of paper carefully. He said that they would build a stone cold storage, and in return they would get all sorts of expensive trinkets, but they would need special equipment to work with stone. The blue-haired guy looked at the protagonist curiously, asking what kind of stone cold storage was this. He thought that he had never heard of such a thing. The protagonist imagined a stone building. Lloyd asked the guy that he knew that the royal mages could keep food fresh using ice magic, noting that the cold storage was a building where he could do the same thing, only without magic. Xavier looked at the protagonist warily, asking how he knew all this. The brown-haired man said that he heard it from the circle. The guy asked what a circle was. The main character said that he was too lazy to explain, asking why he knew so little. After which he pointed his hand at the rock, saying that they would need a special kind of stone for the refrigerator. Granite, it is very strong. The guys looked at the rock. Xavier noted that something told him that it would not be easy to get it. Lloyd noted that this was true and it would not be easy. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that they did not have dynamite either, but they had an excellent replacement. The brown-haired man looked at the blue-haired guy, saying about the turn. The hero smiled slyly, thinking that he had one person in mind with dynamite. The blue-haired guy thought that, apparently, he was going to use it again. Lloyd noted that this is one of the key moments of the novel Night of Iron and Blood. A purple barrier towered over the city. Shaitan noted that this was Namaram. People looked at the purple barrier in horror. The protagonist noted that this was a city trapped inside a magical barrier and thousands of refugees were locked inside the city, whom Xavier had to save. The swordsman watched in horror. Lloyd noted that by that time Xavier had almost become a master of the sword, and his mana heart had the 4th mana ring, and he helplessly watched as mana was sucked out of the hearts of the captives. The swordsman bared his teeth, swinging his blade. He noted that he must save them even at the cost of his life. The protagonist noted that in this way, he himself, without knowing it, created a deadly technique. A blue energy sphere appeared in space. Xavier noted that it was necessary to protect Mana's main heart with 1 ring and the other 3 rings. An energy explosion occurred in space. Xavier noted that a blow would follow. The swordsman put his hand with the blade in front of him. He used the explosion skill. A fireball appeared from the guy. The fireball made a hole in the purple barrier above the city. The barrier began to dissolve. Brown-haired noted that later this explosion became the same technique that represented the Night of Iron and Blood along with the Asurahan Mind technique. The main character with an iron face smiled widely, asking that they cannot use such a technique. The swordsman looked at the character in bewilderment, asking how he knew this theory. The brown-haired guy said that he really had this idea for the first time, and he should look into his eyes, ask him what he thinks, he's lying. The protagonist was winding a strand of hair around his finger. The swordsman said that he was right and his eyes were terribly annoying, and he saw lies in them. Lloyd asked that he didn't believe him. Then he smiled widely, spreading his arms out to the sides. He said to just try, and he hoped that Xavier's skill would only improve from this. The blue-haired guy noted that he knew that he would still do it his way. Lloyd asked what he was talking about, suggesting that they always wish each other only the best. The protagonist looked at the swordsman's back with a sly grin. Xavier said that if the theory was correct, then he would only benefit from it. Lloyd thought that if he succeeded, he would also make every effort. The swordsman put the weapon in front of him, thinking that he needed to protect the heart of the mana with 1 ring and the other 3 rings. Xavier plunged his blade into the rock, noting that he needed to release it. A bright light appeared from the rock. The protagonist watched what was happening in bewilderment, wondering if this was a success on the first try. Clouds of smoke rose, among which a black silhouette of a guy was visible. From the clouds of smoke, Xavier appeared with torn clothes. The swordsman looked at the protagonist with displeasure, asking if he had planned everything on purpose. The brown-haired man noted that he had not at all, and he was sorry that it had turned out this way. The swordsman sighed heavily, putting the blade back in its sheath. He said that in any case, this time his idea worked, now it was his turn. The system announced that Xavier was grateful for the lesson and the sympathy level Xavier had increased by +3. The system announced that the sympathy level was -11. The system announced that he had earned 54 RP, improving relations with key characters and a total RP of 561. The swordsman turned his back to the protagonist. He said that he knew that he was a knight and his skills should be used to protect the Baron, and he was using them in construction. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously, saying that he did not need thanks. The knight looked back at the brown-haired man with a cold gaze, saying that he was not grateful at all. Lloyd noted that the construction had been progressing quickly since then. A huge peapodong stood next to the protagonist. The protagonist noted that the granite that Xavier had split and shaped had been delivered to the peapodong construction site. The man looked at the orc with bewilderment, who waved his hand. The orc told the man that he would only strain his back like that, and he would show him how it should be done. The men watched as the orcs carried stones. The protagonist said that he did not even ask them to do this, but the orcs, addicted to training, did all the work themselves. The orc said that this was like a regular training, and now it was necessary to let it go. The protagonist watched with curiosity what was happening, thinking that at this rate they would finish the construction 5 times faster. Lloyd looked ahead with a serious look, noting that now they only needed ice and insulation. Xavier stood next to the protagonist. Lloyd asked the knight that he had sent workers for insulation material, and that it was a long time ago. The swordsman noted that exactly 3 weeks had passed. The protagonist looked at the knight with caution, asking that then it was time for them to return already. The swordsman turned his gaze to the brown-haired man, noting that there were 2 possible options. Either the soldiers were too lazy, or the protagonist frowned, saying that something had happened to them. After which he stood up, saying that they needed to find out everything. Xavier put his hand in front of the main character. He looked at the brown-haired man with a serious look, said that if the task was to take place in this, then he would go one, and he did not know exactly what could have happened and thought that he should not go. The brown-haired man squinted at the knight, asking that they had already discussed this. The protagonist put his hand to his side, noting that he was in charge of the construction and was responsible for the workers. Xavier closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Lloyd said that it was time to go. White clouds floated over the deserted cliffs. A glove lay in the middle of the road. The protagonist leaned towards the glove, picking it up. He noted that these were the gloves he ordered for insulation work. Xavier squinted and looked away, calling out to the protagonist. The guys were standing on the edge of a cliff. Xavier said that there was some kind of strange atmosphere in this gorge. Lloyd asked how strange it was. The brown-haired man looked at the knight in bewilderment. The swordsman said that the flow of mana there was quite unusual, and there was no accuracy since everything was blurred. Lloyd wondered what was blurred and what kind of gorge this was. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, noting that he had seen something like this on the pages of the novel Knight of Iron and Blood, after which he looked ahead dumbfounded. The main character abruptly went the other way, telling Xavier that they were leaving and that they had little time. The knight asked what he had discovered. The brown-haired man looked ahead with a frightened look, declaring that their soldiers might no longer be alive. Xavier looked at the protagonist in horror. White clouds were floating above the rocks. The protagonist stood on the ground in front of the straw, after which he leaned over to it, taking it in his hand. Lloyd was squeezing the straw in his hand. The guys approached the cave. The protagonist noted that this was the Ruffleland Gorge. The guys looked at the cave with a serious look. Brown-haired noted that at the very beginning of the novel, this place was mentioned as one of Xavier's goals, and the dark mage Ruffleland was hiding there. Lloyd wondered how he dared to touch their soldiers. Brown-haired's face twisted into a furious grimace. He wondered if entering private property was equated to a sin. The knight entered the cave, taking hold of his blade. He told the master to follow him. Lloyd asked to wait for him. Xavier stepped on the magic circle with his foot. The protagonist grabbed the swordsman by the coat, pulling him towards himself. An explosion occurred in front of the guys. They stood with their backs to the hole in the ground. The knight asked if it was a magic trap. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking if he was sure he was a knight, noting that he should calculate such moments in advance. Lloyd imagined the image of a wounded Xavier. He thought that in the novel, Xavier fell into the same trap when he was wounded and looking for cover. The knight slightly opened his mouth, after which he continued his way through the cave. Lloyd noted that their Xavier never makes mistakes twice. The brown-haired man pointed his finger to the side, asking what he said, that the flow of mana there is unusual. I suggest using my technique there too. The swordsman closed his eyes and spread his arms to the sides. The protagonist said that in a natural environment, mana has a constant concentration in the atmosphere. Blue particles of mana were flying in space. The hero said that this way he would be able to understand where the magical traps were. The blue energy particles connected with each other. Lloyd noted that he felt an unusual concentration of mana. Xavier looked ahead with a serious look. The protagonist followed the knight with a smile. The blue-haired guy said that they should go there. The protagonist noted that his senses were well sharpened. The swordsman looked away warily, thinking that he only does what he lies and insists, but now everything is different. The protagonist threw the shovel over his shoulder, following the swordsman. Xavier wondered what was going on, adding that he predicts events before they happen. The swordsman continued to follow the road, wondering how, and he does not feel any special energy, but could it be such a powerful mana? The blue-haired guy pursed his lips, thinking that first they need to figure out what awaits them ahead. The boys continued their way through the cave. The swordsman noted that they needed to save the hostages as quickly as possible. In the cave stood a man in black robes with a hood over his head, after which he looked back with a serious look. The boy stood near a table with books. He wondered if the trap had worked and someone had come to them, and who it could be. The man slammed the book shut, saying that he would find out soon, after which he approached the door, noting that he thought his preparations were complete. The man moved the lock on the door, thinking that his experiment would be successful. There were tied men in a locked room. The guy said he hoped. The mage pulled the guy out of the room by his hair, who begged for mercy. Then he threw the man into a magic circle. The mage picked up a scythe, looking in front of him with a terrifying look. He said that this was a magic circle that connected with hell and the merciless scythe of the Reaper, waiting for its time for 100 days in a vessel with blood and a young life. The mage swung his scythe, saying that it was perfect. The man closed his eyes, screaming loudly. The protagonist called out to the guy in the robe. The guy looked back with a crazy look. The brown-haired man looked at the guy with an enraged look, telling him not to touch him. Ruffalen put his hand in front of himself, creating a magic circle. He asked that they were crazy people, wondering how they got around all the traps. The guys stood in front of Ruffalen, after which a wall appeared in front of them. A wall soon appeared behind the guys. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, taking in air. Lloyd stood with his cheeks puffed out. The guys were ready for battle. Ruffalen smiled maliciously, thinking that he would put them to sleep with magic and then get even. The protagonist's eyes began to glow green. He thought that he was a lively guy. The system notified that he would not feel tired for 10 minutes. The brown-haired man began to furiously dig the ground, thinking that a couple of minutes would be enough for him, because now he was no longer in an ant tunnel. Xavier began to rub his eyes. Lloyd noted that Xavier had never taken medication for insomnia, so no sleeping pill would work on him. The protagonist dug a hole in the ground, noting that he had already gone too far. The knight looked down with a serious look, thinking that he looked like a mole, and when the opportunity presented itself, he would laugh at it. The protagonist began to point his finger to the knight, thinking that he should quickly go there. The swordsman stood in the tunnel, swinging his weapon. Energy appeared around the blade. The knight thrust his blade into the wall. He used the explosion skill. A pillar of fire appeared in front of the magician, after which he fell to the ground in horror, watching what was happening. A huge hole appeared in the ground. The protagonist's hand rose from the hole. Lloyd began to rise from the tunnel. He fell out of the hole, looking at the magician with a terrifying look, saying that he had never seen such a huge monster before. Ruffalen bared his teeth, creating magic circles, thinking that he had never seen such a huge monster. The magician pressed his hands to the ground, creating a huge magic circle. A huge monster with 2 heads appeared behind the magician. The man smiled madly, thinking that even though his experiment had failed, this was his most powerful creation. A huge, terrifying monster stood before the boys. The mage thought that they should at least try to scratch his steel armor. The protagonist looked away in confusion, saying that they would have a hard time in his weak legs. Lloyd looked at Xavier in bewilderment, who jumped into the air. The swordsman delivered a fiery slashing blow to the monster using the skill ripping wave. Xavier cut the monster in half. Ruffalen watched in horror. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if he could use the power of the explosion as an auxiliary force and cut in half. Xavier leaned slightly, putting his weapon back in its sheath. Lloyd wondered why the novel didn't mention this technique. The boys stood in a pompous stance. The mage looked at the guys with horror, thinking that he was in trouble and no matter what he did, he would not be able to defeat them. The protagonist squatted down next to the man. He looked at the mage with a terrifying look, saying that he had kidnapped their soldiers and now their construction had stopped because of him, asking how he was going to pay him. Ruffalen bowed before the protagonist, thinking that it would be better for him to lie down on the ground for now because he had to survive by any means. The mage said that he had committed a great sin and was begging for forgiveness. Lloyd noted that he should not say that, and he was asking about compensation for the damage caused. The man looked ahead with horror, saying that there were many valuable things there and he would give them everything. The protagonist grinned slyly, asking that this was true, and therefore it was all his. The man said that of course he could take everything. Xavier pulled the worker out of the room by the arm, telling the master that the soldiers were severely exhausted, but their lives were not in danger. Lloyd said that was great and he was glad to hear it. The protagonist looked at the mage with a cold gaze, saying that in a couple of days they would have been dead, asking what he was going to do with them. The mage bared his teeth, saying that he was doing research, trying to find out how to bring the dead back to life. The protagonist looked at the man with disdain, asking what was even possible and why he needed to know. The man narrowed his eyes. He continued to sit, bowing in front of the protagonist. Ruffalen stated that it was to bring back his wife and son. The protagonist looked at the mage with a serious look. Ruffalen remembered how he held his son in his arms with a smile and looked at his wife. He said that he was a mage in the house of a baron and lived an ordinary life with his family, And not just an ordinary one, he was happy. Ruffalin imagined the Baron holding out his hand, and then the happy picture cracked. He said that the Baron he served, he suddenly wanted to take his wife away from him, so he tried to escape with them. The protagonist closed his eyes, opening his mouth wide. Ruffalin said that the Baron was chasing them. Lloyd told him to stop and that he was good at sculpting. He looked at the mage with a serious look, asking what it meant. If he saved his wife and son, they would thank him for killing hundreds of innocent lives and saving them, and that he thought they would thank him like that. The man looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The brown-haired man noted that the ghouls he created. The hero looked at the man with a cold look. He asked that the lives of the people he sacrificed, their families, their happiness, and for him it all meant nothing, adding that he did not think that his story deserved pity. Xavier watched the events with a serious look. Brown-haired man told him not to speak, his true nature cannot be changed. Ruffalin looked down with a sad look. Brown-haired man noted that he had destroyed the happiness of so many families, and he would forever remain a murderer. Tears began to flow from the mage's eyes. The hero pressed his lips together. He rose to his feet, saying that he would return later with reinforcements and take all of his magical items. The protagonist turned his back to the man, noting that if he tried to harm anyone else, he should not expect mercy. The mage looked at the protagonist in shock, after which he bowed before the protagonist again, thanking him. Lloyd stood with his back to him, pressing his lips together. He imagined the image of the swordsman behind the mage. Lloyd noted that in the novel, Xavier forgave Ruffalin and left the cave. The protagonist presented the image of the disfigured mage, noting that Ruffalin then killed hundreds more innocent people and experimented on himself, and he turned into an uncontrollable and annoying villain who challenged Xavier again and again. Lloyd took a step, noting that even though he knew about it, he now turned his back on him because the mage's face was hidden under the hood. Ruffalin peered out from under the hood with a terrifying look. Lloyd stood with his back to the man. The mage opened his mouth wide, creating a magic circle. He approached the protagonist with a mad smile, preparing to attack him. Lloyd looked behind him, looking at the mage with a frightening look. He asked the man if he had ever forgiven him. Ruffalin looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The brown-haired man thought that he knew from the very beginning what this would lead to. Xavier attacked the mage, cutting off his head. Ruffalin's head bounced off the air. The man in the work uniform looked ahead with displeasure. He told the guy that he was nothing but trash, rotten to the core, and when he greeted him, he should bow 90 degrees, asking if he understood. The protagonist noted that there was a dude who constantly swore for no reason. Lloyd remembered himself in his real world when he nervously looked ahead. He noted that it happened every damn time. The brunette bowed to the man, apologizing to him, noting that he would be more careful in the future. The worker told him to keep his back straight. Lloyd noted that there was nothing wrong with that. One should avoid quarrels, one fight leads to another. The man turned his back to the guy, saying that the youth of their day have to be taught everything, and all they themselves know how to do is eat. The protagonist noted that if he was polite, then he would change. With such thoughts, he tried to put up with the situation. A beautiful orange sunset was visible in the sky. Lloyd asked what this led to. The brunette bowed to the man, greeting him. The guy stood motionless in a bent position. The man asked what he was at the demonstration, noting that he almost went deaf. The protagonist noted that he saw him as a punching bag. The man turned his back on the guy, saying how pathetic he was. Lloyd gritted his teeth, thinking that he needed to hold on and it would all be over soon. The guy bared his teeth, thinking that he needed to restrain himself, and if he made a scene himself, he would only suffer more, and he needed to relax. The worker stood with his back to the guy, saying that only a worthless mother could have such a worthless son. The protagonist widened his eyes in rage. The guy put his hand on the man's shoulder, after which he bared his teeth and swung his fist. The brunette hit the man in the face. The workers looked back, watching what was happening, not understanding what had happened. Lloyd punched the man in the face, after which he hit him again. The brunette kicked the man in the stomach. He noted that while he was hitting him, there was only one thought in his head, that he was doomed. The workers ran up to the guy, stopping him. The guy was carrying pipes on his shoulder. Lloyd asked what the result was. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The man looked at the protagonist with horror. Then he turned his head to the side. The brunette stood motionless, looking at the man leaving. The protagonist noted that peace had come. The protagonist turned his back to the dead body of the magician. He noted that sometimes he should stop any violence, wondering if everything would be okay then. The protagonist recalled the news on TV. He noted that there were a lot of serial killers and rapists in Korea, wondering why the most vicious criminals escaped punishment, and perhaps it was all about human rights. Ruffalin's head was lying on the ground. Lloyd thought it was funny, but then the villain should get what he deserved. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The guys were walking along the road in the forest. The man was carrying a backpack on his back with an exhausted look. The protagonist looked back. The worker looked at the young gentleman in surprise. The brown-haired man said to give him his load before he collapsed. The man began to refuse the offer. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that if he felt bad, he would have to carry both of them, so he should give it to him quickly. The sun's rays were breaking through the trees. The young master said that all the men should quickly hand him their backpacks, noting that this was an order. The workers looked at the young master in confusion, saying that they would carry them themselves and how could such a noble man do this. The protagonist threw the backpacks on his back, saying that whoever was the most troublesome would not receive additional pay. Tears appeared in the workers' eyes. Xavier watched what was happening in bewilderment, thinking that he did not know whether they made it in the backpacks themselves or that he was genuinely concerned about the well-being of the soldiers, and he did not understand him at all. The soldiers looked at the young master with touched expressions. The knight thought that the truth was not important to the soldiers now. Lloyd carried the backpacks with a serious look. The swordsman thought that a leader they could trust and follow. That's what the soldiers thought of young Master Lloyd. The system announced that the freed soldiers were deeply touched by his actions, and after some time, stories about him would be passed on by word of mouth. The protagonist pursed his lips. The system asked if it wasn't lovely. The protagonist looked ahead irritably, asking what was lovely, noting that he didn't need anything except money. The weather was clear above the orc tribe. The iron doors to the stone cold storage were open. Harach looked around the room with curiosity, saying that this was the cold storage. The chieftain's son looked up uncertainly. He looked behind him, saying that it was only slightly cooler there than outside and the meat would quickly spoil, and their muscles would lose their former strength. Lloyd said that it was only for now and that was obvious. The protagonist smiled widely, noting that it was because there was no ice and they weren't done yet. The chieftain's son looked at the young master in confusion, saying that he knew what ice was and it was hot there, so there was no ice there. The brown-haired man smiled widely, saying that if not, they could make it themselves. Harach frowned in confusion, looking at the brown-haired man, asking how. The young master continued to smile, saying that whatever. Harach looked at the protagonist warily. The brown-haired man continued to force a smile onto his face. The orc narrowed his eyes, wondering if he had brought home a crook and maybe the story about the queen was a lie. The protagonist smirked slightly. The system notified that Harach was not as stupid as he thought. Lloyd said for the system to close, and he never ever thought that it was just her thoughts. The system said that it was not at all, and it was he who thought he was stupid. Lloyd noted that the level of sympathy was still much more important, or rather, the client was more important. Harach began to shake his head from side to side. He thought that Lloyd had saved him, and he should not have thought badly of him. The young master waved goodbye to the orc. The chieftain's son said that if he needed help, he could call at any time. The protagonist told him not to worry and wait until the work was finished. Xavier looked at the protagonist with curiosity, asking where they would get ice. Lloyd stood motionless with his hand raised, after which he looked back in confusion, saying that he was also interested in where. Xavier looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, noting that these were the eyes of a man who did not know what to do. The knight looked at the young gentleman with concern, asking him that he had signed a contract without a concrete plan and that he was going to cheat them. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. Lloyd asked if he knew the first signs of failure. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. He held his hand out in front of the knight, saying that there would definitely be a lot of reasons, so there was no need to act like that, and that without trying, you wouldn't know if it would work or not. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with a confident look, saying that the one who would succeed would be the one who would be open to everything new and try to fix the situation. Lloyd clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he called this innovation. The young gentleman raised his fist, noting that these were the thoughts of a true entrepreneur. The brown-haired man stood motionless in front of the swordsman. Xavier looked at the guy with indignation, thinking that this was impossible and that such an undertaking had a higher chance of failing. A full moon was visible in the night sky. The protagonist looked thoughtfully ahead while sitting on a rock. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that everything was right and that he would first make a huge ice cube. Lloyd imagined Belle and Peepodong pouring water into a container. He noted that Peepodong and Belle would first bring water from the lake. The protagonist imagined the image of a magician who had conjured ice. He noted that ice magic existed in this world, wondering what its principle was. The brown-haired man rested his head on his fist. He thought about magic and the free use of mana and a technique based on freely changing the flow of mana. The brown-haired man imagined the image of a particle of magic. He noted that he was sure that this was possible due to daily training in absorbing mana and that there were several types of natural mana. Orange particles of mana moved in space. A bright flash of mana occurred in space. The protagonist noted that in this way, changes depended on the nature of mana. The young master pressed his lips together, after which he grinned mischievously, thinking that of course he couldn't use mana as he wanted. Peepodong and Belle were moving towards the protagonist, Who is calling them? Lloyd leaned towards the water container, thinking that he could do something similar. The young master dipped his hand into the water, thinking about Asura's mind technique, absorbing mana. The protagonist spread his fingers in the water, noting that if he took away all the heat energy, then only cold energy would remain in the water. Blue particles of energy floated towards the young master's palm. Lloyd noted that he did everything the other way around, and it wasn't that easy. Xavier leaned towards the wall, crossing his arms over his chest. He watched the scene intently, thinking that he was being open-minded and trying to fix the situation, and he thought he was being unreasonable. The knight pursed his lips, thinking that he was also being irresponsible. The protagonist was gathering magic particles with a concentrated look. The swordsman noted that he was really trying to find a way out with dignity. Xavier sighed heavily, thinking that he couldn't understand him. A blue aura began to emanate from the protagonist. The system notified that he had developed a new skill thanks to Asura's mind technique. The system notified that the level had increased. Asura's mind technique double rings level 2. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. A couple of days later, Akuch and Haruch looked at what was happening in surprise. There were ice cubes in the room. The chieftain asked what he had gotten the ice from. The brown-haired man tapped his hand on the ice, saying that everything would be ready as soon as they installed the insulation. The orcs looked at the ice happily. Akuch noted that there was a lot of space there and they would no longer have to throw away meat. Haruch noted that they would no longer have to hunt every day. Lloyd watched what was happening with a satisfied grin. The chieftain said that they should celebrate and that Haruch should gather the people. The chieftain's son said that it was wonderful. The young gentleman looked at the knight with a sly grin, after which he raised his index finger, thinking that these were the thoughts of a true entrepreneur. Xavier closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, noting that he was not arguing. The weather was clear above the orc tribe. The chief said that their Steel Sand tribe thanked him. The protagonist slightly bowed, saying that there was no need for gratitude and that he was only following the terms of the contract. Lloyd Frontier got 120 workers. Akuch pressed his fist to his chest, saying that they, orcs, were different from humans and they did not do this for the sake of a contract. Thole looked at the guy with a serious look, noting that because they were sincerely grateful to him, that is why he, Akuch from the Steel Sand tribe, promised him. The chief stood in a pompous stance, saying that from now on, the Lloyd Frontier family and the Steel Sand tribe. The orcs showed off their muscles, clenching their hands into fists. Akuch said that he was announcing an alliance that was stronger than blood ties. The boys looked at the orcs in confusion. The chieftain looked at the young master with a confident look, noting that they proclaimed Frontier as their friend. Frontier's enemies were their enemies, and if he needed them, he should just call and they would come. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. The system notified that the tribe had become available and the orc tribe had accepted him as a true friend. The system notified that he could strengthen his kinship by using the orc's RP, bonus RP for opening the tribe plus 100, the amount of RP was 611. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. He clenched his fist and smiled broadly, saying that the Steel Sand tribe was cool. White clouds floated above the ground. Lloyd noted that they had once again set off on a long journey and returned home. The villagers watched the events in shock. The protagonist noted that, of course, the people were shocked. The protagonist was walking in the company of orcs. He noted that watching 120 units of living muscle come to the village. The young gentleman smiled in confusion, thinking that he should write an official appeal to calm the people down, because most often orcs are seen in a bad light. The protagonist's parents watched the crowd of orcs in horror. The young gentleman noted that even though the Baron was aware of his wanderings, he froze in place as soon as he saw the orcs in person. The system notified that the wonderful story of defeating the magician and saving the soldiers had spread throughout the area and the inhabitants of the estate were praising him for his noble courage. The system notified that he had received bonus RP for achievements in society plus 300, the amount of RP is 911. The young gentleman noted that besides, he did not even hope to receive a bonus, and he asked to stop praising him, but thanked for the RP. There were vials of liquids on the table. The protagonist noted that the Baron said that he would look for a rich buyer to sell what they got from the orcs and only the magic things of Ruffleland remained. The protagonist looked at the golden sphere with curiosity, after which he began to dig into the book. Xavier asked if he found anything that could be sold. The protagonist said that he did not know, and he was trying to figure out if they could use them as something before selling them. The protagonist looked at the book in shock, wondering what it was, after which he abruptly jumped up, saying that he urgently needed to go to the mines and let him clean up after him there. The protagonist ran along the road to the mines. He began to frantically look around, asking where Thords was. Thords approached the protagonist with an exhausted look, asking what he was looking for. The young gentleman said that he had good news. The guy looked at the young gentleman with an exhausted look. Lloyd asked if he remembered the details of their contract and that he would have to work for him for 520 years. The worker said that he remembered. The brown-haired man smiled widely, asking in fact, what was the point of this, noting that all these conditions were too ridiculous. Thords looked at the brown-haired man in surprise. The protagonist said that now he had nothing to worry about. The hero pointed to the book, saying that it said how to revive a dead person. Thords looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The main character smiled widely, saying that this meant that he would still be able to work the entire term, asking if he was happy and wasn't it fun. The guys stood motionless, looking at each other. Lloyd looked at the guy with a terrifying look, asking what was funny only to him, ordering the guy to smile. The worker looked at the young gentleman in a daze, after which he smiled widely as tears flowed from his eyes. The young gentleman winked at the guy, telling him not to be so sad. Lloyd walked to the exit raising his fist up, telling him to be cheerful. The system announced that the King of Hell himself was impressed by his efforts and was already thinking of offering him a job. Lloyd told him to slam it shut, asking what was so funny about it. The protagonist walked with a wide smile. The system agreed with the protagonist. White clouds floated above the estate. The brown-haired man walked along the corridor of the building, thinking that now he needed to discuss something with the Baron. The main character looked into the room, wondering why he was not there. The maid approached the young gentleman, saying that the Baron was receiving guests in the hall. Lloyd asked about the guests. The protagonist stared at the servants. The girl said that Mr. Yahello and Meatloaf were there. The protagonist continued to stare at the girl, after which his face twisted into a mad smile. The girl wondered what was wrong with his face. There was a beautiful candlestick hanging on the wall. Meatloaf said that as he already knew, he usually did not require the principal amount of the debt to be repaid in a lump sum. Arcus sat opposite the men, leaning slightly. Meatloaf said that, however, this time they could allow him to pay 10% of the debt. Meatloaf smiled maliciously, saying that if he transferred the ownership of the mine to them. The Baron looked down nervously. The man asked why he was silent, noting that for him this was the best offer. The Baron looked at the door in surprise when the protagonist said it was him, asking if he could come in. Arcus said that he could, of course, come in. The protagonist with a wide smile and looked into the room, saying what kind of meeting is this, asking how they are doing. The man with a displeased face showed the paper to the protagonist, said that if he came to threaten them again, then it is better for him to leave immediately since they have permission. The brown-haired man said that who would doubt it and how smart it is. The young gentleman smiled widely, saying that it can be concluded that they complained with a very good offer, asking nothing if he makes a counteroffer. Meatloaf looked at the guy with irritation, said that he is not going to listen to this idiot. The protagonist said that in the future they will pay off the debt in installments, but of course they cannot lower the interest. The enraged man pointed his finger at the protagonist, saying that he does not want to listen, asking how dare he. The main character smiled widely, asking what can be offered, but he cannot, adding that he is furious. An orc's leg appeared in the room. An enraged Harach appeared behind the protagonist, asking who had angered his brother Frontera. Meatloaf and Yahello looked at Harach in horror. The chieftain's son incinerated the men with a furious look. He said that the Steel Sand tribe would destroy anyone who made Frontera suffer. Lloyd smiled widely, lightly hitting the orc on the chest. He asked his friend what he was talking about, noting that nothing terrible had happened. The chieftain's son said that it hadn't happened at all, and that he looked angry. The protagonist noted that the man had simply raised his voice a little. Yahello and Meatloaf were shaking in horror. Lloyd told them to ignore him, asking how they liked his offer. The young master continued to smile, saying that if they refused him. Harach looked at the men with a terrifying look, while the protagonist smiled madly. The brown-haired man said that he would be deeply offended. Harach said that if they dare to upset Lloyd, he would tear them apart. The two men ran out of the estate in horror. The protagonist held a paper in his hands, looking at it. He said that he would like to make it so that there would be no more for a long time, but this is impossible, so he must be content with what he has. The Baron thanked the protagonist. The young master looked at the defense with a smile, saying that orders for the construction of the system are growing, and coal mining is in full swing, and they will be able to quickly pay them off. Brown-haired handed the paper to Arcus, noting that he should not lose this contract. Arcus looked at the protagonist in surprise. The hero said that they have worse problems, and if they do not solve them, then they will have a hard time. Brown-haired pointed his finger at the chieftain's son, saying that the orcs consume 10 times more food than they do. Arcus looked at the protagonist in horror. The young gentleman noted that their food expenses were no joke, but they would not be able to let them go. The menacing orc swung the poker. The protagonist noted that, as he had expected, orcs made excellent miners. The orc struck the ground with a furious blow. The worker pointed the orc out to the protagonist. Lloyd asked where he was. The worker said that this orc, he works non-stop for 24 hours. The soldiers began to drag the orc away. The protagonist told them to take him away from there and make sure he didn't show up there until tomorrow. The orc screamed that he didn't want to rest and wanted to work until his muscles weakened. The young master noted that their productivity was 10 times higher than he expected, and their endurance and strength were beyond description. Harach looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking what he was talking about money, noting that orcs didn't need money. The protagonist noted that they didn't even have to pay money every month, however. The chieftain's son slapped his stomach, saying that he just needed to feed them enough. The protagonist noted that this wasn't exactly a common problem. The brown-haired man sat on the couch and noted that they would have to raise taxes very much. The Baron looked at the protagonist in confusion. Shaitan said that they would buy orc meat with this money. Considering the productivity of the mines, they would not go into the negative. Arcus said that he understood him. Then he looked down at the floor, adding that one could not be sure that the inhabitants of their settlement would be able to afford it, noting that it was very difficult to make a decision, and they could not charge such a high tax. The hero smiled slightly, saying that if they constantly raised the tax, it would be robbery. What were they losing? Because they would work hard, and they could suffer losses if the amount of tax paid decreased. The Baron looked at the protagonist with curiosity, asking how exactly they would raise taxes then. Shaitan said that everything was simple and they would allow them to earn more money. The protagonist presented an image of a swamp, saying that the abandoned land in the north of the settlement, they would turn the Merez wetlands into a farm. The young gentleman smiled confidently, raising his index finger. He said that they would give it to the people and they would grow different crops, make a lot of money and pay taxes. There was a beautiful orange sunset in the sky. The protagonist stepped on the water. Lloyd and Xavier walked through the swamp. Xavier noted that it had been several hundred years since this land was abandoned, asking how people would be able to grow anything in such a place. The brown-haired man said that his big boss had an idea. The guy grinned in confusion, thinking that he said so, but it would not be easy. The protagonist was sitting near the sand filled with water. He noted that many things need to be taken into account, because the territory is not small and they need to come up with a system for carefully draining rainwater. The protagonist made small walls out of sand, noting that there was no other choice and would have to simulate a possible option. The protagonist was sitting in the middle of water and land. Lloyd asked what if he did this, noting that it was a failure. The young gentleman asked what might be too high, and then perhaps like this, noting that he had messed up again. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The protagonist was assembling a tower out of the ground with an exhausted look. The Baron and Xavier were watching what was happening. Arcus asked how many days had passed. The swordsman noted that it had been 21 days. Xavier looked at the Baron and said that he barely ate or slept, asking what he should leave him. Arcus said that there was no need to do that. The protagonist stood with a shovel and a bucket in his hands. Arcus said that he hated him, even though he was his son, and wondered if he would ever become a normal person and whether it was impossible. The protagonist pursed his lips, bending over to the ground. The Baron noted that now, for the sake of others, he was trying to bring about amazing changes. Arcus looked down with a sad look, saying that perhaps he could not help him in any way, but he was not going to interfere either. Xavier watched the protagonist closely, saying that it was a wise decision and right now, young Master Lloyd was responsible for his words and would not give up. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the ground with a serious look. The system notified that the level of sympathy and Baron Arcus for him increased. He received 20 RP level 931. The leaves on the trees rustled in the wind. The protagonist fell to his knees, after which he clenched his hand into a fist and raised it up. The young master clenched his teeth, raising his hands up. He noted that it should absorb, and then the water would drain as it should. The brown-haired man imagined falling gold coins, thinking that if they dealt with the water, they would be able to raise taxes. The brown-haired man imagined honey pouring on him. He thought about heavenly life. The protagonist stood motionless with his hands raised, after which he collapsed to the ground. Lloyd smirked, noting that he was exhausted, but it was bearable, and if you compare it to how he worked at night and got by with part-time jobs. Lloyd looked at the system window in shock. The system notified that his unusual experience had affected the design skill and a new skill was available to him. The protagonist looked at the system window with curiosity. It said that the design skill, Personal Choice 3, Modeling Mode, and modeling is possible by manipulating the collected data. A green diagram appeared in front of the young gentleman. He picked up a piece of land on the diagram with his hands. After that, stones fell from the top of the diagram. The brown-haired man looked at the system window in fury. The system window notified that he himself said that it was bearable. The protagonist said that he should have told him earlier because he was there for a month, adding that he meant it, asking if he knew how hard it was for him. The system notified that the skill can be visible due to the acquired wisdom. In this case, the reason was his desires. The protagonist squinted at the system window. He asked that when he first appeared there, what was his desire? Lloyd told him to just be honest, asking that he himself did not know and how his desire was connected with his appearance in this world. The young gentleman looked ahead in bewilderment. He said that he just wanted to graduate from college, get a license, get a job in a good company and not think about money, asking that is not what he wanted. The system notified that this is just his goal, and desire is much stronger, something that overcomes space and time. The main character slightly rose, shaking off the dust from his clothes. He said that if he was going to talk about the transience of life, it would be better to stop this conversation because right now he is busy. Lloyd opened his mouth when Belle and Peapodong appeared on his shoulders. The protagonist called out to the guys. Lloyd looked at Belle with a smile, asking that maybe it was time to meet new friends. A bright sun was visible behind the mountains. The protagonist stood near the swamp, saying that this was the first step of their project. The rodent and the snake looked at the protagonist in shock. The young gentleman said that they needed to pump out all the water from there. The rodent began to wave its paws nervously. Lloyd asked that the two of them couldn't handle it, noting that, of course. The brown-haired man put the small snake on the ground, saying that it meant that they would draw. The guy looked into the distance with a confident look, noting that he would use all his RP and draw as many creatures as he could. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. The brown-haired man said to show it. Random selection of a mystical creature, one choice equals 100 RP. The protagonist thought that since the price would increase by 1.5 times with each choice, he would be able to get 4 creatures. The main character pressed the start button, noting that he did not need any special skills. The young gentleman stood with his back turned, noting that it would be better to have huge creatures like Peapodong and Belle pump out the water, adding that it was somehow loud. The main character began to speak in an incomprehensible language. A green magic circle appeared in the air, from which a head appeared. A creature flew out of the magic circle, after which it hit the main character in the face. A small yellow ball bounced on the ground. A small hippopotamus stood on the ground, looking at the main character. The young gentleman looked at the creature in shock, asking not to tell him that it was a hippopotamus. Peapodong and Belle looked happily at their new friend. The small hippopotamus smiled widely, waving its paws. The animals began to circle happily. The main character leaned towards Hippo, saying that he did not want to distract them, asking if he could show him the instructions. Hippo spat out the paper from his mouth. Lloyd noted that he had already gotten used to it. The protagonist unfolded the wet leaf. He narrowed his eyes, asking that it would not grow even if fed a sunflower seed. Hippo looked at the protagonist with a joyful smile. Lloyd wondered if he had really missed something this time. The hero crossed his arms and looked thoughtfully at the animal, and it smiled at its new owner. Lloyd turned away and said that he would like to try again. Notice, the choice of a fantasy creature is available only once a day. The guy disappointedly muttered that he had only wasted his time. Peapodong and Belle stood up for their little friend, saying that the aristocrat was behaving rudely. The guy sat down next to them and explained that there was only more work to do, and Hippo was too small to be useful. The hamster and the snake actively protested. The hero hastened to calm them down. He looked at the new pet and asked what skill it had and if it could absorb at least the moisture from his clothes. A sign appeared above the creature, skill 1 time, level 1. The boy leaned forward and asked if the beast could really absorb water at once. He wondered how much. Hippo patted his stomach with a smile, and the brown-haired boy guessed that it meant 4 times the capacity of his stomach. Lloyd smiled tightly and looked away, thinking that he had gotten all the necessary skills so far. You could say he was lucky. The animal attracted attention and went to the water to demonstrate the skill. It bent down and began to drink. The boy stood and watched patiently along with the other 2 creatures. The boy raised his eyebrows questioningly. The pet had grown larger. The hero squinted, trying to figure out if he was imagining things. Hippo continued to drink. With each sip, the baby became larger. The brown-haired man gradually raised his head, looking at the animal. Now it had reached a colossal size, and there was almost no water left. Hippo rose and exhaled. In front of them was a dried-up crater where a fish was splashing pitifully. The guy stared ahead in amazement, not understanding how such a quantity of water could be drunk in such a short period of time. That meant they could dry it all up in a couple of days. Peapodong and Belle chuckled arrogantly, showing the owner how wrong he was. The young man smiled awkwardly and apologized to the system as well. He asked if the choice was really random, since only the skills he needed appeared as if by a click. The message said that when the hero first appeared in this world, his skills appeared one after another. Since his role as a person with an unenviable fate could bring him too much trouble, he must have developed the draw for luck skill. However, that might not be the case. The boy looked at the system window and muttered that the system was somehow negligent in explaining. Hippo looked at the owner and squeaked. The hero asked if he really wanted to drink more. The brown-haired man looked up decisively and allowed him to drink as much as he wanted because their construction starts tomorrow. The water was gradually draining. The boy planned to start the construction with the vertical drainage method. The workers looked up at the huge animal in shock. First, Hippo would pump out all the water from the swamps, then drain it into the river and become small again. Then the workers would loosen the soil and remove the roots and remains of plants. The men worked hard, and Xavier stuck his sword into the ground using an explosion. Next, they needed to dig holes where they would insert bamboo poles. They would need to make sand pegs and ask Peapodong to compact the earth. As soon as the water collected inside the bamboo poles, it would be time for Hippo's powerful blow. Then they would build a more reliable storage facility using his modeling skill. The work was in full swing under the command of the aristocrat. And so 10 days passed. The first part was completed. The hero raised his hand and shouted that they still had a long way to go. But when the work was done, they would have a party, so they had to try hard. The workers happily supported their boss and got motivated. A cicada was chirping on a tree, and Xavier, all sweaty and half naked, stood and looked at the field. The guy leaned on a shovel and thought that this abandoned area was really turning into farmland. He looked at the tool with displeasure and wondered since when he started working on a construction site. It seemed like there was another task. The knight looked at the gentleman running up. Lloyd handed him a bag of seeds and ordered him to plant them, starting from that end. The interlocutor asked why the knight should do this. The young man answered that it was to drive away various pests and protect the estate. The blonde agreed. The swordsman squatted down and watered the beds. He looked ahead with an empty gaze and thought that he had been interrupted again. Next time, the guy decided to make an excuse. The knight turned around at the voice, noting that the swamps were indeed turning into rice farms. The baron and his wife approached the guy. The man said that he was sure that people had heard about this. It was some kind of miracle. In front of them were fields where tired but cheerful people were working. The protagonist walked nearby, supervising and directing. Notification: the people of Frontier show their admiration and respect for the miracles you have created. You will be awarded a decent amount of RP as a bonus for success in society. Receive plus 450. Amount of RP 1281. The young man grinned contentedly, throwing the shovel over his shoulder. Dragonflies flew above him, and clouds lazily floated across the sky. Sprouts appeared from the ground. Xavier sat down with a watering can and, looking at the plants, smiled with satisfaction. Lloyd sat next to him, crossing his legs. He said that everything would be ready as soon as they installed the water wheel. The knight looked at him and asked again. The hero smiled and said that during the rains the water would have to be put somewhere, otherwise their lands would be flooded. He went down to the beds and added that they needed a specialist. The interlocutors turned questioningly at the sound. People on horseback were approaching them. The hero looked at them indifferently and asked who it was. The knight answered that it was Viscount Racona. His estate was north of these swamps. The horse stopped, and the man, riding closer, asked who was responsible for this construction. Xavier frowned and made a remark to him to speak more politely. The hero stopped him with a smile and replied that he was the boss here. The boy asked why they had come. The man frowned and said that these lands belonged to Viscount Racona and ordered them to leave this place immediately. The boy and his swordsman looked at the newcomers with displeasure. The Merez Swamps. This place had been abandoned for several hundred years. In the north, these lands are in the possession of Viscount Racona, and the southern part of the swamps belongs to Frontier. It is obvious that he is not just laying claim to them. Apparently, the nobleman wanted to take possession of the fertile lands. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that the man could really insist on transferring the lands for his use, because in fact, the northern part belonged to him. He grinned and added mentally that it had been like that until now. The hero stood in front of the guests. The boy clarified whether the Viscount was really claiming that they had entered his territory without permission. The nobleman's subordinate frowned and confirmed that these lands had been granted to the Viscount by the king himself. Lloyd frowned and said that the conversation should be conducted between people of equal status and suggested that the interlocutor shut up. The man's face distorted with anger. The workers stared at them in shock, and the Viscount grimaced. The brown-haired man bowed and apologized for not introducing himself earlier. He said that he was the eldest son of the Frontier family. Racona raised an eyebrow and said that he had heard that the young man was behaving inappropriately. The man demanded that the hero call his father. Xavier frowned and thought that this was too rude, but Lloyd calmly began to pick his ear. The interlocutor repeated the order, but the young man said that he heard perfectly well. He blew on his finger and muttered that some kind of dung fly buzzed here. Racona looked around for the insect, and the servant whispered to him that he was the one who was insulted. The protagonist stopped smiling and said that the land law of the kingdom, Act number 321, a special law responsible for the cultivation of marshland. The man looked at the young man with displeasure and demanded that he stop immediately. The brown-haired man continued quoting Article 1, the purpose, cultivation of marshes that had been abandoned for a long time, establishing property rights to these lands. The interlocutor leaned forward and became indignant, but the young man did not stop. He closed his eyes and reported on the second article, the definition. Abandoned lands are those on which no one has lived for the past 100 years and where no crops have been grown. Article 3, property rights. Lands that meet all the requirements stated above pass into the possession of the one who cultivates them. The young man raised his finger and said that, firstly, their money and labor were invested in these lands. Secondly, housing for people can be built on these lands. Thirdly, the development of long-term agriculture is possible. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure and sweated. The hero stepped forward and shoved his hands into his pockets to name the fourth point. He grabbed a bunch of grass and pulled an onion out of the ground. The boy said that all this was backed up by a special rule when the first harvest had already been reaped from these lands. Rakona looked at him in rage. The knight stared at the gentleman in amazement, remembering how he had said that the seeds would help repel pests. The youth smiled and congratulated the Viscount on witnessing the first harvest in the Merez swamps. He added that there was no charge for viewing. They were not that greedy. The interlocutor grimaced and ground his teeth, not understanding how this idiot knew all this, and whether he had prepared in advance. The boy thrust the onion at the man and generously allowed him to take it as a gift. Lloyd looked menacingly at the nobleman and demanded that he leave their territory. Rakona was shaking with anger, but he said nothing. The ill-wishers turned and rode away while the young man stood and watched them go. Xavier approached him and asked how the gentleman knew that these people would come here. The hero narrowed his eyes and muttered that he had seen such smart guys before who tried to rise on the labor of others. They turned around, hearing a cry of jubilation. The workers joyfully raised their pitchforks and rakes, shouting that the young master had protected their lands. The boy grimaced in irritation and asked where they thought he should get the money for their wages. Lloyd ordered them to quickly get back to work. It was pouring rain, and streams of water flowed down the ditches. The hero sat, not paying attention to the fact that he was wet. Summer was over, and autumn had come, and with it the rains. The mill turned the water. He had used the modeling 100 times, but it was too early for him to relax. An umbrella opened above the young man. The boy thought that he should be completely sure that the lands of Merez were truly fertile. The knight held an umbrella over him. Finally, the sun came out. There was no water left in the dug holes. The hero and his swordsman looked at the fields that were not damaged by the downpour. Notification: knowledge in the field of monumental construction has been acquired. You have left a significant mark on the civil engineering of the continent of Laurasia. As a reward, you have received great experience. Measurement, intermediate level 3, land valuation, underground scanning. Design, intermediate level 3, blueprint visualization, terrain layout, simulation mode. The hero rose from the ground. Baron's sympathy level +5. Baroness's sympathy level +5. Xavier's sympathy level +3. Baron's sympathy level +2. People's sympathy level +3. RP 1355. Lloyd smiled and said that they could proceed to the next step. At this time, in the lands of Viscount Rakona, the man slammed the table and asked again about land reclamation. The subject standing opposite him cringed and said that they would be exempt from paying taxes for 3 years. In exchange, they would be required to live in those lands, so they would not be able to leave. The nobleman frowned and muttered that it meant that the inhabitants of those lands would be actively cultivating them for the next 2 years, since he was the owner and the land was his. He thought with regret that the Merez swamps promised mountains of gold. Rakona clutched his stomach, which was twisted with worry, and remembered that this was part of his land. The man decided that he would not give it up so easily. He looked at the manager and, frowning, ordered a council to be convened. A couple of days later, the protagonist sat up in bed, clutching his head. The boy opened his eyes and wondered why his head was splitting. Maybe it was just fatigue. Lloyd sat up and thought that it was not the time to lie around here because they were organizing and distributing. The knight sleeping in the chair shuddered when his master called him to work. The boy looked warily at the swordsman and asked why he was so confused. It seemed that knights could get tired too. The blonde rubbed his forehead. He frowned and muttered that he had never felt like this before. His head hurt like it was going to split. The brown-haired man put his hand to his temple and frowned. The boy grimaced, realizing something. Testimony of the Baron's maid Emily. The girl touched her temple and muttered that she had a very bad headache since this morning. Testimony of a farmer from the village of Alaf. The man closed his eyes and said that he and all his household members, and even the children, were suffering from headaches. Testimony of a boy named Yahello, who looks after the cows on the farm. The young man looked at the animals with concern and said that the cows had not been drinking since yesterday, and that dehydration was not far away. The hero and the knight were walking down the street. The boy thoughtfully touched his chin and muttered that the villagers were complaining, and even the animals were avoiding drinking. The boy frowned and thought that the reason was in the water, as he had assumed. One of the most powerful weapons the boy could use in this world was information. However, after the incident with the giant ants, he realized that events could be happening now that were not in the novel. The brown-haired man expected that Viscount Rakona could lay claim to these lands, so he decided to make some inquiries about him. The main source of income for the Rakona estate is a secret technology for dyeing things, and the same technology is used to dye fruit. The boy grimaced in irritation and muttered the name of the enemy, Frontera Estate. Arcus looked at his interlocutor in shock and asked again. A subject Viscount was sitting opposite him and said that the man understood everything perfectly well. He frowned and demanded that they give them part of the drained Merez swamps, and then they would stop polluting the water. The Baron frowned and exclaimed, how dare he threaten him now? The interlocutor grinned and confirmed that it was a threat. The man slammed his hands on the table and said that he would file an official complaint with the royal court. Racona's servant looked at the Baron indifferently and said that perhaps he would even win the case. He leaned forward and, grinning, added that it would take more than 1 year for them to make a decision. Legal expenses, as well as the purchase of drinking water, are not small. The interlocutor asked whether Frontera would be able to hold out for that long. The Baron gritted his teeth but said nothing. The guest stood up and advised the man to make a wise decision. He glanced sideways at the owner as he passed. Arcus turned around and said that his son and their workers had shed blood and sweat draining these swamps. He promised that he would not give up a piece of land to such a scoundrel. The man bowed with a grin before leaving. At that moment, the door abruptly opened, knocking the guest, and the protagonist entered with the knight. The young man smiled and said that he had an urgent conversation with the Baron. Lloyd bowed and said that the parasitic neighbors had decided to spoil their water and he would like to discuss measures to counter them. Racona's servant put his hand to his cheek and exclaimed in displeasure that the guy had just insulted his master. The brown-haired man flinched and said that he had scared him. The hero made a face of horror and asked if the parasitic offspring really understood human speech. The face of the interlocutor was distorted with anger. He held out his sword and shouted that Kernot himself was challenging Lloyd to a duel for insulting a noble knight. A little later, the hero was using educational measures by beating him with a shovel during the duel. The swordsman curled up into a ball and shouted that he was giving in and accepting defeat. The man, in tears, held out his hand and asked him to stop. Lloyd sighed and agreed that he had had enough too. The boy abruptly resumed the beating, declaring that the Baron deserved another lesson for his rudeness. Arcus, smiling happily, said, "Oh, this bully son." The duel was over and he still continues. Xavier glanced sideways at his master and thought that he had never seen such a happy face on his master's face before. Evening of the same day, the enemy estate. The wounded Kernot stood before his lord with his head down. The Viscount looked angrily at the servant and shouted that he had sent him to resolve the issue, not to return like a beaten dog. The man muttered that he was very ashamed. The nobleman thoughtfully twirled his mustache and said that it was even good that the servant returned so beaten. Kernot looked at the gentleman in surprise. The Viscount leaned on his hands and decided that the only chance to deal with the Baron was to file a lawsuit for assault on a nobleman. He bared his teeth and said that 3, even 4 years would be needed for the proceedings. The protagonist stretched his lips into a sinister smile and said that this was exactly what the enemy thought. The young man frowned and resolutely exclaimed that Frontera would not let their efforts go to waste. He raised his shovel, looking at the assembled soldiers and orcs, and shouted that no mercy would be shown to anyone who stood in their way. The guy said that these lands were soaked in their blood and sweat. Lloyd frowned and said that they would protect their territories from their greedy hands. The army loudly supported the gentleman's speech. To begin with, the hero decided to deal with the problem of drinking water and build a reservoir. Using the hippo skill, they would pump water from where it had not yet been spoiled. Hippo skill, powerful blow, level 3. The animal was pouring out water. The knight looked at the master and said that this was a good alternative, but the hero and his creature would have to forget about rest. The young man agreed, but added that this was a temporary measure. He turned to the swordsman and suggested that they take care of the water supply system. They would build a waterway from the Capua River from the eastern mountains to their estate. Xavier looked at the brown-haired man and noted that it would not be easy. It was worth considering how much effort it would require. Lloyd smiled and replied that they would have to cut back on expenses, and a lot. He turned around and said that they would earn a lot on this construction. The guy threw the shovel over his shoulder and said that it would be 100 times more. A couple of months later, Racona bit his nails in horror. He asked, trembling, how this was possible and did not know what to do. The manager entered the office and reported that Frontera's eldest son was requesting an audience. The man frowned and ordered that he be told to get out of here. The subordinate reported that the hero said that something had been bothering the Viscount lately, and he was here to resolve the matter. The man froze in surprise. Lloyd lounged on the sofa and noticed that Racona was not feeling well at all. The knight stood behind him. The Viscount sat down opposite him and asked what the young man needed. The guy reminded him that he had come to solve his problem. The man frowned and asked what he was talking about. The brown-haired man grinned and suggested that he be honest. He leaned forward and asked with a smile what the other man would do if the young man saved his dying business from ruin. Racona turned pale. The man frowned and was indignant that this was the work of the guy who would destroy his workshop. The hero grinned. Lloyd closed his eyes and said that they had done a great job. Thanks to the fact that the Viscount had spoiled all the water, they had to get it from the Capua River. The other man gritted his teeth, listening to him. The brown-haired man grinned and said that at first he had no idea that this was his work. As he managed to find out from the supposedly friendly note, the water was used for its intended purpose. In general, they had to dig the earth from the river to the estate itself, process it, fill it up. They had come a long way. Racona slammed his fist on the table and asked how this was connected with his workshop. The young man asked him to just listen further and be patient. The hero said that then a huge valley stood in their way. Lloyd waved his hand and noted that they had no other choice but to build a Roman aqueduct, a water conduit for delivering water to settlements, irrigation and hydroelectric systems from sources located above them. In order to find the limestone they needed, they had to carry out blasting operations. As a result, completely unintentionally, limestone began to settle on the bottom of the valley, a very large amount. The man nervously clenched his fists and exclaimed what this had to do with his workshop. The guy smiled and said that the water from the valley is used in his production. The limestone particles had ruined the colors of the fabrics. The Viscount slammed the table and said he would sue the royal court. The hero crossed his arms and said it was his right. The young man grinned and said it would take at least 2 years to reach a decision. Would anyone still remember Rekona's product? The man sweated and clenched his teeth, mentally calling his interlocutor a disgusting runt and a piece of trash. Lloyd stood up and said it was time to go, since he had satisfied his curiosity. The Viscount pointed his finger at him and shouted that the hero had messed with the wrong person, since he had many acquaintances in the royal palace. The interlocutor's face distorted with anger, and he said that the guy would repay him tenfold. The brown-haired man just waved his hand and left. The hero and the knight were walking back along the road. Xavier looked at the gentleman and said that he could not understand everything. He noted that by provoking the Viscount, the young man had only angered him even more. It seemed that Rekona would stand his ground to the end. The man had great connections in the capital. If it came to litigation, they would lose even more money. Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and replied that he understood what the swordsman was getting at. He asked to just wait a little longer. The other man looked at him questioningly. The young man smiled and muttered that they would still see who would lose more. The sun was shining over the plain. A month later, Rekona bowed, burying his head in the floor, and declared that he was wrong. He asked to save his production. Lloyd looked at the nobleman with disdain, and Xavier watched this picture in shock. The brown-haired man lifted his chin and asked if smart people had really conveyed to the man the idea that he would not win. The guy thought it was obvious, because it would not work to plot. This would be his ultimate failure. The man replied that he had been reckless and that he was truly sorry. The hero leaned on his hand and said that he was not particularly interested in words. Rekona began to sweat and exclaimed that he, the Viscount, was humiliating himself and begging in this way. The youth grinned and asked if pride was worth at least 0.1 gold. If so, he would sell it for 1,000 or even 10,000 times more. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. Lloyd leaned over and said that he did not need an apology. The boy showed a contract for the supply of water between Baron Frontera and Viscount Rekona and asked for only a small signature. The interlocutor began to look through the document. The hero said that the man should sign here, and his workshop would be restored in a week. The Viscount turned white. He frowned and shouted that it was too expensive, and what was the point of paying for water at all? The young man looked menacingly at the nobleman and reminded him that he was the one who taught the hero that water had to be paid for. Rekona looked at the young man with fear and trembled. The sky turned the colors of the sunset. Arcus leafed through the contract in surprise and asked if such a huge amount would really be coming in every month. Lloyd put his hands on his hips and replied that the Viscount himself had signed the papers. His father muttered that if that was the case, he would be able to pay off the interest and even have some left. The young man clapped his hands and said with a smile that the Viscount turned out to be such a good man. At these words, the knight turned pale. Xavier knew that Rekona himself had started this war, and in the end everything ended in favor of their estate and the Baron. However, now the young master was already starting to look like the devil. After all, this contract did not specify the terms. This means that the guy will suck all the money out of the Viscount until his death, and then he will take money from his heirs generation after generation. The hero smiled ominously and thought that he would not stop so easily. If he could exchange it for money, he would suck all the life out of the man. Arcus raised his head and said that he had good news for his son. Seeing the frozen grin on the hero's face, the Baron said that he was a little worried about his facial expressions. Lloyd apologized and said that he was just happy. The young man massaged his cheeks and looked at his father in surprise when he reminded him that he still had treasures given to him by the Orc tribe. Arcus said that Count Cremo had sent a letter stating that he was ready to buy them for a good price. The boy and the knight looked at the owner of the estate with interest. The hero tilted his head thoughtfully. He touched his chin and noted that it was strange, because for such a sum the count could easily find new treasures. The father replied that he did not know the details, but the buyer mentioned something about a bronze statue. The trading city of Cremo. The man in the cloak stood and looked out the window. The Count of Cremo frowned. The moon was shining above the water's surface. Suddenly, something appeared on the surface of the water. The man jerked and frowned. The water rose and a large monster with claws appeared from it. The Count squinted, looking at the Titan Giga. Xavier reported to the Baron that they would sail in a week. The work to restore the water supply in the territory of Rekona was almost complete. The knight folded his hands behind his back and added that, in order to minimize the cost of moving, only 10 people would go with them. Arcus trimmed a bush and replied that it was good if Lloyd decided so. The man fell silent. The swordsman looked closely at the master and promised to look after his son. The Baron said that when the knight Kernot arrived here and began to threaten and demand half of the Merez lands, then before he would have simply given everything up out of fear. Arcus looked at the plant and added that he had become braver thanks to Lloyd and their efforts. He said that he was initially an indecisive and incapable person. The boy looked at the gentleman in shock and assured him that this was not true. Xavier said that the Baron was the kindest person who was always worried about others. It was he who once sheltered a boy who later became a talented knight. The nobleman smiled and thanked him for the kind words. However, the man said that it was hard to be a good lord with only such a meager supply of qualities. Leaders must have strong faith and character. Arcus turned to the bush and said that this is exactly what his son is now. The knight looked down and thought that the hero's only faith was money, but there was no point in talking about it. Lately, it was difficult for him to remain confident that this was bad. The man stood up and said that from now on, Xavier's job would simply be to look after his son. He grinned and added that the knight must always be with the Baron's heir. The swordsman looked at his master in surprise and, putting his hand to his chest, accepted the order. The blonde thought that even though the young man had revived the estate, he would never like this man. He remembered how in the past the Baron had asked Xavier what he wanted to do in the future to help him realize his dream. The boy blushed and replied that he wanted to become a knight who would protect the Baron. The man laughed and patted him on the head. Arcus smiled and said that the little boy who survived the severe frosts would become the strongest in the world. And so, the Baron gave him a wooden sword that he had carved himself, and this gift was destroyed by Lloyd Frontera. Then the Baron's son laughed at the blonde's dream of becoming a knight and stepped on the sword. Xavier entered the room and took off his coat. He looked to the side, where the Baron's broken gift hung on the wall. The main character smiled and thanked the guy for using the Frontera lullaby service. The young man sat on the bed and smirked that the swordsman had become dependent, and if he did not obey, the service would immediately stop. Xavier asked to start already. Lloyd began to read out another boring instruction, and under his voice the knight began to fall asleep. The blonde thought that he still saw another person in him. The gentleman who made his way into the mine, dug the earth and defended the estate deserved respect. The brown-haired man snapped his fingers with a smile and said, "Red Sun." The knight fell asleep hugging the pillow. He hated himself for considering the young gentleman a worthy person. The moon was shining in the sky. The hero was sleeping in bed and the swordsman in a chair. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man with a sword appeared in the open window. He looked at the sleeping Lloyd with hatred and drew his sword. The offender gritted his teeth and thought that the young man was to blame for everything. The man jumped up and raised his sword to attack. At that moment, Xavier jumped up, his eyes flashing. He made a quick lunge, cutting the enemy's weapon. The killer looked at the broken blade in fear. Lloyd opened his eyes, awakened by a scream. The young man stood up and watched in surprise as the knight knocked the intruder to the floor. The next day, the protagonist stood and watched the construction of pipes. He loudly asked what was the most important thing in any enterprise. The workers answered in unison that safety was above all. A knight approached the brown-haired man and said that he had passed the information on to Viscount Racona. The aristocrat turned around and praised him. The swordsman looked at the gentleman and asked the reason why the killer attacked him. The hero put his hand on his belt and assumed that it was because the Viscount, who had spent a lot of money on water, fired him first. The guy shrugged and said that he would have done the same. He is paid well, but he does not fulfill his duties. Lloyd said that the man attacked him to vent his anger. He added that all pathetic people are alike. The interlocutor clarified whether the nobleman knew that this would happen. The hero answered that he did not know for sure, but expected that this could happen. Xavier frowned and said that it was an omission, not to prepare for such an outcome in advance. He was surprised that the gentleman did not bother to prepare, although he predicted various situations. The young man looked at the interlocutor and asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about. Lloyd turned around and asked why he needed to prepare if the knight was always nearby. The blonde stared at the brown-haired man in shock. The hero pointed to himself and said that he was walking and talking only because the swordsman was there. This says a lot about his abilities and reliability. The knight winced when the boy asked if he really thought that every 5-year-old boy left alone by a monster invasion could survive the winter without anyone's help. Lloyd smiled and said that such a person could become a knight and was now by his side, so who else should he trust if not him? The interlocutor looked at the gentleman in surprise. They exchanged glances in silence. The hero turned pale and asked the swordsman to say something already, otherwise he would feel ashamed, and goosebumps ran down his skin. The knight swallowed and, looking away, said, "Wow." He thought that he hated himself for considering him a good person. The young man put his hand on his shoulder and grinned that this was quite his style. Notification: Xavier is getting rid of an old grudge in his heart. Interest level has increased by 15. Interest level in you plus 6. Thanks to improving interpersonal relationships, you have earned 320 RP, quantity 1675. The brown-haired man looked at the construction site and said that the pipeline would be completed tomorrow. He smiled and said that it was time to go to Cremo for a decent amount of money. A cart surrounded by soldiers was driving through the forest. The protagonist was sleeping, leaning against the knight's back, which the knight clearly did not like. Xavier suddenly raised his shoulder, pushing the gentleman off of it. The awakened youth asked if the swordsman had really hit him. The interlocutor assured that this was not the case. The brown-haired man grimaced and said that the blonde had pushed him, thinking, "It pisses me off that a nobleman cannot ride a horse and also sleeps on me." The blonde looked ahead indifferently and admired the fact that the guy could now also read minds. Lloyd asked if he had really hit him. The knight replied that he did not understand what they were talking about. The aristocrat raised his fist and ordered everyone to stop, muttering that everything pisses him off. He jumped off his horse and, looking angrily at the swordsman, asked to be taught how to ride. The interlocutor looked down at the gentleman and replied that he was a knight, not a riding teacher. Literal translation: I am impressed that you are trying to comprehend what you lack. Lloyd grimaced and declared that this was an order. Literal translation: I will study hard, I am not afraid of hard work. The blonde man descended to the ground and muttered that this was complete madness. Translation: I know, let's try together. The brown-haired man was indignant at what the interlocutor said. Translation: Thank you, Xavier. The system noted that they were just like two angels. Lloyd turned around and irritably shouted at her to shut up and not play the role of a translator. The driver and the soldier behind him shuddered in fear. The knight arched an eyebrow and asked if the gentleman had finally gone mad. The hero was shaking with anger. He looked at the pop-up notification. Rumors spread faster than words. Rumors that you built the first water supply system on the continent are spreading quickly. Your reputation as a builder has increased. Your name will be inscribed in the history of the construction of the kingdom and the entire continent. Bonus RP plus 600. Amount of RP 2275. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and thought that he had become lucky. This meant that he could expand his activities. The brown-haired man smiled and thought that fame meant money, and money meant a comfortable old age. A golden future was already waiting for him. Xavier looked at his interlocutor and muttered that he first got angry, then laughed. He had definitely gone crazy. Translation: a complete schizoid. The hero was angry at this stupid app with a translator. The journey to Cremo was not easy. Winter was felt more and more clearly as they approached their destination. Along the way, the young man learned to ride a horse under the guidance of a swordsman. They arrived in Cremo only in the middle of winter. The count smiled and thanked them for coming so far. Lloyd and his knight bowed, and the young man introduced himself as the eldest son of Frontera. The man laughed and noted that he had imagined him differently. He had heard rumors about the talented builder, and he imagined some kind of formidable appearance, but the guest exuded nobility. The brown-haired man raised his head in surprise. The count walked around him, turning to Xavier, praising his blue blood and offering his daughter as a bride. The hero frowned in shock and called the feudal lord. Cremo turned around in irritation and exclaimed how some pathetic servant dared to interrupt a nobleman. Lloyd's face distorted with anger. The system roared with laughter at this situation. The count laughed loudly and apologized for the misunderstanding. The protagonist sat opposite him with an empty look, and the knight barely held back his laughter. The system continued to play around, and the young man regretted that he did not have the opportunity to give it a good kick in the ass. The man smiled and said that the guy really did have a disadvantage and that he looked like a servant. The lord of the trading city, Count Cremo, played a significant role in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood. Xavier, who was on the run after the massacre of the usurers, was caught here in Cremo with the active assistance of the Count. But after exchanging only a few phrases with the swordsman, the feudal lord realized that he was a worthy man. And after that, Cremo played a significant role, acting as his ally. The man said that he wanted to buy treasures to install statues in the sea. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again. The interlocutor touched his forehead and sighed, saying that trade in Cremo had completely deteriorated. A couple of years ago, mega titans began to appear in the seaport. He folded his arms and said that they had never made a direct attack, but their very presence was frightening. The young man frowned and thought that he had definitely heard about it somewhere. Attacking from the sea was impossible, so there was no point in a navy. Cremo was gradually falling into decline. The Count was falling into despair. The hero thought that Xavier would do something, but the novel had hinted at many things, and then suddenly it ended. It was not even clear if there would be a sequel. The brown-haired man frowned. When he first came here, he thought he knew the whole plot, but here, every now and then, stories happened that were not in the novel. The man looked at the guest and said that he had tried to find out how to get rid of them, and had realized one important thing. Mermaids, the strongest warriors of the ocean, were the main source of fear for the Mega Titans. The Count closed his eyes and said that he had thought that they should install bronze statues of mermaids in the very center of the sea. He immediately shook his head and said that he had abandoned this idea. If you make an earthen embankment right in the water to install the statue, the sea will become shallow and the ships will not be able to sail. The hero looked away thoughtfully. The man smiled and said that his treasures were no longer needed, but since they had an agreement, he would still make the purchase. Lloyd lowered his head and said that he could not allow the Count to suffer unilateral losses. The interlocutor clarified whether the young man would not sell the treasure. The hero objected that he would sell it even at a high price if it was so desired. The man looked at him questioningly. The boy smiled and said that he would install the statues without interfering with trade routes, friction struts and caisson shafts. He thought that they would definitely succeed if they took these two elements into account. Lloyd and the knight were sitting in the boat. The young man took a breath and dove in the mask, his eyes sparkling. A grid with a graph appeared before his eyes. Fortunately, the seabed was quite flat and there was a lot of sedimentary rock here, so the ground was moderately soft. He wondered if the layer of soft rock could be even deeper. The young man shuddered and abruptly surfaced to replenish oxygen. The hero took off his mask and looked at the swordsman, his teeth chattering. He asked why he was so pleased. Xavier smiled and apologized, because he had never felt such happiness watching other people suffer. The young man looked at him silently with bulging eyes. He held out the mask and suggested that he look around. The knight began to row and asked if the gentleman was really satisfied with the terms of the agreement. The blonde looked ahead thoughtfully and said that no matter how much he thought, he could not figure it out. To make an earthen embankment on the seabed, it must be some kind of magic. The hero wiped his hair and muttered that it was quite possible. He smiled and said that this magic was called cement. The guy thought that the only problem was how cement was mixed in this world. If we were talking about Roman cement, then everything would work out for sure. Lloyd took the knight by the hand to climb out onto the pier, but he advised him not to be careful so as not to fall into the water. The hero was indignant that the swordsman had achieved mastery in playfulness and irritation. They turned towards the voice. The fair-haired girl shyly handed over the letter and said that she had something for Lloyd Frontera. The young man blushed and smiled. The blonde introduced herself as the Count's daughter, Christine. She said that she had seen the boy walking through the courtyard of their estate yesterday. The girl blushed and closed her eyes. The hero was embarrassed and stared at her. Christine handed over the letter and asked to accept it. The brown-haired man frowned when he saw the girl turn to the knight. The young man thought that in some way he had expected this. His face hardened, and he decided that it was even more correct. Xavier took the letter with a sigh and put it in his pocket. The girl quickly ran away with the servants, glad that he had accepted it. The swordsman silently watched them go, and his master stood there with a hardened face. The knight moved forward and offered to go, but he stopped him. The hero frowned and asked if the other man was going to continue to pretend that nothing had happened. The guy turned around and asked what the aristocrat was talking about. The young man took a step forward and was indignant that the blonde had accepted the love letter so calmly. The other man asked what the problem was. The knight shuddered and widened his eyes. Lloyd narrowed his eyes. The swordsman dramatically covered his mouth with his hand and wondered if the gentleman had never received love letters. The nobleman bit his lip, offended. The knight turned away in embarrassment and, looking into space, asked the young man to hold on. Notification: Xavier sincerely supports you. The hero's face was distorted with hatred and tears welled up in his eyes. He drew a diagram in rage, convincing himself that he was not envious at all. The guy promised that he would become rich and earn a ton of money. The Count came up to him and called him. The aristocrat turned around irritably, grimacing. The man winced and asked what was wrong. Lloyd forced a smile and approached the feudal lord, explaining that he was trying to concentrate on his work. The Count noted that he was scared and decided that he was some kind of killer. He crossed his arms and said that most of the requested materials had been delivered, with the exception of volcanic ash. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin and thought that this was the key material for Roman cement. The advantages of such cement were obvious. Any building would be able to stand for 2,000 years. Its reliability was undeniable. The man looked at his interlocutor and said that it was not so impossible, you just need to go where there were volcanoes. He frowned and added that a trip to such places would take 6 months, even for him it was a long time. The young man smiled and assured that he had a way out. Plan B, forget about Roman cement and replace it with Portland cement. This is a modern building material. The hero sat at the table and wrote something. He only knew approximately how to mix it, but the lack of knowledge was only in the details. The guy looked at the sheet and thought that even without knowing what to do, you can always at least try. The aristocrat decided to try everything he could. There was snow on the roofs of the city. There was a broken stone on the table. Lloyd crossed out another formula and realized that sample 129 was also a failure. He thought about what would happen if he chose the right mixing ratio. The young man squinted and muttered that the problem was in the drying. The hero began to calculate a new formula. The animals looked at the owner, who was muttering something under his breath. Podong came forward and squeaked something to the guy. The hamster jumped on his shoulder and rubbed against his cheek. The pale aristocrat said that he was too busy for walks. The other animals also began to rub against the head of the owner. They shook him vigorously until the hero shouted that he was busy. Suddenly, a memory with a puppy appeared before his eyes. He froze, remembering how he said goodbye to his dead four-legged friend and cried at its body. She was all he had left. The guy would like to stroke her and play with her again. Lloyd knelt down and hugged the animals. He said that they were much more important than this research. They walked along the shore under the moon. The young man looked down and muttered that he was a terrible person. The creatures looked at him questioningly. He put his hands in his pockets and said that everything was going smoothly, so he just gave orders as if they were some kind of robots. The hero closed his eyes and declared that there was no bigger idiot in the world than him. The brown-haired man stopped and sat down. Lloyd smiled and thanked the animals. They happily looked at their owner. Notification: mystical creatures sense your sincerity. Mystical creatures see you as family. Affection level: family ties. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Affection level of mystical creatures: family member. The bell enhanced function has become available. Master a new skill, 500 RP required. The boy smiled in shock and muttered that this was an advantage he hadn't even thought of. Two little animals pointed at Belle. The nobleman looked at her and asked if she really wanted to unlock a new skill. The creatures squeaked. The hero decided that no matter what the skill was, it would find a use. Notification: enhancement function activated. Please select a mystical creature. A circle lit up under Belle. Lloyd squinted from the bright light. The snake was glowing. Enhancement successful. Level 1. Enhancement reward: new skills unlocked. Soil absorption, level 3. Soil processing, level 3. Metal release, level 3. Volcanic eruptions, level 1. Belle was emitting a faint glow. The hero looked at her in shock and muttered that it was cool. He noticed the new skill and was happy, and the snake smiled contentedly. The trading city of Cremo was covered in snow. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from the mountain. All the residents and the count looked in surprise. Black smoke was rising up. The protagonist and the knight were standing next to a giant snake that was producing volcanic dust. Lloyd covered his ears and looked up in surprise. He used the skill and saw that it was indeed volcanic ash. The youth smiled widely and demanded that the swordsman praise him. The blonde looked at the master questioningly and asked again. The brown-haired man apologized for forgetting to warn him to cover his ears. He shouted that Xavier was scary. The knight replied that he was not as fast as the young lord, and then pretended not to hear again. Thanks to Belle, the cement problem was quickly solved. The nobleman moved forward, saying that in the construction world, speed is life, so it was time to begin. The swordsman followed, shaking off the dust. First, they equipped Belle with a giant diaper to filter out the ash. A 5-layer sieve was attached to the other side. The hero covered his ears and shouted for the little animal to begin. Volcanic eruption skill activated. The count and his subjects watched with their ears covered. The man looked at the young man carefully and thought that this was beyond his understanding. Starting with skills the feudal lord had never heard of, ending with their spell. He must find out everything and then report to the king in detail. Lloyd smiled and hugged the snake. The count decided that if his talent was really as great as they said, it would be sad to waste it somewhere on the outskirts of life. Once the materials for the cement were collected, it was time for step 2. Build a caisson into which the cement would be poured. Next, the well was installed and water was pumped out of it thanks to the hippo skill. Step 3. Xavier swung the sledgehammer and struck, driving the friction struts into the ocean floor inside the well. The knight looked at the lord and asked when the next shipment would arrive. The youth replied that they would have to wait, as delivery took time. He stared at the assistant. The swordsman turned and asked what that expression was. Lloyd shrugged and replied that he was waiting for the boy to say that a knight should not do such things. The interlocutor remained silent. The blonde turned away and said that he was a knight and why he had to hammer. The nobleman raised his eyebrows and said that Xavier was in his retinue, and if he did not hammer, the hero would not earn money and would not be able to pay off the debt. If the youth collapsed under the weight of stress, the baron would be sad, and the baroness might also fall ill. He folded his arms and asked the brave knight to protect their family. The interlocutor frowned and turned around. He struck the hammer with force. After Xavier finished practicing, they made reinforced rod frames with steel protrusions at the end. And finally, the long-awaited cement was poured. After it hardened, the well could be disassembled. The marine artificial soil was laid. The hero looked at the count and said that it was 50 centimeters above the water level. If they installed the statue here, it would rise above the water. The man crossed his arms and agreed. He looked down carefully and said that he still could not believe that the column would be able to withstand the weight of the statue. Cremo smiled and promised to be generous if everything worked out. The young man bowed with a grin. Night fell. Several ships surrounded the statue. The monument was decorated with gold and jewelry. At this time, there was a feast on the ships, and the tables were laden with food. Lloyd straightened his collar, irritated by it. He looked at the knight and asked how he could wear it. The interlocutor noted that the aristocrat spoke as if he was dressed like that for the first time. After all, he had already had similar outings. The brown-haired man looked away and muttered that it was a long time ago. The count pointed to the young man and asked for a moment of attention. He said that this young man had made an invaluable contribution to the installation of the statue. The guests looked in that direction with admiration and surrounded Xavier to shake his hand. Lloyd remained standing with a stony expression. He thought that he knew that everything would come to this. The young man convinced himself that he was not jealous, and money was more important to him than words of praise. The knight looked at him with sympathy. The hero mentally asked him to turn away and not feel sorry for him. The count laughed and said that it was all because of the aristocrat's face. The brown-haired man thought that the man was already getting on his nerves. Cremo put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he was responsible for installing the statue. The guests were surprised because they thought he was a simple servant. The ship was illuminated by lights, and the waves were roaring overboard. A shadow appeared under the water, and the head of a monster appeared on the surface. He saw the statue of a mermaid and realized that this was their sworn enemy. The Titan went under the water and swam towards the ships. The monster decided that the mermaid was all alone, and he needed to be killed. The guests celebrated carefree, and at this time the monster was approaching them. The waves crashed against the ship. The nobles were having fun and drinking, and Xavier sat with a glass and thoughtfully looked into the distance. He brought the drink to his lips, but suddenly felt a vibration and frowned. The knight looked overboard at the sea surface. The protagonist approached him and asked why he was sitting there like a statue. He corrected himself that he did not mean a beautiful statue. The swordsman, without turning around, said that there was something there. The young man looked at his interlocutor carefully and asked again. Xavier said that it was something incredibly fast. The aristocrat asked how big it was. The interlocutor answered that it was about twice as big as this ship, slightly bigger than a full-size hippo. Lloyd frowned and, clenching his teeth, cursed. A monster was approaching them. The young man made his way through the crowd to the count. The man smiled and asked how he was enjoying the party. The brown-haired man came closer and whispered that it seemed like a mega-titan was approaching, and that they needed to warn the others and evacuate the people. The feudal lord looked at his warrior named Ginnivan and asked if he felt any unusual movements in the water. The man looked carefully at the water surface and, bowing, replied that he felt nothing. Cremo turned to the hero and said that Ginnivan had excellent intuition and even suffered from swordmaster syndrome, so he could be trusted. The young man sweated and thought that Xavier was more sensitive, and he was the main character here. The man smiled and asked not to worry, because no Mega-Titan had ever swum so far, there was no reason to attack. Lloyd frowned and replied that there seemed to be. They looked at the statue. The count sweated and looked at the young man. He nodded decisively. By this time, Xavier had already approached them. Ginnivan looked at the gentleman and said that he did not know what made the guys think so, but according to his feeling, there was no threat. Cremo put out his hand and loudly ordered to raise the anchor and take the ship as far away from the statue as possible. The monster was quickly approaching. The sailors hurried to carry out the order. The knight frowned and noted that it was too late. Lloyd turned around and ordered him to cut the anchor. The swordsman nodded and, pushing off, jumped into the water. The hero threw Peepodong up. The hamster ate a seed on the fly and grabbed the statue with his big one. Xavier swam up to the anchor and swung. Using explosive power, the guy cut the steel rings. At that moment, Peepodong gnawed through the rope and the ship staggered. The knight cut the second anchor, then another. The guy turned around and saw the monster. The swordsman frowned and clenched his teeth, realizing that the enemy was very fast. The ships hurried to sail away from the statue. Giga emerged from the water and screams were heard. The ship tilted and the protagonist was thrown up. Peepodong shuddered and the monster fell on the statue. Using explosive technology, Xavier jumped out of the water and caught the master. The statue itself flew towards the city and fell to the ground. The townspeople barely managed to dodge it, and the debris continued to fall on the city. One of them hit a building. People were splashing in the water and screaming. Lloyd frowned and cursed that they couldn't save everyone. He frowned and called Hippo. The young man sent the animal and ordered it to use the one-strike skill. The people began to be sucked into the creature by a funnel. The Mega Titan reached the city and began to destroy it. Xavier turned around in alarm and shouted that they had to stop it. At that moment, the young man was floating away on an overturned table. The knight frowned and exclaimed that the monster was on the other side. Lloyd sweated and shouted for the swordsman to jump quickly. He added that the guy was completely out of his mind if he wanted to fight this monster. Xavier's face distorted with horror and anger. The count commanded the panicking sailors and ordered to quickly rescue people from the cold water, and Hippo at that moment unloaded the rescued onto the deck. The nobles screamed and called for help, while the monster was already walking through the streets of the city. The inhabitants ran away in horror. The hero looked at the knight and ordered him to return immediately. The interlocutor frowned and asked if the lord would really leave the people in trouble. The young man frowned and replied that they had come to earn money, not to fight monsters and maintain peace. He added that this city had its own army and cannons, they would cope even without their help. Xavier stared at the aristocrat in shock and thought that in moments of crisis Lloyd showed resourcefulness and motivated not to give up. He was a man who did not give in to difficulties. The brown-haired man squeezed the oar and said that they themselves were up to their necks and worked to waste time helping the residents of other cities. Now was not the time to play the hero. The knight looked at the master coldly and realized that, in the end, this is who he is. Notice, Xavier's closeness to you has decreased by 5 points. Empathy towards you +1. Relationships with active characters have worsened slightly, but this will not affect RP. RP amount 1901. The knight drew his sword and declared that he would deal with this. The hero flinched and shouted for the swordsman to stay still, otherwise he would die. The interlocutor jumped up and stepped on the sword, using explosive force. He rushed towards the city as if on a surfboard, moving further and further away from the master. The soldiers ordered all combat power to be used. The cannons fired at the monster. Shells rained down on the titan, but we were not scratched. The soldiers looked at the enemy in fear. Giga growled, intending to kill the people. The monster fired something, destroying the tower. His eyes were burning with the desire to destroy everything. He noticed the fallen part of the statue and rushed towards it. The villagers ran away in fear. One man tripped and fell. The monster's claw was approaching him. Xavier swung and brought down an explosive force on the titan. His blade touched the enemy, allowing the man to survive. The knight looked forward in shock, not believing that the attack did not work. The guy flew into the building, and the monster roared with renewed vigor. The swordsman took a fighting stance and frowned. The claw was approaching him, but the warrior managed to jump away in time. Giga fired again. His attack was approaching Xavier. He held his sword in front of him, realizing that he could not hold back the enemy. The wave swept him away, and the guy hit the wall. The knight fell to the ground and hurried to get up, leaning on his sword. A monster loomed over him. The blonde pressed his lips together and thought that the monster had taken the bait. That was it. The boy knew that he would never be able to resist such a monster. He could die here, but he would hold on until all the inhabitants were saved. The swordsman looked resolutely at the monster and squeezed the handle of his weapon. The protagonist was floating away on a raft. He was breathing heavily and muttering that he was not the only protagonist in this novel, and it did not matter how many RP he had if they all went to construction. The young man frowned and said that he was also a human, and it hurt him to see how cities were destroyed and people suffered, but he was running away because he could not do anything. Lloyd stopped and fell silent. He looked down sadly and thought about what would happen if he allowed the city to be destroyed and ran away. The boy froze. Finally, he gritted his teeth and, frowning, shouted to Belle that they were coming back. The snake used volcanic eruptions, and the brown-haired man sat on top of it. The young man's face distorted with rage, and he promised that he would make this lobster bastard dance for him yet. Xavier swung with a cry. The monster also went on the attack. The swordsman dodged and gritted his teeth, using an explosive technique. The knight decided that the eyes were a weak spot for any living creature. He jumped up and struck with his blade, but it did not work. The enemy waved his mustache and was about to hit the blonde. The guy froze, looking at the approaching attack. Hippo, one hit. The animal flew up and crashed into the monster. The monster fell, crashing into a building, and the hamster shrank and landed on the protagonist's head. Lloyd armed himself with a shovel and hissed that the enemy should not touch his money. The hero stood on one of the roofs and watched the monster crawling on the ground. Xavier raised his blade above his head, gritting his teeth, and thought that this was the right time to strike. The claw was supposed to cut the swordsman and was heading towards him, but he managed to hit it with the blade and push away. Realizing that he had not dealt any damage, the blonde was at a loss and did not understand why it did not work. Jumping back to the ground, the key figure of the novel pulled the blade behind his back while the monster was running towards him, and thought that it was difficult to find an area for an effective attack and the chances of winning were not so obvious. However, Xavier grabbed the blade tighter and his anxiety somehow disappeared, leaving him perplexed. Looking at his master, who was standing with a menacing look, he thought that the very fact of Lloyd's return increased the chances of winning. 2.5 hours ago, the hero was riding Peepodong at a tremendous speed. They were jumping from one roof to another, trying to get closer to the Titan. The nobleman pressed himself closer to the beast and asked him not to come too close, thereby not allowing them to be discovered. Watching Giga, the protagonist thought that they urgently needed to find his weakness. Xavier again tried to deliver a crushing blow with his blade with a cry. He tried to deliver it to the other limb, but it also had no effect. The hero clenched his teeth and squeezed the phantom's fur, thought that the swordsman's blows did not work at all, and wondered what a monster with such strength was made of. But then the thought began to echo in his head. Lloyd immediately became inspired and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that it was still possible to do this. The guy immediately used the measurement skill and directed it to the side. The Titan's shell lit up from the use of the ability on it. A diagram of the creature with data analysis appeared in the hero's head. The sly one immediately smiled and, thinking over another plan, thought that no matter how living a creature Giga was, it could be measured. The protagonist examined the diagram and realized that his chitin contained ivory a meter thick. Having brought the image closer, he realized that the triple cellular structure overlapped at the molecular level. Having examined it even closer, the nobleman realized that it was intertwined very tightly and formed a kind of bulletproof suit. At this time, Xavier, with fury in his eyes, raised his blade to strike and screamed at the top of his voice. He plunged it into the enemy's shell, thereby creating a large explosion. Lloyd, who was watching the diagram at this time, saw abrupt changes in it and was very surprised. Having turned his gaze to the head, the nobleman noticed an accumulation of energy in one area. At this moment, Giga stuck his horn up and emitted a wave from the tip of the horn. The hero, who was watching this, pressed himself closer to the phantom and thought that he needed to empty the horn to collect all the energy and then release it, and for this he first needed to get rid of this appendage. In the simulation mode, an organ was shown going to it, and the protagonist thought that this place with a water pocket would need to be hit. Then, on the projection, the monster's body was torn to shreds with one lunge. In Lloyd's head, the thought arose that they would be able to cope with it. But then Xavier, who was standing below, looked at his master with alarm and asked what he should do. Then he began to show the horns with gestures with a serious look. And then he waved 2 fingers under the horn. And then the swordsman was extremely perplexed and asked him if Lloyd had gone crazy. And then the already aggressive nobleman began to wave his hands and fingers at high speed and shouted at him to cut off his horn. The claw flew at the blonde and it seemed that it was about to touch him. There was a blow that scattered dust to the sides. But from there, Xavier flew up with pirouettes, holding his sword in his hands and thereby dodging the claw. The young genius, trying to dodge the attacks, thought that an attempt to cut off the horn could be fatal, but his master, the skilled swordsman, having dodged another blow, flew past the scales. And while the limb tried to strike the swordsman, he tried to slow down and thought that Lloyd was responsible for his words. The blonde took off at great speed, and while his eyes were burning with anger, he screamed his cry at the top of his lungs. The hero tried to stop him with a shout and warn him, and say that it would not be easy at all, but the power of the mana rings is not only in the blow. Xavier, already near the horn, asked what he should do. Raising the blade above his head, he continued, saying that although he was weak, he was fast and at high speed. The swordsman delivered a chopping blow from top to bottom, while putting in mana, and asked if it would be easy. The rings of mana began to dance and intersect over and over again, thus forming a pattern and accelerating faster. The blonde man, gritting his teeth, held the sword to the horn and put in his mana with all his might. Lloyd, seeing this, smiled, clenching his fist, thinking about what they had done, because these were real electric saws made of mana and after all, it was just a theory. And then he saw Xavier fighting, screaming at the top of his lungs, and thought about how he had never doubted him. Waves of energy diverged from Giga's head in different directions under his screams. The claw again flew at great speed towards the blonde man while he was trying to saw through the horn. But Peepodong stretched his paws forward and was about to jump at the hero's command. The beast hit the Titan's claw with his back, knocking it off and giving him the opportunity to finish what he had started. The swordsman clenched his teeth even harder and sawed with even greater zeal. The appendage was finally separated from the body with the help of a magic saw. The monster began to roar while water flowed out of it. The horn filled with liquid spun at high speed and flew to the ground, splashing water. And after a few moments, the fragment stuck into the ground not far from the hero, who stood pompously on the roof. He screamed with all his might for Xavier that he needed to hit the center from the direction of the tail diagonally to the head. The blonde began to rush at great speed under the Titan's body. He stopped abruptly, holding the ground after hearing that if they hit in this direction. Lloyd frowned and screamed at the top of his lungs that they could buy some time if they did so. The swordsman raised his blade back a little and was preparing to pierce the shell with a thrust. But then a huge monster began to fall dead right on him. Xavier was stunned by this and froze in place. Giga fell with all his weight on the city. Only the rapier of the hero swordsman flew out from under him. The protagonist was extremely horrified by what he saw, and realizing what was happening, he loudly called out to his subordinate. But then we go back a little, the skilled swordsman stood in his stance for a thrust before falling. He clenched his teeth and was about to hit the enemy, ordering him to die. Mana filled his entire body, even his hair, and the guy heard a similar order in his head. But as it turned out, Peepodong was already rushing to his aid. The hamster grabbed the warrior by the collar as he ran, which surprised him greatly. The beast managed to save him right before he fell, and then he slowed down after running a little. Lloyd was glad of his rescue and anxiously clenched his fists and praised his pet. At this time, the familiar tried to stop the swordsman by waving his paws, but he politely apologized and said that he did not understand him. Xavier picked up the rapier from the floor and said that perhaps he was now scolding him for his recklessness. And then he turned to the monster and, standing in a stance, suggested that he stand until victory. Seeing his master in the distance, the Blade Master said that he believed in the protagonist's plan. And he at that moment frowned and thought that Plan D was thought out in a hurry after a successful measurement. But it was very difficult to carry out due to the incredible speed of the Mega Titan. Looking at the colossal size of the enemy, the hero thought that they should carry out this plan, because this is the only way to finish him off. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and frowned and decided to combine plans, and he immediately turned to Peepadong, who was standing below. The beast jumped to the owner. Lloyd climbed on it and said that they were going to the place he told him about. Passing by the swordsman, the nobleman shouted to him, mentioning that Giga recognized him as a threat and was moving to the east and offered to lure him into the forest, to which the subordinate immediately agreed. The protagonist was driving at full speed and was worried that they had gained only a little time, although it should be enough. He clenched his teeth and exhaled heavily, thinking that all hope was on the count. And again we are transported 15 minutes back. Krima watched the monster swimming to the city from the ship and froze. There was horror on his face and he wondered how this was possible and did not understand why the statue did not help. Jinavan carefully approached him from behind and, regretfully looking away, asked him to forgive him because if he had felt it earlier. But the Count, propping up his head, said that he was not to blame for anything, and it was he who was too careless. And then the bearded man remembered the fragments of the statue and wondered how he could believe that some statue would save them from the monster. And then Lloyd swam up to the ship on a snake and said that everything was wrong and the Titan was chasing the statue, and everyone was happy that he was alive. The hero said with a serious look that he was sure that this monster had come to deal with the statue and was going to use his obsession against him. And while Krima was listening to him attentively, the guy said that while he and Xavier would buy them some time, they would have to. We return to the present again. The Titan without a horn is chasing the swordsman, trying to smear him. He tries to hit him again and again by hitting the ground with his claws. The Blade Master stopped on the ground after another somersault and tried to catch his breath. Getting to his feet, the blonde saw this huge creature in front of him and could not catch his breath. The guy was sweating and thinking that he could not do it anymore and his limit was already close. But then he clenched his teeth and pulled himself together. Xavier suddenly took off, and while running he thought that now his main task was the city, namely to protect the safety of the inhabitants. The Titan demolished everything in its path and ran with its mouth open. The blonde was on its last legs, his mind was already clouded and he could not breathe. The danger was right behind him. And then, when death was almost overtaking him, Lloyd appeared and shouted that he needed to be louder and ordered to go to the statue. The swordsman immediately came to his senses and calmed down. The cart was rushing at great speed, dispersing the dust. Giga saw it and became furious. In front of him was that very hated statue. The hero was smiling from ear to ear astride a cart. The blonde was surprised to realize what he saw in front of him. Peepadong was pulling a cart with a statue with dangling limbs, and the protagonist was shouting insults and calling for an attack. Then the monster reached the extreme level of rage and froze for a moment. The Titan let out a wild scream that was heard throughout the area. Lloyd put a wild smile on his face and thought that he liked this reaction. And then he remembered how they fastened the statue and thought that they even surpassed themselves and that it was still the right decision to trust the Count. The guy immediately called Xavier with an anxious look and said what he would do when he opened the door, and he attacked. The swordsman, frowning as he ran, asked him to tell him the whole plan to the end next time. Having run past each other, the protagonist said with anxiety that this should not happen again. The hamster turned sharply with a whistle and began to run away from the monster. The beast ran away from the Titan with horror on his face, and Lloyd cursed while driving. At this time, Xavier tore off the ground and flew forward, head first, and rushed towards the target. He raised his rapier again to attack under the monster's belly. The blonde man gritted his teeth with all his might and was full of determination. The next attack was a sword strike. Fire energy surrounded the blade, which rushed forward. The swordsman was able to strike at the intersection of the shell and use the explosion. Giga was blown up by the explosion and lifted up. The hero, seeing this, was very surprised and turned around. The Titan stood motionless in the forest and smoked, and the blonde man himself was falling backwards at that moment and watched the consequences of the attack. All he managed to do was simply pierce the shell, but did not damage anything. Seeing this, he thought that he was only able to damage the skin, but a huge amount of force was used. But then the young man, falling down, changed his mind and thought that this was just an excuse and wondered if he was so weak that he could not cope with the protection of people. Suddenly, a loud voice of his lord was heard, who praised him for successfully completing the task. The blonde opened his eyes wide and was very surprised. The protagonist was riding a hamster quickly towards him and said that the Titan's shell Lloyd's eyes were full of determination and courage, and raising his shovel, the hero said that he was taking on this task. Xavier fell down and thought that he had gathered all his energy for this last blow, and now his creation was clouded, he could rest in peace. Lloyd frowned and shouted to leave it to him. Xavier closed his eyes and thought why the Lord said so. Hippo flew forward. The blue-haired man plopped down on him. The hero frowned and told his companion to rest. The city needed to be defended. He thought that although he was running and screaming, he himself was not sure that he would succeed. The guy thought about how he could take the monster away from the city and finish it off. There was no certainty that it would not return back. The Creamel Sea had already become a habitat for megatitans. The monster was destroying the village. Lloyd thought that it had intelligence and could cause even more harm, wanting revenge. Teapotong ran forward and thought that he was at his maximum and could no longer do more. The hero shouted that the moment had come. The beast slowed down. Lloyd prepared to attack. Teapotong threw him up to the monster. The brunette swung and thought that everything he could do now seemed obvious. What could he do? He thought that earlier, when he decided to save the city and make his contribution, following the plans, he joined the attack. Lloyd frowned and thought that he should blow it up. He had no other choice. He thought that he needed triple rings to blow it up, but now he only had double rings. Lloyd frowned and started calling the app, the skill window, the clumsy bot. The system window appeared. The hero thought that he needed to level up. The system window said that 190 PR was needed. Lloyd thought that this was a rip-off, but now it didn't matter, he would figure it out later. He pressed the level up button. The guy saw that now 220 points were needed to level up. He thought that it would be difficult for him. Lloyd leveled up one level after another and thought that he would get a discount. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. The system window said that 370 PR was needed to level up. Sweat began to run down his face. His PR balance was 311. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought that there was nothing he could do about it. It seemed that he had no plans to get into a fight. He had made a reasonable decision. The hero held the shovel and thought what he was even doing, hanging here in the air. Xavier opened his eyes. The brunette held the shovel in his teeth and thought whether he should just use mana and hit, and if there was even a small wound, bite. The blue-haired man closed his eyes. A system window appeared that his sympathy level had increased and was now +5. The hero frowned. A system window appeared that his PR balance was now 391. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought that the triple rings should appear now. The system window said that the level was obtained. Double rings shone in the sky. Suddenly, another star lit up. A system window appeared that the triple rings technique was learned. Lloyd thrust the shovel into the monster and thought that one ring protected the heart. The monster's paw was rushing towards the ground. Then it sank into the ground. The hero swung and screamed. A stone was flying towards him. It hit him right in the head. Lloyd's eyes widened and thought what it was. He let go of his hand. The guy looked ahead in shock and thought that he couldn't fall. He needed to unhook another ring. One ring appeared in the sky. Then a second one appeared next to it. A third ring appeared next to it. The hero thought that there would be a collision now. Lloyd began to fall. He looked at the sky. There was a powerful explosion. The hero aimed the shovel at the monster's wound. He came closer. There was an explosion. The monster roared. Then it fell to the ground. People looked at the column of smoke. The dust near the dragon's body cleared. The moon was shining. The animals looked at the guy. Xavier opened his eyes. He got up and said that everyone was safe. The blue-haired man looked away. He looked at the dead monster and said that he could answer for his words, but how did he do it? Teapotong took his little finger. He asked what was wrong with him. Did he really want him to follow him? All the animals ran forward. Lloyd was lying on the ground. Xavier's eyes widened. The hero was staring into space. The guy ran to him and called him. He put his ear to his chest. The blue-haired man frowned. He looked at the master and said that his heart stopped. The bird flapped its wings. It flew over the settlement. The pigeon flew past the building. Arcus looked away when there was a knock. The carrier pigeon saluted him. The brunette took the letter and said that it was from Count Cremo. What was the matter? Suddenly his face darkened. He threw the saddle on the horse. The man pulled on the reins and screamed. Arcus galloped forward and thought about Lloyd. His eyebrows rose, thinking of how many times he had scolded him for putting himself in danger. The letter was addressed to the Baron, informing him that his eldest son had completed the construction in Cremo with incredible success. Marbella had caught up with her husband and was shouting at him to wait for her. How could he just leave without a plan? Arcus looked at her and said that even without stopping, the road was long, which was why only he and Bayern were riding. She replied that he was saying such things. Had he forgotten? She frowned and said that she was much better in the saddle than he was. The letter went on to say that almost immediately after the construction was completed, the city of Cremo came under attack. 3 horsemen were racing forward. The letter said that at this critical moment, Lloyd and his companion Xavier, having gathered all their courage, sacrificed themselves to save the inhabitants of the city. The 3 horsemen were making their way through a snowstorm. The letter said that Lloyd had ended up in a coma. Arcus squinted and thought that Lloyd was the most hated troublemaker, but now his son had become the most hardworking and trustworthy person. The letter continued that they thought it would be important for Arcus to know about this as soon as possible, so he was writing this letter. He would wait to meet the parents of this extraordinary man. The man frowned and thought about his son. The guy smiled and said that he was asking the Baron's permission. He frowned and told the Baron not to worry, he would do well. Lloyd bowed and said that he paid his respects to the Baron. Arcus looked ahead and thought, could this really be his son? The monster stepped on the snow. The riders looked at it in shock. There was a monster in front of them. The horse reared up in fear. The man got off. Baron frowned and said that they could not escape. This was the shortest way, it would buy them some time, and they must find another way to Cremo. Arcus said that he must run. He replied that these creatures were faster than words. As soon as he turned around, they would cut off his head. The monster ran at him. The man turned around and shouted at them to run faster. The monster swung its paw. Baron parried the blow. Arcus turned around and asked for his forgiveness. He said that they would meet in Cremo. The monster began to attack. Baron gripped his sword tighter and parried the attack. Part of his sword flew off. He looked ahead in shock. The monster bit his shoulder. The man took out a dagger and plunged it into the monster's head. It knocked Baron to the ground. He clenched his teeth. The monster bit his shoulder harder. The man screamed in pain. Arcus swung his sword. It pierced the monster. Marbella also ran forward with her sword. She pierced the monster with it. It stood up and screamed. The monster fell to the ground. It was shaking in pain. People looked at it. Arcus approached Baron and asked if he could stand. He replied that he was ashamed of himself as a knight. The man frowned and said that he was also his feudal lord, which meant that he had to be responsible for his people. He turned around when Marbella called him. He asked if she was hurt. His pupils narrowed in shock. In front of them was a whole pack of monsters. Baron stood up. He pulled the sword out of the monster and raised it against the pack. The monsters ran at him. The man ran towards them. Marbella clung to her husband. Suddenly Xavier appeared. He landed on the ground. The monsters looked at him. The guy chopped off one head. He continued chopping off one head after another. The blue-haired boy sheathed his sword. He raised his head and said that he went to meet them just in case. The boy held the sword and asked if they were okay. Baron looked at him in shock and thought that he knew that Xavier had made progress with magic and developed mana, but he was not that strong even before leaving for Cremo. What made him so strong? Xavier looked down. The blue-haired boy approached the hero's parents. Marbella raised her eyebrows and asked if Lloyd was okay. He lowered his head. He looked at his parents and said that he did not know if he was alive or not. Dust was coming from the monster. Xavier looked at the hero in shock. He darkened and thought that he refused to believe it if he was gone now. Lloyd looked into space. The boy took his hand. He closed his eyes and thought that he would lose their estate, his newly acquired home. Xavier leaned over his master. He looked at his hand in shock. The blue-haired man put his hand on the hero's neck and thought that his pulse was beating, but his heart had stopped. He noticed that, albeit weakly, he was breathing. The guy opened his eyes and thought how this was possible. He frowned. He saw triple rings and thought that they were spinning at an incredible speed. Xavier put his hand on the hero's chest and thought that it was difficult for him to know about the state of his heart. He could not check because of the magnetic field. This incredible movement of mana was in his heart, and it was mana that kept him alive. He thought that he had created a triple explosion, and now he understood how the Mega Titan met his end. The blue-haired man looked at the brunette and thought who he was. After some time, the builders were repairing the house. The men were carrying stones. Arcus and Marbella were looking around. Xavier said that Mr. Lloyd was in the Count's house. The doctor was looking after him there, but so far without any special changes. The man raised his eyebrows and said that it all looked scary, just Lloyd and him against the monster that did all this. The guy, without turning around, said that it was all thanks to Lloyd. He walked forward and said that only the master's power helped kill the monster. The parents looked at him worriedly and thought, is it possible that their son has such power? The man behind Arcus asked if they were going to the Count too. The other replied that since he can't help here, wouldn't it be better to go there? Arcus looked at them when one of them said that if it weren't for Lloyd, he would have frozen to death by now. It's hard to imagine how many people he saved while getting to the Mega Titan. Lloyd helped the man get out of the water. The man walked forward and said that he couldn't even move, thought he was going to die and had already given up and was waiting for death. The hero held a shovel and told Belle to absorb the debris so as not to hurt anyone. The woman put her hand to her mouth and said that she thought the fire had started from some fragments of the statue. If it had remained like that, the city would have turned into a sea of fire. Hippo was putting out the fire. The citizen said, did everyone see how he appeared out of nowhere and swallowed a huge amount of water and put out the fire? Xavier and company walked forward. People around were saying that it was hard to imagine how many people were now in debt to Lloyd. Many people were standing outside the Count's house. People bowed their heads and thought that they hoped that the savior of fathers, wives, mothers, all of them, would open their eyes. Lloyd was lying in bed. The citizens turned around when someone shouted, "Were they all crazy?" The guy frowned and said that if that guy hadn't put up that statue, none of this would have happened. He raised a finger and said that if he thought about it, it was all his fault. People were looking at him. The crowd began to discuss and quickly suppressed the man. The hero's heart was beating. A system window appeared that his sacrifice and courage made a great impression on the residents of the city. For such an achievement, he was entitled to a bonus. Lloyd squinted. He opened his eyes. The guy stood up and said that he had a headache. He opened his eye and said that he remembered how recklessly he used the triple explosion. Was he even alive now? A system window appeared that if he were dead, he would not be able to see dreams. Lloyd looked at the system window and asked how this was possible. Wasn't his heart part of the settings? He was told that he would gradually learn everything. A system window appeared that he should pay attention to more important things. Someone entered his room. Xavier looked at him in shock. The brunette looked at him and said that he was just in time. He frowned and asked when they were promised to pay for the work. The blue-haired man looked at him and said that he saw that he was already better. He smiled. Lloyd raised an eyebrow when his name was called. His parents ran to him. They hugged him. The man cried and said he was fine, what a wretch he was, and his mother said it was a relief. Did he know how worried they were? Arcus thought it didn't matter if it was really their Lloyd. He was just grateful he was alive. The boy smiled. After a while, Royal Road Magenta. The man said, "It says here that the Mega Titan is dead and no longer a danger." Those are the last words in Count Cremo's message. He bowed to the king. He said that it was very interesting that such an unusual young man had appeared on his lands. The man bowed when the king said to send a message to the Frontier estate inviting him in that night. Queen Alicia looked ahead and said that she would decide whether what was described was true or not after a personal meeting. Notification: word of your courage and sacrifice is spreading throughout the country. The hero crossed his arms and stared at the system window. For increasing your reputation in society, you are entitled to bonus RP. You receive plus 15 points. The guy clenched his fists and smiled happily. New skill, Mana Heart, accumulating a high concentration of mana in the heart. The young man touched his chest and thought that it was no wonder that he had so much energy, although he had been in a coma for a month. The fact that mana appeared in his heart meant one thing. The brown-haired man frowned and realized that working with a shovel would be much easier. The system asked if that was all he cared about. The boy was surprised that she disdainfully treated hardworking workers. A message appeared in front of him with an apology. The system reported that his mana heart appeared not due to training, but because of the shock wave from the explosion. Based on this, his mana heart has unique abilities. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Exclusive skill option, impact compensation. Even if it is impossible to defend, the option allows you to minimize the impact of the explosion. Lloyd narrowed his eyes and thought that this meant that he could use triple strike whenever he wanted. The young man clenched his fist and was glad that the mining would go faster. The system asked him to say something cooler. The nobleman asked what could be cooler than work, or was she now also belittling mining? An apology followed immediately. The reason why the mana heart needs protection from the effects of the explosion is that mana is like an ammunition depot. Just bring a match to it and everything will blow up. Since the consequences of the blow are catastrophic, if you do not protect your heart, then get ready to say goodbye to life. But at that moment, the hero did not have a mana heart. Thanks to this, he is still alive. The shockwave settled in his heart. The brown-haired man touched his chest and noticed that, trying to save his life, the wave turned into a mana heart. The guy sighed and thought that while his mana heart was diligently developing, he did not notice it, believing that waving a shovel was much more useful. Sometimes it does not hurt to play the fool. Count Cremo climbed into the carriage and, apologizing for the wait, suggested that they leave immediately. The hero looked intently to the side and licked his lips. The carriage moved along the pavement. Lloyd propped his cheek on his fist, looking out the window, and asked how much money would be needed to restore the building and the road. The Count bowed his head and replied that the costs could exceed the city's monthly budget. The young man put on a serious face and said that if the Mega Titan had not died, the amount could have exceeded the annual budget. The man winced and, frowning, asked what he meant by that. The hero crossed his legs and muttered that compared to the annual budget, the payment he received could not even be called pocket money. The guy added that the statue erected to fight the Mega Titan had brought about such a disaster. The interlocutor silently lowered his chin. Lloyd continued that one cannot blame someone for their choice, because this choice was made by nature itself. The Count began to sweat. The aristocrat drawled that it was still good that there were people willing to sacrifice themselves. The young man smiled and remembered that he had overheard the servants saying that those who tried in the interests of the townspeople, regardless of status, were definitely entitled to monetary compensation. He was interested to know how strong the interests of the townspeople should be. Cremo froze and said 1.5 times. There was a pause in the carriage. The man frowned and asked if that was enough. The interlocutor replied that there had been a misunderstanding and he had not asked for more money. The guy looked out the window and said that he now knew that for a feudal lord, the lives of the townspeople were only worthy of an increase of 5 times the total amount. The count shuddered. The wheels clattered on the pavement. The man frowned and said that he was doubling. The brown-haired man did not tear himself away from contemplating the view outside the window. Sweat was pouring down the interlocutor's face. He looked nervously at the hero and exclaimed that he was tripling. Lloyd's sinister smile was visible in the reflection of the glass, which gave the count goosebumps. Cremo looked warily at the outstretched hand. The brown-haired man smiled softly and said that he was impressed by such a reasonable expenditure of funds. He would consider this compensation and put the money in the right direction. The man shook his hand and agreed. The feudal lord thought that this was a crazy, strange extortion of pure water. However, he did not hate the guy, did not even get irritated, looking at his satisfied smile. The townspeople turned around, noticing the count's carriage. People surrounded them, shouting the main character's name. The young man smiled awkwardly and thought that in Korea he was just a piece of trash. Cremo smiled and said that there were even magic balls installed on the podium that amplify the sound. All the residents really wanted to listen to the guy. The hero looked away and thought that he would have to say something motivating and heroic. A huge crowd looked at the young man standing on the stage and shouted his name. Lloyd sighed and took the ball, wondering how many people were there. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on him in anticipation. The guy took a deep breath and thought that if he could get money from everyone present, that would be great. To the surprised looks, the brown-haired man raised his finger and asked if the people had heard about the heating system. The dumbfounded spectators stared at him in silence. The young man looked around and, covering his face with his hand, muttered that they were not aware. The hero put his hands on the table and addressed the older generation, suffering from sore joints in the winter, and the parents, worried that their children would get sick. The townspeople listened in bewilderment as the aristocrat asked them how much time they had wasted trying to light a fire. Lloyd frowned and shouted that an hour or two, and if they were already over 50, then they had already wasted 15 years of their lives. The count looked sideways at the young man, who was yelling about the heating system, in shock. The brown-haired man frowned and showed on his hands how much the quality of life of all the townspeople would increase. The guy closed his eyes and added that if they wanted to get more information, then welcome to the Frontier estate. With that, he finished his advertisement and turned around. Cremo turned around and thought that there was a reason why he couldn't hate this young man. He was thorough in financial matters, persistent but reasonable. Besides, the young man did everything he had to. Instead of hating him, the count wanted to make him his subordinate. It would be too unreasonable to keep him in such a wilderness where he came from. The Frontier estate, which would be his sweet gold mine, and the chief knight here was Master Baron. Honest, sincere, hardworking. All good, but compared to his diligence, his knightly skills were average, maybe even worse. The hero thought that this was a problem. Lloyd looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Baron, with a cast on his left arm, laid out the sheets of paper in front of him and reported that all the preparations were complete. The list of land distribution was presented in this document. They decided to deal with the problem of the lack of labor on the farms, while the representatives of the orc tribe would fully engage in the mines. The man closed his eyes and added that thanks to the neighboring estate, they managed to conclude a large contract for the installation of a heating system. With a 30% discount, the net profit rate would be 10%, but given the turnover of coal, the final net profit rate exceeded 50%. The warrior wanted to continue talking about waterproofing and restoration, but the young man asked him to slow down. The guy smiled tensely and asked if he had really been doing all this while he was gone. Baron looked questioningly at the young gentleman and replied that he had simply fulfilled his request to keep an eye on everything while he was gone. A young man entered the door and reported to the main knight that the last level of the heating system had been laid. An inspection was required. The swordsman turned around and said that he would be there in 30 minutes. The protagonist watched as Baron checked the work done. The man smiled and praised the workers for doing everything without a single mistake. The subordinates smiled sheepishly. The knight asked them to take into account that it was for moments like these that he had been yelling at them. They were now the most important members of their team. Lloyd stared at him in shock. He admired how literate the man was. This guy was born at the wrong time. If they were in Korea, he would have been the CEO of some conglomerate. The young man decided that he definitely needed to be rewarded. Notification: the Frontier Estate's home floor heating system has been completed. The Frontier-style floor heating system will appear in the pages of the continent's history. A huge amount of RP will be awarded for incredible achievements in construction. Bonus RP plus 400. It turned out that such a large flow of orders for the heating system was the work of the Baron and Baroness. It turned out that these people had something to offer besides the estate. Since the moment of his birth, he had been lucky, and now, thanks to the new generation, many will either cry or laugh. The hero threw the shovel over his shoulder and watched the progress of construction together with the knight. Xavier raised his head and assumed that such a large storage facility would be needed to store coal. The young man agreed, because endless streams of coal awaited them. He smiled and thought that, thanks to the construction fee, he was able to pay off more than half of their debt. And he also had water checks from their neighbor waiting for him. Lloyd grinned crookedly and was glad that he was close to a carefree life. The swordsman glanced sideways at his grin. The guy did not express emotions, but he thought that this facial expression, which he saw from time to time, irritated him and awakened the desire to hit the master. The doom sounded. The interlocutors turned around, and the brown-haired man asked where the sound was coming from. Xavier replied that he had never heard it before, but the trumpet usually announced the arrival of an imperial envoy. A man on horseback, surrounded by knights and servants, was approaching them. The hero raised an eyebrow, not understanding where an imperial envoy could come from. A red carpet was laid out on the ground, and the guest elegantly jumped down from his horse onto it. He tossed the scroll with an elegant gesture and, catching it with one hand, unrolled it. The pages applauded him with admiration. The Baron's family knelt, and Lloyd mentally asked to get to the point. He clenched his teeth and realized that he was about to die from this strange feeling. The guest looked at the scroll and read that, since ancient times, great kings did something there for the sake of peace and comfort of the aristocracy and other citizens. The young man frowned and assumed that it was Cremo. In the background, the envoy muttered his speech. The man solemnly declared that, inspired by such thoughts, Her Majesty said, the two brave heroes who defeated the Mega Titan must personally appear before her and be rewarded for their achievements. Notification: the Baron's interest has increased by 9 points. You have been awarded 90 RP. Arcus held back tears and said that he was so proud of his son. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth and thought that he was grateful for the points, but this was a very bad sign. He had already been through this in the army. It was enough to simply do the job without problems, but you can't do better than necessary, and you only have to break this rule. The hero remembered how, having learned about his knowledge and skills, he was forced to build various houses, saunas, and barracks. If the young man got involved with the monarch, then you can forget about the quiet life of a nobleman in the province. The messenger opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that the orders were for Lloyd Frontera and his guard to leave for the King's Road immediately. The boy's eyes filled with tears, realizing that he should have stopped at the compaction of the seabed. That damn lobster had cursed him. He wondered what he was going to do now. If the monarch chose him, he would have to toil for him for the rest of his life. He could try to play dumb, but then they might chop off his head. The carriage drove through the forest, surrounded by guards. The hero's face sank, looking down with an empty gaze. Xavier looked at the gentleman and noted that he looked as if he had been sentenced to death. The young man agreed and looked questioningly at his interlocutor when the latter said that this was unexpected. The knight crossed his arms and said that if it were Mr. Lloyd, he would be in 7th heaven, thinking that he could get rich at the monarch's expense. The brown-haired man looked at the swordsman carefully and thought that he had information. The identity of Queen Magenta, her future, the situation on the royal road. If the hero uses all this information, then he has a chance. Xavier is right. If the situation turned out this way, then he should use it to his advantage. The guy smiled decisively and thought that this would be needed against the royal road. After a while, the main character and his guard bowed, greeting the queen. The ruler ordered them to raise their heads, and the brown-haired man looked at her carefully. A red-haired woman in a cloak stood above him. Lloyd smiled tensely and thought that at some point he was even scared. Her presence was no joke. The brown-haired man lowered his head and greeted the queen as a true mistress of the royal road. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow and said that she thought the second guy was an aristocrat. The hero froze, already accustomed to such a reaction. The woman smiled and said that she could feel the flow of unique mana inside Xavier. She added that the guy looked like he could challenge her. The blonde closed his eyes and politely replied that he was just a guard. The young man frowned and thought that the queen understood at one glance that the knight was special. As expected, one of the two best sword masters in the kingdom. Alicia looked down intently. You can't mess around with her. The woman said that she heard about his success from Count Cremo, so she praised him for his courage and sacrifice. She stood in front of the guests without a shadow of a smile. The queen said that she would not judge a person only by someone else's stories, and would believe it when she saw it herself. The hero frowned and thought that he didn't even doubt it. The redhead narrowed her eyes and said that she would personally evaluate his skills. The young man smiled and realized that this was a special opportunity to receive a royal order. Alicia asked what in the current situation and the time they live in most needs urgent reconstruction on the royal road Magenta. The hero lowered his head and noted that they decided to start with riddles. He grinned because he knew the plot of the entire novel. The queen looked at him and thought that the guy would immediately notice it if he was gifted. But if he was not able to see it, then she would not be able to accept him. They exchanged glances. In Magenta, the crumbling conservatism of this kingdom needs urgent reconstruction. The brown-haired man looked down and answered that the Magina River, which crosses the royal road, needs to build a new outpost. The woman arched an eyebrow in displeasure. The hero did not raise his head and thought that she must not like his answer because she expected something else. But, knowing her character, the woman will not stop there. A character with a powerful and absolute force, trying to be equal with everyone and acting according to conscience, the queen gives everyone a chance to share their opinion. Alicia narrowed her eyes and asked what the reason was. The young man frowned and said that someone might think that the main palace needed urgent reconstruction. The redhead frowned. The guy added that a long time ago, an evil dragon attacked the tower twice. In order to prevent a third attack, the roof of the main building was made flatter and wider. For fear that the roof could be completely destroyed, the main building of the kingdom became incredibly heavy. Lloyd leaned on his knee and said that this weight pressed on the columns and the foundation of the building, weakening them more and more each time. However, the moment to correct this deficiency would not come soon. He believed that this was not the most urgent task. The woman looked at him with displeasure but remained silent. She thought that this was a very impudent young man. Even knowing what answer was in her mind, he dared to give a different one. Alicia lifted her chin. The boy smiled and thought that he knew that the queen knew that he himself had given a different answer, although he knew what was on her mind. The redhead continued to look, realizing that the interlocutor knew that she knew that even if in her head she had meant something else, he still answered incorrectly. The smile widened on the hero's face. He knew that the queen knew that he knew that she knew that even if in her mind she already had an answer, he answered differently. The system begged this crazy idiot to stop. The queen chuckled, mentally asking if the boy had decided to play with her. The hero looked at her innocently and thought that he was only asking for food, a new order, and payment. Lloyd said that the current bridge over the Magina River had already been repaired 12 times. It cannot withstand the spring flood and collapses from time to time. When the bridge falls again, the usual way of life of the people will be disrupted and the monarch will again need a lot of money. This particular structure needs reconstruction due to natural phenomena. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and said that if only the queen could instruct them to do this, they would build a bridge that would not be afraid of either floods or ice drifts. The guy was talking about a modern suspension bridge. The woman frowned, noticing that this arrogant and reckless man was judging her. The aristocrat swallowed, and the knight glanced at him nervously. The interlocutor pressed her lips and thought that the more they talked, the more she liked it. Alicia asked to continue talking about the bridge he wanted to build. The hero grinned and thanked her. The young man knew that she would like it. Flatterers are hated, but those who are confident in themselves and their beliefs are rewarded with generous faith. Lloyd began to babble, describing all the delights of his idea, and the queen stopped him, explaining that she was suddenly no longer interested in it. That's Queen Magenta for you. However, she will be betrayed by the one she loves the most. She will lose her arm and become a bloody monarch. But this story will happen only in 3 years. Now the woman is a good queen, ready to listen to even the poorest peasant. The redhead looked at the guest and asked what would happen if this bridge fell. The guy thought that in this case he would pack his things and go overseas, but he replied that she could chop off his head. The brown-haired man looked up and asked to maintain the status of his family while this bridge stood. The queen grinned and noticed that he still managed to make her laugh. She waved her hand and said that she would allow him to do as he wanted. The woman promised him a decent reward and the preservation of the status of his family. The hero crawled closer to her and handed over a scroll, explaining that he needed to sign a contract. Alicia frowned and was indignant. Did the guy really not believe her words? She was surprised that this guy had prepared a contract in advance. The hero bowed and explained that the document stated that if he was insincere in his words, he would suffer the most severe punishment. He asked to consider this as a necessary measure coming from a modest man who could not be trusted. The interlocutor looked at him in bewilderment, but obediently signed. Alicia thought that she had a feeling that she was being drawn into something, but she was not angry at all. The young man bent over, sticking out his butt, and thanked her. The woman asked why he stuck out his butt. The hero explained that he physically could not lower his head lower in front of her, so he tried to lower himself as much as possible. The redhead asked to lower his butt, not wanting to see her. Lloyd and the knight walked down the corridor, accompanied by the butler. The young man put his foot on his toe and twirled. The brown-haired man made a smug face and pointed at the scroll, showing with all his appearance that this guy tore everyone apart right in front of the queen and got the contract. Xavier frowned and thought that the lord's rude behavior almost deprived him of his head. He would not be able to block the sword of the sword master, so there is no need to cross the line. Imperial Knight Kale looked at the queen and noted that Lloyd was smart and did great calculations. The woman smiled, sitting on the throne, and agreed, adding that the young man was more assertive than she imagined. The man frowned and said that it seemed to him that the ruler was unhappy about something. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and explained that the guest was trying to outsmart her from the very beginning. Alicia smirked and added that he did it so trivially that it was even cute. A couple of days later, the hero threw a bag over his back. The knight approached him and asked if he could really handle it alone. The brown-haired man turned around and asked why he needed security in a kingdom with an unrivaled security system. He made a face and said that being anywhere with Xavier was extremely uncomfortable. Even earlier, when inspecting the area, he could not concentrate because crowds of girls were running after the knight. The swordsman looked at the young man and asked him to convey his warmest wishes to Mr. Julian. The hero waved his hand and replied that he understood. Julian Frontera is Lloyd's younger brother, who is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Before going to the Royal Road, the Baron packed a bunch of warm clothes to give to him. The aristocrat walked down the street and wondered what was in the novel. At this time, the Baron's family was completely broke and they were unable to pay for his education, as a result of which he was thrown out of the dormitory, and Julian died, having run into a robber while wandering the streets at night. The brown-haired man smiled and decided that this would definitely not happen now, and how cool he was that he saved someone else's life. He moved towards the academy to go meet his little brother, whose face he did not even know. The Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Magentano. The hero looked down, where a disgruntled green-eyed boy was staring at him. He asked what the boy had come for. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, thinking that his brother was the same age as Xavier, but he was just a child. From the angry look on Julian's face, one could tell that Lloyd was a real asshole. The guy decided that he would not suspect anything if he did not treat him kindly. He threw the bag to the boy and said that his mother had packed it for him. Julian frowned, not believing that he was not called a bastard idiot, and that his brother had come on behalf of his mother. Notice, because of your overly kind behavior, the boy doesn't trust you. The hero was indignant. What kindness was there in his behavior? Behaving like this Lloyd is very tiring. The brown-haired man turned around and said that he was leaving. The boy frowned and was surprised that he didn't even hit him. Notice, suspicions are strengthened by such humane behavior. The guy was amazed that he even called the child a punk, almost hit him. The hero stopped, remembering how the Baroness asked him to have dinner with his brother. He scratched his head irritably under the boy's intent gaze. The brown-haired man turned around and asked if there was any decent restaurant around. The interlocutor answered that there was, but so what? The guy said that he would buy him something to eat. He diligently added the word punk at the end of each sentence. Julian asked why. The guy sighed and explained that his mother asked him to. The boy frowned. Later in the restaurant, the brothers sat at the table, facing each other. Julian squinted at the menu and muttered that he would like something simple. The hero raised an eyebrow and asked to order something more expensive, while there was still the opportunity to dine in such a place. There was a pause while the child stared at his brother. The brown-haired man quickly corrected himself and called him a punk. The boy tensed up and was surprised that the guy forgot to call him a punk right away. The child sweated and said that he would have a dish from the chef. Julian did not understand why the interlocutor behaved normally and did not swear at everyone and did not kick him. The hero looked at the waiter and ordered 2 dishes from the chef. The man bowed and asked if the aristocrat would like something to drink. Lloyd replied that he quit drinking, so there was no need. The boy was amazed that a man who drank all day long had given up alcohol. A couple of days ago, a certain man came from Wangxiang. He told a story about the trading city of Cremo being attacked by a mega titan. The boy couldn't believe that the man who got rid of the monster was Lloyd. The child simply didn't believe it, because his brother had neither intelligence nor abilities. Julian thought that it was either a rumor or the boy had taken the merits of his knight for himself. The hero calmly ate a steak. The child frowned and thought that this was strange and unusual, even if good. But in front of him was like a completely different person. Suddenly, a blonde man came up and hit the boy on the head. Lloyd looked up. The stranger looked at the child and asked why he was sitting there. Julian sweated and babbled that this was just how things turned out. The interlocutor hit the boy on the head and asked what he had been taught in law class. He continued to beat the child, asking if he could really break the law whenever he wanted. The protagonist put the cutlery on the table and glanced to the side. The offender said that the Baron's family did not eat in crowded places because it could cause unnecessary problems. The students at the next table laughed, and the bully insulted the boy. The cook and the waiter also pretended that nothing was happening. Lloyd crossed his arms and thought that even at the academy, the status of the family was more important than knowledge, and it was not right for the son of a poor estate in the wilderness to be so close to the leadership. The guy thought that if he helped his brother now, it would only complicate his life at the academy. Moreover, the boy himself was sending a signal for him to stay out of it, albeit with tears in his eyes. He noticed bruises on his arms. The blonde grinned and said that in his house there was a racanada recognized throughout the kingdom. The young man added that he had to at least achieve this in order to have the right to eat here. The brown-haired man looked up in surprise and remembered Viscount Racona. The hero leaned on his hands, making calculations. His face twisted into a grin. Calculations completed. The bully turned around when asked what his father did. Lloyd stood up and walked up to the bully. The student raised his eyebrows and boasted that his father was the wise and humble Viscount Racona, who had achieved everything on his own. He grimaced and demanded that the punk's relatives get lost. At that moment, he received a good slap. The young man was spitting from the blow, and the tooth left the chat. The bully did a pirouette in the air and flew into the wall. The hero looked at his hand and thought that the offensive skill Mana Slap worked without fail. The system noticed that he did not have such a skill. Another student stood up from the table and shouted, "How dare some stinking idiot treat their first-class student like that." The next slap went to him. The hero did not skimp on his dentist's tricks, knocking out everyone's teeth. A second-year student nicknamed Ripping Fist approached him and advised him to prepare for death. His fate was the same. Two twins with dyed hair approached and asked who dared to pick on their people. Someone exclaimed that the brothers called the double horns of the Black Dragon had arrived. The guy wouldn't dare lift a finger in front of their cool combinations. Lloyd crossed his arms and attacked with a double slap. He walked up to the boy who had just been extolling the virtues of the twins and gave him a lymphatic drainage massage to his face. The other two students, who had been laughing at first, cowered and hid their faces in the table. Trembling, they muttered that they hadn't said anything. The brown-haired man loomed over them and reminded them that they had left. One swing, and the Tooth Fairy got two new trophies. Rakona's son, with his teeth knocked out, swung and struck him in the face. He bared his teeth and asked how he liked the mana blow delivered by such a brilliant fighter. Diego Rakona, 21. The boy stared ahead, dumbfounded. Later, the young man regretted it. The hero licked the blood from his face and laughed ominously. That blow was clearly not worth delivering. Lloyd bared his teeth and, grabbing the student by the chest, hit him hard with his head. The blonde went limp in his arms. The aristocrat lifted the bully up, and he begged him to stop. The hero repeated the move right in the forehead. Julian looked at his brother with concern and thought that he had completely lost his mind. What an idiot the boy was, even for a second thinking that he was normal. The child turned to the place where the deputy director stood, but there was no one there anymore. Lloyd slammed Diego into the wall. He smirked and muttered that the boy must not understand what was happening and why he was being beaten. The brown-haired man pressed the victim tighter and mimicked his words about Viscount Rakona. The student muttered that he had crossed the line by insulting his parents. The hero thoroughly wiped the wall with the boy's face and shouted that he had no special position to mock others. He knocked on the wall with Diego's face and asked why he had to teach such simple things to an ill-mannered cretin. All because the blonde doesn't have someone next to him who will beat the crap out of him every time. The aristocrat pointed to the bloody trace of his face on the wall and asked what it looked like. The next second, he hit the guy again, saying that this is the 66th gate of hell for such trash who wastes oxygen in vain. Julian grabbed his brother and asked him to stop right now, otherwise he will kill the student. The boy closed his eyes and wondered why he was covering for him at all, because it will be worse for him later. He looked up at his brother, who asked if the kid was really afraid that he would be bullied even more later. Lloyd smiled and asked him not to worry, because a corpse couldn't hurt him. Julian turned pale, not understanding why the guy looked like he was proud of himself. The hero punched the bully in the stomach and thought that in high school he saw enough bastards like that who did whatever they wanted. He rejected any form of mercy for him. The blonde coughed. After all, the fear of death was something special. The voice ordered to stop immediately. The guards surrounded them. The man frowned and exclaimed that this was a sacred academy, which was under the patronage of Her Majesty the Queen, and this was treason. The hero straightened up, holding Diego by the hair. Julian looked at him in fear, wondering if his brother was capable of attacking the dean too. The brown-haired man bowed and introduced himself. The boy frowned, not understanding why he was so calm, as if he was preparing for this. Lloyd smiled and bowed, apologizing for causing such a commotion. He looked slyly at the dean and said that he was only restoring the trampled honor of Her Highness. The man frowned and replied that this was nonsense, and who would dare to defame the honor of the queen. The guy replied that it was Rakon's son who did it, and his younger brother suffered from bullying and insults. The hero looked at the deputy, who had seen everything, and asked if he really had nothing to say. The man began to sweat while the brown-haired man was telling him that he had no desire to stop him. They didn't need to understand why he hadn't stopped. It was because the staff of this academy was recruited on the recommendations of the nobility. That's why they didn't want to see anything except these very nobility. So the students felt free and dared to behave as they wanted. Those who grew up here and brought the academy to such madness. And it's not just the students, the teachers are good too. The men looked at him tensely. The hero thought that he would never have stayed away if he had learned that Julian was being bullied. He hadn't paid attention to them until now, since he was just the son of a poor baron, so there was little point in his helping. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that by insulting his younger brother, they had insulted him. The dean frowned and asked what this had to do with Her Majesty. Lloyd put his hand in his pocket and said that by insulting his brother, they had insulted him. He took out and opened the object. The academics stared at it in shock. The brown-haired man smiled and said that it was a special royal pass for an important guest. Suddenly, even a glow engulfed him, and everyone knelt down, saluting the queen. The hero put his hands in his pockets and headed for the exit, since they understood what had just happened here. The dean narrowed his eyes and thought that this retarded idiot did not know that the status of a royal guest extended to only one person. They could punish Julian after he left. The man shuddered, looking at the boy. The hero grinned menacingly. The dean quickly lowered his head and thought that he was trying to say that he would finish him off if he pulled some trick. Lloyd looked at his brother and hurried him. They walked down the corridor together. The boy glanced sideways at the hero and asked where they were going. The brown-haired man replied that they needed to go to the administrative center so that the young man could take an academic leave. He turned around in surprise at his brother, who had stopped. Julian frowned and asked how far he was going to go to satisfy his ego. Now they would put even more pressure on him at the academy, and he wouldn't be allowed to study either. The other man smiled and replied that it would be hard for him to study in such an environment anyway, so he should cool down and start training. Lloyd grinned and said that there was a saying that the best way to build muscles was through physical labor. Night had fallen on the royal palace, the rooms of important guests. Xavier looked at the boy sitting opposite him and asked him to think about Mr. Lloyd's advice because it would lead to good results. The child objected that it was about his good-for-nothing brother. The knight looked at his interlocutor intently and asked if he didn't trust his words either. Julian stared at him in surprise. The swordsman told him that the hero had single-handedly dealt with a mega titan and even withstood a deadly blow. The aristocrat had built a road and a water supply system, and had also started mining coal in the mines and made friends with wild orcs. The young man listened in shock. The knight added that Lloyd had managed to pay off most of the baron's unbearable debt, and had achieved all this single-handedly. The warrior looked at the boy and asked him to trust him. Now it was his older brother who ran the estate. The hero froze in the hallway, reaching for the door handle. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment, hearing the knight's words. Julian sat down on the couch and replied that he really wanted to believe his words, but it was hard to accept that this alcoholic and asshole had changed so much. The interlocutor agreed that the gentleman was stupid and arrogant. The child said that his brother was real trash. The swordsman added that it was hard to believe that he was even human. Lloyd froze with an empty look. The student looked at the knight and asked if it was possible for someone to change so much. The blonde replied that it was impossible. Xavier frowned and said that he thought that this person was someone else, just looked like Mr. Lloyd. The hero frowned. There was a pause. The boy looked at the interlocutor in surprise and asked if someone was using his brother's body with black magic. The knight closed his eyes and replied that it could be so, if such a thing was even possible. The brown-haired man frowned as the swordsman explained that there was such a theory in the book, but in order to transfer a soul to another body, a very large amount of mana was required. He secretly decided to test it. Xavier said that Lloyd's soul was connected by a very strong flow of mana. The hero opened his mouth, surprised that the warrior actually did this. The student frowned and asked if the soul of another was there. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, waiting for an answer. The knight closed his eyes and said that the body and soul felt natural, as if one whole. The nobleman sighed in relief. The swordsman looked at the boy and noted that these were just stupid assumptions. The child objected that it was even more stupid to think that he had changed so much. The hero stared ahead and thought that there was no way in hell that Xavier could not sense his presence behind the door. He must have wanted the master to hear it. The boy shuddered when he heard his younger brother say that he knew about the family's debts. The boy looked away and muttered that he thought he was the only one trying hard. All this time, his brother had done so much to cover the debt. It was easier for a child. Julian smiled and said that he had to admit that his older brother had saved their estate. Notification: Julian's sympathy towards you has increased by 2 points. Bonus RP received 28. Sympathy towards you minus 59. The hero grinned and thought that he could get points for his brother too. The system wrote that the ice in the little brother's heart had cracked. The boy replied that it was time to move on. He entered the room and told his brother that it was time to begin. Lloyd smiled and reminded him that he had promised training. The first step was to prepare the suspension cables of the bridge. The nobleman pounded the shovel to crush the soil and knead the pizza dough a meter thick. The second step: finish preparing the pizza by throwing in other types of soil and rocks as ingredients. The third step was to feed everything to Belle. The fourth step was to release the steel from the snake passage. The fifth step was to roll the steel into 120 bundles of wires using pipadong when the steel cooled. The rope was complete. The hero handed his brother a shovel and said that that was it. He pointed and said that this process was the starting point of the entire construction. If you screw up here, it would be the end. The boy added that in addition to the estate's debt, this would also decide his fate at the academy. The boy stared at his brother in shock, clutching the tool. Julian looked awkwardly at the brown-haired man and asked why he should be trusted with such an important task. The hero turned around and said that this was a very important task, so such a smart and responsible young man should complete it. He quickly added an insult at the end. The child looked at his brother in surprise and was surprised that he called him a son of a bitch again. Lloyd headed for the exit with a smile, and the knight followed. The brown-haired man was carrying rolled-up plans and was thinking that building a suspension bridge with the technology of this era was not an easy task. He was sure that he could not cope alone. The guy resolutely looked ahead and was going to borrow a power beyond technology. He looked at the building, from the pipes of which smoke was pouring. The royal dwarf craftsman Corgidus tore himself away from the bottle and refused. The hero smiled and noted that he had not said anything yet. The interlocutor took a sip and said that he did not want to listen to anything. The brown-haired man grinned and thought that everything was as described in the novel, an old and mean old man. If he was not interested, he would not even move, even by decree of the queen. However, the guy also had an ace up his sleeve. Lloyd unfolded the drawing and said that it was a plan for building a bridge over the Magenta River, and it was called the structure of the Rafter Truss. The gnome threatened with a bottle and exclaimed that he was not interested in human projects. Suddenly, he squinted and looked at the drawing. The hero rolled up the drawing paper and muttered that then it was worth leaving this topic. The aristocrat dramatically turned to the exit, saying that he would look for another workshop. Corgidus put the bottle on the table and stopped him. He said that if the overall structure was not strong enough, what would happen then? The man clarified whether the guy had designed it. The hero froze and replied that the structure would fall apart, the bridge would collapse, and all the people on it would die, and the guy would take responsibility for their deaths and be hanged on the guillotine. The dwarf frowned. Lloyd turned around with wild eyes and muttered that if only Corgidus would take up the matter. The interlocutor shuddered in amazement and began to sweat. He exclaimed, "What kind of threat was that?" The brown-haired man smiled and replied that it was more of an appeal to conscience. The dwarf asked if they were trying to intimidate him. The craftsman was breathing heavily. He extended his hand and asked to take a closer look. Corgidus looked at the plans while the guy stood opposite. Finally, the dwarf crossed his arms and said that in the entire kingdom he was the only one who could do this. If he trusted someone else with this, then expect great trouble. The aristocrat narrowed his eyes and said that that was why he was trying to put pressure on him, that is, to beg. The interlocutor muttered that this criminal idiot was trying to impress him. Corgidus looked at the guy and asked if he had any plans to attract his interest, since he was smart enough to design this. The hero, without changing his expression, replied that he had no choice but to rely on the kind-hearted master craftsman. The man asked him to stop making such a face. Lloyd made a perfect bow and thanked him, hearing that the dwarf agreed to participate in the project. Meanwhile, Julian continues to make cables with the support of mystical creatures. The bridge deck is being made in the royal workshop, and he and Xavier begin to build the main tower. The hero and the swordsman stuck tools into the ground and used explosive technology. Someone approached them and demanded that they immediately stop construction. The man with the guards raised his hand and shouted how dare they mislead the royal family and plunder the national wealth. Lloyd frowned and asked again with displeasure. Two men bowed before the queen, asking for leniency. One of them frowned and exclaimed that the bridge over the Magenta River had stood for 30 years. The guy was doing unnecessary things to get hold of the royal money. They asked to punish the swindler and return the money to the royal treasury. Alicia looked at them intently. The queen with the knight, the protagonist with Xavier, and two disgruntled nobles gathered at the negotiating table. The woman said that she wanted to hear the arguments of both sides. She leaned on her arm and suggested starting with the guild. Victor, the leader of the construction guild of the royal capital Magenta, frowned and said that the bridge built by the previous leader of the guild had stood for 30 years. The wedge-shaped support of the bridge distributes the powerful current of the river. He added that it was unthinkable to think that such a bridge would collapse. By saying this, the guy insults the guild and the queen. The hero looked at him indifferently and thought that, by the way, the bridge was already falling apart. The brown-haired man squinted and remembered that in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood there is a chapter that tells about the confrontation between the government forces and the rebels. And at that time, a heavy rain begins to fall, which washes away the bridge, and it falls. However, the young man cannot talk about the future. The queen looked at him and asked him to express his point of view. The guy said that he would like to talk to the official sitting next to him, and not the guild leader. Lloyd grinned and asked how much he received. The man turned pale and asked again, and his partner shuddered. The official slammed his fist on the table and shouted how dare he throw false accusations right in front of the queen. The aristocrat smiled and thought that the interlocutor was literally shouting, "I got my money." In Korea, any fool knows what happens when politicians meet merchants. Either the politicians set up the merchants, or the merchants bribe the officials and get support. In this case, it's most likely the latter. They plan to take over the money by depriving them of the right to operate. The brown-haired man looked at the ruler. The woman frowned and said that she thought he was a smart guy, but he had just made a terrible mistake. The young man swallowed nervously. The men smiled contentedly, while Alicia was indignant that the guy dared to accuse a royal official without evidence. She frowned and ordered them to prepare for the trial. The hero was tied up, and the executioner was already standing over him. The queen looked down and said that he had insulted her and her subjects with his lies. The woman added that she wanted to restore their trampled honor. Xavier looked at the master in shock, and the animal sat on his shoulders in fear. The knight placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Alicia lifted her chin and asked if the boy had anything to say. The hero lowered his head and said that a sinful man destroys his parents. Xavier frowned. The two men bowed to the queen and said that everyone gets what they deserve. The knight clutched his sword. The redhead said that from now on she would prove her subjects' innocence. The official and the guild leader sweated and asked again. Several mages surrounded the man, and Lloyd grinned ominously. The queen held out her hand and ordered the confession spell to be performed. The man looked around in fear and asked to wait. The mages held out their hands and summoned magic circles. The hero laughed with his signature grin. Crows flew in the sky. The birds perched on the poles to which the queen's former subjects were tied. Lloyd and Xavier looked at them. The brown-haired man said that their families were innocent, so he begged for such a punishment for them. The young man smiled and muttered what a kind person he was. The knight still had that devilish grin in his eyes. The hero was just a little annoyed because they had to stop construction because of those idiots. Alicia made a hand gesture and ordered all the inhabitants of the kingdom to devote themselves to building the suspension bridge. Long live the queen. Thanks to the high-level mages who used gravity magic, they managed to reduce the weight of the blocks, so the tower was erected in an instant. The hero ordered Belle, who was holding the rope, to prepare to launch. The boy put out his hand and shouted that it was time. The snake flew forward. The inhabitants watched this spectacle. Ki Podong was waiting for her on the other tower. The hamster caught Belle with the rope, which was immediately connected to the socket. The hero ordered to move to the second rope. Xavier watched from the crowd. Standing next to him, Julian muttered that his brother was so cool. The swordsman smiled and noted that the boy was also a good boy since he tirelessly did hard work that he had never known about before. The knight recalled that as a child, Julian said that he wanted to learn the art of wielding a sword, but the weapon was so heavy that he almost hurt himself. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Xavier looked at the student's pumped-up arms and added that this would not be a problem for him now. Hippo lifted the platform out of the water, and the mages used the art of destruction to melt it. The hero swung his shovel and, having stuck it into the ground, shouted joyfully, "Notification! The construction of the suspension bridge in the royal capital of Magenta is complete. You have been awarded a large amount of bonus RP for your success in construction. Bonus points plus 1050. Number of RP 3019. The hero did not spend them and now he was able to save up. The boy knelt before the queen. The woman announced that the bridge would be named after Lloyd Frontera and his brave knight. It would be called Royhabi. The government also granted the boy the title of chief craftsman. Corgetus, standing in the crowd with a bottle, was surprised that such a kid had been given such a title since he had made the bridge's covering. However, the dwarf admitted that only Lloyd could have designed such a miracle. Now that they had received such a large fee for the construction, the estate's debt issue was resolved. The hero closed his eyes and thought that there was still one big obstacle left. He squinted and exchanged glances with the queen. Alicia thought that there were many more places where she could use such a talent. The boy guessed that the queen was thinking about how else to use him. But his dream was to be rich and unemployed. But he needed to act according to the plan. The woman looked at him and said that there was one more task that needed to be discussed at the palace. The hero thought there was something that would help get rid of the king's control and solve Julian's problems at the academy. Lloyd smiled and replied that he would do as he was told. He would kill two birds with one stone. Later, in the throne room of the palace, the queen stood over the hero and his knight. She announced that she would grant Lloyd Frontera lands and a title that would match his skills. The disgruntled officials flinched. The woman glanced at them and thought that the son of a baron from a village who had punished high officials like them did not need lands and a title. It would be difficult to please him. The brown-haired man bowed and thanked the ruler for her kindness. He said that he was only an insignificant person and he was sorry for dreaming of becoming someone more. The nobles glanced at him with displeasure. The red-haired woman looked at the young man intently and asked him to tell her. The boy closed his eyes and noted that it was indeed reasonable to believe that such a small man only wanted lands or titles. Alicia looked at him with interest and said that she would listen and judge him. She wondered if the boy wanted a government position in the kingdom or an increase in the construction fee. Whatever it was, the woman wanted to keep him near her. The boy bowed his head and said that he dreamed of the Royal Academy being cleaned out. The queen frowned and asked for more details. The hero reported that absurd, unreasonable, and terrible things were happening in the College of the Royal Academy Magenta. Students were divided by influence rather than by knowledge, which affected the physical and psychological health of the lower-level students. The teachers of the academy preferred not to notice this, just as they ignored the fact that the money was going into someone else's pockets. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and said that it was time to remind the students that their revelry in power, their erection of a class wall for the supposed aspirations of peace, was too different from the main goals of the educational institution. The ruler looked at her subject carefully. The officials looked at the young man in shock. Some were surprised, while others were obviously nervous and sweating. The hero asked Xavier to get evidence. The knight presented the queen with a scroll. Lloyd said that he and the guard had been investigating for the past 4 months. Academy graduates, a handyman, and even a conscientious professor who was fed up with such a system and eventually quit. They all told him everything in detail. The frightened officials turned to the queen and exclaimed that this was all a lie of a low person. Alicia looked at them menacingly and declared that all those who dared to speak now would be subject to a confession spell. The magicians surrounded the men and activated the check. After a while, these officials also began to decorate the pillars on the street. The academy was being cleaned up under the personal supervision of the queen. The woman commanded the guards, ordering them not to miss anyone and not to make any exceptions for those who were familiar with them or somehow connected. She frowned and shouted that, depending on the nature of the crime, they could fire, take away lands, and even execute. Screams and pleas for mercy were heard. The protagonist and his knight watched what was happening from the hill. The young man's face was distorted by a satisfied grin or a devilish grin, something in between. The swordsman looked at him and noted that the gentleman was glad that the academy had been cleaned up. Lloyd grinned and explained that the queen had completely forgotten about his existence. All he had to do was slip away unnoticed and live in chocolate. The knight asked him not to make such a face, even if he was in a good mood. Kale appeared behind the guy and said that there was a message from Her Highness. The knight relayed the queen's request to attend the banquet tomorrow night. The hero turned around and hesitantly agreed. The man looked at him and relayed the queen's words. It was a great idea to use the academy as a ploy to get out from under her nose. She respected his desire to play. Lloyd turned pale and thought that he was in the queen's palm. The knight turned and left. The hero watched him go and muttered that he was scared. He looked at Xavier and asked if he couldn't see the man approaching. The knight shook his head and replied that Lord Kale was the best swordsman in the kingdom. It would be very easy for him to hide his tracks from a knight of Xavier's caliber. The important guests' rooms. Julian looked at his brother in surprise and asked if he knew this would happen, which is why he allowed himself to beat Diego so badly. The hero leaned back on the back of the sofa and muttered that it wasn't that bad. He closed his eyes and said that a simple builder who received a royal order did an excellent job. They were going to reward him, so the boy wanted to deal with the academy. He had faith, justice was on his side. He knew that everything would work out. The boy looked down thoughtfully, then looked up when the interlocutor called him a punk. The student turned to his brother. The brown-haired man looked at him questioningly and asked what the punks wanted. Julian smiled and asked him not to use the word punk anymore because he was his older brother, who he could rely on, and of whom he was more proud than anyone else. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Notification: Julian Frontera thinks of you as a hero who appeared in a time of crisis. He opened his heart to you, respects and acknowledges you. Kinship with Julian has increased by 65 points. You have earned 910 RP as a bonus. RP amount 3929. There was a pause. Lloyd grimaced and said that he was going to throw up from these words. The boy turned away and muttered that he really regretted saying that. Music was playing in the hall, and the elegant guests were chatting noisily. The queen took a glass and asked Lloyd to come to her. The hero, trying to hide behind his collar, was sweating. The woman looked at him and noted that this made him even more conspicuous because he looked like a mole cricket. The guy smiled tensely and muttered that everything was wrong. Xavier bowed and admired the ruler's farsightedness. They agreed with the queen that in front of them was a real mole cricket. The brown-haired man glanced sideways at the knight, indignant that he was so pleased. Alicia narrowed her eyes and asked if the aristocrat had not heard when she asked him to come closer. The hero quickly came up and apologized. There was a pause. The woman asked him to come closer, and the guy took a step, then another and another. The redhead approached the sweaty young man and asked him to come even closer. Their faces almost touched. Lloyd muttered that he dared not come any closer to her ladyship. The woman leaned forward and quietly told him in his ear that the guy should come to her as soon as he changed his mind. She could give him everything. Alicia passed by and added that this banquet was in his honor. The hero clenched his fist and thought that it was in the bag. Of course, it was best to live doing nothing. But what if a natural disaster happened or there were problems with the estate? The brown-haired man raised his hands and smiled, deciding that he would work and earn a living. Then he would have a luxurious pension. He pounced on the food and thought that he could not wait to get started. He was paid for the work, and now he could just have fun. The knight looked at his master with a sigh. Lloyd froze and remembered that in 3 years the story of the blackening of the queen would happen. By that time he would have both a pension and an estate. 2 men passed behind the hero and said the phrase, "The banquet will last until the moon begins to wane." The young man realized that he knew this phrase. This is the moment when the queen was poisoned and she lost her arm. A secret code that her killers shared. This phrase was supposed to sound in 3 years, and not now. Lloyd turned around and wondered why it was said by Mr. Kale. The queen leaned back on the sofa. She put her hand on her forehead and wondered if she had drunk too much. It seemed to her that everything was as usual. Alicia stood up and thought that the last few days had been oversaturated with events, the academy eliminating the consequences of the flood. She frowned and thought that there were more encroachments from the enemy country of Isfahan. She remembered Sammark, an ally in Chad, and thought that he was gathering an army in the western part of Isfahan, according to spies too many for simple exercises. The queen wondered if this could be an invasion. If they were planning an invasion, they would be massing their troops at the northern borders. Attacking through the endless wasteland would be akin to suicide. The woman closed her eyes and wondered what the hell they were planning. She grabbed her head. Alicia frowned and thought it was strange. Wouldn't the mana have absorbed so much alcohol in her blood already? The queen grabbed her heart and thought she couldn't control her heartbeat. Her breathing was labored. She thought she could neutralize this rotation of mana. Her heart was beating hard. Alicia folded in half. She opened her eyes and thought it was poison. How was that possible? She carefully checked all the food. The woman stood up. She held her heart and screamed that she needed to go outside, to the street where there was no one. Her gaze swam. She was for help. Suddenly the doors opened. Alicia looked forward in shock. Lord Kale stood in front of her. The queen extended her hand and said that she was glad that he was there at the most difficult moment and asked to give her her hand. The man looked at her and said that he was really glad that he was here on time. He took out the sword and said that he would help her fall asleep forever. Alicia opened her eyes in shock. Lloyd went ahead and said that they needed to go. They were in trouble. The guys walked down the corridor. The brunette frowned and asked if he would ask what happened. Xavier replied that he also felt a strange mana energy and asked what he should do. The hero frowned and said that he had to defeat the sword master. The blue-haired man went ahead and asked, "Is this really such a joke? It is very inopportune." He replied that he needed him to stall for time. The knight ran forward. He grabbed the candelabra. They ran forward. Xavier said that he could hold out for 3 minutes. The hero replied that that was enough. The boys turned the corner. They saw the dead men. Kale swung his sword. Alicia blocked his blow. The man looked at her and said that even in such a state she blocked the blow 3 times. It was great. The woman asked why he was doing that. He hit her in the stomach. The man swung his sword. His eyes widened. Xavier hit him on the shoulder. Kale turned around. He attacked the guy. The man frowned and thought, how could he block his blow with a candlestick? Who does he think he is? The knight's eyes flashed. He summoned a blow with a higher vibration. Kale looked at him in shock. Xavier pushed him away. The man thought, what was that? This is a very unusual way of mana. The youth swung the candlestick. He struck one blow after another. Lloyd ran to the queen and asked if she was okay. Alicia looked at him in shock and asked how he knew. The guy covered her mouth and said that they would talk later. He put his hand on her stomach and thought that he would use the Azrahan method now. The hero began to absorb mana. Xavier struck the man. Kale's sword caught fire. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that this was the Aura sword. Only a master could create such a sword once he finished the end of everything. He threw a candelabra at him. Kale parried his blow. The blue-haired man jumped for the weapon. He caught the candelabra in the air and swung to strike. The man frowned and thought that he had to admit that this young man was a genius in mana management and his skills. He struck him in the stomach and thought that, however, he lacked practical experience. Kale swung the sword. Xavier managed to jump back. The guy was falling. Lloyd gritted his teeth. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he was counting on him. If he lost, then they were all finished. Kale smiled. Xavier was falling and thought that the blow was a blank, but he still managed to wound. The man braced himself and thought that this was his best chance to attack. The guy rushed to meet him. Kale swung his sword and thought, is he really coming? Has he completely lost his fear? Xavier dodged his blow. He called Pipadong. The hamster grabbed the sword and threw it towards him. The man naturally bit his teeth. The knight pulled the sword out of its sheath. Kale ran to attack. Xavier pursed his lips. He rushed forward with a tearing blow. The man gritted his teeth. He flew back. Kale broke through the doors. He frowned and thought, is he really using a sword like a cannon? This is some kind of nonsense. A stream of fire flew towards him. The man dodged. Xavier swung his sword at him. The guy attacked him again with an explosion. Explosions occurred throughout the corridor. Kale thought what a monster he was. Lloyd gritted his teeth. He was healing the queen. She looked up at him and wondered how that was even possible. She thought he was absorbing her mana, not just hers, he was absorbing her poisoned mana. Lloyd continued to heal her and told her not to talk to him or he wouldn't be able to concentrate. Alicia frowned and asked how he dared yell at her. He replied that it couldn't be. Maybe she had hearing problems because of the poison. She replied that she didn't think so. He apologized and told her to be lenient with him. The guy coughed up blood. The woman pursed her lips and wondered what he was doing. The brunette gritted his teeth. She thought, was he really willing to save her even if it killed him? Kale crashed into the door. A stream of fire flew towards him. In general, an explosion occurred in the hall. The man landed on one knee. Xavier was following him. He frowned and thought that he would never get out of here. Kale frowned and thought that he would only waste time trying to get rid of him. He smiled and thought that he was a fool. The man extended his hand to the side and asked for the guard's attention. He said that this man along with his henchmen dared to attack Her Majesty, they should raise their arms to protect the queen. The guards pointed their weapons at Xavier. They ran to attack him. The knight prepared to fight back. He gritted his teeth. The guards scattered one after another. The blue-haired man held the sword and looked at them. He swung the sword. Kale frowned and thought that he had thrown back 3 elite warriors with just one blow. In all of history, he had never heard of a man with such skills. If he reached the level of a sword master, he would be able to wield a power that would be able to easily destroy a small country. Xavier looked ahead with anger. Kale thought that this would never happen. He took out his sword, ordered the guards to disperse and said that he would use it against him. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that it was an aura sword. The man was advancing on him. He swung his sword. The guy looked at him in shock. He moved his foot to the side. The glow of the ball blinded him. Xavier was thrown back several corridors. He was being knocked off his feet by the purple glow. Kale followed him. The knight was lying unconscious on the ground. The man was approaching him. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought that the absorption of the poison was complete. He stood up. The queen called him. The guy spewed out black liquid from himself. Alicia frowned and said that if he sat quietly like that, he would die. She looked at him and told him to concentrate all his mana in one hand. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that she was right. She needed to cut off her arm. That's exactly what she did to herself in the novel. There would be no damage from losing one arm. The only thing is that it would be awkward to swing a shovel. He grabbed the knife and extended it forward. Lloyd screamed a tearing blow. A glow appeared around the knife. It erupted a stream of energy. It broke through the roof of the building. Kale looked to the side. He frowned and thought, what was that? It looked like a powerful release of mana. What did this Lloyd do? The man turned his gaze to Xavier. He stood up unsteadily. The blonde frowned and thought how he managed to get up after a direct collision with his aura sword. Xavier looked at him and thought that he made an oath. The sword in his hands reflected. The guy extended it forward and thought that he would keep it. The moon was shining. Lloyd looked at his knight. He said that he was scared from the very beginning to the end. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. The boy looked down and said that as a knight guarding the young master, he forgot about his duties and rushed towards the Mega Titan and was also disappointed that the young master did not support him. He said that he wanted to trust the young master. After all, it was always like that. The blue-haired man lowered his gaze and said that with weak willpower and lack of strength. He looked at the fire and said that with neglecting his duties, he was completely unsuitable for the role of a knight. Lloyd smiled and said that everything he just said was completely wrong. He looked at him and said that despite this, he still had to take a 6-month pay cut. Xavier looked at him. The guys sat silently by the fire. The blue-haired one looked up and said 3 months. The hero asked if he really thought he would give in. He answered no. The brunette asked why ask then. The knight looked at the fire and said that he swears as the young master's companion to never neglect his duties again. The hero looked at him and asked if he really thinks he will believe him while he is just a stick in the fire. He answered that he shouldn't believe him, but he still keeps his oath. Xavier, without looking up, said that he already knows that the master has reached the level of 3 rings. He needs to catch up with him quickly if he wants to continue to be his knight, so he must become a sword master by the end of the year. Lloyd smiled and asked what kind of tone it was, as if he was saying that he was going to lose 5 kilograms by the end of the year. He replied that it was just thinking out loud. The guys sat in silence. The hero picked up a stick and told them to listen to him. He began to draw in the sand and said that each person has a limit to how much they can expand the heart of fashion. Theoretically, he will not be able to grow further even if he trains for 100 years, since it is generally possible to become a sword master. In his opinion, the boundless ocean of mana is not so easy to polish. Xavier erased his drawing. He looked at it and said that this time he will do without the help of the master. He thought that he will not rely on him anymore. Kale flew forward with his sword at the ready. Xavier ran towards him and thought that this time he will become a sword master using only his own strength. The man pierced him with a sword. Purple energy emanated from the sword. Kale frowned and said that he never ceased to amaze him. Any other body would have been shattered into pieces after meeting his aura sword. He held the sword and asked if he had strengthened his body by combining all his mana. If that were possible, he would have admired his little tricks. The man's expression darkened and said that he should die now. Xavier's body was engulfed in flames. The boy screamed. Kale looked at his hand in shock. The knight grabbed his opponent's hand. The man looked at him and said that he was crazy. What was he doing? The blue-haired man gritted his teeth and thought that the mana emitted by his aura sword was tearing him into pieces. He thought that he should let it pass through the sword. The boy held the man's hand and thought that he would pass the mana to his hand. Kale gritted his teeth. The knight thought that he would pass the mana then to his heart. The mana fire was burning. Kale lifted the guy on the sword and screamed, and threw him away. Xavier was printed into the wall. He fell. The guy was lying on the floor unconscious. The man looked at him. He came closer and thought that he could not feel his breath in the flow of mana. Kale turned away and thought that he had wasted too much time, and now it was time to go for the queen's head. Xavier said that now he understands. He stood up. The blonde turned around. The knight said that now he understands what kind of mana the master of the sword is. He raised the sword. Kale widened his eyes and thought, is this really an aura sword? He had never seen anything like it. The guy swung the sword. In his hands was a huge sword. He shot his mana. Kale gritted his teeth. He swung the sword. Xavier's mana was stronger than his. Kale dodged the blow. He frowned. His hand was cut off. It fell far from him. The man fell to the floor and screamed. The guards ran to him. They looked up. Xavier looked at them and said that who would like to meet the sword master. The woman called Lloyd. She held his hand and asked him to open his eyes. She asked if he had the ability to absorb mana, then he could absorb her mana. Alicia frowned and thought that they can't afford to lose a talented person. He must wake up. Lloyd opened his eyes. A system window appeared that he survived the deadly poison. A new skill option for the Heart of Mana was opened. A system window appeared that he is now resistant to all poisons. When the skill is activated in a state of fatigue, mana begins to be absorbed from the surrounding environment. Lloyd smiled and thought that these are really useful skills. The queen frowned. She punched the guy with her fist. He looked at her in shock. Alicia frowned. The brunette looked at her and asked why she did that. She replied that she didn't know. It was all in his face. The guy asked what was wrong with his face. Alicia looked at him and asked if he was feeling better, if he could get up on his own. The hero was lying on the floor. He said that his legs were shaking a little. He thought that he needed to hurry up and help Xavier. He thought that now that he had the skill of absorbing mana from the environment, when he was tired, he had no other choice but to test it. Lloyd began to absorb mana. 3 rings were spinning around his heart. His heart was increasingly filled with mana. He prepared for a quick, powerful fight. Alicia pulled away and screamed what was happening. Mana was entering the boy's body. The energy of objects and walls was being absorbed. Shadows began to advance. Mana was being absorbed throughout the room. The queen raised her hand and thought, what a huge absorption capacity he has. At this rate, all her mana will be depleted. She screamed at him to become. Lloyd lay with his eyes closed. The woman thought, can't he hear her? She pursed her lips and thought that he saved her life. The queen knelt down and thought that he could take her mana until his heart was full, and with this power he would help his knight. Lloyd continued to absorb mana. The woman closed her eyes. The guy raised his chin. Mana from all over the room was flowing to him. He opened his eyes wide. The queen lowered her head. A system window appeared that yes, as the mana heart increased to the level of a minor sword specialist, he now has a new option available. For 60 seconds his berserker mode will be available, which allows you to move towards a given target. In the state mode, strength, endurance and reflexes increase by 200%. The skill is available only once a day. Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up and thought that his body felt so weightless, as if he had been properly recharged. The boy frowned and remembered Xavier. He thought that he must be fighting the sword master one-on-one now. The hero turned and addressed the queen, suddenly screamed in surprise. He looked around and thought what happened to her. Was she really that affected by the skill? The boy recoiled when the woman said that she would like to know more later. She frowned and said that the main thing now was to stop Kale. Would he be able to carry her? Lloyd threw his jacket over her and said that he was at her service. He thought that the queen was something special. It didn't matter what people would say after that. The boy stood up and said that they were ready. He ran down the corridor with all his might and thought that Xavier had to hold on. His master was rushing to his aid. The queen opened her eyes and thought that Xavier was truly a genius at mana manipulation. However, it was not enough to defeat the sword master Kale alone. She closed her eyes and thought that she should now save up some mana. What she was currently able to produce was only a third of her strength. Lloyd turned the corner. He saw Xavier standing in front of the army. The brunette opened his eyes and called out to him. He thought, is that really an aura sword in his hands? Kale was lying on the floor. The hero thought he had succeeded. Alicia stepped forward and told them to lay down their weapons immediately. The guards looked at her. The woman said that the only one who tried to kill the queen was Kale, and these 2 young men dared to take a risk and save her life. Lloyd scratched his head and thought that it was because she was a solvent customer. The queen pointed to the young men and told them to show them their respect and be polite to their heroes. The guards stood at attention. Alicia walked past the rows of soldiers and said that everyone who is present at the banquet today will be questioned. These are just precautions, so she asks for cooperation. The brunette looked at the knight and asked, is he really a sword master now? He answered positively. The heroes asked why he was talking about it so casually. He answered what else did he expect from him. Xavier turned away and said that from now on, more dangerous trials can await him, and this is the only way to fulfill his mission as a protector. Lloyd looked at him in shock and thought that he was insanely glad that he was okay. He smiled and said that he could say whatever he wanted. He thought that he was just glad that everything was okay. A system window appeared that today he was able to become part of another grand event. The incredible power of his achievements allowed him to unlock hidden skills. Lloyd looked at the system window in shock and thought what kind of thing they would give him today. A system window appeared that the reward system was being activated. The brunette looked at the notification. It said that titles were created for his achievements. Each title gives him a bonus skill. Also, every month at midnight on the full moon they give him a certain amount of title points. He thought, what kind of nonsense is this? There should be a defender of Cremo or a hero of Magentano. Why couldn't they come up with something cool? Lloyd looked at the notification, which said that the title name was invented in accordance with his image. He wondered if it was possible to change them. The hero scratched his cheek and thought that it was good that, as he says, he gets titles, he can develop a skill. A system window appeared that the title was well done. The lobster Cremo, he gets a gift effect. The guy frowned and thought, could this be some kind of bug? Do all titles have their own effect? He thought, what are these CP points for? The system will not tell him even if he asks. A system window appeared that he was going to tell him, but now he won't. The hero asked to tell. He is very sorry. The system window said that he should ask for more. Lloyd was kneeling. Xavier thought that he was acting strange again. A system window appeared that when he uses the collected CP points, he gains absolute powers against the laws of nature. The hero opened his eyes. After a while, Lloyd stretched. He looked at the guy and said that he was very tired. He couldn't even sleep because of these interrogations. He asked him if he found out who was in league with Kale. The hero looked down and said that no, they say they use confession spells on everyone who uttered the secret phrase. Why is it taking so long? Most likely everything is not going so smoothly. Because of all this, leaving the capital is not possible. He is stuck here for a long time. Lloyd looked away and thought that he wants to quickly resolve this issue and go home. But this attempted murder in the novel was not described in such detail. Perhaps it should have been in the second season. He thought that the event itself happened 3 years earlier than in the novel. Given this, the future may change even more. The guy pursed his lips and thought that if this continues, they will have problems. His trump of knowledge of the future will be useless. He thought that he had just received the necessary skills. A system window appeared that when he uses the collected CP points, he will gain absolute power against the laws of nature. The skill ending spoiler is available. The hero thought that he can really use this skill. The guy looked at Lloyd and asked, what about Xavier? Is he still under investigation? That Her Majesty called him for an audience because he became a sword master. The red-haired man looked at the hero. He was silent for a while. Then he exploded and asked again. Lloyd asked what is surprising here. He said that Xavier defeated Kale. Obviously, it was possible because he became a sword master. The brunette raised his eyebrows when the guy said that he thought he did it thanks to the help of the soldiers. He asked if there was any sense in his words. Even 100 soldiers would not be enough to defeat the sword master. The red-haired man smiled and told him to wait. Lloyd looked at him carefully. Alicia sat on the throne and said that thanks to this story, Xavier proved his amazing sword skills and also demonstrated a change in the shape of the aura ball, which he had never seen before. The queen looked at him and said that as far as he knew, instead of the commander of the guards, she was currently free, so she ordered him to stay by her side as the commander of the guards from now on. The guy looked down. The red-haired man looked at the hero and asked, is the knight leaving them? The blue-haired man remained silent. The queen looked at him when he apologized for his rudeness. Lloyd looked away. He grimaced and asked, does he really know Xavier that little? The boy bowed and said that this unworthy one is only a knight of Baron Arcus Frontera. He asks to understand that he cannot leave him. The queen looked at him carefully. She sat on the throne and asked if he understood what she was asking him for. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that disobeying the royal order was akin to treason. Xavier was kneeling when she asked if he knew how this could end for him. He looked down and said that his fate was in her hands. He only asked to allow him to write one farewell letter to the Baron. Alicia leaned on her hand and said that this was his way of telling her that he would rather die. How noble. The blue-haired one asked for forgiveness for the insult he had caused. The queen frowned. The knight looked down. Alicia told him to go. She respected his will. The boy bowed and thanked her. He stood up from his knees. The knight walked down the corridor. He looked forward when he was called. The boy was looking at him. He stood in front of Xavier and asked what the queen said. Xavier smiled. He looked at the redhead and said that he was forever a knight of the Frontera house. The boy smiled. Alicia sat on the throne and thought about the Frontera estate. She smiled and thought that she was not very popular with the local lord. After a while, Lloyd looked at the system window. He raised his finger and thought it was time to look at the skills he received for other achievements. The guy scrolled through the list and said that the title My Whole Body Aches he received after a skirmish with Newman. He also received the title Residents of Frontera are Blessed, and the title I Will Stretch Your Mug on an Orc allows you to use What Is This? The hero smiled and said that he also received the titles Magentano Fisherwoman. Absolute trust in the king Alicia and not a single suspicion of treason in case of a conspiracy. Lloyd smiled and thought that he would be safe no matter how those old men tried to frame him. Many aristocrats were punished because of him. Suddenly his face changed. He thought that the full moon was shining brightly. Now he would always receive bonuses when the moon was full. A system window appeared that the full moon was lighting up the night sky. Bonus CP points from the titles he received were awarded. Lloyd stood up and thought that the points had appeared. A system window appeared that using the points he could see fragments of the future that would unfold at the end of the chapter of this story. The required CP points were 20. The hero smiled and thought that no matter how much he thought about it, in the current situation he could only see a lousy future. Wouldn't it be sad if he gained weight by overeating candy? He pressed the yes button to use this skill. Suddenly, darkness formed around him. The guy smiled nervously and asked what it was. He was kind of scared. He started calling Mr. Message. Suddenly a wall of fire appeared nearby. Lloyd turned around and wondered where he was. There was a city around him. He thought he knew this city. The hero turned around and thought it was the Frontier estate. He thought why the houses and trees looked so strange. The guy frowned. He looked at the body. The brunette turned around and thought what it was. There were many bodies around him. He thought what kind of ending was this? Lloyd frowned and shouted if there was anyone here. He asked to answer him. The guy ran forward and turned to the message. He asked, is this all real? Is this all really happening? The hero looked forward in shock. Xavier was standing in front of him. The brunette opened his eyes in shock. He saw his parents. The man stood in front of him. He said that if only he had passed earlier. His future self was crying. He said that he was so sorry. He apologized for not being able to protect them. The hero gritted his teeth. He raised his head and screamed, why did it have to end like this? The boy turned around. A black flock was flying towards the city. They were flying insects. The locusts were approaching. Lloyd frowned. The boy took a step forward. Xavier walked past the hero. He pulled out his sword from its sheath. The blue-haired man swung his sword. His mana cut through the cloud of insects. The boy ran forward. He struck again. The knight screamed. He struck a third time. The locusts scattered. Lloyd looked ahead and thought, did they really succeed? The locusts were approaching them. The swarm was flying towards the knight. He was surrounded. The hero woke up in reality. He was sitting on his knees in shock. His face dripping with sweat. He turned to the system and asked if this would really happen. A system window appeared, saying, even after seeing all this, he still doesn't believe it. Lloyd stood up from his knees. He ran forward. The guy ran down the hallway and thought that he clearly said that this would happen in the future. He remembered how his future self said if only he had come a little earlier. The hero ran forward and thought that he didn't know how, but they had to deal with this. The incident with the locust invasion was familiar to him. Alicia raised her head and asked, would the entire Cremona region really suffer? Lloyd knelt before her and said that it was true. They needed to mobilize the army to be ready for any situation. The queen replied that it was unexpected and he should tell her more about this disaster. The guy frowned and said that this was the work of the enemy Asfahan. Their main goal was to weaken the power of the Magenta Kingdom by creating the so-called domino monsters. He knelt before the queen and said that by subjugating the monsters of the eastern wasteland, they were depriving them of their natural habitat. Another group of monsters would be pushed westward, and with the other monsters that came, the creatures would push each other like dominoes, causing irreparable damage to the western territories. The hero frowned and thought that in the novel, this would happen in 3.5 years, and not even on their lands. It should happen further north. He does not know why the time and details have changed so much, but now is not the time to think about it. Alicia looked away and thought that Asfahan must have really made some encroachments in the western wastelands. It is definitely possible, however. The woman looked at Lloyd and turned to him. She raised her chin and said that this news about Asfahan raises doubts. How does he know this? The guy tensed up and thought that he urgently needed to come up with an answer. The queen said that if you think about it, he was hiding a lot from her. She frowned and said that even Asfahan's actions were less suspicious than his behavior. Lloyd licked his lips. He bowed and said that thanks to small connections, kinship with the tribe of steel sand orcs from the wasteland, they told him what was happening throughout the west. He knelt and said that before anyone else, he learned about Kale's attempt to kill her. He and the chief chamberlain exchanged strange phrases and kept a close eye on each other. At first he thought they were dating and purely for fun followed them and caught them red-handed. The guy closed his eyes and said that what allowed him to absorb mana and make the surrounding environment viscous. She also knows about his Knight Protector, a genius the world has never seen. Alicia looked at him suspiciously when he said that he had been with him since he was a baby and trying to protect himself learned various techniques from him. He was also a genius of sorts, that's why he succeeded in this so much. She thought that almost all of this made sense. The queen frowned and thought that she thought that he was making this story up as he went along. The guy thought that she seemed to sense some improvisation. The woman was silent. The guy waited tensely for her answer. A system window appeared that the reward effect was activated. The queen's absolute trust. Not a single suspicion of treason in the event of a conspiracy. Lloyd opened his eyes in shock. Alicia closed her eyes and agreed. She said to immediately allocate fighters, 500 white spearmen, and she gives him 50 magicians for support, transfers command into his hands, since he knows the enemy's movements. Lloyd smiled predatorily and thought that she was too generous. He thanked her for the favor. The queen leaned back in her chair and said, he knows better than anyone that this is no favor. Does he really think that she will ask for nothing for believing in unfounded conjectures? He replied that he knows that nothing is done so easily in this world. He smiled and said that if this helps to stop the attack of the monsters, then she should know that all the predictions of the solution are in the power of Her Majesty, and he will do everything possible to restore the authority of the royal family by solving this problem. Alicia smiled and said that he was driving suspiciously, but she liked the way he spoke. Lloyd and Xavier saddled their horses. They rode forward. The hero's face fluttered in the wind. His knight said that there must be an explanation for why he was doing this, but could he go slower? The guy galloped forward. He said something unintelligible. Xavier said that he understood everything and he could share it with him. The horses galloped at the speed of sound. Lloyd said something unintelligible, and Xavier translated it as that first they needed to get to the estate in 5 days. The brunette flew forward and thought that now his knight could defeat the entire army of the small country. See how a dozen people are cut down with one sword. The moral qualities of their enemy will be broken. This time their enemy is not even a person, so there will be nothing to break. They only know how to run towards the prey. The hero remembered the locusts and thought that they are not familiar with the fear of death, so one Xavier will not be enough. He thought that besides, when fire attacks are coming at you from all sides, 1 or 2 people of the power of fire cannot stop this. Lloyd looked at Peapodong. He should split up here. He asked him to show up on time. The beast jumped aside. The guy smiled and said they had a plan, so his money vein, the frontier estate, should hold out. They jumped off the cliff. After a while, the guys galloped forward. The hero stopped his horse. He looked ahead tensely. A cloud of locusts was gathering over the mountains. Lloyd frowned and thought that there was only a little time left. The people looked up in surprise. A swarm of locusts was approaching them. The guy looked up and asked what was that. Lloyd galloped up and screamed, have they gone crazy? They need to get out of here right now. He held out his hand and said to give him the biggest pot. The locusts flew forward. They were approaching the building. The window exploded next to the woman. The monster appeared in front of her. She looked at it in shock and screamed, what was it? Emily closed her eyes and screamed. The woman picked up a chair and swatted a beetle with it. More locusts burst into the building. Marbella took the girl by the hand and shouted for her to run after her. She looked out the window. A large cloud of locusts was approaching the estate. The woman darkened and thought about what was going on. Arcus ran into the room and shouted to his wife if she was okay. He frowned and told her to wait. They opened the doors to the street. There, the locusts surrounded the house. They looked at the people. Dayan ran forward. He ran and shouted for the soldiers to gather at the Baron's house immediately. The man frowned. He heard someone scream. The guy was being attacked by monsters. Baron looked at him and thought that the villagers were in danger, but they needed to protect the Baron. He remembered the Baron saying he hoped that this fate would pass them by. But if trouble came to their lands, first of all, he must take care of the inhabitants. He believed that the lords and his knights exist for the sake of the common people. The man gritted his teeth. He cut off the head of the locust. The knight killed another monster. He covered the boy and told him to hold on to him. There were many insects around them. The orc cut down several monsters with one blow. Herach, the renowned warrior, shouted to the orcs that even if today was their last day, they must keep their promises to their brother and family. The orcs protected the hero's parents. Bayern and Mihail destroyed the monsters. The orcs tore them apart with their bare hands. The knight covered the child with his body. The woman sat on the floor. The other citizens were also attacked by locusts. Herach was bitten by the monster. Another orc protected the woman. The people and orcs fought back as best they could. The monsters kept coming. The woman was holding a baby in her arms. She looked to the side. The locusts were biting the baby's hair. Suddenly the monster let go. All the insects were looking in one direction. A light appeared inside the swarm. All the monsters flew at him. The hero screamed that they were damn insects that eat grass. Xavier was slashing with his sword. Lloyd was holding a shield. He looked to the side and screamed if they heard that. They were probably already salivating over that delicious sound. The knight gritted his teeth. He hit the shield again. All the monsters were flying at them. The locust's eyes were glowing. They formed a single line. The insects were flying at the hero. Arcus and Marbella were watching this. The Baron looked ahead and said that he knew that voice. His wife confirmed that it was definitely their son's voice. Xavier and Lloyd were jumping forward. The brunette said that they were approaching in a very frightening way. The knight looked back and said that they were following them. Everything was as they planned. Lloyd frowned and said that was great, They should gather a little more and then lure them to the outskirts. The guys galloped forward. Xavier swung, his friend said to be stronger now. He was distorted by the force of the blow. The hero looked at him and shouted that this was too much. Why was he smiling like that? He replied that he needed to hit again. Lloyd thought that everything was happening as it was said in the novel. Insects react to such loud sounds. He closed his eyes and thought that this really works. The hero looked ahead and said that now they should gallop to the Raccoon estate. Xavier frowned and thought, is he really going to help them even in such a critical situation? A system window appeared that Xavier's sympathy for him increased by 3 points. He was awarded 54 PR. Lloyd frowned and thought that he would not be satisfied with the only bill for water. Raccoon estate. The Viscount ran away and shouted, what was that? He looked away. Lloyd and Xavier ran into his estate. The old man looked at the rescuers and recognized Lloyd. He looked at him darkly and told him not to even think that he would give him a deferment on payment. The Viscount was terribly scared. The hero took out a shield and shouted forward. The Viscount watched them go. The locusts left the Raccoon estate. Xavier looked at the guy and said that it was such a tactic to herd them together, passing through the building. The hero laughed like a madman and said that it was not a tactic, he would still take it out on them, he would blow their minds. The blue-haired man looked at him in shock and thought he was crazy. Lloyd was leading a swarm and shouting how could they do that, would they be able to keep up with him? He frowned and said that now they would meet another Lloyd. Xavier looked at him and asked him to save his strength. There would be no point in shouting. He asked if he really didn't understand anything at all. The hero turned out to be a crazy demon again and said that in order to save them, they needed to shout in order to blow their minds in the future. The blue-haired man looked at him in shock and thought he was crazy. The guys ran from the monsters. The brunette said that this was enough and now they should gallop to their Merez swamps. Lloyd looked ahead in shock. There was a cloud of monsters in front of them. He said that there were even more of them. The knight ran forward and told him to cover himself with his load and follow him. He took out his sword, and he cut the locusts one by one. Lloyd took cover from the corpses. Xavier cut a path for them. The locusts flew into the sky. The boys galloped forward. Lloyd said that they were all together now. They ran across the field. The hero said that there was very little left. The horse was running with its last strength. Lloyd looked at it and wondered if it was already dying. The brunette frowned and told the knight to prepare his back. The hero jumped on his horse and hugged his comrade. The boy frowned and said that now he was a horse and must run. Xavier jumped off his horse. He landed on the ground. Lloyd looked ahead and spurred him. The blue-haired man galloped forward. He ran even faster than the horse, but the locusts were catching up with them. Xavier gritted his teeth. Lloyd called Belle and Hippo. The animals appeared from the river. The boys disappeared into the stream. Belle swung her tail. She turned to the swarm, and she spewed fire at them. The locusts burned. The entire swarm burned instantly. The people watched this fight. Lloyd frowned and said that it was time for the second wave. Hippo ejected water from himself. The monsters were washed away. The beast destroyed half of the swarm. The monsters fell to the ground. The hero frowned and said that it was time for the third wave. Xavier rushed forward. The boys combined their forces. They destroyed the rest of the monsters. They all fell to the ground. Lloyd crouched on the ground and breathed heavily. He fell back on the ground and said that he was going to die now. Xavier said that he was sure that they dealt with most of them. He continued that there were still a lot of them, more than several thousand. The hero smiled and said that it was okay. The hamster ran to them. He plopped down next to them. Lloyd said that their time had come. Padong brought 300 elite warriors of the Steel Sand tribe. The horses stopped. 500 white warriors and 50 mages arrived. The brunette closed his eyes and said that they should let them handle this. They had other things to worry about. The knight asked what they were. He looked at the hero when he said that they had to deal with the domino of monsters. Lloyd frowned and said that it wouldn't end in one wave. The knight raised his horse and addressed the warriors. Frowning, he shouted, saying that for the safety of Her Highness's territory, they must get rid of them. The mages charged the knight's swords. Then they rushed to the attack. Many warriors began to attack the lying insects. The orc, holding a stake in his hands, shouted loudly. He plunged it into the bodies of several creatures. After a while, the orcs roasted their meat over a fire, joyfully exulting. One of them bit off the cooked flesh. The entire tribe raised their hands, noting that they now had protein. One orc turned around when a girl approached him and called him. In her hand she clutched a small flower. The guy looked at him with surprised eyes when she began to thank him for covering her. He looked after her. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The brown-haired man sat on the ground, hearing the loud screams of his parents. The father grabbed him by the shoulders, asking if he had been there earlier and if something hurt. He answered that he was fine. The parents began to hug him, and the man said that he was sorry, but at the same time he was so grateful because he saved everyone on this miserable father's land. The woman began to ask why he liked to sacrifice himself so much and asked what they would do if he got hurt. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's tired face when he mentally noted that everything was not like that at all and that he worked like that for his sweet pension and all purely for his own benefit. When the administrator laughed, he indignantly asked why he was laughing. The administrator said that it seemed that he did not remember at all what he said at the end of the final spoiler. The guy mentally asked what he said there anyway. While he was still sitting with his parents, the administrator suggested forgetting about it. He did not remember anything anyway. The protagonist mentally noted that he didn't care anymore because from now on they had even more work to do and they needed to prepare for the second wave. The system noted that he had received a new title, Insect Bounty Hunter number 1. His coverage area was the Frontera estate and the Lacona estate. The duration was 110 years, and the CP accrual for the title was 2. The effects of the title were that just looking at an insectoid monster would instill fear in him, and under the monsters area, they would immediately become weak and lose their fighting strength. At night, Lloyd was standing outside with a shovel. He turned around when someone approached him. In front of him stood the commander of the White Knights, Belati Blank, and asked why he was called. The guy bowed to him and thanked him for responding to his request, and then thanked him for helping him fight the locusts. He raised his head when the blonde asked him to stop beating around the bush because everyone knew perfectly well who played the main role in this story. The brown-haired man told him not to take it to heart because it was a purge, and if they tried to cope with it on their own, it would have taken weeks, but thanks to the help, they only needed a day. The protagonist's eyes widened when he told him that, to be honest, at first he was very angry, and although he was a simple engineer, he received the right to control the White Warriors. The knight frowned, saying that however, having arrived here, he realized that their arrival time and location were carefully calculated. He noted that Lloyd was an outstanding strategist, and saving the queen was also not a simple coincidence. Looking at the puzzled face opposite, Blank added that all this, it hurt his pride, the magicians were released, and they are all here for him, for whom it would be an honor to die by order of the queen. He said that he does not like the guy. His face darkened. Standing in front of him, the man noted that he had said everything, and now it was his turn, and then asked what he wanted. The brown-haired man mentally noted that everything was as he thought, and that this guy turned out to be crazy. Remembering the battle from the novel, he noted that there, at the behest of the Mad Queen, this commander staged a real massacre and met in a deadly duel with Xavier, who was trying to save people. The white-haired man barely defeated him, because then he had not yet given the master of the sword. Lying with an open wound on his chest, the knight noted that it would be better to die by his hand, and then asked to fulfill his last request. Looking with a thoughtful look, he asked to stop the queen. Studying Blank's face, the protagonist mentally noted that he was a natural-born straightforward warrior who immediately got to the point. He smiled slyly, thinking that he would not be deceived, so there was only one option. Lloyd threw his shovel over his shoulder and asked if he wanted to fight him. He said that if he won, he would join their construction troops, and if he won, he could immediately return to his kingdom. There was confusion in the man's eyes. He turned away and laughed, saying that he had seen through him because he could not refuse the offer, and then asked if he had planned this from the beginning. Frowning, the man said that, however, he had missed something. He asked if he really thought that he, the queen's support and stitches, would fight a civilian without a command. The guy rested his chin on his shovel, sarcastically noting that he had overlooked something. He said that the queen had entrusted him with command of the White Warriors, so this was not a request, but an order. The knight clenched his teeth in anger. The brown-haired man said with a sly expression that even if it was an order, simply waving a shovel could cast a shadow on the knight's honor, and then asked if it would be an honor for him to win in a wild duel. Blank reached for the sword on his chest and asked if he had a weapon. The protagonist picked up his shovel. Starting to approach him, the blonde noted that he heard that he punished traitors with this shovel, but for him in any case, it does not matter. At that moment, Lloyd mentally noted that he swallowed his bait, and now his chances of winning are 0. Imagining the blue sphere, he thought about the fact that he has triple rings, but their power is laughable, and he is a genius with a sword and almost finished off Xavier, and therefore he will never cope with him. Throwing the shovel over his shoulder, the guy mentally noted that however, as always, he has a powerful trump card. Looking at him, the blonde said that since this was a duel between a knight and a commoner, the rules needed to be changed. Frowning, he said that if at least one attack from the brown-haired man made him move, he would win. A devilish smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he agreed to the terms. The knight perplexedly perked up. Lloyd decided to strike him 3 times. A powerful stream of fire forced the knight to jump aside. The fire continued. A moment later, he crashed into the top of a cliff. Blank covered his head with shock on his face. He saw a large hole on the top of the cliff. Trembling with fear, he turned around. The guy was lying powerlessly on the ground. He began to laugh wickedly. Thus, 500 enemies from the most elite unit of the Royal Road were retrained as builders of the frontier. The man angrily threw down the shovel. He approached his commander and exclaimed that no matter how much trust and power he had, such behavior was unacceptable. He loudly asked why they were digging up a battlefield where they were supposed to give their lives. Blank sighed heavily and replied that it was not just an order. He remembered the smug face of the brown-haired man who told him that swinging a shovel could be more kidney-like than swinging a sword. The commander stuck the shovel into the ground. After putting in some effort, he said that he wanted to test something, so he hoped for their support. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Xavier were standing on top of the mountain. Looking at the master, the warrior asked if this would really work. He responded by telling him that the orcs from the wasteland taught him this, so he was sure it would work. Smiling, he said that they just needed to wait. Looking at the workers on the mountainside, the brown-haired man noted that this would protect his gold mine. A monster's face made of stone began to appear on the mountain. Among the dense greenery, rare houses were visible. Inside one of them stood a large wooden mug. The table beneath it shook. A candlestick fell to the floor with a loud thud. 3 members of a family hugged each other in fear. A herd of monsters ran along the street. A local resident leaned his hands on the table. The other 2 men tried to support each other. A woman hugged a baby. It was noted that all the villagers were scared, but at the same time, many had one thought in their heads. The guy stepped on his foot. Among the trees, he saw a cloud of dust. Holding one phalanx, the brown-haired man threw the other over his shoulder. All those people hoped that he would save them. The warriors on horseback also saw a wall of dust. Blank frowned, thinking that at first he had doubts, but everything happened as he said. A herd of monsters ran through the forest. Trees broke under their hooves. Sitting at the table in front of the main character, he had previously asked if he had proof that there would be mastodons this time. Lloyd asked what he meant by proof. Opening his mouth in surprise, he asked in an iron mask, "Is it really not obvious?" The man pursed his lips, thinking that he was sure he had succeeded in the art of lying, but all his words came true. Putting the helmet on his head, he mentally noted that it would be better to prepare for battle rather than hesitate any longer. Imagining the battle scheme, the blonde thought that moving at the speed of their onslaught, they would deal with those at the head of the column. Then he decided that when they slowed down, they would immediately surround them and begin to attack. The man at the head of the military detachment thought that they could lose a maximum of 20 pawn. As he moved forward, the knight behind him said that as soon as this battle was over, he would go to his hometown and propose to his girlfriend. Another indignantly asked what kind of talk he was having. Imagining the bloody weapons, Blank thought that instead of an engagement ring, his girlfriend would only receive a spear that remained in his glory. He told himself that he should leave fear behind, because the lives of their cavalry depended on their determination. The man on horseback addressed the white warriors, telling them to prepare for an attack, but someone stopped him. He saw a man to his right. Bayern was looking at him, and the blonde asked him what he was doing here without his gear. Approaching the knight, the brown-haired man noted that the young gentleman said that he would not need it. Blank, was there something preceding this? The man said that he could not explain, but there must be a good reason for all this. The knight frowned when Bayern told him that he was here to move the signals for them. He wondered what they were talking about. The protagonist was standing on the top of the mountain, and the man asked if he could see him. The knight answered in the affirmative. The brown-haired man noted that the young gentleman would soon give a signal. Suddenly, Lloyd began waving 2 flags. Bayern, covering his eyes from the light, addressed the warriors. Seeing how the guy was waving blue flags, he said that they should move to the south of the village vice-chairman. And when he raised a blue and white flag, the man added that they should be faster. Blank looked at him and asked what kind of nonsense this was, noting that it was the same as opening a direct path to the village for the monsters. Imagining their current location relative to the village, the blonde said that it was a matter of time before they could break through the barrier. Then, imagining them in a different place, he indignantly asked him if he really thought that an attack from the side would work, and then shouted that of course it wouldn't. The protagonist began to twirl 2 flags, and the brown-haired man told them to repeat after him. Lloyd raised a white flag. When he waved it to the side, the man translated, telling them to move for the queen. Looking at Bayern, Blank loudly asked what just happened. The brown-haired man told him that everything was originally planned. Lloyd, with fury in his eyes, continued to wave the flags, mentally asking what they were thinking, and then exclaimed that there was no point in this. Meanwhile, the mastodons were approaching. The guy abruptly turned around. "I'll fly 2 flags up," he mentally shouted that they were already advancing. The monsters raced through the forest. They ran past the mountain where the brown-haired man was. He smiled slyly, thinking that the first step had been taken. The beasts still did not stop. They were heading straight for the figure of a large monster in the rock. Suddenly they slowed down. The mastodons began to fall, and the protagonist mentally answered that their sworn enemy, Megalania, stood on their own. The beasts began to crush each other, and Lloyd realized that the second step had been taken. He waved a white flag. At that moment, Bayern waved his hand and told the warriors to trot their horses. The horses began to move their hooves under the man's words that they should raise as much dust as possible. Then the men scraped their copies. Blank frowned, thinking that although he was following the instructions, he did not understand at all what he was doing. The mastodon stomped on the ground. The rest ran away from the megalania. Pursing his lips, the brown-haired man mentally noted that they were afraid of the megalania, and the horse axe made them think that even more lizards were moving here. The animals tried to figure out where to run. The protagonist realized that they would then move south. Frowning, the knight thought that they were moving. He wondered if this was the direction of the trenches that his soldiers had previously dug when they carved the lizard on the rock. Remembering how many men dug a trench, the blonde thought that back then he wondered why they were digging so much. The mastodons ran straight there, and Lloyd noted that this was the third step of his plan. The animals began to fall into the trench. A white flag appeared in the air. A giant hippo appeared in front of the pit. The guy frowned and shouted, telling him to pour water. A moment later, water poured out of the animal's mouth. The mastodons began to sink and howled loudly. The brown-haired man threw out the flags. He spread his arms in different directions. Blank, Bayern, and the knights watched him, after which a loud cry was heard that they had won. Under a loud cry, the wave washed away the mastodons. After a while, they began to get out onto dry land. Blank watched them from the hill. Nervously opening his mouth, he mentally noted that they really had won without even starting to fight. A guy squatted down next to him and noted that there was enough food for them here and they did not have to go back to where the megalania was, and plus he was glad that they now had this channel. The blonde frowned and asked if the creation of this channel was part of the plan. The brown-haired man smiled slightly and replied that he would not call it a plan, because he just thought that since they were digging a trench, it could be used. The man pursed his lips. He mentally noted that they had lost 5 warriors during this battle. In front of him was a crying woman with a child. A knight was kneeling in front of her with a bloody weapon. The commander behind him said that he had fought with honor for the kingdom and its subjects. Looking at him with a darkened look, the blonde said that their soldiers in the kingdom of Magentana would always remember the knight Durando's brew. The woman fell to her knees. She bent over her husband's bloody weapon. After a while, Durando and the others were buried. Looking at the graves, their comrades cried. Turning around abruptly, Blank rudely asked how much longer they were going to waste time here and then sent them off to train. Then night fell. The man was kneeling in the rain in front of the cemetery of his former comrades. His face was emotionless. Staring ahead with empty eyes, he thought of courage and honor, mentally noting that these were the words he repeated to himself when he lost his warriors, but it was all nonsense. Trembling and hanging his head, Blank thought that deep down he already knew that death leaves behind far from honor. Remembering the grief-stricken widow, he thought that after death only hell awaits. The warriors raised their weapons. Embracing his comrade, the knight exclaimed that he must definitely invite them to his wedding. The blonde watched the joy of his comrades. Behind him stood Lloyd with Xavier, who asked the master if his words were true, that they would never stop. The brown-haired man answered that they would stop someday, but before that, at least a few more such attacks awaited them. He pointed to his head when the blonde man said that each such attack could cause great damage to the estate, and so they should do something to stop them. The protagonist noted that his IQ had increased. He smirked smugly and asked to guess what he was doing now. Xavier opened his mouth and said that it was obvious that they would attack the monsters with as little effort as possible. When Lloyd asked him what the plan was, he replied that he was sure he had it in his head. The guy glanced back when Blank said that his warriors would help implement it. He asked him if they were going to return to the capital. The knight replied that he was thinking about writing a letter to the queen asking her to stay. He frowned and said that today he saw what a real victory was, and at the same time realized what an inept commander he had been. The man waved his hand. He knelt down on one knee. Bowing his head to the surprised guys, he asked to let him observe his wisdom for a little while longer. The knights behind him also knelt down. The brown-haired man opened his mouth, falling silent. The blonde looked up when he told him to try not to be too surprised and not to jump out of his pants with happiness. The protagonist smiled and noted that this would seem impossible even for the White Warriors, because this time they would be making a legend come true. After a while, all of them in the Frontier family found themselves at the same table. Lloyd looked at his father and asked if he remembered when he proposed to build a waterway from Lake Capua. He was categorically against his idea. The man replied that he remembered that. Introducing a huge monster with many paws, the guy added that this was because according to legends, a monster called the Royal Storm lives on Lake Capua. Arcus folded his arms and said that, however, to make them agree with his idea, he assured them that he would not disturb the monster for any reason. Brown-haired replied that it was true, but he did plan to wake it. His father froze. Gloomy and frowning, he asked indignantly. Marbella, sweating, exclaimed that she was absolutely against it. Blank closed his eyes and raised his palm, saying that he agreed. The man looked at the blonde man and said that as a knight, his son should not agree with him. He apologized and replied that he could not do anything. At this point, the protagonist noted that his IQ had really increased. He raised his fists high and exclaimed that through democracy they had approved a new plan, and Arcus asked him to wait. Before time, Lloyd, Xavier, and Blank, along with the knights, walked with shovels. The blonde man looked at the gentleman and asked if he wanted to wake up the beast in order to control it. The guy replied that he was not a wizard and then asked how he thought this was possible. Remembering himself in the library, he said that he had read many stories and learned a lot about the habits and plantings of the royal storm. Introducing the giant storm, the brown-haired man began to tell that in one of the stories he learned that it was described as a magical creature of incredibly huge size. But what was surprising was that he did not find a single record of it attacking people. He added that the monster made its nest on this lake, and if they destroyed it, it would simply growl at them and then start rebuilding the dwelling. To the crazy smile on his face, the main character said that in other words, they were going to destroy part of the lake. He noted that constantly, day and night, they would destroy his house every time he rebuilt it. Imagining the monster on the mountain around the lake, Lloyd added that the monsters crossing the eastern mountain would be scared by its roar, and then noted that this time the operation would be codenamed Dog in the Backyard. Xavier, looking askance at the gentleman, mentally noted that this was a plan where it would disturb the peace of the sleeping beast. He thought that even the devil himself on the sink would decide. The guy looked at him when he asked what would happen if the plan got out of control and what if the beast still broke on them. He asked why he asked him such obvious questions. The brown-haired man grimaced and pointed at his comrade, saying that since he was his knight, he would go and deal with him himself, and then scare away the monsters with his roar instead of him. He imagined the guy on the mountain, who was screaming loudly, scaring the monsters. The protagonist said that everything would be according to the strategy Dog in the Backyard. Xavier pursed his lips, wondering if he really wanted to say that he was a dog. After a while, they all looked at the island in the center of the lake. Lloyd sighed. His eyes lit up when he activated change. Starting to move his hands over the holographic map, he opened the simulation mode, and then wondered where they should now better hit to avoid the flood. The guy mentally asked if this would wake up the monster. He began to move his hands quickly. Looking at the knight, Xavier said that it might look a little strange, but he was not crazy, if only a little, so you can just ignore him. The blonde clenched his fist, saying that madness coupled with wisdom gives an extraordinary result. Someone was looking at the people on land, noting that they were back again. Air bubbles began to rise up. The monster thought that he forgave them last time, but if they disturbed his sleep again, he would strike them all to the last one. Underwater, the purple eyes of the royal storm lit up. The bright sun sparkled in the net. The guy with a dissatisfied face listened to loud laughter. Bayern lay on the ground, painted with small animals, and laughed. Suddenly his face darkened. The brown-haired man looked at him with dissatisfaction. The man rose to his feet and noted that he should have told them something. While the cubs were rubbing against his legs, he explained that they had been separated from their mother during the invasion, and he was calling to ask him for permission to keep them. Rubbing his cheek, the protagonist noted with a puzzled face that if he remembered correctly, they would become wild as they got older, and it could be a little dangerous in the future. When Bayern said that it wouldn't happen, he asked him why he was so sure about it. The man's face blushed as he said that they were too adorable. Lloyd narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he thought that raising wild animals was not that easy, and it was difficult and tiring, and then asked if he was right. The man again said that it wouldn't happen, and the brown-haired man asked him again why he was so sure about it. With a blush on his cheeks, Bayern said that they were too adorable. The protagonist's face darkened again. As he started to leave and told him to do whatever he wanted, the man fell to the ground again and started hugging the cubs. Walking with a dissatisfied expression, the protagonist mentally noted that if this was Bayern, then he was sure that he would not let him down, and if these babies could be tamed, they could become an additional force in the future. He thought that considering that Operation Backyard Dog would be a 100% success, it would be nice to have such a strong ally. Remembering Akuch sitting on horseback, who said that monsters could attack their village, so they needed to go back to protect the people. The protagonist mentally noted that he had lost one of his strongest allies, so the situation could not be worse. But he could not change anything. He looked at the man with the brushwood and told him to send 5 volunteers to help the Steel Sand tribe and let them report on the situation on the spot as soon as possible. Greg replied that the poncho was in order. Lloyd thought that they had always been of great help to them, so he would try to make their strength and power stronger than before and today. Blank came up to him and said that everything was ready. It was the day the operation began. The guy grinned. Frowning, he shouted, saying that today they would wake up the legendary monster from sleep and that no one could do this. He pointed his finger, loudly asked who else would be able to resolve and dig up the mountain with their superpowers. The brown-haired man spread his arms out to the sides, and the knights began to rejoice, answering that it was they, the White Warriors. The protagonist put his hand to his ear and asked who could defeat him with their shovels when the monster bared his teeth. He spread his arms again, and the men answered that it was the White Warriors. Clasping his hands in a lock and raising them, his face asked if they believed in the power of a shovel. The warriors did the same and loudly answered that they believed. Raising their shovels, they followed the volley leader, shouting that the shovel was a hero and that the enemy would not pass. Xavier stood at the very end of the line and said nothing. His face darkened, and the system noted that he sympathized with the white warriors. While the men dug up the mountain, the brown-haired man noted that with the help of the stimulation mode, he found a way to avoid the flood, and now it was necessary to create conditions that would lead to a rift in the soil. He waved to the blonde man at the top of the mountain when he shouted that he was ready. The protagonist asked him if he saw the marks he had left for him. The knight replied that he saw them. Frowning, Lloyd waved his hand, giving a sign. He thought that even when they reached the desired level, the knight plunged his sword into the ground. An explosion followed. The trees shook for a long time. Then they began to break. Thick smoke could be seen from the lake in the distance. The guy thought that it seemed that they would not be able to cause any visible damage now, but it would be enough to destroy the dam. He and the knights lay down on the ground. The water on the lake was calm. After a few moments, it began to sway. The brown-haired man thought that very soon the royal storm would wake up from its sleep. Suddenly, the island in the middle was thrown up. Covering his head, the main character raised his frightened eyes. Huge eyes were visible under the water. Xavier, meanwhile, was hiding behind a tree. Blank, along with the others, was lying on the ground. The monster began to rise from the water. The giant beaver raised its paws and growled. Lloyd narrowed his eyes in confusion. The knights opened their mouths in shock. The blonde did the same, thinking that this was. Looking at the beaver, he thought it was just cute. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that from the tone of his growl, he could sense that it meant something like he was angry. As he watched the beaver, he thought about how stylishly it reminded him of Peapodong, Hippo, and Belle, and that he didn't understand what they were saying either. He wondered if it was some kind of mystical creature. Frowning, the brown-haired boy thought that it wasn't a problem then, and if it was a real beaver, then he was pretty sure that his top priority would be to rebuild his home. The beaver turned its gaze to him. Then it turned around. Glaring at the protagonist, it muttered. The protagonist pressed himself to the ground, realizing that the beast was asking if they really thought he wouldn't notice them. The beaver muttered again, displeased. Lloyd's horrified face began to sweat as he realized the beast had said that it looked like they were trying to pull off something by destroying his dam, and then asked if they thought he would just rebuild it and go to sleep. He asked if they could do it again if he reposted their oxygen supply. The boy mentally noted that he had been too clever and their operation had been a complete failure. Blank crawled up to him and asked what they should do now. Seeing the purple face of the gentleman, he loudly asked what happened to him. The beaver climbed into the water with his front paws. Splashing on the people, he screamed loudly. Suddenly, a wave opened up the people. The quartet suddenly jumped through it. He swung his weapon. Lunging, he directed a stream of fire at the beast. It swung its paw, redirecting it into the water. The guy's sword glowed when he thought he had no other choice. He swung again. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the main character ran out and screamed loudly, telling him to stop and saying that he had an idea. The blonde perked up. Lloyd frowned, thinking that this was a miracle of some kind of mystical creature, then this would definitely work. The beaver swung his paw at Xavier. He swung his sword, using an explosion. Then the fire threw him aside. He ended up near the head of the beast. The beaver waved its paws, trying to catch him. Meanwhile, the brown-haired one was sneaking up on him through the water. Having immersed half of his face, he mentally praised the knight, telling him to continue to distract attention. Suddenly, the beast turned around. At that moment, the guy abruptly dived under the water. Covering his mouth with his hand, he thought that he simply had excellent intuition, and it would be very difficult to get close to him. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired one directed an explosion at the enemy. The beaver blocked it with his tail. The guy swung his sword. The beast blocked the wave of green light with water. The blonde-haired one landed on the ground and cursed. Looking at the enemy's back, he thought that he would not distract him with restrained attacks, but if he hit with full force, he could seriously injure him. The knight tried to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, the main character was still hiding under the water. Xavier clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, he screamed loudly. The knights opened their mouths in confusion. The brown-haired man frowned underwater. The knight's scream flew in different directions. The beaver looked back sadly. Bringing his eyebrows together, he asked in a trembling voice why he called him Mom, because it was not so, especially since he was a boy. The blonde man pointed his sword at him and screamed again. The beast stretched out his paws to him and asked how he became his mom, and then asked why he was saying such strange things. Frowning, the guy screamed again. This time the beaver shook with anger, loudly asking if he really called him scary. At that moment, the main character found himself on his head. Feeling him, the beast asked what he was doing there. Pulling his paws to his head, he screamed. He also froze, and Lloyd mentally noted that he could not reach him because his paws were too short. He jumped off his head. Swinging his hand, the guy said to him, "Open his mouth." A small seed flashed through the air. It flew into the beaver's mouth. Brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly and began to mentally beg. The animal froze. Suddenly, it began to decrease in size. The protagonist clenched his fist victoriously. The beaver began to climb out of the water. Looking at the trees, he indignantly asked why they had become so big. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed it. The animal in his arms screamed loudly. Lloyd smiled madly, exclaiming that he caught it. While it was trying to break free, he asked it to calm down. The animal hit him in the face with its tail. Having broken free, it began to run away and everyone began to catch it. Brown-haired man sent Hippo and Peepodong after him. Peepodong appeared in front of the beaver. He hit him in the face with his paw. The mouse wiped his bruised cheek. He sent his rival away in response. Then they began to fight. Hippo jumped on them from above. The animal jumped back, avoiding the blow. He ran into the thick of the forest. Suddenly the main character appeared in front of him, asking where he was going. Belle jumped off his shoulder. The snake buried its muzzle in the ground. Then it rose, shaking its head. Belle languidly opened its eyes. At that moment, even he, who appeared in this world for unknown reasons, a 500-year-old dormant legend, the Royal Storm, saw the light for the first time in his life. Beaver looked at her with an ecstatic look. The main character looked at the two animals. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A blush appeared on the beast's cheeks. Lloyd squatted down, asking if he was ready to talk to him now. Beaver hung his head. Adjusting his bangs, he said that this time he would give in, because he was a gentleman after all. The guy smiled slyly, thinking that now the capture of the legendary beast was complete. They moved to the palace. Beaver crossed his paws, asking what the man wanted from him. The brown-haired man waved his hand with a grin and said that everything was simple. Once in the morning, once in the evening he would need to shout at the lake. Looking at him with displeasure, the beast exclaimed that he knew nothing about negotiations, because everyone knows that you need to offer something in return before asking. The protagonist put his hand behind his head in confusion and muttered that he didn't have much to offer. A grin appeared on his face when he said that if he helped them, then they would all be happy here. Smiling madly, the protagonist leaned towards Belle and asked if she thought the same. The snake smiled happily. The beaver looked at her with a fascinated look. Lloyd turned white and raised his fist when he agreed. Stretching his lips into a sly smile, he mentally called him a stupid slave and noted that he could already be used. Looking at Belle, the guy thought that she had no feelings for him at all. Continuing to mock, he thought that he would bestow upon him the nickname Forever Lonely Royal Storm, and that the two of them would never be together. The smile on his face changed to a puzzled one when he realized that he had never dated anyone either. The brown-haired man approached the beaver. Taking him in his hand, he pressed his cheek against it, thinking that the two of them would be alone forever. Meanwhile, the beast wondered what was wrong with him. He pressed himself against him in response, trying to understand what this incomprehensible warm feeling was. Thus, Lloyd and the Royal Storm found a kindred spirit in each other. Looking at the beaver with admiration, the protagonist asked if he could call him Baibong. He replied that he could do whatever he wanted. A moment later, a man burst into the office. Lloyd asked the sergeant what was the matter and whether he had left with the orc tribe. The brown-haired man shouted with horror in his eyes that on the way there they met an orc who was walking towards them, and he was in a hurry to get reinforcements because their tribe was Achnopnal Megalania. The guy immediately frowned. At that moment, large lizards were destroying the orc tribe. Akuch with an angry face called on his comrades to attack. He jumped on the monster. He hit him on the head with his totem. The beast looked at him with its green eyes. The man shook himself. The lizard swung its tail. A moment later, it hit the orc. Because of Clar, he flew to the side. His comrades immediately ran up to him. The brunette frowned and ordered them not to retreat because they were strong orcs and would never give up. The main character jumped up and waved his hand, telling him to tell Commander Blank that they needed to gather warriors. The sergeant objected, saying that even if they left right now, they wouldn't make it in time. Holding the beaver in his hand, the brown-haired man exclaimed that he had a plan, and then urged the man on. Rushing forward, he replied that they needed to hurry because this was their chance. Xavier next to him asked what chance they were talking about now. A mad smile appeared on Lloyd's face as he said that they would stop this domino of monsters. Handing the seed to the beaver, he exclaimed that it was time for a counterattack. In the street, the people looked up in shock. Their mouths were wide open. Baibong, who had grown in size, jumped up. The guy, grabbing his fur, told him to go ahead because they must show themselves in all their glory and win Belle's heart. After these words, the beaver screamed with enthusiasm. He landed on the trees. Then he jumped again. Blank and his knights also held tightly to the beast's fur. The beast quickly cut through the air. After a while, the forests gave way to deserted terrain. Baibong pushed off the rock. Meanwhile, the Megalania, opening its mouth, roared. The orcs rushed to attack the lizards. After a short time, the beaver appeared. He jumped right in front of the orcs. Akuch covered his face from the flow of sand. The beaver straightened his back in front of the Megalanias. Brown-haired also rose to his feet and began to say this with his gaze and bury it deep in their hearts, pass it on to his monster friends, and if they move west, there will be no hunting. wide opening his crazy eyes. She noted that this was because they are the hunters and they are the prey. The Megalanias trembled with fear. Baibung swung his paw. Then he grabbed and hit several lizards. He waved his hand again. A moment later, he threw the monsters into the sky. They, with their mouths open, flew through the air. After they landed in the forest, a loud sound was heard. Beaver began to shrink in size. He turned around, seeing Belle behind him. The snake smiled happily and babbled. Baibong grabbed his reddened cheeks. Blank approached the protagonist and thanked them for calling them here, but he did not think they still needed them. Lloyd laughed and asked why he would invite such a precious force for such a thing. He said that they had another important task. Akuch approached them, holding his shoulder. The guy asked if he was okay. Orit looked down and said that they were no longer his allies. The brown-haired man looked at him with a puzzled look. Akuch spread his arms and exhaled loudly. He and his tribesmen folded their fists, exclaiming that he had saved them twice, so they, the Iron Sand tribe, swear allegiance to the Frontera family. With a smirk, the protagonist crossed his arms and noted that it was too early for them to thank him, and then asked if it was time to begin the next stage of the plan, saving the Orc tribe. The man looked at him with a puzzled look. Warriors were walking through the fields with torches in their hands. It was said that not long ago, the Sultan of Isfahan, a neighboring kingdom to the east of the wasteland, set fire to the reed fields of his kingdom for strategic purposes. A swarm of locusts rose into the air. This was what gave birth to the beginning of the domino of monsters. Trolls were walking through the forest with weapons. It was said that some monsters were intelligent. Many of these monsters gathered in wild tribes. And now they witnessed how the top predators of the Megalania scattered papyrus paper in different directions. The lizards flew over the heads of the trolls. It was said that rumors about this began to spread very quickly among the intelligent monsters. A huge black monster walked along the forest crowns. It was said that it was like the mountains in the west. Its size was so great that it could touch the sky. Its tail was filled with the wrath of the gods and could probably cause a hurricane. It had black round eyes, and its gaze was like a deep abyss. It had 2 large fangs with which it could calmly outlive any living thing in this world, and a red silhouette was visible on the forehead of the monster. The protagonist with red hair grinned angrily. It was noted that these were the eyes of the devil that controlled the monster. Baibong turned around, puzzled. Royal Palace of Isfahan. The Sultan sat on his throne while he was being greeted. A man sat near him, telling him that the tribe, the steel sand that had long threatened their lands, has left his village, and he went deep into the forest of the kingdom of Mangintano. The old man stroked his beard, saying that this was a victory for them, and then asked how the kingdom of Mangintano dealt with them. Bowing his head, the man replied that it was without any disagreement, and they simply crossed the borders calmly. The man replied that he would like to see the hated Mangintano drown in chaos. The Sultan, leaning on his arm, said that if this was all, then he was free. The warrior, looking at the floor in fear, muttered that this was all, but something else had happened. The old man cast an interested look at him. Imagining many monsters, he spoke of the monsters returning and attacking their borders. The Sultan frowned and asked again. The man, looking at the floor tensely, noted that they were doing everything in their power to stop the monsters. However, the monsters were rushing at great speed, frightened by the protagonist. The knight said that they seemed to be completely mad with fear of something, but they would not be broken so easily. The Sultan stood up and waved his hand, ordering them to gather forces and use their firepower to instill more fear into the monsters. The man accepted his order. The old man sank down on the pillows, thinking that the tactics of the monster wave had turned against them. He pursed his lips, with an angry face, wondering if this was part of Mangintano's plan. He thought that it was not so, because the waves of monsters were huge, and their return to them was impossible unless a real beast appeared in the west. The protagonist held out the papers with a smile, asking him to sign here. Opposite him on the sofa sat 2 men, asking what kind of paper was this. Lloyd replied that everything was written there. Smiling sweetly, he noted the full payment of the debt. Looking at the paper with the amount, he said that it was a check that he wrote out for them, taking into account the interest. The man immediately grabbed it, and the guy asked what they would say. Looking at them with a gloomy look, he told them to sign quickly and get out of here. Declaring in the office, Arcus crossed paths with the guests. He and his wife approached their son. Looking at him with puzzled eyes, the brown-haired man asked if it was true that he paid their debt. The protagonist showed him a check for full payment and asked if it was worth hanging in a frame. A moment later, his father hugged him. Starting to cry, he noted in a trembling voice that he worked so hard to pay for his father's mistakes, and then began to apologize for making him suffer so much all this time. Lloyd stood there, puzzled, as he put together the man's words about not knowing if he was worthy of being a father. He lowered his empty gaze. The boy placed his hands on his father's shoulders. Looking sadly, he asked if he loved him. Crying bitterly, Arcus asked him why he asked such questions and noted that of course he loved his son. The tent fell silent. Smiling softly, he asked if he needed any other reasons to be a father in that case. The system noted his new achievement called Debt Bondage Release Number 1, which covered the entire Cremona region, and the accrued CP was 2. The effect of the title is the highest level of creditworthiness, the lowest interest rate, and the most favorable conditions. The bright sun sparkled in the sky. The protagonist walked along the illuminated corridor. Xavier approached him and said that the relocation of the Steel Sand tribe to the eastern mountains was complete. Lloyd praised him. He started to walk past him when the knight said that the white archers were helping with the final preparations, and Akuch was overjoyed that he would have more food to help keep his muscles in better shape. The boy noted that he understood and then told him to go and rest for a while. The blonde Martian looked at him. As he continued walking down the hallway, the brown-haired man mentally noted that the Steel Sand tribe had been transported to the forests of the eastern mountains, and even if the monsters were to return, it would take some time, and if that happened, he would acknowledge Baibong and their estate would be saved. He pursed his lips, thinking that now that he had paid off the entire debt, he had nothing to worry about anymore. He found it strange that he was not having fun after paying off the debt. The protagonist lowered his head, wondering if he was having fun or just messing around. The blue sky was visible outside his window. Lloyd was lying on his bed. He remembered his crying father. The boy looked up with empty eyes. Then he remembered his real father, who, crying, told him that he was ignorant because life does not teach him anything, and he made his son suffer. The man began to ask for forgiveness. The brown-haired man covered his eyes with his hand. Clutching the bedclothes with his hand, he, trembling, told his father that he had succeeded. Starting to cry, he asked for forgiveness for not being able to help. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Then he pressed his face into the pillow. Xavier stood at his door, hearing sobs. Lloyd cried bitterly. The knight closed his eyes. Starting to walk along the corridors, he mentally told him to cry as much as his heart desires, because he has many reasons for that. A couple of days later, the townspeople smiled joyfully, wishing long life to the young master. They raised their hands of faith, asking him to look at them. Lloyd walked with his knight. Looking at the townspeople with displeasure, he noted that they were too noisy and asked them to stop. The guy glanced at the fair-haired man when he asked him to try to enjoy this moment at least a little. He asked him why. Looking at the happy locals, Xavier said that all these people could not smile so widely if it were not for him. The brown-haired man turned away from him and asked, "Didn't he say earlier that it should eat and live for a very long time?" Bayern ran out to him, raising the alarm. He asked him what happened. The man, breathing heavily, said that a very large number of people were moving from the south. The main character, looking at him with puzzled eyes, asked if they were enemies. Bayern replied that he was not quite sure, but from what the soldiers said, they looked like refugees. Many people in rags were walking along the path. There was a blue sky above the city. Lloyd went out to the refugees, and the man asked if he was the owner of these lands. He answered with narrowed eyes that he was his son, and then asked who they were. The man bowed his head and said that they came from the south, and that they were Baron Sortino's people. He said that his name was Nicholas, and he was the head of the village of Ansorti. The guy listened with gloomy eyes to his words that his father was the village elder, and he ordered them to leave. The brown-haired man turned his attention to the old people and the woman with the child. He also saw that a board was tied to Nicholas's leg instead of a shoe. The man said that his father defended their lands together with the Baron and died doing his duty. At that moment, the girl was holding onto the trembling old woman. The main character put out his hands, interrupting the story. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking what happened there and whether the reason could be an attack by monsters. Nicholas, looking at him, said that he was 2 meters tall and came in a real crowd. There were several hundred of them, and they flew in like a swarm of bees. Face touched his chin when Xavier said that it was a wave of a domino monster, which meant that the scale of the disaster was greater than they thought. Imagining a map of the area, the guy thought that it could be said that all the regions connected to the wasteland were heavily damaged. Then imagining 4 animals with Xavier with a sword, the guy thought that he had everything. Touching his chin, he still imagined the map, wondering where the refugees would go if there was a sea further north. To the south there was another country, to the west there was an island called Cremo, but it was too far. Brown-haired realized that the last refuge of the refugees was Frontera and Lacona, and it was more likely that they would all move to the center. Looking away with a tense look, he wondered how many people they should expect. The refugees fell to their knees and began to beg for help and to give at least one piece of bread to feed their children. Xavier looked at the gentleman and said that most likely more refugees would come to them, and then asked if he had a plan on how to deal with them. The protagonist smiled madly, saying that it was very exciting. The blonde man perked up when he saw it. Lloyd looked at him with a wide smile when he asked him what he was thinking in such a situation. He rustled his fingers, telling the knight to just think about how many people were coming to their lands and how much tax they could take from him. The guy widened his eyes and loudly asked if he was really going to take money from these people now. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and told Bayern to immediately retrain the construction unit into a young cook to prepare food. The refugees bowed their heads again, thanking him. Lloyd called the knight to follow him. The man waved his hand towards Xavier and told him not to be so emotional, but he replied that it was too much. Bayern smiled happily, saying that in his opinion, the gentleman is a very kind person and understands others well, and in general, they know his true intentions, so it is too early to start getting angry, and they need to watch him first. The fair-haired man bashfully looked away. After a while, a loud scream was heard in the castle. Arcus sat across from his son, saying that he knew it was a good thing, but he didn't have the resources to take them all in. The brown-haired man asked if he was willing to take them in. The man answered in the affirmative, saying that they couldn't just leave these poor souls in trouble. He gritted his teeth, saying that however, their food would only last for a couple of days, and then there would be nothing to feed them with. The protagonist looked at him, puzzled, and asked what he was talking about. He smirked and said that they just had a bunch of food for the refugees. After a while, he looked at the locust meat. Standing in the warehouse with his parents, Lloyd noted that they were collecting them to use for compost, and that's why they were storing them here. His father looked at him with a worried look and said that feeding the refugees these insects was a bet. He was shocked when his wife suddenly tried the meat. She looked at her husband and said that it tasted like shrimp, and since the orcs also ate it, she didn't see a problem. The woman rested her cheek on her hand, saying that there was a slight unpleasant smell, but they would try to do something about it. The guy smiled widely when she asked if he could lead the cooking unit. He answered in the affirmative, noting that this was why he had called her. After a while, a tent camp was set up. When the brown-haired man began to inspect it, Blank exclaimed that the first temporary tent had been erected, and he asked him to prepare even more materials as quickly as possible. The man on the observation tower waved a flag and said that about 100 more refugees were coming here. The protagonist grinned, saying that it was much faster than he thought. A large peapodong appeared next to him when he told him that everything needed to be done as soon as possible, because if they hesitated, the people would simply freeze. The mouse stuck his paws in the ground. Then he began to dig a hole. Bayern, holding a document in his hands, shouted loudly that they were recruiting a team to build heating systems. After Belle ordered, she spewed out water. The man waved a flag, telling about the arrival of people from the south and north. Marbella, standing in front of the women, exclaimed that now was the time to start turning insects into nutritious food. The women looked at her with puzzled eyes, saying that this was too much. The blonde closed her eyes. She showed them a book, saying that many years ago, a legendary cookbook was born, and it was written by a girl who was a cook for a dragon. She noted that its secrets were revealed in the book How I Became the Dragon King's Chef, and the book itself was found among the things of the black magician who was defeated by Lloyd. The women opened their mouths in surprise, exclaiming that this was a book of legendary recipes. Someone noted that thanks to this book, you can turn the most direct pain into heavenly. The system marked the end of the advertising integration. The protagonist looked down on the tent camp from above. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was still not enough space, and even if they filled the temporary settlements to the eastern mountains, there would still not be enough space. Lloyd scratched his head, thinking that for a while it would be enough, but in the long run. Suddenly he heard a loud cry. A woman was sitting by the tent with a child in her arms, who was crying and saying that he really wanted to go home. The mother told him that they no longer had a home, and they should be grateful that the people had given them shelter. The guy pursed his lips, hearing the child telling his dad to build them a new house. The woman apologized and said that someday they would definitely build it. The brown-haired man thought about home. He imagined his parents and thought that he remembered the first time he moved into their house, how he packed his things, and how happy his father and mother were. Remembering their faces, he thought about how they constantly repeated the word home and smiled, and these were smiles that he would never be able to see again. Next, he imagined small multi-story buildings, thinking that it was a small and shabby apartment on the outskirts, the very place that holds the happiest memories in his life. The woman herself was crying, hugging a child. The protagonist darkened, quietly telling him not to worry because very soon they will have a home. Starting to rise, he added that it was because he was here. Not far from him stood Xavier. Smiling, he sighed. The gentleman looked at him and noted that from now on, they will begin construction at a higher level than ever before. As he passed by, the blonde man asked if he had a plan for the refugees. The protagonist replied that of course he did. Lloyd smiled contentedly, saying that he was going to build an apartment complex. Apartments are a popular building style in Korea and the most effective solution to the problem that the estate currently faced. Imagining many multi-story buildings, the guy noted that in this space it is possible to build a huge complex of residential buildings, and this is a dense management due to the density of population. Then he imagined the design of the apartment itself, thinking about reducing the cost and time for construction. Then the brown-haired man imagined many people in the apartments, thinking that above, below and on the side everything is surrounded by walls, ideal for super maximum thermal insulation. He looked at the bay from above. With a sparkle in his eyes, the main character thought that the biggest thing was that they would be able to build an environment where refugees can be independent. Having designed holograms of multi-story buildings, he thought about the need to focus on their population and increase food power and establish a market. Then he fell to his knees, throwing up his hands, realizing that he could raise the tax. Smiling madly, the brown-haired man clenched his fists, thinking that after all this he could sit down and rest, provide a bath and money, mentally noting that the desire of every simple person is to make a fortune while not straining too much. He began to think that he would not have to manage the estate, and he could shift the duties to Bayern for a bonus and a raise. After the main character wondered what if he retire, and then decided that he would ask to raise a replacement for himself. The man suddenly grabbed his head, saying that he rarely felt unwell. After a while, Lloyd found himself with the others at the table, saying that he was risking a meeting about the construction of the Honey apartment complex, and then asked to pay a little attention to the information that he provided them. He began to point his fingers when Xavier said that he had objections regarding the name, which sounds much more narcissistic. The guy told him not to chatter off the point since they were at a meeting. The blonde said that he was not chatting because his words directly concerned the project. The brown-haired man exclaimed, telling him to get down to business because he was holding up the meeting. Looking at the gloomy Bayern, he asked how he was feeling. He replied that he had been having the same dream for several days, in which he worked for the devil until he grew old and died. The protagonist told him not to worry because such a thing would definitely not happen to him. He picked up the papers and offered to look at all the information provided. Showing a roundhouse, he explained that it was called Tori and it was a fortress-type residential complex that came from the eastern province of Fujian. Introducing it from the inside, Lloyd said that such buildings have the same style of construction with a simple bedroom and living room, and in the center there will be public spaces like a plane or a public toilet. He showed the next drawing, saying that he planned to build the same building, but in a square shape, because a square structure is erected much faster than a round one. Looking at all his comrades, Parquet said that he compared both buildings on several criteria, but did not take into account one huge advantage. He smirked, imagining the attack, and said that if they installed steel gates, the building would instantly turn into an impregnable fortress. Only Blank suddenly clapped his hands. Brown-haired also clapped and said that now is the time for questions. He began pointing his fingers when Xavier said that with their current financial situation, it was difficult to even get material for the refugee tents. The protagonist asked him if he was really suggesting to abandon them to their fate just because they were the ones bearing the financial burden. The fair-haired man replied that he did not mean that. Lloyd demanded only a positive or negative answer from him. He bowed his head when his father said that although he was worried about the finances, they should do something for these people. The boy responded by saying that he could only admire how brightly he looked into the future. He smiled and said that they needed to erect and prepare tents with a heating system and continue to provide food for the people. He noted that they would most likely have to give up all their money for the sake of the people. The brown-haired man mentally noted that they would have to raise as much money as possible to build them. The horses shuffled their hooves on the ground. The protagonist looked at the disgruntled Xavier and asked what was wrong with his face. He noted that he saw that he was offended, so much so that he did not even look him in the eyes. The blonde turned around with a tense look. Lloyd squinted in confusion. He turned away, saying that it was scary. Having brought his horse forward, he asked if they would succeed with this wild project or would they fail. He asked if they would be able to accommodate all the people, and then said that this was his project and he was in charge of it. Xavier looked at the back of the gentleman, who said that the one in charge should not hesitate and think, because only in this way can one earn absolute trust. Without turning his head, the guy said that the one who could let go of this bluff for a while was Xavier. The blonde's eyes widened. He looked down. Veins bulged on his face when he asked if it was true that this was some kind of emotional outlet. The brown-haired man smiled wickedly. A moment later, the knight hit him on the head, but only in his thoughts. They reached the Racona estate. The blonde was walking down the corridor. Two guys were walking towards him. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he was glad to meet him. Diego screamed in fear. Covering his head, he trembled when his face noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked what his scream meant. He asked how he was doing and if he was enjoying his expulsion. The blonde began to quietly call his father. The guy grabbed his hand, telling him not to be so afraid, because he was here to bring him back to the academy. Approaching, he, breathing steam, loudly said to quickly call his father. After a while, Viscount Racona was sitting in front of him, asking what does the increase in taxes mean. The brown-haired man leaned back on the couch, noting that he was talking about the tax on water. The man clenched his teeth, mentally cursing him, thinking that his son had been expelled from the academy, and now he wanted to raise taxes. His lips spread into a smile. He bowed his head and left. The Viscount went to the window, saying that he did not think he could understand because he was still so young. He showed the contract and said that according to the terms of this agreement, the price was fixed and he had no right to increase the price. Waving his hand, the chief took out a magnifying glass with his hand. Leaning it on the paper, he read a small paragraph of a footnote that the price stipulated in the contract could change depending on the mood of the supplier. The man grabbed him by the collar, shouting that this was a scam. Lloyd asked him to stop. He smirked, saying that they should stop this, after all, they were neighbors, and then noted that he was not forcing him to sign, and it would be better to call it an exchange from which he would benefit. The Viscount bared his teeth in irritation. The guy pointed his finger and said that firstly, 17 settlements were destroyed by monsters, and all the refugees started to flee here, but the Viscount drove them away. He looked at him with a gloomy look and suggested pretending that he didn't know anything about it, but Her Majesty would be very upset if he found out about it. The man, white with fear, wondered where the benefit was for him if this was blackmail. The brown-haired man clasped his hands and started talking about the second point, noting that he was saying this only in his own interests. He smiled sweetly and said that if he wrote a letter of recommendation, perhaps Diego would be able to return to the academy. Sweat began to flow down Racona's face. He began to gulp air greedily. Gritting his teeth tightly, the Viscount asked how much he would raise the tax. The protagonist ran his hand through his hair and asked why he was talking like that, because people might think that he was a criminal who came to be rude to him. However, he looked at the man with disdain, saying that in order not to embarrass him, he would raise it just a little, enough so that their friendship would continue. The Viscount, white with horror, mentally asked him to just tell him the amount. Xavier stood behind Lloyd. With a gloomy face, he mentally noted the gentleman's character. The guy, clasping his hands in a lock, asked him not to be so modest and just tell him how much more he could raise it. He said that it did not matter to him how much it took, because in any case he would be grateful for his kindness. The man bared his teeth. An oppressive aura began to hover in the office. The Viscount looked at the brown-haired man. He narrowed his eyes. He darkened, and Racona began to speak. Moving his lips, he named the number 20. The protagonist crossed his lips in a cartoonish manner. The man's eyes widened. Extending a trembling hand, he exclaimed that he had made a mistake. The man froze, muttering, "The parties meant." Lloyd began to mentally press, biting his lip. Breathing heavily, the Viscount pulled his collar. He looked to the side with a puzzled look. Xavier showed him the number 5. Racona abruptly put his hands on the table and exclaimed that he would raise taxes by 50%. The guy gritted his teeth disgustingly. The man looked in shock at the knight, who was trying to understand what was wrong with his master. He shook his head. The blonde showed the number 5 again, thinking that he was waiting for it to end. The Viscount rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Sue raises taxes 5 times," and asked, "Is this really not enough?" The brown-haired man put his hands in front of him and worriedly asked what this meant, adding that 4 times would be more than enough. A joyful smile appeared on Racona's face. He immediately put his seal. After a while, the protagonist happily understood the document. At that moment, the man looked at the contract. Suddenly, his face changed. He grabbed his head and buried his face on the table. Lloyd looked at his comrade and asked what was wrong with his face. He replied that he felt like a thief. The guy pointed his finger at him, saying that yes, he was a swindler, but he was also a blackmailer. He was glad to help him, which means that this makes him an accomplice of the swindler, and it turns out that he is also a swindler. A vein bulged on the knight's face. Leading the horses by the reins, he said that his duty was to accompany the young master, and then noted that he was no longer going to be his errand boy and would not participate in the construction either. The brown-haired man said that in that case, he would no longer sing him a lullaby. The fair-haired man threw him a smug look and said that he had been a sword master for a month now, and now he could control his feelings and emotions much better, and he did not even need a lullaby anymore. Night fell in the castle. The knight with red eyes and held the pillow. Together with it, he came to the master, saying that he needed a lullaby. The protagonist told him that such a service was unavailable because he himself said that he no longer needed it. Xavier began to beg him. Lloyd grinned and asked if he had ever heard of sleep hygiene. He said that these are some kind of habits and exercises that lead to a full sleep on a regular basis, and once the habit is formed, it will be difficult for him to fall asleep without this procedure. Gritting his teeth, the parquet shook, saying that he knew what it was about, and then demanded a lullaby. When the brown-haired man sang, he fell asleep on the chair. He stretched his arms, saying that now it was time to get to work. The protagonist laid out the papers on the table. Then he created holograms of high-rise buildings. Looking at them, he thought that when it came to the heating system, he had a lot of knowledge, but he did not have enough knowledge to build an apartment complex. Suddenly, one of the houses began to collapse. As he knelt down, the administrator asked if he was really going to create simulations one after another. Lloyd replied that he even had a phrase for such a case. Grinning, he said that we need to work until we succeed. After a while, dawn came. The guy walked down the street with his comrades, telling them to send people to Cremo, and that they needed a foreman, masons, carpenters, and then ordered the mobilization of the entire workforce as soon as possible. He also said to make sure that all the building materials are always available, and not to forget to bring in grain and meat because they need them as soon as possible. At night, he created a benefit for the city again. During the day, the man told him that 300 more refugees came to them, but they have more. The protagonist loudly told him to accept every single one, because they will find a way to accommodate them all. At night he was working on a drawing, trying to figure out how to do it, and thought that the process was taking too long. A drop of blood fell on the drawing. Licking the blood from his nose, the face thought that he should not reduce his gold mine, but stabilize the buildings. A new day had come. Bayern, looking at the gentleman, said that based on the dawns, in 4 months they will have no more money left, except for what goes to pay for the processing of soldiers. He asked if they could deviate from the original plan and move some refugees to other lands. The guy with bruises under his eyes quietly told him not to worry about it, because they had enough funds. He began to fall. When he fell to the ground, his comrades came to him, screaming loudly. The brown-haired man was unconscious. The kingdom of Magentano. The knights loaded their crossbows. In the center of the hall stood a woman. In her hands was a sword. The commander raised his hand. Riku let go. He gave the order to shoot. Many arrows flew at the woman. She raised her sword. Then she struck it. Alicia began to strike many times. The chopped arrows began to fall to the floor. The knights looked at him with shock and respect. The woman pursed her lips in displeasure, thinking that nothing had changed, and she only began to create the aura sword faster. Remembering the battle, she mentally called herself a loser and thought that she could not afford to disgrace herself like this again. An olive tree came up to her and called her. When Alicia turned around, he told her that a messenger had arrived from the Frontier estate. After a while, they found themselves in the main hall. Opening the scroll, Xavier said that her humble servant asked for a helping hand. The woman tensed up, wondering what had happened. Remembering Lloyd's treacherous face, she mentally asked what kind of story he had dragged them into this time. His messenger was sitting in front of her with a letter. Xavier was kneeling and reading a letter to Queen Alicia, addressing her as the soul of their kingdom, who had to show them the way with her great insight, because they were standing on this land with their last strength, trying to protect their estate. And unfortunately, as he told in the last letter, refugees from 17 states lost their homes. A bunch of refugees were walking along a forest path with their belongings and children because they were all heading towards their estate. The queen, with a sullen look, leaned her head on her hand when she listened that she should show compassion to all her people, because she is the one who has a great spirit, and accordingly a great will, and as a loyal subject of the great queen, he accepts ordinary people with open arms, believes that they all deserve their attention. He held this letter anxiously and dared to let these people feel her great will, although he knew that he did not write this text. Alicia looked at him angrily when he said that he wanted to take care of all the great people of the kingdom, but she tried to understand what he meant. The knight was on one knee, imagining the main character crying because he was broke. The queen immediately frowned with fury at such impudence of her comrade, because it was unexpected, but she still thought about sending the necessary help. Xavier continued to hold the letter and turned to the queen, saying that they would need 3 times more money than they could imagine. Alicia again frowned angrily at such impudence. Xavier continued to look at the letter with alarm and said that her humble servant was not a bit crazy. The queen grabbed her head with an angry look, because she was very angry, and the next time she saw him, she would take revenge on him. He imagined the protagonist showing a blueprint of a building on a piece of paper and saying that he planned to build the most innovative multi-story residential building in the entire kingdom of Magenta, because they wanted to build not just a building for refugees to sleep and eat in, but to provide them with permanent housing and help them become independent, and they also wanted to show them the great will of the queen. The protagonist then clenched his fists with tears in his eyes and said that he was left without money. Alicia sat on her throne, stretching her hand out towards the knight and told him to stop, because she already understood the meaning of the letter. Alicia sighed, waving her hand, and told the knight to tell the protagonist that just because she was the queen did not mean she could throw money around as she pleased. The woman leaned her head on her hand, crossed her legs, and stated that she would ask permission from the Minister of Finance and other advisors, as well as permission from her stubborn elders, and nothing good would come of bothering them even more. The knight reached into his inner jacket pocket. Then he pulled out another letter. Alicia stared at it. It was the image of the protagonist, who was smiling maliciously against the backdrop of a burning building, because it was designed as a fortress. And in the future, if the monster attacks again or the enemy attacks from the east, such a building will become an impenetrable defense, and they will play a key role in the peace and welfare of the Magentano kingdom. Alicia tilted her head and listened with disdain that this is how the city will be built, and this is how they can protect the eastern part from the enemy. The protagonist smiled mockingly, covering his hand and pointing his finger, declaring that he will personally present a nice gift to whoever supports this project. Alicia, with disdain, looked at the sarcastic grin of the protagonist sitting on the throne opposite the knight. The queen leaned her head on her hand with a puzzled look and thought that first of all, building a fortified city wasn't such a bad idea. After all, according to preliminary estimates, the costs could be as high as a trading city like Cremo. She looked away intently, thinking that the loyalty of the ministers who kept their positions thanks to her projection had increased, and this would definitely strengthen her position and authority. After all, it would be obvious that they would only benefit. The knight continued to sit on the carpet in front of the queen and said the word bingo, explaining that he didn't know exactly what it meant, but the letter said bingo in 5 seconds. The queen leaned her cheek on her hand, looking indifferent. The girl sat on the throne, clutching it with her hands, and told Xavier to wait here until she brought the money and counted on him. Xavier continued to sit with the letter in his hands in front of the queen and added that it would be great if Master Corgidus could also come and urge the queen to understand everything. The rays of the sun enveloped the mountain plain city. A bunch of white tents with chimneys stood in a clearing. The workers carried heavy bags when the brown-haired man shouted that Lloyd would not forgive them for their laziness and sloppiness. The sergeant continued to frown and shout to his comrades while they tried to understand who he was. The workers looked ahead in bewilderment, and at first glance this sergeant seemed to be just a lazy soldier from the platoon, but he was always there. Greg in the memories stood in front of the main character, who was beating Nikita at that moment. This guy was also tied together with other comrades, and no matter the danger of the task, he continued to be there. Lloyd remembered how Greg came into his room to help, because regardless of the difficulty of the work, this man, who was reborn as a real man and more responsible than others and always giving his all. Greg at that moment was carrying a backpack and screaming bloodthirstily. Now this sergeant was accepting a blanket in a tent where bundled refugees were sitting, when one of them asked to pass an old blanket to the old people and children. Then the sergeant came out of the tent. He saw in front of him the maid Emily, who was carrying blankets. He was going to approach her, pointing his finger at her, saying that she should take a break because she had been working since early morning. The girl replied that the sergeant should mind his own business because she still needed to sort out things. The sergeant angrily waved his hand in front of the brunette because he wanted to do everything for her, but she refused. Emily was beaming with an admiring smile. The brown-haired man also smiled widely in response. He immediately ran after her playfully when an orc with flowers appeared. It was an orc with red hair who looked sad. He saw a smiling brunette. All the other orcs began to laugh at their comrade because he fell in love with a human. Despite the fact that their people are stupid, he still looked stupider because a human woman will never accept their ugly faces and terrible muscles. This orc with red hair looked sad with a trembling look when they laughed at him. He immediately dropped the flowers from the field from his hands. Then he began to walk away between the tents. The brunette noticed this and cast her glance. She looked at the orc warrior leaving with surprise. In his imagination, he was leaving the girl when she looked at him tremblingly. Suddenly, the main character woke up in a sweat. The system began to ask him about what happened because he scared her. He lay on the bed with a sick look and said that he just had a dream. Bayern at this time sat on a chair in front of the protagonist, assuming that their master had gone crazy. The main character looked dejected and half dead, saying that now there was not much left. The protagonist pressed his lips and said that it was already close. He turned his head away with a sick look and said that he was waiting for payday when he lost consciousness. Bayern looked at him angrily with sweat on his brow. At this time, Xavier was walking down the corridor. Bayern immediately rushed to cheer up the protagonist, who began to go into hysterics, trying to understand where his money was and their reserves were depleted. Bayern began to say that they just needed to postpone the payment and he was sure that everyone would understand. Lloyd opened his mouth in horror and said that the matter was completely different. Xavier at that moment was walking down the corridor of the palace. The protagonist clutched the blanket to his chest and said that he had worked very hard for payday and that it could not be delayed. Bayern tried to reach out to the saddened Lloyd, who asked him not to do this to him, even if he was gone. He looked sick in the sweat of his brow and was almost closing his eye. Then he closed his eyes and passed out. Bayern immediately became embittered and began to furiously bring the master to his senses. He immediately looked back and shouted for a doctor when Xavier entered the room. The knight looked cold-blooded through his bangs. Bayern looked at him in the sweat of his brow with angrily. The sun's light illuminated the knight's cheek. He pulled out a banknote from his backpack and said that he had received his salary and ordered the protagonist to quickly get up. At this time, Lloyd in a dark appearance began to laugh maliciously because he had received a special skill. Bayern, baring his teeth, looked at what was happening in bewilderment. He saw how Lloyd stood up on the bed and looked in a demonic bloodthirsty smile. Notification about the financial hill. The protagonist opened his mouth wide with a sarcastic grin and was happy that they would be able to start because the estate had received funds to develop the Royal City project. Bayern stood in a white shirt with the rest of his comrades, with tools, shouting that the gold mine apartment complex project was 70% complete and everyone should hold out. It was a huge deserted clearing surrounded by a fence. At this time, the protagonist stretched out his arms and emitted a green aura. He stood on a hill and raised his hands, raising the silhouette of a building. Then, with a piercing gaze, he lowered his hand with 2 fingers. Building complexes began to appear from the ground. Everything around was shrouded in smoke and dust. Huge multi-story silhouettes of buildings appeared on this clearing. Lloyd waved his arms, spreading his legs wide. Then a powerful vortex of air began to blow everything. A moment later, the wind stopped and the silhouettes of buildings appeared. Lloyd raised his hands above his head and looked down, realizing that now there was a final check. He stood on a hill and stretched his arms to the sky, emitting light. He directed a stream from the ground to the sky. It was outer space with the planet Earth. A star beam flew to our planet. It was a fiery meteorite flying straight to the building, and the system did not understand what they were checking here. This meteorite crashed into the thickness of the Earth, destroying everything around. The protagonist grabbed his stomach and began to sneer maliciously. The knight looked at his sarcastic smile behind him. The brown-haired man looked back at his knight with disdain and asked about his expression. Xavier explained that he did not think that the master had gone crazy, to which the protagonist simply responded in kind. Lloyd immediately opened his eyes in shock when he heard that Master Corgidus and 30 other dwarves had arrived. The development of their apartment complex is directly dependent on the development of cement, because everything is much more complex than building a statue or a suspension bridge, and their knowledge is not enough to build an apartment complex. The protagonist bowed to the crowd of little dwarves in greeting. He showed a drawing of a concrete mixer on a piece of paper with a malicious grin, which he considered an incredibly valuable piece of equipment that helps mix and maintain the quality of cement and also prevents the cement from settling and prevents foreign components from getting into the texture. The old man with a slight frown said that it was rude, because they came all this way and instead of offering them a cup of soup, they are immediately given orders. Lloyd held the drawing in his hands and with a smile said that he had a lot of ideas on how to meet the master of Corgidus. The brown-haired man with a malicious twisted face looked out from under his brows and said that he believed that there was nothing better than to present him with the project plan first. The master snatched the blueprint of the buildings from his hands and went forward with the workers because the long-awaited construction project had finally begun. Lloyd and the knight stuck their tools into the ground. The protagonist stuck his shovel into the ground, from which heat emanated. Suddenly, Peepodong burst in. At this time, the hamster was spinning a wooden barrel of cement. At this time, the orcs were furiously squeezing the iron bars. It was a whole flock of green orcs who were preparing the reinforcement, because now it was possible to pour the cement. Bayern at this time recorded the action of Lloyd, who was pouring cement in a box and said that you can't just pour it like that, because you need to watch the edges and reinforcement so that there is no air left inside them. Lloyd realized that the level was rose and now it was necessary to summon Bebung. A huge chipmunk immediately appeared, who was storing all the things. At this time, Belle smiled happily. At this time, the chipmunk grabbed his cheeks and smiled joyfully, being happy. White clouds floated over the mountainous terrain. The protagonists, together with their comrade, looked at the huge frame of the building. Lloyd held the shovel and looked back at Bayern, asking him if they could cope without him, to which he agreed. Shaitan stared intently at the frame of the building and realized that now that everyone understood their tasks, it was time to take care of other things that required his attention, namely, the problems with the insulation of the heating system. He imagined a huge factory installation from which steam was coming, because the heating system of the gold mine complex functions thanks to a steam boiler, and water boils in the central heating room, then the steam is distributed throughout the building through a pipe system. It was a long system of pipes where steam entered in any direction. It was a small battery in the corner of the room, because they were connected to them. This is how the heating process is carried out. Suddenly the protagonist became slightly embittered and realized that there was another problem. He imagined the colors of the rainbow on the background of the thermometer, realizing that the higher the pipes go, the less heat they give, and the top floor is literally deprived of heat, because he tried a lot of ways to solve this problem, but came to no success. He sat at his desk and drew various drawings, throwing out one after another because he did not sleep at night, trying to find a way out and trying to understand whether it would be possible to make the right insulation, because he forgot what was in the novel and wanted to find some clues. He held his head and drew drawings with a pen. He left a certain inscription with a pen on paper. He immediately smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, and found a solution. He remembered the moment when an enraged dragon growled angrily, because it was the episode where Xavier fought a monster. It was a bloodthirsty dragon that emitted fire from its mouth because it considered the knight a weak human creature. This dragon emitted a powerful stream of fire towards the knight, because it was a monster that does not know any other words except for human creation. But no matter how strong a sword master he was against the dragon, he could not stand, but Xavier was so close that he felt the dragon's breath. His silhouette was covered with his hands from the hot flames. He looked angrily through his helmet and fire. At this time, the dragon opened its mouth and was about to release another flurry of fire. This knight stretched out his hand, standing in the fire, and did not even move. It was a purple magic tree with glowing foliage, because it was all thanks to the armor that was soaked in the resin of the village of Valencia being the best in the world insulated. At that moment, Lloyd approached this tree and touched it together with his assistant. The knight was carrying a backpack and looking at the main character, who was walking ahead and said that they had been on the road for 2 days and was trying to figure out where exactly he was planning to get the insulating material. The protagonist replied that in the eternally shining forest where the elves lived, he could get some resin there. Then the brown-haired guy looked back with displeasure, seeing that the knight had started to leave. The blue-haired guy looked back at the gentleman with disdain and reminded him that elves really hate people because they are the race with whom it will not be possible to negotiate. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in bewilderment and realized that in the novel, it was Xavier who made friends with them and received armor as a gift and told him to go back. He wanted to go further. Xavier, displeased, nevertheless followed his master. The knight closed his eyes and said that no one had contacted this race for the last 500 years and tried to understand how Lloyd would convince them. The brown-haired man looked at the knight in surprise and did not understand what was being discussed. Then the protagonist said with a mocking smile that the knight was stupid. Xavier looked at Lloyd with displeasure, who said that they were not going to negotiate. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in a malicious smile and said that they were going to rob them. The knight looked angrily through his bangs at the master and realized that he no longer wanted to be his knight. These were the snowy mountains under the night sky. The protagonist walked with the knight through the magical forest. They walked together along a forest path that was surrounded by magical plants. Lloyd looked back at the knight, who closed his eyes and told him that very soon they would enter the ever-glowing forest, because it was only a short time left, and he had heard that the elves felt a connection with the forest, so he asked the knight to be as quiet as possible. Xavier closed his eyes and began to put his hand to his face. He immediately sneezed and covered his nose. Lloyd looked back at the knight and asked him what he was thinking. Xavier noted that he was simply sneezing, and it could be seen. Lloyd stated that he knew when people sneezed and stated that he didn't have to seem cool. The knight, his face illuminated by the shining light, looked through his bangs and simply said that he was handsome and would look cool no matter what he did, because it was a feeling that he would never understand even if he lived his whole life. Lloyd looked at him with disdain, raising his eyebrows, noticing his ironic answer. Lloyd continued to look at him with disdain, while the system laughed at him because he had received emotional damage. The brown-haired man twisted his face, baring his teeth, looking at the knight, who called him a sword master, and he should restrain himself because they could not control some physical needs. The protagonist replied that he could not even restrain his urge to go to the toilet, and why would he do it? So that later he would suffer from constipation. While Lloyd was making a face, the knight scratched his nose and smiled. Xavier shook his head and stretched out his hand, saying that they needed to switch to this whole toilet topic because they couldn't compete face to face, and called the gentleman funny. The main character, with a grin and a twisted face, swung his fist. He began to deliver numerous blows to the knights, who were cold-bloodedly parrying them. Then Xavier put his hand to his stomach, which began to shine because he was in a very good mood. The brown-haired man convulsively twisted his face in sweat, asking the knight to just keep quiet or sneeze quietly. Then the brown-haired man looked forward again and said that the Alencia tree was located in the center of this forest. They saw a whole group of elves in front of them, who pulled a bow towards them. The main character frowned convulsively in sweat, not understanding how they were spotted. The blonde angrily stated that the boys had been screaming since they entered the forest, so they had been spotted. Xavier, at that moment, looked out from behind the protagonist with disdain and realized that they had been hit. At that moment, the brown-haired man gritted his teeth with a grin and said that they would solve everything. The protagonist grinned maliciously from under his brows and said that they would simply speed up the execution of their plans. The archers immediately fired their arrows if they did not leave. The knight immediately stood up to defend himself and took out his magic blade. A beam of light began to sparkle in the funnel. Xavier immediately used light beams and repelled a whole barrage of arrows. He swung his blade, and all the arrows began to fall to the ground. The blonde immediately reached out with anger for other arrows and realized that they were up against a sword master. While the protagonist was about to run away, Xavier stood on the defensive. The protagonist stated that according to their plan, they should separate and meet in about 30 minutes near the Alencia tree, so he asked the knight to find some kind of elevation to see him in case they got lost. The blonde looked forward furiously when the other fighters flew to attack. The main character was about to run away with tears in his eyes when he was called scary. Xavier, at this time, also began to run away when they tried to surround him from the trees. The knight continued to run with his sword, looking back at the opponents catching up. At this time, the elf with the other fighters ran after him under the cover of the moon. She smoothly touched a leaf with her foot. Then she soared with the help of it. Xavier looked back angrily and understood that little was known about the elves, but then again, the young master's predictions turned out to be accurate and the elves are incredibly fond of nature. He remembered how he followed the master, trying to grab the sword, when Lloyd said that the elves would not be able to harm the plants. This would be their advantage, because they could not attack innocent elves. He would have to run away from them as quickly as possible while dodging attacks. At that moment, the main character looked back and said that perhaps for some time they would be able to use their nature against the guys themselves. At this time, the elf again pulled the bowstring and arrow. Xavier furiously looked back from under his brows. He immediately pressed his body against the tree. The elf angrily lowered the bow, realizing that she could not cause harm. This arrow flew past the face of the knight, who managed to return. He deftly dodged the arrows flying past in a fighting pose. The knight immediately leaned over and started running forward from the flying arrows, because he didn't understand why they were shooting him in two directions. Xavier continued to dodge the arrow, looking back. He dodged the arrows in different directions, which stuck into the ground. He bulged his eyes furiously. He continued to run forward when black silhouettes flew behind him because they did it on purpose. At this time, Lloyd looked out from behind a bush at that very resin tree. The brown-haired man began to get his shovel, wanting to take the sprouts. A bright core of light emitted in matter. The main character began to dig up the ground with his glowing shovel because the level of resin was increased and now he would not feel tired for 20 minutes. He began to dig up the ground with quick movements, scattering it around. In an instant, he had already dug up a whole tunnel. At that moment, Xavier continued to run. He looked back angrily and realized that something was wrong here. At that time, the blonde with other archers were flying from the air, and Xavier did not see them, assuming that she could chase the young master. At that moment, the knight managed to run to the river. He immediately jumped into the water, holding back his light blade, and realized that here he would not be able to use plants to block their attacks. At that time, a huge flock of archers were aiming at him from both sides. A whole barrage of arrows flew from the sky at the knight. At that moment, the assistant stuck his glowing blade into the water. A powerful stream of water swept away all the arrows flying at him. A barely visible silhouette of Xavier was visible through the water. Then he cut the air with his blade and his proud grin appeared. At that moment, the elves sat on the tops of their heads, trees, and looked at what was happening with angrily, because they had not seen such power, and they understood that if this man wanted, he could easily kill them, so she told everyone to calm down. The blonde lowered her head and said, "If humans have a sword master, then they have Melika." The knight stood in the water and looked back into the depths of the forest. A huge, muscular elf girl appeared from there. She stuck her bow into the ground. Then she pulled that huge arrow, because it was the bow of the great archer dragon. Xavier pulled out his glowing blade with a tense look. The girl immediately released that huge arrow, cutting through the water. That arrow pierced the knight's glowing blade. That huge arrow pierced the knight's blade. From such a powerful onslaught, he began to fly back. He managed to land with his feet in the water. He held the blade in front of him and held back that huge arrow. The knight bloodthirstily held back that arrow with his blade. That arrow pierced the sword in a bright stream, which the knight raised above his head under the cover of the moon. He flew back slightly in a furious manner and felt this murderous power because the elf managed to parry his aura sword. He bared his teeth through his bangs with anger and realized that if he wounded even one elf, then all the other elves of this world would take revenge on him until their last breath, because their influence was much more frightening in comparison with the orcs. A whole crowd of girls pulled an arrow to help a healthy elf. The blue-haired guy pulled out his glowing blade and realized that it was almost time to meet the young master, and some elves were still sitting on his tail. Another flurry of arrows flew in the sky. Xavier pulled out his glowing blade in a fighting pose under the cover of flying arrows and tried to understand how to deal with these elves and not kill them, and how to save the young master. Melika pulled her bowstring. At this time, Xavier ran bloodthirstily to attack, swinging his glowing blade. He shot down all the arrows flying at him with green streams of aura. He continued to swing his sword, deflecting all the arrows with green light. At that moment, Melika again released a barrage of arrows from her bow. The knight opened his mouth bloodthirstily and screamed. He emitted a green stream of energy that surrounded the flying arrow. Then he furiously looked behind him, swinging his hand. He pulled his glowing blade behind his back, removing the arrow in the form of a funnel into the sky. Then he fired this arrow back in a curved trajectory. Two huge arrows flew at each other. Their tips collided with each other. At this time, the protagonist was cutting a purple plant with a dagger. He was putting a bunch of pink shoots in his briefcase in the cave and was glad that he only needed one more of a certain size. He looked forward with his back turned when he was told to stand still. The protagonist coolly looked back. He saw how angry elven women were pulling arrows at him and were furious, telling him not to cut the roots of their precious tree. The protagonist smiled with a smirk and said ironically that he was sorry, but many people's lives depended on it. These archers continued to aim at the protagonist, who crouched, clutching the torch, because he was told not to move. Without turning his head, he looked at the torch and said that if she wanted to shoot, then let her do it. The blonde was pulling her arrow and staring at the main character. He smiled maliciously with a sarcastic face, grabbed the pot with the mandrake plant and said that he would fry this plant to a crust. The elves immediately became excited and opened their mouths in horror. The brown-haired man held a mandrake sprout and put a torch to it, while laughing maliciously, ironically asking them if they really didn't want to see the suffering of this flower. The brown-haired man, together with the plant and the torch, began to approach the elves, who began to retreat, calling him a villain, and he thanked them with irony for the compliments. The elf commander frowned furiously and called him a devil's spawn who was not popular with women. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock at this statement. He continued to look forward with a downcast gaze while the mandrake screamed. He continued to follow the tunnel closer to the elves, who were retreating back. Then all three of them pressed themselves against the wall. The protagonist continued to walk forward along the tunnel, pressing the elves closer and closer to a dead end, and they themselves offered to talk. The protagonist looked at the elves through his bangs with disdain. Then he opened his mouth wide and began to scream convulsively. Then he bloodthirstily began to eat the leaves of the mandrake, which wanted to escape. He came closer and closer to the exit of the tunnel and wanted the elves to get out, although they said that it was high up there, but they would have to get out. After they got out of the cave, the protagonist sat down on the ground. Then he stood up and continued chewing on the mandrake leaf, thinking that they had come out into the light of day. Now Xavier would find him easier and he should show up soon, but if others got to him first, it would be bad. Suddenly, an arrow flew past the protagonist's silhouette into the head. Well, Lloyd slightly closed his eyes, continuing to chew on the plant leaf. The commander looked back at the girl, who clutched her stomach, because she felt sick, because she was worried. Then she looked back with fury at her other friend, who saw something terrible and her anemia just let her know. Their commander told her to pull herself together, because she couldn't show weakness in front of this enemy. Suddenly, unpleasant sounds were heard from her own stomach. They all fell to their knees together and convulsively clutched their stomachs and almost vomited. The protagonist stared at them in bewilderment. He imagined an army of elf girls who were pulling their arrows, and he assumed that they must be strong and unwavering. He held the plants and began to look around, because he did not hear a single bird in the entire forest and not a single animal. It was a huge magical plant that emitted purple light, because it was a domino monster when the animals migrated another part from the mountain, and that is why in the thicket of the ever-shining forest it was so empty. Then he began to look around with disdain. He realized that the elves would not touch the plants, which meant that they were carnivores. At that moment, the elves convulsively held their stomachs and looked weak, because he realized that they most likely had been hungry for a very long time. At that time, the knight stood in the water in a fighting pose, holding a glowing blade. At that moment, Melika grabbed her arrow again, while her friends covered her from the tree. The knight looked at them angrily through his bangs, and it was strange to him that, judging by the strength and abilities of the elves, this should not have exhausted them so much. He assumed that he would be able to break through their defense and abruptly squatted over the water. A bright electron of light swirled in matter. He immediately flew to attack with a glowing blade. Now Melika bloodthirsty pulled her huge arrow. The knight continued to run forward, despite the huge flying arrow. He ran to attack, running past this arrow. Xavier continued to run to attack through the stream of arrows, and Muira now stretched out her hand to the side and declared that the line of defense was broken through and therefore everyone should be ready to attack. She looked back at the tree and saw that all the elves were lying unconscious and without strength, as they wanted to eat. Then the commander looked back at the branch from which the last warrior jumped back. It was Melika, who continued to run to the attack, because she always shared food with him, and now she fought for them until her last breath. This healthy girl again released a stream of glowing arrows. The knight managed to cover himself with his sword, reflecting a huge arrow. From such a powerful shot, he pressed himself against a tree. Melika flew at him with a sharp arrow. She stuck him in the ground when the knight managed to jump back. The knight angrily ran to the attack and realized that he was the one who should protect the son of his master. He managed to jump back into the air after the elf monster's arrow swung. Again, a flurry of arrows flew in the sky, and they wanted to gather their will into a fist and give Melika at least some support. A huge blue moon illuminated the night sky. Under the cover of the moon, the knight flew in the air to save the heir to their estate. The knight jumped from the green leaf into the sky because he wanted to save Lloyd at any cost. At this time, the elves watched the events from the tree with anger and realized that the path of steps, which even they could master only after 100 years of training. Now Xavier jumped onto the tree branch. He began to run to the attack when a barrage of arrows flew after him. He jumped from branch to branch when arrows pursued him. He continued to run forward along the branch. At this time, Melika bloodthirstily pulled 2 sharp arrows. At this time, Xavier moved through the air to the Alencia tree. Xavier bloodthirstily opened his mouth and screamed to call the master. Now pieces of meat were roasting on a stone near the fire. Lloyd at this time ate with the other elves and looked back. Xavier, all sweaty, looked at the scene in bewilderment. Lloyd looked at his battered knight and asked where he had been, as if he had been to war. The knight watched as the hungry elves sat with the protagonist by the fire, and he offered them to fry a piece of meat better and try it. He said that it was pork, so it should be well fried. Then Lloyd looked back at his assistant and told him to come closer to them. A moment later, they were all sitting together by the fire where the meat was cooking, and he explained that this was his guard warrior, not a servant. At this time, the commander Muira was chewing a piece of meat with appetite when she was introduced. Then the knight looked at the smoke coming from the meat when he was told to introduce himself. At this time, the commander continued to chew a piece of meat and looked at Lloyd, asking him if they would have more room. At the same time, Melika hid from behind a tree when she was asked to come out. Then she sat down next to Xavier, pressing him to the commander, who dreamed that she had been starving for months and now they could share meat with her. The brown-haired man with a spreading smile pointed his hands at the fire and said that they could eat as much as they wanted because they had stocked up well for this journey and ordered them to eat to their heart's content. At the same time, the rest of the elf army aimed at the clearing near the fire where the guys were sitting because they felt that they were still being held at gunpoint, and therefore he also suggested that they be content with meat. At this time, the elves continued to aim, but smelled the smoke of delicious meat. Then the blonde brought a fried piece of meat on a fork. Then she pressed her lips. Then the protagonist smiled from under his brows and asked about the elven men who patiently waited for their women to return from hunting. They must be starving to death now. At that moment, the commanders, together with their assistant, tearfully closed their eyes and cried. The main character crossed his fingers and smiled maliciously, asking about the elven children and how long their elders would be able to resist hunger. At that time, the commander, gritting his teeth, sat embittered when he joked whether it would be hunger or the law of the jungle, which would be the first to get to them, and no one knew about it. Lloyd smiled sarcastically, crossing his fingers with tears in his eyes, and said that the tears completely blocked his view. At that moment, the commander strongly twisted his face with tears in his eyes and frowned. At that time, all the elven women began to cry and hug each other, closing their eyes. At that moment, she tried to hold back her tears, clenching her lips. The elf looked angrily at the protagonist sitting opposite her, who offered to negotiate, although she stated that they do not do this with people. At that moment, Lloyd with a mocking smile began to gloat over the mandrake root, which was already half dead, because he stated that they had almost reached an agreement, because he said that he would leave the plant alone, and if they did not attack, and also because they were hungry, he fed them meat, and they talked. At this time, the commander looked at him angrily from under his brows, because he stated that this was the best moment to negotiate. Lloyd crossed his fingers and looked at the commander with a smile, stating, firstly, that they could offer the survival of their race. The blonde looked at the protagonist with disdain, having heard about the survival of her race. Lloyd sat on a stump with his arms crossed and said that they could make unlimited deliveries of pork and also supply bitumen coal. In the picture, Lloyd continued to make a mocking face and understood that if they found out that bitumen coal was made from wood, they would not like it very much, but they could omit this information. The blonde looked at him with displeasure, bulging her eyes. The brown-haired man at this time grinned, made a face, clapping his hand into his palm, explaining this by the fact that he was sure that they always dried meat before eating it, and now it was time to cook it deliciously and eat it. He also added that they would build a special freezer for them where they could store meat. The blonde at this time pressed her lips through her long hair. Xavier sat between the commander and the healthy elf when Muira asked about the terms of the deal. The brown-haired man sat on a stump with his fingers crossed and said that he also wanted to survive. If they did not agree to his conditions, then all his people would freeze to death. He imagined this huge magical tree and said that they should allow them to take a little tree sap, just a little, and every month, then no one would die. Lloyd sarcastically raised his eyebrows through his long bangs and said that he would teach them how to collect the sap so as not to harm the tree. He sat by the fire opposite his assistant guard and the elf and said that it would also be much better if the elves themselves delivered meat, because he wanted to divide 100 elves into two groups, one group that would be busy delivering meat, and two would help them build houses. The brown-haired man bowed his head and smiled sarcastically, asking them about the possibility of surviving together. The other elves sat on the tree and were angry because their commander should not have done this, because people constantly lied to them. The blonde closed her eyes, lowering her head. She remembered herself as a little girl, how her mother stroked her head and asked her to listen to her, because when her mother lived together under the name Gable, she interacted with people very often, even though their life is short, but there is so much in it that they want to enjoy, and that is why they become greedy, lie, and do evil. At that moment, her mother told her that when she meets a person, she should only trust the one who is able to become her true friend, and at that moment she disappeared from her memories. In the picture, the brown-haired man was sitting by the fire opposite a whole group of elves and a security assistant. He stared at them through the light of the fire. The blonde calmly closed her eyes. A ray of light broke through the magic tree. She looked at the protagonist and said that she would not agree with him because she would only negotiate with someone who was considered her friend. Lloyd grabbed his face with anger and realized that he could have run into an iron wall. Have you ever wondered what a friend is? The brunette walked with a backpack on his back in a dark space because in his original world he was always alone and very poor and could barely take care of himself. The main character saw a group of guys in front of him who were mocking and smiling, and he realized that he wanted to be above this, so he attended various lectures and seminars on architecture. In those memories, he approached the cash register in a cafe because he tried not to pay attention to the mockery and sidelong glances when he was considered a poor man, and they did not understand why he went to such establishments, because his stench spoiled his entire appetite. At that moment, Lloyd was staring into space because it really hit his pride, but he had to hold on, and he knew that only studying and hard work would help him get out of poverty. And then one day, a bunch of meat was frying in a frying pan. In the real world, he was sitting at a table with a bunch of dishes, and opposite him sat a blonde friend who told his friend not to listen to these idiots because he had better grades. He always tried harder than others. In the picture, his friend was frying a piece of meat and wanted to turn it over because he adored local beef. At this time, the brunette brought a piece of meat on chopsticks and thanked him for the dinner. In the picture, the blonde smiled sarcastically and asked him if he had never tried beef. The protagonist at that moment widened his eyes in shock. At that moment, this blonde looked down on the guy and smiled sarcastically. He saw that mocking grin of the blonde because he had seen those faces all his life. He had the feeling that he was being fed like a stray dog, and he was doing a good deed just for himself. At that moment, tears appeared in Lloyd's stunned eyes, and they blurred his vision. He clenched his lips with pain in his soul because he felt like a dirty dog that was picked up on the street. With tears in his eyes, he smiled happily because he had never tasted such a deliciousness in his life. At that moment, his friend, like an angel, opened his arms and was all glowing. Through his tears, the main character began to smile happily because he wanted to ask for more. At that moment, his friend smiled back and showed 3 fingers, thus expressing that he could have more. At that moment, they happily ran after each other around the city because he had become his only friend. Now Lloyd began to smile bloodthirstily with all 32 teeth and tried to understand what friendship is because everything is good as long as he has meat. He immediately began to take pieces of meat out of his backpack. The hungry elf opened her eyes, seeing this glow like a piece of meat. At this time, Lloyd held out a raw piece of meat on the tongs. At this time, Muira with tears in her eyes and stuffed cheeks looked at the piece of meat. She immediately covered her mouth from such a delicacy. The other elves also tried this meat with tears in their eyes and stuffed cheeks. The commander immediately extended his hand and yet accepted his conditions, forgetting about the approval of the elders, and ordered her guys to feed her meat. The elves of the Eternal Radiance Forest, who had not contacted other tribes for 500 years, signed an agreement with the people from the Frontier estate. The main character, along with a squad of elves and a guard, entered the city. In the picture, an angry knight walked nearby and did not understand why he needed to fight if meat would solve everything. All the inhabitants of the city closely watched the detachment of elves that entered and Mr. Lloyd, who were trying to figure out who he would bring next time. At this time, Muira looked around in bewilderment. She looked at the wooden fence and realized that it was all created from the pain of plants, and she was afraid to see it with her own eyes. Then she turned her attention to the wooden door in the house. The blonde looked at the back of the main character, who explained that some people refused to eat animal meat because many had reasons for ethnicity, culture, personal choice, or others. Without turning his head, he lowered it and told the commander to stop being so stubborn and should already help each other because he thought that only then they would be able to live a happy life. Yura looked away with displeasure and expressed understanding of what he wanted to say, but her heart needed to understand it too, and he added that she needed time. Then he looked back at her sarcastically, raising his eyebrows, and said that she should not deny herself another portion of meat while she thought. The blonde with drool on her cheek looked at him intently and said that she was already beginning to understand. The picture showed the structures of houses because the construction of housing complexes was ongoing. Lloyd held a shovel in the ground and looked up because before the trip he had another concern because he thought that they would be able to finish the construction before the temperature dropped below 0 because it was freezing and thawing. These were iron reinforcement bars from a concrete block because if the water in the cement freezes at 0 degrees and then begins to melt in the spring with an increase in temperature, then there will be a lot of liquid inside the concrete which will destroy it from the inside. He imagined these drops of water. Then in his mind, this huge house began to fall and collapse. Then he scratched his chin with a malicious smile and said that it was no longer a problem. At this time, the elves were climbing up the building at a run. The elves deftly jumped between the buildings to the top. They deftly grabbed the building materials and tried to bring them in, finished them quickly, and returned to eating their meat. Thanks to the insane mobility of the elves, the speed of construction exceeds imagination. It was the first day of winter. Snowfall appeared. The construction of complexes 101 and 102 was completed, and these were ready-made buildings. In the picture, the main character and Xavier were climbing the stairs with the orcs because he had to conduct control tests in these two buildings this winter, and then further construction would be carried out with the goal of placing all the refugees in apartments by next autumn. And the key point of the test would be the resin of the Alencia tree and soybean paste, mixed in a ratio of 1 to 1000 for ideal insulation. He dipped his brush into the glowing liquid. They watched as the workers smeared the radiators with this liquid. Then Greg looked back at the protagonist, shouted that the insulation of the pipes from the 1st to the 8th floor was complete, and now someone should turn on the boiler on Lloyd's orders. These pipes began to pour hot water through themselves, which heated them up. It was a whole steam room where the guys sat in a sweat and felt incredible success. Then they left the building, and Lloyd shouted for the people to get ready for relocation. Then Xavier drew the twisted face of the gentleman because he thought that the priority was the move, but Lloyd shut him up. The knight immediately became embittered and twisted his face when he was told to shut up. Then the protagonist angrily pointed his finger at Bairn and ordered that families with children be settled first, then the elderly and the sick, and accommodate them taking into account their state of health. Xavier looked at the protagonist in amazement, who added that those who did not have enough space would be placed in separate rooms with heating this winter, and everyone would be well fed and warm. The protagonist at this time smiled maliciously with irony because he realized that this needed to be done so that later they would feel obligated and he could calmly ask them to work for him. Lloyd began to walk forward to the Baron because this winter they had no time for rest, although Xavier walked behind him and was irritated because calling him stupid would not be enough. The knight closed his eyes and thought about it. If you think about it, he is so strange, since his character has changed dramatically, and in the end he could not even hate him. At that moment, the main character's cloak was fluttering from the snowy wind, because he had become a real support for everyone around him. The two of them walked along the bridge. Then they squinted into the distance, trying to figure out if it was the sound of a trumpet or a towering signal of the approach of the royal envoy. It was a green-clad envoy who jumped up to get a letter from his inside pocket. Then he opened a red scroll in a jump. This envoy opened his shield in front of the protagonist's parents, who bowed when they were told that they never ceased to amaze, because the initiative that the Frontera estate took on itself turned into a real miracle. Arcus, along with his wife, looked askance because they were trying to take into account all the achievements of their estate, and with this decree, he proclaimed the Frontera estate a county. At that moment, the main character stood behind the envoy along with Xavier. Xavier looked in surprise at the protagonist, who said the same thing about the county at the same time as the envoy. This envoy on the red carpet immediately bowed and congratulated the family of counts. At that time, Arcus with his wife, with tears in their eyes, looked at their son in surprise. At that moment, Lloyd looked at his parents with a smirk. At that time, the messenger stood on the path in front of Lloyd's bowed parents, and reported that the first achievement prevented the spread of a monstrous wave of monsters from the east, and the second achievement provided shelter to refugees from all over the country. The blonde patted her husband on the shoulder, who was holding his lips with tears in his eyes, and the third achievement was that they rebuilt the eastern regions and turned it into a real fighting force. This mustachioed messenger opened a wide red scroll and reported that, given all these achievements, Frontera County gains independence from Cremo County, and he ordered them to become the center of the east and rebuild it. Behind the messenger, the main character crossed his fingers and joyfully rejoiced, because he heard that the royal family will allocate a budget and all the necessary materials for construction in the east. They are also granted an exemption from paying taxes for the next 20 years. At that moment, Lloyd opened his mouth in delight and looked at his crossed fingers. Long live his kingdom, and their wonderful and generous Alicia. He understood that it was almost impossible to rebuild such a huge city on their own, but the queen was confident in them, so he decided to trust them. At that time, Lloyd looked back at the knight angrily and told him to go to the village, because he had something prepared for such cases. Arcus looked at the leaving guys, having heard from the messenger that in this way all the territories that bordered the east, including the county of Lacona, would be subject to the county of Frontera. Arcus, with tears in his eyes and a pitiful grin, looked at his son. He looked at his son humming a song with Xavier, realizing that all this became possible thanks to Lloyd, because he not only miraculously saved their estate from debt, but even turned it into a county and a real miracle. At that moment, the queen's statue was covered in flowers because the people were rejoicing. At that moment, the protagonist and his assistants were dancing around this statue to praise the queen. They continued to dance on the square in front of the statue of Alicia. Lloyd clenched his crossed fingers and sweatily declared that they should shout louder so that the queen herself could hear them. At that moment, the messenger looked in bewilderment from under his hat at how they wished the queen long life. Then this messenger stood on the carpet in front of the queen and declared that they continued to shout the same thing over and over again. At that moment, the queen, furious, screamed that the messenger should tell them to stop doing this. At that time, the Viscount was riding a horse along a snowy path. Rakona, sweating, was frantically riding a horse in order to make it in time. He immediately fell on the rug in front of the count who was calling him. At that time, Arcus was sitting calmly at the table, raising his hand and saying that there was no need for formalities, because he was not yet accustomed to his status as a count. At that moment, the Viscount pressed his long nose into the rug, sweating his brow, and said that he objected, because with his impeccable pedigree and excellent character, there was no other candidate in the world who would be better suited for this role. At that time, the Viscount sullenly pressed his long nose into the rug and was indignant that Arcus could become a count. He remembered how he and his comrades mocked Arcus, because at various receptions he constantly ridiculed him for his poverty and looked down on him so many times. Now Arcus sat with a smile, crossing his fingers. Because it was all in the past, now he just needed to be more polite to him, although he really disliked him, and if he could take advantage of his softness, he would definitely be able to survive. At this time, the Viscount was lying on the carpet in front of the new count, who reminded him that by royal decree they were instructed to rebuild the East. The Viscount immediately said that he would like to express his gratitude and appreciation for the trust. Arcus raised his eyebrows in surprise and stated that they lacked manpower and therefore he had a request to Rakona. Rakona continued to lie on the carpet in front of the new count, who was at the table, and wondered if the Viscount could lend him his engineers. Rakona immediately replied that he just needed to name a number. Arcus crossed his fingers and with slight sadness looked away, saying that if he asked too much, the Viscount simply would not be able to cope. At this point, Rakona was leaning his head on the floor when he was asked to send as much as possible. Then Rakona, sweating and convulsive, raised his gaze. He saw Arcus looking down at him with a haughty air, saying that it would not affect their friendship in a negative way. He immediately stood there, open-mouthed and excited. At this point, the Viscount climbed onto his horse while the new count was watching. At this point, Arcus watched from the window as the Viscount fell off his horse. At this point, Arcus stood with a thoughtful look, his head down, because he had never threatened a living soul in his life and he felt lousy. Rakona stretched out his shaking hands to the horse. Arcus smiled maliciously, noting that he felt so wonderful. Bayern bowed before the protagonist, saying that the settlement of residents in the apartment complex Gold Mine 101 and Gold Mine 102 was completed. The system notified that he had a new achievement. He commanded the construction of the apartment complex and was able to settle residents of the continent of Laurasia, bonus RP 700, the amount of RP 4783. The protagonist smiled maliciously, noting that he had sown the seeds and it was time to reap the fruits. Gray smoke came out of the chimneys in the houses. There was a tray with food on the table. The woman noted that there was even meat and warm bread. The boy thanked him for the food. The brunette looked at the man, inviting him to the table to eat with them. The man said that they should eat themselves since he had no appetite. The brown-haired man furrowed his brows, thinking that he was certainly grateful for everything, but in the past he worked tirelessly on the farm for his family, but now he can only rely on others. The man pressed his lips together, wondering how long he could live like this. The brown-haired man looked behind him when he heard the villagers calling out to Mr. Lloyd. The young master was waving his hand at the villagers. The man thanked the brown-haired man, asking how they could repay him for his kindness. Lloyd said that they shouldn't, asking if they were doing well. The villagers said that he saved their lives, thanking him for that. The old woman approached the protagonist, shedding tears, asking him to hold her hand before she died. Lloyd asked the woman not to speak and wished that she would outlive even him. The young gentleman hugged the little boy as the artist was drawing them. Lloyd said that they could do it. The little boy repeated after the protagonist. The protagonist waved at the villagers with a big smile, saying that it was all thanks to them and he loved them all. Xavier looked at the protagonist with a terrifying look, noting that he felt it. Lloyd asked the villagers that the food was delicious. The knight frowned, noting that he was plotting something against all these people. The soldiers placed a table on the ground. There was a stack of papers on the table. The protagonist sat at the table, saying that it was time for them all to pay their debts, and he had a whole mountain of contracts prepared there. The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Lloyd closed his eyes and grinned widely. Then he widened his eyes, asking that they knew that nothing happens for free. The villagers looked at the young gentleman in horror. Xavier grabbed his head, gritting his teeth, thinking to hell with him. He no longer understood what was good and what was bad. The brown-haired man looked at the man who had approached him and called out to him. The villager looked at the young gentleman with a serious look, asking that if he signed the contract, he would have a job. The protagonist smiled maliciously, sticking out his tongue. He said that, of course, they would pay a salary and even overtime. The hero looked at the villager with a crazy look, noting that from the moment the contract was signed and the first salary was received, they would have to buy food and everything else with their own money. The villager pressed his lips together. He looked at the young gentleman with a confident look, noting that he did not want to sit on others' necks and was ready to sign the contract. The young gentleman's face twisted into a crazy smile. He noted that he was offering a rather difficult contract in the spirit of capitalism, asking if he was ready. The man asked what capitalism was. A woman approached the protagonist and asked if she could sign the contract. Lloyd noted that they did not discriminate based on gender. People began to line up in front of the protagonist's desk, saying that they also wanted to earn a living for themselves and wanted to sign the contract. The protagonist smirked slightly, noting that they were preparing to launch a project that would provide them with a stable livelihood in their own land. The bright sun shone over the green fields. Lloyd stated that they would start a project to develop terraced farmland. The sunlight illuminated the green meadows. Lloyd noted that with the help of a gabion, they would strengthen the eastern hill and build farmland, and the gabion would be very easy to build from rebar. Belle lay on the bed with an exhausted look. The little beaver looked at the protagonist with fury. The young gentleman noted that Belle worked hard to build the apartment complex. The little beaver hit the protagonist in the face with its paw. The protagonist noted that he would not be able to ask her to work for a while. Tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes. He thought that in that case, a full moon shone in the night sky. A system window appeared to summon a mystical creature. The protagonist stared at the system window, noting that he had been thinking about this idea for several days, but it seemed to be the only way that would allow them to get the materials they needed. White arrows pointed to the start button. The system announced that this was great, and they began to summon, asking what they would get, adding that they only live once. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was a stupid system, and even if he was acting like some kind of rogue, he had always been on his side. Peepodong and Hippo watched with curiosity. Lloyd noted that Peepodong, Hippo, and Belle always got the creature he needed the most. A system window appeared with RP amount of 4783. The young gentleman noted that since he had a large reserve of RP, there was no reason to doubt and it was time to begin. The main character swung his finger furiously. He said for it to show itself, a creature that would help him get reinforcement for retaining walls. The protagonist pressed his finger on start. A magic circle appeared in the air. The protagonist folded his hands in front of the magic circle. Confused words were heard from the circle. Lloyd noted how noisy it was. The magic circle increased in size. The brown-haired man watched what was happening, dumbfounded, not understanding what it was. A pillar of fire struck the protagonist's face from the magic circle. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment with his mouth wide open. Lloyd glared at the system window. The system announced that it was called a donut hole. The young gentleman glared at the system window, asking that it was not on his side. A system window appeared. He announced that he was just a system that followed certain rules and they did not take sides. The young gentleman told him to change his businesslike tone. The protagonist's hands shook with anger, asking then what about all the other creatures, because he was giving him exactly what he needed. The system began to laugh maliciously. The protagonist looked at the system in bewilderment. The system emitted a terrifying aura when it laughed maliciously. The protagonist looked at the system window in confusion. The system announced that he was such a pathetic fool and apparently he still hadn't gotten it. Lloyd's eyes widened, glaring at the system. The system said that this was the whole point of gambling. It gave the newbie a few wins and then made them wait for the next success. The protagonist said that then he was a real swindler and he would kill him. The system asked him what he thought the world would make his life easier, adding that he shouldn't dare think that everything was that simple. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. The author noted that this is the type of person who quickly agrees with the villain's logic. The white arrows pointed to the system start window. The system asked what could happen next time, what would be worthwhile. The protagonist pressed the start button with a sly grin. Not far from the estate, a fiery explosion occurred. The protagonist began to wave his fists. The system asked him to wait a minute, adding that God loves the Trinity. The protagonist pressed the start button again. Lloyd fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands, when a magical green circle appeared. The young gentleman asked him what he thought. He was such a fool that he would let himself be fooled 3 times. The author noted that he had already been fooled. The young gentleman closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, after which he opened one eye, seeing a bright light. A terrifying huge monster appeared from the magic circle. The protagonist along with Hippo and Peepodong suddenly ran away from the monster. Brown-haired ran up to the knight, pointing his hand at the monster. The swordsman cut the monster with his blade. The protagonist sat on the ground with heavy breathlessness. Brown-haired looked at the system window in rage. The system notified that he had failed. Lloyd said that he already understood and would not try again. System notifications appeared. Hidden necessity reached. Bankruptcy. His body and RP were severely damaged due to 3 consecutive failures. As compensation for his losses, the choice of the skill of the mystical creature became available to him. Brown-haired looked at the system notification in surprise, wondering what kind of skill he had. Many system windows appeared in front of the young master. The system notified that this was a list of skills that can be selected. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that this couldn't be true and why there were only 3 useful skills. System windows with skills appeared, such as becoming a crybaby, meditating, nature lover, and so on. The protagonist studied the skills with curiosity, after which his gaze fell on the skill of launching a spider web. He wondered what spider web was there. The brown-haired man thoughtfully looked away, imagining a spider on a web. He noted that if its weave was strong enough, they would get a material that would be stronger in stretchability and elasticity than metal, and it was resistant to moisture and would not lose its strength even after a long stay in the sun. The protagonist grinned sarcastically, noting that here it was and he knew that he would get exactly what he wanted. A system window appeared about summoning a mystical creature. The system asked that he would like to choose this skill and summon a mystical creature. RP quantity 4070. The main character pressed the start button, saying that he chose to launch a spider web. A green magic circle appeared in the air. A bright glow began to emanate from it. The sunlight illuminated the room of the estate. Xavier sat in a chair, hugging a pillow. He slightly opened his eyes, noting that, apparently, he dreamed something very strange. The sun was shining brightly over the fields. The workers looked up at the sky with curiosity, asking what it was. A black silhouette was visible in the sky. The men looked up in surprise. White feathers fell down to the ground. The man asked what an angel was. The protagonist smiled widely, shouting that it was gorgeous and they needed to do another lap around the county. The young gentleman was riding a huge jigoming bird. The guys flew over the workers who were raising their shovels. The man said that this was Mr. Lloyd and a mystical creature that flies through time. The protagonist stood on the bird, spreading his arms out to the sides. The workers shouted that Mr. Lloyd was a good man. The protagonist noted that he expected to see a spider, so he was a little scared when he saw a carrier pigeon, but birds have one big advantage. The brown-haired man with a serious expression on his face was riding a pigeon. The worker shouted that Mr. Lloyd was flying in the sky, and he was looking down on them. The men shouted that they completely trusted him. The protagonist noted that he could show off in front of the people as much as he wanted and strengthen their loyalty. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously, thinking that this way he could increase the amount of work and make them pay taxes, adding that this was a jackpot. The protagonist imagined a disgruntled pigeon. He noted that Jigoming's main skill was to shoot spider webs, and its secondary skills were to stretch the web, weave a nest, and throw droppings. The protagonist imagined a web coming out of the backpack. He noted that Jigoming could shoot webs from the backpack on his back. The brown-haired man recalled how he tried to stretch the web, noting that he tried to tear it with mana rings, but he only managed to stretch it a little, noting that this was the perfect quality. The young master pointed a shovel to Jigoming, saying that they were flying to a plateau. Lloyd imagined a web net on the ground, saying that with his skill, they would be able to weave a powerful net. Jigoming narrowed his gaze and sighed heavily. The protagonist noted that everything was good about this bird, but Lloyd looked at the pigeon in bewilderment. The huge bird flew away. The young master asked where it went. The pigeon landed with a crash on the ground, after which Jigoming threw the protagonist off his back. The brown-haired man fell to the ground. He grabbed his nose angrily, looking at the pigeon, asking what it was doing. Lloyd noted that he was an asshole. The pigeon sprawled near a tree, putting a branch in its beak. Jigoming slightly narrowed his gaze, stroking his body with his wings. He said in his own language that it pissed him off. Lloyd noted that he was incredibly lazy. The protagonist held his broken nose, angrily looking at the bird, wondering how to make it work. The protagonist squatted opposite the pigeon. Last night, Lloyd looked at Jigoming with a smile, asking him that he could release a web and if he could show him what kind of web it was. The pigeon turned its head to the side, sighing heavily, after which it plopped down on the ground. Jigoming looked away with an indifferent look, speaking in his own language, asking why he cared about him and why he bothered to work and live a hard worker's life. The young master looked at the bird with narrowed eyes. He thought that just looking at this bastard, wondering that he was acting rather strangely. Peepodong approached his new friend with a wide smile. He smiled happily, raising his paws up. The rodent said that it was to create an infrastructure for society to improve the quality of life for people, experience satisfaction, and receive rewards. Jigoming stared at the rodent. Peepodong said in his own language that it was to create his own worldview to become a creature that brings happiness to this world. The little bird raised his eyebrows slightly. He slightly opened his beak, saying that he would try it then. Brown-haired noted that Peepodong's words had motivated him in general, and he began to move in a sense. The protagonist stood with his back to the sprawled pigeon. He noted that it had returned to that state again. A rodent crawled out from under his shirt. It approached the bird, suggesting that they try a little more together. Jigoming looked away, saying that after thinking about it carefully, he found no reason to try so hard. The protagonist watched the bird with bewilderment. The pigeon noted that the world would continue to move on even if they just sat and did nothing, and since he had summoned it, it would still feed it and take care of it. The protagonist's face twisted in rage. He thought that he was really annoying him, and maybe he should make dinner out of it, wondering if he could just eat it. Peapodong looked at the pigeon with displeasure, waving his paws, saying that it was impossible to say that. Jigoming looked at the rodent with bewilderment. Then he spat out a branch towards the animal. The stick hit the rodent on the head. The protagonist stood with his back in bewilderment, watching what was happening. The animal looked back at the young master, turning to him. Lloyd agreed with the animal. Then he handed the almond to Peapodong. White clouds floated over the mountains. The birds flew into the air. Jigoming began to frantically flap his wings, flying away from the forest. Peapodong grabbed the pigeon by the paw. The rodent increased in size, grabbing the bird. Then he began to push the pigeon into his mouth. Lloyd watched what was happening, dumbfounded. Peapodong was pushing the bird into his mouth. The sky was clear. Jigoming lay exhausted on the ground in a pool of drool. Peapodong looked at the bird with a happy expression, asking how he liked it and if he wanted to play some more. The pigeon looked at the rodent in horror, saying that he wanted to work. Peapodong smiled maliciously, his eyes flashing red. The protagonist smiled furiously, giving a thumbs up. Lloyd noted that no matter where or when, threats always work best. The workers were digging the ground. The protagonist noted that step 1 was to dig a slope. Baibong was shaking a tray of sand furiously. Lloyd noted that step 2 was to make Baibong filter the best sand through a huge sieve. Jigoming flew through the sky, releasing a web from his backpack. A net of webs formed on the ground. The protagonist noted that step 3 was to make Jigoming weave a web in the form of rebar. Peapodong sat on the pigeon's beak, hitting it with his paw. The young gentleman noted that step 4 was support from the person in charge. The rodent said how weak he was. The protagonist flew by on a huge bird, telling the white warriors to move forward. The workers shed tears, raising their shovels, shouting that they were Lloyd's warriors. The workers began to fill the web mesh with sand. The young gentleman noted that step 5 was to cover the web mesh with sand and continue this process until the backfill was complete. The workers leveled the ground. The protagonist noted that step 6 was after creating the stability of the backfill, filling it from all sides, vigorously filling the gabion with pebbles and gravel. White arrows pointed to the web mesh. The brown-haired man watched the workers from the air, noting that they had completed the first stage. The men shouted that they were Lloyd's warriors. The brown-haired man grinned, noting that they would probably be done by spring if they could distribute the land to the refugees and extend the construction time for the buildings, then finish everything by next year. The protagonist raised his shovel. He bared his teeth, standing astride the bird. Lloyd noted that this would be the end of his working life. An unemployed, carefree and rich life was already waiting for him. The men continued digging the earth. Arcus and Bayern sat at the table with a pile of papers. The bright sun was shining over the green fields with flowers. The system announced that the production of terraced farmland in Frontier County was complete. The bright sun illuminated the blocks of earth. The system announced that he had become one of the best builders on the continent, bonus RP plus 800, RP 4070. The protagonist lay on a green meadow with flowers in his hands. The system announced that he had a new title, Leader of All the Tired. The workers were working hard. A system window appeared. The title of the area, Frontier County, the period of validity is 30 years. The CP for the title is 3. The effect of this title will be active for 24 hours, but given its activity or the activity of the area, possible changes in the duration of the title in favor of increasing or decreasing it. The weather was clear above the buildings. System notification. The effect of the title is a chance for the agricultural lands of the northern mountains will increase the percentage of harvest by 300%, an increase of 200%. Lloyd took a chess piece, said that everything had become a little confusing. The protagonist sat next to the chessboard, putting a piece on it. The young gentleman moved to another seat, thoughtfully looking in front of him. The young gentleman moved the chess piece, asking how he liked it and what he intended to do. The brown-haired man again moved to another chair, saying that he was starting to go crazy. Xavier watched the distraught protagonist in bewilderment, asking what was funny to him. The main character said that he was having a great time and he liked it so much and it was so exciting that anything would do but work. The knight closed his eyes and nodded. He noted that it was the first time he had seen him play since that day. The main character asked what else he could do, adding that Mr. Bayern was doing a great job as a manager. The brown-haired man grinned slightly as he moved a chess piece. He noted that after the pay raise, the soldiers were working with even more enthusiasm and everything was going smoothly, after which, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered the man telling him that he should remember. The man was sitting by the open window, saying that when he thought everything was going well. The brunette looked outside, noting that he should at least once make sure that this was really the case. The man added that he should. The protagonist stared ahead, dumbfounded. After which, he got up from his chair, telling Xavier to go to bed later today, since he still had something to do before he sang him a lullaby. The knight asked what he was going to do in the middle of the night. The protagonist looked ahead warily, noting that he needed to check if everything was really that good. System notifications appeared. Final spoiler, he must use his CP to look a little into the future of this story. 40 are needed. The split system asked if he would like to use the final spoiler function. The young gentleman stood with his back to the system window. He noted that becoming rich and unemployed is not that easy. The brown-haired man put his finger in front of him, frowning. He noted that in order to ensure a carefree future without pitfalls, the protagonist pressed the agree button, saying that he confirms. Lloyd stood with his eyes closed in pitch darkness. When he opened one eye, a red blurry image appeared. The protagonist looked away, wondering if this was his room, after which his gaze changed to an angry one. In front of the young gentleman's bed stood Xavier, emitting a green aura. The brown-haired man watched what was happening in bewilderment, wondering what he was doing and that he was massaging his chest. The protagonist frowned. A blue magic sphere appeared in the space. Xavier stretched out his hands to the protagonist's body. Lloyd wondered what was going on and what kind of wild actions he was doing. The brown-haired man walked towards the knight, saying that if he continued like this, his heart would break, asking if he could hear him and what he was doing to him. The protagonist looked at the swordsman in shock. Xavier bared his teeth, shedding bitter tears. He pressed his palms to the young master's chest. The protagonist's body looked withered. The protagonist's eyes bulged in horror. There were creatures standing next to the protagonist's head. Lloyd wondered why he looked so creepy and that this was another ending where he died. The exhausted protagonist looked at the knight, telling him to stop because he already knew that there was no more hope. Xavier continued to shed tears and emit a green aura, pressing his palms to his body. Lloyd told him to live and burn everything. The protagonist watched in confusion, wondering what to burn. Xavier fell to his knees, holding the protagonist's hand. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he was not really a count. The knight closed his eyes, saying that he was a hero for protecting his second home. The young master looked at the crying knight. The swordsman added that he saved so many refugees. He continued to squeeze the exhausted protagonist's hand, noting that this is how he will tell the whole world about him. Lloyd looked at the ceiling with an indifferent look. He slightly opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Then a white light illuminated the protagonist's face as he died. The animals shed their bitter tears, standing next to the head of the young master. They gradually began to dissolve in the air, after which the animals disappeared after the death of the protagonist. Lloyd watched the scene with horror. He frowned, noting that he had already seen his death before, and he should not panic and analyze everything and think. The knight picked up the body of the dead protagonist. Lloyd noted that Andre's appearance had not changed that much, which meant that this should happen in the near future. Brown-haired drew attention to the withered legs. He noted that he was completely withered, wondering that, apparently, this was due to dehydration and what was the reason. Xavier carried the body outside. Brown-haired noted that this would happen in the spring. He watched what was happening with a wary look. Xavier carried the body of the protagonist to the other bodies on the street. The bandaged parents of the protagonists lay on the ground. Grigory lay nearby with other bodies. Lloyd noted that everyone was there except Xavier, and that it was a mass plague. The knight was pouring liquid from a barrel onto the bodies of people. Chopin wondered if it was gasoline. The swordsman was holding a lit torch. The protagonist noted that he understood everything. Xavier brought the torch to the protagonist's body. Lloyd noted that this meant he told him to burn the corpses. The young gentleman looked away thoughtfully, thinking that in that case it was an epidemic. The protagonist stood among the dead bodies on fire. The brown-haired man put his hand to his lips, wondering if some kind of disease had arisen and what he knew about diseases. The young gentleman's eyes widened in horror, noting that he was not some kind of doctor from another world, wondering if he could stop this. The protagonist looked at the knight in bewilderment. The swordsman told Mr. Lloyd, adding that whoever asked him, those were his last words. Xavier stood next to the burning body. He noted that when his remains were completely burned, he wanted him to say so. The swordsman looked at the burned body with a cold gaze, telling him to remember the word void. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, after which he exited the future. He wondered what this word void was and what kind of last words were they. The young master looked away thoughtfully, wondering what this encrypted message was for. He noted that the Lloyd who had just died had already seen what happened in the final spoiler. The protagonist remembered his body being burned. He wondered if this was a message for him, who decided to look into the future, and what if he gave this hint because he knew about the disease and how to prevent it from spreading. The young gentleman began to walk in circles, wondering what could be empty, adding that an epidemic, a huge number of accidents, and the word emptiness. After which the main character suddenly stopped. He crossed his arms over his chest, and it was as if lightning had struck him. Hieroglyphs began to appear in the protagonist's head. He noted that here it was, and the pieces of the puzzle were finally beginning to come together. The brown-haired man slightly opened his mouth, after which he smiled madly, saying that he was simply a genius from the future. Clear weather stood over the city. Bayern looked intently at the protagonist, asking what he was talking about the people from Cremo. The men sat opposite each other. Lloyd said that everything was correct, and he needed as many professional quarrymen as possible. Bayern noted that the price of the work would be too high. The protagonist grinned slightly, noting that there was nothing to be done about it, and Count Cremo would have to lend them to them, adding that their people were too busy cultivating the land. Soldiers and orcs were also working non-stop settings. A system notification appeared. The main skillful in getting out of debt. The effect of the title? He had reached the highest level of financial credit, the ability to access investment funds with the lowest interest rate and the most favorable conditions. The protagonist noted that thanks to this title, he should not have any problems, but imagining that he could be in debt again hurts a little. The protagonist looked away dejectedly. The assistant asked how large-scale the project was expected to be. The protagonist noted that it was probably as large as the gold mine complex. The young gentleman looked at the assistant with a serious look, saying that this project would affect the entire county. He noted that this time he was confronting an epidemic and its name was cholera. The young gentleman began to shake his hand from side to side, saying that they would need underground tunnels that went this way and that. Lloyd noted that he did not have much knowledge of medicine. He looked at his assistant with a confident grin, saying that they needed a channel for removing human excrement. This meant that they would be installing a sewer. The main character noted that medicine was not the only way for humanity to overcome disease. The protagonist noted that the word emptiness meant the Austrian Vienna. The protagonist imagined a huge city. He noted that with the advent of the Industrial Revolution, the population of Vienna began to increase rapidly, but at that time the city had big problems with sewage. The protagonist imagined pink excrement falling into the water. He noted that the excrement of a huge number of people ended up in the Danube River. The protagonist imagined pink waste that dissolved in water. He noted that under normal conditions, all waste was carried away by the current and decomposed naturally thanks to microorganisms. Lloyd imagined the city being covered in snow, stating that however, a sudden freeze that hit the city had caused a huge disaster. The young gentleman imagined the angry waste. He noted that since the river was frozen, human waste remained on the surface, constantly freezing and melting, eventually polluting the groundwater. The protagonist imagined the developing bacteria. He noted that this was how cholera began. The young gentleman stood at the top, thinking that with the incredibly increased population and waste that was flowing into the Prona River, if there was a sudden cold snap in the next year or two that would freeze the river in their county, it would become the new Vienna. The brown-haired man grabbed his head, saying that whenever he relaxed a little, more work was always thrown at him. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he just had to wait. He smiled maliciously and noted that even if it were the devil himself, and not some disease, he would not allow anyone or anything to stop him from enjoying life. The protagonist noted that even the devil could not stop him. Lloyd lay on the bed with an exhausted look, thinking that he was overcome with horror from the realization that he himself had taken on another huge debt. The young gentleman slightly opened his mouth, thinking that it would be great if the hired workers only needed to be paid a salary, but if he added to this the cost of their accommodation and transportation, then. The brown-haired man clutched his shirt in his hand and closed his eyes. He noted that the toxin called other people's money was eating him alive. White clouds floated over the mountains. The red-haired orc looked away with curiosity. Greg was standing next to a girl near the building. The sergeant told the girl that he picked the flower because he thought it was beautiful, but compared to her, his beauty paled. The long-haired girl said that he was naughty. The sergeant looked at the girl with a slight smile, saying that the day she came to their county, he realized that his heart could burn brighter than the burning and sparkling sun in the sky. The brunette closed her eyes and smiled widely, saying that he was so funny and that it sounded so strange. Greg noted that he was not so easy to stop. The orc widened his eyes in bewilderment. The girl smiled sheepishly, looking at the man. Greg closed his eyes and smiled widely. The red-haired orc bared his teeth in rage. The sergeant looked behind him at the soldier and then at the girl. The soldier told Greg that Mr. Bayern was looking for him. The sergeant said that he heard him and to tell him that he was on his way. Greg told the girl that he had to go to work. The brunette told him to come back quickly. The man looked back at the orc when he called out to him. The orc looked at the man angrily. After that, he began to shake with rage. The orc asked the man how he could do such a thing. Greg asked what he had done wrong. The red-haired orc opened his mouth wide with rage, asking how dare he behave like that since he had Emily. Greg looked at the orc in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The sergeant slightly opened his mouth, asking what he meant by having Emily. The orc's eyes bulged with rage. After that, he swung his fist at the man, saying that he was a bastard. The sergeant hit the orc in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. The red-haired orc looked at the sergeant in bewilderment. The brown-haired man clenched his fists, emitting a blue aura. He said that he would not be able to defeat him with half-strength blows. The protagonist noted that everything was correct. The soldiers of Frontier County, after so many hours of work and training, could control the power of mana, and each of them was able to defeat up to 10 opponents at a time. The men emitted a blue aura when they worked. Lloyd noted that they most often used their strength in construction. The orc brought his hand to his cheek, after which he rose to his feet and took a fighting stance, emitting a red aura. The man moved his legs to the sides, emitting a blue aura. The man stood in combat readiness. The orc spread his arms to the sides, preparing for battle. The sergeant stared intently ahead with his arms outstretched. The orc jumped off his seat, heading towards Greg. Suddenly Bayern appeared from the side of Greg, saying that he was too slow. The boys stood motionless after Bayern appeared. The manager looked at the sergeant with displeasure, asking why he was still lounging around when he had been waiting for him for a long time, and that he had decided to fool around while his salary was dripping. Greg apologized to the man. Greg followed the manager with his head down. Bayern said that he was going on a business trip, so he should pack his things, noting that he was entrusted with the task because he trusted him, and he was screwing up before he even had time to set off. Greg looked back with displeasure, frowning. Bayern said that working hours were called that because that was the time he had to work, and he didn't care what he did after the workday was over. The red-haired orc rubbed his cheek, glaring angrily at the sergeant. The boys turned their backs to each other, glaring at each other. The bright sun illuminated the estate. Bayern and Greg were standing near a horse in the stable. The sergeant asked if they were going to come all the way to Cremo just to ask for backup. Bayern said that was true, and Mr. Lloyd said that he was planning on starting a large-scale project that would affect lives. Greg looked at the manager in confusion. Bayern looked at the sergeant, raising his eyebrows. The sergeant said that he didn't think that was necessary. The protagonist slumped in his chair, throwing his head back. The system announced that his accomplishments and the compliments he had collected were giving a combined effect. The protagonist looked at the system window with a weary look, asking what other effect. The system announced that he had punished the traitor of this county and paid off his debt. Greg walked down the road, pointing his finger to the side. The system announced that he had not driven away the refugees and had given them shelter. Men were walking behind the sergeant. The system announced that he had come face to face with a huge disaster and emerged victorious. The workers were watching Greg closely. Crowds of men were walking on the ground. The protagonist looked at the system window in bewilderment. The system announced that the residents and refugees of the county would like to repay him for the help he had given them. The young gentleman squinted at the system window, asking what kind of help and how they were going to repay him. A system notification appeared. The combined effect of the title, "People Who Want to Repay Him," has been activated. The young gentleman looked back in surprise. Then he walked to the window. The protagonist opened the window slightly, looking out onto the street. Crowds of men had gathered in front of the estate, raising their fists in the air. The men were shouting at Mr. Lloyd to give them more work, because they would do everything for him, and it was okay even if they did not have a salary. The main thing was that he allowed them to help him, and they would work for free. The men smiled widely, shouting that it was all for Mr. Lloyd. The protagonist looked at the workers in shock as they continued to shout. Then he pressed his lips together. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, shouting for them to be quiet. The workers looked at the gentleman in surprise. The gentleman narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He noted that it was hardest to believe when people did something for the benefit of another, much easier to believe when people did something for their own benefit. The men stood motionless with their hands raised. Lloyd asked what they were saying, that they did not need wages, noting that he had never given them anything for free. Lloyd frowned, pointing his finger at the workers. He told them not to even dream of working for nothing, and he would draw up a contract right away. The workers joyfully raised their fists in the air. The young gentleman turned away from the window, after which he walked away from him, wiping tears from his eyes. A bird was flying over the city. On the bird's chest was a small package. The bearded man opened the letter, saying that it was from the spies they had sent to the west. The spy wrote that this was a report to the great Sultan of Samarkand, and this is what they had found in the western village, where a wave of monsters had come. The Sultan imagined images of terrifying beasts. The spy wrote that there was an unusual bird that split the heavens and a beast that broke the earth, a monster that could swallow the sea and a snake that devoured mountains, and finally, a monster that shook the sky with its roar, and they were all being raised in those lands. The Sultan looked at the letter with a menacing look, imagining images of people and orcs. The spy wrote that the workers of that village were able to deal with orcs with their bare hands, and the elderly clerks moved faster than the wind. Even the powerful white cavalry began to swing shovels instead of spears. The elves and orcs also used their powers to build buildings, and even if not in combat mode, they were so powerful. The Sultan imagined a huge army with swords. The spy wrote that then, it was difficult to imagine what they could become in the event of a war. The bearded man stood motionless, looking at the letter, after which he frowned as sweat ran down his face. He wondered what was wrong with this place. White clouds floated above the forest. Diego sat on a rock, watching the men fight each other. He said that they were pathetic creatures, asking that their brains were so small that they did not understand even simple words. The blonde swung his fist, saying that this is how it should be done and that all his strength should be put into the blow. The slightly beaten men looked at the blonde in bewilderment. Diego asked why they stopped and that they had completely lost their minds. The blonde glared at the men, asking that they wanted their wives and children to die of hunger. The men grinned in displeasure. The bald-headed man hit his opponent, after which the brown-haired man hit the bald-headed man. Diego watched with a mad smile, saying that this was already better. The protagonist sat next to Diego, smiling madly, saying that this was just wonderful. The blonde jumped back from the protagonist in horror, screaming loudly. Lloyd said that he was always so shocked when he saw him, and he was making him look bad. The men looked at what was happening in confusion. Lloyd asked who they were. Diego said that they were pathetic servants of his house. The main character walked towards the men with a smile. He said that a certain hierarchy is, of course, cool, and he can have fun like this, asking that isn't he right. The young master smiled widely, pointing his finger at himself. He asked to let him join them, noting that he also wants to try. Diego was shaking in fear, asking how he could let him fight like them. The young master smiled widely, pointing his finger at the blonde. He asked what he was talking about and that he was slow-witted, adding that he was asking him to fight because he himself did not intend to swing his fists. The blonde looked at the protagonist in horror. Lloyd said that he would be in the red corner and Xavier would be in the blue. The young gentleman pointed his finger at the swordsman. Xavier closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The knight took out his weapon, saying that since it was the count's order, he could only obey, so it was time to begin. Diego asked him to stop, asking what it was, adding that he should hide his sword. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking why he was asking to stop, noting that he could also take the sword if he thought it would be fairer. The blonde noted that the problem was not with the sword, after which he bowed before the count, asking to let him go. Lloyd asked that, apparently, the sword master was ruining the whole picture. The count's face twisted into a mad smile. He said that then let him fight him. Xavier clicked his tongue in displeasure at the moment when Diego looked at the count in horror. The protagonist's eyes widened and he threw a furious punch at the blonde man's face. The sun was shining brightly above the place. The blonde man was lying on the ground with his teeth knocked out. The protagonist leaned over the piece of paper. He said that this document was proof of his return to school and it would be better to write down today's incident. The blonde man asked the count not to write it down. The young master looked at the boy with a furious look, asking why he was only stopping everyone, noting that he was the count's son. Peepodong flew astride Jigoming, who was carrying the document on his chest. The young master looked up while the men lowered their heads. The injured men looked at the protagonist in surprise, who told them to relax. The protagonist turned his back, waving his hand at them. He told them to go to Frontera and find Mr. Bayern, and from now on they would work for him, so they should not slack off. The men saw the protagonist off with tears in their eyes. Rekona jumped out of bed, screaming loudly. He bared his teeth in displeasure and clenched his hands into fists. Rekona noted that this bastard had disturbed his sleep again, and what an unpleasant way to start the day. The Viscount looked angrily towards the door. The man said that he needed to say something. Rekona asked who dared to knock on the door of his room, adding that he should get lost immediately. Rekona grabbed his whip with a furious expression. The man said that it was urgent and he needed to talk to him immediately. The Viscount asked how some scum dared to contradict him and that he had not beaten him for a long time. The protagonist's distraught face appeared from the half-open door. Lloyd asked that they had not seen each other for a long time. Rekona immediately collapsed on the floor, closing his eyes. The protagonist smiled madly, looking at the knight, asking that his face was really so scary. Xavier noted that he was definitely not the type to give comfort to others. The main character threw his arm over the Viscount's shoulder, noting that his lands extended from there. Lloyd waved his hand, saying that it extended to there. The Viscount looked at the young gentleman in horror. The young gentleman told him to mean that he intended to level the hilly areas and build a quarry. Rekona asked why he had suddenly decided to do that. The main character pulled the old man's mustache, asking why he was behaving like that. He then looked at him with a furious look, asking if he really needed to explain anything. Lloyd imagined a sewer with water. He noted that it would be better to use granite for the sewer canals instead of cement, and that way they could be sure of its durability in the coming years. The young gentleman looked behind him, where the workers were standing. He said that now it was time to pave the way from the quarry to their estate, one straight path. The men stood in front of Rekona's mansion. The worker asked that they would face obstacles from the very beginning. The man with a furious look swung his hammer, saying that there was only one straight path. The Viscount watched in horror as the workers tore his building into two parts. The protagonist stood behind the old man with a smile. He told him not to worry, and they would build him a new house to live in, and they would send the workers from his mansion to their estate and assign him one assistant to carry out orders. There was a tent on the ground. Nelika was sitting in the tent with her head down. Recona and Diego were sitting not far from her. Melika looked at the boys, asking if they needed anything. The old man said that they didn't need anything. Bayern looked straight ahead with a serious look, pressing his fist to his chest. The protagonist noted that control over the granite transportation road, as well as the construction of the quarry, would be entrusted to Mr. Bayern because he had passed the veteran level and reached the maestro level. A system window with skills, understanding of design, administrative tasks, and so on appeared. Baibong tore out trees with a furious look. The orcs carried logs on their shoulders. Lloyd noted that leveling the landscape for the construction of the quarry was not a problem, because their county was full of monsters that could handle this task perfectly. The monsters were dragging carts with earth and trees. The man shouted for them to raise their noses higher. That's it. Nuira and the other elves raised their fists in the air. She shouted about meat. The protagonist noted that elves are responsible for the construction of buildings. They are able to repeat the same process thanks to their incredible understanding and powerful physical strength. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the blank sheets of paper. He noted that all that was left was to deal with the sludge. The protagonist rested his face in his hand. He wondered what would motivate the workers to dig it up with shovels, adding that it was unpleasant to dig through waste and they could be poisoned by the toxic fumes, and the best solution would be to heat the sludge to the maximum level. The young master grabbed his head with his hands. He thought that maybe Xavier, he, or Belle could do it, although it was a crazy idea, wondering who knew what would be exposed there and how they would be able to do it on a daily basis. The protagonist lowered his head, wondering where he could find a slave who could control fire and work in the sewers. The young master sat motionless in one position. Then he snapped his fingers. The protagonist smiled madly, saying that he knew where to find such a slave. Black smoke was coming out of the forge. The protagonist stood in front of the master. Corgidus asked him if he wanted him to smelt armor from the resin of the Alencia tree. The master looked at the young master in bewilderment, asking why he needed it and that he was going to hunt dragons or something. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that it was so. The master looked at the main character with curiosity, asking who would be catching him. The count's son smiled widely, pointing his finger at the swordsman, saying that it would be him. Xavier looked at the young master in bewilderment, after which he turned his head away and closed his eyes. The weather was clear above the mountains. Somewhere far, far away in the depths of the eastern mountains, water flowed in a cave. A stone flew off the ground. The dragon said that he had enough. In the cave, a red dragon sat on precious stones. The monster closed its eyes, noting that there were too many gems, wondering why it could not limit at least one. Water dripped from the ceiling. Bright sunlight filtered through into the cave. The dragon sat with his head down, noting that he wanted to get married. His paws were shaking. The dragon noted that they were dull hook hands and damned stumps. The monster imagined colorful stones. He noted that he needed to create beautiful and tasty stones so that he could feed them to his cub, only then would a worthy female recognize him. There were broken gems on the ground. The dragon said that he was great at destroying everything, but that was exactly what dragons hated the most. The monster looked at the gem, noting that cutting stones had not been so difficult in the past. A small beam appeared from the dragon's finger, heading into the stone. The dragon noted that cutting the stone was as easy as robbing a man's castle. The gem crumbled in the dragon's paw. The monster noted that kidnapping dwarves who did all the work for him. The huge dragon imagined a white-haired man with wings hugging a girl. He noted that one day, a certain dragon king married a mortal girl and came up with dragon rules. The dragon noted that all dragons were forbidden from plundering and threatening other races, and all dragons were sent to the mines where they would cut stones themselves. The monster closed his eyes, shedding tears. He said that the vile creatures came up with such a rule as soon as they had plundered enough stones for themselves, asking how they dared to show such good nature and force the younger generation to follow them. The dragon looked away in bewilderment when the guy said that he could fully understand his feelings. A guy in armor appeared in front of the dragon. He said that he had seen enough representatives of the older generation who speculated on the stock exchange and made a lot of money, and then told the youth that speculation was bad. The dragon looked at the guy furiously, asking that he had managed to bypass all his traps. Xavier and Lloyd were hiding behind the armor. The young master said that it was, and they would like to talk to the great dragon that he was, so they temporarily deactivated the traps. The dragon threw its head back, collecting non-magical energy. The protagonist asked that his name was Solidas, noting that he had a very good offer for him. The dragon spit fire towards the guys, telling him to die. The monster collected magical energy in its mouth, saying that he could not marry because of people like him. The guys covered their eyes with their helmets. Lloyd said that he knew that he would not be able to control his anger. Xavier asked, "So what is their plan?" The guys walked in the opposite direction from the dragon. Lloyd asked, didn't he already tell him? The knight asked when it was, noting that he did not remember anything like that. The guys hid behind a rock as the dragon continued to spit fire. The young master said that he would defeat this dragon. The swordsman noted that this was a result, not a plan. The knight looked at the protagonist in confusion, telling him to stop joking and tell him what he needed to do, adding that he had walked this entire journey with him because he trusted his judgment. The protagonist looked at the knight, raising his index finger. He said that step 1 he fights, step 2 he defeats him. The protagonist pushed the knight aside, telling him to move. The dragon closed its mouth in confusion, watching what was happening. The knight sat on the ground, not moving. The dragon wondered why he was unharmed even after his dragon breath and whether there was some kind of power hidden in this stupid-looking armor. The dragon opened its mouth in rage, saying how this pissed him off, and then he would simply destroy him with brute force. The protagonist leaned out from behind a rock, saying that he could do it. Xavier looked at his blade, emitting an aura. The paw of a huge monster was approaching the knight. The swordsman dodged the blow and the dragon's paw hit the ground. The furious dragon swung its paw, saying that it was a small bug. The huge monster furiously began to hit the ground at the moment when the knight jumped aside. The dragon threw its head back, saying that it was so angry. Xavier narrowed his eyes, wondering what this was and that it seemed like he could really do it. The protagonist hid behind a rock, watching what was happening. He smiled sarcastically, thinking that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Xavier swung his blade, cutting off the dragon's horn. Lloyd noted that although it was not easy for him in the novel, Xavier still won. The huge monster hit its head on the ground. The protagonist noted that Xavier's strength in the novel was only at the level of a newly awakened sword master. The knight bounced off the ground, clutching his blade in his hand. The protagonist noted that he was slightly stronger than the queen and Kyle, but now. The swordsman jumped to the side, dodging the tail. A blue barrier appeared under the knight's feet. The young master noted that he was even stronger than the average sword master. Xavier bounced off the platform, rushing towards the monster. The protagonist noted that he was a supreme sword master and the young and weak Solitas would never defeat him. The dragon looked around in confusion, wondering what was going on and whether the man had just soared into the air. Xavier bounced off the blue platform into the air, clutching his blade in his hand. He noted that thanks to this, he would be able to use the explosion to move faster in the air. The protagonist watched with curiosity. He wondered if he had learned the art of steps from the elves to move through the air more easily, and that the protagonist could do everything. The dragon shook its head from side to side, watching Xavier. The dragon looked up in horror where the swordsman was. The knight thought that even if it was a young dragon, it was still the strongest creature on the planet, and he would not be able to cope with it so easily. A blue magic sphere appeared in space. Energy spheres moved through the air, after which a bright light emanated from them. Xavier was gathering incredible powerful energy in his blade. He swung his blade, using the aura explosion skill. The energy flow was directed towards Solitas. A pillar of energy pierced the dragon's shoulder. Solitas looked at the small hole in his chest in bewilderment, after which tears flowed from his eyes. Solitas began to roll on the ground, saying that it was burning and that it was very painful for him. Xavier stood in front of the dragon, telling him to continue. Solitas asked him to wait for the knight a little. The protagonist grinned maliciously, wondering how a dragon could be so afraid of a man, adding that it seemed that this was exactly how Solitas looked when he was scared. The protagonist imagined a man looking at a beetle. The beetle asked him what he wanted to die. Lloyd noted that he was resting in his room when a fly appeared and began to buzz. Splashes of water hit the beetle. Lloyd noted that it only grinned when he tried to eliminate it by spraying poison. The beetle smiled maliciously. The man began to watch the flying beetle. The protagonist noted that it then began to fly and buzz. The fly grabbed the pen with its paws. Lloyd noted that they gave the final blow. The fly pierced the pen into the man's chest. The young gentleman noted that everyone knows this is pain and anyone would go crazy if such a frightening organism bothers him. The protagonist imagined a huge bug above the knight. He noted that this is exactly how Xavier looks in Solita's eyes now. The dragon watched the swordsman with fear. Imagine a fly holding a pen in its paws and attacking a person. Everyone knows this pain. Anyone would go crazy if such a frightening organism bothers you. Xavier, who was in the position of that very bug, looks exactly like this in Solita's eyes now. The dragon was terrified and tried to catch his breath. He covered himself from the swordsman with his hands and asked him to wait, saying that he needed to say something. The knight slowed down and looked at him with a questioning look. But then the lizard swung his hand, hit the ground and said that he just wanted to tell him boo. But then there was no one under his paw, and a print remained on the ground. Behind him, a blade master instantly appeared, charging a sphere for an attack and frightening him. The dragon received another injection in the back. He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs in pain and cried. Xavier continued to mock and beat him, while Soida begged him to stop. At this time, Lloyd was lying nearby and watching this with pleasure. The young master watched this with a smile and thought that everything was going according to plan and the next step was already predetermined. The lizard exhaled a large amount of smoke, blocking his view. Again, imagine the attacks of an insect and think about what if the insect spray does not work and the frightening creature continues to advance. Salida's eyes glowed in the darkness with determination. The figure of the dragon evaporated in smoke and under it was a man. In the case of an insect, you will most likely run away from the room. The monster turned into a man, began to run as fast as he could and complain in his head about what was happening. The lizard watched the knight from behind and thought that he would not be able to find him. He tried to use teleportation by pointing his fingers at his temples, but then he was struck by a discharge that illuminated him through and through. And while he was lying on the ground, the hero thought that he had set an anti-teleportation trap, and although he had been stupid in the past, today he had broken his stupidity record. Lloyd approached the red-haired man and he looked at him with incomprehension. The young gentleman bowed and asked to be allowed to introduce himself officially, and then called himself the eldest son of Count Frontera. But then the dragon pretended not to understand what was being discussed, although he was covered in burns. The protagonist tried to keep his face and kept silent meaningfully, and while Salida pretended and wondered where he was and why he was here, saying that he wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But at that moment Xavier was preparing an attack with his blade. He swung his sword, sending a wave towards the enemy. The dragon received another blow to the back and screamed in pain again. He held his back and asked what was wrong with those two and why he was getting it, to which the hero said that he had no doubt that he was the great dragon, because ordinary people don't behave like that. Lloyd folded his hands together and said that he had given the reason from the very beginning, because he was here from the very beginning to make him a very good offer. Salida, looking upset and with tears in her eyes, said that then it was necessary to talk about it right away instead of poking him so painfully. The hero, still with a sycophantic look, said that since he tried to kill them, his servant was confused and did not know whether to fight or not. The dragon looked at the swordsman with displeasure and asked what kind of offer they had. The protagonist looked at him with a sly look and thought that they needed to start from the very bottom. After all, when the monster attacked the elves in the novel, he definitely had anger management issues, and it is obvious that it is initially impossible to build a dialogue with such a dragon, so he had to resort to brute force. When in a restaurant and a nasty man overturns a table and shouts about the noodles and black bean sauce and scolding on not so important points demands a boss, then almost everything can be solved this way. But when a pumped up man comes to him and mentioning that he is the boss here, then he starts eating right off the floor and humiliating himself. The heroes just need to save face in the presence of a stronger personality. Seeing a sad dragon, Lloyd thought that even though he still managed to calm him down, this does not change his nature, and since his pride was hurt, it will not be easy to start negotiations. And then he decided to start insulting Xavier with a nasty face. The nobleman continued to do this, pointing his finger at him and asking how he dared to do this, and who allowed him to do this. The blonde was deeply hurt. Then the hero with a pompous look made the dragon happy by saying that he needed to thank him, because if it weren't for him, they would have been burned alive. Then the protagonist, moving his hand to the side, ordered his knight to kneel and raise his hands up. Xavier heard this and was furious, but did not show it. Lloyd again made a nasty face and asked if he had hearing problems. Then the blonde knelt down and raised his hands with a lost look. The young lord sat down on his knees and offered to sit on the stone to the dragon, and he agreed. Then the protagonist bowed low and said that he wanted to ask a simple question, and when he asked what it was, the heir looked at him with a smile and narrowed his eyes. But then he made an incredibly cunning look and asked if he wanted to get married. Solia looked at him with great embarrassment and asked how he knew. Then Lloyd, still in the same position, said that he knew that his hands were not very skillful and he could not cut the stone properly. The dragon, with great surprise and anxiety, asked how he knew about this and how they managed to find his lair. The aristocrat, bowing and smiling, said that he would get married in 10 years. The red-haired man, with an inspired look, asked if this was true. But then he made a furious look and asked to answer his question, to which the hero asked if he was glad to finally enter into a love relationship with a female. But then he became very embarrassed when the heir said that they could cut through the expanses with their claws clasped. He, smiling slyly, said that they could exchange sweet love letters using telepathy. And finally the dragon, melted by romance, imagined flying with his beloved after the protagonist's words that they would be able to make beautiful hearts from their tails in the night sky under the moonlight. The hero handed the happy monster a pen and paper, saying that he only needed to sign this, and when the dragon asked if he could get married if he signed here, he said that everything was correct. Lloyd smiled sweetly and asked to sign at the end. And when he finally signed, the heir's face changed and looked like a murderer. The aristocrat snatched the paper from his hands at speed. Holding the scroll in his hands, he asked if this was written in the dragon laws. The sly one looked at him with contempt and said that everyone knows that dragons who break the contract with a man will experience the punishment of the Dragon King. Salida's premonition did not fail. The hero stood over the deceived interlocutor, thereby frightening him. There was a wild and vile smile on his face because right now the lizard received a blow below the belt from this demonic spawn. In the settlement with multi-story buildings, the sky was clear. The farmers noticed something strange and stopped. On the road, their master's company was walking, and the worker in the bandana said to take a look at it because the hero returned from his trip. Seeing the sad dragon, he continued and said that every time he went somewhere, he returned with something amazing, and this time this something was a dragon, which, if reined in, becomes an ordinary person. But the worker in the hat said that this was all slander and laughed with his comrade. Then Lloyd smiled and thought about what he meant by the waste incinerator. Continuing to walk with an incredibly cunning smile, he thought about what he meant by the dragon and his goal was achieved. Smoke spread around the room. Salida stood there looking sad, and then Corgidus asked if this young man was really a dragon. Lloyd pointed at the guy and said that everything was correct and said that the steam was coming from his breath, and the red-haired man immediately called them scammers. The dwarf looked at him with indifference and asked if he was really that bad at cutting, to which he said that everything was really so. The heir with a soft smile took out the contract and said that according to the terms of the contract, Corgidus would teach Salida the art of cutting stones. After imagining how the dragon burns dung heaps, he said that he would burn all the waste in the treatment facilities. Then the red-haired man gritted his teeth and looked away, thinking that he was still a dragon and it was not appropriate for him to clean up human feces. But then the hero surprised him greatly, clapping his hands and saying that he knew it was hard for him to accept the fact that he had to clean up human poop, and then the dragon thought that he could read minds. Lloyd continued and, with the same sunny look, said that this was exactly why he had to put a little pressure on him to sign the contract. Otherwise he simply would not have done it and would have lost the chance to learn the art of cutting stones, and in that case, his face instantly became disgusting and cunning, and he said that then it would be hard for him to get married, and asked if that was true, laughing. The red-haired man looked away again, meaningfully keeping silent, and the protagonist continued, saying that pride is, of course, good, and then asked what would have happened if she had not allowed him to get married, and asked about what was of greater value. Salida calmed down a little and fell silent, and then he approached the dwarf and addressed him as a dwarf. But immediately after he corrected himself. He bowed and called him a teacher and said that he was completely in his power. Then Corgidus scratched his beard and said that it was surprising that some insignificant dwarf would teach a powerful dragon. The red-eyed man looked down and said that in matters of strength, dragons are definitely the most powerful, but then he looked at the dwarf and said that they were the best craftsmen in the world and asked to fix his damned hands. The hero looked at them smugly and thought that no matter how stupid he seemed, he was still a dragon and would adapt to the situation very quickly. The dwarf looked at them calmly and said that since he was already talking, he would not refuse, and saying that he could be a little rude, he asked if Salida could withstand it. The red-haired man, full of confidence, calmly said that he had already made a decision. The dwarf's face changed and he shouted at the top of his voice with rage that it was time to stop standing there like a statue and bring him the necessary materials. The dragon pointed his finger at himself with concern and asked if he was talking to him, and Corgidus asked if he expected his teacher to do everything for him and ordered him to move. And while the student ran as fast as he could, the dwarf ordered him to speed up. The hero looked at them with a soft smile and thought that this contract was an ideal example of an agreement that would benefit everyone. While the red-haired man was collecting stones, he continued his thought and thought that he had a chance to exchange his pride for the highest level of education in the world. The dwarf, during his training, hit his student on the hands and said that he ordered him not to squeeze so hard. The protagonist thought with a soft smile about Corgidus enjoying his power over the dragon to the fullest, and he himself had encountered countless cases. The hero remembered his past life and the dialogue with the boss and thought about when he was offered incredibly unfair contracts, and then assured that I have no choice but to sign them. Then he imagined how the bald old man stretched out his hands to him and thought that perhaps they thought then that this scum should have no choice. The dwarf stood on the box next to the sitting dragon and hit it with a stick, asking if it was intentionally trying to ruin everything, and telling it to think before doing something, and Lloyd at that moment thought that such behavior has nothing to do with a contract, because a contract is when all parties benefit. The hero watched as the precious stones flew to the floor and listened to the screams that it should be thrown away. He immediately picked them up from the ground and thought that it would be better if he got the most out of it. But suddenly a notification appeared that he had changed another fate. The protagonist looked at him in surprise while rolling a cart with stones and was surprised. As it turned out in the novel, the dragon was mortally wounded and cut off by Xavier and he crawled to his lair. Salida was breathing heavily lying on the ground, and the system continued the story. The lizard was lying under the sun's rays, and the notification said that he died there and was dying alone in his lair that no one would ever find. Lloyd scratched his cheek and said with a displeased face that the novel only said how he returned to his lair. But the system said that if it were not for him, the frontier couple would also disappear from this world. Afterwards, we see the Count, who is a well-rounded person who is now free from the burden of debt and is putting all his efforts into what he couldn't do before. He had a figurine of his son in his hands, and a notification said that he was now happy, and all thanks to the protagonist. Afterwards, we see Julian, who receives a certificate from the teacher, and the system wrote that the guy who was destined to die in a foreign land finally receives recognition for his efforts in his studies, and all thanks to him, and it is impossible to count how many lives he has already saved. The hero scratched his nose, and then he asked for money with a satisfied look, but in response he received that this money must be earned independently. And when he asked for RP, the system told him that people do not understand romance at all, but he said that romance cannot satisfy. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that he needed a skill now, since they were about to start building a large sewer system. And then he imagined the markings on the fields and said that the problem was in the radius of the measurement skill, and the construction would take up the entire county, but getting information from different parts of the county and then combining them was a real headache. Looking at the skill statistics, Lloyd thought that although his level had increased a little after completing some projects, at some point everything had stopped at one level. He stuck a shovel into the ground standing on the edge of a cliff and thought that the basics of business were to keep what you had, but not to spare expenses on what was necessary. But then a new notification came out. The hero pressed the skill increase button and thought that if he increased the level, the measurement radius would increase several times. He began to press the increase button with incredible speed and notifications flew out one after another. His skill class increased and reached an advanced level, and advanced design allowed him to increase the maximum radius to 3 million square kilometers. Lloyd looked at it with a sly smile and thought that it was a great investment in the form of 12 ORP. A notification about a new exclusive skill option came out. The hero looked at it with distrust and asked what it was. Then the system said that he was a person who had often expressed concern about wanting to work less, and offered to test the revolutionary system. To which the hero said that he could not trust it when he spoke like some kind of store on the couch that sells all sorts of crap, but it offered to try requesting a 3D layout plan that he had already saved. Lloyd imagined it in his hand and said that he would play along with it. And then he used the guide skill. The hologram flew off his hand to the side and he was very surprised. Then the aristocrat's face showed extreme surprise and he asked what it was. In front of him was a full-size house in the form of a projection. The system said that this hologram would be visible to him and everyone working on the project, and the builders could now work based on it. The aristocrat looked at it in surprise, his hands away, and thought that thanks to this skill he would be able to relieve himself of 50% of his responsibilities. He immediately rushed to the side and thought that he needed to check everything right now. There was a green circle on the floor. The swordsman stood next to his master and asked what it was, and he said that this was the place where he would dig. Xavier looked at him with disdain and kept silent meaningfully. But he said that he would tell him the details later and asked to start quickly. The blonde dug out a part and said that there was also a green light inside, and he said that this was indeed the case. Lloyd pointed to the edge and asked to drip outside the green color. The knight stuck the shovel into the ground outside the scheme. The light immediately changed from green to red. The protagonist's disgruntled face appeared in the sky, saying that they needed to try harder and insulted the workers. Xavier, who was looking at it, said that it was disgusting, but the hero asked if he was being too careless with his words, because it was his face, and asked him not to forget. The blonde looked down and said that he thought that no one would screw up during work because they would not want to see this face. But Lloyd, with an incredibly disappointed face, said that he ordered them to stop because he was actually unpleasant. The swordmaster leaned on a shovel and asked what would happen this time, and he did not understand what they were talking about. The blue-eyed man looked at him intently and asked if he would say that all this time he was a genius of magical illusion, or if this magic trick was stolen from a black magician. The aristocrat looked at him with alarm and kept silent meaningfully and thought about what had happened unexpectedly and wondered if it would be harder for him to lie further. Then he put on a smile and asked which story he would believe more. The blonde lowered his head and said that the story about the magician was better and that he needed to wear the pendant to make the story more believable, to which he said that he would do so. Xavier threw the shovel over his shoulder and said that he would also stick to this version, to which he kept silent meaningfully. Lloyd looked at him with a calm expression and said that even if he could not answer all his questions, and then asked if he had any left. Then the knight, without moving from his place, said that his curiosity was not so important now, but what was important was. He slowly turned around and said that everyone in this county needed to be saved. Then the hero was very surprised and dumbfounded, but right after he smiled softly and thanked him in his head. Lloyd smugly pointed to himself and said that he would save everyone, and in his head he thanked him again for believing in him. Bayern stood in front of the crowd and said that they were starting to build a huge sewer system that would save them from diseases. And then he shouted at the top of his lungs with a menacing look about what everyone should repeat and asked what their motto was. All the workers raised their shovels and shouted that safety came first and they had to finish without injuries. The hero and his protector watched this, and the speaker said that he would kill anyone who dared to get injured and ordered all weaklings to get out of their security project. Lloyd looked at the knight and said that he had a feeling that they were becoming more and more wild, and he wondered what made them like this, to which he meaningfully remained silent. A diagram appeared in front of us. Wastewater and sewage will fall into the sewer from the entire county. There they will fall into the main collector through sewer pipes. Peepodong began to dig quickly, and a hamster and one can dig small sewer pipes. We apparently water in the drain, and as it turned out, he cannot cope with the main tunnel alone, so here it is needed. The snake jumped with a whistle in a circle and rejoiced, and the hero realized that they needed motivation. Baibong held his heart that was beating quickly, and then he began to throw the earth with a scream. It was a discharge of power. One of the workers accidentally dug the earth in the wrong place and was scared of the red light. An angry face of the gentleman appeared in the sky, scolding them. The workers at first looked at him with bewilderment, but immediately after they began to rejoice, because this is the face of the evil Lloyd who charges them to work. Faces began to appear all over the county, and the builders competed to see who could swear the most terrifyingly and funnily. But then the real hero approached them and shouted furiously for them to stop and asked why they were enjoying something that was supposed to scare them. Then he looked at his knight and said that they were really crazy and asked what made them like that, but he again remained meaningfully silent. A heavy rain began to fall, watering the roses on the hill. After long spring showers, the construction of the main sewer lasted 3 months. The toads enjoyed the rain and sat on the water lilies. While the builders worked, the protagonist realized that thanks to the guide, the construction of the main collector was proceeding at a rapid pace, and they began to move north very quickly. The sun's rays broke through the clouds. The roses blossomed and shone with moisture. The aristocrat stood near the cliff and pointed his finger into the distance, saying that the main collector should extend beyond that field, and there they would build a place for the destruction of waste. But then Bayern looked at him with a little concern and said that it was not far from the place where the mastodons settled, and asked if it was safe, to which he replied that since Baibong would appear there from time to time, they would not approach them, but extra caution would not hurt. The young gentleman threw the shovel over his shoulder and asked to tell the people not to irritate the mastodons again if they met them, and to tell them to retreat quietly. Instructions were given, but they never met a single mastodon. Beaver carried a huge pallet of bricks, and Lloyd wondered if this was due to the presence of the beast. He thought so, but the hero stood leaning his head against a tree. First he said red light, then green light. The protagonist turned around abruptly. The guy moved away a little and pretended to be surprised. Then he returned to his place and stuck his hand under his cloak and asked him to come closer, because he had caught him. The aristocrat put his finger in the shape of a gun and shouted the sound of a shot. The designer moved away and pretended to be shot and began to fall. Lloyd was lying on the ground with his head thrown back. He smiled softly and said that it was incredibly funny, and the system immediately said that it was interesting who else was crazy here, and he asked what was wrong, and said that he was having fun like this, and asked if ordinary people had fun like this. But then Peepodong came up to him, looking sad, and he said that he looked so pathetic because he was having fun. But he began to explain something furiously. The hero became serious and asked what was so strange they found there. The workers gathered around the strange pit. Lloyd started to walk through the crowd and asked about what happened there, but then he became serious and frowned. At the bottom lay the corpse of a mastodon. The aristocrat went down to it and thought that judging by the degree of decomposition, it had not been dead for so long, and it looked like someone had killed it and buried it here. The young lord frowned even more and wondered who did it and why. The beaver lowered his head to him and told him something, and the hero asked about the smell. The protagonist turned to his subordinates and said that they needed to dig a little more, and everyone agreed. The people were digging, and then one of them came across something strange. The reincarnated one looked down at the red light and was very alarmed. The corpses lay in a row, neatly stacked, and he began to wonder what kind of nonsense was going on. He covered his face with his hand and thought that this was not in the novel. Only some habits of the mastodons were mentioned, but now he cannot be sure of anything, since more and more things began to happen that were not in the novel. Looking at the mountains of corpses, the protagonist thought that the only thing familiar to him was, and then he realized what it was. The guy imagined the chapter about the Nameran barrier where Xavier mastered the explosion and the black magic that appeared in this chapter. The mastodons began to glow purple and emit mana. Lloyd noticed this and thought with great alarm that he knew it. He immediately, with horror on his face, ordered everyone to immediately get out of here, because the magic of the decomposition explosion was laid here. The bodies began to swell and glow even brighter. The workers ran in horror and looked back. A column of fire burst out of the pit. The running hero thought that the flames were rushing towards them and at this rate they would die. The heir turned around holding the shovel in his hand and thought that he would not let his workers get hurt. He raised the shovel and shouted as he was about to use the explosion, thinking that he didn't know if it would work but if he used the power from the skill to neutralize it. But the next moment, Baibong stood in front of him and covered him with his body from the explosion. Lloyd looked at it in horror and loudly called his name. The dragon saw a glow in the distance while cutting wood. He turned around and thought that the sound came from there and it seemed like a necromancer's magic, and the explosion magic judging by the power was used on a corpse much larger than a human body. The red-haired man looked at it with displeasure and thought that this swindler seemed to be in trouble and thought about whether it was worth helping him and wondered if he even had such an obligation. But then something caught his attention. Xavier was running nearby. Then the red-eyed man returned to work and thought that it was obvious that everything would be fine with them since this monster was running there. Lloyd was standing below and trying to make his phantom wake up. The workers fell to the ground and pointed in horror towards the explosion, asking what it was. The hero walked around the pet and was very surprised. Many eyes were visible in the smoke and a chomping sound was heard. The mastodons walked one after another and chomped. Strange beasts ran across the field. The hero and his comrades gritted their teeth looking at these dead mastodons, thought Lloyd. Looking at the beasts running at him, he thought that they were buried deeper in the depths and awakened by the explosion. Just how many of them are here? The eyes of the dead beast glowed brightly. One of them opened its mouth and growled loudly. Lloyd watched as they approached him. He turned his head and shouted for everyone to run. The people rushed away from the herd. The hero gritted his teeth. Blank spread his arms, telling his comrades that their last battle had come. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that this was for the queen, her subjects, and the county of Frontera. The hero who ran up looked shocked and shouted at him to leave. Now they were running next to each other. Blank repeated the order to retreat. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what kind of land is here. What can be said about the behavior of the mastodons? Is there any strategy that can be applied here? How can they break away from them? Having escaped to Europe, he turned to his comrade and asked where they were, to which he received the answer that they were in the field. Once again, the hero opened his mouth wide and demanded that Peepodong detain them. The beast rushed at the herd. Meanwhile, the monsters were approaching him. Peepodong clenched his paws and frowned. After that, he dealt a strong blow to one of the monsters. The monster was thrown back into the others. After that, Peepodong struck with his elbow. He kicked the next one. Several monsters approached him, but he jumped back. Having landed on the ground, he slowed down. A bright glow appeared near his paw. With one blow, he managed to throw back several enemies using the Plum Blossom Fist and the unbridled dance of the Plum Blossom. Lloyd looked behind him in surprise. Sweat was pouring down his face. What the hell was he looking at? One of the monsters managed to strike Peepodong in the stomach. Several more monsters also pounced on him. The beast frowned. Raising his paws, he managed to throw them away. But another one struck him again. He threw it away with a blow of his paw. Then he struck another one. But there were more and more monsters. In the end, they knocked him down. Opening his mouth, the hero screamed that they were ugly elephants. Peepodong looked at the hero in surprise. He was standing in the middle of the canyon. He said that he had one of the cups. His shovel was at the elephant's throat. Lloyd licked it with gusto, saying that in 5 seconds he could become a piece of meat. The entire herd switched their attention. The baby elephant trembled with fear when the hero asked a strange feeling. Really? Strangely nervous and angry. Really? After biting, he pulled his skin, advising him to hurry before he skinned him. The dead herd rushed towards Lloyd. He watched as they approached. He smiled contentedly, realizing that he had captured their attention. Picking up the baby elephant, he told him that he had played his part perfectly. The hero thought that he had only one clue, a line from a novel. On the gray sheet it was written that if the animals did not seem dangerous, it was believed that mastodons were incredibly attached to their young. It seemed that they were told in words that they fought for their young even after death. It all depended on how they behaved. They did not attack them first. The hero thought that something else had happened that confirmed his faith. He remembered the babies jumping through the hoop, arguing that when Mr. Bayern raised the mastodon babies. Then he watched as the animals happily surrounded their master. Seeing the big elephants on the hill, the hero realized that they came especially every day. They checked to make sure that everything was okay with the babies. Peepodong picked up the baby elephant. The hero told him to run further into the valley and hide in the forest. Jumping on his back, he shouted for him to run. People watched as Lloyd moved further into the canyon. They looked forward with hope, saying that he was sacrificing himself for them again. The bright sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. A bird sitting on a branch sang about how he was a firefly and useless. But even a useless life has rights. Someone's hand grabbed the bird. Xavier stared at the bird, asking, "Do you have the red sunflower seeds that Mr. Lloyd feeds you? How fast can you fly 10 kilometers to the north?" Meanwhile, Peepodong ran away from the herd with all his might. Lloyd said that there was very little left. The monsters were approaching and the hero said that they were catching up. He pointed the shovel at them. A fireball flew out from behind them. It hit one of the monsters. The elephant began to glow from within, after which there was a powerful explosion. But the herd ran out of the cloud of dust, covering his eyes from the flash. The hero thought that there were too many of them. Maybe I should just go and bang the mountain. Isn't it possible? Then everything will collapse. What if I blow up the mountain, but it won't kill them? His strength is already running out. Then I'll just die. Peapodong was very scared at that moment. He fell to the ground and fell on his side. Lloyd looked out to see what was happening. The passage ahead was blocked. Gritting his teeth, the hero cursed. Meanwhile, the herd was approaching. Gritting his teeth, his eyes lit up, the hero used scanning. He saw how Peapodong was covered with earth. Its weight would not allow Peapodong to climb up. In a panic, he angrily looked at the dead end, thinking only about what to do. First, he decided to calm down. Lloyd imagined a bright ball surrounded by moving energy. Remember all your skills, the experience you've carried through these years, the combination of your experience and possible limits. Standing still means wasting time. The hero climbed off the beast and onto the ground. He looked at Lloyd with concern. Without turning around, the guy told him to stick as close to the wall as possible and hold the baby mastodon tightly. And twirling the shovel in his hand, he thought that he was afraid that he might kick the bucket if he released energy in the mountains. Then he grabbed his shovel tightly, and frowning, he directed it forward, thinking that this was the key to insight. 3 bright beams shot into the sky. The shovel was surrounded by a bright flame. Energy release. A powerful stream of fire burst upward. The herd looked at him in fear. The hero held back the release, clenching his teeth. 3 pillars of fire burst out of the canyon. The shovel became very hot from this. After that, the hero threw it to the ground. Lloyd fell to his knees. The enraged herd was quickly approaching. A notification appeared that the super energy burst skill had been activated. A pink glow emanated from the hero. The elephants caught in it evaporated. There was practically nothing left of them. Peapodong tried to hold the baby elephant in his paws. A new message notified that he was absorbing all the mana that surrounded him indiscriminately. The rocks around him began to crumble. With great effort, the hero pointed at the enemy. The direction of the target was set. His palm began to glow brightly. Peapodong opened his mouth in surprise. The hero thought that he would leave the valley and Peapodong alone and would only absorb the mana of the mastodons. The herd was destroyed in a stream of energy. The hero held his hand. Body parts of the defeated enemies flew apart. As he absorbed the queen's mana and energy began to be emitted around him, he thought of it as an opportunity to increase the mana heart skill. He remembered Xavier looking at him and saying that he would become his bait. He pulled his hand away in disgust, saying that he did not want to, but the hero replied that he did not ask his opinion, this was an order. Licking his lips, Lloyd thought that if he used the energy emission to recharge his mana, his level would increase. It was time for this lunchbox filled to the brim with mana to share energy with him. Later, he held a shovel from which fire burst out, after which he fell face down on the ground. Lying on the ground, he was surrounded by a glow. Super emission. The crowns of the trees were bending under the effect of the emission. The hero thought that the entire environment was being destroyed. This cannot be allowed. With an ominous smile, he put out his hand, deciding that he needed to focus on absorbing only Xavier's mana. But the guy calmly watched what was happening. Lloyd laughed evilly, saying that he would suck everything out of him. But a red window appeared, saying that his pathetic body couldn't handle this kind of mana. Blood spurted out of Lloyd's mouth. He then fell into a pool of blood. Xavier looked at him silently. After kneeling down, he asked Lloyd if he was okay, who replied that he thought this webtoon had an irregular script. He thought that even though he failed that time, he was still able to choose a target and direction. He held his hand holding the enemies, telling them that all their mana was now his. As he continued to absorb mana, messages appeared saying that he had exceeded the amount of mana that could be absorbed. The mana heart was expanding against his will. He had absorbed a large amount of the skill. Blood came out from between Lloyd's teeth. This was the rotten mana of the undead. It was different from poisons. Thinking about the bright sphere, the hero reasoned that he needed to rotate the rings even more actively. He needed to accelerate the rotten energy. The rotation of the rings became much faster. The hero continued to hold his hand, clenching his teeth. The mana heart has suffered enormous damage. The mana of power has been activated to heal the mana heart. The herd was dying under such an onslaught. The mana heart has suffered enormous damage. The mana of power has been activated to heal the mana heart. The mana heart skill is growing. The range of affected targets was more than 10 rows. The mana heart skill has increased. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted. His energy selection spread throughout the entire canyon. A blue window notified that a new rank had been obtained. The palm stopped glowing. The hero silently lowered his head. A blue window appeared notifying that physical capabilities had increased by 600%. Lloyd stood up weakly. The surviving monsters gathered around him. The blue window notified that new options for the Mana Heart skill had become available. The hero frowned and looked at them. Lloyd lowered his shovel and ordered them to kneel. The blue window notified that the Mana Heart skill option was dominance over the undead. The monster obediently bent its legs. The others did the same. Lloyd watched as the herd fell to their knees. Podong watched with his mouth open. Without looking, the hero gave a thumbs up. With a satisfied smile, he said that they were now returning home. The blue window informed him that he could now dominate and control any undead whose mana was lower than his. The hero stepped on the monster's head. Putting his hands in his pockets, he moved around them. The blue window informed him that the controlled undead would follow any of his orders. Placing the shovel on his shoulder, he calmly continued on his way. The hero stopped when a system window appeared. It said that domination over the undead is active only when you look at the undead. Lloyd looked tensely at the system window. Then he turned around. The undead were waking up from the effect. More and more glowing eyes were looking at him. More and more undead were waking up from the spell. A system window appeared that the population of controlled undead was 308. In 40 seconds the effect of control will end. The countdown has begun. Lloyd is running away from the monsters in a panic. There are 27 seconds left. The guy closed his eyes. There are 18 seconds left. He pursed his lip. There are 7 seconds left. The hero ran forward and screamed. The control effect ended. Lloyd hugged the animals. The undead surrounded him. Suddenly, a rope stretched from the sky. The guy opened his eyes in shock. He was being pulled out. The undead were left far below. Lloyd looked down in shock. He looked up. Someone was flying on a bird. Xavier looked at him sternly. He took out his cool sword. The guy shouted to Mr. K. Combing to fly forward. The bird sighed melancholically. Podong looked at it with admiration. The heroes flew away from the herd of undead. Lloyd was dangling on the rope. The bird purposefully flew forward. Xavier prepared his sword to attack. He struck the wall. Lloyd's face twisted from the speed. Along the knight's blow, stones began to fall. They flew straight at the evil spirits. The boulders were many times larger than the monsters. They crushed them. Xavier cut the entire wall. Explosions occurred. Lloyd dangled on a rope. He watched the explosions. K. Combing flapped his wings. The squad finally landed on the ground. The brunette smiled and said that Xavier was a good boy. He saved his life. The knight frowned and asked is he still able to smile. The hero looked at him in shock. The blue-haired one looked at him and said that he was his protector and should always be near him. What was the meaning of this phrase? He replied that he was fine and there was no need to get so excited. The knight did not look at him and said that he saw him when he was flying on K. Combing. He became bait for the monsters so that the others had time to escape. The hero looked away and said he didn't understand what he meant. He just decided to gather them in one place, then finish them off with one blow. Xavier looked at him and asked if his plan really worked. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and said that he saw it all himself. Then why was he asking what answer he expected from him? The knight shouted that he just wanted him to take better care of himself. He clenched his fist and asked what would happen if he was no longer there. The apartment complex, the sewers, everything would come to an end. Everyone's lives would be at risk. The guy frowned and said that a lot of people's lives depended on him, so he should value his life more. Lloyd asked without looking up, is that so? He raised his head and asked how many people were allowed to die next to him. Xavier frowned and said that he didn't mean that. He just couldn't stand to see him risking himself alone. The brunette said did he really think that those damned undead couldn't hurt anyone? The knight leaned over and said that he could gradually retreat with the white warriors. The local soldiers are also pretty strong fighters. What reasons made him forget about it? He replied that it was just an assumption. How can he guarantee that no one will die? He works tirelessly. Did he know that he was ready to die after this work? The hero pointed to the side and said that he was the most important person in this county. The entire county belonged to him and all the people here were his too. He frowned and asked who would protect them all if not him. Xavier frowned and asked would he really continue to put himself in danger. Lloyd frowned and said of course, and as compensation he would take the most money for himself. The knight looked at him angrily. He clicked his tongue and told him to do as he saw fit. The guy turned away and said that she would be by his side no matter what. A system window appeared, saying that Xavier's affinity with him had increased by 15 and his sympathy level had increased by 23. He had significantly improved his relationship with the key character, so he received a bonus 270 PR, and he had also risen higher in Xavier's ranking from the position of someone who needed to be protected to the position of someone who deserves trust. Lloyd looked at the notification that had appeared. It said that Xavier had promised himself that he would be willing to die in his place if he ever found himself on the brink of life and death. The hero smiled slyly and said that he didn't have to do that. The knight asked what he was talking about. He replied that he would pretend that he didn't know anything. The blue-haired man asked who had done all this with the mastodons. Wasn't it Asfahan's doing, just like with the monster wave? Lloyd frowned and said that it was unlikely. As far as he knew there were no necromancers among them who would have done such madness. The guy looked away and thought that the novel provided a lot of information as to Han. They wouldn't have done that since it wasn't their style of war, but since black magic was involved, it most likely came from outside the walls of Nameran. The hero went ahead and said that they should stop work for a while and go look for clues. He took a step forward and thought that he could confirm his guess thanks to the whole head dedicated to Nameran. Lloyd frowned and thought that his premonition could not be wrong, he just needed to find evidence, and then he would make them pay for the damage caused. The man stuck the shovel into the ground. The hero and Xavier watched the work. The knight frowned and said that they were like looking for a needle in a haystack. He replied that it was true, but they still had to do it since they could not continue construction if there were any dangers lurking there. The guy frowned and thought that he was sure that there was something there, some piece of black magic. Suddenly the guy galloped up. He called Lloyd. He turned around and was told that Count Cremo had arrived from the west. He asked why all of a sudden. After a while, the count smiled and said that he had come to ask permission to marry. Lloyd and his parents looked at him. The brunette looked forward and asked for forgiveness. He said that the count was not his type. He replied that it was mutual. He was asking him to marry his daughter. Cremo rubbed his beard and said that he did not like to beat around the bush, so he would be frank with him. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he thought for a long time after his departure, wondering if he could ever have a better son-in-law than him. But suddenly he had acquired such fame and he was sure that there were already many families who wanted to establish contact with the Frontera family. The man frowned and said that he no longer wanted to wait for them to schedule a wedding. The hero told him to calm down. No one had contacted him about marriage. Arcus leaned over and called his son. He poured out many letters on the table. Lloyd looked at them in shock. While his father said that all these letters were sent through the Royal House of Lords, he saved them and wanted to show them later when he was freer. The count jumped up and said that there was not a drop of sincerity in them, and they had to pay a visit like him. The wedding ceremony would take place at the Frontera estate. The hero turned to him and asked him not to rush so much. He said that he was truly grateful that they had honored him with such a high honor. The guy bowed and said that he apologized for not being able to follow their wishes. Not to rush so much, he said that he was truly grateful that they had honored him with such a high honor. The guy bowed and said that he apologized for not being able to follow their wishes. Cremo frowned and asked what he was talking about. He was 27 years old and still a bachelor. At this age many begin to wonder what's wrong with you since you still haven't married. He asked him to close his eyes to it. Xavier could barely contain his laughter. Lloyd asked him to stop, asked what was so funny about it. The count leaned towards him and asked him if he really thought the Cremo family was unworthy of him. He replied that he was doing something completely different if they had only looked around, and asked him to stop and asked what was so funny about it. The count leaned towards him and asked him if he really thought the Cremo family was unworthy of him. He replied that he was doing something completely different if they had only looked around. Christine was barely holding back her tears. She was shaking all over and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Cremo family and that she was ready to do anything for the sake of her family's prosperity and stability. The girl burst into tears and said that she was even ready to sacrifice her body. Lloyd's face darkened and he wondered if they really all thought she was marrying the Demon King. Xavier held back his laughter with all his might. The hero asked if they were already using mana to restrain themselves. He should stop this. Held back his laughter with all his might. The hero asked if they were already using mana to restrain themselves. He should stop this. Arcus smiled and said that he would like to speak out. The man closed his eyes and said that although the sacrifice of the family is commendable, he thinks that I do not have those who are directly involved in this matter is also very important. He took his wife by the hand and said that he thinks that it is impossible to spend eternity with someone without love. The Baron smiled and said that he is glad of the happiness of his own daughter. He hopes that the Count will respect the opinion of the young. Christine looked at him in shock. The man exhaled. He hugged his daughter and turned to her. The Count smiled and said that it seems that for the sake of their family's status he almost ruined her. Christine covered her mouth and turned to her father. She rushed to hug him and said that she loves him. He asked if she is really that happy. The Count held his daughter by the shoulder and said that the people of the Frontera family never cease to amaze him. Today he learned a good lesson. He smiled and said that from now on they will live with love. Arcus and Marbella raised their hands and cried out with love. The Cremo family left the room. Lloyd stared into space and wondered if the happy ending was really not marrying him. Even his parents agreed with that. He looked at Xavier, who was dying of laughter. The knight was fighting for his life. Lloyd thought that this beast did not laugh in the end. Thanks for that. He tries even harder than when he fought the Gigaton. In the end, all those who wanted to enter into a marriage of convenience were refused. They said that certain political problems could arise and they simply did not want to doom the girls to misfortune. The man bowed before the queen and said that this was probably why the Frontera family rejected all offers. Alicia closed her eyes and said that this was to be expected. Even if the Frontera agreed to the union, the girl could refuse. The ambassadors bowed to the queen. The woman remembered what Lloyd looked like and thought that after all he looked like a potato. She laughed. The man asked if she was okay. She said that nothing terrible was happening. The queen held out her hand and asked for a jacket potato for dinner. He said that he obeyed. The woman looked down and thought that in any case she should watch who Frontera chooses, since they could become the most powerful family. She asked what about the letter they sent to Asfahan. The man bowed and said that these dung beetles dared to say that they were not related to the domino monsters, and instead of apologizing they made such a noise. This was a clear provocation against their kingdom. The queen looked down and thought that this disgusting old beetle was waiting for her to take up arms. She frowned and said to immediately gather a delegation that would go to Asfahan, and until then to prohibit all kinds of correspondence. Alicia tapped her finger and said that the delegation would include the following people. She smiled and said that she thought it would be worth sending their potatoes there. After a while, the monster's head was lying on the cloth. The man said that they found it at the scene of the incident in the north. Bayern stood at the dining table and said that he thought that this was directly related to what happened. Lloyd asked if this was really a goat's head. He frowned and thought that he knew this drawing. He thought that he had seen such images in a novel. The symbol of Baphomet fluttered on the flag. The hero thought that this was the emblem of the banners of the kingdom with the Dark Queen at the head. Lloyd chewed his food and thought that thanks to this he learned that it was not mentioned in the novel. The queen's transition to the dark side and the incident with the barrier of Namaran were definitely connected. The hero frowned and thought that so much had changed since he came to this world. The queen had not gone over to the dark side and there was no reason for the Namaran barrier to appear either, since this story only happened because of the refugees who were looking for Namaran running away from the wave of monsters. Lloyd frowned and thought that something was being planned here, which was not in the novel. If he did not prepare, it would greatly affect his dream of a carefree life. The black wizard who installed the Namaran barrier and led everyone to the death of Canavero is the main suspect. The guy looked at the knight and told him to quickly resume construction. Everything needs to be finished quickly before he leaves on business. Marbella looked at her son and asked what other business can await him when he is not even really rested. Lloyd smiled and said that he had a job in Namaran. He thought that since he was sure of his suspicions, he needed proof and a way to use it. County of Frontera, about 10 kilometers to the north, a place where liquid waste accumulates. The hero looked at the rodent and told him to open the lid. He did so. Lloyd bowed and said that he was counting on Salida. He began to cast a spell. He thought that everything should work out. Human waste began to move. The wizard formed it all into a ball. His eyes glowed. The dragon roared. The hero smiled and thought that someday the world would know. The dragon threw off its head. It spewed flames. The hero thought that someday the world would know the story of the dragon who proudly used his powers for the benefit of human hygiene. The dragon's eyes glowed. The hero said that legends would be made about him as a dragon destroyer of biological waste. The dragon turned around and sent it to the devil. He asked never to talk about it. What kind of nonsense is this? He answered, does not it sound cool? He showed that he was mocking. He absolutely does not know how to give names. Lloyd clicked his tongue and said what to do. His specialty was engineering. Clicked his tongue and said what to do. His specialty was engineering. A system window appeared. Then he managed to build the first waste collection system on the continent. Thanks to him, the concept of public health was initiated. He received a new title called You a Red Napkin or a Blue One. The hero smiled and thought that the effect of the title is 0% infection with various diseases in the county. He can completely block the spread of the disease from the outside. Now he can live in peace. Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked when he plans to leave for Namaran, so he replied that he would like to leave as soon as possible. The brunette looked to the side and thought that if he left without a plan, he would not achieve anything in the end, then he would just waste money on the road. There is a villain in this place. Even if he is evil, he cannot confirm this, and if there is a worthy explanation, then. Xavier frowned and told him to look ahead. There were many carriages in front of his place. He asked what all this meant. Lloyd smiled and said that this was an ominous omen. Arcus said that it was related to the marriage proposal that he recently rejected. The hero's father looked at him and said that all the matchmakers sent their daughters here. I think that he will change his mind as soon as he sees them. He really can't change anything, so he provided them with these conditions for their stay. He pulled out a paper and said that he had prepared cards with numbers in the order of his meetings with young ladies. The hero asked if this was really his father. He answered that he really wanted him to marry only his beloved girl. The man smiled and said that he was already at the age when it was time to have grandchildren, and the whole continent was starting to wonder what was wrong with his eldest son, but he was fine. Lloyd looked gloomily into the void. A system window appeared that he had received a new title, that they were calling him a disgrace. He thought that the gentleman of the message was a goat, to have fun because there had been no reason to laugh at him for a long time. He looked ahead and thought that there was still a reason for joy. A whole line of girls lined up to meet him, but he needed to start thinking about everything. Lloyd frowned and thought that in fact it was not the girls themselves, but their fathers. The old men shot into the line to become related to him. This means that the old men love him. The butler bowed and said that the first lady had arrived. The hero replied that he wanted to meet her and addressed her as a customer. The girl blushed and exclaimed. Xavier was all beaming. She said that she agreed to marry him. But why was his servant sitting when he himself was standing? The hero answered that it was because he was actually him. The girl asked again. She looked at him with disappointment. The guy narrowed his eyes and said goodbye. The door slammed shut. The butler bowed and said that the second lady had arrived. The hero replied that he wanted to meet her, Madam Customer, or rather just Madam. Xavier looked at her suspiciously when she said that she was ready to marry him. But why was his servant sitting when he himself was standing? The hero answered that it was because he was Lloyd. The girl asked again. The hero looked at her and repeated that he was Lloyd. The girl looked at him with disgust. The guy narrowed his eyes and said goodbye to her. He looked ahead when the door slammed shut. Xavier looked away and clicked his tongue, saying that it was all somehow unoriginal. He apologized and said that he understood the state of affairs too well. The hero closed his eyes when the butler said that the third lady had arrived. He said that it was too early to meet the lady buyer, or rather just the lady. He opened his eyes. His pupils were judging. In front of him stood a girl. He thought that she seemed familiar among the illustration of the Knight of the Blood Gland. The girl took the skirt in her hands. She bowed and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Count of Namoran, Siluria Namoran. The hero frowned and thought that she would become the main character since she was Xavier's lover. He thought that she sacrificed herself in the novel to save the people of Namoran. The guy remembered that after this the readers in the comments went crazy. They thought it was too cruel. They did not understand why everyone Xavier loved died. Many paid attention to this novel because the main character was always sad and lonely, not like the hero of other novels. The brunette smiled and said that she knew that it would be rude on her part, but she still came since her father did not leave her alone. He looks much better than she heard. Lloyd looked at her with an empty look and said that it was he Lloyd and not the one behind him. Siluria smiled nervously and asked if she had not been talking to him, and the man behind him was the newly minted sword master, Mr. Asura. The guys looked at her in shock. The girl smiled and said that apparently this whole situation with marriage knocked him out of search. He is already insanely busy to even think about the wedding. He asked how she knows this. The brunette smiled and said that on the way here she saw an interesting sight, a building that she had never seen before, purely roads leading in different directions. It must be difficult to manage all of this. She stood up and said that since she knew his wishes, she would probably go. The hero asked her to hold on for a while. He would like to talk to her. Lloyd rubbed his chin and asked if she was experiencing any strange difficulties now, such as a sudden influx of new arrivals. Siluria asked how he knew about this. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that about 400 refugees had arrived in Namoran, who had lost their home due to a wave of monsters. As far as they knew, someone had brought them to them on purpose. Lloyd frowned and thought that this was bad. He thought that the Namoran barrier was a spell that sucked out the life of people within the barrier. The spell began to work because the refugees had closed the number of lives that were needed to activate Canavero's magic. Lloyd lowered his tin and thought they had taken in all the refugees, but in the end there were still some who got into this country. He frowned and thought that if Canavero's plans were to go as planned in the novel, 1,000 Namoran citizens would lose their lives. He thought that then the knight who would bring death, the Knight of Hell, would be summoned. He thought that the knight's installation of the checkmate in the novel would be too much for even the ball master to handle, since his existence was like that of a god, which meant he thought that he would not be able to prevent the destruction of all life. Lloyd frowned and thought that this was much worse than what he was worried about. Lloyd turned around. Xavier was looking at him. The hero was holding a backpack and asked him why he was not preparing for the journey. What was that in his hands? He replied that these were letters that the ladies had left for him. He would go and leave them in his room. The brunette looked at the knight and asked what kind of letters. He replied that they were love letters. Xavier looked at him seriously and asked if he had not received a single letter. Lloyd looked at him and confirmed. The knight glared at the gentleman. The guy stared into space. The blue-haired man put the basket on the ground. He handed over a letter and said that he was ready to share one with him. Lloyd looked at him with disgust. He froze with hostility. The guy smiled maliciously. Xavier opened his eyes in shock. The hero smiled and asked why give him what belonged to him. He should hurry with the preparations. Lady Siluria was already waiting for them. The knight froze. He blushed from the insult. The carriage drove forward. A whole delegation accompanied the main carriage. Lloyd spread his hands and said that there are several types, but only after assessing the situation, he can understand which one to use. The girl asked how he knew the situation of their county. He answered that he made an assumption based on the words of other people. The brunette smiled and said that since Namaran was built on steep terrain, it was natural that they would have difficulties from time to time. Siluria smiled and said that she was so happy that she had managed to meet him, and even if they did not marry as her father had wished, he would be very happy to know that they would be able to solve the problem that had bothered their family for generations. Lloyd the wily smiled and thought that this was perfect. He would be able to keep an eye on Canavero, and at the same time earn money from the construction. This trip promised to be fruitful. The delegation rode on ahead. The hero thought that they would see everything. He would show them what it meant to be the first to strike, win. They arrived in the city. The girl smiled and said that this was Mr. Canavero, a local merchant. The man smiled. The girl said that he spends his own money to help the refugees. He is always in the thick of things, helping those in need even with the smallest matters. The hero frowned. He saw the symbols of Baphomet on the merchant's shoulder. Canavero smiled. The hero thought, so this is this hypocritical monster. He himself honey him like an aluminum can. The hero gnashed his teeth. After a while, the man smiled and said that they must be tired after a long journey. He approached Xavier and said that the manner in which he holds himself upright radiates nobility. The Namaran family will reach even more incredible heights. Lloyd looked into the void. The count asked when it would be better to schedule the wedding. Siluria bowed and said that this is the Knight of Protection Xavier, and next to him stands Mr. Lloyd. The hero looked at him with a blank look when the man said that the manner of the man on the left literally screams clouds, while the one on the right, how can I put it, seems to him to be lacking something. The girl frowned and said that he was behaving rudely. She looked at him and asked how could a count like him not recognize a person's true nature. Maybe the guy lacks something, but he is very smart and capable. Xavier glared at the gentleman. He stared ahead with an empty gaze. Siluria said that he was not here for marriage. Her father asked why he was here then. The knight's eyes widened when the girl said that he was here to help them solve the problem with the landslides. Her father replied that it was a great relief. He had already thought that he would be ridiculed for his son-in-law's face. The hero looked ahead when the girl said that his father's words could hurt him. Could he imagine how he must have suffered all this time when he was spoken to like that? The hero bit his lip. The knight blossomed with joy. He began to laugh when the count said whether he would really be able to solve the issue with the points. The girl replied that she believed that he was capable of it. The blue-haired man was doubled over with laughter. The girl continued to say that they would provide them with the labor force and the necessary materials. They would only be left with management. Xavier hit himself on the knee. The father said that it would cost a lot of money, that if nothing came of it. His daughter replied that she would compensate them for the construction costs 3 times over if that happened. The man turned around and said that this was already interesting. He asked Mr. Lloyd to tell him all the details about the construction. Lloyd strangled his protector with a shovel. The count asked what they were doing. He did not understand them at all. After a while, the brunette sat and asked if he also saw this drawing on the guy's sleeve. The knight confirmed that he saw a goat's head. He said to follow Canavero. Lloyd looked ahead and said that if they prove that this drawing is connected with black magic and tell the count about what happened in their county, they will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and no one will suffer. The knight smiled and said accepted. The brunette looked at him and asked why he looked so happy when he was talking about something so serious and terrible. He apologized. He said that he just remembered how the count talked about what he lacked. There was silence. The hero climbed on him with his fists. After a while, the man clapped his hands and shouted to make his choice. The hero looked at him in bewilderment when he shouted that they can choose whatever they want. Each thing costs 200 silver coins. They can take whatever they want. Lloyd bit his lip. He thought, is this pattern even sold at the market? Their situation is becoming unenviable. The knight approached him. He asked if he found anything suspicious. Xavier looked at him and replied that nothing except that he sincerely wants to help the refugees. He frowned and said that he wanted to inspect his home. It has very powerful magical protection. The guy said that it was easy to destroy, but he was afraid that it would be revealed right away, so he left empty-handed. He said that this drawing symbolizes a traveling musician. Since this person is now very popular in big cities, clothes with his emblem are sold. The brunette scratched his face and thought should he find this traveling musician, but how to do it? Everything will come to an end if the barrier of Namaran is activated while he is busy searching. Lloyd thought that in the novel there were no details about that and the magic that was used to activate the barrier. It will not be easy to find out and prevent its effect. He thought is the only way to let Xavier deal with this alone. He can only destroy the barrier. This means that Siluria can die, and he does not want to see the death of someone he knows. The hero remembered the term Supreme Master, which was mentioned in the novel. It denotes a state that is many times superior to the master of the sword. With this kind of power you can immediately deal with the barrier and the Night of Darkness. Lloyd thought, since he does not know the theory of becoming one, he will not be able to train his knight. He was put on all sides. Xavier looked at him and said that he thought it would be right to keep an eye on Canavero. He is sure that he is hiding something. Since he uses such a powerful defense, he answered him that if he is caught in the act of committing a crime, then what will he do? The knight replied that he knows how to get there. He frowned and said that he will definitely succeed, so he should trust him to wait here. The hero thought that in order to prevent the collapse of the slope, so-called anchors are needed. He decided that they will drive the anchors deep into the ground to strengthen the soil. The guy wanted to make a wedge locking bolt, but the problem is that they do not have such technology that would allow them to create such a complex spiral. Lloyd released a dove and decided that for starters he will send the Corgetus plan, although he understands that it will take some time. He walked forward and thought that while he was waiting, he should better explore and study the area. Two men passed by him. One of them asked if he had also seen the beauty that appeared in the distribution center. He answered that of course he had. Crowds of people go there just to see her face. The blonde blushed and said that her body was very hot. The hero thought why they were discussing such topics right in the middle of the street that everyone listened. The guy frowned and thought that the beauty that runs the Canavero distribution center, there was no such thing in the novel either. Perhaps this is one of the deviations of the plot. It is better to check after all. He saw a long line and thought, are they all here for her? The hero pushed his way through the line. The men were saying how beautiful she was and what a great body she had. The brunette frowned. He saw a blue-haired girl. The guy looked closer. He saw Xavier. Lloyd looked down and thought that she really had an outstanding job. The knight looked away. He looked into the crowd. His master's face spoke for itself. The blue-haired man clenched his teeth. Lloyd extended his hand and gestured that he respected. With the next gesture he showed the word his. Then he raised both hands and gestured the word fetishes. Xavier plopped food on the man's face and gestured the word this. He shook his head and said that it was not a fetish. The guy again plopped food on the man's face and gestured that it was part. He waved his spoon again and gestured his plan. Lloyd pointed at his eyes. Then he pointed at the knight. He left. Xavier bit his teeth. A satisfied Canavero passed by. He asked in a whisper how it went. The man was sorting through leaks and said that all the preparations had been completed the night before. The work continued. Xavier looked at the man. After a while, Lloyd looked up. He climbed a hillock and thought that first he should check a possible fault line. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He saw a skull. He thought, did someone really die here during the construction process? No, it appeared here recently. The brunette looked and thought, where is the body? Why is there only a skull? Suddenly, Lloyd noticed something in the distance. There was a skull buried there too. The guy looked back. He thought that there was a skull there too, all of them buried 50 centimeters underground. They were purchased at the same distance from each other. They were buried around the peak. The hero started digging and thought, could this be it? Canavero held a cocktail in his hand and said that they all did a great job. He smiled and said that their grand plan would be executed on time. The skull began to glow. Lloyd frowned and thought that he knew it. The skulls were covered in black magic. It was this black magic that activated the barrier of Namaran. The guy smirked and thought, what did this mean? Canavero smiled and made a toast to the ascension of the Prince of Hell. Lloyd frowned and thought that their plans had gone downhill. He extended his hand and began to absorb the magic. Then he began to clean the skull. The skull no longer emitted black magic. The hero said that one was ready. He picked it up and thought about what it was that fell out of it. The guy frowned and thought that it was obvious that the skulls were just vessels. It seemed that this was the source of the magic. Could this be some kind of precious stone? He started scanning it. The hero's eyes widened. A system window appeared that the estimated value of the stone was 500 million. He thought what it was. It was Mr. Bayern's annual salary. Lloyd looked around and thought, do the other turtles have stones like that too? He found another one. It fell to the ground. The hero began digging maniacally and ominous laughed, saying that he had found wealth. He smiled obsessively and said that he was raking in money with a shovel. A system window appeared that. It seemed that he was happier with his find than with his attempts to prevent the barrier from activating. He replied that some kind of barrier was talking about money, free money. Sunset came. A system window appeared that the hero's level had been raised. Azrakan Core Technique Triple Rings Level 3. The hero took 30 pieces of precious stones. He barely lifted his backpack and thought that now he had 30 Bayern. He had money to make 30 Bayern his slaves. Bayern coughed. The guy told him that he needed to rest a little. He worked too much. Lloyd looked into the distance and said how nice it was. He walked forward and said that they would raise his salary and make him work for him for another 20 years, and let it seem to him that instead of 20 years he worked all 30. Suddenly the guy stopped. He turned around. The hero was looking at the skull. He sat down and asked how it ended up here. Was it natural death or murder? The skull was silent. Lloyd and said that no matter what happened to it he would like to express his gratitude to it for giving him 1 night per minute. The guy took the skull in his hands. He collected the skulls in a bag and said that he would take them to a place where there is a lot of sun. He hopes that now they can rest in peace. The skull was melting. Drops were collecting on it. Night had fallen. The guys were sitting opposite each other. Xavier raised his head and said that the reason he was dressed like that. The brunette looked at him and said that they were all different and could not always understand them. Everyone had their own preferences. He accepted his specific preferences. The knight looked at him with an empty gaze. He looked at the brunette and said that the whole city already knew him as a knight who came from distant lands. He needed to hide his identity in order to get more details. He replied that it was fine. He understood everything perfectly. Xavier frowned. The guys sat in silence. Lloyd calmly looked at him and asked when he discovered this new side of himself. The blue-haired frowned and shouted that it was not like that at all. The hero jumped and asked why he was so angry. Is it bad? Is he really expressing his contempt for everyone who has similar preferences now? The haired man lowered his head looking for what he had the opportunity to get to the estate when he was running errands for the distribution center. The hero asked did he find anything. The knight said that under the estate there was another door that led to the dungeon. He looked ahead and said that at first when he watched Canavero it seemed to him that there was no one kinder and more caring than him. So he thought that Lloyd was wrong when he began to suspect him. Looking like he was hiding something behind 7 locks, it seems that his instinct did not fail him again. The hero looked at him in surprise when he said that he would be proof and no matter what it would cost him. The guy smiled. He bowed his head and said that this is exactly why he should not trust his words and is proud of his respect. He replied that it is not so at all. After a while, Canavero frowned and asked did all of Noctanium really disappear. The man frowned and said that someone took everything they buried. Because of this their entire grand plan failed. The brunette clenched his fist and thought did someone find out about his plans? If that were the case, they would have come for him long ago. Maybe it was a coincidence. The old man looked at him and asked what he intended to do. They had everything ready. After all, he said that everything would go according to plan. The other man said that they had invested a lot of money in his projections. After all, he had convinced them that black magic had remade this world. He should be responsible for his words. Canavero slammed the table and asked them not to worry, he had a plan. He said that in any case, Noctanium was just a backup plan in case of an emergency. The man smiled and said that if they all united for the final push, the ascension of the Prince of Hell would go as planned. Someone threw a bucket of water. It landed right on Xavier's head. The woman ran up to him and asked what had happened to him. He replied that his hand had simply slipped a little. The brunette looked around nervously and said that he probably knew that Mr. Canavero's house had a guest room. He could go there and change. He should go there right now. All those men were staring at him. The spectators were saying what a gorgeous body she had. Xavier went to the gate and asked to open it. The man said this is his body. The guy changed his clothes and thought that now it would be much easier for him to move around. He exhaled. The guy thought that he needed to completely hide his presence. He jumped out of the window. The knight ran past the guards. In front of him was the door to the basement. The blue-haired man looked around the corner and thought that this is the door that leads to the second-level basement. How can he open this door? He noticed something. Canavero approached the door. He looked around. He unlocked the lock with magic. A magic circle appeared in his palm. The lock began to spin. It lit up. The knight looked closely and thought that this lock was different from the one hanging on the main gate. It could only be opened by a certain flow of mana. The stones in the backpack shimmered. The hero looked at them and thought if this was really all, and if there were more of them somewhere, and Namaran's barrier could be activated with them. Lloyd lowered his head and thought that he could not let this happen. Saliva flowed from his mouth. He thought that it was time to look for money again. A system window appeared. Was he not doing this for the sake of finding possible means for black magic? He replied that he said money. Canavero came out from behind the door. Xavier watched him. He waited for the man to leave. The guy approached the door. He frowned and thought that he definitely used something like this. The lock gave in. Xavier went inside. He looked forward. The knight took a step forward. He frowned. There was darkness ahead. Suddenly, someone ran towards him from there. Xavier looked closer. The monster swung. The knight dodged and thought, what was that? Was it really a dead man? His fist glowed. He hit the monster in the stomach. The guy looked at him in shock. The monster swung at him. He hit the knight. He flew back. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that this was no ordinary undead. It was definitely different from the ones he had seen in the valley. Many other monsters came out into the corridor. Xavier exhaled. He reached into his inner pocket. The guy pulled out a knife. He got into a fighting stance and said that he was able to confirm his suspicions about Canavero. Xavier prepared to attack. He frowned. A man came out of the door. He slammed the door. The knight looked at him and thought that it looked like he could have a conversation with him. The monsters rushed to attack him. He swung their swords. The undead continued to run at him. Xavier killed them one after another. With one swing of his sword, he chopped off their limbs. The knight cut the monsters into pieces. He swung his sword to strike and knocked down the door with one blow. The man fell to the ground. Xavier looked at him. The bald man bowed and asked for mercy. He looked up when the knight said he had a question for him. He had broken the man's leg. He screamed. The blue-haired man said that if he delayed answering for even a second, the other leg would suffer the same fate. The guy frowned and asked what Canavero was doing in this place. He answered that he did not know all the details, he just did what he was told. Xavier raised his leg. The man screamed that he was simply hired as an undertaker. He was only treating the bodies that Mr. Canavero brought here with chemicals, and then he was suddenly ordered to guard this place. Xavier looked at him and asked where the bodies came from. The man turned away and said that it was all a trading post. The bodies of refugees who died of diseases were sent here. The blue-haired man frowned. He remembered Canavero saying he would send the girl's father to the trading post. He would recover quickly with good care. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought he had killed them. He thought all the skulls and stones Master Lloyd had found and all the dead he had killed. The knight looked at the man and asked if it seemed strange that the corpses kept coming. His eyes widened and he said he was just as complicit. And he broke his other leg. Xavier ran out of the basement and thought that very soon they would realize that someone had gotten into their lair. He had to report to Master Lloyd and then think of a response. He ran into their room. The guy grabbed the sword and thought he couldn't waste time looking for it. He had to make a decision and act himself. He would deal with Canavero himself. Xavier turned around. He rushed forward and thought that Canavero and the others who were discussing things he couldn't understand were all from the trading post. The knight jumped and thought that the trading post was definitely their base. He rushed into the building. The boy grabbed his sword. He pulled out the aura sword. Xavier looked down in shock. The building was empty. He walked forward and thought that the place that was always full of people was empty. The boy looked around. He frowned and thought, have they really started to act? A dark cloud appeared over the city. Suddenly, the knight staggered. He gritted his teeth and thought what was happening. It felt like his strength was being sucked out. He ran outside. The dark cloud was sucking in the life energy of the people. Xavier looked up and thought what was going on. A barrier began to appear around the city. The knight's sword also began to suck out energy. He thought that someone was sucking out the mana from the people. The people began to fall to the ground. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought that Mr. Lloyd was in danger now. The energy was being drained. Celeria looked out the window. Her eyes widened. She watched as her people fell and cried for help. The girl ran forward and thought that she didn't understand what was going on, but she had to save them. She took hold of the amulet and thought that everything was fine. She would be fine. The man was erecting a barrier around the city. He frowned and thought that Noctanium and the spell that Canavero gave him were doing their job. The Prince of Hell would soon ascend. The man smiled and thought that the world would be theirs. He opened his eyes in shock and thought, just who is this guy? Lloyd leaned over and said that he wanted to ask him a question. He met 30 weirdos in robes like him. Are they making it rain or something? He waited for an answer. The guy approached the sorcerer's face and asked why he wasn't answering his question. Was he really trying to ignore him? Did he think he was invisible? The man trembled and thought that he had scared the crap out of him. How could a person be so scary? He had almost thought that the Prince of Hell had appeared ahead of time. He couldn't move. If he moved even a little, everything would be lost. The hero turned away and said that he didn't care. If he wanted to act like he was invisible, then go ahead. The man looked at him in fear. Lloyd swung his shovel and said that they would see how long he could ignore him. The hero hit him in the face. He looked at his shovel in bewilderment. It was dented. The man smiled and thought that this magic was called protection from steel, which Canavero had cast on him. A simple shovel wouldn't hurt him. Lloyd swung again. The sorcerer looked at the shovel in shock. A dark cloud hung over the city. Steam was coming from the shovel. Lloyd looked at the shovel with confusion. The man thought how stupid it was. He smiled with all 30 of his teeth. He thought that the power of this magic's defense was absolute. He couldn't even leave a scratch. The hero said that he looked so self-confident now, but he must be in a lot of pain now. The brunette looked away and thought that the situation was quite urgent, but everything was not going according to plan. At such moments he needed to remain cool and calm. He extended his hand and thought that if he could absorb mana like last time. He was struck by electricity. The sorcerer smiled. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and asked if he was going to move or if he couldn't. Would something happen to the barrier if he moved? The man frowned. The hero smiled and said that he didn't have to answer since he was going to check it out anyway. The barrier stood above the city hall of Namaran. Canavero walked forward. Around him, people were lying exhausted. The man extended his hand to him and asked him to save him. The brunette looked at him. He frowned and called him a slug. Canavero kicked him in the face. He looked away. The man approached the statue and said that this was a statue of a fallen angel. He He cut his finger. The brunette smiled and said that this statue would become a gate for the Prince of Hell to pass through. The ground flew away. The sorcerer looked ahead in shock. The hero was digging something. He wiped the sweat from his face. The man was swaying. Lloyd said that the preparations were complete. He approached the sorcerer. He looked ahead in panic. The guy approached him. He prepared his lips. Wind erupted from them. The ground beneath the villain's feet shook. He fell with a noise. The man looked at his stone in panic and screamed. Lloyd frowned. The sorcerer was dead. The brunette picked up his stone and thought that it was some kind of complex and well thought out spell. It ricochets as soon as the one who uses it moves. He looked around and thought that in that case, the city's barrier continued to grow. Suddenly, a hole appeared in it. The hero smiled and thought that there was the first one. Canavero looked away. A second hole appeared in the barrier. Lloyd took the stone from the sorcerer. The man frowned and thought who it was. Even if there was not enough mana, he had to complete the summoning. He stretched his hands up and began to read the spell. Suddenly, he looked away. Someone was calling him. Siluria frowned and asked what he was up to. Canavero looked at her and thought that it was amazing that she could calmly walk inside the barrier. He saw her pendant and thought that it was because of it, a magical trap that prevents the loss of mana. A fire formed in his hand. He shot fire and said it was useless. The girl looked forward in panic. She extended her hand. Siluria intercepted his attack. Canavero looked at her in shock. The girl summoned a fireball much more powerful than him. Her eyes glowed. She screamed the punishment of the fire god. She shot at the sorcerer. The man frowned and thought that this was impossible. She was so young and already knew imperial level magic. There was an explosion. Siluria was breathing heavily. Canavero was lying at the base of the statue. The girl approached him and told him what he was trying to do here. The man began to chant. She looked at him in shock. The sorcerer smiled and told the Prince of Hell to rise for them. The statue began to crack. Siluria looked at it in shock and asked, "Is this really the Prince of Hell?" Canavero smiled predatory and rushed at her. Xavier broke through the ceiling. He chopped off Canavero's hand. He looked at him in shock. The knight frowned. The villain's hand flew off. Xavier stood up. The man frowned. He screamed. The statue cracked. The knight looked at it. Lightning struck the building. There was an explosion. Rocks flew. Siluria frowned. She began to cast a spell. She created the shield of the earthly gods. Rocks smashed against it. Xavier stood in front of the man. Canavero frowned and said that it was all over for him and called him a slug. He said that everyone here would burn to ashes and their limbs would be torn to pieces. The man started laughing and said that the Prince of Hell himself had come to them. A demonic hand extended from the darkness and sank into the ground. The sword scraped the floor. Canavero turned around. Xavier frowned. The Prince of Hell crawled out of the darkness. The man turned around and thought what was going on. Where did the horsemen of the War of Hell go? What about his legs? Why were they gone? He thought, was the mana energy not enough because the barrier collapsed? Maybe it was because they rushed to summon him without preparing well. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that this was the Prince of Hell, even if not in full transformation. He looked at him. The blue-haired man thought if he could defeat him. The monster looked forward and asked the Lord what he wanted. Canavero frowned and said that the kid dared to point his sword at him. The demon crawled forward. He attacked the knight. Xavier frowned and thought that he felt a vibration through his entire body. Even the full increase of his defense, which is possible with the fusion of aura and mana, is useless here. The monster attacked him. It moved and attacked again. Siluria fired a wind dagger spell. The monster rushed forward. Xavier jumped back. The King of Hell frowned and asked how dare she. Siluria looked at him in shock. The demon rushed at her. Xavier began the attack. He fired energy from the sword and hit the demon right. Its head disappeared. The monster ran away. Xavier frowned. An ominous energy emanated from the body. It crumbled into dust. Canavero frowned and said that it was impossible. A sword appeared near his face. The blue-haired frowned and said to Lady Siluria that he was able to defeat it only thanks to her. He asked her to move everyone to a safer place. The blonde looked to the side and said that if anyone still had strength, he asked them to help the others. They should carry the wounded to the Count's estate. They should make everyone laugh. The knight frowned and said that they would discuss the details of this incident in the palace. Whatever was behind it, they would not be able to avoid execution. Canavero clenched his teeth. He smiled. Xavier looked at him with incomprehension. The man said that he did not know anything yet. He had no idea what the creation of hell was. The knight looked at him tensely. He looked to the side. The monster was gathering back from the dust. Xavier looked at it in shock. The monster rose. Canavero laughed and said that no matter how much he defeated it, it would be useless because it was not killable. The Prince of Hell looked at the knight and said that he suspected that he would be strong in their first encounter, but that he was so strong, he apologized for underestimating his abilities and not giving him much importance. He clutched the sword. The monster said that his name was Zeorceus, the first captain of the First Corps, who serves the ruler of Hell himself. They will decide here and now who is the real winner. Xavier gritted his teeth and said that he was Xavier Azrahan, a knight of Frontera, and he would send him back to where he came from. The opponents looked at each other. They suddenly disappeared and came face to face. They attacked each other. Xavier swung his sword. The Prince of Hell appeared at his side. The knight blocked the blow. The monster said that this was amazing and entertaining. The boy looked at him in rage while he laughed. He frowned, and then he was thrown into the ground. Xavier jumped back. The demon immediately appeared next to him and laughed. He attacked the guy. Then he raised his head. The monster dealt one blow after another. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought that this wasn't even some special technique of ball control. He was just swinging it from side to side, and he was already having difficulty returning. He needed a break to strike back. The guy threw a dagger at him. He caught it in midair. The knight prepared to strike. He swung his sword and thought that if he had both legs, he would move differently. But for someone who just moves through the air, there is only one way out. The monster teleported. The knight looked ahead and wondered where it would appear next. It must know that it is expecting him and preparing to attack, since this is the case. The guy looked down. A sword began to appear from the ground. Xavier parried the blow. He swung his sword. The Prince of Hell let go of his sword. The knight struck him. He grabbed his leg. The guy looked at him in shock and thought, is he trying to cut him off? He will gather all his mana and strengthen his body. He thought that the mana that flows in him is blocking his mana. The blue-haired man flew back. He screamed. The monster grabbed his leg and slammed him into the floor. Xavier flew up again, and again he was slammed into the ground. The Prince of Hell looked at him and said that he had fun. His name is worthy of respect and he will remember it. He took his sword. The monster raised the sword and said that he will be glad to fight again in hell. He sent his sword at him. Someone shouted at him to stop right now and called him a skeleton on legs. Xavier dodged the blow. Lloyd said that as far as he knows. The demon turned around. The hero looked at him and said that he, too, will go to hell as soon as his master dies. He pressed the shovel to Canavero's neck and told him to leave his knight alone. He would count to 3 or he would rip his head off. The monster looked at him and thought who he was. The guy's face was very eloquent. The demon thought that his face was very scary. He was not bluffing. He would not only rip his head off, he could also tear it into small pieces and feast on it. Lloyd gritted his teeth. The Prince of Hell thought that he was giving off an otherworldly feeling. The monster looked at him and asked who he was. Did he really come from hell? Considering his appearance and manner of speech, he is definitely from hell. The hero said 1. He swung the shovel. The demon aimed a blow at him. Lloyd dodged it. He shrank all over. Canavero was torn off half of his body. The monster said that as long as he was still breathing, nothing would bother him, and even if he died, he would only need 40 minutes to cast the reverse spell. He could easily destroy this city. The brunette frowned and thought that his strategy was ruined, and what should he do now? Xavier swung his sword. He struck. The demon swung his sword. The knight was thrown far away. Lloyd shouted for him to fight him. He thought that Xavier was already at his limit. He told his knight to retreat. Don't interfere, that's an order. The brunette looked ahead and called him. Xavier looked into the void and thought that now he could defeat him. He would definitely succeed no matter what. Lloyd launched a fireball and told him to look at it. The demon dodged his blow. There was an explosion. The Prince of Hell swung his sword. Xavier stood in a fighting stance. The hero found himself behind the monster. He jumped on his back. He turned around and said that he had no idea what would happen if he touched the creation of hell. He said that the mana that was mired in darkness would pollute his heart and he would die. The hero said that he had scared him very much, but that was sad. The energy inside him was growing more and more. Lloyd raised his head and said that he had already cleansed his heart of dark energy a couple of times. The demon was scared and said, what kind of crap was this? A system window appeared that the mana that flowed into him from the Prince of Hell temporarily strengthened his heart. Of course, this does not put him on the same level as the Prince of Hell, but at that very moment he would have to pay attention to him. The hero was getting more and more mana. A system window appeared that a special lock was activated. Man, Lloyd. The guy squeezed the monster. Lloyd grabbed the enemy. He said that he was a non-entity. The enemy tried to grab him, but the hero dodged with a sigh. He tried to do it again, but suddenly he swung his head. With a push he managed to wound Lloyd. Then he raised his hands and threw him off his back. Raising his hands he cursed and a sword appeared in his hands. Trying to kill the hero, the enemy stuck it between his legs. Rising on his back again, the hero greeted him angrily. Skull continued to wriggle. A little tired, but the hero still held on. Xavier appeared in front of them. The hero asked what he wanted here. The man opened his eyes wide, surprised that he had already come to his senses. The enemy's eyes were shining brightly. This time he tried to raise the sword over his head. Xavier swung the sword. A wound appeared on the enemy's chest. Raising his throat, he screamed. Xavier prepared to strike again. Then he directed the blade forward. but the enemy managed to move behind his back. Xavier literally rushed forward. Another swing left a bright mark. Lloyd held onto his enemy's hand. The enemy turned his head to the hero, saying that he was teleporting now. Why was he still clinging to him? The guy only answered with a question. Why did he need his armor and sword? He needed to throw them away. A blue circle appeared under Xavier. Appearing in another place, he rushed to attack. Continuing to cling to the enemy, the hero thought that his comrade was moving faster than before, but he still could not keep up with the teleportation. Imagining a bright sphere, the hero reasoned that his strength was almost exhausted due to attempts to cleanse the black mana, so it was not far to lose. What should he do? A blue window notified that a request to activate Article 37 paragraph of the contract with a message. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, thinking, did he speak? The request was approved. A new blue window reported that Article 37 paragraph 1 message can personally give advice to the character he is responsible for. Lloyd frowned. The blue window said that if he sings he can win. He wondered in surprise, what does this all mean? Xavier was trying to catch up with the enemy. He looked behind him again, looking at the hero. Holding on tightly, Lloyd began to sing, saying that someone was born for love. From this, the enemy blushed, thinking about what kind of magic is this. He felt like someone was picking at his brain with an iron nail. Opening his mouth wide, the hero continued the song with the words that in his life. The enemy covered his ears with his hands, realizing that the hero simply does not know how to sing and demanding that he stop. Throwing his head back, he felt pain in his ears. Clinging to the hero, he screamed that it works. Demons are really weak before hymns. But Xavier also covered his ears, screaming in pain. Lloyd did not understand why, but in fact, he knew the reason. He remembered the man and the woman, thinking that even his parents, who were always kind to him, asked him never to sing in public. Afterwards, he remembered how the man threw a musical instrument while talking about how during a practical assignment in a music lesson he sang only about Salmio. How his teacher threw an organ at him, yelling that if he couldn't do it, he shouldn't start. Afterwards, he remembered the priest, thinking about how when he served in the army he joined a church club where they handed out pies and sang hymns, and the pastor said that a demon appeared in front of him and doused him with holy water, saying that any skill can be used in this world. Tears flowed from Lloyd's eyes as he sang a line about how he was overwhelmed with feelings. Then the demon fell on his back, saying that the hero should go to hell. Lloyd held on tightly to his hand, repeating the line about feelings. Xavier covered his ears, enduring the pain. Meanwhile, the hero and the enemy were approaching the floor. Having done a somersault, the hero also sang about how he was overwhelmed with feelings. The demon landed on Lloyd's back, and he managed to avoid it. Then Xavier rushed forward with his sword. The hero knelt down and rejoiced at his success. Xavier pierced the demon with his blade. The sword entered his chest. The guy opened his mouth wide and used an aura explosion. Bright beams burst out of the floor. The demon's skull absorbed the light. After that, even the floor couldn't stand it. Lloyd rose to his feet, seeing what was happening. With the sword in the floor, Lloyd was breathing heavily. The hero approached him, saying that he would not ask questions like whether he was dead. If he said this, the demon would definitely rise again. But without raising his head, Xavier replied that this was not the end. Lloyd looked at him questioningly. Putting the sword on his shoulder, his comrade told him to look closely at the mana that surrounded them. The hero looked tensely to the side. He realized that he was surrounded by bright lines. Xavier raised his sword again. The enemy was forming from the lines again. Xavier covered the hero with his body, asking him to step aside. But he answered with a smile that everything was fine. He definitely did not survive. Xavier turned his head to the hero, asking if he was seriously sure of anything. After they saw how his blow passed through his head, but in response the hero only asked if he wanted to see. Smiling ominously, Lloyd said that one vote was for the fact that he was already dead. Lloyd picked up the shovel. Putting it on his shoulder, he said that if this asshole survives, he will serve him for a year. If not, then when they return home, he will dress like Xavier. How could he do something like that? What did his comrade agree to? Just so the hero would not go there. But Lloyd smiled widely, asking if their agreement was still in force. Then he raised the shovel above his head. 3 fireballs pierced the roof after using 3 consecutive explosions. Lloyd knelt down, holding out his hand. Meanwhile, part of the demon formed again. A bright light came from the palm of the hero's hand when he used the supercharge. He held his hand with the other as the energy came out. Xavier watched what was happening, seeing how the hero absorbed the Prince of Hell's mana. The demon began to be sucked in. Dissolving, he called the hero a fool. He would never be able to withstand the absorption of his mana power. Lloyd spat blood again. The core glowed brightly. He was surprised. Did it really not work? There was too much of it and it was too powerful. Gritting his teeth, he still understood that this was the only solution. Let's see who wins in the end. Bright rays came from the demon to the palm. The enemy asked if the hero felt the taste of defeat. Lloyd was bleeding through his teeth. Xavier touched his back. The girl also put her hand. Together they tried to help the hero. The core glowed brighter. Opening her mouth wide, the girl used the blessing of life. A green glow emanated from her hand. Smiling widely, Lloyd said that victory was theirs. The demon began to dissolve. There was almost nothing left of him. Lloyd absorbed almost all of his mana. Then he clenched his fist. The remains of the glow spread throughout the room. His eye glowed with demonic mana, but the hero said that the banishment was complete. The girl removed her hand. Lloyd fell to the floor. Xavier calmly put his sword back in its sheath, telling the girl not to worry so much. This is his typical victory ceremony that he always arranges, but she asked how he can say this because he is his protector. No matter how many times this has happened, he should always worry about him. Lloyd lay unconscious. His comrade said that he was worried, but the girl was indignant, saying that it was not noticeable on him and let her help the hero get up. Lloyd continued to lie. New messages notified that he defeated the captain of the first corps of Hell, Xorcius. The king of Hell is impressed by such an amazing battle. The king of Hell wants him as his servant. The moon illuminated the castle. The man sat chained up. He had been arrested and sent to the royal prison since they had already caught 2 minions of black magic, and the queen would deal with the rest. Lloyd sat with his head resting on his hand. A much more important problem was that the construction could not continue. He looked away sadly, thinking that because of this magical barrier, all the workers had lost their strength. Then he grabbed his hair, thinking that if he had known this would happen, he would have made sure that a workforce was sent from their county. Then he turned his head away, thinking that although he shouldn't say that, he needed to find a way out of the situation and earn money. After lying unconscious for a couple of days, he came to his senses and realized that he had acquired a couple of valuable skills. Later, the hero, sitting on the bed, saw new messages that since he had absorbed part of Xorcius's power, his mana heart skill dominance over the undead had been updated to a special level. Looking closely at the notification, the hero said that all the restrictions and requirements for managing the undead were really removed. Smiling slyly and rubbing his face, the hero thought that if he had the dead, he would also have free labor. The blue window noted that this was an incredibly damn jackpot. Lloyd saw a new message in front of him about receiving a new compliment. The new title is a demon-possessed terrifying singer and asked, where is this a compliment? Isn't this sarcasm? Through the window, you can see how he lowered his head thinking about where he can get the dead. Create them. Is it that easy? Maybe everything is very good in words, but in reality it's complete crap. Something useful would not hurt here. Looking at his eye in the mirror, he said that something cool is needed. Then he noted that he has the power of hell. Wow, what a huge eye, this is so damn cool. But he turned around when he heard a knock on the door and asked who it was. He opened the door asking why the knocker was silent. In front of him stood several headless dead men. Looking out, he saw that there were many more of them. He looked at them in confusion, asking who they were. Something was moving above the dead man's chest. His head began to form. Lloyd covered his face with his hand in disgust, saying that it was disgusting to look at. The dead man asked for forgiveness. He picked up a sign that said that they were ghosts who had lost their bodies due to hellish witchcraft. Another one said that they had been wandering around the area since they felt a power capable of giving them physical form, which is why they were here. Then the hero activated his demonic gaze, asking if this was the case, to which the dead man replied that yes, that's right. Thanks to him, they were able to find a new body. Thank him. He held the sign again, saying that now after meeting him, he feels. The other one said that he was the one who calmed their vengeful souls. Removing his hand from his face, Lloyd looked in surprise. Several skulls lay on the ground. The hero folded his hands in prayer. He bowed his head over the graves. The dead man held a sign that said that they had no memories of their past life and no purpose. Another one said that if they had dispersed throughout the world, they would have simply been banished. The dead man knelt. Sitting on his knee, the dead man showed a sign asking to take them in and give them the opportunity to repay for their help. Lloyd looked at him saying that there would be a lot of work. They needed to be paid money, but he received the answer that the spirits did not care about them. He also looked and asked if they needed to be fed, but he answered that they had no digestive system. Then the hero, without looking away, asked where they would live, to which he replied that a 10 cubic meter coffin would do. The hero sighed quietly. Then he smiled broadly and said, well, okay, now they are part of the county workforce, or rather the skeleton squad. They thanked the hero. Lloyd raised his hand in satisfaction, thinking that now everything is in his hands. The free workforce he always dreamed of. Xavier stood behind. He saw the happy undead and only looked at them sleepily. Then he sat down on the chair again, thinking that he was no longer interested in what the hero was doing. The dead were hauling logs. The efficiency of the skeleton squad truly cannot be described in words. They never get tired, do not sleep, and do not eat. Lloyd smiled contentedly looking at this. And they do not even need a salary. This is the best part. Seeing one of the workers, the man lost consciousness. Although Count Namaran, who had managed to regain his strength, fainted when he saw them at the construction site. Lloyd showed him a glowing eye saying that these are the spirits of labor. He is a brilliant spellcaster. You see his eye, right? When he opens his eye wide. The Count noted that genius spellcasters were rare and he had never heard of a shining eye before. Then our hero opened his eyes wider, asking why Lady Siluria could be a magic spellcaster and he could not. Why could sparks come from Lady Siluria's eyes and he could not? The man and the soldiers just looked at him in surprise. Without changing his face, the Count only asked for forgiveness. A lie is good as long as no one suffers from it, Lloyd thought. The Blue Window noted that this sounded like a rather dangerous thought, but the hero replied that he did not care because it was well said, so it was. Snow covered the earthen mountain. Winter came, snow began to fall and ready-made anchors were delivered to them. The Namaran soil stabilization project entered its final stage. The last step remained. Someone's hand rose to the sky. Xavier looked at the falling snow. He remembered the touch of a woman's hand, how they stood next to each other after he touched her. But he turned around when he heard someone calling. In front of him he saw a green-eyed girl. Standing up, he bowed and said that the construction was going smoothly. If she needed a detailed report, then talk to Mr. Lloyd, but Shuri replied that that was not the case. She came to him. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise, asking what she needed. Then the girl awkwardly looked away, remembering his method of using mana. One day, the power of her magic stopped growing, and he could calmly control his mana. She thought that if she mastered his method, her magic would grow. Xavier, a little sad, lowered his eyes, saying that he would teach everything he knew himself. Then the girl looked at him with delight. The girl clenched her hands in gloves. Lloyd, who was watching the work, turned around. He saw Shiruya talking to his comrade. The hero continued to watch. He imagined Xavier crying while holding her in his arms. He thought about what he said about them taking revenge because you killed a monster. The hero remembered his comrade in the rain and the words that someone asked for help. Bastard with damned mana. After that, Xavier walked through the desert. Xavier, you are destined to be alone. You will fight alone again and again until you get tired and die. Then the guy fell to his knees. Do not let anyone settle in your heart, because it is your heart that will lead them to death. This great power was given to you along with such a fate. Now Xavier closed his eyes with a smile. The hero looked at him with a smile. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the castle. Dozens of concrete crosses were dug into the ground. Their construction was completed, and if the supports are checked from time to time, then there will be no problems in the future. The dead were unloading the cart, and the fee for the work turned out to be several times higher than what was agreed upon. Lloyd bowed to the Count, saying that he expresses his gratitude to him from the bottom of his heart. He replied that he had nothing to thank him for, and that was not all. So people, let's give their virtue a proper send-off. The people raised their hands in jubilation, wishing the hero long life. He simply scratched his nose. Trying to hide his delight, Lloyd thought that he had earned a lot of money. Now he really could only eat and have fun. Smiling, the Count told the hero that he would like to make him one more offer for the last time. How about becoming his son-in-law and inheriting Namaran? But bowing, Lloyd thought, no thanks. He is already the king of his land. But he told the man to forgive him for refusing him again, but he is the heir to the Frontera family. And Namaran already has a beautiful heiress. Shiruya looked at the hero with a smile when he said that she was the one who would soon become a great sorceress on the entire continent. Bowing again, Lloyd said that it was time for them to go. The Count thanked him again, saying that he would not forget his help. Leaving, Xavier looked at his back. The girl waved her hand at him. Lloyd turned to his comrade. Looking at him calmly, he told him to stay. You will have a higher salary and you will be able to succeed in life. But Xavier confusedly twirled his finger near his head, asking, has he gone crazy after absorbing too much dark mana? Although he was a fool from the very beginning. Looking at the hero, the guy replied that he was a knight of the Frontera family, until the end of his life, until his last breath. Then the hero looked arrogantly and clarified, what if this is an order? Lowering his head, Xavier said that he does not plan on it and he will have to execute him. The hero only looked tiredly at his comrade, thinking that he does not plan on it and he will have to execute him. But still, he sighed with relief. The two guys headed to their caravan. Snow completely covered the roads. Someone asked, is Lloyd really coming back? The hero's parents ran out into the street. They saw their son with dozens of spirits behind him. He pointed at one of the dead, saying that these guys are known as labor spirits. He summoned them with his summoning magic, but his father said that everything was fine. He wasn't surprised at all that he brought someone, but he frowned seeing Xavier. He was standing in a woman's dress. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thinking that he agreed to this bet when he was out of his mind. Lloyd was surrounded by a bright aura as he said that if this asshole survives, then he will serve him for a year. If not, then when they return home you will dress like Xavier. How do you like that? Arcus came closer to the man. He hugged him, saying that it must have been so hard for him to hide for so many years. But Xavier closed his eyes, saying that it was not quite like that. But Arcus patted him on the back, saying that it was fine. There is nothing wrong with that. You are just a little different. Xavier opened his mouth wide and still shouted that everything is not as he thinks. Lloyd laughed until he cried. He is so happy. Afterwards, the hero hugged his parents, thinking that he had managed to return home with a calm soul. The spirits unloaded chests and a bunch of armies of cats stuffed with money that would allow him to lead an idle life for the rest of his days. He was happy with his family, and he smiled broadly at the thought that now he might not have to work at all. But he turned around, hearing someone's voice announcing a royal decree. A red carpet was spread out behind him. A man with a scroll in his hands announced that Lloyd needed to join a special mission that would go to Isfahan. The hero put his hands in front of him in fear. Rolling up the scroll, the herald said that we must go immediately, after which they put a hat on him. 2 knights grabbed him. They dragged him through the snow while Lloyd screamed that this could not be. The crew moved along a forest road. Lloyd leaned down. Xavier, who was sitting next to him, turned to him. He put his hand on the crying hero's head and told him to stop crying. He was already too scary, but he asked how he could not cry. The people sitting opposite him watched this. A man with long blonde hair sat with his arms folded. The head of the delegation, Count Ventura. He asked why he was so sad. He had just received an honorable mission from the queen. The hero, wiping away his tears, replied that it was such a great honor for him that he could not stop crying. But he himself was thinking about why the hell he needed to go there. Why did she send him there? He wanted to go home. His queen, he hated her. Ventura was very unhappy. The queen stopped writing and wondered why she decided to choose Lloyd as an ambassador. Bowing, the man replied that it was so. Even though she knew what contribution he had made to eliminating the consequences of the monster attack, he was not sure that he would make a good diplomat. Perhaps she lacked the wisdom to understand this. Resting her head on her hand, the girl knocked on the table, but she sat up straight again when the man asked what. But why did she choose him then? But Alicia replied that she hadn't even thought about it. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl said that she could only guarantee him one thing. The very moment he received the order to become an ambassador, he would start whining and making scenes. And all because his dream of living a carefree life somewhere on the outskirts of the kingdom would be destroyed. She imagined the knights fighting the demon, saying that the reports she had received about the incident in Namaran said that the knights of Namara had defeated Prince Lloyd himself and his knight had simply gathered the necessary information and passed it on to them. She rested her head on her hand again and noted that this was complete nonsense. Even if the ritual had not been completed, a simple knight would not have been able to defeat such a creature. She was sure that Lloyd and his knight had dealt with it alone, and apparently they had asked Count Namaran to keep their intervention a secret. Ventura was confused when he heard that Count Namaran must have written it that way because he could not have done otherwise. That's the kind of person Lloyd is. He is not interested in success or fame. He just wants to eat and enjoy life. Looking away, the queen also said that, and that's why she was sure that he would return to them with the results. It would not be difficult for him to hold a grudge. He is a materialist, a very petty person. She imagined Lloyd with a crazy smile showing the okay gesture. The man frowned, thinking about whether he couldn't understand whether she was praising him or insulting him. Dipping her pen in ink, the girl said that even if he looked like he was about to die, she would leave him alone. In the end, having weighed all the pros and cons, it would get through to him. He would understand that Samarkand has what he wants. Meanwhile, the hero continued to cry, crossing his arms. Ventura looked angry, thinking about how he now didn't look like someone who understood everything. I just couldn't bring myself to show him even a drop of sympathy. What kind of materialist is this who only craves money and doesn't appreciate honor at all? The convoy was approaching the city. The man knelt down, greeting the Sultan and expressing his respect. The delegation from Magentano would soon arrive at the palace. The man with the gray beard ordered to make sure that they received the reception they deserved. After that, a grin appeared on his face. The bright sun illuminated the dome. Someone's voice said that there must have been some kind of mistake here. Ventura took his hand aside, saying that they were the official ambassadors of Magentano, and they say that they should live in such conditions. In his opinion, is it normal to show such disrespect to diplomats? But the man with the black beard looked down at him, saying that there was no mistake. They were just following the orders of the almighty Samarkand. Then, unable to hold back, Ventura opened his mouth wide, shouting that then they would immediately go to meet with Samarkand. Bring them to him. The hero was still crying while sitting at the table. The man replied that he was currently busy with other important matters, and an audience would not work, to which Ventura asked how long they would be ordered to wait in such terrible conditions. Still calmly, the man with the dark beard replied that it was at least 6 months. Ventura could not contain his anger and frowned, trying to understand what kind of nonsense this was. Then the interlocutor held out a gold pendant. It sparkled brightly, and the man said that if they were not satisfied with the decor here, use the patishir to find more comfortable conditions. As long as they have the patishir in Asfahan, they will be blessed by the mercy of the mighty Samarkand. Then Ventura gritted his teeth and asked, is he now presenting the ambassadors of Magentano as some kind of beggars? The man bowed his hand, saying that it seemed there was a misunderstanding. The pendant fell from his hand and began to fall. It made a loud sound as it hit the floor when he said that it was a great honor to receive the patashir as a gift. Ventura was incredibly outraged. The interlocutor wished him a pleasant stay. There was a loud sound of someone hitting the table and swearing. The red-haired man was incredibly outraged, saying that they had gone too far in insulting their kingdom. They had almost openly declared war on them. The man standing next to him asked, had they almost openly declared war on them? Ventura ordered to send a letter to the kingdom and asked to send here a large delegation. It is necessary to let other countries know about what is happening so that later it would be possible to put pressure on them. He put his hand to his head hearing that the interlocutor, but he lost sight of the young gentleman and replied to forget about him. Now something else is much more important. Ventura opened his eye hearing the question where the pendant lying on the floor disappeared. The moon illuminated the night city. The girl carried a basket asking someone to buy a torch. They light up very easily. A passing man pushed her telling her to get out of the way. Hiding behind the wall of the house, the girl was sad because again she could not sell anything. She does not know where to sleep today. A man approached her asking if she had nowhere to sleep. Lloyd looked friendly telling her to go with him. There were many bright lights on the palm trees and around. The girl looked at the hero in fear saying that this is the most expensive hotel in the capital. She can't let some random guy pay for her night here. But Lloyd replied that the child was missing something. He turned around and smiled broadly, saying that this hotel was his. He had just bought it. The girl looked at the hero in confusion as he pointed to the papers, saying that this was a property transfer agreement. Sign it and move in, and asked him who he was. He showed his glowing pendant, saying that he was the one who had been blessed by the power of Samarkand himself. Later, he walked into the restaurant, showing it and saying to feed everyone the most expensive food here. I'll pay for everything. People were shocked, saying that this was Patashir, who could buy everything. A bright light fell on the generous hero, who said that people should call their families, all their neighbors relatives. There won't be a single hungry mouth left in this city today. He looked at the Patashir in his hand, saying that they have the blessing of the mighty Samarkand. After that he stood at the carpet seller asking him this is the most expensive silk in the city, to which he received the answer no, this is the most expensive silk in the whole world. Lloyd pointed to the fabrics behind the seller asking to pack them. He looked again at the pendant in his hand as he did in the restaurant asking to give him as much as possible. After he came to the pier and the captain asked if he wanted to rent a regular sailing ship. But the hero looked again at the bright pendant saying that he wanted to buy it. He raised it above his head saying that he was buying all the perfume and spices that were on the market. Fill all 6 of his ships to capacity. After shopping, Lloyd waved to the departing saying that they would pass through Cremo and go to Frontera. Behind him a multitude of merchants gathered offering their goods. The hero asked them to stand in line. Raising the pendant, the hero said that let the grace of Samarkand not pass anyone by. But several guards rushed towards him trying to catch him. Later, swords were put to their necks. Samarkand, sitting on the throne, asked if this was the guy. Frowning, the Sultan said that this was the man who had squandered the palace's annual budget. Sitting on his knees, the hero introduced himself as Lloyd. Raising his head, the hero with a sly smile expressed his respect for the great and powerful Samarkand. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The same Lloyd who had stopped the wave of monsters. Looking at the guy on his knees, the Sultan understood what his goal was. He had done this in order to meet him. Samarkand looked at the hero silently. Veins were visible on his face. He looked at Lloyd and was calm, thinking about what he had to avoid. Imagining everything on fire, he understood that the estate could become a battlefield. The Sultan frowned, thinking that if a war broke out, they would be the first to face them. Watching the blade at Lloyd's neck, the man thought about destroying Frontera. Even with a fully mobilized army, their victory could not be guaranteed. The sun fell on his thick beard. He thought that including unpredictable bursts of power, it is difficult to predict what other operations he is preparing. Maybe he should kill him right away. The Sultan looked sternly at the hero. He saw Xavier nearby and decided that no, right now there is a time bomb in the palace. Even if he can defeat the Sword Master, the capital can turn into ashes. At that moment, the hero smiled. He mentally suggested that the Sultan think carefully. An ominous smile appeared on his face. In his head he reasoned that, instead of wagging his tongue, there is another option. Then Samarkand frowned deeply, indignant at how dare he threaten him. The man pressed his lips together. The hero looked at the floor. Then the Sultan sighed. Gritting his teeth, he ordered to let him go. The hero grinned, thinking that this was his first victory. Lloyd and Xavier folded their hands on the floor. The Sultan asked if he liked it, and the hero clarified what they were talking about. Then the man asked about the Patashir. Did he like to use it for his own pleasure? The hero arched his back and raised his hands above his head. He fell again before the man in his honor, saying that he really liked him so much. The Sultan tensed up a lot, thinking that he was embarrassed because he could feel his sincerity. The hero lay face down on the floor, thinking that he was sincerely grateful to him. He remembered the president handing him a card with the words to use it to pamper himself, and then the hero thought what else should he do with it if not use it. Imagining himself in gold, he only thought that there is nothing better than luxury. There is nothing better than money. If you can't buy happiness with money, then you just don't have enough money. Frowning and clenching his teeth, the Sultan asked if he was afraid that Magentano would suspect him. He agreed to lead the national mission and even bowed in gratitude. Wasn't he afraid at all? Still facing the floor, the hero answered no. This greatly angered Samarkand. He thought, how dare he be so arrogant? Answering without even thinking, without changing his body position, the hero said that the kingdom of Magentano gives him money, and because they pay him a little more than His Highness the Sultan. The veins on the man's face appeared again when he answered that this meant that if he gave him more money, he would betray his queen. Lying on the floor, the hero answered that it was so. Then the man quickly moved his eyes, thinking that the interlocutor was crazy. The hero lying on the floor still said that however the Sultan, if he serves the Sultan only because he was tempted by money, I am afraid that the Sultan may question his loyalty. The man only stared at him. Xavier raised his head hearing laughter. The Sultan lowered his head thinking about how dare this bastard fool him. Samarkand. Still smiling, he said that he would listen to the hero, thinking about how he definitely needed such a person. Only raising his eyes, the hero perceived this as a second victory. Continuing to be on the floor, he asked, does the great Sultan Samarkand really want war? Then the man put his head on his hand and asked what if so. Looking at the floor, the hero said that perhaps he wants to shut up the overseas enemies who managed to gain strength due to the drought. Samarkand looked at the guy in surprise. Still on the floor, the hero said that if so, then he will stop the drought, and promises that he will allow him, the Sultan, to speak with the delegation of Magentano. The Sultan even raised his head hearing this. He put his hands on his knees and ordered to continue. Then Lloyd raised the scroll saying about the third victory. Later Lloyd and Xavier were sitting at the table. The hero asked him if he had seen the Sultan's face when he signed the contract. He even broke out in a sweat, to which he replied that it was an unprecedented amount. He would go down in history as the first one who managed to fool the Sultan. Then the hero made an innocent face, asking what does it mean to fool? It is much cheaper than war. The territories of Yesfahan are suffering greatly due to drought, and Samarkand is almost not solving this problem. He remembered the people at the palace deciding that the people rebelled. Looking away, he thought about the order of events in this world is very different from the novel. If the war unfolds before the rebellion, then it will be a big omission. It would be best to block the possible threat now. The moon illuminated the dome of the palace. The Sultan was standing at the window. He turned around at someone's voice. A shadow hid the girl's face. The man addressed her as his daughter and said that he would have a task for her. She stood behind him when the man said that tomorrow a man named Lloyd would go to Kandahar. She would accompany him. He frowned, telling her to conquer him at any cost. The girl put her hand on her belt. Then she closed her eyes, answering that she would carry out the order. The bright sun rose over the city. Sarazad led a camel, saying that her name was Sarazad and that she would accompany them. She was at his mercy. But the hero pointed to Xavier, saying that he already had an escort. Then the girl looked into his eyes, saying that she was at his mercy. Then the hero looked at her with displeasure, saying that she was stubborn. Will she follow him? He looked up, remembering her name. Princess of Azfekan. What did the princess forget at the construction site? Looking away, the girl remembered something. She raised her hand above her head. Then she took an attractive pose, once again saying that she was at his mercy. Lloyd was very surprised, but he looked closely at her stern look, thinking about what her eyes say, as if she wants to break it. What is she doing? Suddenly the hero opened his eyes wide in understanding. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that this was a message to win his love. Does Sarazad like him? No way. He imagined a man with something bright in his hands. After the Sultan folded his hands as a sign of love and with the words for the hero to become his son-in-law. Blue water flowed through the canal. Kana can help solve the problem of drought. It is somewhat similar to the culvert used in the kingdom of Fursia. The scorching rays of the sun warmed the sand. The water flowed underground, but evaporated before it could reach the city. That is why they need to build a tunnel deep underground. At night, people led their caravan. In the desert, which is located a few kilometers from the city, there is a source of clean water that comes from the eternal snows, and it is this that they use. The stars were shining brightly above the houses. Kandahar is the main city of Kandaran. Lloyd fell onto the bed, happy that he could finally rest. With a satisfied smile, he had only one thought, that he wanted to rest today. Looking away, he thought of something. Sarazad was trying to attract him again by standing in a pose that irritated him greatly. He saw her gaze again, thinking that he had a feeling that she would cut him in half and then take out all his guts and entrails. The hero simply sat down on the bed. Looking tiredly at the girl, he suggested that they just talk. First, stand up normally. The girl put her hands on the sword when the hero asked why he felt like she was ready to rip his head off, and replied that this was a natural pose. Then the guy suggested that they find a compromise. The girl frowned, but the hero was thinking that Sarazad was the youngest of the 4 princesses of the desert. Samarkand cherished her more than others, and she is an excellent swordsman since she had already reached the level of a sword expert at a young age. He imagined the other princesses, thinking about how the desert princesses are hidden from prying eyes and no one outside the palace knows what they look like. He must pretend not to know who she is and ruin her seduction plan no matter what. Looking at her with tired eyes, he asked if she didn't need to sleep at night. But the girl replied that the Sultan had ordered her to guard him. She should stay nearby at night and during the day. Then Lloyd, calmly looking at his interlocutor, replied that he didn't need additional security at night and during the day. Scheherazade only looked at him questioningly. He turned his gaze to Xavier, asking the girl, "Do you see that guy standing there glaring at him?" As he had already said, he is his guard. The fair-haired guy put his hands behind his back. The hero also said that he was a sword master, the highest level. Lowering his head down, the hero said that therefore there are no 10 such ladies as Scheherazade. He looked at his interlocutor with a stupid smile and said that he is better than 50 like you. In general, he does not need you. That's what he wanted to tell her. Hearing this, the girl clenched her teeth. Then she pulled out her sword. Lloyd pretended to be scared, saying that she got angry and took the sword out of its sheath. He was so scared that he was shaking all over. He offered her his neck, saying, "Okay, come here, chop. Chop quickly, right here, and then you will tell Samarkand that she chopped off the head of the man she was supposed to guard." Lloyd pursed his lip, watching as the hero continued saying that, and Samarkand would answer her that she was a pest who could not even become a sword master. Holding his neck, the hero laughed, saying how wonderful it was not to complete the task for someone who could not even become a sword master. And as a reward, she would bring his head on a peak and on his head would be written, "I cannot become a sword master, and I can't become one even if he lives 50 more lives." But in response he received a punch in the face. Scheherazade continued to strike. The hero shouted that she was beating the one she was supposed to protect and asked his comrade to help him. But his comrade only laughed and pointed his finger. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said that he was the worst, a dirty bastard. After which she left, slamming the door. With a battered face, the hero still said that the plan had worked. Xavier approached the hero, surprised that he wanted the beautiful lady to beat him up. What taste he has. But the hero said that beating was not part of his plans. Why didn't he protect him? Bowing, Xavier replied that I apologize, but he deserved it and he didn't know. But Lloyd was indignant. What kind of expression is that on his face? Does he really repent? Or is he just putting on a comedy? Xavier stood in front of the hero, saying that he guessed that Mrs. Scheherazade was trying to seduce him. But why provoke her so much? The hero replied that, firstly, he hated the heat and cold. He saw nothing worse than staying here because of her connections with Asura. Then, folding his arms across his chest, he said that therefore he had to force her to completely abandon her plan. Scheherazade trained outside. The hero also said that if she had such skills, she was just a simple swordsman. Instead of seducing a man, shouldn't she do something more useful? The swing of her sword left a mark. The bright sun illuminated the street. The girl asked with a serious look, instead of seducing a man, shouldn't she do something more useful? Turning around, the hero replied that they were preparing for construction. Mobility is the key, and if they were to drag around such a klutz as she, they would fall far behind. Putting the shovel on his shoulder, the hero heard from his interlocutor that she would not get underfoot, so she was going with them, and replied that everything was not as easy as she thought. He again pointed at her with a grin, saying that she was not a sword master. Scheherazade clenched her teeth, about to hit him. Then the hero put his out, saying that to reduce the size of the stable, strong heat was needed and to fix everything on the spot. Scheherazade looked at him in confusion, wondering what kind of magic this was. Lloyd's eye glowed and he continued to talk about how, replacing concrete, they would need a heavier option for construction, and then they would make an iron lining. And to be sure that the concrete would not crumble, the lining should be 20 or 30 millimeters wide. The girl's eyes closed. She realized that this was a sleeping spell, but she couldn't sleep now. With his mouth wide open, the hero continued to say, "Renor, the required voltage is needed, Zooks, but it would be better if it was Zooks." So Scheherazade lay down on the floor. The hero noted that this was the most ideal option for those with Swordmaster syndrome. Turning around, the hero told Xavier to take her, but he also fell asleep. Later, the two of them walked down the street. People looked at them with distrust. Looking around, Xavier noted that these were not the most pleasant looks, to which the hero replied that yes, they were city dwellers and did not think at all about the outskirts that were dying. They just lived and enjoyed life in the capital. Frowning, the hero also said that this was not just a huge project. They needed the interaction of local residents, but now it would be pointless. Then he smiled broadly, saying that it was too easy to gain their trust. Raising his head, he loudly called the guys. The animals on his shoulder exclaimed loudly. The pets on the other shoulder did the same. The first two jumped off his shoulder and the hero ordered Xavier, Pipadong, and Belle to go to the city center and build a receiving station. Then he flew up into the sky riding a bird, ordering the other two to follow him to the eternal snow zone, 40 kilometers to the north. Later they flew up to the snowy mountains. Hippo jumped to the ground. His cheeks swelled when he used absorption. At sunset, the bird tried to fly with Hippo. Below, they were already waiting with a built well. Hippo opened his mouth, thereby opening a waterfall. Water filled the well. People with tears in their eyes watched what was happening. They turned around when they heard someone's footsteps. With a wide smile, the hero asked if they were happy now. Against the background of the red moon, the hero pointed to himself saying that he did this, be grateful, and thought that they should tell everyone. Lloyd spread his arms wide and said that the man who brought them water from the distant mountains was him. Then he opened his mouth wide and said his name. But people started throwing stones at him, demanding that he stop being proud. Will you exploit them for a sip of water? But the guy with a crazy smile just dodged, saying that they now have so much energy, and all thanks to him. They will never forget past grievances so easily. Then he walked with a shovel on his shoulder. His gaze was attracted by a passerby. The man looked exhausted. There are even such stubborn people who did not touch the water at all. However, he will continue to suck up to them step by step. The next day, people again saw water in the well, surprised, and will this be every day? The hero behind their backs again shouted that this is so. He will fill the reservoir with water and will not miss a day, until all men, women, children, and old people are on his side. And this time he dodged the stones. I'll bombard them with advertising and brainwash them thoroughly. The moon illuminated the roofs of the houses. A family with a child were sitting at the table. The daughter was happily surprised. Wow, just think she can drink as much water as she wants. It was like a dream. But they were horrified when they looked out the window. Lloyd was spying on them in the street. He pointed his finger and said about water. Then he pointed at himself and said his name. The family was very scared. This is water from Lloyd. During the day, he approached a man pointing at himself. He did the same in front of someone who was washing himself. The woman looked at the water in the well with surprise. Lloyd was reflected there, pointing at himself. Already during the day, he passed by the man. Coming closer, he looked up. The same man already looked better. Taking off his hat, it was clear that he had been drinking. Lloyd tried to hold back a smile. In response, the man also pressed his lip. Later, the hero stood on a tent shouting about water. People repeated the gesture of pointing at themselves and saying his name. He exclaimed again. People repeated the gesture and the name. Raising his head, he demanded to speak louder. Xavier watched this tiredly and asked what he used collective hypnosis, but the guy replied that it was called long-term and diverse marketing. Turning to his comrade, Lloyd showed to connect that water is good, water is him. So Lloyd is a good person. Then he pointed at Xavier, saying headache, toothache, or menstrual pain. The blue window noted that this is all true. This is captivating. The men silently looked at each other. Lloyd turned away, saying only that it was something like that. The blue window asked, but why? He said only for him. Lego, smiling, the hero noted that in any case, since the first stage is complete. Sitting down at the table, the hero will ask everyone in line. He is recruiting workers for the construction site. The man opposite spread his hands, asking if there will be food, to which the hero replied that you can not worry about it. He showed his glowing pendant, saying that the cuisine of different peoples of the world comes from here. The sun illuminated the dome. Report to the almighty Samarkand. Report on Padishir's expenses. Everything that Lloyd managed to buy on the way to Kandahar. Samarkand held a long list in his hands. He blushed and clenched his teeth, mentally cursing. Meanwhile, the hero flew on a bird. Using his green gaze, the hero thought about what was expected, that he did not see anything. So the water is deeper than 5 meters, right? He looked away, thinking, what is the point of hiring locals if it takes too long to dig a canal? Imagining the passages underground, he realized that he needed the tunnels of the rebel organization. 100 years ago, to avoid persecution, devout people used these places as shelters. These tunnels were dug for many years and are now used by the rebels. Flying over the desert, the hero came to the conclusion that there is only one way to find the entrance to these tunnels. The moon illuminated the walls of the house. Sarazed put her blade in front of her, demanding to let her pass. Xavier closed the door with himself, answering that today the young master wished to be left alone. Then she said that some force was planning a rebellion. Bowing his head, the hero heard that it was dangerous for him to be alone. Looking away, Xavier agreed with this. 2 people climbed through the window when the comrade said that, but the young master said that he would be fine, so he would be fine. Frowning, the girl noted that he was a guard who relied on chance. An unexpected force could hit Mr. Lloyd. He opened his mouth slightly, saying no. The light from the candle fell on his face. Xavier said that the young master had never made a mistake. At that moment, the hero disappeared from the room. The girl raised her blade, saying that he was too adamant. Suddenly, she began to move quickly. A bright mark remained from her sword when she said that she would pass by force. Lloyd calmly blocked this attack, saying that she had great talent, no one could dodge such a blow. Then Sarazed moved the weapon aside. She attacked again, not without success. Calmly blocking the attacks, Xavier told her not to forcefully increase her mana. After all, people can only accept a certain amount of mana. The girl continued to attack when the guy told her to quickly swing the mana particles. The energy that is generated from the vibration of the particles will make her a master of the sword. But she replied that she does not intend to learn anything from him. Then, looking at her, Xavier said that the young master asked to try to make her a master of the sword. Sarazad looked at him questioningly. The brazier illuminated the entrance to the house. Several people were standing over the tied-up Lloyd. One of them asked, "Is he the one who came from the capital?" "Right. And what does he intend to do in their city?" But the guy got a bag in his mouth. The men watched what was happening. Then they began to remove it. One of the kidnappers looked closely at Lloyd. The hero looked at him sternly. He, folding his arms, thought that this was strange. Looking at the sinister smile, he noted that, but why did he feel like they were kidnapped? Sitting tied up, the hero told them that if they wanted to know why he was here. Then, smiling, he raised his head, adding that first he should tell in detail the circumstances that brought him here. He moved his hands behind his back, noting that, but his hands were in such an awkward position right now. Could they please untie them? The man replied that the guy should not do anything stupid. Still smiling, he told them that they were all elite warriors who dared to rebel against Samarkand. An incompetent like him would immediately have his head torn off if he dared to twitch. The man frowned and said that he seemed to have already found out that they were rebels. Did he know that they were coming? Lloyd tried to look friendly, answering that well, since the guy who carries out orders from Samarkand himself caused a little commotion. Then he looked into the eyes of the kidnapper. Looking at the dark-haired man, he thought about how he also knew that he, Therms, would die trying to start a rebellion, and that his death would cause all the regions of Asfahan to rise up en masse. The man silently looked at the hero. He only smiled naively. Therms turned to one of his comrades, ordering him to untie his hands, to which the man was surprised and said that the guy was from the capital. But the leader replied that they could just kill him if he moved. Then the man began to remove the rope. When the hero said that they were so kind, "I think they will be blessed." At that moment, Therms looked at Lloyd, thinking that even though he worked for Samarkand, he owed him a favor. It wouldn't hurt to show him a little kindness. He remembered sitting in front of the child's bed. The girl looked exhausted and apologized for her weakness. Therms, crying, told her to forgive him. Then he thought that he shouldn't have shared the water they had worked so hard to get. Someone shouted that they had water. The man turned around in confusion, hearing that water had appeared in the city reservoir. A huge beast was delivering water. The girl drank a whole bowl of water. She looked at the dishes with tears. Meanwhile, the rope fell to the floor. Lloyd was rubbing his hands when the kidnapper reminded him that if he moved, he would be finished. The hero only smiled maliciously. The men rushed to attack, seeing his strange appearance. Lloyd calmly raised his hand. Everyone froze in confusion. Looking at the raised hand, the hero said that 2 years and 6 months ago, the family in charge of the Frontier estate, a small territory on the eastern borders of the kingdom of Magentano, was on the verge of collapse due to an enormous debt. Therms looked at his hand in confusion, hearing that it felt like the sky would fall and the earth would split in two. There was no hope left. There was only impenetrable darkness before his eyes. However, he clenched his fist, talking about the floor heating system, and about the battle in the mines. The men tried to understand something when the guy continued to talk about his adventures. In an impulse, the hero stretched his hand forward, talking about that, and then he turns around, and in front of him is this fucking huge lobster. Therms jumped back in fear. Then the hero waved his hands, saying that then Xavier began to fight with a pickaxe on swords. The kidnappers sat on the floor, listening to Kyle's sword plunge into Xavier's shoulder, and then exclaimed, hearing that the sword master in him had awakened. Suddenly Therms realized. Getting up from the floor, he said that they had gone too far from the topic, but the hero replied that now the most interesting part began. The comrades looked at the leader, noting that they were sitting well, but he reminded them that they were idiots. They were rebels who were risking their lives. They did not have time to listen to stories. Lloyd pulled his hands away, continuing that a swarm of locusts the size of a dog filled the sky. He sharply waved his hands in front of him. His kidnappers raised their hands in shock. The moon illuminated the walls of the house as the hero told that it was at this moment that he, Captain Frontera, appeared. Dawn appeared in the mountains. The hero and Therms were flying on a bird. The man was shocked, asking where he was flying. The hero asked if he wasn't going to meet the queen with him, to which he replied, how did they even come to this? He doesn't remember anything like that. Then the guy raised his hand again, saying it seems like we'll have to start all over again. 2 years ago, but Therms demanded that they stop. Then the guy smiled at his interlocutor, saying in conclusion, he needs the rebels' underground tunnels if he wants to bring in water. If he hands over these passages for use, the kingdom of Magentano will provide shelter and protection. The man lowered his head when the hero asked if he remembered, and he answered yes. Then the guy smiled, asking him to trust him. He will achieve protection for all the rebels and their families. The bright sun illuminated the red roof. The man sat, surrounded by magical signs. Sweat poured down his face when he said that they were black magicians. The queen stood opposite, listening to the fact that the man was Lord Targa. After that, he coughed up his blood. Waving her hand, the girl said enough. Enough for today, and thought about finding this lord. The man in the suit bowed his head, saying that Lloyd had requested an audience with her. She only looked at him questioningly, thinking about what he was doing here when he should be in Isfahan. The sun's rays fell on the columns. The hero and his companion bowed to the queen. Alicia put her head on her hand, saying that she would sign the document for Therms, his comrades and their families, and grant them asylum in the kingdom. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero thanked her for her generosity, the man thinking about how easily she agreed. He looked at Lloyd, thinking about how he personally met the queen and received her approval. Who the hell is this man? The queen smiled, saying that he uses methods that exceed imagination, but she is pleased because he carries out orders, making maximum effort. Raising his head, the boy said that he did not deserve such praise, even a little ominously, but the queen said that competent people are always devoted to their work. Lloyd frowned, hearing this. Alicia continued to sit, saying that there was progress in the interrogations with Canavero. Soon there will be work for him. Be ready to start acting at the right time. Lowering his eyebrows, the hero said that it would be a great honor for him, but the queen noted that his face said otherwise, but the hero replied that he was simply tired from a tiring flight. Leaning slightly, Alicia asked, did you want to see her so much? These words made the hero frown even more. The queen went up the steps, saying that he was not at all a pathetic and selfish person who would pretend to be ignorant. Even when she misses him, the hero was nervous, looking at her. She smiled warmly, but the hero thought that the biggest obstacle to his plan for a carefree and satisfying life would be the queen. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Xavier leaned on the door. He silently looked at the floor. The girl looked tired. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then she jumped up again, saying that she was awake and could begin. Xavier again reflected her attacks. He tiredly looked down, wondering how long this would last. The girl pulled the blade back, and it began to shine brightly. Xavier looked at it in surprise. Then she hit the guy's blade with it. Her swing left a bright mark. Xavier frowned, thinking that she was still unstable, but was about to become a master of the sword. So the girl rushed to attack. Opening the door, the hero hit Xavier with it, saying that he was back. The blade of the blade pierced near Xavier's head and came out the other side near Lloyd's head. The ensuing wave tore his clothes off. He stood silently, arms outstretched. The hero peeked out slightly when Xavier shouted that this blow could have finished off someone and only specified which of them. Sarazed looked at the guy in surprise, asking who he was. The hero only looked at her seriously. Then she frowned and remembered. Lloyd held out his hand in front of her when she asked what he was doing when he got rid of her. The girl tried to cover her ears when Lloyd used magic, but she still began to fall asleep. After which she carefully lay down on the floor. The hero apologized, saying that he paid too much attention to detail. Turning to his comrade, he said it was time. But he also fell asleep, to which the hero said that he expected it, but for some reason the lullaby helps him too well. Throwing only a cloak on himself, the motivated hero followed step 1, thinking about running through the underground tunnels and measuring them. Everything goes smoothly, thanks to the map that Therms gave him. Step 2, he studied the map, thinking that he had to confirm the location of the passages that needed to be opened or blocked to supply water. Step 3, he was already leading the people, arguing that during the day we block unnecessary passages, and at night, Xavier uses explosions to break new ones. Xavier struck with his sword, and even if he wants to finish everything as soon as possible, they need to be careful because the tunnels can collapse. Step 4, he met people in cloaks. Smiling at them, he said that they were on time. Therms looked at the guy, asking who it was, and he replied that when he went to Magentano, he sent a letter home and asked for labor. The wind blew off the hood, showing the dead with a painted smile. The hero said that they were needed to complete the construction. But the wind completely exposed the spirits. One of them showed a sign that they were bored. Lloyd leaned on the wall, saying that on the other side of this wall there was a large accumulation of water. He looked at the helpers, asking what would happen if we dug a little more in this direction. One of the dead men showed a sign that they would be carried away by a huge stream of water. Then the guy looked at him, saying that it was true. He noted that the people in the village were taking risks by building ropes. Then, slightly opening his mouth, he added that no, they were giving their lives. For the good of the neighbors and their descendants who will live on, there is no sacrifice more beautiful and honorable. He pointed his finger heroically, saying that this honor falls on him. In the bag sat a frightened Thords. The hero looked at him with a smile. The guy began to shake his head. Running away, Lloyd thanked him that he would never forget him. But Thords began to catch up with him, saying, there are spirits, but the hero called him insensitive. You want the dead to experience death again. Then, with tears in his eyes, he said about the master of the sword, because he can do it. Then the hero, turning, replied that he only had one set of clothes, he cannot get them wet. The blue window noted that even Satan himself could not compare with him, but the hero thought that he was just trying to bring a little meaning to the life of this scoundrel. The red light illuminated the man's desk. The man rested his head on his hand, saying that the upper messenger was definitely enjoying the show. He was wearing glasses, wondering how far he would go. The bright sun was shining on the desert. The spirit was standing with a pickaxe near the wall. After much debate, the leader of the squad of ghostly skeleton divers took on this exact role. Lloyd looked away in displeasure. The pickaxe hit the ground. A stream of water gushed out of the passage. Streams of it gushed out of it. It moved further along the channels. People lifted their dishes in jubilation, rejoicing, an endless source of water. They doused themselves and bathed. The girl happily carried a plate of water. The hero looked at her in surprise. With tears in her eyes, she held it out, asking to drink the water he gave her. Stroking her head, he replied that he would definitely drink it. Smiling, she looked at the guy. He, taking the water, heard the question, "Why is he naked?" In response, he smiled. And then, looking at her, he said that because he simply did not want to spend money on clothes. After imagining the water supply scheme, the hero thought about how once the central water supply in Kandahar was installed and water began to flow to the nearby villages, all construction was complete. The blue window notified that a new reward had been assigned, a high-ranking person who walks around in his underwear. He clarified what kind of reward was that. Wasn't he kidding? To which the blue window reported that it was already good that he was recognized as a high-ranking person. The hero thought that he didn't need all this, just assign him a new cool title. He couldn't help but look at the window, reading that he saved the city from drought, and thought about how hot climate areas received 100% protection from dehydration. Without expressing emotions, Lloyd thought about how it's not like he had much to do in other hot climate areas. From now on, he will only rest and reflect. The effect of this title is useless to him. Therms approached him and the hero asked, he was already prepared for a long journey, what awaits? But the man only knelt down. The hero looked at him in confusion. Closing his eyes, he said that the guy saved countless lives. He stopped the war and drought and even provided them with shelter. All the people knelt down, saying that therefore, on this very spot, they would like to swear eternal loyalty to the Frontier estate. Scratching his cheek, the hero said that it was not necessary to go so far and swear loyalty. They just needed to work hard on his land, thinking that he did it for his own benefit anyway. But when people constantly express their gratitude to him, his conscience begins to torment him. A blue window notified that the level of friendliness had increased. Therms and his comrades expressed their respect and gratitude to him. Bonus RP plus 50. From that moment on, Therms and his comrades were imbued with friendliness towards all the inhabitants of the Frontier estate. RP 2832. Looking at this with satisfaction, the hero thought about that, yes, here it is. And such things always make him happy. A wonderful reward. The girl said that he has a strange face, but the father replied that maybe his face does look strange, but he is still an amazing person. Already at night, Lloyd saw off the spirits. A detachment of skeletons led the people of Therms towards the lands of Frontera. There was a feeling that everything ended in peace. The sun illuminated the multicolored dome. The Sultan, sitting on the throne, offered Lloyd to become his man. But the hero, sitting naked, asked for forgiveness, saying that he prefers thin ones. The Sultan asked if he does not understand him, or is he just pretending not to understand. He looked at the hero, saying that he had probably already guessed that Sarazad was his daughter. Didn't he like her? Closing his eyes, the hero replied that the feelings of Lady Sarazad are much more important than the feelings of an unworthy servant. The man remembered his daughter and her words that she does not want him. She doesn't like his face or what he does. She'd rather chop off her own head. Sitting on the throne, the man decided to end this conversation. Since you kept your promise, it's time for me to keep mine. Frowning, he said that he would immediately meet with the Magentano delegation and listen to them. Sitting on the floor, the hero thanked the Sultan for his generosity, thinking about how much time and effort it took just to get him to do this. Lloyd and his comrade were already leaving when Samarkand looked at them. He smiled evilly, thinking that he always gets what he wants. Looking at his bare back, he decided that the guy was his now. He only cast a glance. Later, everyone gathered at the table. Ventura looked at the Sultan, thinking that he had managed to seat Samarkand at the negotiating table. He nervously clenched his hands from the thought that he would not let this incredible opportunity that he had given him go to waste. But the Sultan opened his mouth first, saying that he apologized for the huge losses the Kingdom of Magentano suffered due to his mistakes. The man and the others looked confused, realizing that this arrogant Samarkand was the first to apologize. Folding his arms across his chest, the Sultan also said that he would compensate for all the losses they suffered as a result of the monster wave, and would also appoint special people to deal with this incident to prevent it from happening again. The entire delegation looked at him in shock as the man also said that he would keep the kingdom of Magentano informed about how things were going in this direction. If such a situation arose again, he would compensate for all the losses incurred and double the amount. But Ventura frowned, thinking that there was nothing to be happy about and what he would ask for in return. But bowing his head, he replied that he would like to express his gratitude for his generosity. He would convey his words to their queen. The Sultan raised his hand, interrupting him, about to say what he wanted in return. The man frowned, but the Sultan frowned too, saying that he wanted to take Lloyd for himself. Later, Ventura came to Lloyd and he asked what the Sultan had said. The man looked down. The hero looked upset. Then the man waved his hands in confusion, saying that he was sure the queen would be happy. They had managed to agree on a lot thanks to the negotiations, and he was sure that he would succeed wherever he was. But the hero just smiled, saying that he had done a great job. Ventura just looked at the guy, confused. The hero smiled widely, saying that it was just perfect. Meanwhile, the Sultan sat on the throne, wondering what to ask of him first. For starters, let's fix the roads and increase the water supply. Sanitary facilities are also necessary. They need more spacious buildings. A servant approached him and expressed his respect to the wise and almighty Samarkand. But Samarkand asked, didn't he ask to bring Lloyd with him? Why was he alone? The Sultan was shocked to hear that he said he would go for a walk and at the same time get rid of the sandworms that lived near the city. There were many sharp teeth in the worm's mouth. The hero's cloak fluttered in the wind. The worm feeds on small reptiles and cactus spines. Lloyd grabbed his shovel. Opening his mouth wide, he used an explosion. A column of fire rose into the sky. Teapotong jumped out from behind the guy. He also struck the sand. He continued to attack furiously. With a crazy look, the hero turned to Xavier. He raised a bright beam into the sky. Then he hit the ground with it. The small worm was still moving. Then the hero struck him with a shovel, screaming for him to die. The Sultan watched this. Saliva flew from his mouth as he said the Sultan's name. The Sultan watched silently. Sand fell on his head. Lloyd turned around when he saw him. He gave him a thumbs up. The Sultan demanded that he simply ask them to bring this bastard with them. The moon illuminated the rooftops. Sitting at the table, the Sultan thought that if this continued, the whole country would soon be plunged into chaos. He had made the right choice. He was never wrong. He clenched his hands, thinking that since he was the one who changed his mind, he could not go back on his promises. But how was he going to cover the deficit he had created using Padishir? Why was he spending so much money on construction? The Sultan was shocked to think that he had been losing a lot of money from the very beginning. He was distracted from his thoughts by a guard who said that they had problems. He opened his mouth wide, saying that this man had taken Padishir with him. Samarkand showed no emotion. Then another assistant rushed in, saying that there was another problem. The man with the white hat said that Mrs. Sarazat had run away. She had written a letter saying that she still had much to learn from him and asked him not to look for her. And the Sultan didn't react to that either, after which he simply hit his head on the table. He was crying and cursing at the guy. The sun was shining in the county yard. The hero's mother was waking her husband and it was another peaceful day in the Frontier estate. The Count was looking out the window and although it was a little strange to hear Bybong instead of a rooster crowing, it was still nice here. The happy maid ran to Arcus with a letter from Mr. Julian. At this time, the hero's younger brother stood with a diploma and wrote to his parents that he became the second in the class and as one of the best students, he was given the honor of working in the capital, and he plans to return home and stay with them until he receives an official invitation. And also that he misses them very much. He asked if everything is okay with his brother, because he wants to become as reliable as he. Marbella hugged the Count and cried with happiness, and he thought that Julian had already become a wonderful son, of whom they are very proud, and this is the greatest happiness for him. But then Bayern entered the room and, putting his hand to his chest, said that the things that Master Lloyd sent from Isfahan had already arrived. The couple went outside and in front of them was a huge mountain of chests. The Count's wife held the treasures in her hands and was surprised by their number, and her husband was given a piece of paper and asked to sign a receipt. Marbella picked up the necklaces and happily said that they were very beautiful jewelry. She looked at her lover with a sly face and said that they would be able to sell them for a very high price to these vain aristocrats. Arcus looked at her calmly, and then he smiled softly and agreed with her that they should sell them for the highest price, and at that moment he thought that his wife was acting a little strange, but he was still the happiest man. As they walked along the road, workers greeted them and wished them a good morning, thanked them for everything, but the Count said with a smile that they had done nothing and wished them a good day. He was very glad that such good people lived in their estate. Many beautiful and muscular orcs walked with picks in their hands. The Count greeted them while they were posing and thought that they were also good fellows. But then the red-haired orc became more serious and frowned. A sergeant and his men were walking towards him. They brushed shoulders. Arcus and Marbella were very surprised and worried. Then the soldier looked away and asked if he was serious. He put his hands on his opponent's chest, and the next moment the man pushed him away. The Count and his wife were very surprised by this and were dumbfounded. The rivals bumped their foreheads into each other and looked at each other menacingly, and then the orc began to move incredibly fast. He swung his leg in front of the ladies' man's face, but missed, and then the orc stopped in a breakdance pose. The monster abruptly sat down on his knee, full of pathos, and the next moment, the red-haired man beckoned to him with his finger. The sergeant put his hands on his hips and exhaled. He and his entire group of workers began to move their legs quickly, and then they all stood on their heads at once, holding one leg. The orcs decided not to lag behind and hit the ground with their feet. The next moment they were standing in a pose from an Indian dance with many arms. The sergeant looked at his opponent with a little anxiety, and he in turn grinned and was also anxious. The Count and his wife were no longer surprised by anything. They calmly left the strange battle and the dance with a smile on their faces, and then Arcus thought that they were all a little strange, but definitely good people, or more precisely people and orcs, and deciding to improve, he thought that they were good living organisms. But then bone creatures passed by them, who wished them good morning, and then the Count was completely confused trying to understand whether this was living matter. But then he smiled and thought that the main thing is that there is peace in the estate and he is happy. During the couple's horse ride, they saw Salida burning waste and thought that it was a little strange. But in the main square, believers gathered near the statue of a hero with a shovel and began morning prayers. On the other side were the people from Isfahan who were also praying, and the Count thought that the situation was getting stranger and stranger. And still, there was no happier person in the world. Then they were pleased by being called from the side and informed that their son had arrived. The hero was half naked and happy, and Xavier, who was sitting next to him, was in despair. The Count and his wife were watching this, and Arcus thought that the strangest of all was their son. Then he ran with the descending hero and thought that he was an oddball, but the man and his wife hugged their son, and then the eldest of Frontera thought that he was happy, and it would be even better if instead of Count, he called him father. The protagonist stood in front of his father, who addressed him unexpectedly. He had tears in his eyes and asked why he was not wearing clothes. Then the designer said with a smile that it was because they had a lot of clothes at home. At this time the sun was shining over the royal palace. The man with the golden beard was giving a report on his knee and said that in conclusion it can be said that all the negotiations were presented in documentary form, and they also managed to get the magic fingerprint of Samarkand. Alicia propped her head up with her fist and calmly said that it was very unexpected and asked if he was negotiating. Then Ventura looked away with anxiety and said that it was so. Then the queen looked at him and asked if Lloyd forced him, and he tried to squeeze out an answer. Then the beautiful and strong swordswoman woman sitting in the rays of the sun asked him what he thought their people needed for a peaceful life, to which he said that he thought they needed a powerful monarch and proper diplomacy. Then the blue-eyed divine person smiled and said that they just need to attract people who are literate to the core and use them until their bones are ground to dust. Then Ventura, lowering his head, said that this was an amazingly correct statement, and with wild anxiety in his head, he apologized to the hero and he could consider himself a corpse. The queen leaned back in her throne and thought that although the negotiations had gone very well, Isfahan was still an old enemy of Magentatna, and in order for their relationship to be beneficial for everyone, it was necessary to build it on trust, and thought about what they needed to do to make this possible. At that moment, the princess of the east stood near the hero's county. She looked at the expanses and thought that this is where Lloyd lives. The girl bit her lips and thought that she would definitely get her own. Arcus was trimming the bushes in his yard and humming. A dark-haired girl approached him from behind and addressed him. Seeing her, the Count was surprised and asked who she was, to which she bowed and said her name, saying that she had arrived here from the east and was the daughter of Samarkand, and he asked with surprise what she was doing here. She looked at him calmly and said that she had come to Lloyd. The Count was almost having a stroke and asked why she needed his son. She lowered her head and quietly said that the princess raised her head and said that she could only sleep when he was nearby. At first, the hero's father was absolutely calm, but then he was overcome with extreme horror and thought that this was the stupidest thing his son had ever done. The protagonist lay on the ground with his eyes closed. He began to slowly wake up. The guy found himself on a cliff and wondered where he was and why it was so dark here. But then a huge flame appeared near him. The hero was very alarmed and turned to him. A huge sphere of fire was right in front of him. The creature began to rise and illuminate everything with its flames. In front of Lloyd was a huge titan of flames. The stranger leaned over and said that he was glad to meet him, and then decided to correct himself. The aristocrat was very scared after he was called by name. The designer immediately swallowed and thought that all this could not be and wondered why everything seemed so real. The protagonist looked up and decided to ask who he was. A figure appeared from the flames who said that he was the one who sees through him and is the Lord of Hellfire. A man appeared in the flames who called himself the King of Hell. Lloyd immediately stood up and bowed, calling him powerful, and thought that the system constantly teased him as the King of Hell, and now he went crazy and began to dream about him. The king leaned on his sword and laughed loudly, asking why his presence did not frighten him at all. The hellish creature frowned and asked if he thought it was a dream. The reincarnated one looked away and said that it did not matter whether it was a dream or not, because he did not think that he had come to harm him, because he had even introduced himself and there was no need to be afraid. The fiery giant leaned even lower. Afterwards, the figure became even clearer, and when the hero frowned, he said that he liked the protagonist. Halkaros pointed at him and said that life in hell really suited him. The hero pointed at himself with concern and asked if it was a compliment, since he would rather live in a small town with a lot of money. The king rose in a pillar of flame and said that for such a pathetic dream. Then he surprised the protagonist by saying that he made such a terrifying face that even a demon knight would cower in fear. The Lord of Hell straightened up and said that this knight would sing a song scarier than the screams from purgatory, and Lloyd at that moment thought about what was going on and wondered if he had come down to insult him. The King of Hell, standing in the flames, said that he was sure that he would be able to make the souls that had fallen into hell desperately beg to be killed a second time. And the hero at that moment was thinking about why he was being so rude to him, because he was an ordinary person, and if someone else heard him, they would think that he was some kind of demon king or the 12th supreme master of the demon sword. Part of the ruler's face appeared and he, calling him by his real name, asked him what he thought. Black tentacles flew out of the ground, wrapped around Lloyd and frightened him, and Halkaros asked if he would go to hell with him. The owner of the underworld extended his hand to him and asked if he would use his talents for joy. The hero tried to free himself from the tentacles that tied him up, and then the tentacles covered his eyes and the protagonist screamed loudly. But then a notification came out behind him telling him not to scare him so much. The Demon King stood in the flames and said nothing. Then he smiled and asked if people were too noisy. The notification said that it was capable of terrible things and asked if he wanted to test it. Then Halkaros lowered his eyes and said nothing and agreed. The flames quickly swirled around him and he agreed to play by the rules. The tentacles and flames disappeared without a trace. The hero suddenly woke up in sweat and horror. All his bedding was torn off and scattered. He got out of bed and rubbed his cheek, thinking about whether he really sweated so much or if it was not a dream, and then he wondered who he was talking to at the end and did not understand what was happening. Then there was a knock on Lloyd's door and Xavier, who asked for permission to enter, to which he agreed. When the blonde entered the room, he saw his master and asked why he was sweating so much, and he said that it was too hot in his sleep and asked why he came. And the swordsman calmly looked at him and said that a guest from afar had come to him. The protagonist was surprised at first and said nothing meaningfully, but then he made such a face that you could be scared and asked if it was true. While they were walking down the corridor, Xavier asked why he didn't ask any questions, to which he said that he didn't have any. Smiling, Lloyd asked if it was an Eastern princess, to which the knight immediately asked if he knew that she would come, to which he immediately agreed, because there was no other option. The hero smiled monstrously and said that she already knew how effective his lullaby was and it was very difficult to refuse a lullaby. The sword master became wary and worried. They moved to the conference room and the aristocrat asked if he understood her correctly. While she was looking at him, he asked if she wanted him to record a lullaby on the ball, to which she agreed, because this was the only reason for her visit. The count finally calmed down a little and thought about what she said about the lullaby, and he was happy and sad at the same time. The hero threw his head back and asked with a nasty face if it would be for free. The princess with a stern look said that she would pay him, but he leaned back even more and said that he already had a lot of money. Sarazed frowned and got angry, and then the protagonist slammed a stack of papers on the table, and then, with the nastiest face possible, he pointed at them and said that if she signed a contract, he would give her what she wanted. Xavier looked at him with disgust and wondered if he had prepared the contract in advance. The princess read the contract and realized that according to the terms she would have to serve in the Frontier estate for 5 years and the recording would be ready only after this period. She immediately objected to the sly man who waved his hand, but he said that the girl could not sign if she wanted and he did not really need it either. And then he looked at her with a nasty face and said that she could become a sword master if she slept well and trained hard, but he did not care about that anymore. The blonde was discouraged and wondered how far he had calculated everything, because when he asked to train her before singing a lullaby, then apparently all this was in order to get free labor. The hero leaned back in his chair and normalized his face a little when the notification told him that this was why the King of Hell himself appeared to him in a dream and began to befriend him. And he thought with surprise about what she meant at all, because he gives out money, helps people sleep, pays salaries, makes other people better, and is practically an angel. Then the notification said that he is too pathetic and uncontrollable, and the hero told her that he does not hear her and mocked her. The princess did not lag behind and clutching the contract said that he had planned this from the very beginning. And then the protagonist said that he did not hear her mockingly. Then she hit him in the face with all her might. The girl began to walk away from him cursing. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The Eastern woman walked through the forest and thought about what an unbearable and vile man he was, and she would not allow him to play by his own rules, and in general it would be better. But then she was overcome with regret, and the dark-haired girl thought that she could become a sword master, even if she had to sign this contract, and only then would her father notice her. Suddenly, something really surprised her. The brown-eyed girl looked up and tried to understand where she was. The girl began to walk along the slope and thought that she needed to get out of here. She looked out from behind a tree and was surprised by something. She was fascinated by the shine of her hair in the sun. The princess opened her eyes wide and was surprised. Julian was sitting on a fallen tree. He was looking at the floor. The Eastern beauty looked at him and wondered who it was, and in such a place. The small handsome man seemed even more attractive under the rays of the sun. Sarazad looked at him and meaningfully remained silent. To her, he looked like a rabbit, and she thought that he looked so fragile and defenseless, just like some kind of herbivore that would be devoured at any moment. But the guy immediately became serious and raised his head. The men were trying to move the boulder and said that this would not work at all, and they were not moving from a dead point and wondered what they should do. Suddenly, Julian came up to them and asked to let them help them, but they said that they could not do this, because if he allowed such an important person to get his hands dirty on such insignificant matters. But the Count's son became more serious and said that there are times when the situation forces you to get your hands dirty, and he cannot allow everyone to suffer because of him. But the escort said that their mission is to accompany him, one of the best students of the academy, to his native land, and they will somehow figure it out, so it is worth just sitting and waiting. But the hero's younger brother began to take off his jacket, and underneath it was a muscular body. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. The princess watched them secretly. For her, he began to look like a pumped-up rabbit. The Count's son began to push the stone with the men, and after counting, ordered them to push with all their might. Then Sarazad came closer and thought that if he was returning from the capital, then it must be Lloyd's younger brother, although he was very different from this trash. The kid tried his best to move the boulder, but then he stopped and walked away, saying that this would not work and that they should dig around the stone with a shovel, and he was immediately asked again. Julian said with a smile that he had seen such a thing and that there was nothing that a shovel could not handle. But then the princess came up to him and said that the idea was good, but it would take a whole day. She reached for the blade and said that she would help them. The hero's brother was dumbfounded when he saw her. A bright spark of romance flashed between them. Sarazad began to take out her blade and thought that she would help him out here and gain an advantage in negotiations with Lloyd. She pulled the blade back, standing in a stance, and with one swing, the woman chopped the boulder into square pieces. The escorts were horrified by such a maneuver, and then the princess abruptly inserted the blade into the sheath. In front of her lay many different pieces of stone. Julian covered himself with embarrassment and thanked her, and then tried to find out who she was. She turned around in all her beauty and, having charmed him to the end, introduced herself and then said that she was staying at the Frontier estate for now. The Count's son immediately became embarrassed and could not take his eyes off her. Emily was walking along a country road, and then an orc was walking towards her, and she was surprised. She called him and was very surprised. The girl said with anxiety that she had not seen him for a long time. But he did not pay attention to her, which surprised her greatly. Kuga pursed his lip and said meaningfully. He turned to the maid and she turned around. The orc came a little closer to her and asked with anxiety if she loved the sergeant. The girl froze at first, and then she smiled softly and said that for her he was the most person in the world. Then the orc with great pain in his heart and sadness called Greg several times. The maid looked at him with incomprehension. The monster himself began to remember fragments of her communication with the sergeant, and then how his relatives laughed at him. The orc lowered his head and said meaningfully, he thought about the fact that this love that initially had no chance, and there was no need to hurt her feelings by saying unnecessary things. He decided to silently leave and she called him while he was leaving. Kuga was lost behind a multitude of sheets. Coming home, Emily exhaled heavily and propped her head up. And then the sergeant told her that with her heavy sighs she plunged the world into universal sadness and asked what had happened. The girl looked at her and asked if a human girl would be considered strange if she said she was in love with an orc warrior. Greg continued drawing with a smile and said that it sounded very crazy, and it was, because if her family found out, they would break her legs. But then it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered Kuga yelling at him. And then with a devilish smile he became alarmed and said that this premature baby. At this time in the Frontier estate, the Count was crying while eating meat and said that he could not stop crying. Wiping his face, he said that he simply could not believe what good people his sons had grown up to be. Lloyd looked at him condescendingly and said that he drank too much, and the princess thought that she could understand his happiness because the eldest son was a good diplomat and the youngest was one of the best graduates in the kingdom. She remembered the words of her father that he asked to show him what she was capable of, and she needed to either seduce him or become a master of the sword and show him something that he could be proud of. Sarazad, looking down, meaningfully kept silent. Then Julian said with a smile that as soon as he received an appointment from the capital, he would try even harder and become someone he could be even more proud of, to which his father said that everything was fine as it was. And then, wiping away his tears, he said that he was simply glad that he got what he wanted, and asked him to return home if it became too hard, because he would be happy if the two of them were just nearby. Then the princess was completely dumbfounded. Tears began to flow down her eyes. She abruptly stood up from the table, which surprised the hero. The girl abruptly headed for the exit and said that she would probably go. Then the protagonist looked at her with disdain and asked when they would return to the negotiations. Sarazad approached the door and told him to forget about it, and then asked if it sounded too indifferent, to which he said that it was indeed so. Julian looked at her with an upset look and meaningfully remained silent. The hero saw him and frowned and wondered what was wrong with his face, and the girl ran all in tears, covering her face. There was a full moon outside and it was cloudy. The designer looked out the window with a terrible look and meaningfully remained silent. The princess with her things was standing at the exit of the estate. Lloyd's face looked like a maniac who was ready to kill, and then his younger brother ran after the woman. The kid began to say something to the woman with anxiety. The protagonist's eyes became more and more creepy. Sarazad's face became confused, and then a question appeared in the reincarnated man's head about what it was. Then, with drooling mouth and red eyes, he thought about the huge and unexpected jackpot he had hit. Julian immediately ran up to Sarazad and asked her where she was going so late at night. He looked at her through her bangs with a timid look and asked if she was going to run away from the estate. The brunette slightly closed her lips. She immediately closed her eyes and turned her head away from the guy's joyful smile and said that she just wanted to take a short walk, to which Julian sighed with relief. He saw her huge backpack and realized that she had taken such a huge bag with her, so he thought that she was leaving. The brunette looked away with displeasure, squinting, and said that her food containers were there. Julian's eyes widened in surprise. Then he widened his eyes with an embarrassed smile and said that if she ate so much at night, she would not sleep well. Sarazad closed her eyes angrily, looking red and saying that she wanted to eat most of it. Or rather, most of the contents were just picnic things, although she knew that her excuses were getting worse and worse. Then the brunette looked at the guy, who said that he was glad to hear it. He immediately smiled widely under the glare of the light and said that with dinner he thought that something was wrong with her and was very worried. The princess looked at him with a trembling look. Then Sarazad, looking red, looked away and said that she was fine now. They stood opposite each other on the path under the moonlight and suggested that she could stay for a couple more days. At this time, the protagonist smiled maliciously, twisting his face out of the window. At this time, Xavier came up behind the gentleman, who was all scared, and paid attention to his face. Then the brown-haired man put his hands in his pocket and coolly looked back at the knight, asking him why he had come. The knight held a pillow in his hands and said that it was time for his lullaby, but Lloyd did not come, so he went to look for him himself. Half asleep Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked him why he was making such a face, watching a beautiful couple in love. The main character asked about the knowledge of their feelings for each other, because he understood this only because he was watching them. The blue-haired guy looked through his bangs and said that it was not worth watching at all to notice this, because he had already seen too many lovers, especially girls, and he felt this loving look on himself many times. The brown-haired man looked at him with disdain when Xavier told him not to say that this had never happened to him, although he was not surprised. Xavier narrowed his eyes at the indignant protagonist and said that no matter how much he envied them, he would not allow them to destroy Mr. Julian's love. Lloyd was indignant that he was considered such a terrible person, although the system agreed with the knight. At this time, the protagonist told the knight to shut up about himself because he appears at the speed of light every time there is a chance to defile him. At this time, Lloyd with a malicious smile began to swing his fist and said that he will be the one to help his brother, and from now on he will be his Cupid. Xavier looked with bewilderment at the intent gaze of the brown-haired man, who was peering out the window because after meeting the queen, he realized something, that thanks to his skills of information about the future which his accomplice showed him, he made too many enemies. He remembered how Alicia, with an arrogant grin, looked at him and said that he would work until his bones were ground to dust, because only in this way could all the inhabitants of the kingdom live in peace. At this time, Julian walked through the gate with Sarazad along the night path of the front garden. Lloyd realized that he would continue to be forced to plow until he threw away a life, and it was time for him to escape, and this couple would be the key to salvation. At this time, the huge Bogdan splashed in the river. In the morning, the sun's rays broke through to the mountain city. At this time, Kuga threw the tool over his shoulder and frowned intently. He saw a sergeant in front of him on the way, who crossed his arms and asked his name. At this time, Kuga with a pick on his shoulder asked Greg not to try to provoke him into a conflict because he had no desire to fight him at all. The sergeant immediately put his hand in the inside pocket of his shirt and began to take something out. He abruptly dropped a paper airplane from his hands. This airplane pierced the forehead of the cold-blooded face of the orc. Greg looked at him arrogantly, pointing with his fingers, and told him to come tonight to the place indicated in the letter because he did not like omissions. Kuga looked at the unfolded letter. This guy immediately furiously squeezed the letter and said that an orc warrior would never refuse a fight that someone else started. At this time, Julian was sitting on a chair under the cover of the night moonlight. His whole head was filled with the princess, who was staring at him with radiance. He looked at her hair, softer than silk, and her eyes, shining brighter than any pearls. At that moment, the brunette lowered her trembling gaze, and he understood that the sadness in her heart was hidden behind a strong spirit. At that time, the protagonist's younger brother lowered his pitiful gaze. At that time, Lloyd himself, with a grin, leaned against his sad brother and asked if this was really called love. Julian, with a pitiful look, looked at his laughing brother and asked how he could do it, as if he read his thoughts. Our hero said that it just seemed to him that this was his case, and he was not mistaken here. At this time, the younger brother looked away with displeasure and a reddened look. Then Julian grimaced, looking at his brother, who addressed him, and realized that it was disgusting. At that moment, Lloyd closed his eyes and smiled widely, because tomorrow he was going to record a lullaby and give it to the lady, Sarazad, and when this happens, she will probably immediately return to his country. The brown-haired man began to wave his hand in front of his brother with a dumbfounded look. Then he began to leave and continued to wave his hand with a surprised look. He had almost closed the door and continued to wave his hand, saying that the princess would return. Julian smiled slightly with a reddened look, lowering his gaze. At the same moment, Greg was inciting his comrades about a duel with the orc and said that when he appeared, he wanted everyone to attack him. Kuga at that time also came with his comrades and said that the meeting was supposed to be one-on-one, but saw that the people chickened out. The sergeant looked back at the orc with a sarcastic and bloodthirsty grin and was glad that they caught him, because they had to resolve the issue of relations between people and orcs once and for all. Lloyd managed to catch Sarazad in the corridor. She, without any doubt, immediately dealt him a bloodthirsty blow to the face with irony and explained that it was a reflex, although he was going to tell her something. Lloyd, with a battered face, lay on the floor and smiled, explaining about his brother, that he was very smart, he would soon receive an appointment in the capital, and this could happen even tomorrow. The brown-haired man, with a dumbfounded look, bulged his eyes and explained that then he would leave this place. Sarazad immediately raised her eyebrows with a pitiful look when they began to slander her about her lover. Under the cover of the light of the night moon, Julian sat in the room and was sad that Sarazad would leave. At the same time, the princess was sitting in her room under the light of the moon and thought that she would never be able to see him again. Lloyd was tapping his finger on the table in anticipation. Julian went down the hallway to find Sarazad, because he did not want such a departure. The brunette at that moment also came out into the hallway with a sad look and had to tell him everything. In anticipation of this meeting, Lloyd sat like a baron on a chair with an arrogant look. At the same moment, Kuga stood in an empty forest clearing. He heard a crunch and looked back intently. The younger brother, with a pitiful look, pressed his hand to his chest and realized that if he did not tell her about his feelings, he would regret it. At that moment, the princess was standing on the other side of the door and felt the same. Kuga looked back and saw Emily smiling happily, and she explained that she came here because her brother asked her to. The sergeant and his comrades immediately began to run out of the forest to attack. The orcs happily wanted to take on this fight. At that moment, the protagonist's parents looked into the corridor in surprise. They saw Sarazad in front of them, sitting on her knees with her hands folded. Emily pressed herself against Kuga's chest, who was in shock. The sergeant smiled happily and was about to snap his fingers, saying that Kuga and Emily would now be a couple that day. All the guys immediately began to throw flowers and rejoice when the brunette pressed herself against the orc. Sarazad pressed herself to the floor, stretching out her arms and bowing so that they would give her youngest son. At that moment, the protagonist held the corn between his fingers and smiled maliciously, because even the queen would not be able to defeat him. It was a huge castle in a mountain gorge under the demonic light of the moon. It was the ancient castle of the dark mage Targas, where Alicia arrived with her knights. She raised her hand in leather armor. Then she pointed it towards the castle and ordered to attack it. A whole army of archers behind her fired glowing arrows with fire. These arrows destroyed the entire fortress with fiery explosions. The magicians from the fortress came out to resist and were shocked by what they found out about them, because they had to protect their master. A whole army of the bloodthirsty queen ran to attack and tore apart ordinary magicians. The roar of a monster with an open mouth was heard. His huge paw with claws destroyed the earth. It was a huge fat monster, similar to a cross between a dragon and a slug. Fiery explosions continued to tear apart all the space, because the appeal to the magicians to use the punishments of the god of flame. This monster began to roar furiously when fire shots were used against it. He began to attack with his claws, destroying the ground all around. Alicia furiously waved her hand behind her back and ordered everyone to retreat and get out of the castle. This monster furiously opened his mouth and roared. The ancient mage's fortress was almost destroyed and was all ablaze when the army surrounded it, and an order was heard for all the commanders to gather and wait for the order of Her Majesty. The knights looked through the destroyed gates at the fortress and realized that they had lost the queen. At this moment, Alicia calmly walked towards the enraged slime monster. She angrily raised her glowing long blade in front of her. She furiously opened her mouth and began to scream. She got into a fighting stance and swung the glowing blade. Alicia struck the ground and powerful bursts of energy followed throughout the land. This monster felt a powerful stream of purple flame on itself and began to roar. Then everything around began to thin out with a green aura from the monster's mouth. Alicia managed to cover her face with a cloak and realized that it was an attack of green poison. She stared through the red cloak and realized that this poison was created by magic. A bright funnel of light enveloped the space, and it made no difference to her that all this time she had been training to resist poisons. Having killed the monster, she followed into the fortress. Approaching the gate, she began to open it. With an angry look, she looked forward. She saw in front of her a huge skull of the monster and the darkest magician on the path. Targa looked at her bloodthirstily, baring his teeth. Alicia looked at him coldly and asked if he was that same dark magician. Targa continued to look at her bloodthirstily through his eyebrows. Then he sadly closed his gaze, lowering it. Alicia looked down on him, her eyes wide, and asked how he dared to start a rebellion against their kingdom, and for that she decided to punish him. And she immediately waved her blade in cold blood and cut off his head. The magician's body immediately fell to his knees. The queen put her sword in its sheath, looking at the murdered body of the magician. Then her glowing silhouette convulsively grabbed her head. She stood on the red carpet and looked at her hand, trying to understand what had just happened. She looked at her hand when one of her eyes turned red. At the same moment, there was a wedding between Julian and Sarazad, who were standing under the patron's crown. The princess smiled tenderly, holding flowers in her hands. Julian looked at her with a smile through his bangs. The blonde looked at her crying husband, who covered his face with his fist. The main character was also happy, while Baron wiped away a tear. The orc and the healthy elf were also rejoicing. However, the main character was rejoicing with a bloodthirsty smile, clapping his hands. Xavier stared at the dark aura and the malicious smile of the gentleman, asking him if he could just go home because he was ruining such a wonderful event. The brown-haired man said that he did nothing, but simply expressed his happiness. The knight continued to stare at him and did not understand at all, because he himself said that this would allow him not to fall into eternal slavery to the queen. Lloyd smiled maliciously, looking away, and asked him to think about it carefully. The registrar raised his hands, and Sarazad kissed her fiancé on the forehead, because he said that now he was important for both countries, although he himself was a citizen of Magentano as well as a relative of Samarkand. At this time, the workers held a white shawl and filmed everything. At this time, the man with the headdress watched the wedding ceremony through the mirror and realized that this meant that he still wanted to get him. The main character bared his teeth with a malicious, bloodthirsty smile and realized that if the queen tried to use her as a slave, he would simply run away to Samarkand and settle down there. Xavier narrowed his gaze, covering himself with his hand from the dark aura of the master, and now he understood everything, and asked him to go home. The main character was surprised that this was all he could say after hearing his grand plan. The brown-haired man sat on a chair, crossed his legs and arms and smiled, because although he still could not defeat the queen, he would gain power by using his relationship with Samarkand as his main trump card. At this time, the head of the sunny country watched the ceremony through the mirror. It was an old man with a thick beard who gave his approval for them to be happy. It was the father of the daughter-in-law, who smiled tenderly at her husband, because this was a place where there was no constant race for success and no father who would put pressure on her. The princess looked back with displeasure at Emily, who stood behind and clapped her hands, expecting that now the daughter-in-law should throw the bouquet with all her might. Sarazad immediately threw the bouquet in a quick movement. This bouquet of flowers flew past the surprised brunette. This fiery bouquet flew with all its might, leaving behind a smoky funnel. The guy's strong hand grabbed this burnt bouquet. Salida sat on a stump and held this burnt bouquet. At this time, the couple in love walked along the path and Lloyd watched them. He saw Sarazad leaving in a white shawl and understood that in the novel she died defending Samarkand from the rebels. Our hero crossed his arms and with a satisfied smile realized that this feeling was quite pleasant, although he would not earn much money from it. Then he looked at the system window in bewilderment. A message from the system that he saved another person from a sad end. He closed his eyes and sighed coldly, because he already knew this and there was no point in saying the obvious. Notifications popped up that the number of saved destinies began to increase sharply. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The counter of saved destinies in the message had already exceeded many thousands. Lloyd's eyes widened. He looked out the window and saw that the number of lives saved was more than 23 million, although he suspected that there would be no more than 100. A message from the system that as a reward for saving so many lives, he would be awarded additional points. Message: if he absorbs more than 50,000 points, a new skill will become available to him that expands the functions of the final spoiler. He mastered the right to use the most powerful gaze in the world. Our hero's eyes widened in bewilderment, frowning. A message from the system that the skill, the most powerful gaze in the world, will allow him to use first-class strength for 30 seconds. While the workers were carrying away the chairs, he stood with a puzzled look and realized that this was too little and little could be done in 30 seconds, because this skill was unlikely to make him the strongest and he would simply be able to use first-class strength. He touched his chin with his hand, bewildered, looking at the system's message, because he doubted that this would happen, while trying to understand if he had to fight the strongest, would he help him? The system responded, in order to use this skill, he would have to refuse the support of the system, which meant that all skills, summons, and finishing spoilers would become unavailable. He immediately twisted his face with heaviness, raising his eyebrows. He asked the system to forget about it, because he would never use it, and the system understood that he did not want to part with it. Lloyd told her that he needed skills, without them everything would be much more difficult. Our hero looked back with a smile at Count Ventura, who greeted him and praised him for his role as a pastor. Ventura, with a smile spreading across his face, closed his eyes and said that he should thank him, because it was thanks to him that Asfahan and Magentano had recently signed a peace treaty, and now they were not only allies, but also fraternal countries. The protagonist replied with a smile that he had no merit in this, because it was the Count who had conducted the negotiations, and especially his younger brother who had married. Ventura pressed his hand to his body and bowed in apology for belittling him and calling Lloyd a real hero. The brown-haired man immediately excitedly stretched out his hands, fingers spread, and asked the Count not to humiliate himself because he was very mercantile and incredibly pathetic. He understood to himself that he did not need to make a saint out of him and attract attention, because he did not want to be a hero or anyone else, because it was enough for him to just be a good person. The Count looked at the excited guy with a spreading smile and said that there was no need to hide his merits so diligently, because the Queen had already guessed everything. The brown-haired man explained that these were just guesses, but the Count noticed this action as modest. The old man with a trembling and animated look pressed his hand to his chest and said that he was probably already understood that the Queen had sent him here also in order to call him to the capital. Lloyd frowned with displeasure and realized that it was time to pretend to be ill. He raised his eyebrows with a pitiful look, looking away. He immediately began to cough convulsively in the sweat of his brow and said that he had been slightly ill lately. He looked at him from under his brows with a sarcastic grin and said that he would need recovery. Ventura looked at him animatedly, said that Alicia wanted to see him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and pretended to be sick, because he remembered that she told him that he only comes when he needs her, but ignored all her requests to see her. At that moment, she haughtily held his chin and called him too selfish. They all rode in a carriage, while the main character frowned with displeasure. Then the brown-haired man with a displeased look walked along with the knight behind the assistant. Then he stood on one knee, clenching his fists and a sullen grin. Alicia at this time sat at her desk and looked at Lloyd, realizing that he came here of his own free will, and even he could not imagine how happy she would be if he ignored her message. She, with a trembling smile, leaning her head on her hand, looked at him and said that she could even invade his estate because of a broken heart. She sat at the table and looked at the bent Lloyd, saying that if she did that, he would immediately run away to Asfahan, and this thought would hurt her even more. She stared at him in amazement and told him not to go beyond the limits of what was permitted and he would have peace. He put his fingers to his chest and without raising his head, said that he would not dare to ignore her request and asked her about her wish. He understood that now she would not pressure him. If he played all the cards and tried to negotiate, he could avoid the fate of a lifelong slave. Alicia got up from the table, put her hands on the table and had to show him something and asked him to follow her. It was a huge palace with gates, protected by guards. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement upon seeing something. The two of them stood and saw the huge bones of a dragon. Alicia stood next to a surprised Lloyd and explained that they had found it in the Dark Mage's hideout and it looked like they were trying to use it for some kind of ritual. The hero understood that it was told in the novel that dragon bones could be used to make various magical items. He began to lick his lips with a sarcastic grin, covering his mouth with his hands and realized that his mouth was watering. Licking his lips, he looked intently at the Queen, who said that if they used the dragon bones, they would be able to show the world the power of the kingdom of Magentano. Alicia looked at him intently, crossing her arms and told him to make a huge garden behind the castle, and in the center to install a statue with dragon bones, because they would create a great monument to Magentano, the kingdom that defeated the dragon. The bloodthirsty protagonist frowned and realized that it was time for him to use his social skills. He immediately bowed to Alicia and thanked her for such an inspiring task, because it was a great honor for him, which the Queen did not immediately understand, because she was used to seeing him differently. The brown-haired man pressed his hand to his chest and bowed his head with his eyes closed, because in order to prove his sincerity to her this time, he would not ask for payment. The red-haired girl looked at him with disdain and asked if there was anything he wanted. Lloyd bowed his body under the rays of the sun and said that as a reward for this task, he asked to give him immunity from hard work for the next 10 years. The queen looked at him with bewilderment, frowning. She, in the image of a bloodthirsty lion, tensed up and asked him to repeat his words. He imagined how he walked with a fan on a rope because his life was hanging by a thread, and he crossed the line a little from such an impudent statement. Lloyd immediately raised his hand convulsively and said that if she thought it was too much, then he asked to give him one bone from the dragon's tail, and they would be even. He looked at her from under his brows with a sarcastic, mocking smile. Alicia immediately hit his impudent head with her fist. Lloyd grabbed his head in bewilderment, getting a bump on his forehead. Alicia looked at him from behind with a lively smile and said that after the blow she suddenly decided to be generous and ordered him to take her bone, but in return he should give her something else. Lloyd opened his mouth in amazement and raised his eyebrows. He immediately bowed before the angry queen and wanted to gladly accept the blows and could even step on him since he received such generosity. The queen was displeased with such low behavior and ordered him to get out of her sight. The brown-haired man crossed his fingers above his head and frowned sullenly, although in his head he was happy because now he knew that an incredible reward awaited him. And at least he did not feel that he was being used because he did not want to work, and he also wanted to receive money just because he wanted to live only for his own pleasure, no matter what the cost. At this time, a disgruntled viscount entered the office with a stack of papers. This mustachioed viscount introduced himself as an expert in the field of garden design named Nort, and further wanted to discuss their work. The viscount leaned his hand on the table opposite the brown-haired man and realized that he was too young to be a master. Nort pursed his lips in displeasure and realized that he was born a simple peasant and worked for over 30 years to slowly master the necessary skills and build a reputation for himself, because the quality of his work was radically different from the abilities of this brat from the nobility. He looked at the angry protagonist with a cold-blooded expression and said that this time he would work with him, but Lloyd was angry. He immediately leaned over the table and said that he was a simple guy who was lucky to be here, but he himself did not have the necessary skills and experience, and he could not even think about working together with him, with such a respected and skilled viscount. Then the brown-haired man raised his gaze above the table and said that he only hoped to learn from him while being around him, because it would be an honor for him to know how bad he was. Nort's eyes widened at this statement. He immediately happily broke into a wide smile and realized that this guy knows a thing or two. The next day, the sun's rays were breaking through the thick clouds. The joyful viscount put a drawing of the entire garden plan on the table. Lloyd started pointing his finger and was excited because it was a very detailed image of such a huge area. Nort continued to tower over the table with a malicious smile and asked about the plan, because he had made it in just a day, and Lloyd considered him a genius. They continued to excitedly discuss this plan when the brown-haired man rose above the table and Nort said that he had done everything himself and the boy was no use. The protagonist picked up on this doubt and said that if he interfered, he would only ruin everything. The brown-haired man watched as the maliciously smiling viscount grabbed all the plans and began to leave, adding that he was starting research, and told the boy to get lost somewhere and not to be seen by him. Our hero watched as the joyful designer went into the forest and was glad that he was a genius. The protagonist immediately turned around and was about to leave too. He started to climb onto the hammock between two trees. He climbed onto the couch and started to smile maliciously, because he had hit an incredible jackpot and he always had to be ready for freebies. He imagined himself clapping his hands bloodthirstily while the viscount danced on the table, because only thanks to such hardworking and competent people like Nort, someone like him could have fun and still earn money. It was already deep night over the huge kingdom. At this time, the guards were guarding the fortress. They were guarding the dragon's bones like that. Through the dragon's skull, blackness was visible in his eyes. Suddenly, a spark of flame lit up in this blackness, and it was Targa who was not going to give up. A huge energy surge of purple aura filled the space and Targa wanted revenge on Queen Alicia. The protagonist stood next to the engineer, who spread his arms over the entire forest space, and said that one only needed to imagine the calm state of nature, because in this very place, where order and beauty are invisible to the eyes. The brown-haired man looked in bewilderment at the inspired Nort, who asked why people were so eager to obtain the power of God. He himself answered that he had the ability to create. The art of creating something from nothing makes them related to God. Lloyd continued to look in bewilderment at the old man, who spoke as if he had built his beautiful garden, but now he himself admired how much he resembled God. He saw the viscount's joyful smile and realized that he really loved his business and considered him a wonderful person. Then the protagonist began to smile maliciously from under his forehead and realized that he would try to earn as much as possible from it. As soon as Nort started to leave, the guy immediately bowed down because the Viscount was going to a meeting with people involved in the construction. But since Lloyd did not know so much, he could not just be there. Brown-haired pretended that he was ashamed and he would work hard on himself to become worthy of being present at this meeting. He saw how the joyful engineer danced, leaving for the forest. He closed his lips with a malicious smile and realized that for any amount of money he would not sit with his hands folded. At this time, all the animals were in a heap and rejoiced. Opposite them stood a huge chipmunk Bogdan. The main character raised his fist and wanted to start playing with them. Brown-haired watched as the chipmunk prepared to confront the hamster. Lloyd extended his index finger and alerted Peepodom, asking him to use a lightning strike. At the same time, he maliciously towered over the chipmunk, who was excitedly preparing for war. Suddenly a knight ran towards them from the side. Xavier ran sweating and with a dissatisfied look. The young gentleman at this time released a cone in the direction of the chipmunk, who returned cold-blooded. Xavier, at this time, ran with all his might along the branches of the trees. Peepodong immediately crashed with all his might into the stomach of his master. All the animals watched as the brown-haired man convulsively knelt and held his stomach. Through the gnashing of teeth, he joyfully raised his hands, and he was very happy because he wanted to get rich without making any effort. At this time, the main character managed to look back and saw how Xavier knelt down. The knight screamed furiously that the queen was here. The brown-haired man looked in horror at the knight's guard. Then he immediately ran to his desk. Then he put a huge stack of papers on the table. Xavier watched indifferently as the brown-haired man held his head and drew blueprints in the forest at the table. Queen Alicia also watched with her army as the brown-haired man angrily held his head and drew blueprints. Then he raised his hand in bewilderment, looking back at the queen, pretending that he only saw her. He immediately fell to his knees and bowed before Alice, expressing his respect to the true owner of these lands. The queen noted that he himself should understand that he was behaving too feignedly. She looked down at him from above, narrowing her eyes, and realized that he had decided to play. The brown-haired man puffed out his cheeks and looked at the queen with displeasure, raising his gaze. The red-haired girl looked at the guy indifferently and asked him if he really considered Viscount Nort an idiot, because rising from a commoner to a Viscount is not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Lloyd pressed his hands to the ground and sweat ran down his face. After all, he realized that Nort had complained about him. He imagined how this old man bowed before his queen's table, wanted to report something to her. He imagined how her statue would be in front of a huge dragon skeleton in the garden and a boat that was made for contemplating this magnificence. He imagined how this boat with visitors rushed along the water, looking at the statue with the dragon bones. The engineer explained that he thought a lot about how all this should be arranged. But due to the difference in water level between the starting and ending point, the boat would move too fast. Alicia, coolly resting her hand on her cheek when she heard that the engineer did not have a solution to this problem at the moment, asked if he was willing to give up on this idea. Nort continued to kneel, closing his eyes, and said that the young man, also known as Lloyd, had proposed a solution. He pictured this boat racing through the water at different levels, explained that they would make a cascading floor in the reservoir and install retractable doors at each step. Then this boat would race between the different water levels, and as soon as the boat entered the step, they would close the retractable door and lower the level, pumping out the water. Then this boat would lower itself to the same level as the water at the next step, and as soon as the level was equal, they would open another door and let the boat through. Then, according to the schedule, this boat would continue to sail without barriers. The engineer continued to kneel in front of Alicia, who was sitting at the table, when he explained that in addition to this problem, he had managed to solve a number of other issues, and thanks to Lloyd's help, he had a low opinion of himself every time. The protagonist put his hand to his chest, bowed his head, because he believed that he was just an ignorant fool, that he was simply speaking his thoughts out loud, and that only a wise man like the Viscount could decide whether it was really important. At that moment, Nort lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that the guy solves problems thanks to his rich knowledge of talent, but attributes all the merits to him. He added that Limit gave up his intention to idle wandering, but receives benefits and puts all his efforts into construction. Alicia looked at how the brown-haired man was kneeling in front of her, as if praying, because the Viscount explained that he would be an example to follow for a competent person. The protagonist continued to be angry and angry, without raising his head, and tried to figure out what to take as an excuse, because Alicia should not brand him a traitor to the kingdom. The red-haired girl looked at the guy's butt and told him to stand up and raise his head before he got it again. The protagonist began to get up discontentedly, looking from under his brows. Alicia looked at him coldly. Then she put her hands on her hips with a smile and said that she was satisfied with his work and told him to continue in the same spirit. The brown-haired man's eyes bulged in surprise through his bangs. He was kneeling and saw how the queen walked away with her knights. The main character, with a sarcastic smile, began to laugh, looking at the knight, and realized that his trick of fooling around had worked. Xavier explained that the gentleman did not understand anything at all in such situations and asked him to continue to do his job in his own spirit. The huge construction of the garden continued without stopping, and it was already winter in the area. The main character at this time played with his animals on the line ground as a game, and also did not rest at all, because he did not know when he would have the opportunity to have fun like this again. Then the flower buds began to open with the arrival of spring. The garden was built with its majestic statues, where there was a huge dragon skeleton and a boat with visitors. It was a huge feast with guests on a green meadow. A whole crowd of people discussed the queen, who sat on her throne, because she really had an incredible aura that distinguishes her from everyone else. At this time, Lloyd greedily ate meat, looking at the old man, who pointed his finger behind his back and said that the kingdom of Magentano was the strongest in the whole world and their country would like to build friendly ties with them. The brown-haired man continued to eat a piece of meat and looked at what was happening with bewilderment, because he knew that the reason why she wanted to make such a huge garden for herself was because she wanted to show the world that Magentano had resources, and he thought that neighboring countries would bow their heads to them. Then he looked in confusion in the other direction. He looked at the knight, who was staring at the cookie and did not want to eat because he did not like it. The blue-haired guy with glowing hair looked at the cookie and thought that Master Lloyd was too unlucky. The protagonist bared his teeth with a sarcastic grin and grabbed the knight by the clothes, and began to explain to him why he suddenly decided to ask for a fight, as if he needed something. Xavier immediately began to justify himself that he did not mean it at all. Lloyd continued to squeeze the collar of the knight, who coolly looked away, and asked him to remember his Cremo and the story with the bridge, because every time there was a banquet after the construction, something incredible happened. Xavier smiled sarcastically, looking at the embittered brown-haired man who was holding him back, and said, if something really happens, then he will only prove his unlucky status again. The protagonist did not like this, because it sounded like something was about to happen. Suddenly, they began to look around in horror. They saw how the huge dragon skull fell off the skeleton, and everything was covered in smoke. Alicia immediately jumped up and frowned. Nort grabbed his head in horror and excitement. Lloyd looked at what was happening in bewilderment and realized that he had tried everything with the help of the simulation mode. The statue should not have fallen. The knight immediately extended his hand in front of the protagonist and asked him to prepare to escape. Xavier frowned through his bangs in anger, and Lloyd was shocked that the knight was the first to raise the issue of escape, although he understood that he should not have made such a face full of fear. They saw how purple light energy began to radiate from the dragon's skull, and no one understood what was happening to the bones. These streams of purple aura began to fly apart in all directions. The energy of the purple glow began to rise deep into the night sky. A huge air funnel with a dark aura began to fill half of the planet. This skull of a huge dragon suddenly came to life with sparkling eyes. There was also a statue of Queen Magentano. This head of the animated dragon began to connect with the rest of the skeleton by aura, because Targar realized that right before they cut off his head, he transferred his soul into these bones. This head of the dragon immediately connected with the spine with the help of light. This dragon immediately came to life and began to spread its wings with aura. It immediately reached out with its bone paw to destroy the statue. Its bone immediately crumbled this monument of the queen. Then this dragon became bloodthirsty and angry, and looking back, he saw in the crowd of frightened children the angry Queen Alicia. He immediately flew towards her to attack. Alicia immediately took out her glowing blade and told everyone to run away if they did not want to die a horrible death, because she realized that this monster had enough mana to darken the skies and only the sword master and those above could stop it. Alicia immediately ran to attack with her blade when she was covered by the shadow of a paw. This bone dragon swung his paw with claws. The queen along with the rest of the guys flew away from such a shock wave. This glowing dragon bowed his head and filled the space with himself, because he was not yet accustomed to the new body and could not move so fast yet. Then he frowned bloodthirsty and understood that it still did not matter, because these people were like ants for him. He saw how the queen with the rest of the people lay in a clearing with destroyed tents and trees. He immediately opened his glowing wings and began to roar loudly throughout the space. Alicia angrily frowned, baring her teeth, and realized that this was not a monster that could be defeated by brute force. Alicia looked back at her comrades and furiously tried to call the protagonist, because she needed to find another way out. The dragon looked at Alicia, while all the other guys, led by the protagonist, tried to escape from the battlefield. At that moment, the dumbfounded queen bulged her eyes in horror. The red-haired queen opened her mouth wide and realized that now the knight Xavier should come to the rescue. At that moment, the protagonist ran away with this knight from the battlefield. The girl again watched what was happening with a dumbfounded look. Lloyd ran with all his might with his knight. They deftly jumped over the table with food. Then they began to run across the clearing again. Further on their way there were bushes, which they awkwardly jumped over. Xavier looked back at the terrifying grinning gentleman with a cold face and said that if they were going to run away like that, he would definitely not get paid for his work. Lloyd was horrified, as if the knight was obsessed with money and only thought about it, because they needed to save lives now and it was definitely not worth chatting about money. The knight looked at the protagonist through his bangs in bewilderment. He immediately decided to stop, spreading his legs wide. He looked back at the protagonist with displeasure and said that if they left everything like that, then in the end their estate would suffer, and therefore he must protect their gold mine. The knight continued to see Lloyd running away from them as fast as he could and said that this dragon had many times more energy than him and therefore asked him to give up and run away. The knight stared at the running Lloyd through his bangs and said that he would stop this thing, even if the price was his life. The brown-haired man bared his teeth angrily, looking back in bewilderment. The enraged dragon was about to release a magical sphere of energy from his mouth. He immediately sent a powerful stream of energy to the field when Alicia tried to escape. There was a powerful explosion, and the girl began to fly away. The dragon began to emit energy from his mouth throughout the entire space. The queen at this time was sitting on the ground as the light beam almost reached her. Xavier ran bloodthirstily to attack with the skill of ejecting an aura, opening his mouth. He managed to stretch his magic blade towards the dragon's energy attack. This stage of energy attacked the skull of the monster. The energy flow stretched across the entire field, while Alicia was shrinking in fear. At this time, the dragon raised his mouth and emitted a surge of energy towards Xavier. The knight deftly reflected the light attacks and flew towards the monster, because even though they were chaotic, he believed that he would die because it was only necessary to hit him with one attack. These shots of energy flew into the night clouds. At this time, the queen swung her glowing sword with a scream. Xavier swung his blade and was going to reflect the energy attack. He succeeded, and he directed this beam of light at the head of the monster, who laughed to himself because he was getting used to this body and now completely controlled it. This dragon opened his huge magical wings. He immediately flapped them and soared into the sky. Xavier, at this time, covered his hand with Alice, and they looked up angrily. This dragon flew over a forest clearing and destroyed everything around, starting a fire. This dragon released a burst of energy and the whole forest burned when the guys tried to escape. At this time, Lloyd bloodthirstily grabbed the chipmunk and was about to release it to attack. A white bird flew in the sky and a seed was thrown to the chipmunk. Bogdan began to eat this seed. He immediately increased in size and began to fall on the dragon from above. Bogdan with all his weight fell on the magical dragon Targa. Bogdan continued to press this monster to the ground and attack. At this time, the knight and Lloyd grabbed Alicia and flew away on the bird while the chipmunk dealt with the dragon. At this time, the dragon looked around while the chipmunk ran away. At this time, the dragon tried to look back while all the guys escaped on the bird. At that moment, Lloyd looked furiously at Jigoming and said that now it was his turn to throw feces. This beast immediately blushed and opened his mouth wide because he understood that he would be ashamed. Podong immediately slapped the bird and told Belle to tell him if she heard him, so he told her to follow his command. With tears in his eyes, Jigoming began to defecate white shots of droppings. The dragon was confused when a whole rain of bird feces fell on him. Confused, the dragon opened his mouth, being in the feces. The dragon immediately opened his mouth bloodthirstily with the energy and purple candle. He immediately became angry and screamed at the sky that he would kill them all. At this time, they all escaped to Jigoming and Alicia asked if Lloyd had a plan. Jigoming flew out of the cloud into outer space. At this time, the dragon also made his way through the clouds and was going to pursue, and Lloyd said that he would give the opportunity to someone much stronger to deal with the dragon. Brown-haired immediately opened his mouth furiously and said that the Dragon King should deal with it. It was a black silhouette of a dragon against the background of glowing flashes of light, because it was the same Dragon King that was mentioned in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood, because he was a sweet and friendly dragon who maintained order among the dragons and loved people. At this time, Targa in the form of a dragon flew after Jigoming and the guys, who understood that a Dragon King like him would not just sit and watch this lizard zombie go crazy, and they remembered that he lived in a place called Gapel. The brown-haired man looked furiously at the queen and asked how far Gapel was from here. The main character immediately turned white and opened his mouth in rage, because it was a day's journey even if you fly at high speed. At this time, a huge dragon opened his mouth and almost slammed Jigoming shut. The white bird managed to return from the bloodthirsty mouth of the dragon. The protagonist bared his teeth in rage and looked back angrily, because despite the size of the dragon, it was rushing like crazy and they would not be able to fly for a day on the tail of such a monster. At this time, Xavier took out his glowing blade and asked if they had a chance to solve the problem if they got to Gapel. Lloyd agreed with this and said that they needed to get there. Xavier immediately sharpened his glowing blade furiously. He directed an explosion of energy aura towards the dragon. At this time, the furious dragon looked at what was happening and realized that the pathetic attack of the humans would not harm him. This energy beam carried away the family of the dragon's magical wing. Jigoming looked back and saw how the dragon's wing began to evaporate. The brown-haired man looked back furiously and was glad that Xavier's attack worked and asked him to continue. These blue rays of attack enveloped the magical dragon, who was indignant at such tricks. The main character immediately extended his hand towards the excited Alicia and asked to borrow her sword. She immediately handed the sword over to him with a dumbfounded look. She watched as he was about to approach Xavier, said that they should hit at the same time from different sides so that the dragon could not return. He held his fiery blade in his hands and furiously twisted his face, screamed an explosion. The dragon opened his mouth in bewilderment. Alicia also watched in shock at what was happening. At this time, Xavier, together with Lloyd, directed their fire attacks towards Targa. The dragon managed to cover himself with his magic wing from the fire attack. Xavier's blue energy beam was also reflected. The guys looked at what was happening bloodthirstily, did not understand why their attack was reflected, as if the monster had only become stronger. The knight looked angrily at the gentleman, who dumbfoundedly bulged his eyes. The knight watched as Alicia grabbed Lloyd, who fell without resistance, and asked him for help. They immediately grabbed Lloyd and were about to throw him out. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror, looking at the monster's open mouth. The queen swung her glowing palm and told Lloyd to follow her instructions and scream. She immediately slapped him on the butt. Xavier held the protagonist by the neck, who stuck out his tongue in horror and screamed. They flew further and further away from the dragon, which was shaking convulsively. Then it began to lag behind, and the guys flew further and further. Alicia, with a malicious smile, smiled and said that Lloyd succeeded thanks to the benefit of his crooked face. The knight continued to hold the protagonist by the neck, who looked on cold-bloodedly with tears in his eyes. The dragon was hovering in the air at this time and realized that it was the one who had rid Magentano of poison and the one who had finished off the herd of mastodons, namely the one who had defeated the Prince of Hell. Targa continued to follow Jigoming and the boys because he realized that he could defeat everyone at once. Alicia continued to spank Lloyd's butt so that he would grimace. Xavier held his cheeks at this time and his eyes were dumbfounded and his tongue was sticking out. A purple veil covered the dragon's eyes, and they could not believe that he had closed his eyes with mana if he was so disgusted to look at his face. Alicia held magic circles near his ear at this time, and Xavier screamed bloodthirstily so that Lloyd would emit screams of hell. The knight held back the malicious grin of the protagonist, who was now simply being mocked. This dragon just flew blindly, with its eyes and ears sealed with magic so as not to see what was happening. They immediately threw off Lloyd's body and realized that he was no longer useful. The brown-haired man bared his teeth bloodthirstily and clenched his fist, because he realized that he was wrong, because his plan to use the Dragon King had completely failed, which meant that they had no other choice but to defeat him now. He also became curious if the dragon had a weakness and if there could be one at all. He frowned and his eyes bulged in surprise. He remembered how Alicia looked at him with a smile and told him to take his bone, but replace it with something else. He frowned and his eyes bulged in realization, because he realized that she really did have a weakness. Jigoming continued to fly above the thick clouds. Targa flew after them. He kept flying with his eyes and ears closed, because he became stronger with time, although he gave up his humanity. This magical dragon kept following Jigoming and the guys because he became a creature that happened to nature itself. He suddenly flapped his wings and almost caught up with the bird. At that time, Lloyd bloodthirstily grabbed the box and told Jigoming to throw out the web. This dragon had already opened his mouth and was about to catch up with the bird. Suddenly, the dragon looked in bewilderment at the splash of web that flew by and said that they could only bother him. He was hovering between the clouds. Why did he open his mouth in bewilderment and not understand where the guys went? At that time, they were flying at him from above. Our hero furiously opened his mouth and screamed that it was the fourth bone from the pelvis. Xavier immediately directed a powerful energy flow towards the dragon. The light beam flew straight into the spine of the bone monster. The light beam caught up with the bone, it began to collapse, because it was made of granite, although artificial, but it was still reinforced by the power of the dragon. This light beam swept along the tail section of the dragon, which wheezed and screamed. Xavier continued to fly into the attack, directing the light beam, because there were two sword masters on their side. Alicia also swung her fire blade and called out to Lloyd. The queen at this time screamed bloodthirstily that the protagonist mentioned that the bone was made from the bone of the imperial whale. The protagonist stretched his hands forward and opened his mouth with rage, apologizing to the queen, because this was a rational saving of materials and labor. Alicia immediately swung her fire blade with anger and realized that it was just in time. She immediately chopped the bone into pieces with one swing of the blade. Our hero immediately clenched his fist with a joyful smile. This dragon started falling down, because its tail was cut off. It was a two-story fortress of the palace. Xavier looked at the main character lying naked on the bed with a relaxed look and said that they were gone for too long, thus answering the question about when he was going to get dressed. The knight put his hands behind his back, when the brown-haired man immediately jumped up with an angry look when he was told that with his face and in such a state, It was as if the synergy of hostility towards him had increased 10 times. Lloyd did not like this because he was even more angry about it. Xavier immediately smiled brightly, closing his eyes, and ironically apologized because in the future he would be more careful with his words. The brown-haired man looked at him with bewilderment, raising his eyebrows when he was told to leave the topic of clothes. The knight stood in front of the bed, putting his hands behind his back, and asked about when Lloyd would address the Count and Countess's mom and dad. The main character almost cried from such an unexpected question, closing his lips. Xavier looked at his comrade with trepidation and said that he himself wanted to call them his parents, but he could not allow himself to do so. Lloyd looked at the knight in surprise, who asked him to address them by their titles if he wanted to. He tried to understand what to do, because they were not his real parents. If he addressed them like that, he would only deceive. The knight put his hands behind his back and sighed heavily, apologizing for becoming too emotional when mentioning the words mom and dad and saying the wrong thing. The main character looked at him intently with one eye and realized that the knight had lost his parents after all. He remembered the photographs of his parents above the candles. Xavier was about to leave as he looked back when he was asked about his parents. Lloyd was sitting on the bed when Xavier stopped at the entrance and asked if he was really interested. The main character looked at the knight with a nonchalant air and said that he agreed that he was really interested in knowing about it. At this time, the dragon continued to fall down with a bloodthirsty roar. He immediately plopped down on the ground and rolled further into the forest. He left a huge footprint in the ground. This dragon began to get up convulsively and realized that he had lost his balance. At this time, the bloodthirsty hamster began to increase in size again and fell on the dragon. Peapodong landed with all his might on the monster's skull. He immediately grabbed it, while the rest of the guys landed on the ground. The main character pulled out a fiery blade in front of him and gained maximum energy. This fiery stream rushed past the dragon into the sky. Xavier, at this time, the bloodthirster aimed his glowing blade. He hit the target right on the dragon, who was screaming. Lloyd also screamed bloodthirstily and attacked with a glowing super discharge. Our hero was kneeling and directing a powerful stream of energy spectrum towards the dragon. Xavier's glowing silhouette angrily bared his teeth. The brown-haired man also extended his hand with the energy spectrum. A notification popped up that the level of the mana heart skill had increased, and its ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead had increased significantly. Alicia, flying from the air with her fire blade to help. She immediately delivered a sharp glowing blow. This energy blade hit the bone directly, destroying it. Targa opened his mouth and screamed furiously in pain. The protagonist angrily bulged his eyes through his fingers and realized that it worked and they would be able to win. A notification from the system that a new skill option had appeared, half human, half dragon. He absorbed a huge amount of dragon mana and its qualities were added to the Heart of Mana. A message that the dragons with whom fate would bring him together would show interest in him. Xavier at this time attacked the dragon with a sword. Alicia also bared her teeth angrily and swung her blade. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. He remembered asking the knight if it was so strange that he would be interested in this. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise, noting that it was so, since he gave the impression of a person who was not interested in others at all. Lloyd slightly opened his mouth, noting that he thought he also did not quite understand the reason for his interest. He added that it was not like he was his friend. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, emitting a red aura as the monster's tail floated in the air. Xavier watched in horror as he screamed the protagonist's name. A strong stream of energy surrounded the forest. The swordsman appeared above the protagonist, taking the blow. Lloyd's eyes widened in horror. Xavier opened his mouth wide, coughing up blood. The swordsman's blow sent trees flying, destroying them. The swordsman flew out of the forest, appearing above the water. He then fell into the water. Peapodong closed his eyes as the huge monster opened its mouth wide. The monster's purple aura grabbed its bony tail. The tail attached itself to the monster's body. Lloyd held out his shaking hand, calling Xavier's name. The protagonist stared in horror as the monster's paw appeared above him. Alicia pulled the protagonist out from under the monster's paw. She looked at the protagonist furiously, telling him to pull himself together and find a way to fix everything, like always. Alicia, her eyes widened, looking angrily at Lloyd. She stated that without him, the kingdom would go and that he should find a way to save Andre, like he saved her. The Count looked at the girl in fear, thinking that he did not know, and Andre's mana completely disappeared in an instant, and he did not have the ability to heal such a thing. A monster's head appeared in front of the guys. Xavier sank deeper and deeper into the water. The swordsman remained motionless in the water, noting that he needed to gather his mana. A small cloud of aura appeared in space. The knight noted that it would expand it and push the poles together. The cloud of aura began to decrease in size. The knight noted that his aura was disappearing, Wondering if this was the end for him, Xavier went deeper and deeper into the water, noting that he had to save him. Alicia threw the protagonist on her back, running away from the monster. The monster's head moved after the boys. The protagonist looked ahead with a mad look, noting that he needed to use CP to see the ending spoiler, and he needed to collect more PR to become stronger. The swordsman continued to go deeper into the water without moving. The Count closed his eyes, noting that he had to save him, and he had to do it. Xavier bared his teeth, clenching them. The protagonist confidently looked ahead, stating that he would do it. Lloyd rested his knee on the queen's back, asking for permission to push off her back. The protagonist jumped off the queen's back, thinking that he would definitely save him. Xavier looked ahead with an enraged look, baring his teeth, after which he stretched out his hand in front of him. The protagonist dove into the water, holding out his hand to the swordsman. He noted that he would save his friend. The swordsman reached out his hand to the protagonist's hand, after which the boys grabbed each other. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking at the knight, mentally telling him to absorb his mana. The swordsman bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. A blue aura emanated from the Count. Xavier began to absorb the protagonist's mana. Alicia stood near the water with a sword when the monster collected the aura near its mouth. Hippo appeared in the air in the form of a ball. He attacked the monster in the head, after which he bounced off it. A red column of energy flew past the queen. A huge explosion occurred from the impact. The boys held hands tightly while Xavier absorbed mana. The knight looked ahead in bewilderment, noting that something was wrong with Master Lloyd's mana. Blue spheres of mana were floating in space. The knight wondered if it was mana at all. The energy sphere moved to the side. Xavier noted that it resembled mana. A bright glow emanated from the energy sphere. The swordsman thought that it was some otherworldly completely different, as if it violated all the rules of this world. Jigoming flew through the air, releasing droppings. The droppings fell right on the monster's body, after which the monster abruptly moved to the side. Jigoming flew away from the monster in horror, chasing after it. Xavier closed his eyes and bared his teeth, noting that he could not control this. Peepodong threw Belle into the air. Belle turned her tail, releasing black smoke. A black cloud of smoke surrounded the monster. Alicia jumped into the air, swinging her sword, after which she seemed to be struck by lightning. The queen looked ahead in fury, noting that for the entire time, the monster flapped its wing, throwing the queen aside. Xavier closed his eyes, losing consciousness. He mentally asked for forgiveness from the one who took the form of Master Lloyd, adding that his mana, he cannot understand it. The knight slightly opened his eyes, mentally asking for forgiveness for leaving him. The protagonist bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. Xavier opened his eyes and mouth wide in fear. An energy clot began to appear in space. Several energy clots appeared in space. The system notified that after Xavier saw his face from hell, he realized that this is all beyond his understanding. Alicia grabbed her eye, falling to the ground. Jigoming flew past, picking up the queen. The system notified that Xavier controls the mana of another world, which he transferred to him, and the body of Xavier ignored some moments of cause and effect. The animals stood wary of each other, despite the monster. The huge monster opened its mouth, gathering energy. The protagonist widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. The system announced that every cell of Xavier's body was now functioning as Mana's heart. Spherical clots of energy began to appear in space. Huge white wings appeared behind the knight. The monster watched what was happening in bewilderment. Xavier rose to the shore, holding the protagonist in his arms. The protagonist lay in the knight's arms as water flowed out of his mouth. The monster stood motionless in front of the swordsman, noting that he had not even noticed it, but it suddenly appeared in front of him. Xavier threw the protagonist to the ground, after which he took out his weapon, moving his hand to the side. The monster watched the knight intently. Cutting blows began to appear on the monster's body. Xavier dealt many cutting blows to the monster's body, after which the monster evaporated into thin air. Pieces of the monster began to fall in front of the guys. The protagonist looked at the swordsman in surprise and noted that he had succeeded. Xavier radiated a rainbow aura with a serious look. The protagonist noted that he had become the strongest person mentioned in the novel, the Knight of Iron and Blood, the Supreme Master. The swordsman looked back at the protagonist when he called out to him. The guys were standing in front of the collapsed body of the monster. The protagonist looked at the knight with a slight grin, saying that from now on he would be at the head of all the showdowns. Lloyd mentally thanked the swordsman for surviving. Xavier bared his teeth in irritation, looking at the master, after which he grinned slightly, thinking that he could tell him the same thing. The animals rushed into the arms of the protagonist. The protagonist bowed before the queen when she approached them. Lloyd looked at the system window in surprise. A system notification appeared about the number of lives he saved, which was 31,145,782. Lloyd asked that if this zombie lizard had survived, it would have killed more than 10 million. The system announced that this was not true and the number of lives that this monster would have taken was lower than this number. The protagonist asked why he got so many points then, and that this was a bonus. The system announced that he assumed that among those lives he saved, there was one who started her own business. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. The system announced that the jobs that appeared thanks to this man's business saved a family that was dying of hunger when a child from this family grew up. He saved someone who fell into the water, and this someone turned out to be a doctor who created an incredible cure. The protagonist looked at the system window with a serious look. The system notified that all events that led to his actions were taken into account. That is why he received additional points. The life he saves affects not only this one life. The protagonist smirked slightly, thinking that if 1 DP could be converted into 1,000 gold coins, he would be the happiest person. The system notified him to forget about it. Xavier looked at the master, calling out to him. The knight stared at the protagonist, saying that he heard that the bone dragon did not die, asking if they should do something about it. The remains of the monster began to move. Xavier noted that it was already starting to move, asking if he should deal with it. Lloyd said that he should not. A system window appeared. Domination over the evil, level 2. The protagonist smirked maliciously, saying that he should quickly rise again. A system window appeared, who he can control, such as zombie monsters, ghosts. Lloyd smiled maliciously, emitting a red aura from his eye. He said that he was full of ideas where he could use his help. A system window appeared, who he can control, in which bone dragons appeared. A huge monster began to gather in front of the guys. The main character looked at the monster with a serious look. A red aura began to surround the monster. The system announced that the parasitic soul inside the dragon's bone had refused to submit to the evil's control, asking if he would like to cleanse the parasitic soul. Lloyd smiled maliciously, saying that of course he would. A red stream of energy appeared in front of the protagonist. The system announced that his mind had been transferred to the dragon's skull, and he must defeat the king of black magic, Targa, and take possession of the dragon's skeleton. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the system window, noting that he had transferred the soul to the dragon's bones right before the queen killed him. The protagonist looked behind him. Targa was sitting on his lap not far from the brown-haired man. The black mage bared his teeth. System windows appeared with Targa's characteristics. The protagonist noted that there was too much information, and he was not at all interested in it. The black mage slightly opened his mouth, starting to speak. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The man pressed his palms to the floor, saying that since childhood, his mana was cursed and the people of their village constantly offended and called him and his family names. Tears flowed from the eyes of the black mage. He said that his mother called him a demon. The protagonist frowned in bewilderment, looking at the man. Targa said that she said that he ruined her life and that he was her greatest disappointment in life, but he still loved her, and then one day the villagers. The man raised his head when the protagonist called out to him. Lloyd looked at the black mage with a soulless gaze, asking what of it. Then he struck the black mage. From the blow, Targa's body dissolved into thin air. The system announced that he had managed to cleanse the parasitic soul. The protagonist stood in front of the guys unconscious. A blue aura began to emanate from the monster. The system announced that the bone dragon was now under the control of the evil spirit. The protagonist's spirit hovered next to him. Then it flew into his nose. The dragon bowed its head towards the protagonist. The system announced that he should greet the bone dragon, who had received a new self, and the words it would say to him would determine his relationship with it. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he was his father. The dragon opened its mouth, collecting magical energy. Xavier covered the boys with his wing. Lloyd wondered why he had failed to rein it in. The dragon shot a magical sphere into the air. A blue heart appeared in the sky from the aura. The dragon looked at the protagonist happily, calling him daddy. The protagonist grinned contentedly as the boys watched in bewilderment. Lloyd extended his hand to the dragon. He placed his palm on the monster's head, saying that he would give it a name. The monster looked intently at its father. The protagonist said that he had nothing of the cursed entity zombie in him, and that he was someone even dragons respected. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying that he would be Yang. The boys looked at what was happening in horror, thinking that this sucked. The system announced that this sucked. The protagonist told everyone to shut up, adding that it was not his fault that natural sciences were easier for him. The system announced that he should not dare to humiliate natural science students. The protagonist and the animals began to hug Yang. Lloyd noted that this was his precious child, and now he could destroy any mountain in the blink of an eye, and he was his dear Yang, a real treasure, his most powerful machine. Alicia watched the protagonist in bewilderment. Then she turned her gaze to the swordsman, noting that he had probably reached the highest level and become a supreme master, a legendary state that could only be compared to the gods. The main character continued to hug his child. Alicia noted that Yang, and what a lame name that was a force capable of destroying an entire nation. The queen squinted at the protagonist. The brown-haired man smiled contentedly and gave her a thumbs up. Alicia noted that Lloyd, a man who could destroy the entire world in one morning, was now out of her control. The red-haired girl looked away with a sad look. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Alicia came out to her people, saying that with her hasty actions she had made the entire nation worry, and she took full responsibility for what she had done. The queen placed her hand on the glass sphere, noting that the reason why a great catastrophe had been avoided. The queen looked down, saying that she was imprisoned, and then suddenly fell silent. The main character shook his head from side to side. He looked at the queen with a pitiful look, folding his hands in front of him. Alicia smirked slightly, noting that the most powerful man on earth, a man with a dream of getting rich and living quietly on the outskirts, an insanely annoying person, adding that let him have it. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide, saying that it was all thanks to Lloyd Frontera. The protagonist looked at the queen in confusion. Alicia stuck out her tongue, showing it to the protagonist. The protagonist smirked in confusion. A full moon was visible in the night sky. The protagonist smiled widely. He stated that the queen promised to pay him 2 billion gold for the restoration work, and he felt like he could jump on a dragon and fly. Xavier sat across from the protagonist, crossing his legs. He asked that he had forgotten that they almost all died. Lloyd said that the key word was almost, and everyone was alive, no one died, and that was all that mattered. The swordsman looked at the master with narrowed eyes. The master said that now he can afford even more than just having fun all day, and now he can live like an emperor. Xavier remembered the protagonist's mana. Lloyd looked at the swordsman in confusion. The knight asked that he was some kind of lord. The protagonist looked at Xavier furiously. The knight added that he doubted it, and if he were him, he would definitely not make such a face. The protagonist asked that he should send him to hell. Xavier looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He asked where the real Lloyd Frontera was and that he was dead. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in confusion. He lowered his head, saying that he did not know. Lloyd looked away with an awkward grin, saying that when he woke up, he was already in his body. Xavier looked at the guy in surprise, asking that he had no intention of stealing Lloyd Frontera's body. The protagonist said that there was none, after which the swordsman lay down on the couch, closing his eyes. He said that then okay, and now let him sing him a lullaby. The brown-haired guy asked what it was all about, and he believed his words. The blue-haired guy slightly opened his mouth, noting that when he lies, he always makes such a shameless face that it is infuriating, and when he tells the truth, he immediately becomes so vulnerable. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, after which the guys turned their attention to the door they knocked on. Lloyd said that it was open. A bearded man opened the door. The protagonist asked who he was, that he just walked in there. Xavier looked at the man warily, saying that he did not feel his mana at all and he was not alive. The bearded man looked at the guys with a serious look. He said that he was the dragon Antiques, and to be precise, the messenger of Antiques, the true soul of the dragon he had defeated. The protagonist looked at the dragon's soul with a serious look, asking why it had come to them. Antiques asked that he was not even surprised. Lloyd asked what was surprising about that. Antiques noted that he had just said that he was a dragon, adding that he should not worry about it. The dragon's soul looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that in the name of the great dragon, he ordered him, Lloyd Frontera, to follow him to hell and save the true soul of Antiques. The protagonist lay down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. He said that he did not want to, wishing him well. Antiques let tears fall from his eyes, grabbing the blanket. He said that he should not be like that, asking if he could help him. The protagonist asked why he was so stubborn, noting that he was not going to help him. The dragon's soul looked at the protagonist with a pleading look. He said that if he saved his soul, he would include him in the membership of the Dragon King. The brown-haired man slightly rose from the bed, asking that he was serious. The master looked back at the dragon's soul with a malicious grin, saying that he knew how to bargain and that he would listen to what benefits such a membership provides. The men were pulling fallen trees out of the water channel. 5 hours ago, the fighter shouted at the soldiers to increase the speed of restoring the channel, and they would send a separate group to sort out the fallen forest. The workers were dragging a huge tree on their shoulders. The fighter pointed to the side with a menacing look, shouting for them to take it in 1, 2. The protagonist sprawled on a chair, sipping a drink. The queen appeared next to him. Lloyd looked at the girl in fear, saying that he was burned. He thought he was just lying down to rest for a while. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with bewilderment, who was sipping his drink. He told the knight that he was supposed to be on guard, asking what kind of a high master he was if he couldn't even notice a man with his head in his glass, noting how awkward it was. The queen closed her eyes and smirked slightly. The protagonist bowed before the queen. Alicia said that he was the boss and it wasn't his job to carry heavy things. The master noted that this was true and he was just sorting out his thoughts. The red-haired girl asked why he said that he was burned. The queen looked back at the knight in armor, telling him to leave it. The protagonist stood with his hands on the ground, legs spread apart. Alicia told him to come closer as she had something to say and would have to whisper. Her Majesty stared at the protagonist. The protagonist wiggled his buttocks. The red-haired girl imagined herself slapping the protagonist's buttocks. Her Majesty squeezed her hand, noting that it was a sensational feeling. The queen closed her eyes, thinking that she should forget about it. If she became his enemy, then her kingdom would go. Alicia slapped the protagonist on the buttocks, thinking that she could not spank his buttocks just because she was a queen. After which the red-haired girl looked at her hand in shock. She noted that she wanted to spank him so much that she did it without realizing it. Lloyd continued to move his buttocks. He lowered his head to the ground, telling Her Highness that if he dared to insult her in any way, he would gladly accept the punishment. I looked at the protagonist in surprise. Xavier looked at the protagonist with disgust. He asked the master that he would gladly allow himself to be spanked, adding that he knew he was a pervert. The master said that it was a form of speech and that he should not say something that was not there. The system asked what the students of natural sciences used a form of speech. The master noted that the students of natural sciences knew this too. The queen leaned towards the master, asking where he had put the bone dragon, noting that if anyone saw it, there might be panic. Lloyd said that he had thought of this and ordered that it be sent to distant lands where no man had ever set foot. Her Highness looked at the protagonist with a serious look. She noted that he listened to him like a dog and was on his side, and the High Master and the Bone Dragon asked if he had ever thought about what kind of forces in this world were behind him. Her Highness's gaze was directed at the protagonist's buttocks. The protagonist said that he understood her concern. The brown-haired man continued to stand, bowing before Her Highness. He noted that this power was needed to maintain peace and stability, and it would be madness to try to use it for his own benefit. The queen's gaze remained on the master's buttocks. Lloyd said that he only obeyed her and was her subject forever. The queen slightly opened her mouth, after which she grinned contentedly, thanking the protagonist. The brown-haired man stood with his buttocks raised up, thanking the queen for her beautiful words. White clouds floated over the castle. Alicia walked along the corridor, thinking that the force that controls another force. She smiled slightly, noting that he was stronger than he seemed. A terrible pain pierced the queen, after which she collapsed to the ground. Alicia grabbed her eye, which turned red, noting that the poison with which she was poisoned in the target castle, she cannot cleanse herself. A system window appeared, the number of lives that he saved, which began to subside. The protagonist looked at the window in bewilderment, wondering what was happening and why the numbers began to fall. A system notification appeared showing the number of lives he had saved, which was 18,124,392. The protagonist widened his eyes, wondering what in the life he had saved was dying and over 10 million would die. Lloyd thought that the dragon was not originally in the novel either. The master looked at the system window in fear, noting that this meant that unexpected and dangerous situations would continue to occur. The queen was lying on the bed, bent over. She widened her eyes, clutching her face with her hand. Alicia thought that Lloyd was a dangerous person and needed to be killed immediately, as he would hunt her. The red-haired girl opened her mouth, saying that Lloyd was not that kind of person. She thought that he needed to be killed first. The queen grabbed her blade, after which she stood on the floor. Her Highness walked down the hallway with an enraged look, holding the blade in her hands. Antiques was kneeling opposite the protagonist. He said that his life ended like that, but the King of Hell captured his soul because his heart reminded him of a dragon, he thought. The protagonist extended his hand in front of the dragon's soul, saying that he was not interested in his story at all. The dragon said that he needed to motivate him somehow. The master noted that he could not be motivated by his story, only by the conditions he would offer him. Xavier crossed his arms over his chest, looking towards the door. The young master asked what goodies he would get. Antique said that if he had a membership in the Dragon King. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. The dragon said that he would have a share in the Dragon King's wealth, which was almost endless. The young master said that it sounded good, asking what else. The queen approached the protagonist's door as a red aura emanated from her blade. Antiques looked at the young master with a serious look, telling him not to waste such an opportunity, and he would also get another life and be able to resurrect if he died. The master looked at the dragon's soul in surprise. Xavier slowly began to pull his sword out of its sheath. Alicia's eyes were wide and filled with blood. Lloyd said that it was not bad and that was exactly what he needed, asking how he would know if he was telling the truth. Antique said that he was a dragon and could not lie. Xavier looked away warily. Lloyd said that was fine then and that he should go and seek help from someone else. The dragon's soul asked what he had to do to make him believe him. The swordsman abruptly opened the door. He looked out of the room holding the blade in his hands. The young master looked at the swordsman in bewilderment, asking if something was wrong. Xavier noted that it was nothing special and that he had apparently just become too sensitive. The master said that it was unacceptable for a supreme master. Alicia hid behind the wall, leaning against the statue. She looked down in fear, wondering what was going on and what she was thinking. The main character smiled wickedly, pointing his finger at the dragon's soul. He asked how he could do that, noting that he would give him some magic that would guarantee his escape from hell, and would also take a soul oath, which would say that his soul would be forgotten forever and ever if he did not keep his promise. Antiques looked at the master in shock, asking how he knew about the soul oath, noting that only dragons knew about them. The main character asked if it mattered now and whether he agreed or not, adding that if he thought about it for too long, he would just go to sleep. The dragon's soul said that he agreed. Enrollment closed his eyes and extended his palm. He looked at the main character with a serious look, raising his hand. Enrollment swore that if he did not keep his promise, his soul would be forgotten forever and ever. The main character asked what was that all about. The dragon's soul noted that this spell had no special effects. Enrollment stared at the protagonist. The protagonist said that it had bothered him from the beginning, asking that his hair and beard were actually tentacles and why they kept moving when there was no wind. The dragon's soul said that it was because he was a dragon. Lloyd asked what that had to do with his hair and beard moving. Enrollment drew a black marker on the protagonist's hand. He said that this was a spell to save him. He must put his hands together and shout the commandment of time and space, a spell to break the seal and show him the way, adding that if he did this for him, the gates to this world would open. Lloyd noted that he did not hear any power in this spell. The master looked at his palm curiously. The dragon said that when he cast the spell, he should imagine someone he knows well and the gate will open next to that person. The main character smiled widely, saying that it was awesome. The young master smiled widely, throwing his shovel over his shoulder, asking that they go to hell to get him an extra life. Lloyd told the swordsman that it was time to go. Enrollment opened a blue portal. Xavier looked at the master in confusion. He narrowed his eyes, noting that this was still hell, asking that he didn't think that he should have at least asked his opinion. The main character frowned in confusion, looking at the swordsman, asking what he had come up with, noting that he always goes where he tells him to. The main character jumped into the portal, telling Xavier that it was time to move on. The swordsman looked ahead in irritation, thinking that he increasingly felt like he was underpaid for his work. At that moment, a siren rang in all corners of hell, alerting the demons of an intrusion. The demon was holding a cell phone in his hands, which had an urgent message. The guys flew out of the portal, falling to the ground. The man who dared to enter hell, the demons, were already aware of what happened between this man and the Prince of Hell. The demons looked up in bewilderment. The author noted that they had only one thing in their thoughts. Lloyd was flying down with a serious expression on his face. The author noted that the great singer of hell had come to give a concert. A small blue soul ran through hell. The soul looked ahead with a worried expression on its face, after which the soul collided with the demon's leg. The evil spirit smiled maliciously, noting that they seemed to have an escaped soul. The demons looked at the soul with malicious expressions on their faces, lifting it up. The evil spirit asked how he dared to go against the system to escape. The tempter looked ahead with a mad expression, saying that he would chew him up, and then marinate him in sauce for a day, and then he would become sweet and sour pork. The demon widened his eyes, pressing his lips together. The soul closed his eyes, mentally asking for salvation, adding that he was scared. The protagonist's leg appeared in front of the devil's. The young master looked at the demon with a terrifying expression, telling him to answer his questions. The soul looked at the protagonist in fear, wondering what this was, noting that it was so scary. The devil, with an angry expression on his face, looked at the protagonist, saying that even if he was a great singer, he was still a mere mortal. The master hit the tempter with a shovel, after which he collapsed to the ground, folding his arms across his chest. The demon glared at the master, asking how he could attack him so suddenly, noting that he had broken his friend's jaw and he should apologize to him. The devil looked behind him, where the swordsman stood. Xavier asked what his friend was bothering him about now. Xavier looked at the demon with a cold gaze, saying what a good-natured demon he was. The devil's eyes widened. He turned to the swordsman, asking what he knew about him, adding that he should stop talking nonsense, because in reality, he was very cold-blooded and evil. The knight said that he was a good demon. The blue-haired boy glared at the devil, saying that his mother must have raised him with love. The demon looked at the knight, dumbfounded. Xavier slightly opened his mouth, saying that he would guess, asking what his mother had said, something about becoming a great demon that looked after everyone. The evil spirit bared its fangs. The swordsman said that she must have hugged him every day and told him that he was a sweet child who loved others. Tears began to flow from the devil's eyes. Xavier said that her words must have been a blessing to him, and they raised his confidence, and he must have grown up to be a good-natured demon since he was raised by such a good mother. The demon began to wipe the tears from his eyes, saying that it was not so. Xavier stood in front of the sobbing demon. The knight said that these feelings were also a part of him, and he should try to protect his emotions, asking what his mother said when he got angry. The demon said that his mother did not say such a thing. The swordsman squinted at the demon, saying that he hoped it would be kind to his mother. The protagonist watched in bewilderment, his eyes wide. The evil spirit swung his fist at the boy, telling him to take his words back right now. The protagonist watched in shock as the demon lightly hit Xavier in the chest. The devil said how cruel he was. Lloyd noted that perhaps he had overdone it a bit. Xavier asked in what sense. The protagonist said that he really was a master at breaking demons. The evil spirit rose slightly, clutching his head. The young master said that even so, there were still boundaries that should not be crossed. The demon asked what just happened. The protagonist hit the demon in the face again. The demon pressed himself against the knight's chest, continuing to sob. The protagonist mercilessly beat the evil spirit with a shovel. Red lava flowed onto the rocks. The tempter said that his mother, she told him that she was happy about his birth and said that he was her happiness. The beaten devil sat on his knees, looking at the protagonist. He said that he can ask whatever he wants and he will answer all his questions. The master threw the shovel over his shoulder, looking at the demon with disdain. He said that, apparently, he is finally ready to answer. The evil spirit noted that he did not even give him a chance to answer. The young master asked if he would answer if he did not beat him up. The evil one noted that he would not answer, after which he grinned maliciously, thinking that this man was acting in an unexpected way, as if all this meant nothing, and he was really starting to respect him. The main character picked up the demon's cell phone, asking what it was and that by any chance it was not a smartphone. The evil one sat on his knees in front of the protagonist, saying that it was a spirit phone. Lloyd asked why this phone was sending strange responses. The protagonist was holding a spirit phone, which showed a search for a quarter of hell. The devil said that the spirit phone did not have a search function, and he would not be able to find anything in the O, and even if he did, 40% of the information would be a lie. The young gentleman squinted at the mobile phone, saying that if 40% of the total amount was true, then this network was already much better than the human world. The demon asked that he realized that he was lying. Lloyd noted that demons were simply stuffed with lies. The young gentleman with a terrifying expression ate the devil's castle of the king of hell. The guys were sitting on their backs, jigoming, flying through hell. The evil one looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, noting that he said that the castle was in the west, asking why he was going to the east. The protagonist noted that this was because he lied, calling him a little bastard. The tempter grinned contentedly, blushing slightly. The protagonist noted that he was happy that he was scolding him. Lloyd looked at the demon with displeasure, saying that if he told him everything he knew about the king of hell, he would indulge him with choice obscenities as soon as they reached the castle. The devil said that it sounded tempting. Jigoming flew over the ground, where there was hot lava. The evil spirit noted that he was a man, asking how he could withstand the high temperatures of hell. The protagonist said that he was a shameless bastard, noting that he was asking the questions. The demon said that he even felt a little offended. A system notification appeared. The effect of the title experienced in wearing pants in Western countries is activated. 100% protection against dehydration in the hottest areas. The guys flew up to a huge skull. The protagonist asked that this is the castle of hell. The demon said that it was not so. The protagonist noted that it was great, and they were there. Jigoming landed on the ground. The guys got off the huge bird. The main character told the swordsman that it was time for them to fight the king of hell. The brown-haired man looked behind him when the demon called out to him. The tempter pointed a finger at himself, noting that he said that he would indulge him with some choice obscenities as soon as they arrived at the place. The main character looked at the devil with a furious look, saying that he didn't give a damn and for him to disappear from sight. The evil spirit looked at the main character in shock, after which he smiled happily, saying that he was literally starting to fall in love. Another demon grinned slightly, waving his hand at the swordsman. The knight smiled slightly at the demon goodbye. The guys approached the huge skull. The devils looked angrily to the side. The evil spirit asked what it was. The boys walked along the corridor of the building. The demon noted that not only did they come to hell themselves, but they also acted so confidently, asking that they had completely lost their minds. The main character looked at the demon with a furious expression on his face. The devil said that he was so scared. The protagonist looked at the evil spirit with a mad expression on his face. The young gentleman walked with a crazy smile, saying that hell turns out to be so easy. Xavier noted that he should be careful because they do not know what awaits them ahead. A demon on a horse appeared on the boy's way. He said that he was the captain of the guard of the King of Hell's office, the general of the 2nd Brigade of Helliximus, asking how dare he stand in his way of the mission. Xavier took out his blade and began to beat Helliximus. The protagonist noted that this was a series of careful blows. The young gentleman opened the huge doors, after which he looked ahead with a serious look. The King of Hell was sitting at the table with papers. The protagonist noted that he knew it. Halcaros looked ahead with an irritated expression, clutching his head. Lloyd noted that it was not a dream, what he saw for a short moment in the flames, and now he was sure of it. Lloyd bowed before the King of Hell, saying that he was Lloyd Frontera, a mortal, and paid his respects to the King of Hell. Halcaros slightly opened his mouth, asking why, of all the possible moments, he chose this one to appear, adding that he would not disturb him as he was busy. The protagonist licked his lips with his tongue. He looked at the King of Hell with a confident smile, asking that he would like to get rid of the work. The King of Hell's hand stopped, after which he looked at the protagonist, asking why ask obvious things. The young gentleman grinned sarcastically, saying that because he could help him solve this issue. The protagonist presented an image of a spirit phone. He noted that he would provide some information that he managed to learn thanks to the spirit phone. Halkaros was sitting at the table, sorting through papers. The protagonist noted 670,000 years, the number of years that the King of Hell had worked without a single break. Lloyd presented an image of an old man, noting that the previous King of Hell had worked without a break for 3.5 billion years, eventually becoming depressed and killing himself. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, noting that the current King of Hell knew that he would end up the same way as his predecessor. Carl looked at the young gentleman with a serious look, after which he closed his eyes and took off his glasses. The King of Hell folded his hands in front of him, asking how he could allow him to live a life where he would have free time. The young master smirked slightly, noting that it was a trade secret. Halkaros narrowed his eyes. He looked at the young master with annoyance, asking how he dared to bargain with the King of Hell, adding that he knew he was crazy, but he was going too far. The master pressed his palm to his chest, looking at the King of Hell with a smirk. He said that he could quarter him right now if he didn't like him so much. After which the brown-haired man smiled maliciously, saying that he should continue working for the next 3.5 billion years. The man looked at the guy in shock. The protagonist smirked maliciously. Xavier looked at the King of Hell warily. The protagonist noted that there was no guarantee that Xavier would be able to protect him here, because they were against the King of Hell and something that had an incomprehensible reserve of power. Lloyd added that there was some information he was counting on. The master recalled seeing the news with the demon in the spirit phone. He noted that the spirit phone was full of content where the King of Hell was cursed and the King of Hell ignored the laws and passed sentences at will, but there was no evidence of this, which meant the brown-haired man looked at the man with a frown, noting that the King of Hell is actually someone who strictly follows the law. Halkaros looked at the guys with a frightening look. The protagonist noted that he was willing to bet that he was an honest and decent worker. The King of Hell slightly opened his mouth, calling the protagonist by the name of Kim Suho. Xavier looked at Halkaros with curiosity. The protagonist frowned in confusion. The man looked at the protagonist with a serious look, asking what he wanted. The main character smiled maliciously, thinking that he had an advantage over him. The one who was more desperate, he lost. The brown-haired man bowed down in front of the man, saying that the soul of antiques, which he holds there, he wishes to release it. The man snapped his fingers. A glass ball appeared in the air, in which a dragon was imprisoned. Halkaros asked what he was talking about it, noting that he was holding it here purely for his own pleasure and was of no value to him. Halkaros looked at the young master with irritation, asking that now that he had shown what he desired, was it time for me to answer his question and how he would help him get out of work. The brown-haired man smiled confidently, saying that he would build a fast road. There was a huge amount of paperwork in the office. The main character thought that although all this paperwork was a problem, the King of Hell had a more serious problem. The main character imagined demons who transported souls in carts. He noted that after the King of Hell's judgment, the souls are delivered to the resurrection gate, and the demons transport the souls in carts. Lloyd imagined the road in front of the demons being destroyed by lava. He noted that due to the extreme climate of Hell, the road constantly changes direction and the demons are too stupid to find the way themselves. Halkaros clutched his head while sitting in front of the map. The master noted that in the end, the King of Hell has to make a new path in real time, and this is the main reason why he cannot quit his job. He added that if they build a fast path for transporting souls, they will greatly reduce the workload of the King of Hell. The guys stood in front of Halkaros. Lloyd noted that for just Antiques' soul, he can free himself from work and relax. The King of Hell closed his eyes and put his glasses back on, after which he began to draw on the paper with a pen, saying that he will prepare a contract and he must implement his idea. The brown-haired man smiled maliciously, clenching his hand into a fist. He thought that this was great and the membership of the Dragon King was waiting for him. The King of Hell raised the papers with his power, saying that he spent a whole minute talking to him, and if the resurrection of microorganisms and bacteria is delayed for the existence of many living organisms. The papers flew up to the young master. Halkaros said that he did not have time to supply him with labor and materials, and the demons that wanted to work were already busy transporting souls, and he could do whatever he wanted with those who remained. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that he knew how to delegate responsibilities and he would only need one announcement from him on the spirit phone and the issue was resolved. Hot lava flowed down the rock. The guys were teleported to the hovering rock in the air. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, saying that the power of the King of Hell was really something incredible, and he was able to transport them with a snap of his finger. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. A huge black ball was hovering in front of them. The protagonist noted that this was the resurrection gate, and it looked like a black hole. Souls were sucked into the resurrection gate. The young master looked towards Xavier in surprise. The swordsman asked that his name was Kim Suho. The swordsman narrowed his gaze, adding that although it did not matter what his name was, adding that he should tell him his plan. The young master raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the knight. He thought that he already knew that he was not Lloyd Frontera, and it was difficult to say what was in his head. The boys stood with their backs to the hot lava. The master said that as he had just explained to the king of hell, they would build a road out of cast iron. Xavier asked if cast iron could withstand lava. The master grinned maliciously, saying that if he did not know, he would not offer. The devil was holding a phone in his hand when he received a notification. It said that there would be a concert of the great singer of hell, the place was the end of the world, the time was in 5 hours. The devils began to smile madly. The tempter said that he was really organizing a concert and how great it was. The demons began to walk towards the place where the concert was taking place. The devil said that he could not believe that he would be able to hear the singer he had heard so much about live. The demon told them to walk faster. The evil one added that his heart was beating like crazy. The demons walked along the road. They noted that if he dared to sing out of tune or not hit the rhythm. The devils smiled maliciously, noting that they would throw eggs at him because he must be better than them. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the demons with a terrifying look. The tempters shouted for him to sing for them. They raised their hands up, clapping their hands. The protagonist began to spread his arms out to the sides. Then he took a step forward. Lloyd pressed his palm to his chest, slightly opening his mouth. The devils smiled madly, continuing to shout for him to sing for them. The protagonist looked at the evil spirits with disdain, saying that he would not sing. The devils looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. They began to raise their fists up, saying that they had come all this way just to hear him sing, asking why he did not sing. The young master looked at the demons furiously, noting that because he did not want to call them idiots. The demons looked angrily at the protagonist. They said that their blood pressure had risen and that they wanted to kill him. The devils began to wave their fists, shouting for him to keep his promise. The master looked at the knight, declaring that it was his turn. The knight walked to the edge of the cliff, asking that they considered promises to be kept. The demon shouted that of course a promise must be kept. In hell, black clouds floated above the earth. The demon shouted that he was right and he must keep his promise. Xavier looked at the demons with a furious look, asking that they must all have been taught manners at home. Tears appeared in the eyes of the devils. They began to raise their hands up, saying that they were taking back their words and that he should not keep his promises, and now they did not know what to do. The protagonist laughed maliciously, pointing a finger at the demons. He said that they were idiots and very easy to fool. After which the devils bared their fangs, saying that they could not do this anymore and they had to catch him. Lloyd began to jump from side to side, saying that let them catch him if they could. The demons said that this pissed them off and that someone should do something to him. Lloyd thought that he would let them be angry and crazy, and let every part of their body be soaked with hatred for him. The young master with a distraught expression smiled widely, noting that when this happens, they will all become his free slaves. Jigoming flew in the air above the demons. The protagonist smiled maliciously, telling the demons that if they did not like to see him so much, then let him try to catch him. The devils looked at the protagonist angrily, saying that they would kill him. Jigoming landed next to the weak one with a displeased expression. Lloyd called the demons to him, telling them to attack him, and he was waiting for them. The demons asked what he thought. They will not get to him, noting that he will still dance. The devil ran with a stick in his hands, after which he put the stick down and leaned on it. The protagonist threw a stone towards the demon. When the demon flew over the lava, the stone hit him. The devils watched in horror. The demon began to fall to the ground, after which he landed on a piece of land surrounded by lava. The young gentleman looked at the demon with disdain, saying that it was such a pity. The devils widened their eyes in bewilderment. The demon wondered if he was really going to kill him, calling him a demon. The protagonist sprawled on a lounger. There was a hot bowl on the tower, the community center of the archdemon. The evil spirit stood in front of the guys with a microphone, saying that they were demons, asking how they dared to let him behave like this, adding that they had to kill him, which meant war. The evil spirit saddled the centipedes. The demon shouted to the lava centipede squad that it was time to fight. The demons moved along the ground on monsters. Lava centipedes are a creation of hell, whose scales allow them to withstand the high temperatures of lava. The evil spirit pointed to the side, shouting for them to follow him. In front of the guys there was an empty sun lounger. The demon asked where it had gone. Then the centipede suddenly stopped. The monster began to dangle from side to side. The devil asked what was going on and that something was wrong. Bez noted that, apparently, the centipede sensed something. In front of the demons there was a tunnel into the ground. A huge monster moved along the tunnel. The demon looked in bewilderment ahead, being on a centipede. In front of the evil spirit there appeared the guys and Jigoming, who was sitting in a hot bath. Xavier was sharpening his blade. A huge bird was in the hot water. Lloyd looked at the demon with a crazy expression on his face, asking that they sensed a chicken. The devil widened his eyes. Lloyd said that it was one. Xavier delivered slashing blows to the centipede. The beaten demon looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist widened his eyes, saying that it was two. The evil spirit widened his eyes in confusion when Xavier made slashing blows. The centipedes continued to enter the tunnel. The protagonist continued counting. The demon said that they needed to retreat back. The evil spirit asked what was going on there. Hot lava flowed down the rock. The demon screamed that he was a murderer and asked for help. The protagonist counted the kills. The young master sat near the material tower, saying that there were 32,435 in total. Lloyd looked ahead with a terrifying look, noting that the free materials were received. He thought that the operation to catch centipedes with chicken soup was a success. The young master turned his gaze to the side. The demons stood on their feet and heads, with their hands behind their backs. The master noted that he also received labor. The brown-haired man looked at the devils with a mad smile, suggesting to open another layer of the earth. On the laptop, an image of the protagonist was visible. Helcaros watched what was happening, thinking that this guy had collected all the necessary information about him and other creatures of hell, and he knew all this in advance before suggesting the idea of the road. Helcaros noted that he was only thinking about how to capture him and make him his advisor. The image showed the maddened face of the protagonist. The king of hell goggled his eyes, wondering what if he could dump his responsibilities on him. The demons began to dig the ground, making a road. Lloyd noted that, of course, demons would never obediently do their job. The evil spirit ran away with tears in his eyes. Lloyd noted that they would try to escape. An evil Xavier appeared in front of the tempter. The main character noted that this was a public surveillance system. Xavier dragged the devil by his horns. Lloyd noted that he was captured. The evil ones looked at the boys furiously, telling them to promise them freedom and promise them their rights. The protagonist noted that this was a riot. Xavier looked at the boys furiously, saying that this was what it meant to do the right thing. The young gentleman noted that these were offensive words. The evil ones covered their mouths with their hands, letting tears flow from their eyes. Lloyd noted that, however, even such cruel methods have a limit to their effectiveness. The devil carried a sack on his back, after which he fell to the ground. The demon asked the old man if he was okay. The protagonist approached the old man, calling out to him. The old man looked at the protagonist in surprise, who extended his hand to him. The protagonist squatted down, telling the old man to take his hand. The demon looked at the young gentleman in surprise, extending his hand to him, after which Lloyd tightly squeezed the demon's hand. He looked at the demon with a terrifying expression, telling him to get up quickly and start working and not to act like a weakling, because he could clearly see all his muscles. The protagonist began to shake the demon by the horns, saying that he had only helped the others for 5 seconds, and then began to shirk, adding that he would make him carry 5 times more luggage than he was carrying now. The demon hugged the old man, saying that he was a villain, real trash, and the most terrible person in the world. Tears flowed from the devil's eyes and they smiled contentedly. They noted that this is why they can't help themselves and only fall in love with him more. The demons looked at the embittered protagonist with admiration. The imp noted that he was a role model for all demons, and they should learn from him. Lloyd noted that he had completed the conquest of the demons' hearts. Hot lava flowed across the ground. A small red man was hiding behind a rock, after which he raised his head. Lloyd shouted for them to repeat after him. The red soul slightly opened his mouth, noting that this voice. The protagonist shouted that safety was the last thing. The small man peeked out from behind the rock. The protagonist walked along the dug road, saying that everything was like this and there were no concessions for demons like them. The soul widened its eyes. The young master looked away with a frightening look, saying that of course they would not have any breaks and they would rest after death. The red soul watched in horror, asking what this scoundrel was doing here. It was night in the Frontier estate a few years ago. One day, the real Lloyd flew out of his body as a ghost. His body was suddenly taken away and he watched it from the side. The hero stood up, clutching himself from the cold, and the soul wondered who this scoundrel was. The original rushed to attack and ordered to give up his body, but suddenly he hit the barrier. Holding his nose, the drunk wondered how this happened and who this scoundrel was, a magician or a demon. The protagonist began to wave his arms and said that he knew it and called the notifications, and the spirit thought that this creature was just crazy. But then a red portal began to open behind the original. A reaper came out from there with a watch in his hands. The real Lloyd looked at him in horror and turned to him. But the reaper was surprised to see him and wondered what it was. He hooked the soul with a scythe and called the manager, saying that he was currently on a business trip and received a message about the discovery of a soul. But then a strange red color, to which he was told that there was no registered sudden death and this was strange. But then death turned to the frightened spirit and asked him to calm down first. Reaper started to go into the portal and said that his case was a bit unusual for them and first they would need to figure out if it was a mistake on their part or something else happened. And the ghost thought that the appearance of this creature did not match its voice and behavior. The servant of hell slowly entering the portal asked to wait here first and they would contact him when they decided. The real Lloyd turned around and thought that in this way he was neither alive nor dead. Looking at Xavier with the protagonist, he was left with the one who stole his body for several years. And this scoundrel, the protagonist, was very different from him. He realized this during his work. The original in the past lay on the table with a drink and blamed his poor parents and ruined estates, and because of this he chose the worst path every day. But watching Kim's actions, he realized that the guy moved forward without resting and paid off his family's debts. Afterwards, the original imagined the look of his parents and realized that the eyes of his mother and father that looked at him before. He saw how his parents hugged the hero and realized that they had completely changed. The spirit saw how Hippo took water and said that this scoundrel uses strange magic and summons creatures, and if only he had such abilities too. But then Reaper appeared behind him and said that he doubted it, thus frightening the ghost. Then he flew a little closer and said that if this man did not have superpowers, he would drink all day long, but if he had such powers, he would hardly work hard. The original immediately became very anxious and ashamed. After Death smiled and apologized, and then said that he just overheard and thought it was strange, and in any case, his case has no precedent, but since he is a soul, he does not think he should be in this world. And then he, alarming the original, suggested to go and consult with the King of Hell. Watching Kim, the real Lloyd said that the villain who stole his body, watching him only brings pain, because it makes him realize all his shame. When the spirit came to Halkeros, he did not take any action, saying that there were no relevant laws. Then the original hid behind a rock and realized that he could not even reincarnate and could not even disappear, and from now on his life was wandering through hell day after day, avoiding the gaze of evil demons. However, there was something else. The original suddenly became aggressive and thought that that bastard should not be here. The hero walked through hell with a shovel and a nasty face. The protagonist flew over the hellish expanses. He scanned the area and thought that it was in complete disarray and he had to wander in circles. The familiar began to land, and Kim thought that this place should be flat, about 110 kilometers, although it is a bit long. The designer was flying with a shovel on his shoulder and thought about not eating and not resting, and then he came to his senses and thought about 30,000 demons who can neither eat nor rest, and soon he will be able to finish. He used scanning, walking along the terrain, and thought about checking if there is dangerous land. But then something small touched his cheek. Kim's face was crushed by Lloyd's blow. The protagonist flew away from the blow to the side, and then he fell to the ground holding his cheek. The aristocrat immediately jumped up from the ground and with wild aggression asked about what kind of nonsense was going on. But then the soul poked him in the eyes with its feet. When the hero leaned back holding his eyes and screaming, the soul began to hit him in the stomach. But then Peepadong stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. The hamster hit him in the stomach with all his might with his fist, throwing him back. Afterwards, the phantom started to pull him by the hair, and the original started to curse and kick. Then the rodent threw him to Baibong. Then the hero came up to him and made a terrible face again, and asked what kind of creature it was. Looking at Kim, Lloyd thought about how scary he was. Looking at the spirit, he thought exactly the same. But then the protagonist stopped and asked him to wait a little. The original got very angry when he guessed who it was, and started to talk about how he stole his body. Then the reincarnated one was a little dumbfounded and thought that it turned out that he had been in hell all this time. But then the real Lloyd surprised Kim by asking why he had dealt with so many difficulties and troubles, but still ended up in hell, because if he had stolen the body, he should have taken responsibility. Then the spirit burst into tears and said that his father and mother finally loved him when he became a human, and it was very sad, and then demanded that he come back quickly. The protagonist was dumbfounded by these words and fell silent. And then he put his hand in front of himself and asked him to calm down and listen to him for a bit, and he continued to shout that he was frozen to death and he was telling him to calm down. But then Peepadong hit him in the face and calmed him down. Kim went down a little lower and said that he was finally ready to talk and everything should be resolved through negotiations, and asked if this was true. But then the soul began to rage and flutter again and said that just recently a stupid rat beat him up, they are thugs, and he is a thief. But then the hamster hit him in the face again as a precaution. Then the original calmed down again and meaningfully remained silent. The reincarnated one pointed at him and, with his eyebrows drawn together, said that firstly, he was not here because he had died, but had made a contract with the King of Hell and had come to do construction. The spirit began to get even more furious, and he continued and said that he had not stolen his body, and was also shocked when he opened his eyes, and Lloyd asked if he wanted him to believe it, and asked who he really was. Then the hero lowered himself a little and said that he was a timid and boring young man studying civil engineering in a country called the Republic of Korea, and then gave his real name. The original calmed down a little and said meaningfully, and he continued and asked if the spirit believed him, because he had nothing more to say. Xavier watched the demons digging. But then he heard the dialogues of the hero and the soul, who said that none of this mattered, because he had come and demanded to take responsibility. The blonde looked away a little and heard his master say that after receiving this body, his family feels good, to which the original said that he appreciated it, and then asked how he dared to say it with his lips. And then the swordsman looked into the distance and thought about what only Kim could see, and wondered if he was talking to himself, but then realized that this speech. He frowned and thought that this was the real Lloyd. The soul continued to be indignant and said that if he had not interfered, he could have lived well and eaten well, but because of him he became a ghost without a residence permit. The hero scratched his chin and thought amidst the cries of responsibility, and then he raised his finger up and suggested acting differently. The reincarnated one again made a scary face and said that there was no point in helping him, so it was better to live well separately. The original was immediately dumbfounded by these words. Kim started to leave and said goodbye, and he started to catch up with him and put pressure on his conscience with insults. But Peepodong hit him in the face with his fist and threw him back. The soul began to cry lying on the ground. The hero turned around and watched him. The original was crying lying on the ground, and then the reincarnated one thought that this was the real son of Arcus and Marbella. The Korean stopped and kept silent meaningfully, and then he began to actively scratch his head in doubt. The spirit was all in tears and he turned to him. The protagonist picked him up by the collar and angrily said that he would help him if he stopped whining, to which he said that this is not what he should think about and called him a fake scoundrel. But then the real Lloyd was hit on the chin with a finger. Then he began to kick and asked why he was hit, to which he said, "What kind of fake is this?" The next moment, Kim put him in his jacket and said that in any case it would be better to shut up until the end of the construction and help him, and he asked about who would want to join him and asked to let go. But then, finding himself pinned in his pocket, he saw something terrible. All Kim's phantoms were in his pocket and were looking at him aggressively. Then the hero became serious while he had a fight in his pocket and ordered him to be quiet. And then the protagonist thought that the construction project was 110 kilometers long, and the sooner he finished, the sooner he would shut up this scoundrel. A trench was dug on the ground, and after the first stage of excavation work was completed, it was time to start the second stage, and to create a coating under the sleepers, they used stones from volcanic rocks. After they laid out the bundles on the excavation, and this was the third stage, to lay sleepers from the woven legs of a centipede. When the rails were laid on top of them, it was the fourth stage. They were made of centipede shells processed by Xavier. And then, when Peepodong stood up, whom the hero called, the fifth stage began. The hamster began to jump and thereby exert pressure. Watching this, the protagonist thought that of course this is not the latest construction method, so the road is dusty and shakes like crazy, and this is probably the worst ride in history and someone can throw up, or there will be a mess, but Lloyd scrunched up his arrogant face and thought that he does not care. Then he pointed to the swordsman and told him that he was going to go check everything, and he should keep a good eye on everything. And then the original watched him with concern and did not understand that this was a fake. And while the hero was flying, scanning the area, he continued his thought and thought that he knew that there was a lot of work ahead, but he has been working without rest for more than a month. The spirit's face was worried and he didn't understand when he was resting or drinking, and he didn't understand how he could live like that. But then Reaper's words popped into his head that if he had such abilities, he wouldn't do anything. After that, the original looked at Belle's tail and kept silent meaningfully, and then thought about how he was a scoundrel, and then wondered if it was true that if he couldn't do anything, he would immediately run. At that time, Peepodong was kicking the railroad tracks. Somewhere in the lava lake, movements and shaking began. Waves spread across the lava and shook. Someone in the lake was watching and thinking that only 20,000 years had passed since he fell asleep, and some crazy bastard was making noise. The hamster began to kick even more aggressively. Lava began to actively flow from the flying islands from the shaking. The creature thought that it was too noisy. The lake began to boil and he thought that he could not stand it anymore. A huge object began to burst out of the magma. It turned out to be a huge elemental that demanded to be allowed to sleep. And then the aggressive Lloyd began to ask about what happened to his construction. Then the huge monster pointed at him and said that he was trying to endure, but there must be a line, and asked why they were making noise, and the demons ran in fear and screamed that he should have slept for another 100,000 years. All the demons fled screaming, and the hero began to throw them away, and they in response praised him for his selfishness. Dunkleos approached the railroad tracks and asked if it was because of them and suggested that if you step on them it will become quiet. He kicked them with all his might and they flew apart. At that moment, the protagonist immediately stopped, and then he ran to the monster, insulting him alternately. Lloyd again made such a face that could scare the devil himself and pointed his finger and said that life can be a little noisy, nothing terrible if he tolerates it, and then asked why he was causing chaos. Then the elemental was extremely outraged that some cockroach was accusing him. The demons immediately began to rejoice with pride and said that they were tired of humanity, and this one began to hope that he would kill the hero. Then Dunkleos began to warm up his fists and said that today one of them would die, addressing him as dude. The protagonist looked ahead in rage and called Xavier. He began to use the wing technique of the sword master. Lloyd's face became terrifying and he asked to show how they solved such issues. But the blonde did not move. Then the aristocrat turned to him and asked why he did not attack. Then the swordsman simply looked forward and said that, frankly speaking, he believed that in this situation they should apologize because it was obvious that they disturbed the neighbors, but his boss did not agree with him. The designer literally made a face like a devil with goat eyes and said that he was the only one here who was disturbed and the only one who was restless. The demons saw this, received warm joy, and realized that he had gone crazy. The elemental swung his leg to strike, and then with all his might he broke the ground. The land began to fall apart and collapse, and the devils tried to find a way to escape. Xavier lifted his master into the sky on his wings and clicked his tongue in displeasure. After that, the swordsman went on the approach and flew to the target, leaving Lloyd on the ground. The sword master himself flew using the aura blade. He dealt many cutting blows to the enemy, and he immediately fell apart. But suddenly the particles began to gather together. The magma swirled into vortices. The blonde was alarmed to see this. The creature began to actively gather into one hole and twist. After Dunkleo's remained alive and asked why he hit him and was even more indignant. Seeing this, the hero was dumbfounded and realized that his subordinate's attacks did not work. The elemental pouted his lips, preparing to release a stream. He abruptly opened his mouth and ejected magma. Xavier, seeing this, froze in horror. The guy began to actively parry the stream flying at him. The hero tried to dodge the lava fragments and asked his subordinate to stop and not do this. He turned around with a smile and took the sword away, and then he began to fight back even more actively, after which the protagonist screamed that his life is not a joke. Then the sword master flew above the elemental and was about to deliver a slash. He swung his blade, sparks flying. The monster was chopped into even pieces by the blows. It shattered into many drops, but then it began to come back together. The monster took a victorious pose and said that it was invincible. And then he pointed his finger at the blonde and said that he had just been on his side and asked why he was attacking. To which Xavier looked calmly and said that, first of all, he was a night guard, and besides, if he went on a rampage, the demons would also be in danger. Then the elemental pointed his finger at himself and said that he would not touch the demons, so it was time to leave, because he seemed to be a person with some convictions, and then asked who was the victim and who was the bad guy. Xavier glowed brighter and frowned at him, and he continued and said that this scoundrel has no conscience, and he is so bad that he has to protect him, going against his principles. Then the blonde put his hand to his chin in alarm, and Lloyd screamed in horror and asked why he was thinking seriously. Then the original crawled out from under the hero's cloak and told him to run faster, because this creature cannot be killed, and he can only help him if he survives. But the protagonist pushed him back with his finger. The aristocrat looked menacingly in front of him and said that you can only run away after trying everything possible. The spirit was very surprised and remembered the chapter where the bone dragon appeared and he abandoned the queen. He was very worried and thought that wasn't that bastard the first to run away. Then the hero became even more menacing and told the drunkard to look closely at what a person who works tirelessly can do. Then the ghost became worried and thought about whether he should pretend to be cool. The elemental stood in front of Kim and looked at him. Somewhere in the permafrost, there was a northern light. The ice dragon sat on a cliff and looked into the distance. He did not move from his place and thought about how cold it was here and wondered when his father would call him. He remembered the hero, who said with a gentle look that he should be in a place that people should never see, at the very edge of the north. The dragon looked ahead and thought about missing his dad. The elemental raised his fist to strike and screamed. Xavier cut off his hand with his sword, and the hero held out his hand with a sign in front of him. He prepared himself and was going to scream at the top of his lungs about the law of space and time, and demanded that the ban be broken and he be directed to the path he should take. The symbol on his hand lit up and he thought about the place where Yang was. The human sign began to run quickly and he thought that the effect was really cool. The dragon saw the light in front of him and was happy. A portal opened right in front of him. Bone was happy and thought that it was Dad's scent. A wild cold began to burst out of the portal that opened on the other side, which surprised the enemy. The elemental shrank and screamed that it was very cold. His skin began to crack. He began to run away and said that he would look, but a little later. But then the hero made a devilish face and said that he was sorry, but he never fought the same enemy twice. And then he put his hand to his mouth and called his old friend. A dragon flew out of the portal and screamed at the top of his lungs that he finally saw Dad. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said with a smile that he was frozen. And then he pointed at the running elemental and said that it was his hot water bottle running away. Yang immediately went straight after him. Bone hugged the monster and arranged a hug. Then the dragon closed his eyes and thought that he was warm, and the elemental closed his eyes and was very cold. He completely turned into ice and thought that it was refreshing. But then the hero with an incredibly devilish face approached him. He raised the shovel with madness and asked to let him go. An explosion burst out of the shovel. The elemental flew into pieces. The demons watched this in horror and thought that the strongest creature of hell was defeated. And the original watched from the jacket and thought that he really won. Looking at the fragments, he thought about what a terrible monster is. A memory of Kim popped into his head, who wanted to show the strength of workers. Immediately after, he looked down and became alarmed and thought about what he had been doing all his life. Looking at the jubilant hero, he thought that he really was incredible. But then the hero was greatly surprised by a scream from the side of Dunkleo's the Immortal. Somewhere among the lava debris a small flame was burning. The beast burst out of there, scattering the debris and growling. But as it turned out, it was very small compared to the protagonist. Then he pointed his finger at him and asked him to just wait 1,000,000 years, and then he would gain strength and kill him. But the brown-eyed man only looked at him condescendingly, and then he made a crazy face and said that by that time he would already be dead, so nothing could be done. And the elemental burst into tears and said that he hated him, and called him a disgusting scoundrel. But he only continued to actively mock him and brought the kid to tears by calling him a peanut sack and teasing him. The original, watching all this, was shocked. And then he became wary and thought that he was not incredible, but just trash with a rotten character. And then a notification came to the sitting protagonist and he turned to him. It was written about receiving a new eulogy of very cold hands and very cold feet. It will work in all areas of hell with a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. The effect of the praise was that he would not suffer from hypothermia in any climate. Then the hero looked there with a smile and thought that this was not bad and neither cold nor heat threatened him anymore. But then something happened behind him. There, all the demons knelt before him, and he was a little surprised. One of them, lowering his head, said that the designer had become a superior human being, and each of them admired him and he worked here. The wind blew strongly towards the reincarnated one and they continued, calling him a great singer of hell who defeated Dunkleo's, and they would gladly fulfill any of his commands. The hero lowered his head with a soft smile and remained silent. And then, with a chic and gentle look, he called them pathetic nonentities and voluntary slaves. The demons clenched their fists with the same smiles and thought that to receive such words from someone you respect makes their hearts tremble. Afterwards, one of the subjects approached the hero and said that there was one problem now, and he asked what they meant. The red-skinned one pointed to the portal and said that this was the gate that appeared because of the great singer, and the cold wind from there was unpleasant for the hellish creatures, and it seemed that there might be a problem with the ecosystem, and repairs would not hurt. But then the protagonist looked at him with contempt and asked what gates and cold wind were they talking about. The one who addressed him was at first perplexed. Lloyd's collar was fluttering in different directions from the wind. The demon decided to try to convey and said that the wind was blowing from there and he saw how he opened them earlier. But the hero continued to shake his head in different directions and allegedly could not find them, and when he tried to hint that his collar was flying. The nobleman looked at him with disdain and said that he did not understand what he was talking about and suggested that he go and work. Everything was silent for a moment and only the wind could be heard. The horde looked at his back with surprise and thought that this was their responsibility, but he treated it as if it did not exist, and this nasty guy who did not want to take on the repair at all, and as expected, all the subjects began to rejoice, because for them this was a person who was impossible not to fall in love with. The hero began to roll up his sleeve and thought that he had won the loyalty of the demons and would hurry to complete the construction, and the original thought that they had already started construction. He frowned and wondered when he planned to help him. The protagonist stuck a shovel into the ground and said that if they passed here, the construction period would be extended by 2 days. But then he only smiled softly, and then the guy turned to the dragon and ordered him to do this. Then Yang splashed an ice beam onto the lava lake. All the phantoms were shocked by this. Afterwards, the hero ordered him to compact the road surface by nailing it with his hands. Stone fragments flew at Lloyd's pets, and he himself pointed his finger and ordered the dragon to collect stones and break through the mountain. Such functionality made him feel love for him. All the other phantoms were wildly unhappy with this. Peepodong even spat to the side. Lava was still flowing from the flying islands. A bone was sitting on a stone and wagging its tail, resting. And then he turned around when he was called. These were animals, led by a hamster, who said that he was arrogant because he called him. And then they said that there is seniority in this area. But then the dragon turned around abruptly and scared them. And then he began to actively move his body, sticking out his tongue. Peepodong started pointing at himself and him and said nothing meaningfully, and he nodded his head several times. The animals climbed onto his back, and then they all went into a high-speed flight over the expanses of hell. They soared off the edge of the cliff. Everyone was incredibly happy. Thus, Yang became a member of the hamster gang. The protagonist watched them from the ground and thought that his adopted dragon had a successful social life. But then the original came up to him from behind and asked what kind of person he was. He came closer and asked about the fact that he had deceived him. But Kim grimaced and asked why such a conclusion suddenly came to him. Then the spirit became even more furious and said that he was promised that they would help, but he continued to do only construction, and then asked if he thought he could escape. Then the protagonist grimaced disgustingly and asked what would happen if so, to which the ghost said that it was wildly scary and that he shouldn't poke his face at it. But the one with the ugly face said that thanks to this face, women's clothes burst at the seams. And the kid was just scared and said that the face is a window to the heart, and since his heart is dirty, the mug is also ugly. They stood closer to each other, squeezing their scary faces. And then they turned away and said that they didn't want to see it anymore. To which the hero looked away and said that he was watching and he was busy. Besides, he doesn't know how or what to help, and asked about the point of wasting his time. And the original pointed at him with his paw and said that he should figure out what to do, because his life was completely ruined, and his family and his wealth were taken from him. But then he was dumbfounded after the designer asked him if he owed him anything. He looked menacingly and said that even if it weren't for him, he would have died long ago from alcohol poisoning, and his father, mother, and younger brother, the same fate would have been for the whole family. The original became furious again. The protagonist looked at him even more menacingly and said that he saved them all. Even if he, standing there, said thank you, it wouldn't be enough. Then the spirit began to be more aggressive and asked him not to talk nonsense, because no one would believe it. But then the king of hell came to them and said that it was true. Then Helcaris looked at them and turned to the real Lloyd, saying that he couldn't make anyone happy, and his fate was insignificant, not attracting anyone's attention. Then the original fell silent and was dumbfounded. Kim looked at the beautiful man and thought about how much he knew. He bowed to him and said that he would like to clarify one thing. The guy looked up and asked why he came to this world at all, since he might know the reason. The dark-haired man looked at him menacingly and said nothing meaningfully. Then he calmly said that he had no idea. He frowned and said that the messenger from the upper world seemed to have taken the wrong side, and then asked if he would say anything. The hero was dumbfounded and wondered how he knew about the messenger. The hero and the king of hell looked at each other. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that the last time he gave his mana to Xavier, he received a message about the upper world. The brown-haired man wanted to ask what it was, but the interlocutor turned his head and said that he was not here to talk about it. He looked down where the demons were building the carriages. The man said that when this train was built, there would be an enormous amount of freedom. That was why he could find time to rest now. The king turned around and said that he had been watching the construction closely and thought that maintaining the track would not be too difficult. However, it would take some time to inspect and study the train, and he was already feeling disgusted by the task. Lloyd frowned and smiled. The boy bowed and said that he would be happy to carefully prepare all the maintenance manuals. The interlocutor looked at him and asked what he wanted. The youth closed his eyes and asked for a pass for the reincarnation gate, if possible. The spirit looked at him in surprise. The king folded his hands behind his back and said that they had no restrictions on this matter because it was the choice of the recipient of the pass. The hero asked to give it to the red guy. The spirit shed tears, looking at the boy. The aristocrat grimaced and asked with his eyes if this was enough. The demons pedaled desperately, exhausted and complaining that they would soon die. Lloyd approached one of them and advised him to rest. He looked at the young man with hope and asked if it was really possible. The brown-haired man kicked him and declared that he was an incompetent cob. The other demons watched in fear as their brother flew back. The hero bulged his eyes menacingly and asked if anyone else needed a lighter job. The demons set to work with renewed vigor. The monster that the boy had thrown off the train sat up and muttered sheepishly that he was upset because he was being treated like trash. Lloyd had benefited everyone. The brown-haired man raised an eyebrow when he was called. The spirit of a true aristocrat held a pass and asked if it was really for him. The hero frowned and muttered that he already held it, so why doubt it? The ghost looked down and thanked the young man. The boy grimaced and asked him not to try to soften his heart. He kindly added that the spirit's face would haunt his nightmares as it was straight from the sewer waste. They started fighting. A few minutes later, the interlocutors were sitting quietly next to each other again. The real Lloyd asked if his parents were okay. The hero looked ahead and answered in the affirmative, saying that his mother had taken up cooking and running a business, and his father had started sculpting again. The ghost hugged his knees and asked about his brother. The brown-haired man looked into the distance indifferently and said that Julian had married the youngest princess of Isfahan and was now living in the capital. The spirit widened his eyes in shock. The guy added that his father was now a count, not a baron. The ghost asked if the hero had really done all of this. The interlocutor replied that he hadn't planned it, but it had happened that way. The train rushed forward. The spirit asked if the guy knew Xavier. Ever since his father had first brought the swordsman, the aristocrat had wondered what kind of guy he was. He knew that he could never be as straightforward, honest, and cool, so he made fun of him. The spirit looked down, and the hero looked at him intently. The soul asked to tell the knight that he was sorry for breaking that wooden sword. In fact, he wanted to be friends with him. The swordsman sitting in the carriage heard everything. They were gradually approaching the black hole, and the ghost asked to convey his regrets to his parents. He stopped in front of the portal and, looking back, muttered that perhaps he would be lucky enough to be reincarnated as a human. At that moment, the hero grimaced and kicked him. The spirit flew up and irritably cursed the guy. The brown-haired man arched his eyebrows and exclaimed that he did not want to listen to this nonsense, so let him go. The ghost was being pulled into the portal. He screamed that if he reincarnated, he would live with fire in his eyes and would become much more diligent. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the spirit declared that he would return and become a person who was welcomed by everyone in the world. The hero put his hands in his pockets and smiled. The guy advised him to try, but warned him that it would be hard. The spirit smirked back and dissolved into a black hole. Lloyd turned around and announced with a grin that the mission was over. It was time to go get his payment. Yang squeaked and dissolved after the King of Hell snapped his finger. The hero and his knight watched as the creature disappeared. The man explained that now, according to the contract, the soul was freed. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and thought with disappointment about how he could now become a member of the Dragon King. The brunette folded his arms and said that time flowed differently here and in the human world. About 5 hours had probably passed there. He added that his dragon would return to its hole at the North Pole on its own, and the man would personally send the hero and his bodyguard back. That was where his politeness ended. The king smiled and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that he did not want to see him anymore. The man did not listen to the end and snapped his fingers. The companion suddenly moved into the room. Lloyd grimaced and muttered that he did not want to go to hell as the king wished for him. The swordsman looked at the master and noted that he was more comfortable there than here. The hero turned around and asked if his companion also had fun and was excited to talk nonsense to the demons. Xavier looked at him in surprise and objected that he had only said good things. The brown-haired man assumed that he was just pretending not to understand. The aristocrat looked around in search of the dragon uncle and asked if he had been deceived. He glanced back, hearing a voice. A glowing eye hung in front of them. A large black shadow hung in front of the building and looked at them. The guys were looking at something in front of them. The hero wondered if it was the Dragon King because they freely changed their appearance. However, there was something strange. He looked at the glowing eye and frowned. The silhouette gradually took shape, fangs and a lion's face. And now a huge cat was hovering in front of the young man. The aristocrat couldn't understand why the Dragon King was using his powers to embody this. The creature waved its paw, and the hero stared in shock. He noticed the bald spots on its belly and declared that this couldn't be the Dragon King. Peapodong jumped onto the windowsill and waved its paws. The animal exchanged glances with the lion, and they smiled at each other. Lloyd smiled at the hamster and asked why this creature had come to them. The animal shrugged and replied that it didn't know the foreign language very well. The boy was surprised how this was possible if they seemed to be enjoying each other's company. He raised his head to the lion. It turned around and shook its tail. The hero pointed at it in confusion and asked if it had really turned its ass to them. The boy asked if the Dragon King had sent him. The lion nodded and made some sounds. The brown-haired man grinned and was glad that the half-dragon had kept his promise. He intended to get great wealth in the bonus life. The lion flew quickly over the forest, and Lloyd and Xavier sat, holding onto the fur. The speed was incredible, but judging by the relaxed look of the animal, it did not even make an effort. The skin on the hero's face was fluttering in the wind, and he was afraid that he would become even uglier. The boy frowned and looked away. Xavier still looked beautiful, and the wind only slightly ruffled his hair. The hero, whose face threatened to fly back, was indignant at how the knight looked good in such a situation. The swordsman glanced at him and replied that this was called the law of immutability of the original. The brown-haired man said that these were not the words that should be used now. The lion flew over the water while the nobleman complained about cheating. The Magentano Kingdom, the Jabil region. The companions walked down the corridor, carrying backpacks on their backs. Lloyd frowned and thought that ahead was the one who bore the title of the strongest knight in existence, the Dragon King. Energy was coming from the depths of the corridor. They came out of the tunnel and found themselves in front of mountains of gold, among which stood a castle. The brown-haired man began to drool at the sight of such wealth. The swordsman looked at him and noted that it was surprising that there was such a space underground. The hero narrowed his eyes and saw a man sitting on the couch. They went down and came closer. The guy frowned, but the man did not react. Then Lloyd turned to the great dragon, and he shuddered in surprise. The man clenched his teeth, and the guests stared at him tensely. The host frowned and muttered that he wanted to sleep. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in shock. The interlocutor shook his head and opened his eye to look, but immediately fell back to sleep. Lloyd frowned and thought that he was definitely looking at him. Even if many people came to get membership, how could he just ignore them and fall asleep? The owner was drooling, lying on the sofa. The aristocrat clenched his fist and thought that it was clear from one look that he was a lazy and completely unpleasant person. He clenched his teeth and decided not to act recklessly for the sake of money. A light breeze blew to the sleeping man, and his eyes opened. The protagonist was kneeling and fanning him with a leaf. The dragon squinted and thought in surprise that those who came to get membership were strong and extraordinary, but too proud. Therefore, if they were slightly ignored, they got angry and left. Now the guest suddenly began to fan him. Lloyd smiled awkwardly, wiping sweat from his forehead. The dragon thought that the man was truly happy and was trying his best to wave. The man sprawled on the couch and decided that he liked the guy. In return, he closed his eyes and was going to fall asleep in a very good mood. The brown-haired man silently looked at the sleeping man, then grinned unpleasantly and muttered that the first stage of the operation was successful. It was time to move on. Xavier turned to the gentleman, who had already taken the cup in his hand, and advised him to avoid hasty actions, because the Dragon King was probably as strong as the King of Hell. The young man scooped up water in a glass and headed towards the man. The swordsman asked what he was doing at all. The aristocrat laughed and replied that when the dragon woke up, he would give him water. The guy grinned and muttered that a creature that would not even move an eyebrow and ignores people. Having found the idol, Lloyd broke into a smile and said that he would sacrifice his life to befriend him. The knight frowned and realized that his master was serious. The gold sparkled and shimmered. The hero sat on a throne, covered in jewels. He raised an eyebrow and exclaimed how dare he not recognize the rich man, and breathed calmly in front of him. The same protagonist knelt down and folded his hands, begging to forgive the mistake of this slave. The young man asked to beat him until he felt better. Lloyd and the crown threw the treasures and shouted to eat it and become richer. The guy took off his jewelry and shielded himself from the coins with his hands, exclaiming that it hurt. The hero and the crown threw more money and said that you need to suffer to become rich. The brown-haired man without a crown spread his arms and said that he would gladly accept it and was ready to endure even more pain. He quickly ran to the throne and shouted that he would feed this idiot until his stomach exploded. Xavier watched this one-man show and knew they were in big trouble. The swordsman sweated and thought it looked funny. Lloyd winced as his crown fell off. The knight looked at the master questioningly. The nobleman turned around and shouted that he was hungry, so he should go and eat, because a rich man should never be hungry. Xavier narrowed his eyes and thought that this was a typical poor man's thinking. The hero pulled out a root vegetable from the ground and noted that this place was really cool. Peapodong attracted the owner's attention. He opened the lid of the pot, where he found kimchi. The young man lay in gold, eating the food he found, and admired the paradise he found himself in. Xavier approached him and said that the Dragon King did not even show signs of waking up. The blonde asked how long the master was going to do nothing. The brown-haired man smiled and replied that all his life. The swordsman frowned and thought that this man really got away with everything. He said that one day he would have to return to his land, because there were several things that needed to be taken care of. The hero put his hands behind his head and agreed that he would have to go back, but he couldn't give up his membership in the Dragon King. Opportunity comes to those who persist. The man sleeping on the couch suddenly opened his eyes. He turned pale and wondered how long he had slept. His name was Berkes, the Dragon King. One day, a child appeared from another world, a girl he had grown attached to. The man didn't want to explain anything. In short, they got married. The end. The dragon raised his numb hand and frowned. The girl had gone on a journey. He thought she had told him to wake up and call every morning. He put his hand out and pressed call, even though it was late, but she declined. Berkes turned pale and thought that this was very bad. Someone must be screaming loudly when they returned. The man imagined his beloved saying that she was very upset because the Dragon King membership system that she had been promised had never been implemented. Besides, he didn't even contact her like she asked. The girl can't sleep at night because of the anxiety she's been piling up because of him. The dragon smiled and thought that her voice sounded like a nightingale. Berkes frowned and reminded himself that she was upset and he should use teleportation right now. He gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't do it because it was too energy consuming. The dragon closed his eyes. In short, he was lazy. The man opened his eyes slightly when someone asked if something was bothering him. In front of him was the frightening face of the protagonist with a smile. Berkes jumped up and shot beams from his eyes. He exclaimed that he was scared and asked what the demon was doing here. A light attack flew past Lloyd's face. An explosion sounded behind him. The smile slid off the guy's face. The hero's face took on a soft expression. He noted that the Dragon King seemed to be worried about something. The brown-haired man asked to give him a chance and he would help with anything. The man frowned and muttered that this guy was incredibly calm, although he had just almost died. Lloyd replied that he had dared to scare the Dragon King, and because of him, he had used up extra calories. This sin deserved death. Berkes looked at the guest with interest and thought that he liked him because he somehow knew his nature well. The hero folded his arms and thought that this was a hidden sales principle. What are the features of the product he wants to sell? What are the needs of the customers? In fact, the priority of such things is high. But what really matters is whether the buyer likes the person selling the product. The guy looked at his interlocutor decisively, ready to wag his tail. The dragon glanced sideways at the guest and asked if he was ready to listen to his worries. The young man immediately agreed. He shuddered when the man clarified that he did not have a girlfriend. Berkes added that with such a face, even getting married in a dream would be a great gift from heaven. The guy remained silent, and tears gushed from his eyes. The dragon sighed and muttered how such an unpopular person would know about the problems of a married man. The brown-haired man extended his hands and objected that, although unpopular, he was also a child from a family with a mother and father. Lloyd smiled and assumed that the interlocutor had problems with the Dragon Queen. He said that he always solves the problem when parents quarrel. Berkey's looked at him absent-mindedly and decided to believe these words. The man began to mumble something incoherent, and the guy stopped him, putting out his hand. The hero assumed that the dragon found it very unpleasant to move his mouth. The king looked at the young man with admiration. The aristocrat said that he would guess, and he just needed to say yes or no. Berkey's exchanged glances with the guest and decided that now he would become number 2 in his heart. The young man licked his lips and thought that he couldn't create a situation where the Dragon King would have to give additional explanations. He needed to make a profile, the laziest husband, a wife who wasn't seen even after a month. A girl worthy of marrying such a dragon must have a very kind character. No children, a lot of money. The man shuddered when the guy said that. For some reason, the Dragon Queen seemed to have gone far away. He guessed that she had asked her husband to do something, but not something as serious as cleaning the house, which could destroy his dignity. Lloyd looked closely at the dragon and assumed that the queen had said something like, "Wake up every morning and call me for the sake of his health." However, the man forgot about it. Berkey stared at his interlocutor in shock and made a sound of agreement. He was glad that he could say only one word. The hero was kneeling in front of him and saying that the man was worried about how to correct the mistake and what to say to stop her from being angry. But he is afraid that his wife will hate him, but he is too lazy to go and look for her. Berkey's answered affirmatively to everything. The aristocrat waved his hand and said that all these worries could be solved with one wave. The interlocutor rose and, looking resolutely at the young man, asked what he should do. The lion with the ball looked at the gentleman in shock and was surprised that the king's body had risen by 15 degrees. Lloyd raised his finger and said that everything was simple. He grinned and asked the dragon to come and lie in his county frontera. Then the queen's heart would thaw. The weather was sunny. Bayern frowned and shouted to hurry because the repair work would be completed in the morning. He looked at the workers, and they all shouted together that safety was the most important thing. There were already dark circles under his eyes. The man thought that he was a little tired. An elf approached him and said that the number of migrants was increasing and it seemed that more apartments needed to be added than planned. Bayern suggested drawing up a plan of the site again. A worker approached him and reported that the contract for underfloor heating with the southern territories had been completed. The knight ordered a team to be formed to send them on a mission. Another man immediately approached and exclaimed that there was a water leak in the rice fields. The boss responded that he was going, and so everyone ran to him with various problems. 2 soldiers looked at Bayern pitifully and said that Viscount Racona said that he could not pay the water bill. The knight turned around and said that he would go to him. The man frowned and thought that he felt sick. He was the senior knight of the Frontera territory and he was already 57 years old. Bayern lowered his head and thought that he was doing this and that here. He was sitting on a box opposite the Viscount. The Viscount was shouting that he could not pay the water bill and in general he could not live that long. The knight listened with a blank look as the nobleman prepared to file a complaint with the royal court for exploitation. While the man was describing himself, Bayern pulled out a cube with recommendations for mini construction. He broke off a piece and immediately the protagonist's face appeared. The guy grimaced and asked what else was this. The Viscount fell back in convulsions and began to mumble that he would pay the bill. The knight threw his head back and wondered when Lloyd would return. Every time the young man disappeared, Bayern suffered alone in the county. Although he was paid a large salary, his body was weakening. The man was returning on horseback. He froze when he heard a cry that Mr. Lloyd had returned. This gave him strength, and the knight abruptly jerked his horse. The hero walked, carrying a sofa with the Dragon King on his back. Bayern rushed towards him, shouting that he had been waiting for him. He fell to his knees and asked to listen to the old man's last request. The man looked at the boy in despair and said that this was too difficult and he wanted to stop. Lloyd looked softly at his subordinate and refused, asking how much more he could add. The knight began to cry and objected that he had enough money, he simply could not survive in this mode. The young man looked at him thoughtfully and, smiling, walked past. The man turned around, and the hero said that the annual salary from today is 3 billion. The knight shouted that the problem was not about money. He put his hand to his chest and with a calm face said that he would do everything possible. The hero looked ahead in surprise. There he was met by his parents and friends. The boy stretched his lips into a smile. He happily waved his hand at them and realized that his homeland was now here. Lloyd and his protector stood in front of the dragon, sprawled on the couch. The man asked whether the young man would wake him up so that he could call his wife every morning. Berkey squinted and asked if this would help fix the fact that he hadn't called for a month. The brown-haired man calmly looked at his interlocutor and said no. The dragon glanced at him sideways and was indignant that he had been deceived. Lloyd smiled and said that it was better to start from scratch than to fix what had happened. If a man communicated with the Dragon Queen every day until she returned, it would show his sincerity and desire to change. Berkey looked closely at the aristocrat and, smiling, fell asleep. The hero reminded him of his membership in the Dragon King. The man took the marker with a trembling hand and asked to open his neck. He clumsily drew a heart on the young man and explained that these were bonus lives. Berkey's dropped the marker and muttered that the guy was now a member of the Dragon King Club, after which he fell asleep again. Lloyd sighed and quietly left with the knight. They walked down the corridor, and the hero muttered that he had finally finished. The swordsman asked again. The brown-haired man turned around and declared that from now on he was the richest man on the continent. Lord Bairn had already taken care of many things. The man was sleeping soundly in bed at that time. The hero pointed at Xavier and said that the guard knight was a grandmaster. Behind him a free dragon king was sleeping, and 2 lives. The young man smiled and said that he was invincible. He added that from today on it was impossible to even imagine what could threaten his life. The knight closed his eyes and thanked him. The blonde said that he had heard many stories in the village before, saying that 2 of Lord Bairn's children had gone to study in the royal capital. The brown-haired man looked at his interlocutor. Xavier said that he had been so busy looking for food before that he had not been able to study. He looked ahead and continued that a soldier named Greg had a talent for mechanisms. Now that he has more free time, he learns to do something on his own. Some people like drawing, some like music. Everyone has a dream. The blonde closed his eyes and said that when the territory was poor, everyone had the same dream, not to die of hunger. The knight said that the main character created a lot of dreams. The brown-haired man looked closely at the swordsman and asked what he thought of him, a fake who stole the body of his master's son. Xavier resolutely looked forward and replied that he was happy that the guy came to this world. Lloyd's eyes widened in shock. The interlocutors grimaced sharply, holding back the urge to vomit from such frankness. Notification: the number of lives you have saved, 18,124,392. The young man smiled and thought that the number had increased. At that moment, the number decreased by 1. The guy froze in surprise, and then the counter quickly flew down. The hero's eyes widened in horror. The number continued to decrease until it stopped at 0. Lloyd stared at the system window in shock. A bunch of garlands in the form of lanterns illuminated the city. It was a festival where the sign hung. Kuga at this time was happily dancing Emily. While everyone was dancing, Xavier sat on the ground and looked away. Arcus approached the knight and said that he did not see his son because this festival was for him. The knight, with a sad look, looked down when he was asked if he knew where Lloyd was. He remembered how at that moment he looked at the dumbfounded grin of the brown-haired man, who bulged his eyes. The knight stared at his face and tried to understand what happened. Xavier immediately stopped when Lloyd followed further because he remembered something and asked not to follow him. The knight added that soon there would be a welcoming festival for him. The protagonist lowered his head and said that perhaps they would never be able to hold a festival again. Xavier stared at him intently. Now Arcus looked at the knight's sad grin. At this moment, the brown-haired man quickly walked along the forest path. Xavier slightly opened his mouth and began to suggest theories, saying that he was busy with urgent matters. The protagonist at this time had already gone far into the mountains and was trying to catch his breath near a tree. The knight with a piercing gaze under the glow of light looked at Arcus and said that the festival must continue. The father of the family looked at the knight in bewilderment. The brown-haired man at this time frowned bloodthirstily and wanted to summon a spoiler of the future. A system notification popped up that it was a spoiler of the future because by consuming points, he could see scenes of the future that could completely change history. Points were required for 3 spoilers 80 and he had more than 1,000 available. He immediately angrily punched the consent to use the glasses because there was no need to ask obvious things. Suddenly, he found himself in a black space. He looked back and saw his double, who addressed him while sitting at the table. His double, in the shadow of the lamplight, asked if he was really watching now. The protagonist began to approach his double, who asked him not to worry too much, because this future will not actually happen, since this is just a case when he stupidly did not watch the spoiler of the future to the end. Lloyd at that moment looked at him angrily when he heard that if he did nothing, then everything would be exactly like this. His double sat on a chair in front of the lamp and stated that the day when the number of saved lives became 0, and stated that since that day, peace has not come and nothing has happened. The brown-haired man stared at his double, who lowered his head and assumed that it happened in 3 years. Suddenly, his silhouette immediately began to evaporate in a red glow. Lloyd found himself in a forest clearing after moving. He saw the Count and Countess on horses in front of him. He looked at them with displeasure. At the same time, the elf commander and the sergeant were playing musical instruments with the orc. Arcus was waltzing with his wife, and everyone was clapping. He explained that it was an ordinary day, and they, as always, went for a horse ride. Arcus and his wife went for a horse ride in the forest. Suddenly, they met a chipmunk on the way, which rushed past the horses. These horses immediately became frightened and began to agitate. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger at such statements. Arcus was waltzing with his wife under the lights of the lamps in the square. However, in the future, Arcus fell off his horse with a stunned look. The protagonist's eyes bulged in fear. He was shocked and pulled out his eye because he did not believe what was happening. He watched this moment in horror while the double sat behind and explained that this happened about a month later. Maria and her husband were dancing a waltz to the clapping of the surrounding crowd. Maria in the memories lay in front of her husband's coffin, literally forever. The protagonist began to scream at the double with rage because he did not want such a fate. The brown-haired man immediately ran towards his double at the table and said that he saved them both, and they should live happily ever after, but he was told that he did not have the opportunity. This clone from the future lowered his gaze and said that he did not have the opportunity to go to the funeral of his younger brother. The protagonist was completely stunned and his eyes bulged. In those memories, Julian opened the door to a stranger because Sarazad had been absent for some time, becoming a fencing instructor when someone came looking for Julian. The stranger stabbed the guy's body because it was a robbery. The protagonist was horrified and looked dumbfounded when he heard that Sarazad was crazy because she volunteered for a small local war. He imagined Sarazad's silhouette standing against a red background of blood and guns pointed at her because it seemed to her that there was no will to live. The protagonist's clone crossed his palms, leaning on a chair, and said that it was nothing special because the queen eventually became a tyrant. At that moment, Alicia was bloodthirsty in an attack under the fiery tongues of flame, and he noticed that she was missing one of her arms, and after that, everything that happened in the same novel. Two men danced opposite each other holding a leg near a little girl, and the Term's family was attacked by another rebel squad as Fahan and was destroyed, and Lord Velarde died, carrying out an unreasonable order of the queen. So in those memories, the brunette orc tried to cheer up Melika with his hugs, and Arash, who left their territory, died in an accident while hunting, and she could not eat anything and died of hunger. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger and wanted to finish this explanation of the circumstances. He immediately went to his clone to punch him, but it was just an illusion that said that there was no need to explain further if we talk about each person. The protagonist shook his head in anger while the clone sat on the chair and asked him about how he felt after watching the spoiler of the future. Lloyd wanted to turn it off quickly. His beaten clone looked from under his brows with a tired look and said that after seeing the spoiler of the future, he would be able to stop it. Then blood began to spurt out of his mouth. Lloyd watched as his clone vomited blood. All the bottles around in the table were stained with blood. His clone hung his trembling hand. Then it suddenly stopped and relaxed. Lloyd watched as his clone lay in his own blood on the table. He was in shock and sweat was running down his face. He also remembered the pictures of his dead parents in the night and assumed that he had lost without even being able to start the game. He stood by the tree and watched the huge plain city from afar. At this time, everyone was dancing a waltz and enjoying the holiday. Lloyd watched the bright light above the mountain city and assumed that he would lose everything again. With whom he turned around and began to leave in anger. He bared his teeth furiously and realized that he should never lose what was his again. He walked on with a bloodthirsty look and tears in his eyes and declared that he would not sit back and wait. The enraged dragon opened its mouth. Baibong rode this water dragon up. Chipmunk saddled this water dragon and called out to Peepadong. It was a huge palace under the bright rays of the sun and tried to bring the Dragon King to his senses so that he would contact the Dragon Queen. At this time, the Dragon King was lying on the sofa looking tired. The protagonist looked at him intently with bewilderment. Then Lloyd raised his left hand. He immediately became bloodthirsty and angry and was about to slap. The Dragon King immediately jumped up in horror and opened his mouth. The guy, who was out of breath, hung his hand down when the brown-haired guy stretched his hand to the left. The blonde guy's eyes widened in amazement and said that this was the first time he had encountered something like this in his life. The protagonist smiled and put his hand to his chest and leaned over, saying that his alarm clock efficiency was incredible and asked to quickly contact the Dragon Queen. This guy immediately reached his finger to the call window system. Suddenly, the system rejected his call. This Dragon King continued to lie on the sofa with a tired look and said that in any case, his homework was finished for now. The brown-haired guy, with an amazed look and wide-eyed, was about to leave. These were random incidents that happened to people around him. At this time, Peepadong and Baibong saddled the water dragon. The protagonist understood that no matter how hard he tried and how much he ran, wearing out his feet, he would never be able to stop it. It was that moment when Lloyd stretched his hand out to the side, in front of the out-of-breath Dragon King, and tried to figure out what the main reason was, and if suddenly it was a supernatural problem, then the Dragon King might know the answer. Lloyd looked down with slight sadness when he was told that the child was really terribly angry at the Dragon King. The protagonist continued to stand in front of the sprawled guy, bowing his body in front of him and said that he had a question, but his comrade did not want to answer. Lloyd slightly closed his lips, and the comrade did not even know what he wanted to ask. I read him as a scoundrel who was too lazy to even breathe, and he would never quietly listen to him peacefully. The protagonist immediately smiled bloodthirstily, baring his teeth because he was the one who tamed the Dragon Kings. It was that same 3-story palace, and the protagonist said that he was actually from another world. Then the crescent moon was visible in the dark sky. About continuing to be in the same palace under the rays of the sun, Lloyd said that he changed the unfortunate fates around him for the better, but the king did not care. Again, half the moon illuminated the night sky. It was that same palace under the rays of the sun, and Lloyd continued to say that it still shows him that these people will die, following their original destiny. Then the full moon eclipsed the night sky. A bright light illuminated this huge palace building. The blonde guy was lying on the couch, his eyes closed. The Dragon King was sleeping on the couch, drooling as he realized that it was strange to him that by this point his cheap alarm clock had been going back and forth many times. Hearing that horrible sound, then he began to open his eyes slightly. He saw Lloyd sitting in front of him, his body slumped. The blonde guy stared at the dejected Lloyd and asked him what he was doing without waking him up. The main character scratched his head with a malicious smile and said that he hadn't been able to wake him up for 10 days. The Dragon King, sweating, popped his eyes out in surprise. A moment later, he sweated even more and drooped. He looked at the main character angrily and asked him if he had really gone crazy and wanted to die. The protagonist only smiled in response and said that he was joking. The blonde guy was indignant and sweating. The brown-haired man tilted his body in alarm and bulged his eyes, saying that this could really happen if he didn't listen to him to the end and didn't give an answer. The blonde guy continued to lie on the couch slightly, his mouth slightly open. He immediately bulged his eyes and said that even leniency has a line and Lloyd should know how easily he could destroy him and his family. The protagonist fell to his knees, leaning on his hands. He sat on his knees and lowered his head opposite the guy, saying that he knew that he was aware of the risk he was taking, daring to threaten the Dragon King. The main character slightly closed his lips and asked if the chance was so great that the Dragon King's risk was greater. Lloyd sat on his knees in front of the Dragon King sprawled on the couch and said that he could cut off his limbs and rip out his heart after he had to look for another alarm clock. The brown-haired man, embittered, frowned, looking sideways at the guy. The Dragon King's eyes widened in surprise when he was ordered to get up from the couch. The main character looked at him bloodthirstily and ordered him to imagine that he could visit the human village in person and where there would be someone who would wake him up well in the morning. Walking back and forth in circles, the Dragon King was completely scared, his eyes widened and he began to sigh heavily, because his legs were getting heavy and his feet were wearing out, and this was taking away his time to sleep. The main character continued to scream furiously about how as soon as someone was found. This guy gets up later in the morning than him and the Dragon King kicks him out and returns to the village again, and checks every day who gets up in the morning. Lloyd continued to scream angrily with an angry look. The blonde guy was lying on the couch and also began to scream in horror so that they would stop making fun of him. Lloyd watched as the blonde guy dangled his arms in a hurry and passed out. The Dragon King sweatily opened his eye and admitted that his risk was much higher than Lloyd's, and he won. The brown-haired man immediately frowned angrily, looking at the guy and realized that it was the easiest victory. Xavier at this time stood behind the door and was about to draw his blade, when the Dragon King explained that the fate he changed keeps returning to the original scenario. The knight immediately put away the blade and was stunned in sweat because he realized that his salary was really too low. The protagonist continued to sit in front of the sprawled Dragon King, who said that here is his fate and should he call it a bowstring. He imagined himself pulling his bowstring with a convulsive hand and said that no matter how hard he tried to pull the bowstring, it, on the contrary, returned to its original shape with even more force. He immediately imagined how he let go of this pulled bowstring. The blonde guy lay on the couch with a cold-blooded look and said that this was a phenomenon of fate restoration. It was like a law that could not be broken. The brown-haired guy immediately frowned, tilted his head and asked about whether there was really no way to stop it. The Dragon King explained that he simply did not understand the meaning of the word impossible. He continued to lie on the couch with a tired look and said that he was not capable of this either, and even the King of Hell and the Archangel could not. Lloyd sat on his knees in front of the Dragon King, who asked him if he had ever played any game. He explained that no matter how freely he could play, in the end it works within a certain program, and this world, in the end, it's all just a game within a game. A simulator within a simulator is a law. The brown-haired guy immediately cried out in anger about whether there was a hidden alternative and couldn't they really find it. The blonde guy looked at the brown-haired guy's silhouette in bewilderment and said that he didn't even know if Lloyd and his family were part of the program, and it should be obvious. The protagonist continued to look angrily through his bangs and said that he felt that he was alive and it hardly made a difference, because whether it was a program or something else, he would still get everything. At this time, the knight stood behind the door with a sullen look. The blonde guy's eyes widened in surprise, seeing that he had life force in him, as if he were a legend. Then he slightly closed his lips. The protagonist looked at the guy who told him about the Pearl of Truth with tension and surprise. Lloyd was kneeling in front of the Dragon King, who said that it was a legendary gem that would answer any question. If he asked it, then perhaps the stone would give an answer. The Dragon King looked through his curly hair and said that it was something like resisting the restorative power of fate. The protagonist immediately jumped up with an arrogant look. He stood over the sofa and said that he could seem rude, but he had one more question. The blonde guy closed his eyes and said that the stone was in the mermaid kingdom, wished him luck. The brown-haired guy immediately put his hand to his chest and said that their bone squad would take on the role of his alarm clock and thanked him for the advice. He abruptly turned in the other direction. He immediately left the room and turned to Xavier, saying that they needed to go to the mermaid kingdom. Kalia was flying over the vast cloudy sky and plain at that moment. While Xavier sat next to him, Lloyd lay down with his hands removed when he was asked about whether it would be more convenient for me to ask the Dragon King to send them to the mermaid kingdom. The brown-haired man answered with a cold-blooded look that the knight really did not know how to interact in society. Lloyd closed his eyes and said that the Dragon King was a scary creature that could kill them all with one finger, and when he teased such a person, he had to be careful. They were almost approaching the port trading city of Cremo, and he said that he already had enough clues about the mermaid kingdom. It was a huge underwater building with a glowing liquid dome, and the mermaid kingdom mentioned in the novel. It was said that it was hidden in the most stormy sea. The main character walked with his knight through the crowd of merchants and knew that the stormiest sea is the northern sea of Laurasia, the place where the whaling ships go, leaving from the port of Cremo, because it is from here that the search for the kingdom of the mermaids begins. A bunch of ships tried to squeeze up to the pier. These were trading shops that were calling people to themselves. Shaitan looked around intently and realized that this place had come to life. He imagined the count of the city, who was sitting near an open balcony under the moon, because in the novel the city was destroyed by the Titans and the count, who helped the knight, got caught in the crossfire. A bunch of poor children from the Chinese were thrown out into the street, because this was the city where Xavier came, and the children begged for alms, and it was overflowing with vagabonds. It was a smiling family with a child on the father's neck. At this time, everyone was discussing something heatedly and rejoicing at each other. Shaitan stared at what was happening, because he was so happy that he could make this city happy, although he knew what would happen if he saw it in person. He convulsively clenched his lips and almost cried. He bared his teeth with pain in his soul. With tears in his eyes, he realized that his stomach twisted, and he had to ask for a large reward. Xavier watched as the protagonist with snot and tears twisted his face. The knight immediately closed his eyes and sighed, because he expected this, that Lloyd was a kind person. The two of them walked along the bridge to a huge building, or they understood that this was all thanks to him, because he should receive a commission. They approached the gate of the building and greeted the hero lord, who was their savior. The count immediately hugged the protagonist with a joyful smile and said that he still liked him. This count lifted the protagonist above himself, and he said that he came because he needed to ask him something. White puffy clouds covered the sky. The count crossed his arms and realized that Lloyd wanted to borrow a whaling ship from him in order to get to the kingdom of mermaids. They sat at the negotiating table, while the knight stood nearby, and the brown-haired man explained that the count must think that it was pointless. He had his reasons for that. The old man crossed his arms and arrogantly narrowed his eyes and said that there was one talented captain, but this guy is known as a big liar. Whenever he drinks, he says that in his youth he visited the kingdom of the mermaids. If Lloyd does not care that he is an eccentric, then he could introduce them. The main character's eyes bulged in surprise. He clenched his fist with a happy smile and realized that everything was going very well. They were wooden whaling ships at sea, and the protagonist asked the captain how it happened that he was invited to the kingdom of the mermaids. This guy with a bandage on his head and a bird on his shoulder crossed his arms and said that he sang a song, because the mermaids used it to determine whether they were friends or enemies. The knight squinted at the captain next to the brown-haired man. Xavier immediately looked away when the main character frowned and bulged his eyes. Lloyd pointed his finger at the ship with displeasure, standing in front of the captain, and asked if there was any other way than singing. The captain explained that then only this handsome guy would be invited, and the protagonist would not be able to enter. The captain began to laugh maliciously, while the brown-haired man looked around with displeasure and said that he was a little unsure of his singing, but everything was even more deplorable. He remembered how he was splashing around in the sea as a small boy when the ship was sailing away, because he explained that he was distracted by his gaze, and the ship did not even know that he was missing, and then the mermaids came to his aid. Huge bloodthirsty mermaids began to appear from the water because he was very scared, and he was not joking. Now he crossed his arms and smiled maliciously, closing his eyes, because he explained that his neck could be broken with one hand. And then he remembered his grandfather's story that if you sing to the mermaids, they will understand that he is not an enemy. In his memories, the mermaids looked at how this captain with an overly crooked face began to sing a song. Now he was wiping his golden uniform and said with a malicious smile that it was just a terrifying roar. At first the mermaid probably did not want to listen to it, so they frowned. He remembered how this silhouette of a mermaid with a red eye looked at him. Then this bloodthirsty silhouette turned into a smiling girl. Lloyd looked at the captain and his silky hair in surprise, and he said that the mermaids listened not to the pitch or the rhythm, but to his real heart. The protagonist looked ahead with a piercing gaze and realized that it was about the real heart. He imagined Arcus hugging his wife with trepidation. At the same time, Julian reached out to Sarazed during the wedding. All the other guys looked at him with a smile and trepidation. The main character lowered his head with a grim grin. Then, under the shining light of the city, he looked at the captain and asked to borrow his boat and asked him to take him to the area of the mermaid kingdom. At first, there was no love or anything, and all he wanted was to earn money and fill his stomach. The brown-haired man with a parrot on his shoulder grinned and said that this was not possible, because now is not the time to catch whales. The main character took out a bag of shining coins and said that money is no longer a problem. The captain immediately took the bag with a smile and said that they would go straight. And the ship sailed on the stormy sea, and they arrived. Then his silhouette climbed the mast under the moonlight, and he sailed the sea for a whole month, deliberately not traveling on a dragon or a dove because the mermaids could feel threatened. The protagonist sadly looked down at the colors of the moon and assumed that he was in despair, because laughter was unexpectedly given to someone who was originally supposed to be sad. The knight and the captain looked at the brown-haired man who climbed onto the bow of the ship and reported that their ship was already surrounded by mermaids because they coldly greeted uninvited guests. Lloyd looked back intently. The blue-haired guy sighed and understood that it was so because there were several thousand of them. A bunch of multicolored hair and heads began to appear in the water. His silhouette immediately spread his arms and began to fall into the water because he wished for the happy fate of his people. He began to sing a song, closing his eyes and falling into the water, wishing that the mermaids would help him. All the mermaids came out of the water and looked at him in surprise. Lloyd stood on the edge of the ship, spread his arms and sang. The mermaids immediately put on their natural faces and looked at him with trepidation. Xavier raised his head in surprise and looked at the notes. The main character pressed his hands to his chest and sang with all his heart under the moonlight, radiating sincerity. The mermaids continued to look at him with trepidation. Then, all of them started bleeding from their ears. One of the mermaids pierced his nose with a spear from the ship and Lloyd began to fall. The commander of the mermaids immediately began to shout angrily that she was declaring war and everyone needed to attack. They immediately began to release a barrage of spears from the water at the ship. These spears began to crash into the ship from all sides and crumble it. Lloyd was climbing up the ship at the time, yelling angrily at the captain, implying that he had lied to them. The guy with the headband angrily punched the protagonist in the face. The captain with the headband continued to scream bloodthirstily about how he had told him to sing a song, not to cast a curse. The protagonist's face was all twisted up, and he was grinning in pain. Xavier anxiously pulled out his blade, looking at the captain and saying that because of his sincerity, the Mermaid Kingdom had seriously started a war. The captain explained that he shouldn't be touched now because it was better to do business during his working hours. Xavier immediately soared into the sky with the help of light, and was told that you can't attack the mermaids because you just need to give them a chance to turn around and run away. The mermaids watched as Xavier opened his glowing wings in the sky. The mermaid commander raised her palm and ordered everyone to stop the attack. Lloyd was shocked, his mouth open. The red-haired mermaid stretched out her pumped-up hand towards Xavier's silhouette. The knight looked at her through his bangs in bewilderment. These mermaids immediately made a heart, and everyone blushed, asking him to pass. Xavier at that moment became slightly sad. Why did he look towards the protagonist? The protagonist at that moment looked at the knights with tears in his eyes and realized that he was being unfairly mocked. Xavier with wings began to approach the mermaids and asked if it meant summer that they invited him to their kingdom. The knight looked at the mermaids in the water and they answered in agreement, but he did not understand why so suddenly. The red-haired mermaid timidly scratched her head. She immediately, like in the movie, threw her head back, letting her hair down. She stretched her fingers at him with a sly smile and said that his face decided everything. Xavier looked at her intently and understood everything. The main character at that time looked up with displeasure and understood that life was unfair. The knight on the wings immediately began to approach the water and said that he heard that mermaids can understand someone's true feelings through song. The mermaids explained that with the help of song they feel emotion. The water girl with an embarrassed grin stretched out her index finger and said that his face was so touching that it did not matter whether it was a song or a curse. Xavier continued to look at her intently and said that it was worth it. Lloyd looked at him weakly and realized that this scoundrel was the main character of the novel. Then the knight on the wings of light looked back at the brown-haired man and said that his face became the shield of his crushing song. The two of them stood at the edge of the ship, and the brown-haired man addressed the mermaid, telling her name and introducing his knight. This mermaid immediately looked down through his curly hair with a downcast expression and realized that his face was too ugly. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and bowed, wanting to skip this part because it was time to win the favor of the mermaids, so he expressed great gratitude for the invitation to the Mermaid Kingdom. The mermaid commander stretched out her hand with a dissatisfied grin and said that Lloyd was not passing. He immediately frowned angrily from under his brows and realized that he still had to do this, namely, accept his shortcomings and negotiate, gaining the upper hand. The blue-haired knight stood next to the dissatisfied gentleman and said that he would ask for a favor to let his comrade through. The mermaid immediately looked at him lovingly and agreed. The protagonist continued to look at the water with displeasure, standing next to the knight. Then he looked at Lloyd and saw that tears had appeared in his eyes. The protagonist began to wipe away his tears and made an excuse that salt had gotten into his eyes and they were drying. The blue-haired knight looked at him coldly and understood that with such a face, he needed to work tirelessly. This mermaid was lifted by hand so that she could put the necklace on the knights and explain that it allows them to breathe underwater and prevents the effects of water pressure and temperature changes. Then the main character simply had this necklace thrown at his head. He realized that no matter how dire the situation was, he was still invited to the Mermaid Kingdom and it did not matter how much pain he would receive. They dove into the water and followed to the Mermaid Kingdom. He understood that if he could find the Pearl of Truth, then he could only protect everyone in his territory. They continued to swim into the deep waters under the magical glowing algae. Then Lloyd saw a light at the end of the water gorge. He widened his eyes in shock. They were swimming to a huge city protected by a dome and a huge octopus. The protagonist twisted his face and frowned because he was shocked that something big, the size of a city, appeared. The brown-haired man looked closely at the sullen grin. The mermaid commander asked about the monster. Then the same question was asked by a knight swimming nearby, and she answered him with trepidation that it was a guardian octopus protecting the kingdom of mermaids, and they had been together for a long time. It was the same underwater city with a fortress in the center, like a palace, and they were told to first greet the mermaid queen. The protagonist and the knight were kneeling in front of the queen's throne, who greeted a beautiful and ugly man. It was the red-haired mermaid queen Ariel, who looked at the guests with trepidation. The protagonist looked at his companion through his bangs, and the brown-haired man asked the knight to try to borrow the Pearl of Truth for him. Although he understood that he was only an expert on the face, and it was the gentleman who was eloquent, but he had no say in this place. Ariel immediately closed her eyes and smiled with trepidation, telling Lloyd not to worry because she did not discriminate, even if his face was so disgusting, and therefore allowed him to speak, but first he had to turn his face away. He realized that this was too obvious discrimination, almost cruel. The protagonist stood on the carpet and looked away, introducing himself as Lloyd, and said that he came here in search of the precious Pearl of Truth and would like to borrow it from them. He looked displeased from under his brows when he heard the mermaid's laughter. Ariel immediately began to laugh maliciously, saying that if she had, she would have lent it, but the Pearl of Truth that everyone in the world knows is a myth. The main character immediately froze and his eyes bulged in shock. The mermaid queen smiled, rested her chin in her hand, and said that these were just legends, and they came here assuming that there would be something like that. The mermaid looked at the guests who were kneeling, when Lloyd cried out that the Dragon King said that the Pearl of Truth was in the kingdom of mermaids, but Ariel explained that he was talking about a lazy sleepyhead. She slightly closed her eyes, lowering them, and said that his brain was as sour as his face, and it was impossible that he could not explain more accurately. The main character angrily closed his eyes with tears in his eyes and realized that he had most likely been deceived. Ariel looked at him with trepidation under the sun and realized that he had completely despaired. The huge octopus continued to protect this huge city under the dome, and Ariel explained that it was possible to ask their guardian octopus because it has existed since the mythical era. The protagonist immediately cried out in alarm, bulging his eyes, because he realized that she could communicate with him. The red-haired queen touched her cheek with her finger and asked if there were any talking octopuses in the world. Lloyd grimaced and frowned in horror. He looked away in front of Ariel and asked her to systematize what she said. He looked at her attentively from under his brows and explained that the Pearl of Truth was an object that existed in the mythical era, and did she mean that this was not a fictitious story? The mermaid looked down on him with her palm open and said she didn't know because their ancestors spoke of her as something that existed, but no one from their generation had seen her. The brown-haired man slightly closed his lips and lowered his gaze, because I understood that the probability of existence was not 0%. He and his knight were standing on the carpet in front of the queen's throne, and he wanted to ask her for another favor. He felt that even if it was only a 0.1% chance, he needed to confirm it as soon as possible. The brown-haired man turned his head again and allowed him to conduct research on the Pearl of Truth. If he could find it, the Mermaid Kingdom would benefit, and he felt that holding on to something like a possessed person was his talent. He continued to look away while Ariel looked at him with trepidation and said that it didn't matter because while he was here conducting research, they would be able to look at a beautiful face. Ariel continued to sit on her throne and raised her hand, saying that she could not help in any way because she already had one big problem. She lowered her gaze in displeasure, putting her hand to her face, and said that not long ago the gates of hell opened above their gates. Lloyd stared at her intently under the dim light. She imagined this huge portal that emitted bursts of light because the heat from hell was furiously falling on the North Pole. These powerful streams broke off pieces of ice and said that if this continues, the glaciers will melt. Ariel frowned in anger and tried to understand what kind of person did this because he wanted to take revenge on him. The knight looked at the protagonist with displeasure, who pretended that he was also against this person. Ariel clenched her fists in anger and tensed up as she saw the dragon enter and exit the gate, and the man who opened the gate was as evil as the devil. The knight continued to stare at the protagonist, who thanked the mermaid for allowing him to explore the Pearl of Truth. The protagonist looked up and said that if he found it, he would definitely present it to the mermaid queen. The blue-haired knight looked at the commander in shock and was surprised, because his stealth level was at the level of a grandmaster. The two of them stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the underwater city. The knight stared at the frowning gaze of the gentleman, who suggested that he begin searching for the truth. The protagonist looked intently from under his brows and said that he wanted to collect information, step by step, and dig into it. Sometimes the simplest way is the most effective. Xavier stared at his comrade and said that he was not talking about the gates of hell. The knight looked at Artina, who asked him to remember that they must find it for the count, countess, and everyone else. Lloyd threw the shovel over his shoulder and began to walk. The knight looked at him with disdain through his bangs and realized that his actions always have a reason, so he definitely needed to do it right now. The two of them followed the stairs to the top of the fortress and wanted to find this Pearl of Truth. A huge blue moon illuminated the entire kingdom. At this time, the queen was sitting on her bed, under the curtains fluttering in the wind. She looked like a demon with veins on her face and a bulging eye. Her pink eye was filled with blood and veins because she made her family and brothers shed blood. She bared her teeth in anger. Then she stuck out her hand and it began to transform into something. She sat on the bed and began to study the red aura in demonic form. Alicia, all tensed up, and began to mutate into someone. The skin on her hands began to peel off. She bared her teeth in anger while demonic blood flowed through her veins. She bared her teeth in fury while her veins were sticking out. She immediately plopped down on the bed, holding her mutated hand. She lay on the bed and tried to catch her breath. She looked sadly at her mutated hand with veins on it. She held her trembling and mutated hand and realized that all the poison was in her hand. She lowered her gaze in a sweat and realized that she could now cut off her hand. She sat on her huge bed under the moonlight and realized that for someone who could become a queen, it was normal to sacrifice it in order not to go crazy. She looked at her trembling hand and supposed that she might have already gone crazy. She immediately took pity and began to cry on her knee because she was trying to understand why she suddenly wanted to see that potato. At this time, the protagonist crossed his fingers and maliciously, mockingly noted that she had good energy and did she by chance believe in the pearl. At this time, the mermaid opened her mouth in horror and thought that it was a sea cucumber that suddenly spoke, although looking at it, even the universe would doubt it. The knight looked through his bangs with slight sadness and said the same thing, that she had good energy, and asked if she by chance believed in the pearl. These mermaids looked at the knight with love and a blushing look and said that they were not sure because this is an old story. The timid mermaids replied that they knew little, but had heard of a madman who had decided to find a treasure, but she did not mean that such a handsome man could be crazy. These mermaids, with a mocking smile and a timid look, began to look at each other, discussing this handsome face. The protagonist watched what was happening with a dejected look when the knight asked where the Triton was who had said that he was looking for a pearl. They told him to follow them because she would take him straight home. The blue-haired guy looked back at the protagonist. The knight looked at him coolly through his bangs and apologized for making him feel ashamed. The brown-haired guy, with tears in his eyes and a proud look, said that nothing like that happened because these were not tears, but just rain. It was an underwater house, like from SpongeBob, in the form of a pineapple. It was a mermaid man who smiled with admiration and was glad that someone was really interested in the pearl and they would join his search. A message popped up that there was a kinship with the young Triton Rotalua. A notification that the kinship was 16 and there were 2482 points in the location. When the brunette continued to smile widely, Rotalua put his hands on the table. When the brown-haired man backed away slightly, he said that he would not help right away. First, you need to find out how the guy himself knows a lot. He became curious about where the kinship came from, if he just saw him, because kinship only appears when a person takes his side. The brunette closed his eyes and raised his fist, explaining that their family had been looking for the Pearl of Truth for several generations. Despite the fact that they were not laughed at, they have been excavating for several generations. He added that it was in the second mythical era, when only spring and summer existed in the world. The Pearl of Truth was in this sea. The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked at Rotalua with a sneer, who explained that the Pearl of Truth, which gives answers to any questions, was the real hero of Atlantido. The brown-haired man realized that in front of him was a fanatic, who suddenly met a friend and also continued excavations, and everything should go smoothly. Rotalua angrily leaned his hands on the table and leaned over, explaining that 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Great War of Races, the Pearl of Truth collapsed. The main character twisted his face in bewilderment, bulging his eyes. Rotalua crossed his arms when the main character leaned on the table and angrily asked about whether the pearl had collapsed and was broken. The brunette dreamed that even mermaids did not know this fact. Rotalua, with a piercing gaze, imagined a huge tall building stretching into the dark clouds and explained that the Pearl of Truth is a building. Electricity and aura were cascading around the building, and he reported that it was a carefully woven structure of mana down to every brick and column, as it was the magical power that gave the building the ability to think and react. The brown-haired man looked at Rotalua carefully and realized that the Pearl of Truth was like a giant computer with artificial intelligence, the only difference being that it used mana instead of electricity. The brown-haired man immediately touched his face with his hand and looked away in confusion, suggesting that if it was broken, there was no way. Rotalua replied that this was why he kept looking for it. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and looked up in alarm, saying that there should be a blueprint of the building itself somewhere in there. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the mermaid man, and he realized that the Pearl of Truth, which had seemed like a fleeting idea at first, was beginning to form more clearly. He immediately frowned and clenched his fists at his sides, realizing that he needed to take action, and asked what the excavation site looked like. It was a huge dome enveloping the entire underwater city. They started to walk forward when they looked back at the old man, who realized that the guys would be using a shovel again instead of swimming training. He was a pumped-up old man, scratching his shoulder and calling Rotalua a skinny guy. This brunette screamed in anger, pointing his finger at the old man, and said that his muscles wouldn't help him at all, because mermaids over 40 suffer from arthritis, and if he swam like crazy, his muscles would grow and his arms would atrophy. Rotalua immediately pounced on the old man from behind and said that he got what he wanted, so he should stop grumbling and just leave. Rotalua closed his eyes angrily when the old man lay unconscious, saying that they always treated him like a fool. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes with disdain and mentioned that Rotalua said that he had been digging since the time of his ancestors, and why hadn't he found it yet? The brunette frowned in confusion, looking ahead. They approached the edge of the hill and saw a deep distant bottom. Rotalua said that the bottom of the sea was too wide. He extended his index finger on the funnel at the bottom and said that he was digging these holes. Then he showed a map of the seabed, where half was crossed out with crosses, and said that it was an exploration map and there were many like it. Lloyd looked angrily at Rotalua, who was scratching his nose, and said that it was too detailed. The protagonist understood that he would not be able to find her until the mermaids developed and began to fly. He looked away with his green vision discontentedly and tried to understand if there was another way except to dig everything up. He began scanning the seabed and saw a small cave, and realized it was a sediment layer that had been accumulating for 10,000 years and was useless to measure. He crossed his arms and pursed his lips in displeasure, because he realized that if he hit the bottom with Xavier's power, the drawing could disappear and it would be a disaster. And he also realized that the Beast Gang couldn't do it because they were in the water, and if he summoned the dragon, the Mermaid Queen would declare war. He glared ahead and realized that they would need to persuade a lot of people to do this. Rotalua immediately began bloodthirstily digging another hole, and Lloyd understood that if they could only mobilize the incredible physical strength of the mermaids. He bared his teeth in displeasure. Then he glared at his knight. The brown-haired man looked at the knights with anger and understood that his self-esteem had no other outlet, so he asked him to seduce the mermaids and make them work. The knight immediately approached the mermaids, who tremblingly crossed their arms and looked at him, apologizing to the handsome man, because they could not spend their time on anything except training and building muscle. Then Xavier stood next to the brown-haired man and they looked at the underwater city. The knight, with tears in his eyes, lowered his gaze and was perplexed. Xavier mockingly poked the knight with his finger and gloatingly mocked, as if the knight thought that he would really succeed, and, apparently, his face was not so handsome. Then Lloyd also wilted and became sad because the operation had failed and they had to go back. They walked along the seabed and the brown-haired man was puzzled by how they would dig up such a large piece of land, because it would take many years. He covered his mouth with his hand and frowned intently, realizing that in 3 years one after another all these misfortunes would happen, and he did not have much time. The brown-haired man looked back at his knight, who looked away and said that it was very hot here. They came to the edge of the hill and saw bubbling craters, like a hydrothermal spring. He explained that the water seeped deep, heated by magma, and erupted. Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered how Rotalua poked his fingers bloodthirstily and reminded that mermaids get arthritis after 40. It was a bubbling hydrothermal spring made of stone spikes. The knight looked at the back of the brown-haired man, who turned to him. Lloyd bared his teeth with a malicious smile, looking back, and said that they would open a sauna here, because for a demonic sauna it is quite possible to make mermaids work like the damned. Hard work pays off. The main character was lying on his bed and was about to get up, holding his shoulder, because even though they said so, he still couldn't get much money. He went outside and touched the rain, because he realized that it was useless again, because there were many reasons for his work being cancelled. The brunette was stretching his injured shoulder, because his body condition was one of the reasons for the cancellation. He looked at the building under the rain squall and realized that the session was over and assumed that he could rest today. His blonde friend under an umbrella came up to him. At that moment, he was smiling sarcastically under the umbrella and asked him why he was showing off such a pathetic face. Schumacher looked angrily through his bangs and realized that it was his friend with beef. This blonde smiled sarcastically, approached the guy and offered him to go to the sauna together if he had nothing else to do. The blonde continued to grin maliciously, raising his eyebrows, and said that after hard work he was most likely tired, and especially since it was raining, so it was worth going. Schumacher looked at him intently from under his brows. The brunette put his hands in his pocket and looked around, saying that he had no money for a sauna. At that moment, his friend closed his lips with a malicious smile and declared that he already knew about it. The blonde continued to look down on Schumacher and said that he was going to work part-time at the sauna and let him steam for free all day. The brunette stood on his porch in front of the blonde with an umbrella and said why he needed a part-time job if his family was rich. The blonde stood under the umbrella and continued to smile sarcastically, because this sauna belonged to his mother and from this day on, he would help her. Schumacher bared his teeth angrily and was indignant. The blonde immediately turned around and started to leave, asking his friend to stop whining and follow him, and he realized that he had specially started working part-time at the sauna on the day the session ended. The two of them walked in the rain under an orange umbrella, and the blonde said that his shoulders were getting wet and asked his friend to stand closer. Schumacher assumed that it was unlikely that he had accidentally appeared at dawn, when he was usually getting ready for work. The brunette looked at him angrily and understood that he was being deceived somewhere. His blonde friend smiled sarcastically and raised his eyebrows, mocking the fact that he did not even have money for an umbrella. At this time, they were sitting in the room and steaming, simultaneously eating eggs and relaxing. Schumacher lay leisurely with his arms spread out, and his tense muscles and ligaments relaxed because it felt like the stagnant blood began to move. After a while, he continued to lie and seemed to be in a dream. He fell into a dream and, raising his hand, released a white handkerchief into outer space. His joyful body hovered in outer space because he became one with the mysterious cycle of the universe. The main character went with the knight in search of the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd looked back angrily and realized that there was enough demand, because there were plenty of mermaids with sore joints and muscles. He saw the male mermaids clutching their battered joints, a natural result of swimming madly under the enormous pressure at such depths. He then grinned maliciously, baring his teeth, and realized that the entire plan was almost complete. The huge crane had caught a bunch of mermaids in its nets, and it was a rich catch. Lloyd stood at the table opposite Rotalua, who was trying to figure out if the sauna was a device inside the room. He stated that there was no better place for mermaids with muscle and joint pain. Rotalua raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what this had to do with finding the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd tilted his head and smiled, saying that this was the easiest way to recruit labor, since it was impossible for the three of them to clear such a large area. The main character took pity on Rotalua in confusion when Rotalua was unsure, but it would be difficult since they were afraid of steam. These were the same hydrothermal vents that were releasing hot bubbles of air. Rotalua explained that until recently, some mermaids were tempted by the heat and would lie down nearby and die. He pictured fried fish with lemon on a green leaf. Rotalua explained that for some reason they would lose their minds, climb into the hottest spot and fry until crispy. The brown-haired man raised his head, closing his eyes, as Rotalua explained that this was why mermaids were forbidden to even approach them. Lloyd understood that the water coming out of the hydrothermal vent contained heavy metals, so it made sense. The young gentleman smirked mockingly. He leaned his body forward with a sly grin and said that a hot chimney would solve all these problems. Starting to create a sauna, step 1, building the structure. He walked to the coral bottom and looked at its plants and said that this is where they would put the sauna. Xavier wondered if it was too far from the hydrothermal vent. Then they walked forward, and the brown-haired man began to take out papers from his inner pocket because he said that safety should be the most important thing. He took out his papers with blueprints and presented a green hologram, because it was a design blueprint challenge. It was a huge green grid that filled the entire space. Xavier looked back at the enthusiastic protagonist, who was walking forward in search of materials, and told him to follow the guide. The knight closed his eyes and began to pull out his blade. The brown-haired man looked back and saw the knight swing his blade and destroy the earth. The knight stood in front of the cave entrance when Lloyd looked back at him and asked if it was strange that he so obediently took up the matter and why he did not start asking questions. Lloyd looked at him with disdain and said why he was looking for the Pearl of Truth and what would happen if they didn't find it. Xavier nodded his head, closing his eyes. The knight extended his glowing blade to the side, standing in the cave with the scan, and told the master to bring the materials quickly because if they didn't hurry, their land would be in danger. Xavier bowed his head and looked back when he was addressed. He saw the brown-haired guy throw the shovel over his shoulder and start to leave, thanking him sincerely. The blue-haired guy looked back intently. He saw his master close his eyes. They both grabbed their mouths and almost threw up from such sincerity and gratitude. Step number 2, collecting various materials. Lloyd stood on the ledge and looked at the hydrothermal vent, because they had to solve all the problems, and he said it for a reason. He immediately decided to jump off the ledge. He was holding a large shell and falling down, because the organisms living near the springs would provide him with the necessary materials. He was falling down and he saw tube worms. These tube worms began to release green goo. These green clots of mucus attacked Lloyd, who was trying to collect it all in the shell, because he had to collect the secretions of these insects for finishing and gluing. Through the gnashing of teeth, Lloyd tried to rise with these tube slugs. Then there was the assembly of pipes, and they pulled long pipes from the bottom up the hill because this was their installation at the hydrothermal vent. Step 4 was to run the pipes through each room and paint the trim. They began to paint the entire cave through which the bundles of M-pipes passed. Then steam came out of this huge bundle of pipes because it was necessary to adjust the size of the pipeline to the same temperature in each room. The main character closed his eyes maliciously and raised his index finger, saying that now came the most important part. It was a large room with a huge shell, because the most important part was the emerald room themed interior. Then there was also a coral room, all covered with light and seaweed. There was also an unusual room with slugs and pillows. The main character put his hands on his belt and shouted at the top of his lungs in the room that they had finally finished the first sauna in this fantasy world. Rotalua decided to try the room and lay down. Wagging his tail, Lloyd tried to ask his opinion. The brown-haired man looked at the knight behind him with a grin, who suggested that he was already starting a business with this sauna because he really needed more money. The gentleman replied that he would not take money. He bulged his eyes and said with a bloodthirsty grin that he would not take money. Xavier coldly looked ahead through his bangs and had a presentiment of everything. He imagined the main character gloatingly controlling all the old men, because it would be a weak-willed plea from the mermaids. The beautiful northern lights were visible above the sea. The shadow of a bird fell on the water when it flew over it. Bubbles were visible under the water, rising to the surface. A creature with a red eye was rising from under the water. The jump sent splashes of water flying to the sides. The mermaid jumped high above the sea, throwing her hair back. The bird looked at the mermaid in horror. The blonde looked ahead with a wide smile. Then she grabbed the bird with her muscular hand, saying that he was caught. The mermaid immediately disappeared under the water, having caught her prey. The long-haired girl was in a circle of other mermaids, smiling widely. The girl said that Ladida had broken the record again, noting that she was sure that with her muscular tail she could even reach the moon. Ladida winked at the mermaids, showing off her muscles, saying that she was. Ladida noted that those were good times. She pumped up her muscles just by working out and was the most eligible bachelorette in the area. An older Ladida lay on a shell, sighing heavily. She clenched her fist, saying that her shoulders hurt again. The blonde began to hit herself on the shoulder, saying that they hurt so much. The old man swam up to the mermaid, telling his old lady that she was very noisy. The blonde asked the old man why he wanted to go on an eternal quiet swim. The merman said that she understood everything in her own way again. The old lady swam past her husband, noting that she was going to go and work out a little. The merman asked if she worked out too much, suggesting that she work out like him 3 times a day. The old lady said that her soul dies every second she rests. Ladida sailed through an underwater city. She noted that she was beginning to wonder if she should stop training altogether, but she couldn't stop. She had been training all her life, and if only she could ease the pain in her muscles and joints a little, she might even enjoy it. The mermaid turned her attention downwards. Lloyd was shouting for everyone to come over as it was the opening night and everything was free for all the sea people who were experiencing muscle and joint pain. The protagonist was standing with a loudspeaker, smiling widely. He was telling them that these weren't hot pipes for them, and that they should come warm up their bones in their 100% safe sauna. The old woman watched in amazement, wondering what he had just said and that she could safely take a steam bath. The protagonist was pointing towards the sauna, shouting that everything was free and for them to warm up their bones. Ladida squinted ahead, thinking that she had heard that humans were quite skillful creatures, wondering if it was really possible to believe that everything was free. The main character closed his eyes and grinned widely. Ladida noted that he was trying hard to smile, which made him look like a real swindler. Xavier stood with a disappointed look, looking down. Ladida thought that he was with such a handsome man and he couldn't be a bad person, and if you think about it, they wouldn't be able to fool them with a simple sauna. The old woman lay down on the ground as jellyfish swam above them. The mermaid thought that she would just play along for now. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. She looked ahead in surprise. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Ladida spread her arms out to the sides, imagining herself young. After which she burst into her home with a big smile, telling the old man to come with her to the sauna since everything there is free for the first week. The young gentleman smiled widely, folding his hands in front of him. Lloyd asked the mermaid that she had returned with her husband that day, wishing them a good rest. The old man and the old woman lay on the ground, imagining themselves young. Lloyd looked at the mermaids with a joyful expression, thanking them for coming to them 5 days in a row, noting that they were all glowing. Ladida and her husband looked at the guy happily. The blonde said that he could not even imagine how much energy they now had when they trained together. The brown-haired man noted that this was wonderful news, asking what happened to them. The mermaids joyfully raised their fists in the air, praising the sauna. The main character folded his hands in front of him, thanking them with a smile and noting that if they were happy, then he was too. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with happiness. He told the guys that they would see each other tomorrow and the day after in the sauna. The moon and the sun were flying over the sea. The young gentleman was sitting with a serious expression on his face. Ladida was standing near the table, looking at the young gentleman. Then she turned her gaze to the side. A stick was visible on the shell, blocking the entrance. Lloyd squinted at the mermaid. The blonde asked why the doors were closed today. The guy noted that the freebie was over. The main character looked at the guys with a cold gaze, saying that from now on the sauna is open only for members, and asks them to sign there. The main character handed the papers to the old woman, saying that this is a registration form. The blonde wondered that she only needs to sign and she can continue using the sauna. Ladida looked carefully at the registration form. It said that the first thing was that their sauna was strictly membership-based, and anyone who was not a member of their system would not be allowed to use the sauna. The second point said that depending on their membership status, the longest time they could spend in the sauna was 12 hours. The old woman noted that 12 hours was more than enough, after which the blonde looked at the documents in bewilderment. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that the third point was that when using the sauna, all members had to pay a fixed fee, and money was not accepted as payment. Lloyd looked at the mermaid with a cold gaze, noting that they would be working instead. The mermaids looked at the protagonist with confusion. The young gentleman said that the working hours would be half the time they spent in the sauna, and if they spent 6 hours in the sauna, then they would have to work for 3 hours. The brown-haired man slightly opened his mouth, stating that their working hours must be completed within 48 hours of visiting the sauna if they fail to complete the required hours the first time. Access to the sauna will be blocked for 10 days, the second time the ban will last 30 days, and the third time their membership will be revoked. The mermaid suddenly grabbed the protagonist by the shirt, after which she gave him a furious blow, saying that he is a pathetic idiot. The young master fell to the ground, clutching his cheek. The mermaid asked how dare he give orders to mermen, the most exalted creatures in the area. Ladida angrily glared at the guy, crossing her arms over her chest. She stated that they had lived perfectly well without any saunas until now, and he was a stupid swindler, and they would simply never come there again. The hero spat out blood, clutching his cheek. Lloyd said that he could not force them. The brown-haired man sat on the ground, lowering his head. Xavier looked back at the young master, asking if his plan had failed. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise when he asked if he remembered how he managed to live without a lullaby. Ladida began to hit her sore shoulder. She said that she knew that nothing good could be expected from him, and that he took them for weaklings. Lloyd picked up the registration forms, thinking that people could live without cigarettes. Ladida continued to hit her body. The protagonist sat down on a chair, thinking that they could live without watching videos on YouTube. They could even survive without computer games. The mermaid hit her shoulder with her fist. The protagonist folded his hands in front of himself, sitting at the table, noting that only until they got a taste for it. The old woman bared her teeth, looking at the brown-haired man with annoyance. Tears appeared in the old woman's eyes when she told him to give her his registration form. The protagonist began to hand over the documents, after which he looked at the mermaids with a crazy grin, asking if they had decided everything yet. There was a sign hanging above the water cave. The mermaids were enjoying the sauna, smiling happily. Ladida was lying on her back, with her arms spread out to the side. The bracelet on her hand began to glow with a blue light, after which the jellyfish inside the ball began to fade. The small jellyfish dried up and stopped glowing. The protagonist burst into the sauna, telling the visitors of rooms 4, 12, and 3 that their time was up. The main character looked at the mermaids with a cold look, saying that they would see each other tomorrow at the excavations. The old woman looked at the hero's back with irritation, thinking what a terrible person he was, adding that she would not allow him to make a fool of her, and this was the last day she was in the sauna. The bright sun was shining over the sea. The protagonist looked ahead with an indifferent look, greeting the mermaids, saying that he was the head of the construction, Lloyd Frontera, and now they should get to work. The underwater inhabitants began to furiously dig up the earth with shovels. The old woman lay on a shell, hitting herself on the shoulder. She noted that her whole body hurt and needed to steam herself. The protagonist sat at the table, holding out a bracelet with a small jellyfish. He greeted the visitor, saying that he was the manager of the sauna, Lloyd Frontera, wishing him a pleasant time today. The old woman enjoyed spending time in the sauna. The protagonist threw the shovel over his shoulder, introducing himself as the head of the construction. The protagonist with a soulless look held out a bracelet, greeting the visitor. The protagonist with an indifferent look looked down, greeting the workers. The old woman continued excavating, after which she widened her eyes, thinking that something was wrong. The mermaid imagined the protagonist controlling her. She noted that she was being completely controlled. Ladida closed her eyes and bared her teeth, continuing to dig. She thought that she needed to stop this. The blonde lay in the sauna with an irritated look, thinking that she must break this vicious circle. After which the mermaid relaxed her face and closed her eyes, noting that she did not want to stop. The protagonist and the guys watched the excavations. Rodolua looked in horror at the madly smiling Lloyd. The mermaid widened his eyes, wondering that this demon was using them, the mermaids, as slaves. The old woman stubbornly dug the earth. The long-haired mermaid wondered that he had betrayed his fellows. The underwater resident shuddered at the voice of the protagonist. Lloyd asked that he had a feeling as if he had become a demon. The young gentleman looked ahead with a peaceful face, stating that they were not forcing anyone, asking if that was not the case. The brunette looked at the young gentleman with doubt, after which he smiled widely as a blue light appeared in his chest. The main character watched the mermaids work. He noted that due to their insane physical strength, the mermaids had dug up so much in just a month, and the density of the seabed had decreased slightly. The protagonist's eyes flashed green, after which he began to wave his hand, shouting for them to stop and stop digging. The protagonist ran down the cliff, noticing a square piece of land. The protagonist began to quickly dig up the ground, after which he looked down in surprise, saying that it existed. Under the ground was a stone slab with patterns. Lloyd noted that this was the place where the Pearl of Truth was. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, looking at the slab in confusion. He noted that it was not easy for him. The young gentleman sat with his head down, wondering what if this was just a legend, and what if he really would not find anything. The protagonist looked down with a frightened look, wondering what all the misfortunes around him, what if he could not stop them. Lloyd stood with his back to the stone slabs. He then raised his hand, wiping his face. The brown-haired man smirked slightly while Xavier looked at him. Lloyd said that this was great, and now they would begin looking for the plan. Rodolua closed his eyes and began to burst into tears. The young master noted that the time had come, asking what was wrong with him. The brunette turned to his father, saying that it really did exist, and he really thought it was just fiction. Lloyd asked what he had just said, after which he noted that he could forget it, asking where the plan was. Rodolua began to float above the patterned slabs, stating that according to the records of his ancestors, they should look for it in the very center, adding that the plan was hidden in a magical vault and it should have some kind of keyhole. The master flashed his gaze, looking to the side. The green grid pointed to a recess in the tile. Lloyd said that here it is. The merman swam up to the hole, saying that he was absolutely sure that it was definitely a keyhole. The young gentleman looked at the tile warily, saying that if there was a lock, asking where the key was. A powerful energy began to emanate from the keyhole. The brunette closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. He noted that he was told that the hole would show them where the key was, asking what was going on. The main character turned his head behind him, after which he turned his gaze upward. A huge octopus was visible above the master's head. The main character looked at the monster in bewilderment, noting that the hole would show them where the key was, wondering if it could be. The octopus closed its eyes, waving its tentacles. The main character looked at the monster in shock, asking what he was in the belly of this thing. The monster held onto the underwater city of Merman, waving its remaining tentacles. A powerful shaking engulfed the entire city. The Triton Queen looked at her assistant with concern, saying that if it collapsed, it would be all over, ordering everyone to evacuate. The mermaid swam up to the queen, saying that fortunately, most of the people were already outside since they worked for that man. Ariel smiled contentedly, asking if he was a good guy. Lloyd watched with a dejected look, asking if this was all because of him. Xavier said that it was definitely. The young master noted that he had hoped that he would say no. The knight grabbed the master by the clothes, noting that he would take care of the Sea Kingdom, and he would get the key. The swordsman looked at the young master with a serious look, stating that it was for the sake of the lands he so desired to protect. The brown-haired man looked at the swordsman in surprise, after which Xavier soared upward on his wings, taking the protagonist with him. Ariel put her hands in front of her and opened her mouth wide. She appeared in front of the huge ball, swinging her hands. Then she stopped the huge ball with the city. Ariel pushed the city away from her with all her might. She looked up worriedly, wondering what didn't work. The queen looked at the ball in shock as it began to rise. Xavier stood next to the queen, pushing the city up. Ariel asked what it was a person. Then she smiled happily, noting that she was sincerely grateful to both of them. The knight looked at the queen. He looked at Ariel with a serious look, saying that you are welcome. The author noted that Lloyd's impudence also amazed Xavier. The octopus opened its mouth wide, letting tears out of its eyes, after which the monster pressed its tentacles to its face. The protagonist looked at the monster in confusion, thinking that these were the symptoms, and he was sure of them. The protagonist was floating under a huge suffering octopus. Lloyd noted that he was suffering from constipation. The huge octopus began to wave its tentacles. Then it waved its paw. From a strong push, the protagonist was thrown to the side. The enraged octopus began to wave its tentacles. Xavier and Ariel were pushing the underwater city. Splashes of water rose above the ice floes. The protagonist bared his teeth, covering his face with his hands. He noted that for a start, if they did not cure his indigestion, they could not do anything else, noting that he once had indigestion too, wondering how he recovered then. Lloyd added that mom and dad that time. The protagonist remembered how his father leaned over him. He looked at his son worriedly, asking that he had quite a severe indigestion. Lloyd was lying on the bed and said that he wanted to puke, but nothing came out. His father noted that he should wait a little as he needed to do something, and he would feel better right away. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking slightly exhausted. Then he turned his gaze to the side when his father said to give him his finger. The man began to wave a knife, saying that he needed to prick his finger. The guy looked at his father in bewilderment, saying that he decided not to prick him, but to stab him. The man smiled widely, taking the needle in his hand. He noted that he was just joking. The protagonist noted that he found time to joke. The main character winced in pain. The man noted that his blood was very dark. The guy looked at the ceiling dejectedly, sighing heavily. The man asked how he felt and if he was feeling better. Lloyd said that he did not know and the feeling as if both better, but at the same time not. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and then burped. The father smiled widely, asking what was better for him. Lloyd noted that it was hard for him to say. The woman looked at her husband in bewilderment, asking why he did not watch TV, noting that they say on it that it does not help. The man said that it helped him a lot when he was younger. The mother approached her son, telling her husband to step aside, because in such moments it is necessary for all the harmfulness to come out of him, and then he will feel better. The protagonist closed his eyes when his mother put her hand on his stomach. The woman smiled widely, asking that he trusted her. Lloyd opened his eyes slightly, looking at the woman. The protagonist's mother swung her fist. Lloyd asked what she was going to do. The mother's fist approached the protagonist's body. Then she hit her hand, which was lying on Lloyd's stomach, with all her strength. The main character's eyes widened. Then he pressed his lips together and puffed out his cheeks. A beautiful rainbow was visible above the sea. A huge monster was puffing out its cheeks, waving its tentacles. The young master swam up to the monster's face. He wondered what made him feel so much better that time and whether it would help the octopus. The master bared his teeth and frowned, wondering if such methods were even legal and whether they would work. The master remembered his smiling mother. The woman asked him how he felt and that she simply had magical hands, noting that he was studying natural sciences, and in order to understand whether something works or not, he must try everything on himself. The master looked away with a serious look, his mouth wide open. He called out to the swordsman. The knight gritted his teeth, pushing the underwater city. Lloyd stated to use the aura on the tips of the octopus's tentacles, but not too hard so as not to pierce them. Xavier nervously clenched his teeth, saying that he was too busy right now. The underwater city continued to fall to the ground. Ladida swam up to the city, resting her hands on it. She looked ahead furiously, shouting at her people to prepare a charge. The mermaids began to swim towards the huge sphere. The old woman said to use the stamina from their training and the usual relaxation from going to the sauna. The mermaids stopped the city with their own strength. Then they pushed off from the water, lifting it up. Xavier spread his wings. Then he soared above the city on them. The knight flew towards the huge monster. A white aura emanated from the swordsman. The blue-haired boy swung his blade, using the explosion skill. He directed the aura threads towards the octopus. The huge monster continued to wave its tentacles in pain. The threads attached themselves to the tips of the tentacles. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Then it slightly opened its mouth and burped. The young gentleman looked at the monster with a confident look, noting that in a normal situation, for a better effect, they would have to tie up its tentacles and then pierce them. But now this would be enough, noting that whether it was frightened by pain or not, but he managed to burp, which meant that stage 1 was complete. The young gentleman opened his mouth wide, saying that now was the final blow. The master took his hand with the shovel behind his back. Huge animals appeared behind him, puffing out their cheeks. The master looked ahead with concern, telling the guys that since they were not sitting in his bosom now, their effect did not spread and they needed to quickly finish it off completely. Hippo spread his arms to the sides, puffing out his cheeks and stomach. Teapot pounced on Hippo, after which a stream of water shot out of the hippopotamus's mouth. The animals curled up into a ball, heading towards the octopus. The huge monster watched what was happening. Then he closed his eyes. The octopus waved his tentacle, beating off the little animals. The main character was lying on the belly of the little animal. Then he swung his shovel, using the explosion skill. The explosion threw the guys to the side of the monster. The young gentleman bared his teeth and widened his eyes. The little animals curled up into a ball, approaching the body of the monster. The guys struck the body of the octopus. The monster widened its eyes. Then he opened his mouth, when bubbles began to appear from it. The bubbles began to spread into the sea. A certain figure began to be visible behind them. Xavier began to reach for the seahorse figure. Then he grabbed it. The young gentleman smiled happily and clenched his hand into a fist, noting that they had succeeded. The octopus swam above the city with a relieved look. The system notified that he had received a new title, the Doctor of the Sea Village. The effects of the title: he can breathe freely underwater, and he has access to the special skill punch in the stomach. The huge monster turned his attention to the side, after which he suddenly rushed towards the underwater city. A system window appeared with a description of the special skill punch in the stomach. He can punch any living creature in the stomach underwater, and with this blow make them empty the contents of their stomach. The huge octopus again covered the underwater city with its tentacles. The mermaids began to joyfully rejoice, raising their fists up. The main character was contentedly holding a figurine of a seahorse in his hand, saying that it certainly looked like a key for a well. The main character turned his attention to the Queen of the Tritons when she called out to him. Ariel looked at the young master with a slight grin, noting that upon closer inspection he had a manly face. The master looked at the girl in surprise. Ariel smiled widely, stating that he was the one who made them stronger and even protected their home. The queen beamed with joy, raising her hands up. The system announced that a new race was discovered. The ancient octopus and the sea people accepted him as a true friend. He received bonus RP. The amount of RP is 2565. The master watched in surprise. The system announced that even though the problems initially started because of him, the young master smirked slightly, raising his palm. The system noted that he had no conscience at all. Lloyd asked what was wrong. The system noted that he meant that he acted as if he did not feel guilty at all. The protagonist asked what he said, noting that he really did not understand what he was talking about. Ladida took the protagonist's hand with a wide smile. Lloyd noted that in any case, this time everything could have really turned out worse. The system asked what he suddenly spoke about. The young master noted that he did not know what to do, and he could only try the different methods that his mother and father taught him, and he was sincerely grateful to them. A system window appeared in front of the master's face. The system noted that if he thought so, then he was sure that his parents would be much more grateful to him, asking if he agreed. The main character looked at the system with bewilderment. He stood motionless in front of the system window, noting that he had gone to hell, asking if he could not say such things when he was in a good mood. The brown-haired man pressed his lips, noting that they were already dead, asking how they could be grateful to him. The system stated that he must be really angry. The boy stated that he was, because his words immediately made him regret that he could not do more for them. The master stood with his back, saying that he would not look back, after which he headed to the keyhole, thinking that he should focus on protecting his current family. Lloyd placed the seahorse statue into the keyhole, after which a bright light appeared from the keyhole. A diagram of a building appeared in front of the guys. The brown-haired man looked at the diagram in confusion, wondering what else it was. The diagram showed a stone building. The main character noted that it looked exactly like the Goguryeo tombs. The young master imagined an image of a tomb. He noted that it was a structure that narrowed towards the top in order to withstand a certain weight of one type of pyramid. The system notified him to scan the plan and save the information about Adipoa, the Pearl of Truth. The master flashed his gaze, using the scanning skill, after which he looked at the system window, noting that he needed to look. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion. A system window appeared with a list of key materials. Lloyd wondered what it was that they still needed to collect materials. The system announced that it was the first key material, asking if he was ready to watch the Toranga recordings. The protagonist began to point his finger from side to side while the guys watched him. Rodalua asked the swordsman what he was doing and that he had gone crazy. Xavier noted that he had left the roof a long time ago and there was nothing left to leave with. The protagonist looked at the glowing system window with irritation, after which he smirked slightly, saying that he thought it was completely over there. The master turned his back to the keyhole, telling the swordsman that they had little time and needed to go. Xavier asked where they were heading this time. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown, saying that they were going to the Magentano Palace and the Toranga first key material was there. The weather was clear above the palace. Alicia sat at the table in the office. The queen looked down with a sad look, after which the veins began to diverge from her eye. The queen sat motionless on the chair, breathing heavily. The red-haired girl began to pull the glove off her hand. Swollen veins were visible on her hand. The girl wondered how much more she needed to collect, after which she clenched her hand into a fist, noting that she should not become weak since there was still a little left, and she could do it because she was the queen, the strongest person in this kingdom. Her Highness turned her attention to the door. The assistant said that he would like to report on the progress of trade negotiations with the southern countries. Her Highness said that he could speak. The man stood opposite the queen slightly, leaning over. He said that they had colluded and ignored any of their proposals, and since then their requests have only become crazier. Alicia looked warily at the table. The aide said that other countries were also beginning to put forward unacceptable conditions. Alicia wondered if that was the reason. The red-haired girl imagined the image of the bone dragon. She noted that the banquet they had held to demonstrate Magentano's independence, their reputation had suffered due to the incident with the bone dragon. The girl leaned slightly towards the table, thinking that even though they had said that the bone dragon had been defeated, they believed that they were lying since they could not provide its remains. The queen narrowed her displeased gaze, thinking that in such a situation, some of the nobles might begin to doubt her worthiness, and political squabbles could lead to a fall in their authority on the world stage. Her Highness began to scribble on the paper with a pen. She noted that she could not understand what she could do about it, wondering if they could overcome the crisis. The queen's hand trembled in pain. She thought that she couldn't be weak because she was the queen, and the queen couldn't show weakness. The assistant told Her Highness that Lloyd was requesting an audience. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. After that, she abruptly ran down the corridor. Palace workers were passing by in the corridor. A dim light illuminated the room. Black silhouettes of people were visible in the distance. The queen looked ahead in surprise, noting that this was an annoying person. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in confusion. The red-haired girl noted that he was the one who managed to escape from her grip and the one who did whatever he wanted. The red-haired girl threw herself into the guy's arms, noting that he was the one she needed so much. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in shock. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise at her actions. The silhouettes of the guys were hiding behind the bright sunlight. Lloyd asked her ladyship what she was doing. The red-haired girl looked ahead in shock as the protagonist called her. The young master and the swordsman bowed before the queen. Alicia approached the brown-haired man, asking what he had just said. The protagonist noted that he had simply greeted her, but she had not responded, so he spoke to her again. The protagonist looked at the queen, wondering why she was so out of breath, adding that he doubted she was there to see him. Her Highness looked at the protagonist in surprise, after which she closed her eyes and shook her head in displeasure. Xavier looked at Her Highness with a terrifying look, after which he turned his gaze to the young master. Then he looked back at Her Highness. The queen looked away, embarrassed. The swordsman widened his eyes in bewilderment. He wondered what it was, adding that it was even more incredible than if someone said that the protagonist would become an archangel. Her ladyship crossed her arms over her chest, asking what they wanted from her. The protagonist asked to forgive him. He looked at the girl with a serious look, saying that he would like to dig up a couple of columns under the castle. Alicia raised her eyebrows in confusion. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that in return. Alicia looked at the young master in shock when he said that he would quickly resolve all the problems with the countries that surrounded her. The protagonist looked at the system window with a thoughtful look. He noted that the plan of the Pearl of Truth Adipoa, when he clicked on the first key material of Toranga, a screen with information opened for him. The young master looked at the system window in surprise. The protagonist imagined how the mermaids fought with another race. He noted that the great war between races that took place in mythical times was also known as the War for the Possession of Adipoa. A mermaid was swimming near the pyramid, spreading her arms out to the sides. The main character noted that at the most critical moment, one of the mermaids asked Adipoa a question. Perhaps it was a question about how to win the battle. Many arrows flew to the side. The arrows destroyed the walls of the pyramid. Lloyd noted that the Titans, who were larger than trees, destroyed the pearl. The shattered walls began to fall to the ground. Lloyd noted that different races began to drag away the fragments of the pearl like trophies. A huge Titan carried stone blocks on his shoulder. The young master noted that some Titan carried a Toranga onto dry land. The main character imagined how the warriors raised their weapons up. The master noted that while the Titan was building a kingdom and ruling people, an uprising occurred, which lured him out of hiding. The master imagined the huge blocks standing in the dug hole. He noted that back then, the humans began to build their own castle, and they used the Toranga that the Titan had taken out as the foundation of the castle. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The young master noted that right now, Taiyura was located under Magentano Castle. There were tables set with food outside. The two men looked at each other in confusion. The brunette said that he had no idea what the Queen of Magentano was thinking. The old man noted that he agreed with him. The queen was sitting on the throne, holding a blade in front of her. The man noted that last time, she tried to intimidate them by throwing a banquet, but completely disgraced herself when the bone dragon caused a ruckus. Her Highness looked at the people with a confident look. The brunette noted that she looked so confident, asking what she thought that she could deceive them with her confident behavior. The protagonist looked back at the man. The old man asked that they defeated the bone dragon on their own, noting that the level of lies and bluff had reached imperial heights. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He told Yang Yang to come to him. The people raised their heads up. The brunette watched what was happening in horror. A black silhouette of a dragon appeared in the air. The man looked at the dragon in shock, pointing his finger at it. Yang Yang was approaching the ground. The man shouted that it was a bone dragon. The huge dragon landed on the ground with a crash. The people began to run away in panic. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that the bone dragon seemed a little strange. The man looked back in bewilderment. Yong bowed his head to Her Highness. Then he opened his mouth. The huge dragon looked at the queen with a wide smile. The people watched what was happening intently. Her Highness began to extend her hand. She placed her palm on the dragon's face. The people stood motionless, watching what was happening. The man looked at the old man in horror, told him to return to their country and tell them about this and to order them to agree to all the conditions put forward by the kingdom of Magentano, adding that he should tell them that they have the power that can completely destroy the world if they want to. Alicia kept her palm on the dragon's mouth. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest at the moment when all the people bowed before Her Majesty. The people shouted that they expressed their respect to her, calling her the Great Queen of Magentano. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in surprise. The queen looked at the people with a serious look, saying that in the name of Magentano she proclaims, Lloyd, who made the bone dragon swear allegiance to Magentano, will be given the right of the most respected person. The people looked at the surprised protagonist in shock. The man wondered what this young man had earned so much respect for. The boy wondered what he had become, the owner of a title that essentially put him on the same level as the royal family. The young master widened his eyes in bewilderment. He thought that she had already given him permission to dismantle the castle brick by brick, wondering why he had to go so far. The red-haired girl turned her attention to the protagonist, after which she slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled. Xavier stood behind the protagonist, looking at the queen with a terrifying look. A full moon was visible above the castle. The young master narrowed his eyes at the night, asking that the queen had called him. The swordsman approached the door, saying that she said that she lacked training, and this was a good moment since he also wanted to ask her something. The protagonist asked what he wanted to know from her. The swordsman looked at the master warily, asking that he didn't feel anything from the queen. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in bewilderment, saying that there was such a thing, something like that she was a queen. The main character with a serious look saw the guy off, noting that he was just saying just in case, so that he checked her left hand and maybe something was wrong with it. Xavier said that he would do, asking that he was going somewhere. The young master thoughtfully looked away. Then he looked at the knight, saying that since he had come all the way there, he wanted to visit his brother. Xavier narrowed his gaze, saying about his brother. The night sky stretched over the city. Sarazad and Julian were standing in the courtyard of the estate. The princess told him to straighten his back, and in this pose, it would be difficult for him to repel the attack. The long-haired girl suddenly appeared behind the guy. The brunette flashed her red gaze. Julian looked at the girl in fear. The brunette kissed the guy on the cheek, saying that he had lost again. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment, saying that she was very mean, after which he kissed her hand, saying that she had been caught. Sarazad fell to her knees, clutching her forehead with her hand. She said that she was no longer able to fight. Julian asked how she was and that he had won. The protagonist watched what was happening from behind the wall with a stony expression. Sarazad said that this was an ambush on top of an ambush. Julian noted that he would also respond to her attack. The protagonist looked away in displeasure, spitting on the ground. He thought that he would definitely live a better life, which he could not afford as a dirty, terrible and lonely brother, and only arouse pity, adding that he would not get underfoot. The protagonist turned his back to the estate, leaving from there. Julian asked the girl that it was not easy for her to demonstrate the technique of wielding a sword today. The young master turned his gaze to the side. Sarazad said that it was very difficult, but all her fatigue disappeared as soon as she saw his face. The guys were kneeling, pressing their foreheads to each other. The young master imagined the image of his dead younger brother. The master remembered the dead body, Sarazad. The guys smiled happily, pressing themselves to each other. The protagonist looked behind him with a serious look, noting that he will continue to live a happy life, because he will give all his strength so that everything remains as it is now. The young master walked along the dark street. The stranger whispered that this scoundrel, and it was all because of him, all because of this scoundrel in the academy. A man in a black robe appeared behind the young gentleman. The man said that if only he hadn't done this. The brunette slightly opened his mouth, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. The protagonist looked back in bewilderment. The stranger attacked the protagonist with a blade. The brunette put his hands in his pocket, walking along the corridor of the building. The students bowed to the passing guys. The brunette noted that Thanas Arslad, the most respected person in the Royal Academy. The brunette pressed his lips. He looked ahead with a cold gaze. Arslad noted that it was him. The brown-haired man looked away with disdain, telling Arslad that it was him. Julian lowered his head, clutching a book to his chest. The brown-haired man said that he had now become the best student of the academy. The brunette looked at the guy with an arrogant look. He noted that he was born a genius magician with exceptional talents, the son of Count Thanas, wondering how he dared to overtake him and become the best student. The student walked past the protagonist's younger brother with a displeased look. He looked at the boy with disdain, said that he did not want to see him at school, although he would not mind looking at him if he were crippled. The brown-haired man looked at the student with horror. The student noted that if he ever caught his eye like that again, then his family would face retribution. Arslad noted that the students, professors, and even the dean bowed before him. The brunette imagined how shackles were put on his neck and his father's neck. Arslad and his father bowed before the queen. Alicia said that the corruption and illegal acts in which he, Count Thanas, was mired were his son. The men looked ahead in horror. The queen declared that for the crime that defamed her name, Alicia Termina Magentano. The student looked ahead in horror, his eyes wide. Her Highness declared that she would deprive him of all his titles and confiscate all his property. Arslad noted that everything had gone wrong. The count held his blade in his hand in front of his son. He said that he was the one who destroyed his family, which had prospered for thousands of years, and now he would pay for it. The count swung his weapon, saying that he should be grateful that everything would end with his death. Arslad opened his mouth wide, shedding bitter tears. The student was tied to a tree at the moment when the weapon was sticking out of his chest. The brunette noted that if his mastery of magic was not so perfect, he would have died there. A purple aura began to emanate from the brunette. The bloody blade fell to the ground, after which the rope tore off the tree. Arslad walked in the heavy rain, noting that he had lost influence and money. The boy with an indifferent expression on his face looked ahead, thinking that he had nothing left. The brunette lowered his head, adding that there was still something that burned and seethed inside him. The brunette bared his teeth in anger, noting that it was a desire for revenge. The protagonist looked behind him in bewilderment. Arslad swung his blade at the protagonist. The young gentleman dodged the mad guy's attack. The brunette looked at Lloyd's hand in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the guy with an arrogant expression, asking what was wrong with him, after which he began to spin his hand, clenching it into a fist. The protagonist struck the brunette in the face with his fist. Arslad was thrown aside by the blow. The master approached the guy, asking who he was and why he was silent, adding that he should keep silent because it was not like he was burning with the desire to find out anything. The master grinned maliciously, asking that he was the boy who was kicked out of the academy for all sorts of dirty deeds, adding that it was obvious to him, otherwise who else at his age would have tried to kill him in this alley. The brunette looked at the young gentleman with hatred. Arslad hit his hand in a pool of blood, after which he splashed blood towards the main character, telling him to die. Blades appeared from the blood. The main character clenched his teeth. "Get your shovel." Lloyd parried the bloody blades with his weapon, after which he struck the guy, telling him to get it. The brunette bent over the ground, bleeding. The young gentleman asked what surprised him, adding that it may not look like much, but he is an expert in intermediate swordsmanship, and although he was also very surprised, asking what just happened and that he used blood magic. The master looked at the guy in bewilderment, thinking that he had never come across anything like that in the novel. Arslad said that he was a scoundrel. The brunette glared at the master, asking how someone like him could be considered a hero and that he was a respected man, noting that it was simply ridiculous. Arslad added that he knew who the real villain was, the dirty scum of society. The brunette widened his eyes, stating that he was the one who would definitely betray, and he was the one who would kill just to gain benefits from it. The young master looked at the enraged boy in confusion. Xavier asked the queen what she thought of Lloyd. The queen sheathed her blade, stating that he was talented and intelligent to the point that she would like to keep him for herself. The swordsman glared at her highness, asking that this was the only reason she wanted to keep him by her side. The red-haired girl asked that she needed other reasons, noting that he was acting strange today. Her Majesty looked away in confusion, saying that he was continuing to talk about something she had no idea about. Xavier asked if there really were no other reasons. Her ladyship asked what reasons and what he meant, noting that he was speaking in riddles again. The red-haired girl looked at the swordsman in surprise. Xavier said that it didn't matter how strong a warrior or hunter was. The blue-haired boy looked at the queen with a serious look, saying that he thought he still needed a place to go back to and catch his breath, and he also needed someone to wait for him there and hug him before going to sleep. Her highness looked at the knight with a worried expression. The protagonist swung his fist with a mad look. He began to beat the boy with fury, sitting on top of him, asking what he was even talking about, noting that he would kick him 30 times and then send him to prison. Arslad's hand twitched in pain. The protagonist asked if he knew why he was doing all this, adding that he was usually not so easily angered, but he was really getting on his nerves. Arslad began to draw signs on the ground with blood. Lloyd noted that there were 12 hits left, or rather 13, and that he was wrong, adding that he would start over. The brunette's face twisted into a mad smile. The young gentleman looked at the guy in bewilderment. Blood began to rise into the air next to them. Bloody whirlwinds appeared in the air. The protagonist watched in horror. A bloody monster appeared above his head. Lloyd said that it came out uglier than him. The monster swung its paw at the protagonist. Xavier pulled out his blade, surrounding it with his aura. Her highness looked at the knight, asking where he was looking in the heat of the fight. The swordsman slightly opened his mouth, saying that he was sorry, after which he spread his wings and rushed into the sky. The blow threw the protagonist aside. Xavier flew through the air rapidly. The monster grabbed the protagonist, bringing him closer to its mouth. The swordsman swung his blade when he appeared next to the bloody monster, after which he dealt many cutting blows. Xavier looked away with a furious look. Arslad watched in horror as his limbs flew off from the blow. Suddenly, tentacles grabbed his neck from behind. At the same time, a guy with a sword appeared above the huge monster. He swung and cut its tentacles with all his might, thereby saving his brunette. His eyes were filled with anger, but his friend was falling down, having lost his arm. Incredible pain was too late, screams were heard everywhere, and the body was flying down at an incredible speed. Literally at the last moment, Xavier was able to save him and picked him up right in the air. When he landed on the ground, he saw his severed hand and tried to reach for it. The blonde at that moment flew down again to finish off the enemy. Then the brunette grabbed his hand along with the dagger, and immediately began to create a bloody funnel around himself. It was very painful for him, but he had to act quickly. Literally a moment later, his body disappeared from this area. Xavier flew there when he noticed the disappearance, but there was no one there anymore, and the thoughts were that this person had completely given away his presence. Then the young man felt incredible anger. The brown-haired man approached him and asked what was that at all? How did this person use this magic? Meanwhile, in some ruins, a pool of blood suddenly appeared, and a second later, a blood whirlwind appeared from this puddle. The brunette was able to move and save himself. But the people in the square were still standing near the pool of blood and discussing what they knew for sure that this guy was expelled from the academy for his misdeeds. But Manny could put what kind of blood magic this was. The brunette at that moment was crawling along the rubble to us and laughingly shouting that he was going to kill someone. Xavier approached the main character and said that he wanted to apologize. He should have stabbed him right away. In response, he heard that now it was too late to rush around. Who knew that he would run away like that? But the brunette was trying to restore his hand at that moment and said that he would never forgive them for this. The main character smiled at his comrade and said that it meant that wherever he was, the great sword master would come to his aid, and he didn't even think that he could appear here. The blonde just lowered his head and said nothing. Meanwhile, their rival somewhere nearby continued to deteriorate from pain and screamed that he was going to finish off his new enemies. Then the main character opened the status window and saw that the number of destinies they had saved was 0. He was very angry at this fact. And then the status changed to -1. Now the young man was not just angry, but simply beside himself. He didn't understand what this meant. Was it really because he came to this world that someone would now die because of him? A comrade stood nearby who was simply silent. Finally, the day came. The guy came like a king and addressed him. There were an incredible number of soldiers around them, but nevertheless, the brown-haired man raised his head and said that it was time for him to start construction, and because of these knights he could not do the work. The girl looked at him and said that when someone threatens a senior official, this is a normal level of security. Then she turned and said to kill anyone who will come close to this person. Her subordinate agreed. Then they heard that it is not worth doing this. He is afraid that in many ways it will only cause more problems. The guy pointed to his friend and said that Xavier is with him. This man alone is worth millions of her soldiers. The woman came closer and said that she understood everything. Then we can study magic and blood. In response, she heard gratitude. Then the guy smiled and thought, what else this man can do? I don't know who can die because of him. But this does not give him peace. He will not be able to solve the problem if he understands how to resist fate. So now we need to focus on Toranga. He raised his hand and shouted that it was time to start. He thought that we need to hurry and figure it out completely, so we must regret moving. If you imagine the diagram, Torang, one of the columns supporting the palace underground, you will have to dig deep and remove one of the columns. Of course, the nobles of the kingdom would never approve of his ridiculous idea, but the queen somehow solved this problem, decorating it as if it were a project to repair the palace. For this she even gathered a whole meeting. In order to minimize damage to the palace, you need to dig in such a way that the undermining comes from the side. And if you are not careful, this can lead to a disaster, or rather to the collapse of the building. So when carrying out such work in the modern world, this problem is solved by strengthening the soil. Then the employees approached them and said that those they were waiting for had finally arrived. Soil compaction could be done using the freezing method, freeze moisture through the release of cold air. And for this you needed a wheel, and in the Night of Iron and Blood an artifact that allows this to be done has long existed. It was a huge device similar to a funnel called the Heart of the Cold. One of the 3 products, according to rumors, sealed the cold of winter from all over the world was a certain crystal, a powerful strategic weapon long ago given by the royal family and the Ice Dragon as a kind gesture. In the novel, there is an episode where his dark sister uses this weapon and freezes all the enemy soldiers. Thanks to this, you can win the battle faster. And of course, to use such a terrifying weapon, the consent of the nobles is necessary, and to resolve the issue, The queen even had to resort to bribery. Long years to the queen, now in his eyes women have become even better. If you use the power of this artifact and freeze the soil, then you can safely extract the column. Of course, instead of it you will have to create an alternative support, which will also need to be placed there on the side. Meanwhile, Xavier accidentally met one of the guards of this artifact. He inadvertently looked to the side and saw something interesting. The beautiful girl took off her hood and smiled at him shyly. At that moment, the young man also felt shy. Then the girl waved at him and disappeared from there. The main character also came up and said that his friend was a genius. There was nothing shameful in being interested in the keeper of the relic of the kingdom. Then he looked down and added that it was better to go talk to her, probably missed her. The comrade answered what was meant, and then a question came up: what do you think? That shot is blind. He smiled sarcastically and said that by looking straight into the eyes, he can tell what is between them. The chance of making a mistake is 0. His radar detecting lovers is at the peak of its skill. Xavier turned around and thought that this detection ability clearly does not work on him. Then he exhaled and said that he cannot go anywhere when something threatens the life of the main character. In response, he heard that he can deal with this pain in the ass himself. You just need to be careful with the call. And finally got to work with the hamster. Step 1, you need to dig a vertical tunnel and pour a concrete support. When the tunnel was created, step 2, install an underground refrigerant injection chamber. Outside this chamber stood a huge number of guards. Step 3, the best magicians of the kingdom will control the heart of the coal, and the rest must connect the pipes from the heart of the coal to the ground to freeze it. The process has finally begun. The coal began to pass into the soil directly through the hole. And step 4, now you need to dig a tunnel up to the foundation in order to install a new support. This is what the huge hamster did. Xavier looked up and noted that he was coping much faster than usual, and most importantly, the hero emphasized that the faster the better. Then he frowned and thought that time was still passing. We must cope as soon as possible. In fact, there is a way to pull out the column in an instant. It dawned on him that he just needed to do it if you use your ability. And then he hit himself in the face with all his might. The guy raised his head and shouted that it was necessary to prepare the reinforcement and start installing the concrete covering. Meanwhile, the magicians continued to work even harder. One of them was just Xavier's new lover. Behind the girl was a door to the cell, and for some time everything was calm there. But a moment later, blood began to appear, and a couple of minutes later, a bloody whirlwind appeared. It seems the enemy was already there. The brunette appeared in the room in literally a split second with a new prosthesis instead of a hand. A few days ago at night, something happened. Mansions with a left man and said that the son of a village magnate, who came into the world thanks to pure luck, and now what, deserves public trust. It was the Duke of Tuscany, the head of the aristocratic faction, who said that it was dangerous to allow him to remain on the path of success. Because of him many nobles lost their places. Opposite sat another nobleman, who said that it was true, but due to the full support of the queen, they had no choice but to agree. It even got to the point that she allowed him to use the sacred relics of the kingdom. He had no idea what to do with it. Then the other leaned over and said that he was going to take his book and hide it somewhere far away, on top of everything. He frowned and said that the queen who protects this idiot should also be dealt with. That's how their conversation went. After some time, he became alone and thought that he said so, but his achievements are growing day by day, and his night escort makes any attempts at attack impossible. Someone suddenly approached him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A man in a robe appeared behind him, clearly frightening this man. He stood up and asked who it was, and the brunette looked up and said that he was the third son of the former duke. Looks, he lives well, used to be an earl, now he has become a duke. The duke jumped up and asked if this guy was really alive, and in response he heard that he didn't even know if it could be called life. And he came closer and added that it seemed like something was bothering him. If Lloyd was the cause of his problems, he could help him, but there was one thing. The young man came closer and said that it seemed like this guy had planned a plan related to the royal palace. Could he hear what exactly? In response, he was told that it was the reconstruction of the palace. Because of it, he even borrowed the Heart of Winter. The brunette came closer and repeated something about the Heart of Winter, and then he began to smile widely. Then he lowered his eyes and said that he wanted to be done a favor. He picked up some bottle and explained that his blood was here. He needed to ask someone to spill it on the floor of the construction site. And then he said that the request had to be fulfilled. Then everyone would know that the guy was true evil. His eyes were filled with madness. The brunette also said that this man should not have been born. Currently, work under the palace continued. Someone approached the young man and said that he needed to tell him something. That you screwed up, and asked if there were any problems with work, and the employee replied that it was not about that. He smiled and said that thanks to the gentleman's help, diplomatic relations had been established, and there he had managed to learn pottery, which was his wife's dream. He had always wanted to express his gratitude to him, and then he laughed sheepishly. Another man came up and said that he had earned a lot of money because he had participated in the gentleman's construction projects. He also thanked him for that, and his son had also begun to learn construction and wanted to be like that man. All these words made the protagonist very happy. He smiled at them and said that the best gratitude was 1,000 gold. The people immediately gave him the money. Then they left happily, but the assistant called him an extortionist. Even the status window wrote that it was robbery in broad daylight, and the thoughts were that he did not think that these people would really give them up. Just the guys were standing near the entrance to the room with the artifact and were discussing that this was a greedy aristocrat in all his glory. But the brown-haired man was trying to justify himself and shouted that he was going to return the money. He was already rich, why would he need such a trifle? The guards who were guarding the room were discussing that it seemed like the shift change had not yet come. They should go and let them, the other agreed. And thus only one person was left to guard the room. He would take out a bottle of blood and look around, and then he threw this bottle right on the ground. And then the eye of the main character's new enemy appeared there. This eye looked around and studied the situation, and then it seeped right into the room with the relic. The girl who had been working on the days suddenly turned around and felt something. At that moment, a maddened brunette was already standing behind her. His presence was also heard and felt by the main character and his assistant. The question arose what happened. Xavier looked away in fear and said that this was the same person. The mages were already fighting him at that moment and asking who it was. But the guy himself skillfully dodged the projectiles and approached them. The main character immediately ordered his servants to quickly go and protect the Heart of Winter, and he rushed off. True, their enemy had already launched the first attack on the mages at that moment. Huge bloody projectiles flew like arrows at the guardians. Suddenly, the brunette managed to activate the shield and the iron wall in order to protect them. True, it was useless because it was immediately broken through, and it turned out that the target of these projectiles was not people, but the crystal itself. Finally, Xavier burst into the room. The crystal was still in place at that moment, and a second later it began to emit incredibly strong energy. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what was happening. Had the enemy already disappeared? But suddenly something dawned on him. One of the defenders of the crystal was a girl who he felt sympathy for. Her strength was already running out at that moment, and then the blonde turned around and thought that the power of the crystal had burst out. Lloyd was standing nearby and shouted that he shouldn't come near him. The guy covered his face with his hand and shouted that he needed to hold back the Heart of Winter. The servant turned around and tried to object to him, and the brown-haired man got even angrier and shouted that he just needed to be trusted. Because of this, Xavier turned around and flew towards the crystal. A moment later, he was right above him. The girl then raised her hand and turned to him, tried to stop him. But it was too late. The young man spread his wings and wrapped them around the crystal. It was incredibly difficult for him at that moment, and his thoughts were that this was the power of the highest dragon. He would not be able to hold it back for long. A status window appeared where it was written that the blessing effect was activated. His hands were cold, his feet were also cold. Even in severe cases he would not suffer from hypothermia. Meanwhile, Lloyd was moving along the tunnel and thought that maybe everything was fine with him, but the workers would not stand this. He gritted his teeth and thought that although he was not a warrior of justice, he was not of the breed to live for the sake of saving others. He had to return 1,000 gold at the same time. And then an enemy appeared behind him. The guy turned around, but it was too late. The enemy's dagger entered his abdomen. The brunette raised his eyes and ordered him to show his true face. Lloyd did not understand what was happening and began to scream. And then something completely strange happened. His face changed, swollen, and veins appeared around his eyes. And a moment later, the brunette found himself on some strange military field. They shouted at him and said that there was little time. Why was he suddenly making such a noise? The young man turned around and looked back. The main character was approaching him there, who said that everything needed to be turned into a desert, get the materials, and that would be the end of it. Then he began to smile sarcastically and said that they had a special power for this. Meanwhile, Xavier was still holding the crystal. His strength was already running out, and the girl stood below and continued to watch what was happening. She helped him as best she could and decided to use fire. Thanks to this, a huge fiery whirlwind appeared around the crystal. The girl clenched her teeth and used all her strength. But the blonde stretched out his hands and realized that thanks to the lady he could endure a little more. But what was the point of simply suppressing the force? What about his comrade? The main character was fighting a brunette nearby. From incredible pain, he began to scream, and the enemy laughed and said that ancient black magic had overtaken him. The curse of the approaching darkness was now on him. Then he looked at him and said that if there are even drops of darkness in the human body, they multiply endlessly and dominate the inner self. Then he continued to laugh and asked how the main character could gain the respect of others. It was better not to make him laugh, to sink to the very bottom and show all this evil, to reveal his true nature. The brunette was still in great pain and heard how the curse of this world was sent to him. Finally, the two found themselves in the void. He came closer and asked how much time the brunette spent in the kingdom of mermaids. Why build a sauna and spend so much time to appease the mermaids? Then he began to laugh and said that there was a faster way. He jumped up and began to look around, but saw nothing. And then a dragon appeared below and said that if he had called him, it would not have taken a day. There was no need to ask permission from the king of the mermaids. The dragon immediately swallowed a huge crystal. Isolde attacked the monster below them, but the main character said that fear is an excellent means of communication. The brunette stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. In front of his eyes, Xavier attacked the queen underwater, and the guy asked if the mermaid queen could compete with him. And then he showed the captured inhabitants of the kingdom, added how long it would take to subdue them, maybe an hour if they could hold out, and then 2 hours. Then he showed him the palace and asked what about the column, do they really think that it is enough to just move the castle? He came closer and explained that if he simply destroyed it, perhaps he would have already restored Aeteroa. The brunette looked at him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he looked up and asked how one could do something like that. Many people would suffer, they would be sad. The main character looked at him and asked what difference did it make. Then he said something that scared the guy even more, that these people were not his family. Then he looked down and said that his precious people and strangers clearly had different prices. Tears immediately began to flow from his eyes and the question sounded, is he really going to lose everything? At that moment, photos of his parents appeared under the brunette's feet. An incredible fear was read in his eyes. First, he looked at the man, then at the woman. A moment later, the young man lowered his head and simply fell silent. The world around him at that moment literally began to collapse, and also acquire red hues. Everything around was shaking and slowly turning into his personal hell, and the young man's eyes were filled with madness. The brown-haired man extended his hand to him and said that he had to go and save those he loved. And after these words, the enemy really went in his direction. He extended his hand, and then the guys hugged each other. For some time they stood there and did not move. Then the brunette raised his head and said a question, is he really scared? Then he hugged him tighter and said that everything was fine. Summer pushed the main character away from himself. He looked at him with a smile and said that everything could be solved. It is better not to act on your principle. He frowned and added that these two were simply omnipotent. And suddenly Lloyd found himself alone, and the sky above was clear. In the distance, it even seemed like the sun had appeared. Its bright rays illuminated everything around. And he found her, smiled and agreed with this statement. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the crystal was spreading its powers more and more. The guy finally came to his senses. The brunette looked at him and did not understand what was happening. And he turned around and with all his appearance it seemed that now everything was fine. Then he began to shout that the inner core was still a monster. Then he grabbed the enemy by the collar. Then he swung and said that at the same time, inside and out, he was the same. And a moment later, with all his might, he punched him in the face. The blow was so strong that his opponent flew far back. The queen at that moment was already approaching them and shouting that she did not understand how much time had passed. One of the soldiers explained that it was already about 5 minutes, but the cold there was so strong. Literally a huge column of this icy wind rose from the tunnel. People shouted that just approaching the place could lead to frostbite. Only one of them was not stopped. The queen, despite the words of her subordinates, jumped there and flew down. Then she landed and thought that the main character is the most capable servant. She should not lose him for anything. Then she got up and shouted at his servant. He turned and said that his lord was inside. Then the queen wrapped her cloak around him and went forward to save him. A silhouette appeared in front of her. It was a man, not the duke's son. Probably this was his doing, she thought. Then the girl frowned and saw something else. In the distance there was a silhouette of a man. And it turns out that it was the main character who was saving other victims. His eyebrows were almost covered with frost, and his cheeks were so red from frostbite. The others there made a fire, sat nearby and discussed that the student had finally come. Had he really returned because he hadn't come out again? And the boy exhaled and said that everything should work out. After which the man laughed and asked if he was really thinking of leaving, allegedly because the work was hard, and in response he heard that he was in no position to leave. Then his uncle hugged him and asked where his confidence had gone. Even though the student had lost everything, everything was cool. Everyone on the site liked this guy. He always smiled and encouraged others. He was so positive. At the same time, he was the infamous dad of geese. And then an accident happened. The man fell off a huge support and could no longer walk. The reason was clear. The young man ran up to him and tried to help, but it was too late. Everything was collapsing due to worn-out equipment, but no one was held responsible for it. The construction company, the contractor, and the customer only passed the buck. And when the ambulance took this uncle away, the young man's thoughts were only about what stage. Why no one would answer for this when my prophet was in front of them? Panada screamed about their rights. And now they will completely ignore their guilt? This thought really scared him. Well, what can he do himself? And when he walked forward inside the tunnel, he thought that, in fact, if something like this happens in his sphere, he might be one of those who escapes. True, now the young man brought in the victims despite his own injuries. The queen ran up to him and tried to help. She immediately took off her cloak and wrapped it around the guy. Her thoughts were only about the fact that there was almost no mana left in his body. Did he really give all the work? and the main character himself was barely coping with the cold, and it turns out he was enduring all this cold only due to the warmth of his body. Suddenly the brown-haired man spoke and said that there were 8 more people inside, there was danger there. But the woman replied that first of all they had to save him. Then she picked him up in her arms and carried him out of there. Despite the fact that the young man was shouting about saving the workers, the queen still ran and shouted that they had to trust her. Finally, an exit appeared in front of them. The girl began to jump from place to place and get out of there. It took them some time, but finally the exit was already closed. When the queen jumped out, everyone around began to shout that Her Majesty was finally here, and the woman herself got up and headed back, despite the questions where she was going. While she was flying down, people tried to stop her, but it was too late. She left the main character on the street. People decided to first take care of the day and bring a bigger blanket. It was unclear at all how this person survived. Lloyd himself was lying on the ground and thinking that he trusted the blessing, hoping that he was completely immune to hypothermia and his body would not freeze. And now he was lying under the sun rays and realized that he felt warm, perhaps he could finally rest. The queen was still making her way inside the tunnels at that moment. Suddenly, a huge lump appeared in front of her. It was a hamster, which warmed the rest of the workers with its warmth. The people above were slowly helping the survivors, finally carrying out 2 more while asking to stop the queen so that she would not return to the tunnel. The young man was lying on the ground at that moment and continued to reason about the fact that this girl was simply the best. As expected from a sword master, Xavier would block the cold, he would definitely succeed. The queen immediately jumped out, shouting that they should not go there anymore. How can you risk your own life for the sake of ordinary people? And the woman raised her head and shouted that everyone should shut up. If these people were there, they would not say such things. Finally, Lloyd closed his eyes and decided to rest, dream about how he would fool around on his estate, just do his favorite thing, and joke with this guy Xavier. But then his eyes opened. The crystal below began to work with even greater force, and at the same time, the main character's assistant was inside, along with the page. Just at that moment, the queen jumped out again, shouted that they pulled out the last one. Only the girl turned around, gave the hamster and said that there were still a few people in the freezer. And a second later, an ice explosion occurred. Everyone was surprised and did not understand what was happening, how it happened. And the cold energy began to spread throughout the kingdom. The building immediately began to freeze, covered with ice. Residents who were on the street felt an incredible cold. And a huge dragon appeared in the sky in front. This beast was spewing cold and spreading it everywhere. But at some point, it seemed to start feeding on the cold and energy from underground. Therefore, everyone near the tunnel had to turn around and run away, while hiding all the citizens, and a mid-level sword expert had to carry the wounded. While the queen was running, she noticed something. Right in front of her stood the main character, who had gained strength and was about to go into battle. The girl noticed this and began to scream for him not to come closer and run back. And the young man stretched out his hands and refused, said that he could not lose what belonged to him, and activated emergency resuscitation. Suddenly, his hand began to absorb all this energy, and the queen ran closer and told him to stop. A person cannot absorb so much mana. However, everything around immediately began to thaw, and literally in a few minutes, the energy was leaving the kingdom. Then the girl turned around and looked up. A huge loop of cold had formed above them, and a second later, this loop turned into nothing. Only one last projectile was heading towards the main character, and then it turned into a piece of ice. Finally, everything calmed down, the sun's rays enveloped the city. Only snowflakes continued to melt in the air, the danger had passed. Meanwhile, the queen was still next to the main character and could not move from surprise. In front of the day was a huge ice statue. The rest of the subjects also could not believe what was happening. One thing was good, the man, because of whom all this happened, turned into the same statue. Fortunately, Xavier and Sharuria were able to survive. They sat in shock on the floor near the pedestal and realized that the heart of the servant simply disappeared. At the same moment, the ice figure that remained of the main character began to crack at the seams. Meanwhile, people in the city slowly began to come to their senses and asked if everything was okay. They had to hurry and save the people inside. The mages who remained below also shouted that everyone was safe, but how did they survive in such cold? One of them raised his hand and said that he thought he was going to die when he felt his body freezing, and then suddenly the cold disappeared. He added that it was as if something had taken away all the frost. He did not yet know that the brown-haired man had saved them. And Xavier had already risen up and saw this whole picture. His eyes were filled with horror, and the girl behind was very scared. And the queen was also watching all this. She still could not move from surprise. Then she gathered her strength and nevertheless approached him. The girl was literally shaking with surprise and fear. Then she stretched out her hand and tried to touch the young man. And a moment later she completely grabbed his palm with her shaking hands. And suddenly the woman felt some knocks. It immediately dawned on her that the young man was not dead yet. So she turned around and shouted that this guy's heart was still beating. Xavier heard this surprise and couldn't even move. At the same moment, other subjects ran up. The queen ordered him to carefully carry him, and another to melt the ice with her mana. The main character himself was conscious, literally locked in his consciousness. He hung like a doll in captivity and thought that he was very cold. His teeth clenched, his eyes watered, and his thoughts were, what is this? What is he even doing here? And suddenly they came up to him and said that his heart was this shape. This is the only thing that still moves in his body, the heart. Then some strange drop flew up and said that he was still alive only because of this body, so he should be grateful. And when asked what kind of fucking monster it was, the drop got upset and started screaming that it was a heart, a cold heart. Then it turned upside down and showed him its shape, but the young man noted that it was an obvious ass. Zadie frowned and asked what the snowy ass was doing in his body. In response, he heard what a stubborn guy he was, and he still continues to insist on his own. At that moment, the heart flew even closer and said that it was here because it had absorbed it, although to be precise, it was the guy who had absorbed it. And then he raised his paw and added that it wasn't even funny. The great dragon had been accumulating strength for 100 days before absorbing the cold heart he had created. Even if he had sucked it out until his body exploded, does he think his strength would have decreased by at least 1/1000th? And suddenly the heart of the cold said that he felt a special power in him. He had a heart that looked like a dragon, and a tail and wings appeared around the main character. He was surprised and thought that one of his skills was half human, half dragon, so as a grandfather, the dragon also felt favor towards him. The heart flew closer and said that this was not all. This guy did not hesitate when he sacrificed himself, and this is amazing. Immediately, thoughts appeared in his memories about how he saved the workers at the cost of his own life. And so the droplet frowned and said that she wanted to watch until the end and see what such a person would achieve. Brown-haired sighed and asked what other sacrifice. He just did not want to be judged later. The droplet smiled and said that this was enough. Then she added that this was all, and thus attracted attention to herself again. Spewing out strange energy, she began to rise upward. And then she enveloped the main character with her power, and suddenly his body began to shine brightly. The status window immediately appeared, which became one with the sacred artifact of the dragon, the heart of the cold, but the skills flourish under the influence of powerful forces that freeze everything, and a new skill appeared, freezing time. Finally, the brown-haired man woke up in bed. He was very surprised and thought, what kind of time freezing is this? It's just incredible. And in the status window it was written that it can stop the flow of time. The caster can also designate an area free from freezing. The size of the frozen area is determined by the total amount of mana of the caster, and in the unfrozen area, time will go on as usual. He continued to lie for some time and thought that this option is relevant for 1 year. If the caster leaves the unfrozen area, the action will lose its power. It turns out that something like this is possible. Freeze time and build something at the speed of light. Immediately began to laugh with crazy eyes and received a notification that he only thinks about his construction. Then the young man clenched his fist and decided that this was an excellent insurance. Even if the beginning of the unfortunate fate could not be stopped, he could freeze time and try other options. The only problem was the 3000 points needed to use the skill, but the balance was 2665. Because of this, the guy was upset and thought that he had been too lazy to save them lately. He needed to pay more attention to this, because it would be nice to get some incredible special move. The problem he faced was, he turned around and saw someone nearby. The queen was sitting on a chair, and his loyal subject was sitting next to the bed. As soon as Xavier tried to pronounce his name, the young man shut him up. Then he showed that he needed to be quiet. Then he looked at the queen. The woman was still sleeping at that moment. The main character moved closer and said that he needed to listen to him carefully. He prepared the super weapon of this kingdom. It was the same as stealing a nuclear weapon from a country, and in any case, the death sentence was coming for this. Then he frowned and said that they had to get out of there. The blonde looked up and answered whether this would definitely solve the problem. It would be possible to earn a conflict with the kingdom. How was he going to fix everything? And the brown-haired man with shaking hands said that he had a plan. After all, everyone saw how he failed. In response, he heard that judging by his look, everything was already lost. Moreover, this was said by the queen, who woke up and added that it was too late to run. The main character immediately fell at her feet and began to say that he did not voluntarily absorb the heart of the cold. What happened was not his fault, and he received the question what solution he came up with. She lowered her eyes and said that she roughly understood what happened. The problem is that even if the wine and what is happening is a separate party, and it is this person who is responsible for borrowing and managing the heart of the cold. The young man was already starting to cry and thought that it was all because of this crazy idiot. After he looked up and asked what happened to him, in response he heard that it was the son of the former duke, although he survived when the cold disappeared and was subsequently arrested and burned at the stake. The queen immediately remembered this process, and she also said that this man was a pretty strong guy. Even during the execution he continued to laugh, but she assures that he turned to ashes in front of her eyes. Then she closed her eyes and said that it did not matter anymore. Then the girl smiled and said that she was glad that the main character was okay. This news surprised and confused him at the same time. The guy embarrassedly asked what it was, something with his heart because of that blue ass. The answer from the inside was that it was not an ass but a heart. The status window also intervened, which said that honestly, it really looked more like a flying ass. The heart asked what again, ordered everyone to shut up. And the brown-haired man lay on the floor and thought how noisy it was. You can go crazy like that. The queen at that moment spoke to him again and said that she regretted one thing very much, that she had not managed to find out about the blood magic that this man used. Even under torture he quickly recovered, and the confession spell was useless. She wanted to learn more about this and dangerous magic. Lloyd then looked up and said that he had heard something from him. This guy had stabbed him in the side with a knife soaked in purple mana, and for some time had been under the influence of the curse of absorbing darkness. The woman was very surprised when she heard this, and even more so when the guy added that in a place similar to a nightmare, the other he had spoken about ordinary things. Suddenly the girl stopped him. Then she came down and asked him to tell her more about it, and then she began to take off her glove. The guy was very surprised by what he saw. Her hand was also soaked in this spell. Night had fallen. The queen was moving around her castle. Then she lowered her eyes and thought about something. A strange energy began to leak out from under the door next to her. That's why the woman immediately went in that direction. She opened the room and saw something. There was emptiness, in the middle of which stood a girl and around lay corpses. The woman lowered her eyes and was very upset. Apparently, her murdered relatives were lying on the floor, and the girl in the middle was herself, who turned around and said that nothing could be changed. Then she turned around even more and added that her brothers decided to kill her. Her mother and father were also killed by these people, so her brothers did all this. And when the queen came closer, she saw her entire family in the reflection, heard that these people had always been kind to her, but it was all a lie. The eyes of the second incarnation were mad. The girl turned around and said that you can't trust anyone, you have to kill all of them first. Then she raised her head and shouted that Lloyd should do the same, because she knew perfectly well what danger this man posed. Letting someone into her heart again, had she really gone crazy? At that moment, the queen simply listened as they asked her if she was afraid that she would be betrayed again. And then she screamed that she thought people would respect her only because they considered her a merciful queen. All these subjects could stab her in the back at any moment, so she had to fight and kill everyone. The baby came closer and screamed that they had to suppress them with fear and not allow anyone to stand up to them. And then the queen embraced her externally. She closed her eyes and replied that she shouldn't make such an angry face. Then she squatted down and asked if she understood correctly that the baby was sad and scared. They hugged for some time, and the queen told her that sometimes it was okay to be weak. And then she started crying. And then the second incarnation literally dissolved. The queen sat there for a few more minutes and thought about everything that had happened. And even being in her bed afterwards, she still couldn't let go of the thought of it. Finally, her hand acquired a normal shade and the curse was not the same. Alicia looked at it for a long time, as if she couldn't tear herself away. And then she remembered how not long before the main character said that he didn't know exactly how he overcame it, he just admitted the truth. He lowered his head and said that sometimes people harbor evil thoughts, sometimes they become weak. If they try to ignore it, heart problems will accumulate. And the girl came closer to him and said that this guy even knows about heart problems. He, without raising his head, replied that he only did a little research, but this disease can be worse than you can imagine. And then the queen thought about confessing. But now she was already lying in her bed and realized that this confession helped her too. Then she exhaled and said that she was ashamed that she was in his debt again. The next day, nobles were heading towards her, shouting that the trial of this man would soon begin. Members of the aristocracy had to come as soon as possible and said that finally something useful had been done after death. Another approached him and added no matter how the queen protected him, this would be enough to finish him off. In response, he heard that this was true. The young man neglected the management of the sacred object of the kingdom and became the cause of its loss. And then the duke began to laugh, said no matter what contribution the main character made, whether he was even of the lowest rank. After some time, the defendant was finally brought into the room. The queen stood up and said that from now on, following the sacred law of the kingdom, his trial begins. And she added that this trial is conducted at the legal request of the aristocrats. The House of Lords will personally prove his guilt as a jury. They looked at him like vultures. And the girl lowered her head and mentally apologized to him, thought that whoever she was, she could not ignore the law at will. At least she would help him avoid severe punishment. The young man himself at that moment simply stood and looked down. Outside the room was Sharuria, who shouted that this was simply ridiculous. There was another culprit, because of whom the hearts of winter were broken, and this man defended the city. Xavier then knew with her and answered that nevertheless, the Lord was the one who forced to take the heart of winter outside, and he is responsible for the fact that he could not stop the criminal. In response, he heard that it was far-fetched. Then the young man turned around and said that there was no need to worry too much, everything would be fine with the Lord, and the girl shouted that the House of Lords hated him, how could it be fine? Then his servant turned around and answered that the whole point was that the Lord said that everything was under control. The lords inside were extremely unfriendly. They said that it was necessary to listen to the defendant. He dared to ask for a sacred object of the kingdom. Their House of Lords and Her Majesty the Queen granted this request because of their faith in him and the mercy of the Queen. What can one argue about at all in this sacred court? At that moment, the brown-haired man decided to get something from his square. There was a bottle from under the enemy's blood. The man looked at it at first, did not understand what it meant. But the young man began to smile and show him this vessel. At first, the Lord did not get it, and then a cold sweat covered him along with the realization. It was this bottle that was handed over to the guard with the words that it was necessary to pour it out in front of the room, and where the heart of winter is, he, a humble soldier, will be paid well-deserved compensation. The Lord got angry and thought how this man could find a vessel in this house, and the young man himself with the face of a winner continued to show him the bottle. Then he remembered how he went down with his subordinate and said that it was absolutely safe here. The brunette definitely could not have entered here himself, apparently teleported, used his blood. Then he smiled and said that then there must be someone who opened the way for him. If they find this evidence, they will be able to cancel the trial. Most likely, one of the nobles did it, who hates him. And then he took out the guy's small animals in his cloak. He raised his hand and ordered them to go search. As a result, now in his hand was that very vessel. The Lord said in a trembling voice that in any case it was such a trifle, a betrayal. And while the guy was twirling the flask in front of him, he said that the control of the object and responsibility. Lloyd continued to make faces, and the man raised his head and saw something. That same soldier was standing above him. The thing is that before that, the young man came to the main character and said that he could not even imagine that something so big would happen, so he would help the gentleman who saved his life. And at that moment Lloyd was beside himself with happiness, and the Duke raised his head and said that he had not made a single mistake. Then he smiled and added that it was done, but who is the main character anyway? A living legend who made a huge contribution. And with incredible happiness, he began to say that the young man put so much effort into facilitating movement around the city, just a hero who stopped a man trying to kill Her Majesty the Queen, surprised the world, and created a beautiful garden. The Queen herself did not understand anything at that moment, and the main character literally danced, kissed about protecting the Queen from the attack of the bone dragon, showed the whole world that the dragon became a servant of the kingdom, and began to jump in different directions, when the Lord added that thanks to this it was declared that the kingdom was the strongest in the world. Then he raised it in his hand and looked sternly at the Duke, thought that he would save him only once, because he knew what would happen if he let him down. And the man practically cried with a smile on his face and asked to let him say that this man was not just an accused, he was just a hero among heroes. That for some time, as a hero of the kingdom, the young man managed to avoid punishment, but could not completely wash away the guilt. He was responsible for negligence, and the construction continued and some huge stone was being raised from below. The big hamster worked and made every effort to lift it up. The young man stood nearby, thinking that every time the Queen calls him to help in the construction, he must obey. Of course, he is grateful for this, but what to do with time, which he already has little. Finally, the hamster held in his hands the object he was hunting for. The same status window appeared, where it was written that 12 parts of Toranga, a key material, bonus points awarded for achievements in excavations of legendary historical materials were added. The young man looked at the screen and was very surprised when he saw that he was awarded a bonus of 2,000 points. And then he realized that now the current balance was 4655. He began to rejoice, thought that this was cool, now at any critical moment you can use freezing. Then he imagined the Queen and thought that now that the Queen was freed from the curse, he hoped that fate would change, since one catastrophe had already been avoided. But of course everything could not be so simple, because in the number of lives he saved, it was still -1. In general, everything was fine while everyone was alive. So the brown-haired man smiled and thought that finally he felt closer and closer to the solution. After some time, he came to the Queen, who said that this was a very unpleasant man. She lowered her head and asked if the guy was leaving because he had finished work. The main character bowed and replied that he wanted to apologize for his tactlessness, but he could no longer postpone one very important matter. The girl simply remained silent in response. Then she scratched her nose and asked what was more important than taking a break and staying with her. The guy did not raise his eyes and simply answered that it was so. Then the Queen thought about it. Then she smiled and thought that it hurt her. But nevertheless, she agreed and let him go. Sladova smiled and added that she would wait for him back. Now the main character was embarrassed and even blushed. And then he thought about this strange feeling in his heart. Probably the winter ass makes him feel strange. Only the ass called him an idiot and said that this man really does not understand what is happening. After some time, the guys were flying over the sea on their dragon. and in his paws were stones that were taken out of the tunnels. They were immediately thrown there, and the stones landed in the water with a crash. The guy looked at this and decided that now everything is ready. If he goes down here, he can get neatly into the kingdom of mermaids. Then he turned around and turned to his friend, asked if he said goodbye to his girlfriend properly, and to the answer, well, it seems he said really did not talk anymore. Xavier lowered his eyes and asked what could have been talked about at all. He was worried that he was eager to introduce him to her. The brown-haired man answered that his friend was pretending not to be interested. Then he raised his fingers and said that he was an expert in love affairs. He only had to look once and everything was clear to him. He was just a real pro in this matter. The blue ass inside got angry from these words and shouted that he didn't understand. He didn't understand anything. He was a complete moron. But his comrade simply remained silent in response to this. Then he remembered how the girl told him that one day, when his work was completed, she could become a real archmage. Then she smiled and promised to confess her love to him. The young man scrolled through all these thoughts in his head, and then the blush on his cheeks became even brighter. The main character saw this and began to be indignant, asking what happened. Did he really say something saccharine? How angry. And the blonde turned and said that it sounded as if he was just supporting him, and in response he heard that they were just jealous. It was sickening to look at him. Then Xavier exhaled and said that they needed to finish. What was their next destination? The brown-haired man leaned back and answered that they were heading to the southern step for another key ingredient. And when the servant asked if they were talking about the steps, then they needed local flame, he said that was true. Then he imagined centaurs and thought about a gang of step murderers. He also imagined huge concrete blocks and thought that after the Great Interracial War, the second key ingredient was in their hands. They needed to find it and get information about it. After some time, they were both already in those fields. The servant turned and said that it seemed that the area was too vast to explore on foot. The young man turned and said that it was impossible here on a dragon. Then he smiled and added that they would soon find them themselves. And then a huge column of smoke appeared behind him. Everything around was shaking. Silhouettes began to appear. The question immediately came up, who are these people? Centaurs ran up to them and shouted, how dare these people invade their territory, given that they knew who they were. The protagonist looked at him with disdain and thought that these centaurs were a little different from his imagination. Could this really be an adaptation of the novel? A moment later, they were already surrounded. The guy raised his hand and said that before introducing himself, he would like to ask about these sound effects. But the man interrupted him and asked again, what are you talking about? Could it really be about their battle cry? These people do the same thing when they get together to raise their spirits. The young man tensed up even more and thought that this was complete nonsense in this adaptation. Then he bowed down and said that he came to this land to meet the wisest centaur and ask him a question. In response, he heard that he really thought he was worthy of meeting the leader. Why would he talk to a two-legged person? At that moment, the brown-haired man smiled and said, what is the difference between two-legged and four-legged? He raised his head and added that he bets faster than them. Isn't that enough to meet the leader? The centaurs heard this and were very surprised. Then they began to shout that the man had challenged the captain of the guard. He went down to him and said that he would tell him the rules. The test subject determines the finish point. The winner is the one who comes first. The young man agreed and said that he knew their traditions well too. Then a servant came up to him and asked if he wanted him to participate instead, but the young man refused and said that as in the kingdom of the mermaids, if he couldn't cope on his own, he would be in trouble, and if his master won, he would get the laurels. The blonde was surprised and said that it would be difficult. He heard that the speed of a running centaur was comparable to the speed of a sword master. Lloyd grinned and said that only a running one. Then he looked at him sarcastically and explained that he was not going to run. Then he raised his hand and said that the finish line would be at that stone block 200 meters away. And the centaur began to shout again that he would make him feel the worthlessness of their kind. Finally, they created a running field for them and ordered them to get ready. Then they fired slingshots as a finishing sound. And the centaur took off, and the main character was far behind. His servant watched all this and thought that in this situation he could only win with some kind of trick, and immediately noticed how the gentleman took out his shovel. At that moment, it all dawned on him. The guy turned his back to the tower and activated the explosion. And then, thanks to the blast wave, he flew towards the finish line at incredible speed. And how was he able to overtake his opponent? True, the blow was so strong that even his back damaged this tower. And then he rolled down, and in an instant fell to the ground. The centaur saw this and did not understand what happened. The others also changed their faces abruptly. Finally, the brown-haired man began to come to his senses and tried to get up. Then he looked at him with wild eyes and began to laugh, asked who was faster here. All those watching could not even say anything, because it was simply an incredible speed of light. Lloyd continued to laugh and said that since he won, he should take him to the leader, and the centaur was horrified and refused him. Then the young man got angry and asked why. He answered in an offended voice that it was because the main character cheated. In the race you need to win by running. The guy listened to this and started shouting back that this is their high-speed tradition, and he is an exception, like a stick shoots once a year. The rival tried to answer something, but thought only that this person is very scary, and then someone from the country addressed him. A female centaur came up to them and said, "Is the head of the guard really scared of the ugliness and is publishing back?" Then the brunette pulled the straw out of her mouth and said that the fastest gets everything. This is their tradition. Is there even one word here? Mileage. The centaur listened to this and offendedly lowered his eyes, and the girl in the meantime turned to the main character. She turned around and ordered to follow her, decided to take him to the leader independently. At first, the young man did not understand anything. Then he grabbed his head and thought that now he understands everything. That's how everything turned out here. After all, he won. And together with his servant, everyone went after her. Xavier turned around and said that it looked like his master was in a good mood. In response, he heard how to say, "It looks like he has already conquered this city," something like that. Then he looked at his companion and said that centaur women like fast men, so much so that if they have 2 or more suitors, they choose the fastest one. He literally beamed with joy, said that she had already fallen for him. The comrade turned around and replied that such a thing simply could not exist. While the main character was trying to explain to him, "Was I really jealous? Then it was worth it." Because he had always been so proud of his appearance, he got a hoof right in the stomach. And from the blow he flew back several meters. The woman turned around and said that no matter how fast he was, his face was quite sweet. It seems that at that moment the guy practically did not hear her because he was knocked out. A servant came up to him and said that it was worth looking at. It looks like she still does not like it. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked how he understood everything at once. Xavier looked him in the eyes and replied that he had seen enough female glances directed at him before, so he knew what he was talking about. Lloyd listened to all this and simply remained silent. Then the brunette continued to lead them forward and said that she was already tired of this. The damn speed irritates her. She lowered her head and said that there must be something else besides her. The guys did not understand what they were talking about. Well, just at that moment they approached the camp. The largest tent in the distance was the chieftain's dwelling. The girl turned around and said that the chieftain was her father. This news surprised them even more. A couple of minutes later, they finally found themselves inside the tent. There they were greeted by a huge tattooed centaur, who said that he was glad to meet him, especially since this is a fast person whom his daughter recognized. All this time, the main character was actively looking at him. The old man could not stand it and asked what he was staring at. Here is the answer he heard: that nothing. I just wonder what kind of adaptation style this is. Then he bowed his head and said that he was a man named Lloyd. He had come all this way in search of the Tapo, a step that was once part of Aeteroa, a treasure trove of truth, if he knew anything about it. The man interrupted him and said that it was a good thing. Then he raised his head and looked at him very surprised. Then he asked if he could give it to him. In response, he heard that the guy was both lightning fast and shameless. Then he lowered his head and added that, frankly speaking, this thing was completely useless, but their tradition was to protect it. You can't just take it and give it away. The main character looked at him and thought that I didn't expect it to be so easy. His daughter intervened in the conversation, asking why follow some idiotic traditions. This was their dear guest from distant lands, why not just give it away? And the father raised his hand and said that his daughter was talking about kindness and progress again. It would be better to go away and run. Relieve tension. The young man then noted that there were clearly problems with the tribe itself and with the upbringing of generations. And the brunette turned around and asked her father if he knew about the legend of a man with the speed of light. Perhaps this was the man from that very legend. The young man turned around and said that he had heard about it, so it was not a joke. What kind of man is a Flash? He had heard that this is their legend. One day a man will come from distant lands, possessing crazy speed. She looked into his eyes and added that this man will be able to solve the problem of the centaur's speed limit. Her father also thought about it and said that if this was really a man from a legend, if, for example, he could solve the problem of their speed, because of which they had not set new records for a long time, then he would gladly give him this thing. The guy heard this and thought about how he could increase his speed, because these guys were already fast. In another place, in some ruins, it was deep night. It seemed that there was no life there, but only underground was an altar, and a huge vat in which the hand of a dead enemy was floating. Suddenly, the hand began to move, and then the regeneration process began. Finally, a body appeared, which was literally restored thanks to the hand. The guy fell to the floor. He lowered his head and tried to breathe. He still had no strength, but he managed to resurrect and mentally cursed his enemy. Then the brunette began to scream and blood poured from his mouth. And then he fell again and thought that again it was not a failure. The most ancient black magic did not help and did not work on him. This sorcerer was upset and thought that he even had to resort to resurrection and become a ghoul. What else could he do? There was despair in his eyes and in his head that he had to do everything in his power. And suddenly he heard that these pathetic attempts were pointless, hadn't they warned about this from the very beginning? Then a silhouette of a man appeared in the flame, who said that all that needed to be done was to summon him to this world. A man in glasses appeared in front of the young man, who said that he would kill this man himself. And then he added that for this purpose the Targa Castle gave him an order to help study the forgotten ancient black magic. The brunette was listening to him attentively at that moment. A strange silhouette began to acquire a physical body and said that he understood what he himself wanted to do together, but he realized that the enemy was not that strong. When he heard this, he lowered his head and became very angry. The man in glasses saw all this and continued to say that if he came to their world, everything would become much better, but according to the rules of this universe, he could not physically cross the border of hell. Then he returned to the flames again and said that he needed to do him a favor, collect the necessary ingredients and summon him, and then he would be able to take his revenge. The brunette listened to all this and became even more angry, and the man began to smile and promised that if he put this chain on his soul, it would make him a slave forever and ever. The villain still listened to him and said nothing. Then he lowered his head and swore to the king of hell that he would summon him to this world. The guys then sat inside the dome and reasoned. The main character lowered his head and said that he had no idea what to do. He could force Xavier to train them and thus increase their speed. He replied that he didn't know that he wouldn't do it anyway. Centaurs want to become faster just by running. He looked at him and added that it was doubtful whether their acceleration would really be useful. Then he looked around and added as he saw they had a lot of wounded, both adults and children, who became victims of speed racing. The young man thought that if you think about it like this, yesterday the girl said that even if a minor dispute arises, a race is appointed, especially if they choose a bride among the women, centaurs, they just close their eyes and run as fast as they can. This is a terrible sight, literally a real house. And he also remembered the brunette's words about the speed devil, and that's not all. Then he thought that the legendary man with the speed of light should solve the problem of the centaur's speed, decide how to solve it. For some time the guy thought about how to make them faster. In the meantime, someone on the street called the brunette. Another centaur approached her and asked if she would just accept his proposal of marriage. The brunette turned away and did not answer, and the man said that he was pretending again that she did not like him. Then he made a nasty face and said that he was the champion of the centaur tribe. All women can't live without him. It's impossible that they don't love him, right? Then he grabbed her hand and added that she should stop pretending to be innocent and go on a date with him. The girl immediately kicked him with her hooves and shouted that she had already told him not to touch her. Then she came closer and asked why people like him who only believe in SCO are the most annoying of all. The man looked up and asked what else is needed besides speed. Even her father recognized him. Why is the only one not giving up? Then he grabbed her hands again and started shouting, does he really think that they will leave her alone if they find out how he behaves? Offers her to marry the next head. But someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was a young man with a strange hairstyle who told him to stop because he knows that she does not like it. The girl froze and recognized this man, and the man turned around and just started laughing in his face. Everyone around him started discussing that this sloth was getting into places he shouldn't again. He just couldn't get enough of it. And the blonde guy got as close to him as possible and asked again, hadn't he heard? Or didn't he get it? Had he broken him 8 times already? Didn't he know that sloths weren't allowed to speak? Then he pointed at the girl and told her to look at her. Even the gentleman refused to take his side. The young man simply remained silent in response. He heard how they were making fun of him and offering to look at this man, the only one who always loses to everyone. And then the main character realized something. He got angry and thought that he didn't like centaurs either. That same evening, a girl found Shumar nearby. She came closer and said that she was very sorry. Then she lowered her head and added that if she had sided with him, the others would have had another competition. Suddenly, the guy turned to her and also apologized. Then he turned his head to the side and said that it was his fault because he was incapable of anything, so he couldn't even get approval from her father. The brunette came closer and started shouting that he knew it, and asked again why he was suddenly slower, the fastest. There was no one in the world faster than him. And Shumar lowered his head and replied that he had never won a single match. The girl got even more angry from these words and started shouting that she didn't care about such things. She would marry him anyway. Why did she need her father's approval? Because she liked this man. And the guy just lowered his head and said that he didn't want it. Then tears started to roll down the brunette's eyes. Shumar came even closer and added that no one would bless their marriage when he always lost, although he really didn't hate this guy and admitted that he was very fast. The chieftain's daughter had been listening to him attentively all this time. Then she saw how her beloved simply turned around and left. Finally, the guy said that his opponent was a real centaur, someone to be proud of, just as he was proud of himself. The brunette couldn't even respond to that. Then she just covered her face with her eyes and started crying. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and asked what was going on. It was the main character, who smiled sarcastically and asked if he could listen. And when the guys were walking across the field, Sharon said that her lover was really fast, and she heard in response that it was so in the overwhelming majority. Then she turned around and asked how he knew, since she had never seen him, and the guy smiled and said that it seemed to him because he looked fast and he thought that the setting of this place might not have appeared in the novel. But it seemed that they pulled it out of the author's head of the Iron Knight. He imagined the car and thought that it was clearly not for nothing that they named it Schumacher. Sharon then lowered her eyes and said that it didn't matter how fast he was. Personal records didn't matter to anyone. If he couldn't win the match, then how big the difference was didn't matter. And Shat came up to her and said that since he was not using his power correctly in the match, he was probably nervous. But that was not the case. The same thing happened a few months ago as today. Memories immediately appeared in her head that the competition had taken place then. Everyone was shouted to get ready, and according to tradition, the two had an impromptu duel. As soon as they fired the slingshot, they ordered to move forward, and now a second later a child came out. The young man noticed him. Because of this, she had to suddenly start braking. In order not to knock down the baby, he flew to the side, and because of this he fell hard. When Sharon saw this, she was very scared. But the blonde continued to run and did not stop. Now the girl was walking across the field and said that her beloved was injured then, and the child was injured even more seriously. It is always like that. Then she looked up and said that the young man was very kind compared to winning the match and the wedding, and with her, for him it is more important that no one around him gets hurt. Lloyd looked at her and asked if so many people were injured, is there no one to solve this? Centaurs who have no one to compete with can't arrange some kind of rebellion. Here's what he heard, that this is not so. Centaurs live under tradition, follow them unconditionally. Then the girl got even angrier and asked what kind of tradition this is, an outdated habit. The guy smiled and said that there was no need to worry too much. However, there had to be a reason to save her, and she turned around and shouted that strangers might know what could be the reason for something like that. The main character grinned and replied that he did, and that they were all brainless idiots. Sharon just fell silent and immediately received a question: did he really read her thoughts? The brown-haired man came even closer and apologized, asked what her speed rating was. The girl answered that I was second place, her dad was in first place, but when he retired, that jock found his way. This made him think, so besides first place, everyone should listen to her, right? The brunette did not yet understand what this conversation was about, but said that it was so, it depended on many things. Even if he orders to forbid running, if the blonde or dad object, nothing will work. And then Lloyd came closer and asked her a favor, just to gather the nephews together. He frowned and added that he could eradicate bad habits and make her lover the strongest champion of his race. The next day came. Lloyd was sitting on a stump near the tent. A servant came up to him and asked what was going on, and the young man replied that he was waiting for the first hero of the picture. Suddenly, something appeared from the side. One of the members of the settlement was walking there. The guy licked his lips and said that he should come closer. Then he got up and went towards this centaur. A moment later, something strange happened. The main characters intended to push him with his shoulder and immediately received the question what was going on. After that, with an imperturbable face, he turned and looked at the centaur, and when he turned away, he got so angry that he could not contain his emotions, and immediately shouted, "Where did this guy go? If I lose to him, he will get 300 kicks in the back." And then he came closer and heard the young man shouting how a person could compete with a centaur. He replied that there was no such prohibition in traditions, so a duel could be held. Everyone around supported this idea, and the main character smiled sarcastically. Then he bowed his head and said that how could one ignore traditions? It was unthinkable. They had to be followed. The centaur replied that the opponent, called on the muzzle, chooses the finish point. Therefore, the guy raised his hand and pointed to the tree at the top, suggested moving along that route through the entire settlement, and received an affirmative answer. Sharon at that moment stood aside and did not understand what the young man was doing. Then she remembered his smile and his request that before gathering all the candidates in one place, it was necessary to prepare the ground. This would become a catalyst for their victory. She still did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the centaur looked up and said that the climb would be too great for him. Lloyd covered his face with his hand and said that in principle, if you think about it, then this is right, he can choose someone else. Then he looked him straight in the eye and said that there was one problem. According to tradition, you can't change the rules in the middle of a duel. The centaur agreed with him, although he was unhappy. And finally they fired a slingshot and announced the start of the competition. The guys immediately jumped up. The main character was on his hamster. Everyone around supported their fellow tribesmen, although the guys were walking nose to nose. A narrow road awaited him ahead, and whoever got there first would most likely win. And then the centaur saw how the hamster overtook him. Suddenly something terrible happens. The rivals collide with each other and fly apart in different directions. And the young man also flew off the hamster to the side. As luck would have it, he was thrown right into the injured child. The boy saw this and understood that there was nowhere to run. A second later, the main character's body landed down. Everyone around tensed up, began to discuss that they had a draw because both were eliminated. Xavier was surprised at this point and thought that his master had tried to change something by winning the race, but lost. How so? Meanwhile, the rest of the villagers were trying to bring the baby to his senses and asking what was going on, that he needed to come to his senses. The main character was lying unconscious on the ground. Night had fallen. The boy was still shaking and couldn't even hold a spoon properly. His mother looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that he had been in this state since the morning. Then she hugged the baby and asked what the traditions were like when their child was suffering. Her husband immediately interrupted her, ordering her not to talk nonsense that had happened to everyone. And the woman turned around and asked if she couldn't see that his child was shaking and crying, of course, that it wasn't him who had suffered. The man simply remained silent in response, and the baby was still crying and shaking. And because of this, the centaur got angry, but lowered his head and said that nothing could be done. That was the tradition. At that moment, Lloyd was watching their dialogue from the street, and he clearly liked what he heard. Then the guy turned around and left there. Finally, morning came. Everyone gathered in the square, where they began to discuss why they were gathered there, what happened. A sign hung over their heads, "Everyone's speed, isn't it unique? A man is a flash." Suddenly after that, a young man appeared there, who shouted that everyone who came was asked to sit down. A flash would explain everything. Among this crowd was also the beloved princess, who listened that yesterday's match showed not speed, no, some kind of nonsense. We must pretend that they listened attentively and go. That's what the other residents were discussing. And the main character was still crucifying himself in front of them and saying that one can think how a person like him can talk about speed, because it's absurd. Then he raised his hand and said that there is still something. He looked them straight in the eyes and said that these guys are actually absurd. They are all brainless maniacs, runners. The villagers listened in horror, that everyone is just narrow-minded. Lloyd also came closer and asked what are the consequences of maintaining their stupid tradition. Wounded, countless destruction, material damage, is this not a stain on the reputation of the nation? He looked around and said that yesterday he also participated in a duel. There would be no choice. It is a tribute to tradition. He was forced to run, and then, with tears in his eyes, the young man said that one child, as a result of an accident, received an injury that he will remember for the rest of his life. Then he looked at this poor kid and said that this is far from the first such case. Among all of them there is at least one centaur who was injured, but everyone has come to terms with it and lives for the sake of speed, for the sake of tradition. The boy's mother also listened attentively as the other centaurs shouted what a stranger could do. No one complained, and he had to leave. Then she couldn't stand it any longer and started shouting that she had a lot of complaints and that everyone living there was just savage. Then she asked what they had done to her child, to her boy. At that time, Lloyd stood on the stage and listened as they pounced on the woman and called her crazy, offered to banish her and asked what they had been protecting for 10,000 years. Her husband immediately intervened and shouted, "Honestly, that's right, everyone living there is savage. Are you really sure that everything is okay, that they really have nothing to complain about?" Another mother of the baby joined the discussion and started shouting that she would say honestly. She had enough. Her child's hand still hadn't grown. In response, she heard that this was all in the order of things and normal. Meanwhile, the kid was still shaking with pain and fear, while people around were shouting that someone was also tired of this. Their mother was hurt. Such traditions must be stopped. How can you even show them and be proud of them? Shouts of what to do with the leg. Someone remained lame and for life, down with such traditions. Against the superiority of speed, the kid raised his head and noticed something. The main character was standing above him and showing him a thumbs up. The little centaur immediately began to smile sarcastically and showed him a thumbs up in response. And the adults around were shouting that a new era must be started and such ridiculous traditions must be thrown into the fire. Xavier was generally shocked and did not understand whether this was really Lloyd's doing. The thing is that the young man met this child shortly before the incident, handed him money and said that he needed to play something and earn a little, though in response he heard that his price tag would be more expensive. And then his time came to enter the arena. The arguments between the centaurs began. The shouting continued for some time. The inhabitants proposed to ban the running competitions. Someone shouted that this should not be done, and proposed to expel all these malcontents, called them traitors to the tribe and proposed to destroy the tribe of bandits. And Lloyd just sat on a chair and watched all this. The centaurs raged, shouted that it was necessary to execute those who deny the spirit of the tribe. Execute, they were ultra-conservative. Others shouted that they did not need such a tribe, it was necessary to disband the tribe. This was already an extremely progressive wave. And the main character himself, who listened to all this, was Agrippa. At that moment, a brunette turned to him and shouted that she did not understand what all this was for, let him just look at what he had done. The young man turned around in response and asked why he was blaming him. He simply said that the competitions are dangerous, no. And then it dawned on the princess that there was nothing to answer to this. Xavier stood aside and thought that his master had started all this. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked why it was so noisy. Everyone turned their attention to him. The brown-haired man stood up and thought that the moment had finally come. The chief of the tribe appeared in front of them. He looked into his eyes and thought that the boss had arrived. And the old man came closer and told him that he had promised to solve the problem of their tribe's speed. What was he doing now? The young man bowed and said that he was in the process of implementing it. But the opinions of the villagers did not coincide, and therefore they were going through difficult times. The chief listened attentively as he said that one side wanted to run randomly at any time and in any place, and the other side wanted to get rid of this tradition. The guy also grabbed his chin and said that he had thought about it carefully, wondering what he should do. Then he raised his hand and said that firstly, it was necessary to establish speed rules, ban fast sprinting and impromptu competitions in the village. The residents reacted negatively, started shouting that they shouldn't be made fun of, better get lost, how can you judge so biasedly, who is this anyway that you can even find out here? Well, the guy continued and raised 2 fingers. Secondly, he smiled and said that it is necessary to build a very large stadium for running competitions, all the matches will be held there. Here the old man was already thinking when he heard that it was only worth thinking about, a place without any obstacles, a site only for running competitions. The brown-haired man turned around and said something interesting. He looked at Shumar and said that suddenly someone thanks to this environment will be able to set a new unprecedented record. At that very second, the chieftain's daughter finally understood the essence of what was happening. And he looked at this centaur and also seemed to have guessed. Then the main character smiled and said that in this case the damage from the collision would disappear, but the record would be broken. Then he frowned and added that in this way the speed problem would be solved, and he thought that he would get what he needed. This time the inhabitants began to rejoice, shouting that everyone agreed that this was a great idea, and others began to shout that no tribe had a stadium. Suddenly the chief intervened, shouting that this was nonsense. He came closer and said that what allowed their centaur to survive until now was the running instinct, which instantly turned on in any situation. The man looked him in the eyes and said that the old tradition that saved them in the Great War once cannot be destroyed, it cannot be abandoned. And the guy looked at him in response and asked if the tribe now lives in times of war. The old man thought about it and said that this is Dania respect in history and ancestors. The inhabitants also reacted to these words. They began to shout that the chief is always right, only this must be changed, no more accidents, they must be prevented. And at that moment his daughter intervened, who shouted that even if dad is against it, it's okay, he will allow the construction of the stadium, and thanks to these words everyone began to support her. True, the leader supported the second part, which suggested that they go to their stadium and said that their tribe would be divided into 2 parts. The brunette thought about it and said that she simply could not do it. And the inhabitants continued to shout and asked the leader to kick him out. Others asked for permission to build a stadium. Someone else asked why listen to this guy at all. Then the man came up to him and said that thanks to him he could not turn back, asked if he was really going to finish the construction. The guy smiled in response and said that if he was allowed, he could start right away. Finally, the old man agreed. Then you looked him in the eyes and said that he was challenging him, a man with the speed of light. He frowned and explained that if he won, he would have to leave. And the main character smiled sarcastically and replied that if he won, he would build a stadium. Everyone supported this idea. Finally, the moment of the marathon came. The assistant looked at the gentleman and said that there would be no explosions. Riding a hamster was prohibited. He probably understood all the conditions. Did he really have any more tricks left? And the brown-haired man turned around and said that he would just run. Xavier tensed up and said that from what he had heard, his record was 380 victories. It seemed that he had no chance of winning. But the guy continued tucking in his shirt and said that in this game he would have to go through a checkpoint and return back. He was challenged, so he would choose the checkpoint himself. Then he presented a map of where the northern border of the kingdom was, this crazy distance there and back of 600 kilometers. Then he looked at the assistant and said that this is exactly why human patience would be an advantage here. The sun was high and blazing brightly at that moment. Everyone gathered in their old age and supported their leader while thinking that people were the weakest animals. When they announced that they needed to get ready, everyone took their positions. The young man imagined a monkey and a man, thought that he was really weaker than Champagne. He looked at everyone watching his future defeat. He imagined a hare and thought that it was hard to find an animal among mammals that was slower than a man. He also paid attention to his faithful assistant and realized that there was one but. Then he lowered his eyes, mentally prepared himself. And when he raised them, he thought that people were much more powerful than they thought. And then they fired a slingshot and announced the start. The centaur and the man took off, or rather, only the centaur took off. And the main character remained on the starting line. Everyone looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then the guy slowly got up. and completely calmly, without straining, slowly ran forward. His run was even more like a fast walk. It seemed that the turtle would have overtaken him now. Of course, the residents began to laugh at this and shout what was happening. The match can be considered over. It is immediately obvious that the two-legged will lose. Complete crap. Lloyd didn't pay attention to it, thinking that it was true, such physically weak people. But how could they defeat other wild animals and develop civilization? The thief meanwhile was running as fast as he could. The young man imagined him and thought that, of course, firstly because he was smart, and secondly there was something else. After some time, the old man began to slow down, and then he stopped completely, while the main character was still running. Thanks to the breathing technique and perseverance, he managed to keep up the pace, and all the way he thought that because of his stunning ability to run long distances he could conquer the whole world. Somewhere in the distance of the hills, heavy breathing was heard, and then the hero who was running appeared on the horizon. He had a red bandage on his head and he was breathing heavily, and he thought that he was not equal to the explosive power of four-legged muscular monsters. The guy ran with a light step and thought that by walking on two legs, he can save energy. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he can also regulate body temperature thanks to sweat glands developed instead of fur. The hero remembered his adventures and thought that this means to visit hell and succeed in hunting, and such is the physical strength of the strongest predator on earth. Teardrop and the message were watching this, and when the uniform looked back and asked why he was talking to himself and whether he caught the blow, to which the notification said that this was the base, and the hero was indignant and asked why this was happening in his head. The protagonist tried to catch his breath all in sweat and suddenly noticed something. He noticed a man behind a stone and thought that there was a champion with 380 victories. At first he ran too fast. Lloyd made a terrible face again and thought that this was a match in which he had calculated everything from the very beginning. But then for some reason he was taken aback. A brutal tattooed man in sunglasses looked at him. The hero began to approach him and thought that this was a little different from what he expected, and in his plans he should have looked tired now. The centaur scratched his head and said that this was as expected. A long distance is hard and their species is fast, but they also get tired quickly. Lloyd looked at him with distrust and he continued, saying that he also knew, so he suggested a long distance competition and admitted that it was very smart. And then he also made an unpleasant face and said that there was one but, and he did not take into account the regenerative ability of his body. The protagonist was very worried after hearing this. The half-man rushed forward at great speed and said that they would see each other soon. The aristocrat looked at him with a frown and thought that this was an old scoundrel and now he was in trouble. Lloyd continued to run, and it was already night, and he thought that he should not worry and go at his own pace to the end and a new breath would appear. But then something confused the hero again. On the hillock stood that centaur with a pipe again and put 2 fingers to his temple, and then from there he moved them in his direction. From the wild run through the forest, huge clouds of dust flew up that obscured the entire area. The protagonist ran the same way and meaningfully remained silent. He was wildly disappointed and he cursed in his head and thought that this would be his end, and also wondered if he should use the Energizer skill, run a little more and take advantage of the potential explosion. Then Lloyd shook his head and began to dissuade himself from this thought. He gathered his strength and began to run more actively, thinking that he could collapse right before the finish line, because this was a battle for endurance and pace. The sun was shining brightly, scorching the area. The protagonist ran in the heat and was completely dissatisfied. He ran to the northern border of the kingdom, where his opponent was already waiting for him. The centaur looked down on him and said that he wanted to look at his face, but he made him wait too long. He rushed past the running protagonist. He in turn slapped the door and was breathing heavily, and then he ran back with the same terrible face. He raised his head and thought that it made no difference whether it was a stadium or something else. There was no need to choose this method and wondered how he could take the topo. The hero looked up and thought that he would steal it, because he did not have to solve their problems. But then he remembered the centaur standing in the field. The girl looked away and said that if the traditions of their people were a little different, and if they were born somewhere else, in another world, Shumao could have gone much further. He immediately imagined himself in his past life. The hero bit his lip and became more insistent. He raised his head up and quickly moved his legs, thinking about how unbearable it was. The guy tried to breathe evenly and repeated in his head the phrase that he needed to go to the end and open a new breath. The centaur sat down near a stone to rest. Confusion was visible in his eyes. At this time, the hero was running with all his might across the night expanses and shouting about new breath and that he needed to go all the way. He somehow managed to run past the half-man, who was just getting up from his knees. The four-legged one quickly rushed forward and thought that it was time to open a new breath. But then the old man suddenly ran out of strength. The hero was breathing heavily and was on the verge of death trying to catch his breath. Dawn caught the horse ass. He was completely running out of strength to run. He moved his hooves one after another, but then he suddenly stumbled. The man slid on his side along the ground for a couple of meters. The blonde began to try to get up from the ground and catch his breath. The racer could not get up and said that now everything was not as before and his endurance had completely dropped. The old man looked down and said that it was as if he was exhausted. The centaur raised his head up. He looked away and stopped for a few seconds. On this field some time ago his daughter met a guy. She seemed incredibly happy. The man tried to get up, gathering his strength into a fist, and thought that he knew very well who she really loved, but he could not ignore tradition just because she was his daughter. Horse ass accelerated while the hero ran after him and thought that they should protect their spirit and thought that he would take a break. Lloyd ran up to him, all red and exhausted, and he thought that this had to be done while he was gone. The centaur screamed again at the top of his lungs like a car. He again began to rush at full speed, breaking away from his opponent, and thought that he would prove his abilities to everyone. His fellow tribesmen were waiting for him at the other end. The boy with the mohawk pointed his finger into the distance and said that they were there. Sharon looked at what was happening with wild surprise. The guy standing next to her looked at it too. Their kinsman and the human were running on equal terms. The man in sunglasses gritted his teeth and tried to go all the way, but Lloyd was of the same opinion and was sweating all over. Behind all these half-human faces stood Xavier and kept a meaningful silence. Their leader was in front and everyone said that it should be so. The swordsman looked at it and thought that Kim had little mana. He continued to watch him suffer and thought that this man must have found a way to win, and his depleted mana was always restored with an explosion. And then the system suggested using the Energizer skill. But the hero had already gone crazy and was screaming all the time about new breath in the end. The messenger tried to call him, but it was useless. The Count's son ran as fast as he could and, sweating, screamed about breath in the end. Xavier looked at him in surprise and thought about new breath. The hero and the leader ran level and both did not want a dirty game. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that it was so hard for him that he was ready to die and did not understand why this old man did not fall. The old man rushed forward and his back was visible. Hooves moved one after another, but suddenly he began to fall sharply. The hero ran ahead of him, but the leader jumped up again and ran with all fours. The protagonist tried to catch his breath, drenched in sweat, and in his head ordered him to fall. The old man clenched his teeth and thought that he would definitely win. Lloyd's leg went forward a little, hanging, and then it seemed to plunge into a deep puddle. He found himself completely underwater and could not move. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that it was hard for him and did not understand where he was now. The designer watched the running old man from his water shell. At that moment he realized that this was his limit, and then he remembered his next dinner with meat and saw blood on his plate. He looked at his hand in his native world and saw blood there. His nose was actively dripping, and he was surprised, and his friend smiled broadly and called him a scoundrel, asked if he had any stamina besides money. Then the fair-haired man came closer and wiped his nose with a handkerchief, suggesting that he throw his head back, otherwise he would die from bleeding, then he would not be able to get a day's earnings, to which he suggested stopping there. Then his friend leaned back in his chair, and Kim apologized for the fact that during the treat, his nose started bleeding. Then the fair-haired man thought about it and meaningfully remained silent. Then he put his hand on the table with his elbow and said that he was interested from the very beginning, but it seemed to him that he was not balanced. The blonde moved his hand away and said that his grades were high, his head worked, and he had an insane willpower, and looking at him, he saw that he really had high self-esteem. Kim wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and he continued and said that he was strangely depressed every day. He looked away and said that it was like a person who came from another world and still can't adapt. The hero wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and he continued, saying that there are many such manhwas or anime in another world. A guy becomes the main character and a great person. But when he comes to another world, even the air is heavy, noisy, etc., to which Kim said with a smile that he had been quiet since childhood. But he only looked at him incredulously, pouring water on the handkerchief. And then he brought it to the protagonist's face and said that he would not be able to buy him meat now. He looked ahead with a wild face and said that his mom and dad were caught cheating a politician and the trial was in full swing, but they would be found guilty. Kim listened and watched attentively, and he continued and said that in a few days they would be penniless. The blonde still had a wild face and pointed at himself and said that his parents had the same face since he was a child and he was a born loser. And then he leaned back in his chair with a smile and said that from now on he had no money to buy anything at all, and he believed that he had no reason to see him anymore. To which he said that besides, he had no friends anymore and that he had done a lot for him. But his friend just smiled and said that friends are just a give and take, and then asked what he could learn by sticking to him. And then he scared the hero, asked him if he knew why he followed him, and said that the dark-haired man was very cool. Sitting at the table, the blonde reasoned and said that he lived in terrible and harsh conditions, but never gave up, and since he was a child from a rich family, he always got everything he wanted and therefore knows that if he found himself in such a situation, he would immediately be left behind. The blonde with a softer smile leaned back and asked how to become as cool as he was. But the dark-haired only looked away and said that he was not strong and just did the same thing every day, studied and worked, studied and worked. The friend pointed at him with chopsticks and laughed and said that he would wait. Kim looked away and he continued and said that on the day when he decides that he has become as great a person as he is going to return to order 10 servings of beef. Then the blonde leaned forward a little with a terrible face and said that he had decided to try now, to reach the end and open a new breath, and then asked if he could do it. Lloyd took all his strength into a fist and, opening his mouth wide, gathered himself forward. Xavier looked at him in fear. The hero took steps one after another and shook. He again tried to lift his leg, gritting his teeth. After the guy stepped on the ground again and all his muscles were already on the edge. The swordsman looked at him with alarm and did not understand where such fortitude came from. Watching him, the blade master thought that he always easily overcame difficulties. But for the first time, the hero did not resort to mysterious abilities, and this is mental stability that an ordinary person is not capable of, and before he thought that it does not matter who you are as long as you save the territory. But Xavier, watching him, thought that he wanted to know what kind of life he lived in his world. The head's daughter was very alarmed by what was happening and was breathing heavily. All the centaurs watched in silence, not making a single sound. Lloyd and the huge man fought with all the strength they had left. The hero clenched his teeth and was losing consciousness, sighing heavily. And then his mind went cloudy. He saw a line in front of him. The strip was getting closer to him. And then he opened his eyes and saw Xavier in front of him. The protagonist was lying on the ground without strength and steam was coming from him. All exhausted, Lloyd barely opened his eyes and asked if he had won. Then the blonde closed his eyes and said nothing. And then he looked away and saw that the leader was lying behind the line, and the designer then told him that this time the hero had won. He gave him his hand to help him get up from the ground. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked around, and from the side he heard the leader's voice. He spread his arms and said that their tribe would enter a new era. Everyone immediately began to rejoice. The hero turned up his nose and said that, as expected, he had planned everything and all that was left was to build a stadium and take the topo, to which his protector said that, judging by his appearance, something had gone wrong. Then he looked away and asked why he had not used his abilities, and at the end of the race it would have been easy to win. Then Lloyd looked away and meaningfully remained silent. Seeing the head showing his daughter's muscles, he thought about it. And then he sympathetically said that this grandpa had run sincerely, and he could not use them because he felt that it would not be fair. And then the message said that this was not so and that he had already used the Heart of Mana, to which he offendedly said that this was a passive ability. Then Xavier calmly exhaled and remained silent. The designer looked at him with an incredibly tired look. He bowed and said that it was time to start construction, and he would do everything he could, and called him young master. Then Lloyd was very surprised and asked why he had become so respectful. Then the blonde became a little more serious and said that it was because he was worth it, and thought that this man. Looking at his master's tired face, the swordsman thought that even if he had to die, he would protect him to the end. The action moved to the leader's tent, where the hero said that they needed to start building the stadium, but it would take about a year. Then he raised his head and said that they were too limited in time. And then he frowned a little and said that that is why he was going to use his powers to stop time in the whole wide world, except for this place. And then he said that, to be honest, he came to this world from another dimension and gained many supernatural abilities. While Xavier was watching him, he said that he said this because the tribe would have to stay in their native meadows for a while. The swordsman looked at him with wild distrust and thought that he could stop time, but he was even more surprised by how easily he talked about who he was. But in response, the centaur, like a real brutal man, did not understand anything and said that they could do what they thought was right. The swordsman was dumbfounded and thought that his reaction was amazing. The hero stood up with a shovel on his shoulder and got ready, and then he called up the skill window, after which the message suggested freezing time and stopping the flow of time using the powers of winter in his heart. The skill requires 3,000 RP, and he has 4,655 of them. And then it displayed a message asking whether it was worth using the skill. Lloyd raised his hand as demonstratively as possible and shouted about time. And then he poked his finger with all his might and ordered to stop. The power of winter is activated. Blue began to glow and emit effects. Mana began to flow to him, and he said that he was not actually winter but, and was offended. In reality, the hero threw his body back and was shaking and screaming. He began to arch even more and scream louder. The designer was shaking all over and did not stop screaming. The meadows looked virgin and untouched, but then a dome of ice suddenly appeared above them. Then Lloyd with an empty face said that it worked, but he said that it was not surprising. They walked across the field and there the reincarnated decided to start with a test. Outside the window, a cat wanted to catch a butterfly and froze. Then the hero began to get up leaning on a shovel and said that everything was going like clockwork, but the blonde decided to clarify what exactly upset him, to which he said that there was nothing bright in life. Then Lloyd raised his shovel and said that it didn't matter, because now they needed to finish the job quickly and the construction began. Xavier chopped the blanks without stopping. Many blades flew towards the field. In the opinion of our beloved protagonist, This was the first step, which was called a Sword Master class bulldozer. After that, he lay down on the hammock in front of the working blonde and asked about the Sword Master's bazooka hands preparing the soil. When the guard began jumping on the boards, his master called it step 3, when the Sword Master's feet pressed the earth. Then came step 4, when the Sword Master's Union of Workers demands negotiations, and Xavier said that it was very strange that he had to work alone. Then Lloyd started to get indignant again, and made a face asking why he couldn't do anything, since he was called a young master, and then asked about what objections there were when everything had already been said, and then asked about which of them was strange, and asked about what did he not like. The blonde got angry and looked away again, realizing that he had failed. Then the brilliant and irresistible hero decided to use Hippo to speed up the completion of task number 3. At the 5th step, the cunning copy of the Grinch decided to use Belle to make steel rods and concrete. The protagonist stood scratching his chin and thought about how they were gradually approaching step 6 and would lay the rods. The designer looked at the floor and thought about how this was a well-known method of continuous reinforcement of concrete pavement because it had a longer service life than others, and it was ideal for operating conditions on a dry plain. Then the reincarnated closed his eyes and thought that all the rods had to be well fitted in size, not skewed, well secured. And finally, he thought that they could use the help of the centaurs because of the considerable number of levels being laid. When the centaurs were called, they could not bend down to the ground and suffered. Then the hero thought that they were useless. He immediately frowned and thought that he could not. Then the reincarnated sprawled on the bench and made the Sword Master lay everything out himself. Xavier went to pour concrete, and it was a masterful pour. The 8th step was reinforcement, where the blonde laid huge canvases there. The 9th step was masterful sand filling. The hero raised his fist up while the knight worked tirelessly and announced the last step in masterful completion. The stadium was completely ready. It was a colossal job. Lloyd wiped the sweat from his face and said that 7 months of painstaking work were behind him. And then he put his hand on his hip, angering his guard even more, and asked him if he was a genius, because they finished in just 7 months. That's cool. Then the Sword Master clenched his teeth with all his might. He began to grind them, but he immediately ran away in the other direction. The message warned that he was now extremely angry. The hero smiled softly and watched him. Loud noise came from the stadium. The boss shouted that this was their Centaur Stadium and invited everyone to the first race. He spread his arms and said that they had their own stadium and new rules, namely no impromptu races, as well as a speed limit inside the village, and some welcome the changes, but he knows that there are also opponents of this decision. But then he said that there is one but. The head immediately frowned and said that nothing could be done because that was their choice. He pointed at his daughter and said that this would be the first duel in a new stage of their history, and a race for the right to propose to his only daughter, to which she immediately began to be indignant. But he did not listen to her and said that she was simply beautiful in anger, but she continued to stand her ground. The cool man announced the first participant of the Comanche team, who posed like a stupid person. The second participant was the calm Schumacher. Even the judge decided to belittle him, saying that he was weak, but we all perfectly understand where this is going. The bully began to pester his opponent and said that he saw him training in the meadow, and admitted that he was not lacking in speed, and in the village he was afraid of hurting someone, so he held back. The scoundrel made an unpleasant face and said that he was not the only one who did this, and he does not run at full speed for the sake of a duel with a redneck. The quiet guy calmly listened to all the insults directed at him, and then Lloyd reached into his pocket for something and said that this was enough and it was necessary to save the fuse for the race. The hero raised his spatula up and ordered to get ready for the start. The participants took a ready stance, and the girl closely watched the start. Her father was absolutely serious. An explosion flew out of the protagonist's shoulder blade and he shouted a call to start. And then their clothes flew off. All the observers had their cheeks stretched by the wind, and they did not even have time to turn their eyes and follow. On the stadium surface there were trails from the drift of hooves. Schumacher took a stance corresponding to all the canons of anime. He pompously turned around and, apologizing, said that there was no hurry and would not wait for him. Comanche was simply in shock and was already silent. And then the racer ran to his beloved and jumped to her. Lloyd was just about to look there and heard a question from there about whether she would marry him. Sharonan began to cry with happiness. She hugged her lover, jumping on him. Her father watched this with a happy look. But then the leader's daughter hugged her newly made man and announced to everyone that now he was her man. They both smiled and looked at the hero. He in turn covered himself with a t-shirt and smiled softly. Under the moonlight stood a tent. In it sat centaurs in black. The boy was watching the older man and he said that there was no other way out. He stood up and said that they were getting a divorce with the strictest look. The tired girl looked at him and said that she agreed because she also did not know what to do next. The stadium was noisy. Words about the last race were heard from there and the name of this duel became. The couple was warming up and the announcer said that their name is Darling. We cannot be together anymore. The judge shot a stone from a slingshot and told them to go to the start. The hero was surprised to see this and asked what kind of name it was, to which his friend said that he seemed not to know because he was resting, and this had become a new trend in the tribe. She smiled while chewing a blade of grass and said that everyone had become so addicted to the feeling of racing around the track that they began to come up with any reason for a duel, and the most common one was divorce and remarriage. Then the protagonist looked at her skeptically and she continued, saying that after the accident stopped, everyone got into the swing of things, and by and large, it made no difference who got divorced how many times, and Lloyd at that moment was thinking that this really was the craziest race he had ever seen. And then the chief's daughter handed him a scroll and told him to take it. She pretended to smoke a blade of grass and said that he had solved their speed problem and that this was a map with the location of the promised topo. The hero very quickly stole the reward and said that he had not done anything outstanding, but would still overcome his shame and accept it, to which she said that he was truly the most shameless person in the world. But then he was interested in the words that he had no shame or conscience at all. After that, the dark-haired girl smiled and said that they had acquired a lot and thank you for that. Then Lloyd bowed and said that he was always happy to help and he had only done what was required. A notification came about the discovery of a new race and the receipt of 100 RP. Xavier looked at his master and was meaningfully silent. He looked away and thought that this guy Kim always acts in his own interests, but everyone ends up in the black, and then thought that he was completely different from the characters described in fairy tales. The centaurs said goodbye to them on the golden field. Then the swordsman also said goodbye to everyone and thought during this that and yet. He followed the reincarnated one and thought that he was the main character, and then he suddenly began to disintegrate into particles, which alarmed him. The protagonist turned around with alarm. The wind rose behind him and he looked at what was happening. His face expressed extreme anxiety, but then he heard Xavier's appeal and calmed down a little. The blonde tilted his head slightly to the side and asked what had happened to him. The protagonist looked at him with slight wariness and said that everything was fine and it just seemed to him that the swordsman looked just as calm and questioning. And then Lloyd, looking at him with slight fear, asked him to forget about it. He wiped the bridge of his nose and thought that he had started hallucinating because of fatigue or nerves. But then the guy took his hand away from his face and looked ahead. Standing in front of the wall, he said that they were on the border and now it was possible to unfreeze time. A notification came out about the removal of the time freeze. There was permafrost around the huge dome, and with a stupid sound, everything suddenly disappeared. The hero stood and meaningfully kept silent. He immediately got mad and asked what that ridiculous sound was, and the swordsman, lowering his head, told him that it was time to get used to it. But then Lloyd's heart began to freeze. He was immediately seized by a wild frost. The protagonist sat up abruptly, holding his heart, experiencing wild pain. He breathed heavily and thought about how for a second it seemed to him that his heart froze and asked his ass on the contrary about what kind of nonsense had just happened. To which Winter said that the flow of cold air freezing space and time finds its entrance and exit, and he felt nothing when he released it, but having absorbed it again, he felt cold, to which he immediately asked if this was normal for him, and the blue one said that he did not know, but now this is not the biggest problem. The designer, holding his heart, mentally addressed the winter fillet and asked about what if he uses the time freeze again, to which he said that he had no idea, because he did not create himself. Then he asked him if he knew anything, and the inhabitant of the heart said that he was absolutely sure of one thing. He with a fantastically serious look said that calling him a winter but is still okay, but you cannot call him a winter fillet, to which the hero said that he does not care and can call him even a winter hemorrhoid, and ordered to leave immediately, and he angered him by saying that he could easily do it, but he would not survive with his heart torn out. The protagonist grabbed his heart and thought that the only option was to endure every time he was frozen, and it turned out that he would not be able to get rid of it at will, to which his roommate said that the details could be found out from the one who would appear now. Xavier sat down next to him and, grabbing him by the shoulder, said that something was approaching, and when he asked what exactly, he said that he did not know, but the blonde became much more serious and said that he would not be able to stop such an opponent. The sky in front of the guys was clean and clear, and then someone huge dispersed all the clouds. The aristocrat and his guard were very scared, looking at this. A huge frost dragon sat in front of them and looked carefully. The hero saw him and immediately got scared and thought that the lizard was the creator of the blue fillet, and Winter got offended and said that he was a blue ass. The ancient looked at them and asked if he was the one who absorbed the heart of Winter and used its power to freeze time. The dragon's eye was yellow, and he said that he had to return it. Then Lloyd turned on the fool and asked if they were talking about him. Xavier looked at him with extreme anxiety. Tyrannus was silent and did nothing. The inhabitant of the heart waited for the next steps with horror. The huge lizard moved back a little and asked if this was true, and the protagonist said that he thought he was wrong. Lloyd said goodbye, waving his hand, and began to leave, wishing good luck in the search and saying that they would go, and he told him that he was apparently wrong. The hero and his companion had worried faces and their hearts were beating wildly. and then Tyrannus approached them and asked if they thought he would say so. The guys immediately bowed to him, and the protagonist immediately asked him again what he was looking for, and when the dragon said that he was looking for the Heart of Frost, he said what he had not heard at first and said that he had it. The designer looked at him with displeasure and said that it didn't work, and Xavier wondered with confusion if he really wanted to get rid of him like that. The dragon came closer to them and said that the heart was a gift to a man named Michael, the founder of the kingdom, and asked how he dared to absorb it, because he didn't see him as a successor to the royal blood. He came even closer and said that he believed that he stole it. The hero said that he was not a thief, and even if he was not a successor, he also belonged to the royal family and was the future husband of a royal person. Tyrannus narrowed his eyes and asked which one. Then Lloyd made Xavier more worried than ever, saying that it was Queen Alicia. He asked if he could ask her. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he could do anything. The lizard tore off the ground and flew high into the sky. The swordsman rose from his knees first. His master followed him. The reincarnated one looked lost and wondered what to do and said that he would definitely go crazy. The queen herself at that moment went out onto the balcony and anxiously greeted the great founding god and asked him again. He looked at her and said that he asked if it was true that the man who absorbed the Heart of Frost would become her husband in the future. Then Alicia was stupefied. In the history of past years, in the myth of the birth of the kingdom of Magenta, it is said that the divine dragon helped the founding King Mikhail. Before Alicia's eyes appeared the great Tyrannus. She thought that this would not go well for them or would bring a crisis to the kingdom, or maybe it was because of the Heart of Winter. The dragon addressed her as a descendant of his friend Mikhail and asked if it was true that the man who absorbed the Heart of Winter was her fiancé. The queen looked at him seriously. She asked the great dragon founder Tyrannus what he just said. He repeated that he asked if it was true that the man who swallowed the Heart of Winter was her fiancé. Alicia looked at him in shock. The dragon got angry and said that judging by her reaction, he lied to him. The queen frowned. He thought that Lloyd swallowed the Heart of Winter. Tyrannus got angry. Lloyd was caught. He lied and said that they were married. Alicia frowned and said that it was a secret marriage, so she was surprised. The dragon asked why it was secret. The queen said that it was because she was embarrassed. Tyrannus asked what she was ashamed of. Alicia put her hand on her heart and said that when she looked at her husband, her heart trembled and she even blushed. She was afraid that all the inhabitants in neighboring countries would call her the shy Queen Magentano, who blushes when she saw her husband. She thought, why does it sound so convincing? Alicia looked at the dragon and said that she gave the Heart of Winter to her husband. It was not stolen. The dragon was silent. He said that he believed her, and then he was gone. The balcony doors creaked. The vein on the queen's forehead swelled. She smiled nervously and thought that the next time they met, he had better be prepared. The hero and his knight looked ahead. A dragon appeared in front of them. Lloyd looked at him calmly. The dragon looked at him. Lloyd shuddered when he said that it was true. The guy smiled and thought that he survived. He did not believe it. He thought that he really was the end. The queen is the best. He will become her slave and do everything she wants. He is alive. The dragon said that then he will pull him out in an instant without pain. The hero looked into the void and did not understand what he meant. The dragon said that he was curious about where he got the dragon heart, an incomprehensible power that can absorb the Heart of Winter and stop time. He is a threat to the world order. His eye shone and he said that he would take it. Winter flew out of Lloyd. Xavier grabbed the sword. The hero stopped. He would regret it if he died. The Heart of Winter stopped. Then it returned to the guy. The dragon looked at him and told him to explain. The brunette stood up and thought that he succeeded, as expected. This dragon listens well to everything that people say, and he has an advantage. Lloyd cried and said that he was a member of the Dragon Club. The dragon narrowed his eyes and asked, is it really so? He answered that it was true. He can check it. Tyrannus looked at him carefully. A dragon appeared above the guy. Tyrannus said that it was true. This runt recognized him. Lloyd frowned and thought, how could he call the Dragon King a runt, as expected? This dragon is on par with the strongest in the world. If Xavier attacked him, he would be killed. The hero raised his head and said that if he killed him, he would not be able to avoid trouble with the Dragon King. Tyrannus frowned and asked, is he really threatening him? Can he endure the trouble with this runt for the sake of the world order? Lloyd looked at him pitifully and asked if this is the face of a person who can threaten. He has already accepted the fact that he will have to die. He said that he does not want to cause trouble to anyone after he leaves. Even if Mr. Tyrannus kills him, he would like to offer him a way to avoid conflict with the Dragon King. The dragon looked at him and said that it would be nice if such a way really existed. He can talk. Lloyd said that he could make a bet with him. If he won, he would just let him go. If he lost, he could take the Heart of Winter. The brunette cried and said that of course he would lose. But if he killed him and for the result of the bet, the Dragon King would not say anything. Tyrannus thought about it. Lloyd raised his fist and said how about he hit him in the solar plexus. If he vomited, then victory was his. He raised his head and said that of course this was impossible, but after death he would be given the title of the one who hit Tyrannus. The hero lay on the ground and said that he would also benefit. The dragon thought about it. The brunette cried the most sincere tears. Tyrannus agreed and said that he would also feel better after that because he had to kill an innocent person. Lloyd raised his face and thanked him for listening to the words of such a humble man. If he did not mind, then he could fulfill his one last wish. He said that he was a very annoying boy. What did he want? The guy folded his hands in prayer and said that he loved water since childhood and it would be nice to visit it now. He wants to celebrate his last blow and death by the water. The dragon agreed and said only it is necessary to be faster. He answered that there is a small river in that direction. The guys and the dragon walked forward. Xavier thought, does he really want to win this bet? It seems there is no chance of winning at all. The hero cried the most sincere tears. The knight pursed his lip and therefore does he really want to somehow stop him and run away? The dragon entered the water. He spread his wings and said that everything is ready. Lloyd did not turn to him, stood. He turned and asked then should he start. The dragon swallowed nervously. The hero rushed at him. He prepared his fist to strike. A system window appeared that the solar plexus shot was activated. Lloyd gently touched the dragon's chest. Tyrannus lowered his head and said that he did well and he was a funny man. He would be remembered for a long time as the man who struck Tyrannus. Suddenly, he vomited. A system window appeared that the blow would make any creature in the water vomit everything, from one blow to the solar plexus. Lloyd clenched his fist and said that he did it. He smiled and asked did it really take him. The dragon thought that as usual he was spending time alone. Suddenly, a glow appeared. He thought that he suddenly felt how time stopped. Tyrannus woke up and thought did he really feel the power of the heart of winter, who strengthened and used it like this. He looked to the side and thought was it really in that direction. Then he realized that the heart was inside a person. What kind of person is able to absorb it and gain control over time? The dragon stood up and thought that he didn't realize what he was doing. It was dangerous, so as soon as time went on as usual, he went to him. Tyrannus was coughing. He thought that he was going to vomit now after that man hit him in the solar plexus. Lloyd made a stupid face and asked what does that mean? He won, how is that possible? The dragon was breathing heavily. He began to glow. Then he transformed into a human. Tyrannus looked up and asked how did he do it? The hero looked at him stupidly and asked really how? It was just a miracle, no less. The dragon frowned in irritation when he asked if he would spare his life. After all, he won the bet. Tyrannus wiped the remains of the rainbow from his face and said that dragons keep their word, so nothing can be done. Lloyd exhaled and thought that they were safe. He was pretty scared. His skills work steadily, like a sentence. As soon as the target enters the pond, it works without fail. A system window appeared that any living creature in the water vomits the entire contents of its stomach at once. Tyrannus said that this promise is only valid once. If he commits a crime and plunges the world into chaos, the heroes told him not to worry, he does not have the courage to do so. The dragon frowned and said that he was shameless and cunning, had abilities that defied logic. He did not think that letting him go was the right decision. Lloyd's eyes widened when he said that if he was truly evil and had ill intentions, his son would not have accepted such a person into his ranks. The guy asked if the Dragon King Berkey's was his son. The blonde looked down and said that he was. The hero looked at him with a blank look. The dragon looked at him with incomprehension. He began to approach him and called him father. He took his hand. Lloyd shed tears and said how hard it was for him. Tyrannus frowned and said to let go of his hand. This is disgusting. The man said how hard it must have been for him. The hero rubbed Rainbow Dash over his hand and repeated that he now understood what difficulties he was experiencing. The dragon said that it was not easy for him. Suddenly a tear flowed down his cheek. He wiped it away and asked where the tears came from. The man told him to cry. The brunette continued that maybe it was not obvious, but he felt that his son was lazy, selfish, cruel, and yet he was so strong. The boy cried and thanked him for all his 1,000 years of work. Tyrannus looked at him in shock. He hugged the hero. The great dragon cried on his shoulder and said that no one told him this. That bastard, little dragon, he really tried to teach him how to be a real dragon. How much humiliation he suffered. Tyrannus said that he was like this because of his bride. Even his beloved daughter took his side. All efforts were in vain. Xavier watched as the dragon said that they were just having fun and no one cares about him. No one understands. For them he is just an old dragon. Lloyd said that this happy family blossomed thanks to his efforts. The man opened his eyes in shock. He burst into tears even more. Tyrannus cried. The hero smiled ominously and thought that the dragon who wanted him dead was now dead. The knight heard an ominous laugh. He sat on the grass and thought maybe he was wrong to consider this man the main hero of his world. What if he was a bad guy after all? Once he said that he had not done anything particularly bad, but now he was no longer sure. After a while, the guys were lying on the grass. The dragon said that it was a great shame for him. A man made him cry and even hugged him. He replied that he always considered sympathy a useless thing. Tyrannus looked at him. He sat up and asked if his name was Lloyd Frontera. Right, he confirmed. The man closed his eyes and said that he would die soon. The hero looked at him in shock when he said that the heart of winter was gradually freezing his body, so he did not have long to live. He mentally addressed this heart and asked if he really was a murderer who was going to finish him off. Then she replied that it was very rude and in general he didn't know this and it was he who absorbed it. The brunette jumped up and asked if there was any way to fix this. He can't die now. The dragon thought about it. He looked at him and said that his heart was frozen, so he needed to melt it. For this he had to absorb the Eye of Summer, which contains the power of fire. Lloyd opened his mouth and thought that this was a divine relic of Queen Magentano. Would he really have to bat his eyelashes in front of her again? He asked how much time he had before complete rigor mortis. The man closed his eyes and said that somewhere around 5 years, maximum 10. Lloyd looked at him in shock. He exhaled with relief and said that this was enough for him. He would have time to finish earlier. Tyrannus looked at him and thought that he had incredible fortitude. He continued to amaze him. Surely his son in the heart of winter noticed it too. He asked what he needed to finish. The hero replied that it would take him a long time to tell. The dragon said not to leave out any details. He smiled and said that he would help in any way he could. After some time, Lloyd said that he wanted to prevent the prophecy of broken destinies that he saw in a dream, so he was collecting the parts of Aeteroa. Tyrannus smiled and said that he had 2 of its components, Horaki and Takapuna. The hero looked at him in shock. He bowed and said that it might sound impudent of him, but could he give them to him? He replied that he picked up these trinkets in the ruins of the Demon Lord's castle and simply used them as a pillow, so he did not mind. Lloyd smiled and thought that this was luck. He was constantly worried about the thought that he needed to collect 5 parts. He thought that he had collected 4 parts almost in an instant. The last one was Kyora. Tyrannus thought about it and said that it seemed that Kyora was with Berkes. He closed his eyes and said that he was studying space-time movements and teleported things back and forth and mentioned that he had once sent Kyora too. Lloyd frowned and thought what kind of dragon it was, what other dimensions. Tyrannus said what kind of place he had named. Suddenly he remembered. The hero was struck by his answer, the dragon named Sol, a mountain peak on one side of the southern plains. Lloyd thought that he had finally gotten Tapo. A system window appeared that he had received the legendary Tapo core material, a PR bonus of 22 points. After a while, the hero thought that with the help of Tyrannus, Tapo had instantly been transported to the Mermaid Kingdom. He thought that he had immediately received the other 2 remaining materials there. Lloyd thought that Horaki and Takapuna were obtained. A system window appeared that he had received the legendary Horaki main material, a PR bonus of 24-0, and for Takapuna 26-0, so he had 89.55 PR in total. Tyrannus looked at the hero and asked if he should send them to the Mermaid Kingdom too. He answered no. The hero bowed and said that his help had been a great favor to him up until that moment. He answered that it was not that difficult. The brunette smiled and said that he did not dare to bother him anymore. He could just watch the actions of this humble man. The dragon asked if he was sure that in order to get Kyora he would need Berkey's help. This guy would not be easy to move. The hero answered that in this problem. He smiled predatory and said that he was a master. Tyrannus was taken aback and thought that looking at how he took on him and got what he wanted, maybe this is really possible. What a scary person. Lloyd screamed and called Yang Yang to him. The dragon flew out to him. It landed in front of the heroes. Tyrannus looked at it in shock and wondered if he even called the bone dragon. His eccentricity knew no bounds. He pursed his lips and thought that this man could destroy this world in an instant if he wanted to. The man looked ahead and thought that he still chose another. The dragon turned to Lloyd and said that the phenomenon of restoring fate is not easy. Even Berkes with his mighty power can do nothing about it. He smiled and said that he believed that he would see it through to the end. The hero smiled. He and his knight rode the dragon. Xavier asked if Berkes would help him cross over to another dimension. He usually doesn't do anything annoying. He replied that he has a plan. The lazy have their weaknesses. The knight looked ahead. He looked at the boy and asked, Seoul is his hometown, isn't it? Lloyd looked at him. He asked him why he thought so. He replied that when he heard about Seoul, his face changed. The hero looked ahead. He smiled and said that his homeland is Frontera now. The guy said that he misses him. Everyone is doing well, right? After a while, the man in armor took a step forward. The warriors looked at the settlement. The red-haired one frowned and said that this is the village where treasures of gold and silver are stored. His comrade frowned and turned to Edith, who was the 3rd prince of the Principality of Arios in the south of the country, but failed in the rebellion and is now the leader of a group of thieves. He said that if he conquers this village, he can create a new country of his dreams. The guy smiled and told his comrades to move forward, destroy the village and cut off the head of the lord. The barbarians ran, their leader shouting to burn all the houses. They were met by orcs. Everyone ran and shouted that there were orcs there and there were a lot of them. They needed to retreat. Edith frowned and asked why the orcs were wandering around the village. He replied that he didn't know. They were walking around freely there. The guy frowned and said that it didn't matter. He gave the order for the 2nd block to penetrate the estate through the northern forest. There were elves there. The barbarians looked at them in shock. The elf looked at them with disdain. One of the men stepped on a flower. She loaded her bow and asked if he had mixed something up. The sounds of a fight were coming from the forest. The former prince asked why the elf was frying meat in the village forest. His warrior replied that he didn't know, but it looked delicious. The man roared and said that he couldn't retreat, they had to attack with all their might. They ran to the village. Kuga entered the room and said that a group of armed thieves had come. Greg told him to speak formally or informally. He said that it was difficult to respect people. The guy reminded him that he was very polite with Emily. Greg looked at him and asked who had come. The orc replied that a bunch of thieves. The guy said that it was great, the guinea pigs had come themselves. The missiles flew at the thieves. Edith looked at them in shock. There was an explosion. All the warriors ran in panic. Greg clucked that he had succeeded in the flight. Corgidus replied that it was still better than last time. He would continue to help him. The man frowned and shouted that he was the prince of the abyss. They would not retreat just like that, and they were demons. His knight said that they would be with him to the end. Corgidus turned to the dragon and told him to send them home. Greg was surprised that he was a dragon. The old man added to be faster since it was time to return to class. Solita sent a fireball at the thieves. Screams were heard. The villagers watched as the prince retreated. Steam was coming from Edith. He said that he was the prince of the abyss and one day he would return and destroy this entire demonic territory. He raised his head up. In front of him was Yang Yang. The guy looked down in resignation. The villagers looked at the dragon in shock and wondered where he came from. A hero was sitting on it. He looked at the thief and asked what he said. Would he come back? The villagers realized where the dragon was coming from. Edith looked back. He fell to the ground. Lloyd thought that later the thieves began to call their territory the demon god's territory. The guy went down to the ground. He went to the building and said that it was time to open the door to Soul. Berkey's was lying on the couch. After a while, the skeleton walked forward. The skeleton musicians walked down the corridor. They tumbled into the dragon's room. The evil spirit played a solo on the lute. The others powerfully supported her. Berkey's was sleeping. The skeleton played the violin. The noise from them was heard all the way to the street. Berkey's opened his eyes and said that it was noisy here. He looked at the skeletons. They were blown away by a wave of energy. A bone landed on the guy's boot. He waved his hand. Lloyd screamed. He screamed shrilly. The house was warped from the volume. Xavier protected his ears with magic. Berkey's was wiped off the face of the earth. He came back to his senses. The hero stood and waited for applause. He smiled innocently and asked how the Dragon King was doing. He looked at him in shock and said that until now everything was fine, until his black hole started making sounds. The brunette looked at him and asked if he liked their alarm sound. He answered that because it was noisy here every morning, he wakes up in. Berkey's frowned and told him to wait. He thought that he had not called the child and was just sleeping. The dragon's eyes were glowing. He screamed that he had not been able to contact his daughter for several months. Because he had gone, he would kill him. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and said that honestly woke him up, as promised. Didn't the Dragon King said only to make it so that he could contact the Dragon Queen? He remembers his promise. As for the means of communication, the Dragon King had to come up with it personally. Berkey's looked at him in shock. He leaned back on the couch and said what should he do now? It's crazy, what's wrong with him? The hero came closer and wanted to offer an option. He shouted, does he really have a way out? The brunette said that if he was busy because he was catching a villain. Berkey's frowned when he said that this villain from another dimension used all sorts of strange abilities, traveled around the world and committed various dirty tricks. The guy spread his hand and said that he, as a righteous Dragon King, could not watch this and pursued him day and night and eventually caught him. Lloyd pointed to himself and said that he was that villain. The dragon looked at him. Then he blossomed. He smiled and said that it sounded great. There was a chance that she would praise him. The guy said of course, the Dragon King could tie him up and drag him straight to the Dragon Queen. Lloyd smiled and said that he would play the villain very well. Xavier frowned and thought who he was trying to fool. He didn't need to act. The hero smiled sweetly. Berkey's looked at him. He turned away and asked what he should do this time. The guy bowed and thanked him. He raised his head and asked him to help him find Kaya and Soul. The dragon frowned and asked what it was. Why did he turn away and say that he remembered something like that? It was the material for the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd thought, did he really know that the Pearl of Truth was broken? Didn't tell him anything. The dragon reached into his pocket and said that he could send him, but not to the exact place. He would give him something that would help him find him. He said that it was a dog for detecting anything. When he brought in Kyora's magic pattern, it would tell him the direction. Lloyd asked if dragons didn't have an obsession with cool things. He said that he didn't know about others, but he was fine with it. He held out the magic hammer, then cursed and asked why he wasn't getting it. The hero thought that he got angry easily. Berkey swung the hammer and chanted forward in force. The hero thought that since he created a dimensional shift, it would be something on the level of brother and before that old man, a half-dragon. The king threw the hammer. A portal was created on the floor. Xavier put his hand on the master's shoulder and said that it seemed that he was still not used to it. He stepped on the portal and said that in any case, they need to act. They stood on the portal. The dragon told them that this is the magic of traveling there and back. The boys sank lower and lower. Berkey's told them that if they stand on the wheel of change transfer opened in that world, they will return back. The boys sank deeper and deeper. The dragon looked at the hero and asked, "Is his homeland soul?" He asked again. He said that his body will sleep peacefully in that world, so he should forget about even thinking about visiting it. If they get close and something goes wrong, everything will be destroyed. The boys disappeared into the portal. After a while, they began to appear. Soon Lloyd and Xavier were standing on the street of Seoul. The knight thought that this was Kim Soo-ho's homeland if he decides not to go back and stay here. The hero looked ahead. The blue-haired man thought that even if he had to use force, he would return it back. Suddenly he looked at his hand and thought that it was strange. The mana disappeared. He thought, can't he really use it in this world? The guy turned around. Lloyd walked forward and said to go. It seems to be that way. Xavier walked forward and thought that if a dangerous situation happens. Suddenly the sun blinded him. Cars flew in front of them. Xavier coughed and thought, what kind of air was this? It was like the air in hell. Lloyd walked forward and said that they should buy clothes first. They stand out too much. He replied that the more important thing is that his mana is gone and if they get into trouble. The hero told him not to worry, that can't happen here. Xavier looked at him. The brunette looked ahead. He was stressed. Kyora is the last key ingredient of Aotearoa. As far as the hero knew, this artifact can change its appearance depending on the environment. If it really is in Seoul. Lloyd was rummaging through the trash. He smiled and said that now they have clothes, not the first freshness, but it will do. Xavier looked at him and wondered if everything is okay with him. He did not look very good. Suddenly the hero's heart ached. The knight frowned. The policeman pointed at them and shouted. He frowned and asked if they knew that what they were doing was stealing. The brunette raised his eyebrows and said that he had asked him to stand guard. He apologized. The policeman asked who they were, foreigners or cosplayers. They should go with him to the station. The guy smiled and said that there was a misunderstanding. They were employees of a collection agency. The policeman asked what collectors do, rummaging through trash cans in stupid costumes. Maybe he should call their company. Lloyd smiled and said that he works so hard day and night, protecting their streets. There is of course a little here. He held out his hand with gold. The guy smiled and told him to take it for himself for ice cream and keep the change. The policeman looked at his hand in shock. He held out handcuffs and said that he was an ugly cosplayer. He was under arrest for attempting to bribe a person on duty. The hero looked at him with disappointment. He threw the gold. Lloyd jerked and ordered to run. He frowned and said that here too he was considered ugly. His knight asked, is it a problem? The policeman picked up the gold from the floor. He was shaking and said that he could not believe it. He wanted to become a noble policeman, but failed on the first day on such a trifle. He frowned and said that justice will prevail. He will put him behind bars. He addressed all the posts, said that ugly cosplayer thieves are running away. The man frowned and shouted that he sees them. Lloyd asked why them first. Another policeman ran after them and said that he sees ugly cosplayers. The hero shouted that he did not even see their faces. How so? He said that one has an ugly back of the head. The guys were breathing heavily. Xavier turned around and asked why it was impossible to buy clothes for gold. He answered that they don't accept such cash here or it will take a long time to evaluate their currency. The hero suggested that he go back to the portal, taking some things with him. They will move when it gets dark. Even in different clothes they stand out a lot. Xavier turned around when Lloyd was breathing heavily. He looked sick. The knight looked at him and said that even if he had no mana, he couldn't be that tired. What happened? He stood up and said that the air was just heavy. They needed to change clothes. The guy looked at him carefully. After a while, the puppy barked. Xavier said that it reacted to that direction. The puppy barked towards the tower. The hero asked if the artifact was really in Tower H. Lloyd frowned and asked if they really had to disassemble this colossus. The man said that they were no longer in cosplay, but he recognized it by its ugly back. The guys ran away. The hero frowned and shouted that they couldn't get there in a straight line. They would have to go around through a mountain path. Xavier looked at him and asked what they should do to hide his ugliness. He shouted how he knew. What question he asked, that's the answer he got. After a while, the brunette was breathing heavily. It was hard for him. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was okay, if they should rest. He said no. He walked forward and said that he was Lloyd Frontera. He wouldn't give up that easily. The guy fell to his knee. It was very hard for him. He smiled and apologized, saying that he was tired of clutching his heart. Xavier ran up to him and asked if his heart was bad. He asked if he felt sorry for him. The knight looked at him and said that he felt that something was wrong from the moment they came to this world. Lloyd was breathing heavily and said that everything was fine. He held his heart and said that in this world he was like this. Everything was alien and scary to him. Everything was fine while his mom and dad were nearby, but when they were gone, his mental state worsened. Xavier looked at him when he said that he had not been here for a long time and therefore forgot this pain. The hero said that during their first meeting in Frontera, he was not himself because a lot fell on him at once. But when he realized that that world was similar to his, and he himself, without realizing it, changed, he became more confident, purposeful, and stubborn. He smiled and said that now he could see the real him, a pathetic, unremarkable loser with many mental deviations. Xavier asked what happens that while he lived here, he constantly blamed himself for this. The hero looked up at him. The knight looked at him and asked, did he just sit idly by, complaining about everything? He lowered his head. He said that he wanted to do something, but he couldn't. His parents poked at him, then went bankrupt, and then he was left all alone. How could he act so irresponsibly and leave his child? Everyone just turned away from him, not understanding how hard it was for him. Lloyd lowered his head and said that his mom and dad were really wonderful people. In order to understand this, he had to lose them. He said that then he began to study, work, do everything to survive. The hero cried and said that he did it so that his life would be direct proof that their efforts were not in vain. Xavier leaned over and said that the master was not to blame. Who put this burden on him? He replied that it was himself, and even if it was not his fault, he was still a nobody. The boy closed his eyes. He stood up and said that it seemed that he worried in vain. The knight went on and said that here in Seoul or on the continent of Laurasia, for him he was one person. He turned around and said that even when he made a fuss about an ugly face or cried bitterly on his knees, he still remained true to his word. Lloyd looked at him through tears. He lowered his head. The hero wiped his tears. Xavier turned around when he was called. The brunette smiled and said that he would lead them. The knight smiled. After a while, the dog barked. Lloyd asked if this was really the same Kaiora. While the creature sniffed the locks, he said how to find one out of so many. The dog licked its lips. He said that everything was clear. The hero raised his shoulders and said that this fence was Kaiora. He frowned and thought that perhaps she was dropped somewhere nearby during construction and she changed her appearance lying next to this fence. Couldn't they have chosen another place for construction? Xavier looked at the master and asked what was hanging on the fence. He replied that these were like love locks. Now this place is one of the most popular among tourists. He said that couples come here, hang locks, and swear eternal love to each other. The guys walked away. The hero said that there was a problem. In such a crowded place it would be difficult to get Kaiora. They better hide and wait until night. Xavier looked at the master. Lloyd looked away. He looked at the people. Suddenly he remembered how he and his parents went to this place. The guy took the lock in his hand and said that these are not just locks, this is a memory, an oath. He looked at the castle and said that when you miss someone very much, maybe one day thanks to her you will be able to meet this person again. The knight looked at him. After a while, the guys were sitting on a bench. Xavier said that it was great that they were there. He looked ahead and said that being here he suddenly became interested in what kind of person he used to be. The brunette looked at him and asked what difference it would make to him who he was after they dealt with the land of Frontera. Xavier looked ahead and said that it didn't matter to him, but he was just curious, that's why he asked. He told him to finish. They have a purely business relationship, so it's better not to cross that line. The hero looked ahead and thought, are they really going to hang around here forever? He thought maybe he's not a human after all. The guy raised his eyebrows and thought that he really wanted to ruin their pleasant memories since they interfere with his plans. He thought, why are people happy and excited when they hang these locks? He looked ahead with a blank look and thought that this was very boring. Lloyd thought maybe he just wanted to go back in time. His eyes widened. Xavier looked away when the master called him. He was all distorted and said that he didn't want to be human anymore. The guy looked at him in shock and thought that this suddenly made him so angry, now he couldn't be stopped. He smiled. The hero walked forward and said that they should finally disperse these freaks and collect what they need. The knight replied that it would be done and thought that this image suited him better. The guy shoved everyone with his shoulders and told everyone to step back. The place was closed for inspection. They took hold of the fence. The hero gritted his teeth. The guys raised the fence. Lloyd walked forward and said that they hung everything here. It was impossible to do an inspection, and if they break up in the future, then will they have to tear them down or something? Maybe he should take this junk down for them in advance. He looked ahead. They asked him does he really work for a bridge maintenance company this time. The policeman struck a superhero pose and said that the fighters for justice were already here. They frowned and shouted that evil would not stand before their thunder of punishment. The men crossed their arms. The redhead fired and shouted forward. Xavier prepared to attack. He threw his cap aside. The girls looked at him in shock and thought, are there really thieves on bridges? The guy was beaming. The girls took a photo of him. They posted on social media that thieves had broken into the tower in Seoul, but they were handsome. The guys walked forward. Suddenly the police appeared behind them. They shouted at them to surrender. Anyway, the whole country was already behind them on the internet. The hair club and asked if he should deal with them. He answered, just leave them. Lloyd frowned and said that they were definitely faster than them. After all, they were already hardened by all this dirty work. They rushed forward. The red-haired asked what kind of speed this was. The green-haired frowned and said that these two idiots also knew the area well, He answered him to be no panic, they can be easily tracked if you type in the search handsome bridge thief. He shouted that they were at the gates of Gwanghwamun. They ran forward, the purple-haired, and shouted they were just here. The captain answered him that they almost caught them, they have nowhere else to hide. Xavier looked at the hero and called him. He asked if he would regret leaving his homeland. This way, he can distract them for some time, and he can stay. He pulled up his pants and said no, he has already met his family. The brunette looked at the sky. He said of course there was one person left whom he couldn't see, but he would show up when he wanted to meet him. The blonde was smiling. He was told how to finish helping in another place. He replied that if they needed him so much, then let him come and take him. The man showed an alley and said that some perverts were throwing a head party there. The woman said that they were innocent. The policeman thanked them. The super squad appeared at the alley. The red-haired man shouted that they were cowards and let them come out. Suddenly he looked forward in shock. On the ground there was a portal, clothes, and a note. The portal was shrinking. Then it collapsed. The policeman approached the note. It said that they thanked them for their efforts. The men asked, I wonder who these guys were. After a while, Lloyd and Xavier were breathing heavily. The brunette was silent. The knight looked at him. He was shaking all over. The blue-haired man watched him carefully. The hero laughed evilly and said that they finally had all the ingredients. A system window appeared that Kyora had been received. All the main ingredients for Aotero had been collected. The hero received a bonus of 28 points for this. He smiled and said that this was a reward from fate. She was spoiling them very much today. The man looked forward. He had an exhausted look. He took a step forward and thought that when summoning the King of Hell to the earthly world, you need to clearly formulate your wish, and depending on what exactly you ask for, the appropriate tools will be given. The man walked into the cave and thought that if you want to send death to someone, first you need the body of the one he offended. He walked forward and thought that in accordance with the wish of the King of Hell, right in this cave. The brunette frowned. He looked at the headless body. The man thought that this is where the very body is. Helcaros thought that studying the highest black magic to save his family, this man met his sad end at the hands of Lloyd Frontera. He took the skull in his hands and turned to Ruffalin. He smiled and asked if he knew how the bastard who did this to them was doing now. Helcaros said that many people began to believe and worship him, respect him, everything that should have belonged to such talented heroes as them, this bastard took for himself. His eyes glowed and he said that only luck allowed him to find a strong assistant, as well as gain the trust of the king. Is it fair that they were left with nothing, this bastard, so that they could not return to their former appearance? Helcaros smiled and shouted that it was time to rise. The skull began to glow. The man offered to collect all their accumulated hatred and condemn it to such a sad fate. Ruffalin laughed. The man looked at the skull and thought that the cup was ready. Only the second ingredient remained, and it was the insane fear contained in this vessel. The skull glowed. Helcaros looked ahead and said that fear causes war. He smiled and said that if war comes, the king will also go crazy. The man turned around and said to follow him to the capital of Magenta. The hero tore off the lock. Lloyd smiled and said, what is this? A symbol of eternal love? Are they kidding? We need to properly smash everything here. Smash it to pieces. If he doesn't have it, then they won't have it either. He tore off the locks and shouted to abandon each other. Abandon. Say goodbye to your beloved Mion. Say goodbye to your Hessen. Xavier asked if he really decided to become the main villain. He answered that he was doing justice equally for everyone. Parting. The fence was cleared. The hero wiped the floor and said that he still needed to take it with him. The voice asked why he was doing this. The fence began to glow. The guy covered himself. The artifact returned to its original form and fell to the floor. Lloyd looked at it in shock and said that it was Kyora. A system window appeared that they had obtained the main legendary ingredient Kyora, a bonus of 28 points. Congratulations, you have collected all the ingredients for Aotearoa. The hero stared into space. He pursed his lips. Xavier looked at him. The guy raised his hand and shouted that it was time to head straight to the next stage. He walked forward and said that their next stop was the Mermaid Kingdom. It was time to finish this quickly. The knight exhaled and thought that it would be nice to rest for a while before moving on. He smiled and thought that although this was not his style, Lloyd walked forward and thought that he could get everything he needed. The octopus waved at them. The brunette swam forward and asked the knight how many hardships they had to endure. He said that they built a suspension bridge in the capital, a railway to hell, an ice road for the orcs, a cable car in the desert, a bathhouse in the Mermaid Kingdom, and even a sports stadium in the field. The hero took a breath and asked why all the cool tasks go to everyone but him. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was saying this because of Aotearoa. Of course it was a shame to build something like this in some Mermaid Kingdom, but they had a treaty with them so nothing could be done. He looked at the guy when he said that there was another way. The hero smiled and said that he had figured out a way to take Aotearoa for himself and build it for them. Xavier frowned. The brunette asked why he was staring at him like a flounder, again thinking to himself that he was a bastard villain. Had he ever laid a finger on anyone? The knight remained silent. Lloyd turned away and said, well, yes, there were a couple of times, maybe even 3 or 4. They swam up to the mermaid kingdom. The queen said that her friends, the freak and the gentleman, were really able to collect all the rare ingredients for the treasure vault. She smiled and said that they provided them with everything they would need to build it. They could also accommodate all the inconveniences of their kingdom. Lloyd bowed and thanked her. He said that they would do their best. It was a great honor for him to build this structure for a kingdom that traces its history back to myths. A tear fell to the floor. The mermaid queen frowned and asked why he suddenly cried so bitterly. Lloyd began to sob. He wiped away his tears and said that nothing again there would be no merit for them. She replied that this was not true. They were good friends of their heroes. If they only told them about any of their problems, they would definitely help them. The hero remained silent. He said that there was a small problem. It was very painful even to hear that they would have to build a great repository of jewels in the mermaid kingdom. The queen asked him what he was talking about. They had originally agreed that the repository would be built on their Earth. Xavier looked at the hero when he said that he didn't mean that once the construction was completed. He looked ahead and said that the scoundrels blinded by their greed would try to appropriate the jewels for themselves and declare war. He only had to think that such a peaceful and beautiful place would face a sea of more deaths. The mermaid looked at him in shock. The guy bowed and said that there is a contract, so they will begin right away. She interrupted him and told him to wait a second. She frowned and said that is it really necessary to build a repository of jewels on their lands? He replied that no, most likely on any territory that will be located deeper than 70 meters. The woman looked at him and said that it might be better to build it somewhere else. The guy smiled. They walked forward. The hero smiled and said that they agreed that the vault would be built on his territory, and the mermaids would have unlimited access to it. Cool, he sorted everything out, didn't he? He really doesn't want to bring such a big danger to the mermaid kingdom. The knight narrowed his eyes when he said that he didn't lie at all, he only spoke the pure truth. Lloyd looked grimly ahead and said that even if it wasn't from the heart. The blue-haired one exhaled. He asked what, is he judging him again? He smiled and said no, in the end, everyone was happy so everything is for the best, right? The brunette extended his hand and said that he finally thinks in the right way, now he agrees that they are alike. Xavier looked at him. He gave him a high five. The knight said that one way or another they will be able to find a way to close the portal to hell in the jewelry vault. They high-fived each other again. The brunette looked ahead and said, this is Lake Capua, an ideal place to build a storage facility, quite deep and spacious. He looked at the beaver and asked the lake master if he thought it was okay to start building. He shouted a sound. The guy took off his clothes and said okay, then they will measure the area. He jumped into the lake. The hero scanned the bottom and thought it was just right, spacious, flat and solid. He called up the simulation mode and thought that he was told that the Pearl of Truth should emit energy in case of an attack. He needed to check how true it was. The green pyramid began to vibrate. Lloyd frowned and thought about what was going on. Energy began to swirl around the pyramid. The hero thought that he had not been lied to after all. A green whirlpool appeared in the lake. The water shot upward. Lloyd frowned. The water rose above the mountains. It began to wash away houses. The hero gritted his teeth. At this time, Xavier was peacefully communicating with the animals. He looked at the brunette who came out of the water. He was frowning. The knight handed him a towel and asked what happened. The guy screamed and asked when he would retire in peace. He went ahead and said that he was free for now. He had a lot to think about. Lloyd got dressed. Xavier exhaled and thought that he did not want to argue and it was better to leave him alone. The knight walked around the city. He looked around and thought that everything had changed so much here. A couple of years ago there was nothing here except a poor village. Suddenly he saw someone calling his father ahead. Children were running to hug Bairn. The blue-haired man thought that the children who went to study in the capital received an excellent education there. He looked the other way. The guy thought that orcs and elves usually do not get along with each other. However, on the lands of Frontera, apparently everything is different. Kuga stood with his back to him and apologized to Miss Emily. He said that it was because of him that she had to do this. Emily showed her biceps and said that everything was fine. She really enjoyed spending her date pumping up her muscles. Even a weakling like her could become strong with a little training. The girl ran away from the orc and shouted at him to try to catch up with her. He laughed and said that it was against the rules. Xavier looked at them suspiciously. Then he smiled and thought that this was quite an unusual sight. But if you think about it, muscles are good. The men smiled and shouted that the installation of the giant statue was ready. Salida picked up the figurine and said that he had finally finished his dragon. Corgetus asked if he was serious. He had already decided that it was a slime. Xavier thought that everyone was striving for their dream. He thought that they were solving the problem of hunger and helping each other. He walked forward and thought that all the people here were living happily in such a peaceful place. The guy looked down and thought, what about the hero? He thought, when will he be able to come back here? Marbella said that she was worried about her son. After so much time he returned home, but he was always sitting in the library, so they could not even properly celebrate his return. She looked at her husband and said that she always did not have the courage to ask what he was working so hard on. He looked very busy. Father said that he also did not know where to start how to ask him. He smiled and said that the young man who was such a child not long ago finally took life into his own hands. Glorious heroes always work for the good of their homeland. That's why sometimes it seems. The woman smiled and said that he seemed like a completely different person, didn't he? Her husband looked at her. He said that she felt it too. Marbella replied that now he doesn't even call them mom and dad. Since that day everything has changed, the manner of speech, behavior and face. There was silence. Arcus stood up and said that apparently he didn't just take life into his own hands, but also became a different person. He opened the door and said that he needed to at least cheer him up a little, which means it's time to finally do it. Marbella exclaimed the formal suit of the head of the Frontier family. He replied that she was right. Usually it is passed on only when the heir becomes the owner of the estate, but their guy has long proven that he is worthy of it. He smiled and said that he wanted to get the suit so much that he went through such a thorny path. He will definitely be glad to have it. Lloyd walked forward. He smiled and thought that he was a genius. It was necessary to build in the lower reaches of the Frona River and with the help of a dam and escape the flood. The guy walked forward and thought that now he would make a simulation. Arcus said that he was just in time. Marbella looked at him and said that they knew that he was very busy, but they were quick and to the point. They had a gift for him, he asked again. The father smiled and held out the suit. The hero looked at him in shock. The brunette smiled and said that it looked very stylish, he would wear it carefully. He walked forward and thanked them, said that he had a rather urgent matter now, so he would try it on later. Arcus extended his hand and asked doesn't he remember what kind of suit it was. When he was little, she said that his grandfather looked very cool in this suit and wanted to get it. The guy had already gone far and said that he remembered, thanked them for not forgetting, and left. Arcus said that he had never seen his grandfather. After a while, Arcus looked at the knight and greeted him. He greeted the count and countess. Marbella looked at him and asked how his rest was going. Xavier lowered his head and said that idleness only made him more anxious. She asked how that was possible. He must be very tired, because he had faced many problems. Arcus looked at him and said that he had always wondered how the two of them constantly traveled and did not rest. Could he share a secret? The knight replied that it was quite difficult for him to explain it now, but as soon as he sorted out his thoughts, he would share his experience. The man smiled and said to be sure to let them know later. By the way, does he know where Lloyd is now? The guy replied that he is now in the Frona River. He looked intently at the man. Arcus darkened and asked really their son, is he really alive? Xavier looked at him in shock. Silence fell. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek. He said that it was unexpected. Why did they suddenly think that? Marbella looked at him and said that the Frontier family has a special dress suit. Lloyd once really wanted to get it, but now he doesn't remember anything about it. Arcus looked at him and said that then he decided to ask if he saw his grandfather in this suit, and he answered as if at random, like he remembers his grandfather. He looked down and said that like his wife, he also felt something was wrong with him. From the day he started working actively, his behavior, speech, facial expression are completely different from their son. Xavier looked at him nervously when he said that he had been with him since that day. He has better intuition than any other sword master. He couldn't help but feel strange changes in their son. The man said that he sincerely tried to do everything for the benefit of their land, so they will always be grateful to him for this. However, he raised his eyebrows and said that they are worried about what is happening to their real son, so they ask him to answer honestly, is their son really alive? Xavier pursed his lips in panic and thought that the master really died. He lowered his head and thought that although he was reborn, but in what century and where exactly they do not know. For the count and countesses it is the same as losing a child. The guy thought that the real Lloyd lost a fight and almost died in the mud. He thought that someone drove his soul out of his body, and now another creature has taken its place. Xavier frowned and thought that if they knew the truth, they and Kim Suho himself will not be able to live as before. He thought that however, he cannot lie about his parent. The knight gritted his teeth. Arcus looked at him as he apologized for hiding it from them. He lowered his head. Arcus and Marbella looked at him in shock. The blue-haired one said that in fact, with a stone face he said that the gentleman has a brain injury, so his memory and thinking are in a critical state. The parents looked at him in shock. Marbella asked what it meant. Her husband asked him to explain it to them in more detail. Xavier with a stone face said that as they probably know, he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him either. As soon as he grew up and joined him in training, he often made fun of him and mocked him, once even gave him a wooden sword. He extended his hand and asked if everything was clear from this. The Earl asked for forgiveness. He replied that I have something to apologize for too. He showed his index finger and said that one day, that very day, the gentleman and now late at night, and then they ordered him to find him. The guy with a stone face said that he thought about where he could go and went along the obvious path. The knight remembered how he followed him. He then thought why he always had to mess with this bastard. It was annoying. Arcus and Marbella looked at him in shock and asked did he really say that. Xavier with a stone face answered that he had been bullied since childhood. Can't he sometimes get a little angry? The Count and Countess burst into tears. They thought they didn't even know that. The knight said that when he met him halfway, the gentleman, as always, swore at him. Lloyd said how tired he was of him. Why did he need someone like him? Xavier said that suddenly he said the following. He said to go home already, although wait, he doesn't have a home, then he can just die on the street. The knight said that at that moment he could no longer tolerate his humiliation and hit him on the back of the head with his sword. The Count and Countess looked at him in shock. Xavier with a stone face said that after he calmed down and thought for a bit, he decided to shake him and he woke up. Lloyd looked at him in shock and said that it seemed that he had completely lost his memory, but he clearly remembered what an idiot he was. From tomorrow he would become kinder to people. The blue-haired man knelt down and said that this was a very commendable decision, but if the barons and baroness find out that he hit him, they will execute him. He confirmed this and said that he would not tell them anything. Xavier looked at the Count and Countess and said that this was how it was. The wind blew. The guy pulled out his sword. He went out to him and said that it was a sin that he hit a nobleman with a sword. He must decide for himself with his life. Arcus and Marbella told him not to dare. The man frowned and said that what happened was not his fault. The girl said that he made a man out of their son. The brunette said that he alone had dealt with such difficulties. They were very grateful to him. The blue-haired man smiled. Lloyd appeared from behind and said that he had urgent news. His father asked what happened. He replied that the conversation was quite long, so it was better to go inside. He passed by his knight. The hero smiled nastily and asked, "Is there Xavier not a little boy anymore?" The blue-haired man showed a thumb up and said that he learned this from him. After a while, Lloyd asked not to be too surprised at what he was about to say. He frowned and said that recently he often had dreams about how people died in their slavery. He asked the Dragon King who was sleeping in the next room about the visions, and he replied that it was a prophetic dream. He also said that it was possible to avoid its fulfillment if they built the Pearl of Truth, but in order to build it they need to build a dam on the lower reaches of the river. His father looked at him and said no problem. The guy asked, do they really have no questions at all? Marbella replied that they had heard a more shocking story earlier, so they would not be surprised anymore. The man smiled and said that they had always noticed how he tried for the benefit of their slavery. However, he took everything on himself and asked for only a little support from them. Lloyd smiled and said that from them it was enough for him that they were healthy and happy. The hero picked up a shovel and told everyone to listen carefully. They were starting the first big construction project in the history of their lands, which had never been done before. Without long introductions, if they did everything as he said, everyone would remain safe. They must trust him. A system window appeared, that thanks to the power of his words, the skill of oratory appears, a complete turnaround. A call to the furious zeal of the inhabitants of the county, the #1 employer, the best avoider of debt, the leader of the poor. The guy looked at the pop-up windows of the system. A system window appeared, that he received the skill of oratory, complete trust. Lloyd smiled and thought that as always, whatever he did, everything was for the benefit of the cause. He extended his hand and told the first team to start building the dam and the Pearl of Truth. They must show him the warmth that comes from the depths of the earth. We dig, cut down and tear everything out. He transferred his hand to the second team and shouted, take, carry, and put, and dig without stopping. Then he shouted to the third team, an army of limitless power, skeletons holding posters with slogans recycling all night, more work. To the animals he said that they are responsible for the giant equipment. Then he turned to the fifth team and said that they are in charge of technology management and replenishment of resources. Lloyd looked at the knight and said that all the other difficult tasks are his. He asked why he is the only one on the team. The hero shouted that all the tasks are his. Everyone raised their hands and shouted that they will work for the good of their county. They will begin construction. The frame rose higher, through the clouds, the first government house in the sky. The worker asked what was written here. Gabriel is the chief administrative officer in heaven, Seraphim, the highest angel, the closest to God. He could barely read what was written there. His employee said that it said illegal construction on the lower reaches of the river, the beginning of the construction of Aotearoa. The angel replied that it was so blinding that nothing could be seen at all. He frowned and told him to wait. Wasn't it about the Pearl of Truth? If it were built, then war would break out again and riots would arise. The employee replied that this information came to them from the Dragon King. He figured it out while they were still preparing materials for the construction. Gabriel said that he was a small reptile. Why is he like that? The angel asked if it was possible to build such a structure so easily. His subordinate replied that according to observations, they chose a place where there was a small chance of successfully building the pearl. Raphael, director of inspection of the earthly world, an angel with a human body, said that he would immediately begin to eliminate the construction. Lloyd shouted, listen to everyone carefully, although it is hard to believe. He frowned and said that he can stop time. From now on for a year during construction time will be stopped. People looked at him in shock. The guy wrote his head and thought that as he expected. They do not believe. Everyone will be surprised if he suddenly stops time. A system window appeared that to whom the effect of praise is absolute trust is now in effect. The man cried and said that Lloyd can do everything in the world. People began to shout that he can do everything in the world, he can even cause a flood, he controls a bone dragon. Xavier looked at them. People shouted like crazy that Lloyd can do everything in the world. The hero raised his fist victoriously. The knight thought, is everything okay with the inhabitants of this city? A system window appeared that 3,000 points are required to stop time. A bubble appeared over the city. The hero's heart froze. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was okay. He answered, well, no. He smiled and said that he was so excited thinking about the construction of the pearl. The brunette thought that an incredible amount of complex calculations were done in the design of the dam. Of course it was beyond his knowledge, but he could edit and modify everything with his modeling skills for the perfect design. The hero thought that he needed to create a waterway to drain the area where the Pearl of Truth would be built. You will begin a full-scale construction of the dam. He thought that since there are technical limitations, the Spanish Tela Dam is used as a model. It is a legend created in the Middle Ages and still performs its function. Lloyd looked down and thought that the most important structure of the Pearl of Truth is progressing point. He smiled and thought that everything is going without a hitch. Soon his people will be rewarded for all their hard work. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that he is a grief singer. Can he hear it? The hero frowned and thought that it was the voice of the Dragon King. He said that yes, it is him. He should quickly go to him. He frowned when Berkey said that this was an unrealistic emergency. He might not be able to build the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd rushed to him. He ran to the dragon. He was lying down and said that his neck hurt so much and asked to massage it a little. The guy frowned and said, why can't he build the Pearl of Truth? What kind of emergency is this? Berkey's, without turning around, said that his neck hurts extremely. If he doesn't massage it, he will get angry and break everything. The brunette grimaced and thought what a bad person he was. His eyes were burning. He asked the neck, you say? He answered positively. The guy frowned and thought that he would thoroughly need it. He activated mana. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought, how dare he disturb busy people because of such crap. He began to strangle the dragon. He said that he did not ask to just be stroked. The hero's pupils narrowed. He thought that this dragon was being bred. He would gladly try to crush this screeching monster again. Lloyd launched a powerful attack on his neck. Berkey's, without turning around, said that he couldn't do it. His strength was not enough. He was disappointed. The brunette grimaced and thought that he was bringing him out. A system window appeared that a new skill had blossomed, an incredibly ugly person. A system window appeared that when he gets angry, laughs or cries, he is incredibly ugly. Anyone who sees this face will turn their head and say, ugh, what kind of face is this? The hero thought what kind of skill this was. Before he came to this world, he was sexy. A system window appeared that before, even the grass was greener. Berkey's turned to the hero. He said that now he will go against fate with the Pearl of Truth, and then what? The guy asked what he meant next. He asked what he was going to do with the pearl. He replied that he would destroy it. The dragon looked at him. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that such a structure would only give him a headache. It would prevent him from enjoying an endless vacation, doing nothing and having fun. The dragon turned away and said, "Foo, what kind of face is this?" The hero thought that it was all because of him. Berkey smiled and thought that the Pearl of Truth will never be used wrong. This man is really a hopeless dreamer. The guy was still trying to give him a massage. The dragon told him to leave. He replied that he still hadn't heard his screams. A system window appeared that he had brought his mana to the limit. Lloyd grimaced and thought, that's enough. What did she come up with this time? A system window appeared that the level of the mana heart skill was increased. He became a first level ball expert. The brunette raised his eyebrows in confusion. A system window appeared that he had received the passive effect of the Sword Master Syndrome. All his senses become extremely sensitive. The dragon looked at him and asked what was wrong with him. Is everything okay? The guy froze. The question of whether he was okay pierced his ear. He fell to the floor and screamed. The Dragon King asked, does he really have a ringing in his ears? He answered, no, Master Syndrome. Berkey's turned away and said that he congratulated him. The hero walked along the corridor and thought, what the hell is this? He still has a lot of work. That's why he did not want to become a sword master. He frowned and thought, should he use glasses today to raise his mana heart level? No, he needs glasses to prevent his fate. Xavier looked at him and asked, does he really have the Sword Master Syndrome? He screamed. The brunette turned away and told him to be quiet and not to talk. The blue-haired man smiled happily. He clenched his fist and said to go into silence, to find the end of his two sharp feelings and focus on that, not to pull them to himself until he placed true silence inside himself. The hero was bleeding. His knight laughed and said, good luck. The brunette replied, is this really an encouraging expression in his opinion? Does he really want to die? The guy frowned and thought that with his eyes, even the small imperfections on Xavier's face. The knight smiled. Lloyd, does he really have no imperfections? What a bastard. Why did he take a cool pose? He thought that he made fun of Xavier a lot for his advice. But still, he was an experienced man, so they did not sleep for several days while he helped him get used to the new sensations. So several months passed. The hero thought that the construction of the dam and the Pearl of Truth was nearing completion. Xavier looked at the master and asked if he was okay. He was talking about the Master Sword Syndrome. Even though he was in training, he seemed to be coping. The guy turned around when the knight said that he forgot everything and spoke too loudly. He apologized. It was not his intention, but if you think about it, this is a kind of training. He replied, enough already. What is he laughing at him? The blue-haired man replied that this was a misunderstanding. He is very worried about him. He smiled and said that it was sincere. The hero said that he saw his sincerity. His face twisted and he said to wait and see how terrible the abuse of power by employers is. Lloyd turned to the music and said, what is it? Who turned on his barrel organ? He was blinded by the light. A man appeared in the sky. It was an angel. The hero looked at him in shock. Raphael said that he was pleased to meet you. His name is Raphael. He is a civil servant in the heavenly world and the chief inspector general in the midst of people. He came here to deliver an executive order. The brunette frowned and thought that he was strong. The angel pulled out a folder with papers. He adjusted his glasses and said, executive order, engineer Lloyd Frontera, immediately cease construction of illegal buildings in Aeteroa and destroy everything built. Lloyd looked at him in shock. The townspeople looked at the angel. The elves' faces were unreadable. People bolted with weapons in their hands. Watching them, Raphael told them to obey the wolf of the sky and immediately destroy Aeteroa. The guy frowned, indignantly asking why the hell he should do this, and then demanded proof that there really was an angel in front of him. The man, looking at his book, asked if he really didn't believe him, even looking at his wings. Pointing at Xavier, the brown-haired man exclaimed that he also had them, and then he was an angel too. The white-haired man, looking at the knight, noted that his face really looked like an angel's. The protagonist looked at the one lowered to his comrades. Then he again looked angrily at the angel and asked how he could believe that he really was the will of heaven. And why should he obey so easily now if he had previously put so much effort into building it? The angel closed his notebook. Then he waved his hand. Something flew from the sky towards him. A huge hammer appeared in his hand. Then a light swirled above his head. It formed into a sparkling halo. Lloyd nervously fluttered. Revealing himself in all his glory, Raphael asked if he believed him now. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that it was a golden hammer of punishment, just like in the Holy Scriptures. Looking at the white-haired man in the sky, he noted that this was indeed an angel. Remembering the box, Raphael said that it was not so, and this hammer was called the Universal Hammer for official duties. The guy waved his hand and indignantly asked why on earth the construction of Aeteroa became illegal. He exclaimed that knowledge simply will not be destroyed, and this land is their property. The rich angel opened his notebook, answering that the Pearl of Truth of Aeteroa is an anomalous artifact that looks into the world beyond the heavens and reveals heavenly secrets. And in order to get it, on December 6, 307 according to the mythical calendar, at 6 a.m., the Great Racial War began. Shaitan and his companion listened to him say that the death toll was 4,370,000, the injured 27,820,000, and the total damage was estimated at 4,007,200,940,000,000 gold. The man slammed the notebook shut, saying that accordingly, Aeteroa was called an illegal construction, and if he did not destroy it immediately, he would do it himself. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. Pointing at the angel, he loudly asked what kind of dictatorship this was, and then said that he was filing an appeal. He perked up when Raphael said that appeals were accepted through prayer, and if his prayer was sincere and pure, it would be forwarded to the Civil Affairs Department. Lloyd asked if this was really possible, to which the angel replied that heaven was called to ease the hardships of earthly life. The guy immediately fell to his knees. He folded his hands and began to pray, saying to himself that he must protect the precious people with the power of Aeteroa, and then asked to hear the prayers of his slave, who did not want to lose his loved ones anymore. A man sat at the table and listened to him through the phone, saying that absolutely all the inhabitants of the territory, whose lives are full of memories and happiness, had gathered here. He said that this was sheer despair. The brown-haired man listened with a displeased face as the protagonist said that his people should be healthy and have a pot of honey for their old age. He abruptly hung up, refusing. The protagonist perked up when Raphael conveyed these words to him. He asked why, to which the angel said that the prayer was not sincere. Lowering his head, he ordered to destroy. The guy frowned, saying in response that this would never happen. The white-haired man darkened. He raised his hammer above his head, saying that in this case he would do everything himself. The angel rushed to Aeteroa. He swung his weapon. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand and shouted. Suddenly, a green light appeared out of nowhere. Xavier appeared in front of Raphael. The hammer was aimed straight at him. However, the boy blocked the blow. A shockwave spread in all directions. The protagonist screamed loudly, mentally cursing the Master Sword Syndrome, making his ears ring. Raising his weapon in front of him, the blonde man introduced himself as a knight of the Frontier County and said that anyone who invades the territory must leave it. Otherwise, with anger on his face, he said that this person will be punished. The angel's face darkened. Someone was running along the ground. The red-haired boy stopped, looking at Aotearoa. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking about what he came for, how he felt an incredible amount of mana. Looking at Raphael, he mentally noted that his mother told him that angels always adhere to the rules they set, and the fact that he appeared here with a hammer only means that he is going to destroy everything here. Solita bared his teeth, flashing an evil look, and exclaimed that in that case he would never be able to marry, and if they joined forces with the Supreme Master, then there was a chance. A man appeared on the grass behind him, telling him to stop because they were in trouble. Tyrannus, folding his hands on his knees, said that if anyone harmed heaven, hell, or the dragon, then a great war would begin. Imagining an outbreak on Earth, he said that the planet itself would perish. Looking tiredly ahead, the dragon said that the world only works when they turn a blind eye to local intrusions and minor damage. Browsing down, Solita asked who he was anyway. The locals began to scatter in different directions at the order of the brown-haired man. Looking at Xavier, the angel called him the Supreme Master and said that he was warning him that if he did not leave right now, it would be considered a crime of obstruction of duty. Looking at him with angry eyes, the knight asked if it means that all they need is to do their duty. The hammer darkened on him. The guy flew back, avoiding the blow. Looking at this with his mouth open, the protagonist thought that his comrade was very cool and then wondered if this was an instant victory. Xavier attacked with a sword. The angel's nymph flew apart into a glowing strip. She reflected the attack. Lloyd clenched his teeth tightly under the shock wave. Swinging, the blonde screamed. Bright light accumulated in different directions. The glowing halo and the parquet compressed at great speed. He froze in shock. The man opened his mouth and said that it was not too late. He, holding a hammer in his hand, told him to stop and surrender, following the will of heaven. The brown-haired man screamed loudly, telling his friend about the simultaneous attack. The guy pursed his lips when he was asked to cover his ears. The protagonist with a glowing eye opened his mouth. He took a deep breath. While Raphael was distracted, Xavier created two disc heads. Frowning, Lloyd screamed loudly. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He fell to his knees, holding his head. The knight shook himself, puzzled. Watching the arcade with empty eyes, the boy muttered that he really wanted to not hear anything. He thought that due to the amplification of sounds by the Master Sword syndrome, he felt Seta disgusting, and the two could not hear their own song. Xavier became sad. The angel frowned and asked it was, noting that it was very similar to the screams of an ancient devil. At that moment, the knight attacked him. Nimbus parried the attack again. Raphael swung his hammer. The boy flew back, avoiding the attack. With a loud scream, he rushed at the enemy. His face turned white. The man took the weapon away, saying that it was useless. Blocking a huge number of attacks, he said that the angel's halo was an absolute blessing. Opening his mouth, he said that as long as his soul was pure and righteous, the ring would protect him forever. He hit Xavier. He flew to the side from the blow. Looking at Aotearoa, he thought that this could not happen. Suddenly, he fluttered up before the collision. The knight grafted himself onto the angel again. Two hit him with his hammer again. The guy landed right on the side. Opening his mouth, he screamed loudly in pain. Raphael landed next to him. He looked thoughtfully at Xavier. He lay unconscious. Looking at him, the angel asked him not to wake up yet. Turning around, he walked to the side. The blonde opened one eye. When he began to sneak up, the man froze. Sharply turning around, he exclaimed that he told him not to wake up. The guy threw sand in his eyes. Closing his eyes, the angel screamed loudly, calling him a cowardly creature. His halo glowed red, awarding 10 penalty points. The blonde darkened, hearing that he received a penalty. Swinging, Xavier smiled evilly, saying that it meant that he was able to stain his soul after all. Lloyd, watching, opened his mouth in shock, wondering if he was always this cool. The guy attacked. The halo took the blow again. However, it bent under the onslaught. The angel, holding his head, screamed in pain. He suddenly fluttered, avoiding the attack. The blonde jerked to the side when he tried to hit him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that he now heard a whistle. Meanwhile, the angel and the knight continued to fight. Frowning, the brown-haired thought that whatever it was. Xavier bared his teeth when blood flowed from the cuts. There were wounds on Raphael's body as well. Lloyd closed his eyes. His knight blocked the blow with a hammer. The man said. The guy opened his mouth and screamed, demanding that they stop this right now. He was sitting on his knees, attracting their attention. The brown-haired man began to cry, telling them to stop hurting each other. The fair-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. Traces rolled down the protagonist's cheek. Looking at him, the angel asked if he would take down the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd replied that only if he promised him something. He continued to cry, screaming that if fate was not restored through the pearl of truth, then the most beautiful people in the world would become deeply unhappy. The locals looked at him in surprise beyond the ravine. They also appeared behind the trees while their master was screaming that it was absurd for him to not care what would happen to him, and then demanded that these people simply be made happy. With sadness on their faces, the residents listened to his words that in exchange the angel could take his life. Tears continued to flow down the guy's cheeks. Raphael frowned. He apologized with a sigh and said that unfortunately he couldn't help him with that. The brown-haired man hung his head. Surrounded by blue screens, he muttered that in that case, the negotiations had failed. Multiple screens showed bonus RPs he had received from the favor of various people. His total RP was 26,071. The next screen said he could level up as a sword master for 26,000 RP. The protagonist wiped away his tears. Suddenly, his expression darkened and he turned white while smiling. The man opened his eyes, seeing the light. Lloyd's body was enveloped in a blue glow. With a smile on his face, he told him to listen to his song. The angel and the knight looked at the boy. The blonde man wondered with a puzzled expression if this was really a sword master. Raphael looked at the brown-haired man and asked him not to take the sin of interfering in heavenly affairs and become a criminal. He added that he had the same power as the great master he knew well. The main Hertz pursed his lips and muttered that with the power of a sword master, and then began to sing. Xavier clenched his teeth because of the energy wave. He covered his ears with his hands. Meanwhile, a glow appeared around the dragon. He moved to the moon. In the forest, birds were sitting on the branches. Fish were calmly swimming in the water. Fluffy wings spread out. A fish jumped out of the water. Lloyd began to move his hands. Black and red energy flew out of his mouth. It enveloped Aetero. Then it moved on. People screamed loudly, covering their ears. The system noted a decrease in attractiveness. The same thing began to happen to the rest of the inhabitants. Blood flowed from their ears. The energy went to the forest. The protagonist looked at the angel. There was horror on his face. In the forest, birds fell to the ground. Fish floated to the surface of the water. A drop of blood flowed from Raphael's nose, and he cursed. His halo immediately turned red, denying the receipt of 480 penalty points, adding that the maximum number of penalty points was exceeded by 300 and during the punishment period he was deprived of all his granted powers. The man froze in confusion. Suddenly his wings began to disappear. He lowered his head, and then raised his printed gaze. The protagonist stood in front of him with a shovel. Xavier appeared behind him. The angel pulled his hands to his face. Taking off his glasses, he asked them to calm down a little. A moment later, his loaf of bread with a shovel in the face. Raphael began to fall backwards. The knight hit him with a sword. The man began to fall in the other direction. Many blows fell on him. The brown-haired man smiled madly. The blonde man gritted his teeth, darkening. Their weapons approached him again. He saw the light. After a while, everyone found themselves in the frontier estate. The beaten blonde man lay on the bed. He looked away. The protagonist was sitting next to him on the couch, noting his awakening. He looked at him with kind eyes, saying that he didn't think he would wake up at all and added that he had been looking after him all night. Looking at him, the angel said that he was going to destroy the pearl, but he didn't understand why. Lloyd interrupted, saying that this didn't make him a bad person. He smiled sweetly, saying that the only bad thing was that their values were different, and that he didn't think that someone was bad and someone was good. The man turned around, thinking about his words. He remembered how the two guys attacked him. Suddenly, Xavier abruptly opened the door. The protagonist began to hold him back while he said that he should die and demanded to let him go. The face screamed, telling him to stop because he was an angel. After kicking him out, he closed the door. Wiping his forehead, the guy smiled sweetly again and called his comrade very hot-tempered, noting that he had a hard time restraining his cruel nature. In reality, the knight himself held the master back while he screamed that he would kill the angel. Raphael looked at him with tears in his eyes. He knelt down and thanked him, calling him a good man. The brown-haired man muttered that it somehow came naturally to him. He smiled slyly, mentally noting that according to the plot of the novel, he was not pure but naive and that it was very easy. Looking at the man, the main character asked what would happen to him while the punishment was in effect. Raphael replied that he had lost his angel powers and would not be able to return to heaven. Taking out his phone, he said that thanks to it, he was able to at least maintain contact, but Lloyd asked if it was a smartphone, but he replied that it was not a smartphone. The guy said that it made no difference. He half closed his tired eyelids and asked if he would try to take down the pearl again. How would his punishment end? The blonde man lowered his head and said that it was the decision of heaven, and it must be carried out eventually, because it was inevitable for the maintenance of order on earth and in heaven. Looking at him, the brown-haired man asked if it was really all for the sake of peace. He asked if it was violence, noting that they were forcing people to follow their decisions, guided by the fact that the pathetic people of the rowing world knew nothing. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist crossed his arms, saying that it must be that before he simply carried out his official duties like a sword, because it was right, and such was the will of heaven. He asked what people of his position thought, though. Lloyd asked him if he had ever heard of it in small terms and if he had changed his mind. Raphael lowered his eyes when asked if it was true what he had said, that the heavens were burdened with the burdens of the earthly world. The guy asked what about those people who had accumulated a lot of grievances because of the decisions of the heavenly court. The blonde became sad. Bowing his head, he said that his interlocutor was right because he had never heard what people said. The brown-haired man smiled and asked why he didn't stay here and learn more about the earthly world. The man immediately smiled and asked if that was okay and if he wouldn't cause any inconvenience. The protagonist replied that he might feel pressure, noting that he hadn't been very attentive. He took out a stack of papers. Smiling darkly, Lloyd said that if he signed this contract and did him a few favors, he would gladly let him stay. With a wide smile, Raphael began to sign the contract. A gloomy guy loomed over him, thinking that this would solve several issues at once. With a sly smile, he mentally noted that with its help he would be able to take the Queen's Eyes of Summer. Imagining the blue insides, the brown-haired man thought that this was so that his heart wouldn't stop. The sun was shining over the city. The beaver on the dragon's head screamed loudly. The man rose sharply from the bed. He pulled his shirt over himself. Zamer adjusted his glasses. Then he smoothed his blonde hair. After a while, Raphael was running down the street. He ran around surrounded by animals. He greeted Mr. Deer, Rabbit, and Squirrel, and also noted that the songs of the respected sparrows, as always, cleared the sky of clouds. The sparrow sat on his shoulder and began to sing. The man asked if he really wanted him to sing with him. He muttered that he was a little embarrassed because his singing would not be as beautiful. He opened his mouth. The blonde waved his hand, starting to sing. The locals smiled, saying that every morning the song of this angel alone warms the soul. Blank and his comrade smiled sheepishly, saying that they had once heard it only once, but now it has become their daily morning ritual of raising energy. People also noted the difference from Lloyd's singing. The brown-haired man also smiled and confirmed this. He turned to the gentleman and began to apologize for his impudence, saying that his singing a couple of days ago was so terrible that they all still had nightmares. He added that now everyone was finally calmed by the sounds of his song. The guy said that he already realized that honesty was pouring out of him, and then asked him to stop saying the same thing. Frowning, he noted how this Raphael annoyed him. Xavier said that he was jealous of the fact that everyone loved him, but it was understandable, because an angel is much better than the eternally informing demon from the very last circle of hell. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked if he was really comparing him to a demon now, and then reminded him that the angel was against them. The knight replied that one way or another he had already melted the hearts of all the inhabitants. They looked at the man surrounded by animals, and the main character mentally called them traitors. He frowned when his comrade asked why he didn't kick him out if he didn't like him. Lloyd replied that he had already signed the contract and that he wouldn't need it anyway. He said that Raphael had to do two things for him. Earlier, he had pointed his finger and asked to tell him about the plans of the heavenly world after the Pearl of Truth was built. The man, sitting on the bed, replied that it was no problem and that this magic smartphone quickly and reliably transmitted all the news of the heavenly world. He asked to note that the magic phone was much cleaner than the earthly ones. The guy noted that such a remark suited his image quite well. He showed two fingers, saying that he needed to make sure of something and asked if he could prove to everyone that he was an angel even during the punishment. The blonde, having created a halo and wings, asked if this proof sounded familiar. The brown-haired man asked if all his powers had been taken away from him, noting that he was just the spitting image of an angel. Raphael said that his abilities were no longer available to him, but his appearance was completely preserved. The protagonist smiled slyly. He said that before he told all the details of the plan, he must promise him that he would cooperate with him in any way. Walking with Xavier, Lloyd said that he reported that negotiations were currently underway in the heavenly world regarding their stubbornness, and while the higher ones were conferring, time could not be wasted, and until they finished, the issue with the Pearl of Truth needed to be closed and they should be torn to shreds and rights. He smiled slyly, saying that Delove was there for a couple of hours and everything was ready. The guy looked back with displeasure when his friend said that this, of course, did not concern work, but he still wanted to say. The knight stopped and said that he considered the capture of the master much better than that angel. The brown-haired man frowned and said that it was very unexpected, and then asked why such a sudden confession. The fair-haired man, approaching him, noted that however, the opinion itself is truly terrible, as if the sounds of an accident and the screams of the devil from the depths of hell were heard in a wave, which gave rise to the original chaos. The protagonist asked why he became a poet and asked him to speak smoothly. Opening his lips, the guy noted that this is why he does not particularly like singing, is constantly ashamed and reproaches himself when he sings in front of others. Looking at the frozen Lloyd, he said that despite this, He is not embarrassed to sing at the top of his voice in order to save himself, overcoming his shyness. Xavier closed his eyes, saying that if there is the most majestic song, then this will be it. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. Curling his lips, he fell silent. The fair-haired man raised his hand in protest when the gentleman said that he was crazy and replied that he was not going to listen because he was impressed just imagining it. The protagonist frowned. As he began to walk forward, he said that it was even for the best because sometimes he got goosebumps from his antics. His smiling face was reflected in the river. The night was also forging. In the reflection of the water, they both looked different. The bird flew over Aotearoa with a loud cry. She dropped an ice cube. It began to fall down. Then it landed on the top of Aotearoa. Water flowed down from the top of the building. The system noted the readiness of the Pearl of Truth Aotearoa and that the protagonist received a large reward of 85 ORP for architectural achievements. Lloyd pointed his finger to the side, ordering the gates to be opened. Water began to pour out of the dam. The system then noted that this was the first dam in the history of Laurasia, as well as receiving 15 ORP. The total RP was 10,071. Water began to surround Aotearoa. Then the building completely sank into it. The guy sank into the water. Looking at the glowing pearl, he mentally noted that it was time to find out the answer. Brown-haired extended his hand. A bright light came from Aotearoa. Then a voice came from her, saying that she, who always spoke only the truth, Aotearoa. Brown-haired looked with puzzled eyes, thinking that it was immediately obvious that the bastard who created this thing tried to adjust the settings. Aotearoa asked if he wanted to ask her a question, and then noted that nothing is free, and first he will need to tell one of his secrets. The protagonist grimaced and asked what secret they were talking about. Aotearoa said that it was a secret that no one knew except him. Lloyd put his hand on his chin and began to think about the fact that Xavier already knew his true identity, so this secret would not do. He wondered if everything would be considered a secret. The guy pointed his finger and said that when he returned to land, he would do his business. He would meet with a piece of paper and roll it into a thin, sharp tube, and then insert it deep, turn it 5 times to the right and 5 times to the left and repeat all 3 times. A beam shot up from Aotearoa. A blue light appeared in the sky above the townspeople, on which it was written that the Pearl of Truth was in touch with them and told everyone the secret of the brown-haired man. The main Hertz covered his face with his hand in shame. He looked at Xavier in shock when he asked him how deep he would insert it. Lloyd shouted, telling him to just forget about it, and then asked what he was doing here next to him. The fair-haired man darkened, answering that when he activated it, a large wave arose, and then added that he was worried about him. The guy frowned, wondering what happened to him lately, thinking that it felt like he was already saying goodbye to him before dying. Aotearoa said that now he could ask what he was interested in. Brown-haired pursed his lips. He frowned and raised his head, saying that he came here from another world, where he worked all his life and in moments when he could die or get into trouble, he saved himself, but trying to escape from his fate, it always comes back again. He asked to tell him how he can stop this vicious circle. Aotearoa lit up. A whirlwind appeared for her. Oak enveloped the protagonist and his friend. Brown-haired found himself in the darkness, and Aotearoa said that this was a space for their conversation, where only he and she, and only he alone would be able to hear the answer to this question. Lloyd frowned, thinking that her speech had changed. Aotearoa said that he was a creature that should have died a long time ago, but was still alive. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek, and then she added that he also took the place of the protagonist, which originally belonged to Xavier. Aotearoa said that this world is trying to return fate to its previous course, to kill Lloyd and return the role of the protagonist to Xavier. However, he became a god, because of whom the world cannot find its protagonist, which led to a serious mistake. And although fate has disrupted the course of events, it still strives to return to the original scenario. And if he wants to stop fate and calm the world, he needs to restart history. And for this he needs to determine who exactly makes the protagonist. The boy listened carefully to her words that if one of them dies, then history will restart. He fell to his knees. In reality, his comrade grabbed his shoulders. Aotearoa said that there is no other way. Looking at the shocked face of his master, the knight asked him to breathe. The brown-haired man remembered his past self, thinking about how he worked non-stop, cherishing the hope that one day everything would get better. The scared Xavier kept asking him to breathe and asked if his heart hurt. The protagonist in the past told himself to hold on, because one day everything would get much better. Cold sweat ran down the guy's cheeks while he asked Lloyd to come to his senses. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man reached for the light, thinking that there was barely much time left. At this time, Xavier held his hand on his chest. The light in front of the protagonist went out. He opened his mouth in horror. The guy continued to press on his comrade's chest, asking him to breathe. The protagonist, opening his mouth in shock, wondered that since he has 2 lives, what will happen to him when he dies, and what will happen when he dies for the first time. Aotearoa answered that this is only a special event, the resurrection of the protagonist. He asked if it would not be if he got to soul. He was told that this is not death. A frosty crest crawled over his heart. Winter stirred, wondering why it was freezing so quickly and whether it would be possible to stop the process with mana since he was a sword master. A system screen appeared next to him, saying that this is a mental illness and when its symptoms appear, nothing can be done. Lloyd froze with horror in his eyes. Yahello said that she wanted to repeat everything again. She noted that either Lloyd or Xavier must die. The guy began to cover his tired eyes. Yahello said there was no other way out. Suddenly, a huge blue field appeared over the area. A moment later, it burst. Gritting his teeth, the guy held his chest. He was lying in his room, mentally calling the messenger. Sprawled on the bed, the brown-haired man mentally asked if he had brought him here to torture him, but he remained silent. He, with a gloomy face, asked who they were and whether this was all a simulation that they were just watching and laughing at. They apologized to him. The main character grinned, asking if they were having fun and calling himself an unhappy person. Winter, pursing his lips, listened to his thoughts about how nothing could stop him and he would achieve everything he wanted because he was Lloyd Frontera. The guy went limp. At this time, Xavier was talking to his parents at the door, who asked if he was still exhausted. The knight answered in the affirmative, saying that he believed that he had overdone it. The woman with a sad face asked if there was a way to deal with the troubles in the territory. The fair-haired man smiled and answered affirmatively, noting that this was precisely why the Lord could afford to rest now. The brown-haired man's eyes were fixed on him. The guy looked into them. The man waved his hand and asked him to take care of his son. Then they left. Xavier lowered his head. Then he entered the room. Approaching the bed, the knight said that he did not know what answer the Pearl of Truth had given him, but he believed. Hanging his head, he called the Lord a man who finds answers. While the brown-haired man's heart was becoming increasingly covered with ice, his comrade said that for this, first of all, one must live. Opening his tired eyes, the protagonist listened as he was asked to wait a little longer. Xavier, looking at him, said that he would make him get out of bed. Then he headed for the exit, wondering if he would be able to accomplish what he was trying to do. The boy pursed his lips, mentally telling himself that he would succeed, because he knew the key. Many situations from Lloyd's life were following him like a shadow. The blonde thought that he had seen this countless times. His gaze went wild when he mentally called himself Lloyd Frontera. Raphael, looking at him, answered that there was news and that they say that the heavens are going to send Mr. Dole back. Standing in front of him, the knight asked when approximately this would happen. The angel said that it was unknown for now because meetings with the authorities could take a long time. The blonde began to breathe. He grabbed the candelabra. Next, he made a cross on the wall. With a wave of his sword, the boy lit the candles. Watching what was happening, the blonde asked what he was doing, and he replied that he was praying. The boy glanced back and noted that he had said earlier that if the prayer was pure and sincere, it would be accepted as a civil complaint. Closing his eyes, he began to mentally say on his knees that there was very little time and began to forgive him to return it more humbly. Meanwhile, the angel, removing the phone from his face, shouted that this prayer was so pure and desperate that it simply could not be ignored. His colleague asked if he was the owner of the building. Then they both jumped back from the phone when Xavier began to ask again. A portal appeared in front of the guy, and he noted how easy it was. Looking at the blonde, the knight called him with him. The angel turned away offended, saying that when he gets to hell, he will be reprimanded for swearing, and he is a little scared. He began to scream loudly when the blonde dragged him to the portal. The guy, throwing an angry look, reminded him that he signed a contract for cooperation with the receipt of the Eyes of Summer. Opening his lips, he said that now they are just heading for him. They both began to move upward. After a while, it appeared in front of Gabriel. He adjusted his glasses, speaking of recklessness, and then noted that he knew that Mr. Xavier was a man of very noble blood. The knight's face darkened when he asked if nobles did not file complaints, adding that he spoke as if only indecent people did. At that moment, the angel's halo flashed red, announcing that the remark just made could belittle the complainant. The old man looked at the guests, saying that he must apologize and asked them not to take his words seriously. He added that if he knew how dangerous the Pearl of Truth is. Xavier, beaming, answered that he acknowledged, noting that the Pearl of Truth is a task that should never be built, and the decision of heaven about the sense is justified 10,000 times. The man gritted his teeth, asking if they were going to tear it down. He answered him in the affirmative. The guy darkened, saying that it was conditional. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that first he had one question, and then asked when they found out that they were building the Pearl of Truth. The old man replied that it was around the time of the Heart of Winter incident, and that they had received a report from the Needle that construction had begun. The blonde man slammed the table. He approached the old man and asked why then they only notified them after construction was completed and why they had not told them not to build beforehand. The man turned white with fear and began to mutter that it was not so, and that they did not think that they would actually gather all the materials. Looking at him with an angry gaze, the knight noted that they had decided to start doing something if something were to happen. Horror appeared in the angel's eyes. Xavier, darkening, asked if this was true. The old man hung his head and answered in the affirmative, because an angel could not lie. The boy bowed to him and said that as compensation for the costs they had incurred due to the negligence of the heavens, they asked them to postpone the demolition until the phenomenon of fate restoration was prevented. The man adjusted his glasses and began to say that he did not understand anything. The blonde man became even more gloomy, asking how they were going to ignore such a situation when many people had suffered losses due to the negligence of the heavens. He asked if this was really the kind heaven that eased the burdens of the earthly world. The angel grabbed his head, saying that instead of again, they would take care of everything. The boy bowed again and thanked him for understanding, after which Gabriel thought that angels always recognize lies. Looking at the shining knight, he wondered if he was really that grateful. The blonde man, holding up 2 fingers, noted that there was one more thing. He pointed to Raphael and said to convey the revelation to the royal family through him and ask him to give the Eye of Summer to Lloyd. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. He slammed the table, shouting that such a man could not be forced even by force. He noted that they had already finished talking about compensation for the time and effort spent. Opening his mouth, the knight said that it was a defensive measure and now they were demanding compensation for the damage. Putting his hand on his chest, he said with an angry face that in fact, because of the conflict with heaven, he was so scared that he could not sleep for several days and received a mental wound for which he wanted compensation. The old man opened his mouth again, realizing that it had planned to steal everything from the very beginning. Seeing the bright light, he wondered if all his words were true and thought that since the pain was so great, it could not be left uncompensated. Seeing the innocent smile on the guy's face, the man thought that he was going to invite him to heaven after death, but he was definitely a complainer from hell. The palace was illuminated by the bright sun. Lloyd on the bed, opening his eyes tiredly, allowed to enter. A maid entered the room. Sadly hanging her head, she apologized for interrupting him while he was resting. The guy started to get up, saying that everything was fine. The brown-haired girl handed him an envelope. When he took it, he heard that it was an invitation. With a smile on her face, the girl said that she and Kuga were getting married. The main character looked at himself drawn on the postcard, while the maid said that this was a special invitation especially for him, because it was thanks to him that they were able to meet. Lloyd opened his tired eyes. Emily, smiling sweetly, also added that thanks to the master, these lands are filled with happiness, and they are all very grateful to him. The guy opened his mouth. He smiled softly and thanked her for her kind words, and then began to mentally apologize to everything. The brown-haired man stood up when the maid mentioned that she would bring him a new blanket now. He said that he wanted to open the door for her himself. The protagonist mentally noted that he hoped that they would all be happy. Standing in the doorway, he congratulated the girl on her wedding. Then the door to his room closed. Lloyd sank to the floor next to her, thinking that now he could do absolutely nothing. And then he remembered the words that either he or Xavier must die. Lowering his gloomy gaze, the guy thought about his comrade, noting that the protagonist did not die. His heart became increasingly cold. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He bent over on the floor and screamed. The protagonist, exhaling a puff of steam, thought that there was still one way out. His room began to be enveloped in darkness while he thought about the fact that the secondary character could die. Suddenly, the system told him that this cannot be done. The guy tiredly looked at the blue screen. Words appeared on it that he had not yet fulfilled his wish. Then it was said that he must live, because while he was alive, he could do anything. The blue screen began to disappear. A weak light enveloped the brown-haired man's body. He was left alone in the room again. The protagonist fell asleep. Meanwhile, a giant monster emerged from the water. A man watched him through the window. He looked at a huge number of monsters. The fortress stood on a hill hidden under the water. There, at the bottom, cross-shaped structures were installed. Their center began to crack. Walking quickly, the Sultan looked at the servant, indignantly asking who dared to attack his lands. He replied that, in all likelihood, this was a group of pagans who passed off dreams as servants of God. He noted that it was difficult to resist them, and that they indiscriminately set fire to palace buildings. The monster rushed after the animals in the forest. The elves aimed their arrows at him, indignantly asking where these creatures kept crawling out from, and noting that if this continued, all the animals of the forest would disappear. Meanwhile, the queen's advisors stood before her, telling her what was happening. She frowned and wondered why so many strange events were happening at once. At that moment, Xavier was racing on a huge dragon. He, on foot in his paws, was approaching the palace. When he landed, the queen was informed that the knight of the county of Front Row was asking to meet her. The girl asked if he had come alone, without Lloyd. Xavier knelt before her and formally greeted her. The red-haired man on the throne remained silent. She propped her cheek with her hand and asked what he was planning. The guy looked at her with a puzzled look. Alicia frowned. The knight looked at her with a pitiful look. The queen turned away from him and asked what business he had with her. The fair-haired one said that it was nothing, it was just that too much rhubarb was produced in the lands of Frontier County, so they thought about its usefulness. While the girl looked away, he said that they would like to wholeheartedly help Her Majesty in military development. She thought that she was going to teach them a good lesson for taking advantage of her and the marriage. Suddenly, a bright light appeared to the side. The red-haired one perked up, hearing music. In the air, she saw a silhouette hovering. It was Raphael with wings and a halo above his head. The queen's advisors opened their mouths in shock. She, gritting her teeth, asked if this was really an angel. The blonde one, looming over her, could not decide how to address her and began to mutter that he was carrying the will of heaven. He waved his hand and said to pass on the eye of summer to Lloyd Frontera. Then the angel immediately disappeared. Only a cloud of dust remained behind him. The girl bared her teeth, thinking that this was very suspicious, and she would not be surprised at all if this was the work of the main character. She turned to the knight and asked him to be honest with her. Seeing his shocked face, Alicia wondered if she was wrong in her assumptions. A frightened advisor ran up to her and exclaimed that if this was God's will, then she needed to urgently prepare the Eye of Summer. The other advisors with frightened faces began to exclaim that this was her last weapon, because the heart of winter was no more, and the words of that angel must have been a lie. The men started squabbling among themselves, where she told the group that there was definitely an angel, and the others that even if it was true, they did not dare to disturb the well-being of their kingdom. The old man, with his mouth open, shouted that the blonde man most likely lied about the will of heaven in order to destroy their country. He was asked if he had read the Bible and noted that angels cannot lie. Xavier frowned. Earlier, he had been asked if he was asking to moan to the heavens. The man, adjusting his glasses, noted that they, angels, could not lie, so he simply could not fulfill this request. The guy standing in front of him said that it seemed that he did not understand everything, and then asked what exactly was a lie. He said that there was no need to say that it was for the prosperity of the kingdom or to avoid a curse. Glooming, the knight ordered to simply say that the Eye of Summer must be handed over and then no one would deceive anyone. Now he was kneeling in front of the queen. Hanging his head, the blonde mentally noted that everything turned out as he planned. While Alicia was perplexedly rubbing her chin, he thought about how he only had to make her believe it. While the bright sun illuminated the dome of the palace, the girl said that she hoped that Xavier would answer honestly. Left alone with him, she asked if the angel's revelation was an evil plan of Lloyd's. Bowing his head, the fair-haired man said that it was. The red-haired woman sighed and asked if it meant that the games were over, since he confessed right away. The knight, without raising his head, said that he feigned surprise in order to avoid the minister's glances. Sitting on one knee, he asked how he dared to deceive Her Majesty's insight with his rude behavior. The queen noted that his flattering speeches were very similar to his face, but it was good that he at least did not expose himself. The guy looked away and said that it was so ugly that he could not even. The girl, gloomy, noted that she was already on the verge of such a thing. Continuing to sit on his knees, Xavier said that despite the fact that it was the young master's plan, the angel was still real. The red-haired woman agreed with him. He asked if she had any doubts. The queen asked who could deceive the sacred dragon of the founder. She, narrowing her tired eyes, suggested getting straight to the point and asked why he needed the Eye of Summer. The blonde pursed his lips. Still without raising his head, he said that the young master was now on the verge of death. Alicia's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, a maid with a mistress stood near the protagonist's room and said that they had brought him something to eat. Without opening the door, Lloyd thanked her and asked to leave it outside. The girl replied that she had to pick up the dishes from the last meal, to which he said that he would do it himself later because now he was busy. The maid looked at the blonde. She put the tray by the door and asked to call her if he needed anything. They left. There was a lonely tray on the floor. After a while, the door opened a little. The guy took the tray with all its contents. Having put it on the floor with the rest of the same, he sank to the floor. The brown-haired man hung his head. At this moment, the red-haired girl frowned, asking about the phenomenon of fate restoration. The knight, looking at the floor, replied that Verkis, the Dragon King, son of Tyrannus, the sacred dragon founder, told them that all the changes the young master made to fate were trying to return to their places, and to prevent this, the Pearl of Truth was needed. The girl thought about everything that Lloyd had prevented. She opened her eyes wide, wondering if all this was really going to return to its place. The protagonist was sitting in a dark room. There were beasts hiding behind his collar. Teapotong pressed himself against the cheek of the dowel. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared next to him. On it, a photo of Mr. and Mrs. Frontera appeared. The mouse frowned with displeasure. When the guy put the beasts on the floor, they began to mutter displeasantly, and he apologized, saying that he was very tired. The other two beasts began to pull his ear and hit him on the shoulder. The brown-haired man muttered that he understood everything and that they should not be locked in a stuffy place. After a while, they were all walking along a bright corridor. The protagonist began to hear a voice saying that it did not mean that someone was worried about something, and then added about health. He recognized the Countess's voice and thought that no matter how he restrained the feelings of a sword master, from such a distance everything could still be heard. Lloyd stopped. The man asked if she had noticed too, after which he said that Xavier told them that he was just resting, but this guy just did not know how to lie. The blonde smiled and agreed with him, saying that it was exactly the same before. She was sitting at the table in front of her husband, saying that the knight told them that the work changed after he hit his head, but she knew that he helped them for the sake of the man who received the body of their son. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his chest, he began to cough. The man opened his mouth and said that Xavier was trying so hard to help, probably because that person was really trying hard for them. The woman smiled, saying that it was true, and that person was not bad, so they needed to wait a little longer until he recovered and prevented all the misfortunes on their land. Looking at her husband, the blonde said that maybe then he would tell them the whole truth. The man smiled back and said that in the future it would be so. The brown-haired man rushed down the corridor. He looked ahead. After a while, he opened the door to his room. Folding the blanket, the main character mentally noted that he must live. He began to eat bread. After a while, the Dao was sitting at the table in front of the open window. Frowning, he thought that he must live in order to tell them the whole truth later. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl sat at her desk, noting that Lloyd knew that the squirrels before and after, but he would not be able to convince the ministers with a ridiculous request, and so he sent an angel with a revelation. She said that she agreed, but the problem was how to resolve the conflict between supporters and opponents of the revelation. Xavier, bowing his head, said that there was only one person who was capable of doing this. The queen, propping her face with her hand, added that now he was dying of a cold heart and was unable to resist. The knight looked up at her when she said that he was the only one who could stop the restoration of fate. Alicia noted that he needed to get back on his feet so that he could prevent trouble in the kingdom. The girl grinned. She smiled and said that making a talented person work was her specialty. The blonde grinned. The protagonist sat on the bed and meditated, thinking that he could not be alone and needed to give those willing to accept a helping hand. Looking at the animals in front of him, he mentally thanked them, thinking that it was all thanks to them. And then he thought that he should clean his room or wash himself, and then Lloyd clenched his teeth, wondering where he should start. He thought that first, he needed to survive, and he was happy to find a way to face his destiny to get the Eye of Summer. The guy grinned, thinking that although he had a plan for this, the negative thoughts that nothing would work out kept coming back. Meanwhile, a dragon flew up to the castle. The brown-haired man turned around. Xavier was standing in front of the Count and Countess, saying that an important guest had arrived, and it would be nice if they went out for at least a minute. The man asked him who had nailed him to them. He and his wife opened the front door. Red strands of hair swayed in the wind. The girl said that this was their first meeting, although she had heard their names before. She grabbed the hem of her skirt. The queen bowed slightly and said that she was the one who promised to marry their son, Lloyd Frontera, Alicia Termina Magentano. The husband and wife froze. Suddenly their faces darkened. They immediately fell to their knees and began to greet the girl. She cast a narrowed glance to the side and asked the queen's husband if it was so. The protagonist was standing in the window on that side. His eyes widened in shock. The sunset covered the building. The girl sat relaxed on a chair. The man and woman broke out in a cold sweat. It was the same with the guy. The red-haired one tried the tea. Covering her lips, she called it delicious and asked where they got the leaves. The blonde jumped up when she called her mom. Frightened Marbella, opening her mouth, screamed that she did not steal them. Her husband tried to correct the situation, saying that his wife had misunderstood. He exclaimed with a stupid expression that he stole them and that he deserved to die. The woman asked if the leaves were really stolen. The brown-haired man began waving his arms, asking them both to calm down and saying that he would tell everything himself. The queen, looking gloomy, asked if he would tell everything from beginning to end, and then asked if he wanted to say that he used the engagement to the royal person as an excuse. The count and countess turned white. A second later, their souls left their bodies. The protagonist waved his hand and called them, asking them to listen. He grimaced guiltily and said that the engagement was just an excuse. The souls of his father and mother left their bodies again. Covered in sweat, Lloyd turned to his comrade, mentally asking what he was thinking when he brought her here, and then asked for help. Xavier looked at him. A second later, he turned away. Tears streamed down the guy's cheeks, and he screamed in his soul. Alicia put the cup on the table, suggesting to stop joking and asked the hosts of the house not to worry. She said that she would tell them the truth. The husband and wife listened with frightened faces to her words that due to one circumstance or another, their son took the royal treasure, but it was given to the family of Magentano Terranius, the sacred dragon founder. The girl closed her eyes and said that when the dragon accidentally met Lloyd, he asked how the treasure ended up with someone not of royal blood. The man and woman continued to listen with frightened faces that then their Stan lied and said that they were married, and he was also a member of the royal family. Realization came to the Count and Countess. Mentally finding themselves in space, they thought that everything was even worse than it seemed. The red-haired closed her eyes and said that for lying to the priest, the dragon must be punished. The gloomy Arcus opened his eyes wide. Bowing his head, he began to talk about punishment. The queen looked at him when he said that he thought that even death would not be enough for such a thing. The brown-haired man watched his father carefully. The count fell to his knees and said that Lloyd was his precious child, and then asked to punish him instead of the main character. Lloyd's eyes widened. Marbella knelt down next to her husband and asked to take her life too, but to spare their child. Stumbling, the Lord ran to them, asking them to wait, while thinking that he was not their son. He knelt down in front of Alicia and exclaimed that they were not guilty of anything, and it was all him. He frowned when the count told him to shut up, and that parents should always be responsible for their children. The brown-haired man asked him what he was talking about. Angrily looking at the man, he noted that in any case, he was not theirs. The girl interrupted him, saying that it had become hot. Looking at the gloomy brown-haired man, she noted that she had heard that he had lost all his strength due to illness. The red-haired woman smiled sweetly and said that, however, when a goal appeared before him, he went forward to the very end. The protagonist listened with a puzzled face to her words that by punishment she meant the following: sacrificing life is inappropriate. The queen touched a curl of hair with her finger. She leaned towards Lloyd and asked how about making a fake marriage real. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. A moment later, he grimaced. Alicia flicked his fingers on the nose. Pointing at him, she noted that she was telling him to marry her, become the king consort, and work together with her for the good of the kingdom. The count and countess listened with incomprehensible faces to the girl's words that their son should use all his abilities for this. The brown-haired man darkened and said that he refused. His frightened parents perked up when he said he didn't want it because the red had always demanded too much. She closed her eyes and said that this was exactly what she expected. Throwing a glance at the protagonist, the queen told him to leave the dispute between the supporters and opponents of the angel's revelation, which said to give him the Eye of Summer as a peacemaker. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion, thinking that he hadn't done anything like that. He looked at his comrade. He shrugged and turned away. The guy opened his lips. He stared at one point, thinking that it was he who had to find a way, and he had to do something. He called himself an unintelligent idiot. The brown-haired man pursed his lips, thinking that it wasn't him. He imagined Xavier, his parents, the queen, and the animals behind him, mentally noting that they did all this. Alicia looked at the protagonist when he asked her not to worry. He smiled smugly and said that he would clear up all misunderstandings. After a while, Lloyd, his knight, and the girl came outside. The guy thought that if the exit was not visible, then first he needed to find it. He frowned, thinking that he would start right away with getting the Eyes of Summer. The brown-haired man turned around. Behind him, with a trick, stood the count and countess. The protagonist looked at them sadly. He thought that he should protect his father and mother. Then he smiled. Then the brown-haired woman looked at him with dismay. The man and woman perked up and bowed. Surprise appeared on their faces. The queen bowed back to them. Grinning, she mentally noted that she would see him again. Misunderstanding appeared on the faces of the husband and wife. After a while, Lloyd and Xavier were sitting on the dragon. Meanwhile, loud arguments of advisors were heard inside the palace. Two of them were doubling on the table. Suddenly, the guy opened the door. With a sly smile on his face, he noted the arrival of the peacemaker. A rainbow sparkled in the sky. The brown-haired man sat on a chair in a cramped room. Suddenly, he was illuminated. The man with the brains loudly noted that an urgent meeting of the House of Lords was about to begin, and that a survey of opinions was about to be taken to determine whether or not to implement the angel's revelation. When a certain man raised his hand, he was allowed to speak. He frowned and noted that the Eye of Summer had been dropped from the title of the meeting. The scribe sat on his chair. He crossed out the entry on his notepad and announced that an urgent meeting of the House of Lords was about the angel's revelation about the Eye of Summer, and that a survey of opinions was about to be taken to determine whether or not to implement it. The man clenched his fist and asked if he was kidding. The man asked him to raise his hand before speaking. When the blonde man raised his hand, he was allowed to speak. He indignantly asked why waste time on something so trivial when they needed to talk about the substance. Frowning, he said that the urgent meeting of the House of Lords needed to have great added to it. The scribe crossed out the inscription again, saying that right now a great urgent meeting of the House of Lords was beginning. He was interrupted, indignantly asking why he had put a word before convene. The man began to say that right now an urgent meeting of the great House of Lords was beginning. Someone pointed to the side and asked if they really did not understand the situation. He exclaimed that the word great urgent should be there. The other ministers turned against him, and one asked if he meant that their meeting was small. When he was told that great meeting sounded wrong, he was told that great urgent sounded even worse. The guy, sitting on a chair, was silent while the ministers argued among themselves. He smiled nervously while the men shouted that the title did not mention the Eye of Summer. He grinned, thinking that they were very easy to appease. The moon rose in the sky. After a while, the scribe with a tired face noted that right now the grand royal meeting regarding the angel's revelation to hand over the nation's sacred relic, the Eye of Summer, to Lloyd Frontera, a young nobleman of the kingdom. The man noted the beginning of discussions and reflections on the topic of implementation or refusal, and the exchange of opinions begins. The brown-haired man on the protagonist's side said that if it is an angel, then his order must be followed unconditionally. He frowned and exclaimed that this is the will of heaven and that they must hand over the relic to Lloyd. The ministers began to express their dissatisfaction. One of them pointed to the brown-haired man, saying that let's say Her Majesty hands him the Eye of Summer, and then asked the protagonist if he is sure that he will not abuse this. Lloyd opened his mouth and said that as a loyal servant of Her Majesty the Queen, he would never do such a thing, but clenching his fists, he trembled, saying that if the surrounding countries looked down on the kingdom of Magentano and had the imprudence to attack it, it would be engulfed in war. The guy exclaimed that he could not accept this. The men began to rise from their seats, saying that he spoke coherently and the conversation was over, which meant it was time to go home. The brown-haired man exclaimed again. He clenched his fists tightly again and said that if misfortune befell the kingdom due to disobeying the angel's revelation, he had no right to refuse. The ministers, looking at him, began to ask him to start speaking frankly. The protagonist grabbed his chest and dramatically exclaimed how difficult it was for him to accept this, but it was also very difficult to refuse. The men around him began to fight. Lloyd pointed his finger, noting that he had come up with something. The ministers looked at him with gloomy expressions. The boy lowered his head and said that they could not predict the future events unless they obeyed the angel's revelation, but the risk of the Eye of Summer disappearing was obvious. He frowned and said that this was a weakening of the country's power, and in that case, the brown-haired man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if there were any weapons in the kingdom comparable to the Eye of Summer, even if he obtained the relic, the kingdom would not be in danger. The minister grabbed the man's hand and asked what other weapons. The protagonist opened his mouth and told about the Phantom mountain range. Imagining snow-capped mountains, he noted that it was a mountain range that blocked and protected the southwest of Magentano. He was told that it was a huge mountain range like a knife blade, and it was impossible to cross. Lloyd spread his arms wide and said that in order to trade with the western countries, they had to go around it through other countries, which led to huge expenses, and for the sake of safety of the trade routes, they would have to give in to the countries along the route in some way. But what if? He smiled and said that he was speaking purely hypothetically, and then asked what if a trade route appeared that passed right through the Phantom Mountains. Presenting a lot of coins, the guy said that their kingdom would become the center of trade between the west and the east, and the income from the tolls alone was unimaginable. The men started pointing at him, indignantly saying that this was a matter of honor and he had the mindset of a merchant. The brown-haired man said that there was one problem. The minister froze with puzzled expressions when he told them that there was a lot of work to do to manage the routes, and the project and budget associated with it would be enormous. Rubbing his hands, the protagonist grinned and noted that nobles must share. The men's mouths dropped open. The clerk struck his gavel and exclaimed that the vote of the House of Lords was unanimous, and then noted that Lloyd was to open a trade route through the Phantom Mountains, and if his plan succeeded, he could have the Eye of Summer for himself. Lloyd, crossing his arms, laughed, saying that it was very easy. His companion replied that he thought the gentleman was much more knowledgeable about politics than about construction. The guy gave him a sly look and said that politics was not at all difficult, and where he lived it was a common reality. He noted that politicians were always arguing, but if they thought something was profitable, they instantly became the best of friends. Xavier, looking at him, replied that, by managing the national budget, great power was in his hands, and this was directly related to money. Shaitan told him that the honor and wealth of the country were good, and money was even better. When he knelt before the queen, she told him that he had formed the opinion of the House of Lords, and then noted that she approved of the construction. The protagonist thanked her, saying that her mercy was boundless. The girl propped her face up with her hand, saying that she was curious about two things. She asked if it was really possible to cross the Phantom Mountains, adding that they had tried everything since ancient times. Because of the harsh weather conditions, it was impossible to build stairs, and the tunnels immediately collapsed. Looking at Lloyd in front of her, the red-haired said that even if they laid a path, in such a place it was not so easy to walk along it. He answered in her that this was the whole point. The guy smiled slyly and said that they would use a train, create a narrow-gauge railway with a ring road and a reverse system. Imagining the train on the mountain, he mentally noted that this was the system used by the British, obsessed with the surefire tea, to find highlands specializing in black tea and climb steep mountain slopes. Imagining the diagram, The brown-haired man noted that the train continued to move at an incline sufficient for movement, and then he noted a change in track in another direction. The queen closed her eyes, saying that he always built with unusual methods, so he should be able to handle this train. She asked if it was possible to safely build even on such a razor-sharp peak. The protagonist looked at her and replied that he believed it would be difficult either way, so he planned to choose the flattest area. Alicia crossed her arms at the table and said that she would ask the second question. She frowned, asking how he planned to deal with the demon lands on top of the mountain range. Lloyd smirked. Frowning, he exclaimed that there was one way. After a while, he was already rushing towards the dragon. Looking at his comrade, he asked what he knew about the lands of demons. Xavier replied that he had heard about them from legends, so he knew no more than anyone else. The guy said that this was what he was asking about. When the dragon flew up to the mountains, the knight began to tell that long ago, demons lived. Their lands were surrounded by ice pillars, where no one could pass. The brown-haired man listened with a tired face to his words about how many frightening things are attributed to them, such as, for example, that they eat people. The main character thought that he had found the mountain range itself when he was looking through the books of this world, and it was not even mentioned in the novel Knight of Iron and Blood. The dragon suddenly soared upward. Xavier frowned, saying that it seemed to be there. Lloyd replied that he could see it too. There was a huge blue whirlwind ahead. The guy smiled when his friend said that it seemed like it wasn't that easy to get in, and then asked what he meant by the way. The brown-haired guy asked what it could be. He smiled madly, saying that it was, of course, an invasion. The blonde smirked, thinking that he was really a bad person. The protagonist laughed evilly, thinking that if you don't know the enemy, the only way out is to face them, and although there is no right answer, however, no matter what they are the ones who will defeat the demons and face the angels. The dragon shot out of its mouth. A hole appeared in the blue whirlwind. He flew right into it. The beast moved in space. Lloyd frowned, saying that he thought it would be gloomy here because this is the land of demons after all. Looking at the blue sky and golden ears of corn, he said that it was quite beautiful here. Xavier knitted his eyebrows, talking about the demons ahead. Below stood two frightened children. The girl, crying loudly, screamed. The guy grimaced terribly and began to ask her not to cry and asked if he really looked like a villain. The girl with the child in her arms ran away from the dragon. The brown-haired man, with a burning red eye, began to ask her to wait, saying that he just wanted to ask. The children continued to cry loudly. The protagonist grinned angrily, asking why they were running away from them. Xavier looked at his strange face. Squinting, he wondered if the young master really didn't understand anything. Suddenly, he noticed something from the side. A demon was rushing towards them with a weapon in his hands. The knight reached for his sword. He parried the attack. Frowning, the lord asked what was going on. The blonde man told him that it was probably an adult demon. Looking at the man standing on the beds, he noted that this blow was at the level of a sword master. The dragon headed towards him. The brown-haired man jumped to the ground and asked the demon to wait, saying that he came here to fight. A moment later, more demons appeared behind them. Xavier instantly parried their blows. A certain man picked up a rake. Opening his lips, he said that they served the demon king and would protect this land. When the other men appeared behind him, he exclaimed that they were the 8 lords of the sky. The protagonist grimaced in confusion. Frowning, he noted that this was too many and asked why there weren't usually 4 of them. He exclaimed that 2 of them were not visible at all. The demon also frowned and said that the more reliable the protection. Lloyd said that this was indeed true, but it was still somehow strange. He asked why they were all using farming tools. The men, frowning, suggested that they stop talking long and told them to get off their lands right now. The guy began to darken, saying that he couldn't think that a creature with horns, openly declaring that he was a demon, would be so rude. Xavier, watching him, mentally thought that the master wanted to say a lot, but he needed to be patient. The brown-haired man put his hand in front of him and said that he didn't come here to fight them, and then noted that he needed to talk and asked for a meeting with their leader. A certain demon hugged 2 children and indignantly asked how someone who came just to talk could make their children shake with fear like that. The main character noted that he hadn't done anything like that. With his eyes wide open, he asked the children to tell him what he had done to them. The girl began to cry even louder. The demons rushed at Lloyd, saying that they would kill him right now. A moment later, the guy began to release dark energy from his mouth. With his mouth wide open, he gave a signal to Xavier. The knight struck the demons with lightning speed. A second later, they were all deciding everything on the ground. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously and said that it was time to talk calmly. The girl ran up to one of the demons and began to ask him to come to his senses. The main character, pursing his lips, listened to her plea. She cried bitterly, asking each of them to get up. Lloyd lowered his gloomy gaze. Throwing her head back, the girl began to roar. The guy covered his mouth with tears in his eyes, saying that the demons looked so good and did not seem like bad guys at all. Xavier noted that he was the bad guy from the very beginning. The girl, looking at them, asked why they were doing this to them, noting that every time they met them, people hated them and beat them, which is why they hide and do not come out of here. The brown-haired man, looking at her, listened to the question, why did they hate them as soon as they appeared here? He touched his chin, thinking that he seemed to be beginning to understand. Imagining a blue swirl on the ridge, the main character mentally noted that the demons were afraid of people and lived here, hiding. Looking at the cabbages in the garden, he thought that they were all dressed in peasant clothes, and apparently provided themselves with food through agriculture. Lloyd wondered if the rumors that they ate people were a lie. He turned his gaze, hearing a voice. The white-haired girl looked at the child's hands and said that they ate people. She, narrowing her eyes, introduced herself as the demon queen Artsnisv, the head of the descendants of demons. The guy frowned, wondering if she could read minds. Xavier asked him to relax a little. Seeing the red aura behind the queen, he noted that she was a servant of incomprehensible abilities. The girl looked up at her and exclaimed that these people are bad, and they must be punished for beating the 8 lords of heaven. The brown-haired man smiled nervously and began to mumble. The white-haired girl laughed and said that she would not do it. The protagonist perked up. The girl sat down next to the children and told them that they had deliberately made the 8 lords of the sky sleep so that they would not get seriously injured, and that they had not actually come to fight. She smiled, saying that it seemed that they just wanted to cross their lands, and then suggested that they talk in the royal castle. Lloyd's eyes widened. They flew to the dark palace on the dragon. Looking at the Artsnis in front of him, the guy wondered if they really eat people. He thought that if Xavier were not so strong, it would not be difficult for them to conquer the world, and then asked why they were hiding then. The girl looked back and noted that he was interested in many things, and then asked him to look to the left. Seeing the image of a demon on the rock, the guy said that it looked scary and asked what it was. The white-haired girl began to tell them that this was an event that happened 1,000 years ago, and in front of them was a sculpture of Kratos, the Demon King. Looking ahead, she explained that they, the demons, hunted humans, and when food was scarce, they ate their own kind. The queen, looking around her castle, said that the demons lived in a barren land and suffered from hunger, and then they invaded the territory of the humans and tried to use them as food, but King Kratos stopped them, and they began farming. Once inside, she explained that the piglets had been living like that ever since, and the area inside the cold barrier was larger than it actually was, but food production was still difficult. Sitting at the table in front of the guests, the demon said that the trade route they needed so much ran through their territory. She closed her eyes, saying that it was possible if the barrier was removed, but then their home would disappear and she could not allow them to pave the way now. The guy touched his chin, saying that this was strange. He asked if she had said earlier that their production volumes were limited. Brown-haired said that if they annexed more outer territories, they would be able to grow more and the population would increase. He asked if this was a bad scenario. Artsnis smiled and asked not to ask leading questions yet. She noted that as she had said before, their ancestors did eat people and were scary demons, and their appearance was also different. Introducing the frightened men, the girl said that people who met them were afraid and responded to them with violence, and even if they were kind to them, it always ended in a fight. She lowered her head and said that by order of Kratos, they never attacked people, but they could not do anything about the fear that people felt towards them. Remembering the unconscious men on the field, White-haired said that this was the karma of their past, to accept the sin of betraying people, and until the power of the earth ran out and nothing more would grow. She said that remaining trapped inside an impregnable barter was their fate. The queen began to cry and asked to let the hero from another world go outside. The brown-haired man answered that he was indeed from another world, but he was not a hero, just a greedy man who wanted to open a trade route. He looked at the queen and asked if she could think like that. The protagonist asked if she would remove the barter and give them the land if they, the demons, had a way to stay safe outside. The demon answered positively. Lloyd touched his chin, thinking about the fight that could start when the demons came into contact with humans. He smirked. Artsnis looked up when she was asked if she had read his mind yet. The guy with a sly grin said that everything was decided and asked to prepare for the move. The blue sky covered the dark palace. The girl smiled, saying that it was worth trying and finding out if it really worked. The brown-haired man looked at her with puzzled eyes. Looking at her, he began to speak, making a mistake in his name, after which he was immediately corrected. He apologized, to which the white-haired one said that everything was fine because the numbers were not exact. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what the limits of her ability to read minds were. The queen, sitting nearby, said that it was not reading minds, but the ability to see the near future, after which she said that she could see the future of the object she was observing. Introducing the silhouette of a man, she said that with this ability, Kratos looked at the sky and read its movement, making a farming plan. Lloyd pursed his lips, thinking that this was the same as a weather forecast, and noted that the skills of the demon lord determine agriculture, and it turns out that you can make forecasts for people in the same way. He frowned. Looking at the demon, the guy asked how far into the future she could see. Artsnis apologized and said that it was not as effective as he might have thought. She pointed to her eyes, saying that the longer she looked without blinking, the further into the future she could see. The girl noted that in the case of humans, too, if you look for 5 minutes, the limit of foresight is 24 hours. This is the maximum time that can be known. The brown-haired man suddenly raised and asked what about the years about accidents and whether she can see if a person, for example, dies as a result of some incident. The white-haired girl smiled. Closing her eyes, she said that if he was asking her because of the phenomenon of fate restoration, then she thinks that some small or fragmentary incident can be prevented. Seeing the yellow light, the protagonist thought that this was simply brilliant. He mentally noted that he could at least protect his loved ones from the phenomenon of restoration, and there was a chance to find a fundamental solution. The queen, without opening her eyes, said that however, this is just a story about how the hero helped liberate their kind. Smiling widely, she said that she would go be authoritarian and just lead everyone outside. The demon noted that if something like this happens, the demons themselves will not be able to cope with their anxiety, so they will choose a representative, and he will prove to him that there is a world beyond the barrier in which demons can live peacefully. The protagonist smiled smugly. There was a blue sky above the golden field. The frightened girl pressed herself against Art's knees. Lloyd sat down next to her and asked if she was very scared, noting that he was in a big hurry then. Smiling scary, he asked if she wanted to look for a good place to move. The child began to cry, screaming that she did not want to. Xavier came up to them and asked the master why he continued to scare this child, adding that he was really bad. The angry guy asked what he did. The knight sat down next to the girl and asked if she would go with them to look at the world outside. The deflated child nodded weakly. The offended brown-haired man frowned. After a while, they all left the territory of the demons. Stroking the sleeping girl's hair, the white-haired one told her that her name was Leela, and even among children, she was the most afraid of people. She looked at the main character and asked if he knew that sometimes demons appeared in the human world. He replied that he thought it was all rumors, because there was no evidence. Looking at the child, the queen said that this was not a lie, because demons can freely pass through the barrier, so sometimes they come out. The brown-haired girl was hiding behind a tree. She looked into the window where the family was visible. While having dinner, they were laughing merrily. Watching them, the girl mentally noted that adults told her not to meet people because they were scary, but she did not understand why, because they looked kind. 2 children were playing outside. A stone flew onto the head of one of them. Leela fell to the ground and laughed loudly. After a while, winter came. The family was sitting at an empty table. The brown-haired girl saw her father clutching his head. She ran into the forest. After a while, people looked at her with bewilderment. She had a basket of vegetables in her hands. The girl smiled affably. Suddenly, the woman screamed loudly, saying, 100 years of demons. Layla's face immediately darkened. The frightened mother dragged the children into the house. The man with the axe was behind the brunette. She turned around. A second later, she jumped back from the blow. The child rushed into the forest thicket. After a while, people gathered on the mountain, shouting that they cannot let her escape, because if they let her go now, she will come back again. The man with the torch burned his teeth, asking what she was going to do to his family. The girl, cornered, trembled with fear, while people said that they really should kill her. She bared her teeth. Then Leela took on a demonic form. People opened their eyes in horror. The crying brunette remembered Credo's words that in no situation should you attack people. She jumped on the wall. With quick jumps, the child began to climb up the cliff. Then she again rushed through the forest to the cries of people. The girl cried bitterly. While the dragon flew across the sky, the main character said that he did not miss a single detail. He cried, saying that he had heard the detailed template several times already. The dragon sped up, and Lloyd said that he had tucked the story in and needed to finish it faster. When high-rise buildings began to appear ahead, he said that these were the lands of Frontier. After a while, the 4 of them walked along the road. Leela, clinging to the queen, thought that it was very scary. The guy waved his hand, asking someone how he was doing. The girl closed her eyes. Harach smiled and said that he and Melika had been doing well lately, so he had gained weight and now needed to dry out. The child's eyes widened in shock. The 3 orcs went on about their business. The brunette looked at the queen and asked why there were demons in the human village. She said that they were not demons, but orcs, to which Leela chimed in that it made no difference. On the other side, dead men appeared with signs that they were glad to see their master back and loved him very much. The protagonist asked if there had been any problems with the Dragon King. The girl looked at the dead men. Suddenly, a dragon flew over them, talking about the toilet. The brunette looked at Lloyd. Pressing herself against the queen, she asked if that meant that he was also a demon lord, and his face. The guy darkened and asked what was wrong with his face. The commander of the White Knights was happy about the arrival of his master. He came closer to them and asked what the 2 were carrying, to which the men said that they were preparing for the wedding, and that was apparently why he had returned. While the little girl was hiding behind her fellow man, thinking that he was a man, and the hero shouted that he remembered it. The fair-haired man looked down and thought, The girl with one horn began to hide from him. The green-eyed man frowned and looked ahead. There was a horned woman with a relaxed look. The commander looked at them and asked about the horn and thought that they were demons. The long-eared woman looked at him and said that it was true. The girl began to hide even more actively. The man with the tail was still gloomy. Without moving, he said that he understood everything. And then he turned around and leaving with his comrade said that the wart was very similar to a flower, and the dark-haired man said that he did not believe in it. Everyone in the city greeted the young master because the wedding ceremony would soon begin. An old man passed by the red-haired girl and asked her where she was from, and when she said that she was from the Fantara desert, he realized with a smile that she was a demon and said that he was so surprised that he almost fell. A street boy pointed at her and said that he was seeing her for the first time and that they were about the same age. They ran up to her and asked if she knew what football was and told her that Lloyd had taught them. The red-haired girl approached the hero and asked him if they could play with her, but he only told her to ask herself. The guys worried her when they asked if she would play with them and demanded a quick answer because they did not like to waste time. But the horned one covered her face with her hand and said that the girl covered her face with her hand and said that even her skin color was strange. Then the blue-eyed girl looked at her with a little surprise, and then she made a face like the protagonist and told her not to show off because in their area this is more common than a sty on the eye. The red-eyed one was surprised, but she continued and asked her to stop talking nonsense and asked if she was with them. The little demon asked her mother for permission, and she agreed with a soft smile. She began to slowly unclasp her hands, and a little later she completely let go of her hand. The children ran to play in a crowd with happy faces, and then the aristocrat lowered his head and said that demons are demons, and he is not entirely sure about the idea, to which the mother meaningfully remained silent. But then, while her daughter raised her leg in demonic form to kick, she said that this is not so because she is completely sure. The red-haired one kicked the ball, which flew at great speed towards the tower. And when her tower flew away, the beautiful horned one said that the village created by the hero was free from the prejudices and malice that had haunted them for a long time. The little girl was very scared when she realized what she had done. But then the redhead and the guy calmed her down by showing a thumbs up with a smile and said that she was the ace of their team. The red-eyed girl smiled and immediately thought that it was cool here. But then her mother sat on her knees in front of the hero. She bowed and asked him to lead their clan. And then she surprised the protagonist by calling him the new Demon King. A purple beam flew into the sky from her, and this magic pierced Lloyd. A notification came about a special achievement. To accept the title of Demon King from Artani's V, the hero looked at himself with incomprehension. And the next notification was about the awakening of his Demon King power and not the skills given by the system. The protagonist spread his arms, releasing a shockwave after receiving the power. The notification came out again and simply wrote about the power of the Demon King. Horns grew on the designer's face and wings on his back, and the message said that the Demon King at first sight was received. The hero lowered his head with concern and asked what it was for, and the system said that at first glance it was clear that he was the Demon King, and that seemed to be all. And while the gentleman was silent, Xavier looked at him calmly, and then calmly looked at him and said not to worry, because this was no different from what was usual. The townspeople looked at him and seeing that their beloved savior was now the Demon King, wondered if there were any differences. And when the protagonist asked with frustration how he was seen before, the swordsman asked with surprise if he knew about it before. Lloyd anxiously turned to the person who crowned him and said that he was not worthy of being the Demon King, and even if they attacked 10 of them, they still would not be able to defeat her, and she said that power comes from dignity and not from strength. Then the system said that demons obey the orders of the Demon King, even if the order is difficult to carry out. Then the designer got inspired again and suggested trying. At that moment, Kuga and his girlfriend got married. Even the demons watched his wedding. Xavier turned to his master and said that the horns seemed to grow and disappear, to which he said that it was good luck. The newlyweds were happier than ever, and then the hero remembered that it was definitely at the beginning of the novel, The Night of Iron and Blood, that Count Cremo asked the swordsman about what happened to the servants who worked for the fallen house of Frontera. Lloyd sat with a calm and dissatisfied face. He thought about Emily, a cute child, and then remembered that his guard had difficulty opening his mouth. The newlyweds greeted everyone around. The protagonist remembered that they were all destined to be slaves, and remembered that in the novel it was written that they were all sold as slaves. The aristocrat made his servants stand up by saying that they needed to sort everything out quickly. The guys sat on Yang Yang and flew at great speed. The demons decided to migrate. Having heard the story of Laru and Artanis, they were ready to go immediately. And in the basement of the castle of the Demon King, there was an artifact called Tibohong creating a barrier. The meaning of the name is unknown to anyone. And then the mother demon stuck her finger in his mouth. A huge whirlwind of frosty wind burst out. The whirlwind calmed down, and the general rule of staging is this is clearly the work of dragons. He is even ready to argue. Artanis handed the artifact to the hero and with a smile said that he can create cold air at any time and in any place. The protagonist smiled slyly again and thought that he knew where to use it. A blizzard was wandering on the mountain peaks. The demons and Lloyd came out into our world and he ordered the demons to listen. Everyone listened to him with a smile, and he said that from now on they were moving to the lands of Frontera. A devilish smile appeared on his face and he said that they would build the road within a year. Everyone also stood with a gentle smile. And then Artanis thought without moving that he did not use his weather forecasting skills. The hero again looked like a creature of hell and thought about what they say, that demons have adapted to hunger and are active even after a meager meal, and what's more, even the weakest of them has the fighting power of an orc. Lloyd had a wild smile on his face again and he thought that he could not let such a workforce go to waste. The demon standing next to Artanis asked her with horror about what she said about him being a good person, to which she anxiously said that he was still the king of demons. At that moment, on the icy peaks, the construction of the trade route began with a force of 3,000 demons. Looking at the mountains in the distance, he thought that if he was going to build here for about a year, he needed to decide on something first. He imagined a village on the slope and thought about building a village where thousands of workers could live, sleep, and eat for a year, and since time would stop, food supplies would also need to be delivered inside. The hero came out to the people, now with two of his subordinates. He moved his hand to his shoulder with a gloomy look, and then, slightly bowing his head, he ordered a change. The protagonist put his hand to his face. One of his eyes turned red, and then he completely turned into a demon and shouted that he was the king of demons. The guy stood with his hand thrown to the side. The designer looked away with a smile and thought about how he could use this, and he was simply delighted. But then he was forced to turn around, addressed from the side. Xavier looked at him with wild embarrassment and asked him not to do it again, because he was ashamed. But then Lloyd told him that if he didn't like it, then he shouldn't look at it so calmly, to which he said that it wasn't a concern. But he interrupted him and said that if he didn't like his manner of speech, which he hadn't used before. The hero looked at him menacingly and said that he couldn't understand, because the nuance that comes from the word demon or demon king makes anything cool and authoritative. And then the swordsman, noticing how embarrassed Artanis was, asked to look at her too, to which the girl herself said that she agreed with the sword master. The protagonist stood calmly and thought that there was one thing. He again took a pompous pose and thought that he couldn't cancel the production and ordered the demons to listen to him. But they stood calmly. The designer looked at them with a terrible face and asked why they did not answer, and then asked if they saw these horns and wings, and he called himself the Demon King. But the hellish creatures were waiting for it all to end. The reincarnated looked at the lady and asked if they really always listened so badly, but not noticing the reaction, he asked to at least pretend that she was listening to him, otherwise he would not rule. Artanis lowered her head and said that, frankly speaking, it was difficult to say that they were good listeners, although in the distant past, the strongest demon was able to become the Demon King. She imagined him behind her and said that strength comes from dignity, and this is the most important principle of their people, established after the great credos. The woman looked at all the subjects and said that as long as she recognized him, they would follow the orders of the Demon King, but the unpleasant atmosphere would remain. Lloyd slowly began to remove his wings and horns and thought that he would never achieve active work like that, and he needed to show that his orders were reasonable, although this would take time. Then the hero turned to the horned one and asked if they would start, but she said that unfortunately, by order of the former king, duels between demons were prohibited. But the beautiful blonde opened her eyes and said that it was possible if the duel was approved by the king. The protagonist frowned, and she continued and said that you need an excellent sixth sense, judgment in a split second, and speed similar to light, and vision that allows you to see everything. She imagined hordes of hellish creatures and said that he could win a duel only if he had an advantage in all areas and the name of the duel. The woman with a terrifying look said rock, paper, scissors and added -1. The hero looked at her with a frown. He frowned even more and thought that this was very Korean, and the author of the Knight of Iron and Blood was strange, and then suggested that it was the king himself who was like this. The designer smiled and said that he agreed, and if so, he would be able to convince everyone. The protagonist stood on the slope and turned to them again and said that he had no desire to work with those who did not like him, and he was confident in his ability to convince them that participating in the construction was a good thing. But it would take a lot of time, so first there would be. The reincarnated one looked at them with a murderous look and said about the duel, and then said that if he won, then they would all go to work happily. Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and said that the strongest should come forward. Short steps were heard. A demon with purple hair and a wild smile came out from there, who said that he silently prayed for the power of the Demon King, who was about to fall. There was a self-confident smile on the hero's face again. All the demons began to pound the ground with their spears and shout the name of the game. Their representative walked under loud shouts. Laru pressed herself against some demonic woman and tearfully asked to stop them, because the Demon King is really a good person, to which she said that this is a sacred duel and she cannot interfere. The opponents warmed up their hands with scary faces and called the name of the game. Xavier, looking at Artanis, asked what kind of duel is coming up, to which she said that there are several basic concepts that they need to know first of all. She presented 3 hands and said that a stone with all 5 fingers closed is a hammer that shakes the earth, and scissors with 2 fingers open like a guillotine. Cutting the sky, and paper with all 5 fingers open is just wrapping paper. But then the swordsman asked why the latter is treated so insignificantly, to which she said that such is the teaching of credos. The woman began to tell the rules of the children's game and said that the hammer breaks the guillotine cuts the paper, and the paper neutralizes the blow of the hammer. The demon in her head held 2 hands with different signs and said that on the command rock, paper, scissors, both warriors choose 2 of the 3 weapons, 1 for each hand. The second hellish monster also rushed to attack. She continued to imagine their battle and said that after that, on -1, the hand is removed, and the remaining one is put forward. Artanis imagined 2 different signs and said that depending on the weapons remaining at the end, the winner is determined. Xavier looked at them in horror and thought that at first glance, the duel looked like fun for neighboring children, but this method definitely allows you to determine who has the advantage in strength. The opponents stood face to face and looked into each other's eyes, then the swordsman thought that those 2 were sword masters. He looked at it with horror and thought that these were subtle muscle movements and that you could predict the enemy's movement just by changing his breathing, and then wondered if Kim had a secret to winning this time. Artanis came up to judge and suggested that the 2 warriors get ready. The hero pulled his hand back and got ready after the word rock and scissors. The purple-haired one did the same and looked menacingly after the word paper. Xavier looked at them with alarm and did not understand what kind of distribution of muscle strength this was now. He saw Lloyd's hands with 2 fingers and did not understand how one could show scissors with both hands, because that way you could either take a draw or lose. The blonde watched them with great alarm and thought that he did not understand the rules. But then the protagonist made a scary face again and called out to his opponent. He was scared and put out both hands, closing his eyes and cursing, and then asked what happened to his face. The little children watched them with tears. The demons also lost their power of speech. The purple-haired one stood with great anxiety and straightened arms, and the hero stood with 2 fingers sticking out. He had a devilish face again and asked about what he showed. They stood in front of each other in clouds of smoke. Then the leader of the demons fell to his knees. Xavier watched this calmly again. He was extremely unhappy with how dirty this victory was. Artanis put her hand to her chest with tears and said that the legendary one who wins without receiving a single blow was Lloyd, and the swordsman did not understand what was legendary about this. The loser began to stretch out his hands and called out to the demons. And then, when they all fell to their knees, he ordered everyone to fall before the king. The protagonist spread his wings and horns, and then, with a terrible face, he said that by order of the new true demon king, from now on the foot of the ridge will be cut by steps. The knight looked at him with contempt and thought about what he asked him not to do. The dragon flew at great speed across the sky. The hero sat on it with his subordinates and thought about what the queen said. He remembered his visit to her and her words that everything he did was striving for the original state. The new Demon King looked ahead and thought that the phenomenon of restoring fate was developing faster than the last final spoiler, and since his actions had changed, there would be changes in the future. The guy imagined Alicia with a sword in her hands and thought that he was also worried about the Queen's eclipse, but there were no visible signs yet. Imagining his family, he thought about unexpected failures: Julian, his mother and father, his entire family, and the entire estate. Time freeze cannot be used until the construction resource supply system is completed, and something might happen in the meantime. The hero pursed his lips and thought that it was impossible to save everyone from suffering, but the protagonist smiled and thought that it was possible now. And then the designer turned with a soft smile. Looking at Artanis, he thought that he now had a surveillance camera that could see the future, and it could give a weather forecast. Yang flew up to the palace and began to land. Everyone moved to the estate and the hero introduced his new girlfriend, saying that they had already seen her at the wedding, and introduced her as the former demon queen. Then Arcus said with a smile that he thought the horns were just for beauty, but she turned out to be the demon queen, and Marbella said that she was asking for forgiveness, because it seemed to her that demons were certainly scary, to which she said that she was grateful, because she was even embarrassed that they were people, not surprised and not scared. The protagonist said that, as he had already said, the phenomenon of restoring fate was approaching, and he was looking for a way to solve the issue. But if something happened earlier, everything would be useless. Then he turned his attention to his new girlfriend and said that she would check fate every day. To speed up the work, Julian and his wife were also called to the estate, and the queen would quickly report on the remaining events. The protagonist left the house and sternly shouted that it was time to start work. Many workers looked at him with a smile, and he said that the first thing to do was to hire the best engineers to lead the construction project. Then the protagonist turned to Greg and Corgidus and said that they would help solve the problems associated with the equipment. Then Lloyd imagined the orcs and said that there was a lot of work to do, so they would involve the top orcs. And then Kuga pointed to himself and said that he also wanted to. But the Lord pointed at him and asked this married man where he was going and told him to stay at home and solve problems. The purple-haired demon swung his shovel and screamed very loudly. The hero saw a view of suddenly rising trees in the air and he thought that he had 8 people of the sword master level and this was ideal for plowing the land. The demons, under the guidance of engineers, were actively building their homes and the protagonist thought that thanks to the abundance of monsters of all stripes, houses could be built in an instant. One of the demons looked at his king and said that the entire construction would take less than a month and that this was probably the power of the great demons, and Xavier was very embarrassed and wondered why he was like this. The demon king was flying on his phantom through the air. He was actively scanning the area and thinking that the route design was complete and tomorrow he would freeze time and begin construction. Artanis, sitting in the house, suggested that the Count and Countess look at their fate today, and she would now look at them for 5 minutes without blinking. The horned one sat with a slight smile. The hero's parents looked at her with slight anxiety and silence. She still sat calmly and meaningfully said nothing. But suddenly she began to shake. She blushed and smiled. The Count was very worried. She clenched her teeth and began to cry. Arcus was on guard. And suddenly the demon blushed and screamed in surprise, covering herself with her hands. The married couple suddenly became excited. The white-haired one turned away and said, embarrassed, that their marital harmony was beautiful. They immediately covered their faces with their hands in embarrassment. They immediately ran out of the room, and the horned one invited Julian and his wife to come in. But she looked at them and became embarrassed again. And then the white-haired one covered her face with her hands and said that their marital harmony too. Those two immediately covered their faces with their hands. Lloyd stood on the slope with wings and extended his hand, thanking everyone for their work, and the temporary village in which they would live for a year was built. Looking at the many species, he said that they were all different. It was complete chaos. Greg sat with the red-eyed demon on his shoulders, and their lord continued his speech and said that they all worked together and worked for one goal, to become better. And then he quietly lowered his head and said that he did not mention the elves, since nature would have to be destroyed, but such a possibility also exists, and laughed. The demon king threw his hand out in front of his subjects and said that it was time for them to really start preparing. The reincarnated man began to leave and told his swordsman that he was going to go halfway to check the route one last time and stop time, and he and the bell should do the reinforcement, after which the swordsman asked him if he was going to go alone, to which he replied that he was, because it was not dangerous. And then the gentleman pointed his finger at himself and said that he was not only a sword master, but also a wonderful singer, and then asked if a living monster would compete with him. After he was already on the mountain, Yang flew to him. The dragon stuck out its tongue and there was a letter, for which he thanked it, and told it to join the construction. The hero opened the letter with a smile and read that the Demon King's family was also safe for 24 hours today, to which he said that he was calm. The guy looked closely at the letter and read that they were now teaching the villagers demon farming methods. Everyone was friendly and treated us without prejudice. Everyone played soccer together, and then the letter said that she also heard about the affairs of the 8 lords of heaven from the dragon, and the children who wanted to know the vast world so much are very happy, and everyone is happy thanks to the Demon King. The protagonist calmly looked at this letter and read the last words that she hoped that he was happy too. A notification came out about the discovery of the lineage, and the descendants of the remaining demons who achieved their goal, as well as the accrual of RP. Lloyd smiled standing in the snow and wondered if he was really happy. He raised his finger up and ordered time to stop. A notification came out about the use of freezing, which costs 3000 RP. A huge sphere flew apart, covering the entire space. His heart was immediately covered in ice. The hero immediately clenched his teeth in pain. The mountain range was covered in snow. The protagonist lay holding his head in the snow. He was all frozen and thought that he needed to hurry because everything was much faster than he thought. Winter looked at him pitifully and asked for forgiveness, but he said that he also did not know that everything would end like this. Besides, thanks to him, he can stop time and fight the restoration of fate. The designer smiled and thought that he was really lucky and now everything is fine. He began to try to get up and thought that he was only a little cold and wondered where the blizzard came from because he froze time and it was getting stronger. But then the guy fell again from the pain in his heart and thought that he needed to call Xavier if he could release at least a little mana. But then someone caught him and he thought that it was his swordsman. The Demon King's eyes slowly closed and he thought that there was no one here except him. The guy closed his eyes and thought to rest a little. At that moment, Alicia was carrying him somewhere in the snow. She squinted from the cold, but continued to carry it. Snow covered the village. Belle coughed and tensed. She was shaking from the cold and raised her tail. But then the snake relaxed and Xavier said meaningfully. He looked at her and asked her to stop because making reinforcement in such weather seemed unrealistic. Then the handsome man turned around. The swordsman looked at the blizzard and thought that immediately after creating a dome that stopped time, his master's mana became unstable, and it must be all because of his frozen heart. He became more serious and thought that he wanted to immediately run and make sure that he was okay, but someone from the side attracted their attention and asked what kind of dome it was. Alicia approached him and asked if she would be able to get out. The sword master bowed and said that the dome stopped time, and she assumed that Lloyd did it, to which he said that it was so. The queen was a little worried and asked what would happen if she decided to go out, but the blonde interrupted her and said that she was trapped. The red-haired girl asked what kind of shameless answer that was, and then asked how long it would be, to which he said until the construction was finished, which would last about a year. Xavier closed his eyes and asked not to worry, because time didn't go by outside at all, and this could be thought of as a short vacation. The girl rubbed her forehead and said with a smile that it was just funny and that he had now decided to become the Demon King. There were many demonic creatures behind her. She looked at them. The swordsman, still sitting on his knee, said that if she asked how it happened. But the queen interrupted him and said that this was enough and she would ask personally, and then asked where he was now. Looking at the mountain, the knight said that he had climbed the mountain to check the construction route, to which she said that it looked like the blizzard was getting stronger. The red-haired girl looked at him and said that she would go up and meet him. The sword master looked up and thought that another powerful mana was near the unstable one and that Her Majesty had found Kim. The blonde smiled, realizing this. Somewhere in the mountain cave, a phrase was heard that he should not be disturbed. The reincarnated one opened his eyes and exhaled steam. He was lying under a huge royal cape. The designer looked at the exit and thought that the cave was very conveniently nearby. He looked at his clothes and wondered if they had one like that, and the fur cape was too luxurious. Lloyd turned to the side, going to turn to Xavier, but the queen was there without clothes. She was shrinking from the cold, covering herself. Seeing this, the builder was dumbfounded. The snowstorm was getting stronger. The hero tried to cover Alicia very carefully, and then he started running as fast as he could, leaving his clothes behind, thinking that if he ended up in debt to the queen, she would throw him more work, and he needed to quickly call one of his subordinates. But then the protagonist grabbed his heart from the sharp frost and exhaled. He hunched over and thought that this was disgusting, and even if he moved quickly, it was still cold. But then the guy got scared because he heard behind him how the queen told him that it seemed that he was not in the best condition. She sat down and waved her hand, inviting him to come closer. He immediately rested his head on the floor and began flattering speeches, but she said that she did not want to hear this and ordered him to come closer. The hero began to crawl slowly, but he crawled faster when she ordered him to do it quickly. Alicia put her foot on the ground and removed her cape a little. She looked at him and told him to lie down, patting his leg. The protagonist looked at her calmly, and then he turned over and lay down with his feet towards her. Then the red-haired girl asked if he was making fun of her, to which Lloyd said that she told him to lie down. The girl languidly pointed to her legs and told him to lie down here with his head. The hero first looked at her with incomprehension and said nothing, and then his eyes diverged in different directions from the strain. Then the queen grabbed his head with aggression, and then she hit his head with all her might against her thighs. Then the beautiful lady put her hand to his chest. She began to pour her mana into him. The reincarnated calmed down and thought about how Her Majesty's mana was entering him, and to transfer mana like that, you need to have extraordinary cordiality. Alicia calmly closed her eyes and said that she realized this during a sparring match with Xavier. And although they use the same mana, the protagonist's mana is much stronger and the secret is to absorb and use external mana. Lloyd lay silently and thought about how she learned everything herself, and of course, because the queen is no joke. And then he imagined his heart and thought about how even if he absorbed the mana of his knight, there would be rejection, and the other mana was too weak and did not help much. The hand of the most beautiful girl glowed, and she asked him how he felt, to which he said that it was better. She looked at him with a slight smile and said that this was happiness. Lloyd looked at her with great embarrassment, and then he quickly rolled away in the other direction. But she caught him by the face again. Alicia put him on her lap and told him to lie still. She lowered her head and asked if he hadn't told her that sometimes you just need to relax. The hero thought with great embarrassment that it was inconvenient for her. And then he began to ask with anxiety how she got here. The red-haired girl turned away and said what she wanted to see. The protagonist laughed embarrassedly and said that he always carried out his missions and there were no problems with the construction. And the snowstorm was a little strong, that's true. The queen's languid gaze fell on the designer, and she asked if he really didn't understand or was just pretending. Lloyd's turn signals turned on again and a lot of questions. The girl stroked his head with her free hand and said that he was definitely smart and quick-witted and had outstanding abilities, but even if a woman directly proposed to him, he would still not understand anything. The hero fell into an even greater decline of intellect and thought about when he had been offered such a thing. But then he remembered the queen pointing her finger at him and telling him to marry her and become the minister of state. The reincarnated one was incredibly confused and thought that this couldn't be happening. His eyes immediately darted around and he thought that it wasn't to manipulate him into becoming the minister, and then he tried to convince himself that there was no other option. But then the cave suddenly started to collapse. The queen looked up and thought that it might be an earthquake. Lloyd got up from the floor and thought that now that she had done so much, he could feel everything clearly, and even with the increasing snowstorm and the earthquake that had just happened, he could definitely feel the movement of mana. Feeling what was happening outside, the protagonist thought that there was no doubt that someone was intentionally hindering him. The reincarnated one stood up and covered himself in an aura, asking how dare he harm him. The queen looked at him with a smile and thought that he quickly realized that this was someone else's work, and of course it was, because he was the one she recognized. Lloyd made a devilish face again and said that he would repay the lost construction time 10 times over. Then Alicia turned away from him and thought that his face could have been a little better. The wind swirled on the mountain ranges. A cloud of ice was gathering in the sky. The whirlwind swirled and called itself Fantarasa. There appeared a king with a diadem of stones. He called himself the spirit king of the mountain range. He looked down and thought that the being whose life had been intertwined with the range since time immemorial, in order to protect this place, humans created an unbearably harsh environment. Seeing many demons below, the king thought that this was a thing of the past when a group of demons came to this land and no one paid attention to it. The whirlwind near Tyrannus became much stronger and the spirit thought that the dragon, their guardian god, created a subspace of the ice barrier where they lived out their days peacefully. The old man frowned and thought that there was one but, seeing the hero and his assistant, he thought that they were completely different and he thought that he was bringing demons out of the subspace and bringing friends with him. The protagonist again made a scary face and told the knight that it was too steep here and they needed to cut. Then the swordsman released an explosion in front of him. An explosion formed in the mountain. They both stood with incredibly satisfied faces. The king immediately became angry and thought about what kind of crazy scoundrels they were. Seeing how Lloyd's subordinates were destroying trees, he thought about how they were cutting out the foothills of the mountains and mercilessly cutting down all kinds of trees. Seeing this hellish gathering, the guardian thought that they were bastards and were so cruelly mocking his home. Then Fantarasa watched the meeting of Xavier and Alicia. He frowned and saw what these evil creatures were doing and decided to drive them away. The creature spread its arms and used the magic of a cruel blizzard. Greg moved his hand aside and anxiously ordered to finish and hurry because it was impossible to let the snow accumulate endlessly. Then the old man spread his arms and shouted at them that it was useless and as long as he had a body, the terrible cold could not be defeated. But the hero's subordinates built snowmen and played in the snow. Then the king became very worried and wondered what they were happy about. The orcs showed off their muscles and shouted about how great it was to train in cold weather. The sergeant approached the purple-haired man and asked if demons could stand the cold, to which he said that weak demons always died before. But when he asked if that wasn't sad, the demon said that that was the whole point of the story. Seeing these monsters, the keeper thought that orcs, demons, and even the weakest people have enormous mana. The king watched them from the whirlwind and thought that it would not be easy to drive them out right away. Then the old man frowned and thought that he would bring everything down on their leader. He immediately headed for the cave and wondered if he was hiding there. Blue spread his hands and used magic to say that it was useless. The cave shook, but suddenly Lloyd came out with a dissatisfied face and Alicia. The spirit looked at him and thought that the leader of evil had arrived, and the blades of the wind would tear him apart. Huge ice whirlwinds surrounded them. The queen looked ahead and said that causing a large-scale storm was definitely not the work of a magician. And then the hero added that it was not a dragon either, because if he was going to attack, he would not have done such a stupid thing. The red-haired girl became menacing and said that the weakly hidden energy of mana and control of natural phenomena such as storms and earthquakes. The protagonist smiled, and then made a devilish face and suggested that it was a spirit. The king looked at him and thought that everything was exactly so, but it was impossible to fight him. The old man spread his arms and thought that any physical strength and even the power of mana were no more than an itch for the spirit of the king. And then the protagonist put his hand to his heart and used his untranslatable beautiful vocals. The storm immediately died down and Fantarasa ran away. Alicia covered her ears and was in despair. The sky became perfectly clear and the king began to fall. The red-haired girl looked at him in horror and meaningfully remained silent. The unfinished Simon fell to the floor and covered his head with his hands. Lloyd approached him with a terrible face and asked him if he was the one who interfered with his construction. The king was angry and started crawling, asking what kind of magic it was, because he was mana itself and nothing else could harm him. The reincarnated one looked at him like he was worthless and said that it was not a physical attack or anything like that. He fell because he felt bad mentally, and he immediately thought that he was a nasty guy. The hero slowly approached him with a shovel and asked why he was interfering with his construction and what the problem was, and the spirit immediately asked him about what he was asking because he really didn't know. The guardian grinned and said that people always destroy nature and harm the local mountains. But Lloyd didn't listen to him and hit him on the head with a shovel. But the king immediately ran away and laughed. He said with a devilish face that it was quite powerful mana, but nothing more, and it felt like he was hit with a cotton bat. But the hero took another deep breath and prepared to attack. The king immediately began to cry and asked him not to do it. But Alicia slapped him on the back of the head and ordered him to stop. She got angry and asked him to think about the people around him, and if she ever heard his magical scream of curse from the depths of hell again, she would not be able to bear it. Lloyd turned around holding his head, and then he made a pitiful crying face. And the queen immediately realized what she had done and apologized, and then said that it seemed like it was so, but also not. At this time, the spirit was going to use a powerful spell and said that time was up. Mana was gathering from all the mountain peaks. The king was collecting it into himself. He opened his mouth and cast a spell. The protagonist and his companion looked up with alarm, and he said that the mountains were him, and he was the mountains, and he did not want to kill, but the spirit became simply enormous. He frowned and said that there was no other way out. The hero looked at him frowning and said that there would be trouble. Fantarasa did not understand what he meant at first and stopped, and he made a monkey face and said that those who threatened him got into even bigger troubles. The king felt something dangerous approaching, and a ringing sound was heard behind him. Xavier was there, swinging something. He hit the enemy with all his might, causing damage. The spirit began to scream furiously in pain. The protagonist looked at him with his devilish eyes and ordered nature to kneel before people. Alicia looked at him with incomprehension. Her eyes were empty and she thought that she was clearly crazy, because how could such a man? Xavier continued to beat the poor guy. The guardian's face was crumpled and he thought that it was painful, but mana cannot harm him. Seeing the wings on the swordsman's back, he realized that he was a supreme swordsman. The blonde raised his blade for another attack, and then he bonked him on the head. The poor king was being beaten and he was crying. Fantarasa covered himself with his hands and asked the swordsman to hit him somewhere else. When the knight had given him a lot of bumps, he began to insult him and apologize at the same time. Then Xavier stopped and listened. The spirit became very small and said that all the mana had already been knocked out of him, and he had already become very small. He no longer needed to be beaten. Then the swordsman took out the blade. He pulled the blade back with his finger, and then the blonde released the blade above his head. Then the genius pulled the blade back again. The knight hit him with the blade again. The hero grabbed him by the shoulder and said that everything should be in moderation and asked what he was doing to someone who was not going to fight anyway. Afterwards he looked at him menacingly and said that violence would not solve anything. Alicia looked at him with anxiety and thought that one strong blow would solve everything. The reincarnated one began to drive him away and told him to stand there, and then asked the Lord of the Spirit if he was okay. Xavier ran up to hit the kid again, but Lloyd stopped him and asked why he was so persistent. The queen looked at them seriously and decided to look inside, because it was obvious that they were in cahoots. Fantarasa shrank in the arms of the savior and thanked him for it, and the red-haired girl thought that he was just keeping himself in check. The hero turned around with a terrible smile, and the queen thought that he was a villain no matter how you look at it. And when the blonde also smiled, she thought about how long he had become like that and how he had fallen under the influence. Alicia looked at them and thought that they were the spitting image of bandits. The protagonist sat on his knees and offered to talk, and asked why he was interfering with the construction. The kid said with tears that he was worried about the mountains and he could not just watch as nature was being destroyed. The reincarnated one smiled and said that he understood him and asked if it would be okay if they took better care of nature during construction. Alicia was very surprised. Fantarasa crawled closer and said that then there was no problem, but when people touch nature, it was always worrisome, to which he said that there was such a thing. He smiled softly and said that people were powerful creatures, and while other animals adapt and change to the environment, people change to make changes to the environment, and since they have the power to destroy nature. The hero smiled softly and said that they are responsible for protecting and maintaining it. And while the protagonist was squatting on his ears, the queen was simply shocked. She began to look at him softer and thought about the fact that although he had already subjugated the spirit, she then wondered if it would work even harder for him. Lloyd looked down, raising his eyebrows, and asked if he could make the mountain climate a little warmer because it would help them a lot. The king said with a smile that he could, on the condition that the changes would not affect the ecosystem. The queen watched their dialogue and thought softly, smiling, who knows. The sun began to sink below the horizon, and she thought that because she knew nothing at all, it was becoming even more interesting. The first step to breaking through the mountains was to break through and widen the narrow canyon. The demons were carrying stones, and it was necessary to make the path to the railway more direct and durable. The second step was to develop a system of railway tracks, and the project was led by Sergeant Greg and Corgidus, who turned out to be real geniuses in mechanical engineering. The third step was to build trains, and this was not a problem because they build trains even in hell. Immediately I remembered the words of Artanis, who said with a smile that they demons can do any work while they are full, and they believe that earning food is the most sacred occupation. Two demons were shaking the lever on the trolley, and it turns out that demons depend on energy, and best of all, a little food and great strength. The fourth step was to create a beautiful landscape using the advantages of nature and move the plants to the foot of the mountain so that they grow more abundantly. Demons are great at this, so you can trust them with this matter. And then the hero grabbed his heart in pain. Alicia began to worry about her lover and asked if everything was okay with him, because it seemed that the construction was taking longer than expected, and then suggested finding a compromise and hurrying up. To which the protagonist said that this was not so. He grabbed the shovel with a tired look and said that it was imperative to preserve nature. The queen looked at him with a little surprise and asked if it was necessary to do this at the risk of life, because you can die. To which he said with a smile that he thought he would regret it if he did not do it, so if the seemingly gloomy trade route through the mountain range becomes so beautiful. His face became devilish again, and he said that it would be easy to turn into a tourist destination, and then the profit from just one hotel would be incredible. Alicia returned to her previous state of empty eyes, but then she surprised him by saying that the construction was being carried out with her money, and he decided to make money on it for himself. He immediately fell to his knees and asked her to become a monopolist by occupying the center of trade between the continent, and she owns everything up to tourism, the kingdom to accumulate enormous wealth, and if she would allow him one small building. But she only laughed, putting him in a stupor. The powerful woman looked down at him and said that he could be as greedy as he wanted, because his greed always brought benefits. Lloyd immediately rejoiced and thought about creating a small pension fund, and he spends a lot of money on managing the territory. This will be his pocket money. But then the message intervened and said that a big dream and a small one. To which he said that his dream shines like a star, even if it is small, and she said that the star is surprisingly big. The trains were running the tracks. When the car was approaching, everyone shouted that the train had arrived. The hero pointed his finger at them and said to turn on the reverse lever. The rails clicked. The train slowly went back. The demons rode, enjoying the cool wind. The spirit watched this with pleasure. The protagonist and his beloved, like Xavier, were standing on the roof. A notification came out that he had released the imprisoned demons and opened a trade route that would remain in the history of the continent. A new title of drilling expert came, and whoosh at any time. After reading this, Lloyd looked skeptically and thought about how he could use them, because he was a sword master. CP came for the title per month, and he thought that it was already a lot, and he could prepare for the spoiler. The number of saved destinies did not change at all. Looking at the dome, he thought that he had just returned, and something that could resist the restoration of fate. Now, the sphere flew apart again with a stupid sound. Cold and frost sharply flew into the protagonist's heart. At first, he sat calmly, but then the reincarnated one suddenly began to fall. He was caught by the red-haired girl. She told him with a soft smile to calm down, because she would protect him. Yang flew up to them. Alicia again lifted her beloved on her back and said that it was time to save state affairs. The sun was slowly rising above the palace. Lloyd opened his eyes with a heavy exhale. The queen's hand was holding his chest, and he said nothing meaningfully. She looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked if he was awake. The hero immediately began to get up and said that it was very rude, but she asked him to stop because a sick person should lie in bed. She lowered her head and said that she would like to tell him to lie down longer, but she needed to hurry up and put on formal clothes. Sleepy Lloyd looked at her, and she continued and said that they would hold a ceremony to transfer the Eye of Summer. The next moment they were already standing on the balcony, and the queen, taking her hand away, said that right here and now they would learn about the achievements of the count, because he successfully paved the way through the Fantara Mountains, and from now on nothing prevents the expansion of their kingdom across the continent. Alicia was inspired and said that now their kingdom has become the center of trade of the whole world, and without a fight they have received the power of a great nation. The red-haired looked at her beloved with a little anxiety. Lloyd was barely conscious, and she thanked him for his achievements and gave him the Eye of Summer. She bit her lip and worried, thinking that if she lingered even for a moment, the condition would quickly worsen, but it was impossible not to carry out the procedure provided by law. The magic safe hung in the air. The hero's heart was covered with ice and emitting steam. The protagonist's eyes were empty. His organ was already at its limit. The message immediately demanded to do something. Winter tried to wake up the heart and beat against it, forcing it to move. Some official began a long and drawn-out speech while he was dying and was going to hold a historical ceremony of transfer. At that moment, the reincarnated was losing the rest of his consciousness. His heart completely stopped. He began to slowly fall. His body moved forward sharply. The system tried to quickly warn about something, but an error occurred. Alicia immediately took out her aura blade, and then she screamed loudly at the top of her lungs. Xavier rushed from the crowd, spreading his wings. The queen raised her blade to attack, throwing off her cloak. The official dragging out the ceremony got scared and turned to the red-haired girl. The safe was cut into 2 parts. The whole crowd was shocked by what was happening. The Eye of Summer emitted incredible heat. People began to run away from it in horror. The sphere flared up more and more. The swordsman immediately flew up to him, raising his blade. and then he covered it with his aura wings. The knight's face was burning from the heat. Alicia ran as fast as she could and thought that it was simply impossible to commit such a dangerous act for the sake of saving one person. But she believed. She grabbed Lloyd by the shoulder and started shaking him, thinking that everything could be solved and asking him to wake up as always. She put her hands on his heart and screamed for him to take all her mana. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up and opened his eyes. The message displayed a notification about fast charging. The hero moved his hand to the side using absorption. Xavier at that moment tried to hold the eye. A huge fire projectile flew past him. This flash flew out of the palace making a loop. The designer put his hand out to absorb this fire flash. A loud bang occurred near him. The alarm dissipated and particles flew in different directions. Aristocrats and spectators sat on the ground worried. The higher ranks also stood with their mouths open. The swordsman was lying on the ground unconscious. Lloyd was also lying on the ground, and next to him was a beautiful and sweet lady. A notification about absorbing the Eye of Summer appeared, and then Winter saw a bright light. The flash illuminated his empty space, and suddenly a female specimen appeared from the fire, who immediately showed sympathy. Blue also fell in love with her. They immediately held hands and began to dance. The artifacts created a huge whirlwind of 2 elements. The rotation was so strong that it turned into a sphere. The heart warmed up again and began to work normally. After that, a notification appeared that the heart of Winter and the Eye of Summer merged and settled in the heart. Finally, the hero opened his eyes. The sacrifice and faith in others that he had shown so far returned to him. The mutual trust that appeared thanks to him demonstrated a miraculous power. All his steps united to create the skill of authority. The skill of the baptism of the Demon King appeared, and it can only be given to 1 person per day. For those who receive the baptism, the effect lasts 24 hours. The protagonist, lying on the floor, asked about what effect this had, to which he received the answer that one of the unique skills of those who receive the baptism is enhanced by true efficiency. He opened his eyes and thought that this, for example, can be given the baptism of the ability of the Supreme Master of the Sword. Looking at his unconscious knight, a notification appeared that Xavier was currently an entry-level Supreme Master, and if he received the baptism, he would awaken as a Supreme Master, who was said to be able to slay a god. The hero lay there with a little surprise at first, and then he smiled slyly. He raised his hands behind his head to stand up. At this moment, Alicia had just come to her senses. The protagonist stood up. He stood on the edge of the balcony, addressing the people of the kingdom, and said that this was a magnificent performance prepared by Her Majesty. Lloyd spread his arms even wider and shouted that everyone, even the whole world, knew that with the opening of the trade route, this kingdom would become the richest country in the world. The builder spoke with wild enthusiasm about how even if they were attacked by dragon-level forces, they would hold them back. And then he spread his arms with pleasure, listening to the applause. The red-haired girl looked at him with a soft smile and put away the blade. The hero turned around, and then he smiled with all his might.
After watching the prophecy of the ending, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately mounted his ice dragon and headed straight for the Arctic. Javier, who was sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in a surprised tone where Lloyd was rushing off to so suddenly, wondering aloud if he had some business in the Mermaid Kingdom. But Lloyd, gazing into the distance, simply told him that he would understand when they arrived. Before that, however, he insisted on one thing. No matter what happened, Javier must not draw his sword under any circumstances. At that very moment, they had already reached a massive vortex swirling in the middle of the sea. This was the same gateway to hell they had encountered before. Without hesitation, they dived into it, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a cold, sharp resolve. Upon entering, they immediately made their way toward the residence of the Lord of the Underworld. The moment they reached his office, a voice echoed out to them, as if it had been waiting. The voice welcomed them and remarked that it had expected them to arrive around this time. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then the Lord of the Underworld spoke again, asking if he could pose a question first. He pointed out that Lloyd already knew he wanted him dead, and in that case, he was curious about what kind of courage had compelled Lloyd to come and face him directly. Hearing this, Javier's eyes widened in shock. He was startled by the mention of death and couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to Kim Suho. Lloyd responded calmly, stating that he wasn't someone particularly brave. He admitted that for someone like the Lord of the Underworld, killing him here would be effortless, and luring him into this place wasn't a difficult task either. Then he went on to explain with conviction that both the underworld and the human world were governed by strict laws. If he were to die in hell, then the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't be able to use his soul in the form he desired. Lloyd was certain that there existed a law like that, perhaps something about the soul completely vanishing upon death. Javier began sweating nervously as he listened. He remained highly focused, trying to comprehend the situation. The thought crossed his mind that the Lord of the Underworld might be intending to use Lloyd's soul and was trying to kill him for that purpose. The Lord of the Underworld then gave a soft chuckle and clapped, expressing that he was impressed by Lloyd's reasoning and his unwavering belief in it. With a cold glint in his eyes, he added that this was exactly why he wanted Lloyd to belong to him. Lloyd's expression darkened as he replied bluntly that he wasn't interested in men. He even noted that the Lord of the Underworld was old enough to be the ancestor of his ancestors. In response, the Underworld King laughed, saying that it was Lloyd's boldness that had made him so appealing. He then said it was time to answer Lloyd's original question. He acknowledged that he was human and that naturally one day he would die. But Lloyd asked why the Lord of the Underworld would go to the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill him, when waiting for his natural death should be no issue at all. The king admitted that waiting for Lloyd to die would, of course, be easier. However, he explained that there was a problem with the laws of the world. He had hoped Lloyd would commit horrific acts and use them to construct Alteroa, but every trace Lloyd left behind was unexpectedly positive. Nearly everyone who had come into contact with him ended up finding better lives and happiness. Because of this, Lloyd was accumulating too much virtue, and inevitably, when someone gathered a sufficient amount of merit, their soul would go directly to heaven upon death. That, the Lord of the Underworld said, was something he could not allow. Lloyd frowned and asked if the king intended to kill him before he accumulated any more virtue. The king confirmed that he did. Lloyd then stated that he knew the Underworld King couldn't just enter the human world so easily and asked how he planned to do it. The king replied that this was the limit of his kindness. He apologized, saying that as Lloyd likely knew, he never considered himself a good person to begin with. Irritated, Lloyd told him there was no need to apologize, that he would find the answer himself. The Lord of the Underworld sighed, saying that both Lloyd and Javier were overflowing with the will to live. Then, in a darker tone, he declared that Lloyd had no choice but to keep fighting against the restoration of fate until the day he died. He revealed that he had already set his sights on Lloyd's soul. The peaceful retirement Lloyd had always dreamed of was gone now, irretrievably so. His voice turned grave as he asked why Lloyd was still struggling so hard to live a life like that. Upon hearing those words, Lloyd's expression darkened for a moment, before he responded with strained determination that fighting until his last breath, or in other words, stealing like a capitalist dog, was the true meaning of his life. Hearing this, the King of Hell let out a soft chuckle and said he would assist him. The scene shifted back to the kingdom of Atanis. She was using the blood vision skill to observe the conditions of her people, from the centaur tribes to the merfolk, both races living peacefully. Her gaze then moved to other places. A construction tunnel, the bridges spanning across the river. And just then, her eyes lit up. Her vision locked onto the queen's palace. There she saw a stream of blood darting rapidly across the rooftop. When it reached a certain point, it suddenly sank and slipped through the ceiling. As soon as it descended, the intruder transformed into human form, an assassin. This was the queen's sleeping quarters. Just as the assassin let out a smug laugh, believing he had succeeded, his pupils shrank in shock. For the queen had already risen, sword in hand, poised to strike. Her voice rang out, cold and sharp, as she said that if she had stopped training, even for just a second she would have died. She then swiftly struck, slicing the assassin clean in two. But it didn't end there. The assassin's body began to morph into blood and flesh, startling the queen. It was a clone. Moments later, the flesh exploded and turned into a poisonous fog. The queen immediately covered her mouth with a cloth, thinking that the poison was similar to the one from before, but much stronger. The toxin quickly took effect, pulling her mind into a nightmarish illusion, one of suffering and despair. The recovery of fate. Bewildered, she wondered why she was experiencing this again. She was certain she had already overcome this curse. Then within the illusion, a calm voice told her not to worry, that someone was coming for her. Right at that moment, Lloyd appeared through the window. He caught the queen and quickly examined her condition. They laid her on the bed and assessed the extent of the curse. It was evident she was in extreme pain, struggling to resist the magic's grip. Lloyd fell deep into thought. He had arrived in time. But how could he break this curse? The queen was a key figure in the future he envisioned, a future where he could retire and live in peace. For that future to exist, she had to create a strong and stable nation. Seeing the queen writhing in pain caused Lloyd's expression to harden. He turned to Atanis and asked if there was any way to track down the assassin. She apologized, explaining that since the man had merged into blood, it would be extremely difficult to trace him. However, she did know something about the magic he had used. It was black magic created by an ancient demon named Maleficarum. The curse affecting the queen was one of those spells, and its power lay in amplifying the weaknesses within people, driving them to fear and madness. Atanis added that she also knew how to break it. That revelation caused Lloyd's eyes to light up. She explained that the essence of the curse was still just mana, and now it had spread throughout the queen's entire body. To purify it, a source of pure mana was required. Lloyd asked whether using his or Javier's mana could cleanse it. Atanis replied that Javier's mana wouldn't work. The cursed mana had already seeped into the queen's heart. If someone tried to forcefully inject foreign mana, it would only terrify her and scatter the curse further. What was needed was someone whom the queen trusted, someone who could make her feel completely safe. Only then would they be able to approach and purify the cursed mana. For example, she said, it could be the queen's lover. Lloyd froze for a moment at those words, his expression twisted in disbelief as he silently cursed. Was he supposed to wait until she recovered, then set up a romantic date and make her fall in love with him? That wasn't going to be easy, especially since she was unconscious. Both Javier and Atanis were dumbfounded by the implication. Atanis raised her hand, as if to say, Demon King, but that's the queen we're talking about. Yet before she could finish, Javier interrupted and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. The queen clearly trusted Lloyd, so they might as well give it a try. Atanis, now sweating nervously, stammered and tried to object. Wait, Javier, the queen clearly sees him as… But again, Javier cut her off, saying that, yes, the queen trusted Lloyd, and that's what mattered. It would work. Lloyd agreed to try. Behind them, Atanis whispered to Javier, saying that clearly he knew how the queen really felt about Lloyd. He wasn't that dense, Javier responded, clearly irritated, that when it came to that subject, he became the dumbest man alive. Then he urged everyone to move on. Lloyd turned to Atanis and ordered her to continue monitoring the recovery of fate effect. He instructed Javier and the others in the territory to be ready within 5 minutes, to intervene if needed. They had to catch the assassin. But first, the queen. He gently took her hand and carefully began transferring his mana to purify the curse, breaking apart the corrupted mana bit by bit. He reminded himself to stay calm and steady, handling it little by little. The first corrupted node, he targeted it. With a surge of pure mana, he shattered it. But the result made him frown. For every cursed unit he destroyed, 1 unit of his own mana was consumed. Damn it. Who knew how long this would take? Suddenly, the queen winced in pain in her unconscious state. Lloyd was alarmed, but moments later, she began to calm down again. He realized she was resisting the curse, even without outside help. He silently vowed to break the curse for her, no matter what. Then he unleashed a series of mana waves to aid her further. Within her mind, the queen was running, fleeing from vines that chased her relentlessly. Soon, they caught up and bound her tightly. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out in fear, begging for help. Lloyd's voice echoed into her mind, steady and comforting. He told her not to be afraid, that he was there with her. Upon hearing his voice, the queen picked up her sword and fought back. She slashed away the vines coiling around her, but more and more came at her. They wrapped around her body, engulfing her. She continued resisting, sweeping them away again and again, but each wave was stronger than the last, and soon she could no longer fend them off. The vines wrapped around her consciousness like a cocoon, her struggles growing weaker, and just when it seemed like there was no way out, Lloyd's hand reached into the darkness. He spoke with an assertive tone, and the queen, seemingly understanding his intent, continued the countdown with 2. The moment she counted 3, both of them simultaneously broke free from the cocoon that had been restraining her. They exchanged cheerful glances, and then the queen's consciousness instinctively embraced Lloyd's mana. The scene then shifted back to reality. The queen had awakened, while Lloyd had apparently dozed off beside her from exhaustion, still holding her hand. Her eyes, now calm and understanding, quietly observed Lloyd's sleeping face. Elsewhere, Javier was carrying out noise orders when he sensed the change and thought to himself that the queen's mana had grown significantly more stable. He let out a faint smile and wondered inwardly if this was what people called a partner in the language of romance. The next morning, a few female attendants approached the queen's chamber door and politely requested permission to enter, addressing her formally. But no response came. After waiting for a while, one of the girls called out again, asking if the queen was inside. A guard, now alert, remarked that it was strange. He clearly remembered the queen had gone to bed early the night before. He and the others instinctively reached for their sword hilts, feeling something was off, If there was no answer after 2 calls, they would have to break down the door. After all, they hadn't heard a single suspicious noise throughout the night. If there truly had been an intruder, the enemy must have been incredibly skilled to suppress all sound. They began calling out to the queen again, twice, but there was still no response. One of the guards finally shouted that they had to break down the door for her safety. Without further delay, they forcefully burst into the room, and what they saw caused the 2 of them to freeze in shock. There, on the bed, the queen and Lloyd were asleep in each other's arms. One of the guards shouted angrily, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. Their raised voices roused Lloyd from sleep. Still groggy and not yet fully conscious, he was startled when a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. In moments, he found himself tied up and dragged before a panel of judges. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, they had already declared him guilty and hauled him up to the execution stage with the intent to burn him alive. Lloyd, who hadn't even had a chance to brush his teeth or wash his face, was wide-eyed in panic and screamed out in confusion, demanding to know what the hell was going on and begging them to at least let him say something. But the angry crowd, looking at his bewildered expression, only hurled more curses at him. They said his repulsive face was evidence enough. He tried to ask them to wait, begged them to call the queen, but was immediately silenced as they snapped that she was still sleeping and that he, a filthy pervert who had dared sneak into a noblewoman's bed in the dead of night, deserved to be thrown into the 19th layer of hell. Desperate, he pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding, but someone mocked the very idea, claiming that just by the look on his face, it was obvious he'd enjoyed himself. Another even accused him of stealing a puppy from their house the night before and insisted he must have been the culprit. That was when Lloyd suddenly noticed something. Javier had arrived. He had been hoping Javier would come to his rescue, but to his horror, the man was only standing there laughing at him. Lloyd cursed internally, realizing Javier had no intention of helping him. He looked up toward the sky and silently called out to Atanis, hoping she could see his plight and come to his aid. But up in the heavens, Atanis was clutching her stomach, doubled over in laughter, showing not a hint of concern for him. Now both frightened and furious, Lloyd shouted in frustration, asking why no one cared when he was in danger. The system's voice chimed in mockingly, reminding him that he was an existence imbued with the power of a high-level swordmaster, a demon lord, and the commander of the world's mightiest army. So who would bother to worry about him? Lloyd continued to protest, yelling that there should at least be a little sympathy. Just then, a voice called out in the distance, asking what was going on. As soon as he heard it, Lloyd immediately recognized it. It was the Queen's voice. She stormed forward and demanded to know where Duke Lloyd was. Hearing that, Lloyd frantically cried out that he was right there, his expression full of panic. But when she finally laid eyes on him, strung up on the execution frame, she couldn't help but be startled, and then burst out laughing. Her reaction crushed what little spirit Lloyd had left. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from fear, but from sheer humiliation. Eventually, he was freed from the frame and escorted back to the palace. The Queen's voice was the first to speak. She began by apologizing, saying that she should have explained everything to everyone much earlier. However, even if everyone's actions had been justifiable, the Queen stated that acting without her permission was still considered disrespectful. Upon hearing that, Lloyd grew disinterested and didn't bother replying, instead thinking to himself that she clearly seemed pleased about being strung up by that group. At that moment, the Queen's tone turned more serious as she explained that her health was currently not in good condition. As she raised her hand, veins bulging and darkened by the curse, the gathered officials couldn't help but stir with concern. They whispered among themselves, saying they had never seen the Queen in such a state before. Lloyd, too, looked on in surprise. The Queen went on to say that the previous night, as her condition had worsened, she had summoned Lord Lloyd to assist her. She mentioned that he knew some methods to dispel the curse and had exhausted himself helping her through the entire night. The process, she said, had required an enormous amount of mana, and both of them had fallen asleep without realizing it. Right after saying that, she used her mana to activate the curse on her arm again, causing visible fear among the officials. She added that if the treatment was not continued, the curse would only worsen over time. Lloyd silently thought to himself that being direct about the only solution was indeed the best approach, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking that this was just like the Queen. The Queen then formally addressed him, calling out, "Lloyd Frontera," and asked how long the treatment would take to complete. He replied that it would take about a month and assured her that he would ensure the curse would be completely eliminated within that period. When she asked what the method entailed, he answered that he would use his own mana, as he possessed the ability to eradicate the cursed mana from her body at its source. Just then, the cursed veins began spreading to the Queen's face. causing her visible pain. The officials panicked and cried out, asking if she was all right. The queen called Lloyd to come closer, and when he approached, she extended her cursed arm to him, telling him to heal it. He took her hand gently and began transferring his mana into her. Her condition quickly improved. The veins gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving the ministers astonished. After the healing was done, the queen explained to everyone present that as they had just seen, the treatment required Lloyd's unique mana. Therefore, she declared that for the next month, Lloyd Frontera would remain by her side at all times, 24 hours a day, to continue the purification process. Hearing that, Lloyd smiled and thought to himself that he hadn't even figured out how to convince the officials, but thanks to her, things had progressed smoothly. At that moment, an official stepped forward and respectfully said that while they deeply cared for the queen's well-being, there were still the laws of the kingdom to consider. The queen calmly responded that she would, of course, follow the kingdom's laws. Her words shocked those present, who could hardly believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who still hadn't fully understood what law they were referring to, was left confused. Then the queen stood up and told everyone to disperse. Afterward, she turned toward Lloyd, extended her hand to him, and said it must have been hard on him. Lloyd replied that it was nothing, Your Majesty, though in his mind he was still wondering what law they had been referring to. Suddenly, the queen gripped his hand tightly, startling him, and softly said, "Caught you." Her expression made Lloyd's face flush red, though he still had no idea what was really going on. Before long, the entire kingdom erupted with gossip. People whispered, asking if others had heard the rumor, that it was indeed Count Lloyd, and that he would be staying by the queen's side every day for an entire month. That would mean he'd also be entering the royal chambers. Some speculated that according to royal law, anyone who shared the king or queen's chamber, regardless of the reason, must marry the monarch. No exceptions. The scene shifted to some time later. At that moment, the queen was working as usual, but she held a pen in one hand and Lloyd's hand in the other. The potato boy sat beside her, fully focused on eliminating the curse. Evidently, a group of enemies had been hiding in the area, but now all of them had been surrounded by the queen alone. Immediately, a series of mana rays shot out, shattering countless cursed mana streams. When one of the enemies tried to escape, Lloyd, whose expression turned wild, gritted his teeth and internally warned that he wouldn't let the foe get away. His mana, like a hound, chased down the cursed energy and sank its fangs into it. His face contorted with effort, matching the intensity of the moment. Watching all this, the queen, who sat right beside him, felt a mix of exasperation and revulsion, clearly wanting to distance herself. At the same time, Lloyd's face gleamed with a predatory eagerness, as though he just found something delicious. His mana surged forward and his mouth opened wide, as if ready to chomp down on the cursed stream. But at that exact moment, someone entered the room with a document. Lloyd immediately changed his expression to one of seriousness, but that slight distraction gave the enemy a brief opportunity, though the threat was quickly neutralized again. Then, suddenly and without warning, the queen let go of his hand. Lloyd looked stunned and called out, asking why she had done so, saying that without holding hands, the healing process would. Before he could finish, the queen remained silent for a brief moment. Then she smiled faintly and looked at him teasingly, as though to suggest that he seemed to enjoy holding her hand quite a bit. That reaction made the potato boy freeze in place. He stammered in response, insisting it was purely for treatment purposes and nothing more. Hearing that, the queen's voice took on a more serious tone. She asked him if that meant he didn't enjoy holding her hand at all. Lloyd stumbled over his words again, unable to clearly say whether he did or didn't. The queen, amused, thought to herself that teasing this potato head was actually rather entertaining. At that moment, the system interface appeared, displaying that his intelligence seemed to drop only in situations like this. She found herself wondering what kind of strange condition that might be. In response, Lloyd could only make a few incoherent sounds, unable to form a proper sentence. Seeing his mind starting to overload, the queen finally spoke up with a voice of mock understanding. She said she got what he was trying to say, that if she let go of his hand again, the treatment would slow down. With that, she rolled up her sleeve and handed her arm to Lloyd, allowing him to take hold once more. Then, she picked up a strip of cloth and tied their hands together. In a calm tone, she instructed him to hold one end of the string and to pull it tight when she reached the count of 13. She began to count 1, 2, 3, 4. And as soon as the last number fell from her lips, they both pulled, fastening the knot. She then remarked that from this point on, they wouldn't be able to separate, no matter how hard they tried. Her actions made Lloyd blush deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. His thoughts drifted back to the time when she had once proposed to him and to what had happened in the frozen cavern. But he quickly shook his head, trying to regain his focus and dismissing such ideas as foolish. He reminded himself that the queen must surely see him as nothing more than a loyal retainer, valuable only because of his competence. He believed she simply wanted someone capable by her side. Telling himself it was impossible to think otherwise, he vowed to finish the task at hand and escape from that place once and for all. The system appeared once again, but then it raised a hypothetical. What if she truly had feelings for him? Upon hearing that, Lloyd immediately made a mocking face, prompting the system to sigh in exasperation. It was clearly tired of his antics but could do nothing else. It merely advised him to stay focused, urging him to concentrate and carefully monitor every trace of dark mana. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, announcing that it was time for the queen's training. She sprang up so suddenly that Lloyd was startled. She declared her arrival, and not long after, the two of them were already in the midst of the people, right in the training ground, where arrows came flying from every direction. Naturally, Lloyd had now become little more than a tool in the queen's hands, thrown around like a rag, tossed this way and that without mercy. At one point, an arrow whizzed right between his legs, causing his blood pressure to drop dramatically. As soon as the training session ended, someone approached to inform the queen that it was time to attend a royal assembly. She simply replied that she would be there. Once the meeting concluded, another attendant arrived to announce that it was time to review official reports. She acknowledged it again. After completing those duties, someone else reported that it was time for training once more. And thus the cycle repeated. Lloyd, poor thing, was once again flung about like a wet mop in a storm of arrows. This endless loop of the queen's work showed no signs of stopping or even slowing. There was absolutely no rest. After a while, Lloyd resembled a shriveled potato, completely worn out. That evening, exhausted, he addressed the queen. She asked what he wanted. He told her that she needed to reduce her workload, that her recovery was being delayed. She acknowledged his concern and admitted she wished she could, but insisted that it wasn't possible. When he asked why, especially given how many capable subordinates she had, she explained that if she delegated everything, problems might arise in some unnoticed corner. Those issues could be delayed in detection and end up harming the country. Lloyd, tired but persistent, argued that even if things were delayed a little, her treatment was still more important. He begged her to rest at least a little, but the queen countered that if she rested, the people would suffer. She said that if she could endure hardship, then others could rest easier. Lloyd tried again to persuade her, but she abruptly cut him off, saying that it was enough. She simply could not rest. She shouted that she would be releasing his hand for a moment, needing to change clothes. Lloyd let out a sigh, feeling dejected. He thought to himself that she truly was the obsessive type when it came to work, someone almost impossible to reason with once she set her mind to something. He also realized she wasn't someone who could be deceived by tricks or manipulation. He wondered what he should do. And then, a glint returned to Lloyd's eyes. It seemed like he had come up with a new scheme. That evening, he raised his voice again and addressed her. She responded that she had already told him she couldn't take a break, but he claimed that wasn't what the gods wanted. When she asked what he meant, he calmly stated that he believed he could do better. Better at what? She inquired. He answered, at fulfilling the role of a monarch. His words clearly startled her. After a moment of silence, she turned to him and asked what he had just said. Lloyd smiled and replied that if he were king, he believed he could handle everything more efficiently. The queen asked if he truly meant to suggest he could be more effective than her. Did he really believe he could rule? Lloyd smiled again and confirmed that he did, adding that having observed her work today, he was confident he could do better. The queen fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly deep in thought, but then her expression darkened as she snapped at him. She accused him of being all bark and no bite, and reminded him that even after following her around for just one day, he was already reduced to a lifeless husk, yet still had the audacity to spout nonsense. In response, Lloyd sarcastically retorted that if the driver was bad at steering, of course the passengers would get motion sickness. That comment only infuriated her further. She reminded him that he hadn't even seen 1/10 of her duties. But Lloyd, now full of snark, twisted his lips and arrogantly remarked that, from what he'd seen, there seemed to be many different tasks, but they all looked surprisingly easy. Before he could even finish that sentence, the queen punched him straight in the mouth without hesitation, and she didn't stop there. She unleashed a flurry of blows like a furious goddess of war, while Lloyd could do nothing but cry out in pain, completely overwhelmed. Eventually, she grew tired and halted her onslaught. Lloyd, now battered and broken, weakly gasped that he, her lowly servant, had no means of resisting her overwhelming power. He retracted everything he had said. He admitted that, being weak and incompetent, there was no way he could ever perform better than the queen. Lloyd hastily apologized, saying he was deeply sorry. At that moment, the queen was about to strike him again, but hearing his apology only made her more furious. Through gritted teeth, she declared that if he insisted on speaking like that, then he should stay by her side for a week and try handling the duties of the royal family himself. In response, Lloyd quickly raised his hand and pleaded not for a week, but just for 3 minutes. From that moment on, he asked to be treated like a king for exactly 3 minutes, promising that during that time he would show her something incredible. Though clearly irritated, the queen reluctantly agreed. She stood up and dragged Lloyd's battered body across the floor, set a timer, and told him that for the next 3 minutes he would be king. She challenged him to see how far his grand boasts would actually get him. But before she could finish, Lloyd interrupted her with a grave voice, pointing out her knees. A dark aura began to radiate from his body, and he widened his eyes menacingly at her. In a low, commanding tone, he demanded to know why she wasn't kneeling before the king of the kingdom and ordered her to bow her head immediately. The queen immediately lunged forward, shouting angrily, questioning how he dared speak to her in such a manner. But Lloyd barked back just as fiercely, accusing her of trying to beat him into submission again. He told her to reflect on herself and questioned whether she was willing to admit that she was nothing more than a king who ruled with her fists. Though her face was still twisted in fury, Lloyd continued, saying that if she wanted proof of his words, she had better start showing proper respect. Despite his arrogant speech, Lloyd was actually terrified, sweating profusely as he silently prayed for his life and for divine protection. The queen, seething with anger, found herself unable to argue back. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lowered her fist. Seeing this, Lloyd was stunned. He was still alive. Grateful and relieved, he internally thanked the heavens and the ancestors, thinking he was about to die for sure. Then, regaining his composure, he crossed one leg over the other and casually ordered the queen to kneel, taunting her for her earlier anger. When she snapped back at him, questioning how he dared speak like that to a king, he simply raised his voice again, demanding why she wasn't performing the proper royal salute. Even though she was trembling with rage, the queen tried to force herself to comply with the ceremonial bow, clearly intending to see what this self-proclaimed dog thief was planning next. Lloyd pressed on, instructing everyone to listen to the words of this great king. He proclaimed that Alicia Termina Magentano would immediately delegate all duties to her subordinates and focus solely on recovery, just as she had previously stated. Hearing this, the queen shouted that she had already said such a topic was out of the question, but Lloyd, grinning and waving his hand dismissively, cut her off with exaggerated sounds, mockingly lamenting that the words of the king had been interrupted. The sight of his smug expression startled her, and despite her rage, she finally gave in and allowed him to continue. Lloyd continued by saying that, as she had mentioned before, no matter whom the queen entrusted with a task, she would never be fully satisfied, because the best results always came when she handled things herself. That experience had made her unable to stop working, and Lloyd admitted he understood that deeply. He knew it all stemmed from her deep concern for the nation. He emphasized that she was incredibly important, perhaps not the greatest monarch in the kingdom's history, but certainly one who carried immense weight. However, he questioned what would happen if the curse continued to worsen. If she lost the ability to act, the kingdom would fall. He stressed that sacrificing one's body wasn't the only form of devotion. Even if there were immediate issues to deal with, he urged her to look further ahead, to care for herself and focus on the future. In doing so, she could actually do better. He pleaded with her to stop everything and focus on healing. Any problems that arose during her absence could always be addressed one by one later on. At that moment, the queen fell silent in contemplation. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and solemnly replied that she would follow His Majesty's command. Lloyd, meanwhile, was sweating nervously, inwardly grateful that she wasn't so much of a workaholic that she couldn't step away. He figured she would likely accept that his words mirrored the approach of previous monarchs. Then, with some awkwardness, he suggested that Magentano continue the discussion. He began by proposing to allocate a bit more of the royal budget to the Frontella district. However, the queen quickly interrupted him. When she started to speak again, the king interjected, asking in disbelief if she was interrupting him once more. She protested that she wasn't, but stated with icy calm that exactly 3 minutes had passed. At that, Lloyd Frontiera's face turned pale. An oppressive silence descended over the room. The queen slowly stood up, and in the next moment, launched into a flurry of merciless, lightning-fast kicks, stomping Lloyd's head into the floor. She furiously exclaimed that this was for talking nonsense, and for daring to make her bow. Despite Lloyd repeatedly begging for forgiveness, calling himself her loyal subject, she continued stomping him relentlessly. Eventually, when she grew tired of kicking, she suddenly remembered something and demanded to know. Hadn't he claimed that he would prove himself more capable in the role of king? What exactly had he managed to prove? With his face still pressed to the ground, Lloyd murmured that there was no way a mere servant like him could take on the role of queen. He admitted that what he had said earlier was simply a lie. Upon hearing that, the queen once again flew into a rage and resumed her barrage of stomps, cursing as she went. But amidst her fury, a thought began to form in her mind. She realized what Lloyd had truly been trying to express. He must have come up with something to help broaden her narrow perspective. That night, as she reflected on it, she smiled gently and remarked that she liked him more and more. And as she said this, she continued pressing her foot down on the poor potato still lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a month later. At that time, both of them had unwrapped the bandages around their wrists and slowly released each other's hands. The queen stood in quiet reflection, sensing her body anew. Meanwhile, Lloyd knelt before her and congratulated her on a full recovery. The system issued a notification, congratulating Lloyd on receiving a new title, Husband of the Queen. Lloyd cursed inwardly, expressing his intense dislike for the title. He thought to himself that if he ever married someone so obsessed with work, he would inevitably become her #1 slave. The system further explained the effect of the title, stating that if he were ever in danger, Queen Magentano would instinctively sense it and immediately rush to his side. Lloyd privately admitted that the effect wasn't so bad after all. If only he could rename the title, everything would be fine. However, the system denied that possibility, flatly stating that such a change would not happen, as it rather liked the current title. After the queen completed her treatment, Lloyd returned to Frontella. He needed to clean up all the minor issues that had piled up over the past 2 months, which was his way of softening the blow of Fate's recovery. But before handling those tasks, he had to face a more immediate threat, the invasion of the King of Hell. He reminded himself that the King of Hell could not freely enter this world, which meant that, like the Hell Knight, he too would need to undergo some sort of ritual. Lloyd believed that if they could completely seal that ritual, they might be able to stop him. And to find out how to do that, he soon made his way to the Machine of Truth. He thought that all he had to do was ask the Gem of Truth. However, after a long moment without any response, he began to worry. He wondered what was going on and feared the worst. He immediately moved and soon made a shocking discovery. There was a visible crack. He was stunned. He had run countless simulations before, confirming that the gem would remain stable for thousands of years. And yet now, the Gem of Truth was being damaged. Everything he had worked for in this world, everything, was possibly falling apart. At that exact moment, a voice called out in urgency. The Demon King Atlantis, filled with concern, reported that all the facilities Lloyd had built around the world had been destroyed simultaneously. Every single one of them, everywhere. The news left Lloyd shaken. Without wasting a moment, he mounted his dragon and flew to the nearest location, the territory of the centaurs. There, he immediately summoned Babylon, who responded swiftly by enlarging itself and using earth to fill the emerging fissure. Meanwhile, from below, Atlantis reported again to the Demon King that a crack had formed at the Laha Bridge. Lloyd quickly instructed them to contact the Queen and request that she halt all travel activities. He added that once the area was sealed, he would head directly to that location. The scene shifted to the port city of Cremo, where a horde of monsters was already surging toward the shore. Alarm sirens echoed across the area, urging citizens to evacuate immediately. It didn't take long before the monsters climbed onto land and began wreaking havoc. Sensing the threat, the merfolk tribe appeared and quickly launched a counterattack using their spears. Javier reported that they had managed to repel the Giga Titan's assault, thanks to the assistance of the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd acknowledged the report and asked about the ice prison. Javier informed him that Lord Byron was currently overseeing the repairs. Lloyd then issued orders, instructing that Julian must never leave Princess Sarazat's side, and that the number of demon guards at the Count's residence be increased. Seeing the anxiety on Lloyd's face, Javier couldn't help but feel concerned as well. Back in the Frontera territory, someone was shouting at Team B, urging them to stop lagging behind. Once they finished the insulation layer, they were to move to road repair duty. There was a shortage of workers in the mining area, and a support team needed to be dispatched immediately. Meanwhile, pests had started appearing on the restored grasslands, adding to the growing list of problems. Amidst the rush and chaos among the citizens, several unfamiliar figures began to appear. One of them remarked that everyone seemed very busy. Another, dressed in red robes, responded that human lives were short, so it was only natural for them to live busily. She then gazed into the distance and commented that their sleepy-headed boy seemed to be over there. Very quickly, the three of them entered through the gate of the Count's mansion. Upon seeing this, a group of demonic guards immediately demanded that they stop, declaring that the area was restricted. However, in response, the girl in the red dress merely flicked her hand lightly. Instantly, the ground erupted, sending the entire group flying in chaotic disarray. The girl beside her, visibly worried, expressed her concern that those people might actually be good individuals, but the one in red simply waved it off, saying that such a detail didn't matter all that much. It was faster this way than wasting time trying to explain everything. At that very moment, another group quickly approached the trio. It was Javier and Atanis, and they immediately assumed combat-ready stances. Seeing this, the girl in red clicked her tongue in annoyance and muttered that these little pests were truly irritating. Fortunately, the girl beside her hastily urged her to calm down. Just then, a voice from behind caught everyone's attention. It was the Dragon King, who called out joyfully. The girl known as Kiddo also waved back at him in greeting. Without delay, they proceeded inside the mansion. The Dragon King, speaking in a gentle tone, mentioned that she had been contacting him every day since that day. The girl in red responded by stating that their mother had already forgiven her, and that they had come to take her back home. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King remarked in mock realization that it must have been the cruel dragon mother who had been blocking his calls. Someone nearby scolded him, telling him he shouldn't say such things, and warned that they had definitely heard every word. Another voice even threatened to burn him if he kept talking like that. Someone else added that their world tour had come to an end, and now it was finally time to return home. Upon hearing that, the Dragon King went silent for a brief moment, before stating that there was still someone she needed to meet first. The scene then shifted to where Lloyd was working with the villagers to repair a structure. The Dragon King's voice reached him, drawing his attention. The Dragon King remarked that Lloyd still seemed to be working hard. Lloyd replied hesitantly, saying that he was managing to hang on. The Dragon King asked whether the Stone of Truth hadn't told him how to stop the restoration of fate. Lloyd didn't respond, remaining silent. The Dragon King continued, suggesting that perhaps Lloyd didn't like the proposed method. He pointed out that Lloyd must have known things could get worse, and questioned what would happen if those events continued to unfold, one after another, without end. He asked whether Lloyd truly intended to keep doing this for the rest of his life. Lloyd's short reply was that he could. Surprised? The Dragon King commented on how quick and unhesitant his answer was. Then, standing up, he sighed theatrically, and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Since he had developed a good impression of Lloyd, smiling faintly, responded that he had never done anything good for the Dragon King, and therefore couldn't ask for anything in return. The Dragon King fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then he remarked that, if there ever was something he could help with, he imagined Lloyd would probably find a way to blackmail him into doing it anyway. He then added that he would return to his own home now, admitting that the time spent here wasn't so bad after all, and wished for Lloyd to become someone better. With that, the Dragon King's figure vanished. Lloyd, lost in thought, pondered silently to himself. The powers of hellish and heavenly dragons, if pitted against one another, would create destruction far worse than any war among species. If he could end the invasion of the King of Hell by his own hands, he might be able to minimize the damage. He questioned how he could possibly defeat the King of Hell, or better yet, stop his manifestation entirely. To learn the answer, he knew he had to fix the Stone of Truth first. At that moment, Javier approached and reported that the Vikings had been right. At this pace, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He added that they were unprepared for the King of Hell's invasion and that they needed to resolve at least one of the two major issues. He pleaded with Lloyd to tell him what the Stone of Truth had said, how they could stop fate from restoring itself. The question made Lloyd fall silent for a brief moment. Then, with a smile, he replied that he had already told Javier. It had said it didn't know, that it was completely useless. But before he could continue, Javier interrupted with a firm gaze and once again asked him to please share what he knew. Slightly surprised by Javier's persistence, Lloyd repeated that he had already said it. The stone claimed it didn't know. Javier questioned him, insisting that what he heard couldn't possibly be true. At that moment, Lloyd grew visibly irritated and told him he should stop. But Javier remained firm and demanded the answer. Lloyd repeated, more sternly this time, that he needed to stop. Javier, however, raised his voice, asking why Lloyd was intentionally hiding the truth. He told him not to try to face everything alone and reminded him that they were supposed to confront it together. He then asked almost pleadingly whether they weren't friends. Loey, cold and distant now, shouted back, asking who Javier thought was his friend, calling him a country bumpkin. His words startled everyone around them. Hearing those cruel remarks, Javier fell silent for a moment before quietly apologizing, admitting that perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Without saying another word, Loey turned and walked away. Inwardly, he thought to himself that he was sorry. He wondered how he could ever tell Javier the truth, that one of them would have to die to save everyone else. Not long after, Loey stood before the pyramid-shaped crystal of truth, a vital cornerstone he had once designed. However, a large crack had formed on it. With a pensive hum, he acknowledged that the material was irreplaceable and couldn't be repaired through ordinary means. He placed his hand on the surface, prompting a digital interface to appear. He considered the idea of compressing it and switched to simulation mode. But as the test simulation began, where mana was compressed from both sides, the entire structure collapsed instantly. He cursed, realizing it had completely shattered. Determined not to give up, he told himself to try another idea. This time, he attempted to slowly inject mana and let the crystal heal itself. To his surprise, this method, though slow, proved effective. He expressed a sense of triumph. It would take time, but the damage could be repaired. Just then, a system alert appeared. It warned that due to slight structural alterations in the crystal of truth, some functions might experience errors. Frowning with resolve, Loey muttered to himself that there was still much to uncover. But regardless of the challenges, he had to fix it. As he continued to analyze, he noted that only he and Javier were capable of handling this task. Just then, his mind drifted back to the harsh words he had said earlier. Regret washed over him, and he slammed his head against the wall. He cursed his own stupidity for not just staying silent as he usually did. He accused himself of behaving like a foolish main character. After a few more head slams, he rolled over in pain, groaning that it still hurt just as much, even with the title of Swordmaster. Then he remembered Javier's words, telling him not to carry everything alone, urging that they face everything together. Loey began to reflect, wondering if he had been wrong all this time. He told himself that Javier was the true protagonist, the real hero, the one meant to solve the problem and save everyone. He thought that if he could just stop this damned resurrection phenomenon, then he could focus on accumulating merit before being taken by the King of Hell. And that would be enough to solve everything. A spark of determination returned to his eyes, and he felt that perhaps the outcome of their story could still be changed. Just then, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to see the ending in advance, and before he could respond, he was pulled into a vision of the future. There, he stood silently by a balcony, his expression heavy and contemplative, gazing over a dark and gloomy landscape. Frontera, at least, was still safe, and with that, he began to think that maybe telling the truth to Javier was the right thing after all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Javier announced himself, saying he had something to say. Loey invited him in. Javier entered calmly and walked over to him. He hesitantly asked whether Loey was still angry. Surprised by the sudden question, Loey began speaking in a gentle tone. He admitted that, the day before, he had said some very hurtful things that he shouldn't have. Javier was startled, exclaiming that it had only been one day. So did that mean the end would come tomorrow? Loey continued, explaining that he assumed those words must have weighed on Javier's mind. He also added that he understood now what Javier had truly meant. Loey remained silent for a moment, adjusted his posture, and then began speaking with a more serious tone. He said that regarding Javier's question from the day before, he would now explain the method that the gem, truth, had proposed to stop the phenomenon of restoration. He decided to begin from the root of the matter. According to him, Javier was actually the true protagonist of this world. That statement caught Javier completely off guard. He seemed shocked and asked, almost incredulously, if Loey was really referring to him. Loey, observing him quietly, realized with some alarm that he might never have shared this information with Javier before. Then Loey from the future resumed his explanation. He claimed that he himself was also a protagonist, but from a different world. He asked rhetorically what it meant when two protagonists existed in the same timeline, then answered his own question. The world would collapse. For the restoration phenomenon to end, one of them had to die. Loey from the past tried to keep a calm expression. He continued watching Javier and thinking to himself with frustration that there was no way he would do something that foolish. He was certain that once Javier heard the truth, the boy would find a solution. But that assumption proved wrong. Javier, after hearing everything, began unsheathing his sword, That action stunned both Loi from the past and Loi from the future. Javier, however, remained calm, as he said that if the phenomenon of restoration couldn't be stopped, then the best thing to do was to accumulate as much virtue as possible. Before Loi could even fully register what was happening, Javier had already thrust the sword straight into his own chest. The act left Loi from the past in utter shock, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Loi from the future also responded in panic, rushing forward and shouting for him to stop. He screamed, asking Javier what the hell he was doing and calling him insane, demanding that he pull the sword out immediately. In those final moments, Javier summoned his power to envelop the sword, and with a gentle smile, he asked Loi to protect the world well. He called him Young Master. One last time, right in front of Loi, who was frozen in horror, a blue light began to wrap around Javier. It was the light of a swordmaster's aura, a divine radiance that chose what to leave behind, an empty space and a boundless pain. After Javier willingly sacrificed himself, the sword fell to the cold ground with a metallic clang. Loi from the future hadn't even managed to do anything. His eyes gradually lost their light as he dropped to his knees in the room still glowing red from magical aftershock. His entire body trembled. His soul felt like it was shattering, and then came only pain. Pain so deep it couldn't even be voiced. He could do nothing but cry out in despair, tears flowing in two burning streams down his cheeks. The scene shifted back to the present. At the same time, Javier slowly approached him again, calling out in a familiar voice, "Young Master!" He reappeared as if he had never left. Calm and composed, Loi thought silently that Javier had always been like that, and that was precisely the problem. That very trait of his made Loi bite his lip in frustration. After a brief pause, he finally spoke Javier's name aloud, but within himself, he vowed that no matter what happened, he would never let Javier die again. Loi's expression suddenly changed. He put on his signature crooked smile, raised his hand, and turned to face Javier with a teasing remark. He asked if Javier was still mad about him losing his temper yesterday. People tended to say nonsense when they were tired, didn't they? He reminded himself. He concluded that everything would have to be solved one step at a time. Upon seeing Loi's face, Javier could only respond with a tired look, not even bothering to argue. He muttered that Loi had been the loudest one screaming anyway. Loi immediately mimicked his tone in mockery, reminding Javier smugly that he was the boss around here and that Javier shouldn't forget that. Javier ignored the teasing and instead gave a report. More importantly, Lady Atonist had just detected an anomaly in Nameran. Signs of dark magic had recently appeared in the area. Loi furrowed his brows, speculating that it might be another attempt to summon a Hell Knight. He considered launching an attack to stop them in time. Even if they succeeded in summoning Heogai, he figured the situation wouldn't be too dangerous. But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He heard the echoing laughter from the 19th layer of hell. It was Lloyd's voice, laughing like a mischievous dog thief. He. Wait a minute, Loi thought. This might actually be an unexpected opportunity. Javier, hearing this thought, asked what exactly Loi meant. Loi's face lit up in a dangerously enthusiastic way. He said it was time to begin. Their plan to kidnap Heo Knai was now officially in motion. The scene cut to hell itself. There, a massive figure clad in black armor stood imposingly. He held a glowing red sword and introduced himself as George Eximus, the head of security for the Hell King's office. He recalled that, in the past, there had been a brutal duo from Hell who had left a lasting mark on his soul. He shouted at the intruders to stop, cursed at them, and demanded to know if they realized where they were. He declared that he had a personal grudge against their kind. He remembered back to when he was a rookie, shy, awkward, and full of mistakes. The scene flashed comically to that memory. George was fumbling around the kitchen, frustrated and muttering to himself about where the hell the coffee had gone. He worried that if he slacked off, the senior officers would scold him again. A teammate had called out to him at the time, saying that he was only slow because of his nerves. He just needed to stay calm and enjoy the process. That senior officer had been a beloved mentor, kind-hearted and always encouraging. George believed that without that support, he could never have become a true Hell Knight. Someone nearby asked if he had seen the newly arrived souls. They laughed, commenting on how ridiculous their expressions were. George laughed back, agreeing. Then suddenly, he sensed something. He was being summoned into the human world. He accepted it with a grin, acknowledged it respectfully, and said he would be careful. And with a final laugh, he said goodbye. For now, in a moment charged with emotion, his senior was split in half right before his eyes. The shock of the event overwhelmed him, and all he could do was cry out through tears of despair, calling out to his mentor in helplessness. Later, He heard rumors that his mentor had been devoured alive by the Hell Poet. Now, standing face to face with his enemy, George Eximus roared with fury. He declared that he was George Eximus, captain of the Boar Division, and challenged the intruder for causing chaos at his workplace. He proclaimed that those who knew how to enjoy life were the strongest, just like his mentor had once said. He insisted he had never forgotten his mentor's teachings and vowed to take revenge. With tremendous power, he charged forward, claiming he would avenge his mentor with all his heart. But before he could even reach his target, Javier appeared suddenly and struck him down with a devastating blow. Joker Eximus collapsed in defeat, admitting bitterly that he had lost miserably and was crying with all his heart. Still, he shouted that he wouldn't give up. He explained that he had trained with all his might in hell, savoring every moment of the pain in order to grow stronger. He hadn't been allowed to act last time, but this time, he declared, he had been summoned to the human world. At that very moment, Hell Knight, a dark warrior brimming with fury, stepped onto the battlefield. In his heart burned the intense hatred caused by the death of his close comrade. He swore he would take revenge for his senior no matter what happened. Yet he warned the Hell Poet to beware. He would no longer allow him to act freely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two protagonists had managed to assess the situation just in time. Even without any summoning rituals, dark magic had already spread throughout the area. They realized it was the phenomenon of restoration at play, something that forced fate to regenerate, even if it defied natural law. They noted that summoning a Hell Knight required absorbing life force, which meant that even if all of Nemarian were evacuated, the spell would still seek out living beings to drain. Loi responded that Count Nemarian had mentioned a recent surge of unusually aggressive rats in the area, which could be a result of their life energy being siphoned away. At that point, Lloyd wore a sinister expression as he declared that he would turn this chaos to their advantage. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. From the smoke and blazing magical light, Hell Knight charged forward. It was time for revenge. However, he was caught off guard to find two individuals already waiting. They claimed it was just a coincidence. But Lloyd, wearing a scornful expression, retorted that if it was merely a coincidence, then he would take the opportunity to end Hell Knight's life right there. Hearing this, Hell Knight became enraged and rushed forward with a furious scream, shouting that he would avenge his fallen comrade. On the other side, however, Loi maintained his usual devious smirk and suggested they finish this quickly. Without warning, a powerful blow crashed down on Hell Knight's head. Then Javier began relentlessly striking him with his sword without a shred of mercy. Eximus could only clutch his head in pain, tears streaming down his face, lips trembling. He couldn't understand it. He had trained every day, endured the brutal effects of hellish training, and yet this was the outcome. In the moment of defeat, he muttered that now he understood. They enjoyed every aspect of life more than he ever had. Eventually, his body collapsed onto the shattered stone floor. Loi approached calmly and gently remarked that he was sorry. Since the man had barged in uninvited, his bodyguards had attacked on instinct. Then he turned to Javier and angrily scolded him for not controlling his emotions. In contrast, Javier simply growled with a dark expression. Lloyd snapped at him again, calling him a cruel, sadistic deviant. But the next moment, he switched to a gentle, motherly expression and assured everyone that leaving Hell Knight alone would be dangerous. He might end up killing their dear knight. However, he promised that as long as he was present, the vicious one wouldn't dare do anything. Still, the Hell Knight was far from calm. He shouted that Lloyd should shut his mouth, that he was the enemy of Senior Choexius, and swore he would kill him. Before he could finish his sentence, Javier had already charged at him, beating him down like a dog. Lloyd, once again pretending to be the good guy, tried to stop Javier, telling him to calm down and that it was enough. After Javier had vented enough violence, Lloyd resumed speaking with mock sincerity. He apologized and said he didn't know what else to offer. Then, with a glowing smile and a gentle demeanor, he presented a contract and softly asked the Hell Knight if he would be interested in a good job. Furious, the Hell Knight shouted that he was a warrior of hell and had no need for other employment. Loi, puzzled, asked whether hell didn't allow for side jobs. He then demanded to see the Hell Knight's employment contract. When the knight asked what a contract was, Loi was stunned. He couldn't believe they were working without contracts. It was simply absurd. This reaction sparked the knight's curiosity. Lloyd went on to ask how much the knight was paid for his work. The knight responded by asking what pay meant. Growing increasingly concerned, Lloyd inquired about working hours, asking if he worked 24 hours a day, without rest, without insurance, and what that even meant to him. By this point, Lloyd could no longer contain himself. He cried out in disbelief, wondering how there could be a place even more capitalistically exploitative than his own workplace. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his head in despair. He sobbed that the king of hell must be a heartless tyrant, exploiting his subordinates down to their very bones. The Hell Knight fell silent, his gaze distant as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. He sometimes wondered if life was meant to be this way, where one worked themselves to the brink of exhaustion only to die without gaining anything in return. He questioned whether such a life was truly one of labor or merely one of being used, but back then, his senior had merely given him a light, playful slap and told him to forget he ever said such things. Returning to the present, the Hell Knight now stared intently at Loey. He told her that he had once fought another Hell Knight, someone who had likely been her comrade. He revealed that he had won that battle and absorbed the knight's soul. Yet he felt no regret. On the contrary, he respected the man, for he had fulfilled his duty as a Hell Knight. As for himself, he had fought to protect his own city, and he firmly believed that the fallen knight would have accepted the outcome of their battle. However, he continued, there was another way to look at it. He asked her to imagine a life where that knight had been exploited his entire existence, summoned as a slave by the Demon King, used until the end, and finally killed in a battle he might never have wished to fight. Though that knight was dead, the Hell Knight claimed, he still lived on, within his heart. Overcome with emotion, Loey clutched her chest, tears streaming down as she declared passionately that she and Georgios, who lived on in her heart, would bring an end to such exploitation. Upon hearing what could only be described as manipulative rhetoric from Lloyd, the Hell Knight said nothing. Tears began to pour from his eyes like rain, mixing with the storm of emotions rising within him. Finally, with a strained voice, he asked to see their employment contract. Just that, Loey, their sneaky recruiter, allowed herself a satisfied smile, knowing she had roped in another unwilling worker. Soon after, the three of them flew off on an ice dragon to some distant destination. While reviewing the contract, the Hell Knight was stunned. It promised a salary of 10 million gold per month, only 4 working days a week, and just 2 patrols per day. He questioned whether it could be real. They assured him it was. They told him to read the contract thoroughly. It was all accurate. The final clause simply stated that good communication with teammates was required. They emphasized that part. Hearing that, the Hell Knight mused to himself, good communication with teammates. He figured that if he failed in that regard, Lloyd Frontera would get moody and stop speaking to him. While not a particularly terrible consequence, he began to wonder if this was truly the right decision. The Demon King would soon descend upon the human world. If the king discovered his whereabouts, everything would be over. He pondered whether he should escape before that happened. Then, he said he had a question. When asked what it was, he hesitated a bit before asking when exactly the Demon King would descend upon the human realm. He turned his head slightly to the side and admitted that he didn't know. Lloyd laughed at the answer, but then narrowed his eyes, his capitalist instincts flaring. He told the knight he obviously knew the answer, and questioned why he wouldn't share it. He accused him of having signed the contract only because he knew when the descent would happen, so he could escape just in time before the Demon King arrived. The accusation struck a nerve. The Hell Knight flinched, visibly shaken, and asked Lloyd to just tell him when and how the Demon King would descend. He swore he truly didn't know. At the same time, he thought to himself that if he leaked any of that information, the Demon King would undoubtedly hunt him to the very edges of hell itself. Lloyd said nothing in response, but raised his nose and let out a weary sigh, as if the entire conversation had drained him. Meanwhile, Javier began to push himself up from the ground with his hands, and when Hector turned around, sweat was already pouring down his face. Because Javier's silhouette looked more like a demon closing in than a man, seeing that Javier was about to strike, the man quickly raised his hand, panicking. He urgently asked what Javier was trying to do, claiming he had done nothing wrong and begging the boss to stop this lunatic. He kept stammering, F, in fear. However, Lloyd remained completely indifferent, neither hearing nor reacting. It was only then that Hector and I finally realized the true meaning behind the contract clause. That if it was violated, Lloyd Frontera would sulk and stop communicating altogether. In a rush, he confessed that during that particular eclipse, someone would have to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately spun around like a dog snapping at a fly. With a grin, he asked excitedly if Hector had just mentioned a sacrifice and inquired about the victims, expressing exaggerated curiosity. The Help Knight, visibly terrified, turned to Javier and explained further. He said that if someone managed to harvest 10 large-scale instances of fear from the death of someone who sought revenge, the King of Hell would manifest in this world. Hearing this, Lo laughed with smug satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had now obtained the hints he needed. Then, the The two saints exchanged mischievous smiles and playfully said that it was time to resume communication. The second help knight, meanwhile, seemed to realize with horror that he had unknowingly made a pact with a demon. Lo internally noted that the help knight had just provided very valuable information, that the fear being spread was under the King of Hell's command, and the source of it was likely the same person who had previously tried to eliminate the queen. He thought about Alicia, and noted that he had asked Hector Knight further, but Hector admitted he didn't know exactly how the fears would be gathered. Loie then recalled the terrifying creatures he had seen in the spoiler ending, suspecting they might be fragments of an ancient god of darkness. Recently, the King of Hell had been absorbing many souls who were supposed to be reincarnated. If those souls were injected into bodies containing the essence of the ancient god of darkness, which had been buried in hell, they would transform into monsters known as fragments of the dark god. He understood that the power of hell could not match that of Frontera, which was why she was preparing to become far stronger. Lo then frowned and asked how many of them would be coming. Hector replied that he didn't know. The King of Hell never reported anything to him. Lo glanced over at Javier again, prompting Hector Knight to quickly blurt out that he knew their weaknesses. Afterward, Lo began planning. With all the information they now had, it was time to start preparing for the battle. At the same time, there was another critical task: the restoration of the Gem of Truth. He believed that if they could prevent the King of Hell's appearance from the very beginning, it would be much better. He reminded himself that rushing things could ruin everything. They needed to move slowly and carefully, making progress bit by bit each day. After some time spent repairing, Lloyd finally exhaled and declared that it was enough for today. Javier then stepped forward, admitting that something had been bothering him. When Lloyd asked what it was, whether it had to do with Job Eximus, Javier pointed out that in the end, Lloyd had simply beaten the guy up and forced him to reveal the information. So why had he bothered making a contract in the first place? Lloyd looked completely blank and acted as if he didn't know what Javier was talking about. He claimed it had just been a friendly conversation. Seeing this, Javier was too fed up to say anything further. As he watched Lloyd walk away, he silently wondered whether the contract had been an act of conscience, or just a clever way to avoid guilt. He couldn't understand Lloyd at all. Lloyd continued walking and casually mentioned that the important thing now was to collect holy water. Back at the Count's mansion, an awkward encounter was taking place. On one side stood Raphael, an angel from heaven. On the other was Jock Eximus, a knight of hell. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, neither speaking at first. After a while, they began to communicate hesitantly. Raphael introduced himself politely as an angel. George Eximus apologized and returned the greeting, saying he was happy to meet him. Raphael then asked if George was the one who had replied to his message. 300 years ago. George admitted that it was indeed him, and apologized again for what had happened back then. He tried to explain why he had become a demon of hell, suggesting that he might have said something rude at the time, but hadn't meant it seriously. Raphael waved it off, saying it was all right. He reminded George that he too had once said George was a cursed demon, but only because their circumstances were different. He asked if they could try to understand each other. He acknowledged that it might be difficult for George, who had been born into a world of ignorance and forced to work like a demon with pitiful pay. George chuckled and told Raphael that he too had initially thought Raphael was overly strict at work. But it turned out Raphael had also been kicked out of heaven, which, to him, was quite amusing. The two pitiful individuals looked at each other with shared empathy. Two victims of the system had somehow found each other even in hell, back in the mortal realm. Lloyd arrived and commented on how quickly the two had become friends. Raphael responded lightheartedly, explaining that heaven and hell were merely fulfilling their duties, and they weren't truly enemies as people believed. He said he understood that, and that the real problem at hand wasn't some mission from hell, but rather the personal ambition of the King of Hell, which now posed a major threat that had to be dealt with. Raphael questioned what the other man meant. After a brief exchange, he seemed to understand and concluded that the King of Hell was likely orchestrating something truly horrific. He stated his intention to report the matter to headquarters immediately, as the situation clearly constituted a rebellious and invasive act. He assumed that Lord Wynn would likely issue a strict warning in response. Loie then asked how effective such a warning would actually be. Hearing that, Raphael simply turned away in silence, offering no reply. Lloyd let out a sigh, remarking that the warning clearly wouldn't have much effect. Raphael then said he would do his best regardless of what might happen, adding that he genuinely liked this world and thus wanted to help Lloyd as much as he could. Lloyd smiled at that and proposed an idea. He would ensure Raphael had the chance to help, and in return he asked for some angel tears, saying he needed them in order to defeat a dark entity called the Fragment. Raphael froze for a moment upon hearing that, then admitted that indeed, exposure to angel tears would weaken such entities. However, he apologized and said that angels did not cry easily. In fact, he himself had never seen an angel shed tears in all his thousands of years. Lloyd then curiously asked if he could make an angel cry. Surprised, Raphael asked how that would be possible. Without warning, Lloyd suddenly hurled a handful of chili powder directly into Raphael's face, catching him completely off guard. Tears began streaming down Raphael's face as he screamed in pain. Between cries, Raphael shouted that that was how one could force angels to cry, through surprise chili powder attacks. He added, while still in agony, that he was happy to help. Lloyd quickly collected the tears and told Raphael not to move, cautioning that any drops lost would be wasted. Raphael complied and apologized for his carelessness. George Eximus, having watched the entire chaotic scene unfold, couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. He wondered why Raphael seemed so cheerful despite being blatantly mistreated, and whether he himself would end up the same way in the future. At that moment, George realized with dawning horror that his new boss might be even more devilish than the King of Hell himself. Sometime later, Raphael contacted the Celestial Realm to make a report. The manager on the other end acknowledged the situation, saying they had also received some information. Technically speaking, the manager explained, the King of Hell's actions were not considered an invasion. Raphael, clearly alarmed, questioned that claim. He insisted that the moment the king entered the human world, countless people would surely die. The manager calmly elaborated that the King of Hell was not a pleasant being, but the act itself mirrored what angels did when answering the prayers of humans, descending in response to calls from earth. If the one who had first called upon the king was someone named Lone, then the King of Hell was merely answering a request. Therefore, the act didn't violate any global laws. However, should the Celestial Realm choose to launch a war against him, they would be providing him with the very justification he needed to interfere in heavenly affairs. The manager asked whether Raphael could imagine the chaos that might follow. At that moment, Raphael was sitting in a cattle barn, deep in thought. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly, having already suspected that things would turn out exactly as the manager had said. He knew he had to report all of this to Lloyd immediately. Just as he turned around to leave, Lloyd once again ambushed him with a fresh burst of chili powder to the face. However, this time Lloyd furrowed his brows in irritation and scolded Raphael, asking why he had closed his eyes. He demanded to know whether Raphael truly intended to help them or not. Startled, Raphael quickly apologized, explaining that it was simply an angelic reflex. He promised he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. Javier suddenly appeared, approached Raphael, and squeezed the angel's cheeks to keep his mouth open. Javier tried to calm everyone down and asked for some understanding toward Raphael. But then, without warning, he reached out as if to poke Raphael directly in the eyes, clearly attempting to force more tears. Raphael broke into a cold sweat. Terrified, Loey immediately stepped in, raising his voice and demanding to know what Javier was doing to the angel. He asked if Javier truly believed he could do anything he pleased just to achieve his goals. He added that if Javier continued like this, he would be no different from the very King of Hell they were trying to resist. Javier froze at those words, a sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stood in silence, questioning when exactly he had become this kind of person. Meanwhile, Loey gently picked up Raphael's glasses and asked if he was okay, noting that things had gotten dangerously close just moments ago. Trembling, Raphael thanked him. Loey then carefully put the glasses back on Raphael and theatrically exclaimed that Javier really had gone too far. He warned that if that finger poke had landed, Raphael could have been blinded. In his heart, Javier began to blame himself. Reflecting more deeply on Juvi Frontera, he realized he had done many things that were truly immoral, so much so that even the young master was shocked by what he had become. He knew he needed to reevaluate himself. At that very moment, instead of putting on his glasses, Lloyd jabbed the frame directly into Raphael's eye and exclaimed that he had done it by accident. Seeing this, Javier's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, thinking that the way Lloyd poked Raphael was no different from using one's finger. Meanwhile, Raphael rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his eye and screaming in agony. Lloyd, speaking in an innocent tone, apologized half-heartedly, casually remarking that it must hurt a lot, and told Raphael to go ahead and cry as much as he needed. However, Raphael could only mutter bitterly that he had grown too used to pain, so much so that he couldn't even cry anymore. Lloyd sighed, remarking with exasperation how troublesome angels could be. The two then sat down to brainstorm ways to collect more angel tears. Lloyd recalled having once heard that angels could only cry genuine tears through laughter and happiness. But, he reflected, Given how they were constantly hounded by superiors with work deadlines, their emotions had become numb over time. He then fell into contemplation, wondering if it would take something truly hilarious to make them cry. For him, as a scientist, humor was not exactly a strong suit. Just then, the system issued a notification, questioning why Lloyd kept referring to himself as a scientist. Lloyd responded seriously that it wasn't a joke, it was simply the truth. He even asked if anyone had ever met a science major with a good sense of humor. At that moment, Lloyd seemed to remember something. He began to wonder to himself whether that particular thing might work. All he could recall were two ridiculous jokes from one of his university lecturers. Then Lloyd slowly asked a question. What had a round head, a slender body, was hard when in the mouth, and soft once taken out? Raphael was taken aback by the sudden and random nature of the question. Lloyd raised his voice and repeated the riddle. Raphael began to sweat nervously, immediately thinking it couldn't possibly be that part of a man's body as he suspected. He hesitated and muttered to himself, unsure of the answer. Eventually, Lloyd calmly revealed that it was ice cream, a popsicle. Hearing this, the system could only sigh, while Raphael stood frozen in disbelief, and even Javier was stunned silent. Lloyd mumbled an explanation, stating that a popsicle had a long shape, was hard at first, then softened and melted later. Right then, Raphael clapped his thigh with a loud slap and burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping his leg while exclaiming how funny it was. Both Lloyd and Javier were surprised at his sudden outburst, their faces frozen with shock. And finally, from Raphael's shining eyes, the long-awaited holy tears began to flow. Lloyd swiftly caught them with practiced precision. Without wasting time, Lloyd launched into another question. What dies if not beaten, but lives if beaten? He immediately answered himself. It was the heart. Raphael laughed even harder, rolling around and once again shedding tears. He told Lloyd that he really did have a knack for humor. Inwardly, Lloyd began calculating. He realized that these highly concentrated angelic tears could be gathered in large quantities. He had already discovered a pattern through multiple fate resets. He silently resolved to dispatch rapid response teams to every hot zone. After that, Lloyd and Javier dove into the lake and made their way to the truth gem. While working, Lloyd reminded himself that he needed to limit the places he had to visit personally. He recalled what Raphael had said about spiritual merit, but lamented that for now, all he was doing was cleaning up the mess he had made. It wasn't exactly virtuous at this point. He looked into the truth gem and considered asking it how to prevent the king of hell from descending, or how to face and defeat him. Not long afterward, once they had collected enough tears, Raphael was left utterly exhausted, his cheeks sunken as he lay resting on a bed. Still, Lloyd wasn't ready to stop joking. He asked another riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Then he answered. It was mankind. Raphael, though limp on the bed, let out a faint laugh. Light twisted across his face, and eventually he burst out laughing once more, his breathing ragged from overexertion. But no more tears came. Shortly after, he fell asleep from laughing too hard. Seeing this, Lloyd let out a disappointed click of the tongue. He looked at the now full 3-liter container of angel tears in his hand, and his expression fell slightly. Was this really all they could gather? Javier furrowed his brow. With such a small amount, he wondered aloud whether it would be enough to stop the fragment of the elder god. But before anyone else could answer, he shook his head and told himself. It clearly would not be. Lloyd wore a cunning smile, though it was just a sliver of progress. He believed he had discovered a way to turn the tide in his favor. As night fell and the moon illuminated the mountains, a soft notification echoed, reminding him that only 30 days remained until the solar eclipse. Standing high above, Lloyd looked toward the distant city, recalling what George Eximus had once revealed to him. The scene transitioned into a memory. George Eximus, a Hell Knight, had explained that if pure angelic tears were dropped onto the fragment, it could be destroyed. However, gathering the required amount of those tears was impossible. Nevertheless, there was another way. If the tears were diluted, then even a single drop could purify an entire lake. That lake water, in turn, could be used to weaken the fragment of the elder god, returning to the present. Lloyd confirmed that their region was strong enough to defeat their enemies. He added that once they succeeded, they would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the King of Hell. Since the demon would descend into the world by possessing a human vessel, there was still a chance to stop him. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lloyd, offering him the choice to view a revelation of the ending. He accepted without hesitation. Lloyd thought to himself that such revelations were only displayed on nights of the full moon. This would be the final spoiler before the eclipse arrived, and this time, The ending would be entirely different from before. Without delay, he pressed yes. In an instant, he found himself standing before the scene that foretold the ending. Confused, he wondered aloud what was going on. The King of Hell's voice echoed coldly, stating that Lloyd had done nothing wrong. The words left Lloyd stunned. It was exactly like the previous time. Just then, the future version of Lloyd appeared to be looking directly at him and said something that startled him. The King of Hell could see everything. This statement left the present. Lloyd, deeply surprised, immediately after, the vision ended, along with the future Lloyd's brief appearance. As the illusion faded, Lloyd fell into silent reflection, wondering what message his future self had tried to convey. He was convinced it had been a clue, one that pointed to how to undo everything. It meant the King of Hell was watching and knew his every move. Then Lloyd smiled. If that was the case, then perhaps all he needed to do was ensure he wasn't being watched, or at least find a way to slip past that surveillance. At the same moment, the King of Hell was indeed watching Lloyd through a computer screen. Noticing the confident smile on Lloyd's face, he silently questioned what that smug expression could mean. Was it possible that the boy had uncovered something he himself wasn't aware of? Lloyd walked forward with determined steps, while the King of Hell continued to observe him in silence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a lower-ranking angel came rushing in with urgent news. The angel, visibly shaken, informed Gabriel that a new petition had just arrived, one so powerful that he had been unable to resist its force. Gabriel let out a sigh, guessing that it must have been Lloyd again. He reminded the messenger that he had already said there was nothing he could do for that boy, but the subordinate angel remained troubled. He acknowledged the warning but added that this time there was a particularly puzzling line in the petition. The scene shifted to hell. The King of Hell stared at Lloyd on the screen and wondered aloud what exactly the boy was doing. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. He picked it up, asking what it was. On the other end, Gabriel's voice came through. He addressed the King of Hell by his name, Helkaros, and remarked that he had heard whispers suggesting Helkaros was scheming something. Helkaros replied calmly, claiming he had no idea what Gabriel was referring to. Then, with composure, he offered an explanation. There was simply a desperate human in the mortal world, and he had merely extended a small helping hand, but Gabriel's voice turned stern. He pressed further, asking what Helkaros intended to do if Lord Frontera truly submitted a petition to borrow heavenly forces. Helkaros let out a dry chuckle, reflecting on the Great War, and how he had been imprisoned in hell for so many years, drained to such a degree that he no longer feared anything. After a brief silence, he burst into laughter again, assuring that there was no need to worry. He insisted that Lloyd would never do such a thing. He would not destroy the world over a personal matter. Gabriel, clearly irritated, muttered that it was easy for Helkaros to say so. He told him to wait while he uploaded something to the computer and urged him to take a closer look. A moment later, a message was sent directly to the Lord of Hell. When he opened it, he was met with a video of a cat singing a children's song. Meow, 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 washing a cat's face. So ugly, even its mom doesn't love it. Helkaros's face darkened immediately, but the song continued to echo in the room. No towel, so it just keeps licking. Now its eyes hurt and it cries. Meow, meow. He frowned and asked in a baffled tone what on earth he was looking at. Gabriel quickly told him to look again, insisting that it wasn't a joke. At the same time, he gestured discreetly to one of his subordinates, who immediately ran off. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, Lloyd's face lit up with a smug smile upon receiving the message. Your request has been processed, Lord. Hell will not be able to monitor you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd thought to himself that he had told them he feared Hell's surveillance, and that's why he submitted a request to temporarily block it. This way, he had both reassured Heaven and freed himself from Hell's eyes. Benefiting both sides, he quickly handed an object to Javier and told him to take it. Javier, surprised, asked what it was, but Lloyd shouted, instructing him to pour it into Lake Kabu. They were going to produce a great amount of divine water. Then, without delay, Lloyd directed him to go see his parents. At that moment, he imagined Javier rushing toward the Count and Countess, urgently delivering the message. That he had important news, back in Hell. The music continued playing. The next song featured a duck spreading its wings, 2 young lizards biting each other playfully, and a baby bird chirping from a high branch. A cute cat on the screen let out a cheerful meow. The screen displayed typical video options, like subscribe, exit. Helkaros, with a deadpan expression, chose Exit. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke up, asking what the hell that old angel had just sent him. Gabriel, keeping a straight face, asked whether it wasn't great. He remarked how catchy the songs were, saying they were freaking amazing. Then proudly announced that it was from his newly created YouTube channel. He told Helkaros to subscribe and like the video if he enjoyed it. However, before the video could finish, Helkaros, now seething with fury, smashed his phone and ended the call. He then turned back to the screen with renewed determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lloyd remained bowing his head as before, until suddenly he looked up with a triumphant smile. It seemed as though he had just realized something crucial. At that moment, the Lord of Hell's face twisted in rage, veins bulging with blood. Up in heaven, Gabriel let out a weary sigh. He muttered an apology, saying that this was all he could do for Lloyd, but he promised that one day he would repay the favor properly. The scene shifted. Not long after, the two of them had already finished their work. Lloyd had completed the restoration of the truth gem. He sat quietly, deep in thought, reflecting that the gem was now restored and that it was time to reactivate it quickly. Javier then asked what question Lloyd planned to ask the truth gem. In response, Lloyd murmured that he wasn't sure yet. He continued to contemplate, wondering whether he should ask how to defeat the King of Hell. But he reminded himself that if the answer had been so simple, the ending would surely have revealed it already. He then considered whether he should instead ask how he could survive. Yet again, he doubted it. If it were that easy, the answer would have appeared in the conclusion as well. As he submerged deeper into the water, Lloyd stared at the truth gem. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Even if he managed to uncover an answer, the King of Hell would be watching his every move and would counter each step he took. If he asked the gem right now, there was a chance it could be destroyed forever. He came to a decision. Perhaps the true path forward lay not in the question, but in the battle itself, one that would rely entirely on what he had managed to prepare in the brief span of 5 minutes when the King of Hell wasn't watching. Lloyd stood still in contemplation for a long while. Then, slowly, his hand dropped onto the bank. From a distance, Javier watched as Lloyd emerged from the water and swam back to shore. When he arrived, Javier asked what question he had ended up choosing. Lloyd replied that he would think a little more before asking anything. He mentioned that he had already prepared quite a lot, so there was no need to rely too heavily on the gem. Javier listened silently, thoughtful, offering no reply. Elsewhere, the King of Hell was coldly watching the screen. He admitted, with a hint of concern, that he was a little anxious about whatever Lloyd had prepared. Lloyd was no fool. He wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated, but unfortunately for him, the king believed this battle had already been rigged in his favor, for it was the will of the world itself that Lloyd should die. Later, Lloyd lay curled up on his bed, overcome by anxiety and fear. Images of being mercilessly struck down by the King of Hell haunted him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he was still just a human. No one wanted their soul to be traded away to the King of Hell. He told himself that he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be separated from anyone. Meanwhile, Javier stood alone beneath the moonlight, gazing at the lake. He thought quietly to himself that, upon reflection, Lloyd had come too close to death far too many times. It had changed him, made him no longer normal. And now, the King of Hell was after his life again. Javier wondered. If the true soul of Lord Frontera had originally been destined to die and descend into hell, and if Lloyd had escaped that fate by taking over his body, then what if this ongoing fate restoration phenomenon was always trying to correct that mistake by killing people? He speculated further. What if the King of Hell's invasion was actually part of this phenomenon? If he could somehow stop the restoration of fate, then maybe all of these nightmares would finally come to an end. Without hesitation, he reached toward the massive gemstone and shouted silently in his heart, demanding that the truth gem tell him how to stop the phenomenon of fate restoration. The truth gem began to glow fiercely. Javier suspected that this was the very thing Lloyd had been trying to keep hidden all along. Suddenly, a strange melody rang out from the truth gem. The gem began to sing in a bizarre tone. A duck spreads its wings, 2 little lizards play and bite each other off, a young bird on a high branch, chirping joyfully, chirping joyfully. Javier froze in place, stunned by the strange sound emanating from the gem, and watched as glowing musical notes danced through the deep blue water. He stared intently at the truth gem, wondering what these strange sounds meant. Then, the gem spoke again, reminding him that nothing came for free. It demanded that he reveal another secret in exchange. At that moment, Javier recalled what the people of the region had once said. They had all spoken joyfully of Lloyd, saying that thanks to him, They now lived in peace and abundance. They remembered that he had once been nothing more than a troublemaker. But now, because of him, their lives were secure. One villager had affirmed that everyone in the land felt grateful to General Lloyd. The general always paid attention to those in need and offered them strength to become self-reliant. To them, he was both a benefactor and a savior. Another villager remarked that Lloyd must care deeply for the people of the region. A young man had even laughed brightly, joking that if what was said were true, then the general must have wings like an angel. The burly man continued speaking, expressing his disbelief in notions of angels. He said that while the general might care for them, there was no reason for someone of his status to truly love them. In the end, they were merely common folk helping him earn money. The villagers joined in, adding that if they were happy and motivated, it would ultimately benefit him as well. That was why he had created a good living environment for them. They emphasized that this didn't mean they weren't grateful. On the contrary, they appreciated that he wasn't like the typical nobles who only cared about their wealth. They said they were genuinely thankful and held him in high regard. One of them firmly stated their belief that everyone in the land likely felt the same way. Another person concluded that a noble as intelligent as the general surely couldn't truly love them. He pointed out that nobles and commoners were fundamentally different. Javier fell silent upon hearing their words, then told himself inwardly that he knew the truth. Young Master Lloyd truly loved and cherished every single person in this land. At that moment, the truth stone suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Its radiant light spread out like shimmering meteor trails across the sky, prompting everyone to lift their heads in awe of the breathtaking sight. Then glowing letters formed in the night sky as the truth stone delivered its message. Lord Lloyd Frontera truly loves and cherishes every single one of his people. Everyone in the territory smiled as they saw the message illuminating the heavens. Lloyd looked up. The truth stone had activated. That message could only be manifested by someone who could channel magical power through the deepest depths of emotion. His eyes widened, filled with shock and astonishment. In that instant, Javier's plea echoed in Lloyd's mind, the same words he had said earlier, asking him to reveal how to stop the phenomenon of fated restoration and begging him to protect the world. A sudden flash passed through Lloyd's memory. He saw himself standing across from Javier, who was slowly fading away. But even then, Javier hadn't forgotten to smile and say his parting words, urging Lloyd to live well, like a true hero. Without hesitation, Lloyd leapt out the window and shouted for his little bird. In response, the loyal white bird flew out from inside his shirt and swallowed the seed, instantly growing larger. It swiftly flew toward him and caught him mid-air, letting out a loud cry as it flapped its powerful wings and took off. Meanwhile, from beneath the water, Javier heard the voice of the truth stone resounding around him, telling him that it was now his turn to ask what he wished to know. At the same time, Lloyd gritted his teeth and accelerated, desperately trying to reach Javier in time to stop him. Javier looked upward, his gaze unwavering, and declared internally that this was the phenomenon of fated restoration. As Lloyd neared the lake, he immediately jumped down, holding the staff tightly and aiming straight for the water's surface. He grasped the staff with all his strength and unleashed his full power, shouting with everything he had. But at that exact moment, a violent whirlpool surged up and engulfed his entire body. Water spiraled into the sky and burst into massive waves. This was the result of the truth stone's full activation. Javier soon found himself standing before the truth stone, which then drew him into a pitch-black space. Back on the outside, Lloyd used a bolt launcher to propel himself through the raging vortex. The mechanism absorbed water and fired him downward, shaking the ground with such intensity that even Javier struggled to remain standing. Soon after, the whirlpool began to fade, and everything returned to silence. Deep beneath the surface, in the still, dark water, the pale blue glow of the truth stone continued to shimmer softly. Javier quickly discovered a creature created by Lloyd hiding at the bottom. "From behind!" Lloyd shouted urgently, warning Javier not to move, or he would destroy the object, the truth stone. Javier looked back at him with a cold gaze, and with a puzzled expression, asked why Lloyd would destroy it so hastily, especially since it was already beyond repair. Lloyd, startled by Javier's reaction, hesitantly asked what question he had asked the stone. Javier calmly replied that he had asked about how to delay the phenomenon of fate restoration. Lloyd furrowed his brows, confused by the term delay, prompting Javier to explain that even if they couldn't stop it, they could at least slow it down or temporarily halt it. Hearing that, Lloyd's tense expression eased slightly as he asked if such a method truly existed. Javier nodded and confirmed that there was a way among all the fates Lloyd had altered in this world, if they could restore one with the most significant impact to its original state. Just one, such as... Javier's eyes grew sharper as he looked down at the shattered pieces of the truth stone, which he had just destroyed with his own hands. He explained that doing so would buy them approximately 1 month, a window of time during which Lloyd could rest assured. Lloyd let out a relieved sigh, realizing that he had asked the right question all along. He had been so tense that he hadn't noticed anything else. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he smiled and turned away, saying they could now focus and prepare for the coming battle. He silently thanked fate that no one had questioned why he had rushed to destroy the stone. Murmuring to himself, he thought that remaining silent when not being asked was often for the best. At that moment, Javier called out to him, addressing him formally. Lloyd turned back and asked what was the matter. Javier, with resolute eyes, requested that when everything was over, Lloyd should tell him the truth that Lloyd had desperately wanted to hide, the one so dangerous that he had chosen to destroy the truth stone just to conceal it. Lloyd remained silent for a while before gently replying that he promised. The other man gave a firm smile and declared that they would win. In the calm waters, Javier's eyes shimmered with a quiet sorrow that could not be put into words. As the sunset bathed the sky in crimson, its hue lent a melancholic tint to the room where Countess Marabella sat silently by the window, staring into the distance. In that stillness, Akos entered, his eyes full of concern. He approached gently and called her name. Marabella lifted her head, her voice trembling as she responded to him. Akos took her hand, gripping it firmly as if to pass on some warmth, and asked if she was afraid. She nodded softly, tears glittering in her eyes, and admitted that she was, though not for herself, but for the young man who had been like a son to them. Akos sat down in front of her, his eyes filled with sorrow. He confessed that he too was afraid because the Demon King was coming to attack them. His thoughts drifted to not long ago, when Lloyd had arrived, speaking in urgent tones, addressing both the Count and the Countess. He had breathlessly reported that the Demon King was about to launch an assault on their land. Startled, Marabella had asked him to repeat what he had just said. Lloyd, wasting no time, had said that there was no room for lengthy explanations, and requested permission to carry out several preparations. Speaking with firm determination, he had pointed to a map and declared that the first step would be to destroy a portion of the Kabua Lake Dam in order to flood the region. The Count had broken into a cold sweat, asking if Lloyd truly intended to destroy everything they had built. Lloyd had replied that they had no other choice. The Demon King's army was too powerful. That was why, he had explained, he had turned the waters of Kabua Lake into holy water. At that moment, a vision had appeared. Javier, following Lloyd's instructions, had poured the tears of an angel into the lake, and the surface of the water had immediately begun to shine with divine light. Lloyd continued explaining that if they were to blow up the lake and drown the enemy army, their power would be significantly weakened. Marabella was stunned and interrupted, voicing her concern that she was still fighting against the phenomenon of fate restoration. And now, with the appearance of the Demon King, she wondered whether all of this was somehow connected to that same phenomenon. Lloyd nodded gently, saying there was a high possibility. The Count, clearly worried, asked why the Demon King would attack and what was so special about this land to warrant such an action. Lloyd didn't respond immediately, but after a pause, he quietly said that the time would come when he would reveal everything. In the end, the Count gave a firm nod and said they should place their trust in Lloyd. He believed that Lloyd would not fail. Back in the present, the Count was trying to comfort his wife. She was visibly distressed, her eyes welling up with tears. She confessed that her fear wasn't for herself, but for Lloyd. To her, he was like their own child. The Count reassured her that he understood how she felt, but insisted that they needed to have faith in the boy. He would be safe. Eventually, meanwhile in a different corner of the blacksmith's workshop, Solitas sat with a weary sigh after all the effort he had poured into the preparations. He looked at the divine creation he had just completed, an entity that sparkled as if it had been born from pure light, and quietly hoped that it would be enough. At that moment, Lloyd and Loy arrived and immediately applauded loudly upon seeing Solitas's latest creation, marveling at it and asking whether it was truly his masterpiece. Solitas cast them a sideways glance and replied that, if not him, then who else could it be? Loy, still visibly impressed, admitted that he had thought Solitas's abilities had already peaked. Solitas raised an eyebrow at the remark and accused him, half playfully, of finally admitting that he had been deceived in the past. He then began to recount how, for months on end, he had repeated the same tasks every single day. Initially, he had seen little progress, but over time, the results had improved greatly. A soft smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Loy scratched his head and told him not to be overly polite. It was, after all, a win-win agreement they had made. He then produced a new contract, saying he had prepared it in advance for their mutual benefit. Solitus narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what kind of trick this was now. A short-term rental agreement, perhaps. Loi's friend chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of seriousness as he revealed that the Demon King would be arriving soon. They needed to evacuate the people, and he wanted to borrow one of Solitus's ancient relics. Solitus glanced at the contract and let out a sigh, remarking that it all seemed a bit much. The other man gave an awkward smile, noting that frowning wouldn't help anything. He added that thanks to Solitus, his own skills had improved, and he now felt confident enough to start a family. Then he asked Solitus to state his terms. Solitus tilted his chin and asked what he would be paid in return. Loi flashed a cunning grin and declared that he would arrange a date for Solitus, with a beautiful dragoness. Solitus immediately nodded and agreed to the deal. Loi remarked that he had accepted far too quickly, joking that it didn't make much sense for someone planning to borrow a dragon relic to go on a date like that. The other person gave a sly wink, remarking that pride wouldn't get Lloyd a date. Moreover, they pointed out that if the Demon King were to attack, wouldn't it make more sense for Lloyd to ask for their help in battle? After all, they were much stronger now than when they had first met. Lloyd let out a laugh, replying that they both knew dragons couldn't intervene directly in the human world. Solitus nodded thoughtfully, admitting that it was true. The Dragon King himself had once said the same, never to interfere directly with this world. Curious, Lloyd asked whether Solitus had actually met the Dragon King. Solitus gave a slight nod and explained that it had happened once. During the duel between Lloyd and the angel, the Dragon King had seemed somewhat fond of Lloyd for reasons Solitus couldn't quite understand. Solitus recalled the words the Dragon King had spoken back then. "Win, I would be saddened if you died." Lloyd fell silent for a moment, lips pressed tightly, before replying with quiet confidence that he would, of course, win. Javier said nothing in response, though once they had stepped outside, he finally asked whether Lloyd had truly been dating a female dragon. The other person merely brushed the question aside, stating that the evacuation of the civilians had been completed and now it was time to prepare for war. Javier continued, wondering aloud if his young master had deceived Solitas once again. Lloyd simply smiled and replied that all they needed to do now was focus their minds on the coming war. Javier asked if the young master truly intended to fight and win. Lloyd laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed that of course he did. Winning was his favorite thing. Javier fell silent at that, while Lloyd, stroking his chin, added that in order to evacuate the people and prepare for battle, they would need to come up with a convincing explanation, something clever enough to prevent panic, yet vague enough to obscure the truth. Just as they were wrestling with this dilemma, a voice rang out. Lloyd turned to see that it was Bayan. He greeted the man, saying he had been planning to speak with him anyway. Bayan quickly delivered his report, saying that townspeople had already begun preparations for evacuation. However, they needed further guidance to dissuade those who wished to stay and fight. Lloyd was momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he questioned how the people had found out and how many of them now knew the truth. Bayan went on to explain that it had been the Countess and Sir Raphael who had informed them. After all, if the Demon King truly targeted their land, then sacrifices would be inevitable. At that moment, Bayan pointed off into the distance. The strongest warriors had gathered. Every one of them loyal to the land and to Lloyd. Bayan urged him to give the order. Before Lloyd stood warriors of all races, ready and waiting. His heart grew heavy with guilt, as he realized the truth. The Demon King wasn't targeting the land, he was targeting him. There was no reason for these people to sacrifice themselves. Determination flashed in Lloyd's eyes as he told himself that he had to fight this battle alone. But before he could speak further, Javier's voice rang out, filled with unshakable courage. Javier declared to everyone that the Demon King's true target was Lord Lloyd Frontera. But they all knew how powerful their leader was. The Demon King wanted to drag Lloyd down into hell and turn him into an eternal slave. He raised his sword high, light radiating from its blade, and cried out that if anyone wished to protect their leader, then they should rise and lift their weapons alongside him. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Cries to protect Lord Frontera echoed from every direction. That, they declared, was their mission. Thousands of spears and swords were lifted skyward, glinting with a resolve that could not be shaken. Lloyd looked around, his mind a storm of emotions. His eyes reflected unease as he witnessed the fiery determination of those gathered, and far away, somewhere beyond the battle lines, a hidden enemy observed the scene with a sneer. With a voice steeped in disdain, they muttered how foolish these people were. The scene shifted not long afterward. Loi and his comrades stood atop a high vantage point, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Elsewhere, Their enemy sat alone in a cold, dimly lit room, gripping a pen tightly as if he were signing a death sentence for the entire land. Meanwhile, the evacuation of the population was nearing completion. Bayan reported that the process was almost done. Addressing Lloyd with urgency, Lloyd gave a slight nod and acknowledged the report, suggesting that Bayan should leave as well. However, Bayan firmly refused. He declared himself a senior knight of Frontera and insisted on staying to fight. Lloyd, maintaining his composure, calmly explained that in such critical moments, one needed to think carefully. He reminded Bayan that no one knew the land better than he did, and if they were to fail, only Bayan could lead the people in rebuilding. Lloyd urged him to go. Though clearly hesitant, Bayan eventually nodded in agreement. He entrusted the responsibility of defending the land to Javier, officially passing on the title. From that moment on, Javier was to serve as the senior knight of Frontera, tasked with protecting the land and their young master at all costs. At the teleportation gate, civilians continued to flee in haste. Solitas, nearly exhausted, gasped for breath as she urged everyone to hurry, saying there were only 30 people left and she had little strength remaining. In the crowd, a young girl clung to her younger brother, sobbing. She asked her brother why he looked so sad and expressed fear that he and Sakuga would remain behind to fight. She worried about what would happen if something went wrong. The young man, however, smiled gently to reassure her. He asked her to imagine whether someone like their young master could possibly lose, and insisted that he himself could not afford to lose either. To him, this was just a short break. He promised they would win, instilling in her a fragile but growing sense of hope. In that moment, the somber atmosphere gave way to one filled with renewed belief. Hope and determination burned brightly in their hearts. They were ready to fight to the end to protect their homeland and the people they loved. The evacuation pressed on urgently. Magical teleportation spells activated one after another, enveloping the evacuees in blazing red light as they disappeared, one by one from the battlefield. Only the warriors remained, bracing themselves for a do-or-die battle. It was then that the true emotions of one soldier began to surface. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes betrayed his deep anxiety as he looked toward those who stayed behind. Far above, in the realm of heaven, a voice spoke. Someone asked whether the other wanted to fight alongside Lloyd Frontera. The reply was calm and somewhat teasing, assuring that Hell wouldn't be able to capture him. After all, he was currently a banned angel and therefore beyond Hell's reach. He casually referred to the other speaker as Father. Gabriel clarified that that wasn't his point. He warned that the king of the underworld possessed ancient and immense power, and that stepping into the battlefield might be dangerous. But Raphael, holding his sacred ring and angelic hammer, responded with confidence. He believed he could serve as a significant source of strength for their side. Gabriel, startled, pointed out that those two weapons were still under a sacred seal. He asked how Raphael planned to use them. Despite the restriction, Raphael responded nonchalantly, stating that the two artifacts would simply be stolen by a forbidden angel. Hearing this, Gabriel appeared so disinterested that he couldn't even be bothered to respond. As the scene shifted, Atalis, wearing a worried expression, flew urgently to Lloyd and reported that they had discovered a pile of wild animal corpses far to the east. All of the bodies, she added, had been completely drained of blood. Lloyd, upon hearing the news, grew anxious and immediately suspected the blood man from earlier. Delord pondered aloud how the enemy would collect 10 units of fear. Could it be from wild animals? Then quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. He recalled that George Eximus had once explained in detail the method for summoning the King of Hell. It had to be during a solar eclipse. Fear generated precisely at that time was the key to summoning the Dark Ruler. But how would the enemy collect 10 units of fear like that? Their warriors, he insisted, were resolute and not easily shaken. Lloyd, with a grim tone, muttered that he knew the reason. All of them had chosen to fight willingly, driven by unwavering determination. When he thought about it, this war, this burden, should have been someone else's. Yet they were risking their lives, without fear, just for him. He told himself that such heroic stories didn't exist. Back in the present, Javier asked whether Lloyd believed that everyone was fighting for the people and places they cherished. Lloyd shook his head and replied that the true target of the King of Hell was himself. Javier sighed and remarked that Lloyd probably still cared too much about others and trivial matters. That was why, he added with a teasing tone, Lloyd remained single. Girls hated that kind of man. Lloyd admitted that under normal circumstances, he would have shaved Javier's head. But at this moment, he chose to listen instead, Javier continued, saying that everyone in this region had benefited greatly from their young master. Clean roads, warm beds, good labor health, protection from illness, accessible jobs, and a life free from hunger. That, he said, was what they were striving to preserve, and it could only continue as long as their master remained. He asserted that they were fighting not for Lloyd, but for themselves. Meanwhile, the front lines had already been fortified. Every single person was fully prepared for the coming battle. The eclipse had begun to take shape in the sky, slowly dimming the light. Behind Lloyd, his spirit beasts had grown into their larger forms, ready and looming in silence. Gradually, the eclipse began to veil the heavens. Deep within the underworld, the king of hell paused his work. Rising from his seat, he straightened his robes with solemnity. At the same time, Lloyd rose too, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. The eclipse neared completion. On the tower's summit, Raphael posed a quiet question. If the king of hell truly appeared, would Jock Eximus have to face him? George Simpson responded, reflecting that Frontera's treatment of the people might, after all, have been more justifiable. He had no intention of giving up such a lucrative position. As the solar eclipse fully swallowed the sky, the sound of war drums echoed across the land, signaling the beginning of a battle of life and death. From above, the Bloodman appeared, riding a crimson vulture, accompanied by a horde of blood beasts under his command. Lloyd looked on with steady eyes, thinking to himself that even though his people knew the King of Hell's army was approaching, they still stood tall and fought. There was no fear in them. He wondered silently how the enemy intended to harvest the 10 fears now. Suddenly, from the blood-red sky, a massive winged creature dove down. The Bloodman's voice rang out with venomous hatred as he screamed his intent to destroy Lloyd Frontera. In response, Lloyd merely smirked with contempt. He mocked the man, suggesting that he must be mentally unstable to get so furious over a minor defeat, and that someone as foolish as him could do nothing but scream out of jealousy. The man in the cloak fell silent for a moment, his face twisted with rage before he finally roared that he hadn't come to exchange words. He had come to destroy everything. He gave the order to his army, and thousands of crimson demons surged downward like a plague from hell. Each step they took shook the earth like a quake. Below, the warrior alliance, beastkin, elves, and humans, stood ready. Lloyd remained composed, calculating his next move. He reasoned that preventing the King of Hell's arrival was their best chance. On the surface, it didn't seem too difficult. If they could defeat the Bloodman, it might be enough to end this. Yet, as Lloyd observed the battlefield, the enemy let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a terrifying killing intent. The sight of the red horde storming the land caused the ground to tremble. Still, Lloyd didn't waver. No matter how many came, he believed Javier alone would be enough to handle them. He gave the command for one of his AI troops to fall back, but a sudden flicker of doubt crossed Lloyd's mind. What exactly was the enemy planning? At that very moment, Atanis appeared behind the Bloodman, her eyes glowing with red energy. She unleashed her secret technique, Black Eye, and instantly read the enemy's entire strategy. The cloaked man was stunned and demanded to know how she could possibly have known. She coldly declared that she had seen through every piece of his plan. He had walked right into their trap. Lloyd shouted in agreement just as the warriors prepared to open fire on the monsters. But then, the girl abruptly halted them. She told them not to attack, explaining that the beasts also had feelings. The enemy, she said, was harvesting their fear, but it was already too late. The Bloodman had already gathered enough fearful energy from the beasts. It coalesced into a glowing orb of purple magical power in his hand. With a scream of hatred, he launched it, shouting for them all to die. Atanis launched a counterattack, casting a stream of dark magic that wrapped around the enemy and flung him violently into the distance. The Bloodman screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In that very instant, realization struck Lloyd. He had nearly fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he shouted a command, ordering Javier to dig into the ground immediately. Javier appeared without delay, like a guardian angel descending from the heavens, his radiant wings unfurled behind him as he gripped his sword tightly. With a brilliant flash of light, he landed with immense force, roaring as he channeled all his strength into the earth. The ground trembled violently. Massive rocks were hurled upward as a colossal pit opened beneath them, as if the earth itself were devouring everything above. From within the depths of this gaping hole, blood-red beasts, creatures summoned from hell, began to tumble downward. They shrieked and thrashed, but could not resist the pull drawing them into the abyss. Lloyd issued another command, ordering his allies to surround and neutralize the monsters. At once, adorable, tiny creatures, his faithful companions, leapt forward and formed a circle around the hellspawn. One of them, the sweet-faced mouse named Budong, tried to reassure the panicked beasts, squeaking comfortingly that they had nothing to fear and would not be harmed. While the monsters reeled in confusion, Atanis struck from afar, lashing the red-robed bloodman and slamming him into the ground. A brutal blow landed straight across his face. Lloyd slowly approached, a staff in his hand, placing his foot firmly on the enemy's chest. With cold resolve, he demanded to know how defeat tasted. The bloodman, wild-eyed and frothing with rage, screamed that Lloyd should stop pretending. He shouted that Lloyd had stolen everything from him, that he would never forgive him, and that he wanted all of them dead. His voice rose in madness, trembling with fury, his entire body convulsing as he thrashed like a madman. Lloyd observed the scene with a hint of disbelief. He found it difficult to comprehend that someone could descend into such insanity. Nowhere he had ever been, no world he had visited, had shown him a creature as deranged as this one. With a furrowed brow and a cold stare, he considered that perhaps if he ended the man's life now, everything would be over. But as he stood there deep in thought, a flood of questions surged through his mind. Why, he wondered, did fate continue to insist that one of the two of them had to die? At that very moment, the system displayed a message. Fate point restored. Fish boys. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the king of the underworld raised his head toward the blood-red sky, where a giant swirling portal had begun to open. A grim omen, Lloyd issued another command, instructing Lady Atanis to continue observing with the blood eye. She nodded, her glowing red eyes brimming with caution. On the other side, the king of the underworld remained calm, still waiting to be summoned. Lloyd pressed forward, determination burning in his gaze. He told his enemy that it was over, that he had lost completely, and now it was time to pay the price. The bloodman hissed back with eyes full of hatred. His expression startled even Atanis. With bloodshot crimson eyes, he let out a maniacal laugh and declared that even if he died, he would still destroy Lloyd. His body convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth in heavy bursts. Atanis tried to hold him down, panicking as she realized there was no way to stop what was coming. The bloodman's body began to transform. Radiating a deadly black and red aura, Lloyd sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted for them to wait. But it was too late. A violent explosion of crimson-black energy erupted from the bloodman's body as he screamed to the underworld king, pleading for his final prayer to be answered. He offered himself as a loyal sacrifice. In an instant, his body dissolved into a mist of blood and detonated. Lloyd stumbled back in shock. He muttered to himself that the man had just committed suicide to offer a sacrifice. A chill ran down his spine, somewhere far away, as if sensing the event. The king of the underworld's expression shifted. A faint smile formed on his lips. As the bloodman died, every hellish beast he had summoned screamed in pain. One by one, they exploded, their souls torn apart and sucked toward the swirling portal in the sky. A massive vortex of purple light coiled upward, rising like a pillar of energy. Lloyd quickly understood what had happened. With the mage's death, the monsters had perished as well. Their fear and anguish were now being harvested. Just as the mage had planned, he realized with horror that death and fear were being used as fuel to summon something even more terrifying. Streams of fearful energy from the fallen beasts were now flowing upward, gathering into a massive whirlpool in the sky. From it, a grotesque skull, glowing with magical light, began to take shape. At that moment, Javier too understood what was happening. So this was the mage's true goal. He was harvesting fear. Javier summoned his sword of light and launched himself into the sky, slashing at the stream of energy. With a fierce battle cry, he struck the vortex with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the summoning gate did not waver. Watching this, Javier could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then, from the skull above, a voice echoed, deep and unshakable. It declared that once the summoning ritual had begun, it could not be stopped. No matter what they did, it would continue, just like gravity, like time itself, flowing ever forward. On the ground below, Lloyd tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The king of the underworld, from within the skull, flesh began to form. It stared directly at Lloyd with glowing red eyes and a twisted, horrifying grin. It spoke, declaring that it had come for him, Lloyd Frontier. The ground quaked violently. A suffocating pressure descended like a deathly mist, wrapping tightly around every living being. Lowy and his guards stood tall in the heart of the battlefield, their eyes filled with unwavering vigilance. Despite the howling storm of magical energy swirling around them, they remained composed, unmoved. Just ahead, at the center of a blood-red vortex, a furious magical spiral erupted. From within that churning void, a vague figure hovered midair, its entire body glowing with a dark purple aura of power. Then came the trembling voice of the king of the underworld. Not out of fear, but due to the sheer horror of the power being unleashed, He was heard commanding the fragments of an ancient god to rise and march forth at his will. The moment his words faded, a spatial rift tore open amidst the eclipsed sky. It stretched from the city into the heavens above and pierced downward into the very depths of hell. Loi froze. That was hell. He could feel the tortured screams, the seething resentment rising from its abyssal core, and then, boom! A colossal clawed limb burst through the gateway, breaching the boundary between worlds. Immediately afterward, hordes of grotesque, malformed creatures with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes began swarming out like an army of ants. The fabric of space twisted. The sky looked as though it were being ripped apart. Warriors from the allied forces, humans, beastfolk, and mages, lifted their gazes to the sky with resolute expressions. A monstrous entity, towering like a mountain, slowly emerged. Its eyes burned red like twin suns of blood, and its mouth was filled with countless razor-like teeth, each sharp as a blade. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shredded the eardrums of those nearby, and from the rift behind it, more creatures poured forth, one after another. Loi clenched his fists tightly. The twisted creatures, some resembling mutated insects, others like skeletal trees, rose relentlessly from the depths of the abyss, screaming as if hell itself had invaded the mortal realm. In the midst of that chaotic wind, Loi muttered quietly that the moment had finally arrived. The battle had begun. He had seen it many times before, a terrifying defeat repeating over and over in his mind like a curse. Countless warriors were flung into the air, their bodies spinning amidst a storm of ice and slaughter, like torn leaves shredded by a howling gale. Corpses shattered against blood-soaked stone, and he could do nothing but gasp in despair. This was the ending he had seen, revealed in a final glimpse of the future. He had wondered whether they could truly win. But no. It wouldn't be easy. Not when facing the thing that had emerged from that infernal gate. A massive hole had opened in the sky, and hundreds of chaotic entities were pouring out, claws, fangs, bones, twisted limbs. They bore no consistent form, only raw, living terror. And yet that was not the worst of it, because trailing behind them was a being far more terrifying. A thick aura of death swirled around his body. His glowing red eyes radiated lethal intent, and his exposed ribs resembled the cage of a reaper. He was the one whose mere presence could strike fear into even the most powerful masters of the arcane, the King of Hell himself. They had once believed that destroying the monsters with their current strategy would bring an end to it all. But they were wrong. This was only the beginning. Despite fighting with all their might, even the strongest attacks from the high-ranking mages proved utterly useless against him. Not even the most powerful among them could stand against his might. In the blink of an eye, the battlefront collapsed. They were all driven back, physically and in spirit. But then, just as Javier was about to speak, Loi's action stopped him. The young lord had fallen to his knees, eyes averted from everyone's expectations. Through clenched teeth and pain, he declared that he was giving up. In front of Javier stretched the ever-widening gateway to hell, from which the monsters surged like a flood, consuming even the sky. Loi then raised his head and shouted to the king of the underworld, pleading for the assault on this land to end and offering himself in exchange for everyone else. Javier, stunned and furious, cried out, demanding to know what Loi had just said, reminding him of what he meant to them, but Loi only shook his head and insisted that they think rationally. Even if he were to vanish, the others might still survive. The King of Hell laughed coldly, a sound as sharp as a blade sliding across a throat. Slowly approaching, his gaze pierced through them. He said that he had come to fulfill Redlot's final wish, and that this wish went far beyond the death of a single man. What Redlot desired, he explained, was for all of them to understand. The king paused, clenching his fist, that this pain, this horror, and the death awaiting them all had a single origin. Lord Frontella. His voice then dripped with murderous intent as he declared that he wanted Loi to die, screaming in hatred, cursed by all those present, and after that, he vowed to kill every last one of them. Loi could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. If that was how it would be, he growled like a beast and rose to his feet, his rage igniting him like fire. He demanded to know whether the king truly believed he could defeat them all. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the Frontera army to immediately initiate victory protocol. His powerful command shattered the stillness of the battlefield like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a command. It was the lighting of a flame, the spark of hope. He charged forward without a moment's doubt. A powerful surge of energy swept over everyone, soldiers, mages, beastfolk, and all their allies, spurring them forward into a desperate, united assault. The strength of Frontera lay not only in their weapons, but in their indomitable fighting spirit. The command to launch a full-scale assault had been issued. Grotesque monsters poured forth as if from the depths of hell, increasing in number and shrieking madly. Yet the warriors of Frontera did not falter. They charged into the blood and fire, their courage blazing like torches in the dark. All forces advanced rapidly toward the plaza, their shared destination. The central square was not only the battlefield that would decide everything, but also the place where Frontera's secret weapon was hidden. Amid the chaos, someone had shouted for Lord Raphael and Lady Atanas to retreat immediately, but while the others were heading for the center, Raphael, his wings pure white, and Atanas, wielding dark magic, flew in the opposite direction. The Underworld King narrowed his eyes at the sight. He wondered if the distraction hadn't worked yet, and questioned how they planned to use the holy water once they reached the square. He remained unaware that the true plan had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, the tide of demonic beasts kept surging forward, destroying everything in their path. Amid the advancing chaos, Lloyd and Javier were also on the move. Javier warned that things were progressing faster than expected and assured that reinforcements would arrive soon. Lloyd responded while moving that it was time for them to act. Clutching the weapon haul, which had accompanied him through countless battlefields, he yelled for everyone to keep running and to regroup with the army at the square. The warriors launched themselves like arrows, converging on a single point. Above them, winged monsters drifted like burning cinders in the night sky. High above, Raphael wielded a massive holy weapon that illuminated the air with radiant light. Atanas unleashed tendrils of darkness to entangle the enemies, her crimson eyes sharp and cold. Her movements were graceful, yet brimming with deadly intent. She commanded the forces to push the monsters back, and the attacks began to intensify. Flames of magic lit the air, blood and clashing metal filled the battlefield, forming a chaotic symphony of war. Javier charged forward, his entire body glowing with arcane power. Even the Underworld King, observing from a distance, was taken aback. He marveled at Javier's brilliance. How, despite having no time to prepare or issue detailed orders, everyone moved as if following his instincts, adhering to a plan he had never spoken aloud. Grinding his teeth, the Underworld King muttered to himself, acknowledging the extraordinary strength of Lloyd Frontera, or rather, of Kim Suho. He admitted that while Suho was incredibly strong in an uncanny way, it was unfortunate that his enemy was even stronger. At that moment, a colossal monster appeared at the center of the battlefield, a single yellow eye glaring menacingly. It faced off against Javier's blade strikes, its twisted mouth curling into a sinister grin full of jagged teeth like iron spikes. It lunged forward, signaling the beginning of one of the most brutal clashes. Another massive creature blocked Raphael's holy hammer with its bare hands, while a third, worm-like in form, engaged in battle against Atanas' shadowy whips. On another front, the Underworld King hovered mid-air, unaffected by a fiery attack launched his way. A barrier of some kind had completely nullified the assault. That attack had come from Loi, who had now entered his second-level Demon King form. With curved horns and a billowing cloak, he roared, declaring that he was bestowing the Demon King's blessing upon Javier. A crimson light enveloped Javier, reinforcing his hidden strength and elevating him to an entirely new level. From a distance, the Underworld King watched with sharp, intrigued eyes. He found himself increasingly curious. Just how powerful was this man, really? His gaze grew serious as he focused on the figure who had once been the main character of this story. Now standing in the midst of utter chaos, Javier, with silvery blue hair and unwavering eyes, was surrounded by a fierce red magical aura. He stood firm, unshaken. Just behind him was Loi, now fully transformed into his Demon King form. His eyes gleamed with the will to fight. Right after empowering Javier, he shouted for him to advance and hold back the monstrous swarm as long as possible. Javier surged ahead without hesitation. Alone, he hovered amidst the leading monsters, clutching his sword tightly as the full force of his swordmaster strength began to ignite. Clenching his teeth, Javier unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy toward the approaching horde. The monsters had no time to react. Many of them were cleaved in two with clean precision. Watching this unfold, Loi shouted his approval, saying Javier truly lived up to being their protagonist. Then, turning swiftly, he ordered Jack to prepare those items. Jack, sweating and running at the same time, asked in disbelief if Loi truly meant those items. On the battlefield, however, the monsters were proving no easy foe. Though cut down, many began to regenerate rapidly. One shark-like beast let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the field, then launched tentacles from its maw to assault Javier. Dodging swiftly, Javier slashed the approaching tendrils apart with his sword. But as he was distracted, a winged larva-like monster with saw-blade teeth darted toward him from behind. It rammed into his back, causing Javier to cry out in pain. Yet, without delay, he grabbed the monster's head and spun around, slicing it in half. He had no time to rest. Another massive humanoid beast lunged at him with a powerful punch. Javier raised his sword to block the attack, but the force still drove him backward. He responded by plunging his sword into the creature's arm and channeling a massive amount of Swordmaster aura through the blade. Even so, the monster's punch remained relentless. In that instant, Javier sensed danger behind him. He looked around and saw that he had become completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. The colossal creature was charging forward. One of Javier's legs and an arm were still entangled by thick tentacles, greatly limiting his mobility. Seeing this, Loey shouted out in alarm, telling Javier to fall back and quickly move in the direction he indicated. Understanding immediately, Javier summoned all his strength to break free from the restraints and dashed in the direction Loey had pointed. The monsters, however, were relentless. They began to pursue him with renewed vigor. Javier quickly flew toward Loey, who was waiting for him. Behind him, a horde of monsters had formed into a tiger-like formation, advancing not only on him but also on Frontera's army, which had already formed their battle lines. With cold determination in his eyes, Loey gave the order to open fire. Behind him, Greg and a heavy artillery team, armed with weapons resembling anti-aircraft guns, were already in position. At once, all the missiles were launched, releasing shrieking roars that echoed across the square. But contrary to what everyone expected, the missiles flew past the monster horde, leaving even the beasts confused. Even the underworld king furrowed his brows and wondered whether the shots had simply missed their mark. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed as if he had realized something. The missiles were not aimed at the monsters. They were headed straight for a nearby mountain, he murmured to himself, remarking that he hadn't thought Loey Frontera would plan this far ahead. A thunderous explosion followed, obliterating the entire mountain in a tremendous blast. Rocks and debris were flung in all directions, and a shockwave swept violently across the area. Before the dust could even settle, a massive surge of water came flooding through, the waters of the hydroelectric lake where their little otter Bebong once lived, and into which Javier had once poured 3 liters of divine tears. Loey had once mused to himself that, thanks to heaven buying them time, he had managed to turn the Kabua Lake into holy water. Thus, after luring the strongest monsters of the ancient dark god into one place, they had destroyed the mountain to submerge the creatures in sacred water. It was perfect, if everything worked as planned. As the massive wave approached, Loey watched in silence. Then he shouted a command. Atanis, as if waiting for that exact moment, leapt into action. She plunged her hand into the ground, releasing streams of power downward. Gradually, a wall began to rise. The tidal wave came crashing down, but Frontera's forces were now encased within a protective cocoon. Inside, Loey listened intently to the roar echoing from outside. His mind drifted to all he had built here, the achievements, the happiness of the people, and now it was all being destroyed by this battle. The cobblestone roads once walked by so many were gone. The tunnels where people worked were now being drowned. The fertile fields would soon become a lake bed. Javier, too, could only stare somberly at the ground, but the sacrifices were necessary to drown the monsters in holy water. As soon as the monsters made contact with the sacred flood, they let out agonized screams that echoed across the battlefield. Their bodies began to dissolve. Soon after, the floodwaters began to subside. The cocoon protecting the people of Frontera remained intact and was slowly lifted. Inside, Loey raised his staff into a combat stance. A surge of power burst from him as he shouted for the flames to ignite. A fireball blasted toward a nearby monster that had barely survived the flood. The heat of the attack instantly incinerated its head, causing the entire body to stagger and collapse. Unlike before, the monster could no longer regenerate. It had been utterly destroyed. Seeing this, Loey didn't hesitate. He immediately shouted an order for all frontline soldiers, declaring that it was time to teach the creatures a lesson. As soon as the ancient monsters were weakened by the holy tsunami, Loey commanded the elven unit to attack. From drawn bows, a volley of arrows was launched toward the enemy. The rain of arrows inflicted heavy damage and drove back one of the largest monsters at the front, causing it to roar in pain, its cries echoing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, the cavalry unit was locked in battle with a beast that had the body of an elephant, the head of an insect, and a single enormous eye. The creature lifted one massive leg, preparing to crush them. In response, the cavalry captain bellowed for his troops to advance. He urged them to show the enemy the might of the White Spear cavalry. the survivors who had built and defended the capitalist lands. He declared that their strength would never submit to any enemy. Following his command, the entire cavalry unit released a wave of protective energy. Their shields resonated together, forming a large protective barrier that covered their entire formation. When the monster's foot came crashing down, the barrier held firm, stopping the attack completely, and they did not stop there. Under the lead of their captain, the cavalry surged forward into the fray. Another group simultaneously charged forward from behind the shield. With a powerful coordinated strike, they pierced the monster, causing it such excruciating pain that its eyes nearly popped out. Elsewhere, the goblin army was fiercely battling ghost-like creatures. They leapt and darted across the bodies of the monsters, each swing of their axes decapitating one enemy after another. But the monsters were no less aggressive. A swarm of bear-like insects rushed forward, firing beams of energy at the Frontiera forces. In response, the frontline troops immediately received the order to retreat. They were told that the B-52 aircraft were about to engage in aerial combat. At the same time, the icebone dragon swooped in with a roar. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a massive blazing lotus-shaped sphere. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts swept through and obliterated the enemy's insect army. In another corner of the battlefield, the Hell Knight, mounted on his black steed, fought with remarkable valor. The demon forces showed no signs of weakness. Armed with sharp sickles and bolstered by their racial power, they sliced through the monsters as effortlessly as cutting cake. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and chaos, yet no one seemed to notice the cherry blossom petals drifting gently through the air. Even Loi's small pets were holding their own in the battle. The mouse Budong unleashed devastating punches, while the little worm Bagun continually shot searing hot steel from its rear. The otter Bibong and the sea pig Hamong were also fiercely engaged in combat. At that moment, the entire Frontiera square was engulfed in the smoke and fire of war, and behind the enemy forces stood the King of Hell himself. He had fully regenerated his body, which was now formed from swirling petals of energy resembling cherry blossoms. He took a moment to feel his body and silently estimated that he was at about 30% of full strength. But to him, 30% was more than enough. His gaze swept across the battlefield until it landed on Loi. He muttered to himself, calling Loi a truly exceptional individual, someone capable of gaining the upper hand against monsters whose strength had been amplified by ancient gods, beings powerful enough to destroy the human world with ease. Yet, he observed, someone like Loi always used his power to protect others and the land around him. This, he surmised, must mean that Loi cherished this place deeply. Then, with a sharper tone, he remarked that it seemed they were giving him quite a ceremonious welcome. At that moment, the three strongest warriors, Javier, Atanas, and Raphael, appeared before him. Javier spoke in a cold tone, questioning whether, in the eyes of the King of Hell, everything they had built amounted to nothing but nonsense. The King of Hell laughed in response, sarcastically praising Javier for asking a question he already knew the answer to. He added that no matter what he said, they would still do everything in their power to resist him. Without hesitation, Javier swung his sword straight at him. The King of Hell merely leaned back slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Atanas immediately followed up by launching energy threads toward him, attacking from multiple angles, but the old king's eyes easily caught the movement. In an instant, he slipped through the attacks like a shadow, evading the coordinated assault. But as though anticipating this, Raphael was already in position. His hammer came crashing down like thunder, striking the King of Hell square in the face. Yet even that tremendous blow inflicted barely any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Atanas swiftly released silk-like bindings and hurled them forward, wrapping them tightly around the King of Hell. At that very moment, Javier charged forward with all his power concentrated into his first sword. Yet unexpectedly, the enemy casually raised a hand, effortlessly breaking the restraints wrapped around his body and simultaneously grabbing Javier's arm. The old man even dodged Javier's initial strike with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head. The force behind Javier's thrust was so immense it blasted apart an entire mountain in the background, resembling a blow from Saitama himself. However, the Yama King merely gave a mocking smile, remarking with contempt that such pitiful strength wouldn't offer them any chance of victory. Before the enemy could finish speaking, Javier responded with a brutal headbutt, slamming his forehead directly into the old man's. At the same time, Raphael came in from the other side, bringing down his hammer, and Atanas transformed her silk threads into a blade and charged as well. The old man attempted to raise his hand to block her, but just as her sword neared him, it unraveled into countless strands of silk, aiming to entangle him. The unexpected change clearly caught him off guard. The moment his vision was obscured by the silken veil, Javier drew upon the full strength of a swordmaster, compressing that power into a dense ball of energy at the tip of his sword, and launched it toward the enemy. As the Yama King tore through the veil, the energy thrust was already soaring toward him, blazing like a falling star from the heavens, streaking straight at him with tremendous speed. By then, it was too late for the enemy to dodge. The energy sphere was already upon him, striking his abdomen directly. And it didn't stop there. The impact forcefully drove him backward and downward. From a distance, Loi was observing the battle of the strongest warriors with intense focus. He couldn't help but note to himself that this battle was turning out very differently from the ending spoiler he had seen in the system. Frontera had mobilized all its elite forces for this confrontation. Even the Yama King, previously unfazed, couldn't hide his change in expression as the energy blast sent shockwaves through his body. The impact continued to hurl him toward the ground, causing a violent tremor that shook the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, the silhouette of the Yama King could be seen lying at the bottom of a deep crater. But Javier, Atanas, and Raphael gave him no time to recover. The three of them charged again, shouting defiantly that no matter who he was, even the Yama King, they would bring him down. From deep within the pit, the enemy's calm voice echoed softly, uttering just one word. 40%. Immediately, Javier sensed a shift, because the Yama King's form had vanished before their very eyes. Before any of them could react, the enemy reappeared behind them in an instant. In one swift motion, he seized Atanas and Raphael by their throats, completely subduing them. By the time Javier turned around, it was already too late. The old man had already lifted them both and, with incredible speed, hurled them down with devastating force, soaring past Javier and smashing the two into the ground, tearing up the battlefield. And he didn't stop there. With a cold expression, he tightened his fists and unleashed a relentless barrage of brutal punches and savage kicks upon the two fallen warriors. Seeing this, Loi shouted in fear for Atanas and Raphael. But within seconds, the Yama King stopped. He casually brushed the dust from his clothes and gave a cold grunt. Atanas and Raphael now lay completely motionless. Watching from behind, Javier was deeply alarmed and landed swiftly on the ground. Yet the expression on the Yama King's face only grew colder. He turned to face Javier once again and declared just one phrase. 50%. Javier's face turned grave. He could feel it clearly. The enemy's power had risen to a completely different level. The battle with the King of Hell was still raging, its intensity showing no sign of waning. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos as the King of Hell confronted Javi head-on. Calm and composed, the King of Hell told him not to panic. He remarked that Javi had already gained the true power of a Grandmaster. It was just that he hadn't yet unleashed his full potential. Javi, however, began to feel a creeping unease. After launching a series of fierce attacks that had failed to leave even a scratch on his opponent, doubt was starting to seep in. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King of Hell casually said that Javi should demonstrate his full strength before he himself decided to go all out. Wasting no time with words, Javi immediately focused his mana. Determination flashed in his eyes as he slashed forward with a chilling, razor-sharp sword strike. To his surprise, the King of Hell actually stepped back to dodge the attack. The moment he avoided the blow, he launched himself forward and delivered a punch straight to Javi's face. A hit so loud and sharp it rang out clearly across the battlefield. The force of the strike was so great that the shockwave blew away the earth and rock behind them, even causing an entire mountain to crumble. The punch landed squarely on Javi's face, filling him with searing pain. He clenched his teeth until they creaked, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With a furious roar, he lunged and drove his sword toward the enemy. But the King of Hell merely leaned aside with ease to dodge once more. Immediately after, he retaliated with another punch, this one slamming into Javi's face again, leaving it swollen and bruised. Then, without pause, he followed up with a swift kick to Javi's shin, shattering his footing. Javi lost balance and staggered backward. As his body pitched forward, the King of Hell grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him back violently. His expression remained ice-cold, devoid of emotion. Holding Javi by the neck as if lifting a feather-light rag doll, the King of Hell then slammed his head into the ground with such force that the earth split beneath the impact. A deafening rumble echoed across the area. He then calmly stood, adjusted the hem of his garment, and brushed the dust off himself. Javi lay still on the ground, showing no signs of movement. The King of Hell, in a voice void of warmth, commented on how remarkable it was. He acknowledged that even though the enemy had used holy water to repel the shattered evil god, no army like theirs had ever existed. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers with a crisp click and added that if he could recruit such a force, it would be truly extraordinary. As soon as the sound of the snap echoed, countless tiny black specks began to gather at the barrier gate, forming into distinct shapes. Witnessing this, the warriors began to grow anxious. Sweat rolled down their faces in dread. From the gateway, a horde of bizarre creatures poured forth, varied in form, size, and color, each more grotesque than the last. Their horrifying appearance caused the fighters' faces to pale. Their eyes widened with terror. The sky once again filled with these monstrous entities, while the ground had already become densely packed with them. Seeing this, Javi thought to himself in despair, how could they possibly defeat such monsters? Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. It offered him encouragement, urging him not to lose heart, and teasingly asked why he looked like he was about to lick the screen. The system reminded him that he still possessed the most powerful weapon of all. As the creatures continued their relentless advance, a silhouette appeared behind the front lines, a figure standing tall with their back facing the oncoming threat. The system then announced a special skill, the King's Life Partner. When Loi turned to look, the system revealed further information. This was no ordinary skill. She was the unofficial wife of the boss. She had finally arrived. The queen herself had descended, flanked by hundreds of thousands of fully armed cavalry soldiers, emerging onto the battlefield like a divine force. The system continued to speak, explaining that this was a special bond the two had created. Alicia stepped beside him and mentioned that she had just heard from the allied forces in the rear that the water on the ground was now holy water. She wondered aloud if soaking the monsters in it would weaken their strength. However, Big Brother Loi was visibly panicked at the sight of her, likely due to his concern for his future wife. He stammered, trying to urge her to retreat, warning her that the battlefield was far too dangerous, but, as usual, the roof of the house paid little attention to his words. Without hesitation, Alicia raised her voice and gave a direct command for the Royal Mage unit to drench the monsters with holy water. At her order, the mages immediately took formation along the mountainsides. They began casting spells, unleashing water and summoning storms. Complex magical circles appeared in their hands and gradually expanded outward. Streams of water gathered and surged like tsunamis, crashing forward with immense force. When the holy water splashed onto the monsters, they started screeching and howling in agony. Following the command, hundreds of thousands of water orbs were fired simultaneously. Striking the airborne monsters, light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. Then, a single sharp arrow descended, followed by hundreds and thousands more, raining down densely like a storm, piercing the monsters on the ground until they resembled porcupines. But that wasn't the end. Reinforcements from the merfolk army had also arrived. They were robust and radiated overwhelming energy. The merfolk king made a thunderous landing, so fierce that Loi, who stood behind, turned pale. With confidence, the queen of the merfolk revealed her toned shoulders, glared sharply, and expressed her disappointment. She scolded Loi, asking how he could fail to notify her about such an incident. She said that if she hadn't received a message from the Queen of the Cloudy Vale, things could have gone terribly wrong. Loi, clearly flustered, had no idea how to respond, and took a moment to stammer a few words, awkwardly asking how they even managed to come up here since this was the surface. The mermaid replied cheerfully, saying that they simply leapt up in one go, like magic. Loi's face darkened, and he silently wondered how something like that was even possible. At that moment, the sound of rapid movement echoed from the distance. He turned and saw that the centaur army had arrived. Their shouts, screams, and pounding hooves filled the air. They roared for battle, shouting strange catchphrases like, "Beep, beep, run now," and "Baang, baang, get ready for 100 years in the hospital." On the mountainside, villagers also arrived, singing labor chants and striking dramatic poses. Another tribal group came as well, ready to offer support. The queen, now brimming with battle spirit, drew her sword and shouted the signal for war. The PH army and the allied races moved as one, charging forward upon her command. Everyone surged into the battlefield at once. The merfolk warriors leapt and glided across the land in a somewhat comical yet valiant display. Seeing this, Big Brother Loi regained his spirit. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself that everything had changed. They would no longer need to sacrifice their lives to protect others. As this thought ended, Loi cried out loudly, calling for Ku Min. The moment he did, Ku Min flew toward him in a flash. Loi began moving as well, quietly saying that he was coming for GV. Just as they had always fought side by side, he leapt onto Ku Min's back and shouted that the two of them would end this together. Then the pair dashed across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Elsewhere, Long Long was still fighting, making a dazzling impression. It gathered energy, forming a powerful orb ready to be unleashed. The resulting blast shot forth in a radiant streak, unstoppable in its might. It pierced through a swarm of monsters, and the energy beam twisted with terrifying power. Witnessing this, the king of the underworld's face darkened. He coldly remarked that it was taking far too long, and then he began to move. The king of hell extended his arm forward, and at the tip of his finger, a blazing red sphere of energy began to form, swirling with ferocious intensity. Its sheer power was evident just by looking at it. He aimed it directly at Long Long, who had just finished unleashing a burst of fire. However, at that very moment, from behind the king of hell, Giavi had already risen to his feet, his eyes as cold as ice. Lifting his sword, he summoned magical energy to gather around its blade. Feeling the imminent danger, the king of hell was startled and quickly turned around. But before he could react, a swift and merciless slash was delivered. The blade sliced diagonally through his body like a gust of wind, even tearing apart the very scenery surrounding him. It was surreal. Blood erupted from the king of hell as he stood in shock, utterly stunned by the devastating blow to his shoulder. Crimson splattered across the battlefield, painting it red. The battle was far from over. Gav launched another sword attack, but this time, the king of hell responded more quickly, driving a powerful knee straight into Gav's chin. Yet Gav did not falter. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward with unwavering resolve. The strike pierced directly through the king of hell's body, and the force of the attack carved a deep trench into the ground beneath them. Loey stood aghast, his mouth agape, and cried out in panic that he absolutely would not allow that to happen again. Despite the sword driven through him, the king of hell appeared unfazed in the midst of their duel. He immediately countered with a brutal hook to the side of Gav's torso, lifting him clean off the ground and into the air. Meanwhile, Loey continued to shout, filled with determination and fiery spirit, declaring that he would never bow or kneel before that man again. High above the battlefield, Lloyd soared through the skies atop his summoned beast, racing toward Javier with a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The number of fates I saved, -1. Down below, the Hell King launched a devastating punch at Javier, but Javier, sword in hand, managed to block the blow, barely. The force of the attack sent him stumbling, thrown off balance. In that split second, the Hell King's fist struck again, this time landing directly on Javier's face. Back in the sky, Lloyd kept flying higher, gaze locked on the battlefield below. That meant one of us wouldn't make it in the end. Then he corrected himself, fire burning in his eyes. That's nonsense. Not me, and I won't let Javier die either. Below, Javier dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his face, body battered, but not broken. Lloyd's voice echoed with conviction. He is the protagonist of this world. At that moment, as Lloyd flew overhead, a strange ripple passed through his body like a glitch in reality, his form flickering, distorting for just a second. On the ground, the Hell King raised his fist again, ready to crush the kneeling knight. But Javier clenched his teeth in fury. In a flash of movement, he struck back, his sword slicing through the Hell King's abdomen. A burst of crimson erupted from the wound. Grinding his teeth, Javier pushed forward for another strike. If I lose, Suoko Kim dies. Never. That man, Suho Kim, because he's the protagonist of this world. The Hell King twisted, dodging with eerie precision, his body bending back at a perfect 90-degree angle. Suddenly, Javier's body too began to flicker just like Lloyd's earlier. Another glitch, another crack in reality. Before he could react, the Hell King's foot slammed into his head, sending his sword flying from his hand. The Hell King's wounds were already healing, flesh and clothes restoring as if rewinding time. He watched Javier closely, a hint of admiration in his voice. Javier Azran. I'm impressed. He's growing stronger, just like the 80% of my power that's now recovered. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Javier across the face again. What a shame. If he lives, he might even challenge a god's throne. Blood spilled from Javier's nose and mouth. But still, he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. The Hell King lifted a single finger and aimed it toward Javier, ready to unleash a deadly blast. But in that moment, Javier lunged forward, mouth wide open, and bit down hard. With full force, he sank his teeth into the Hell King's finger, biting it clean off. He turned his head, spitting the severed finger aside. The Hell King stared shocked from the wound. No blood flowed. Instead, a dark, shadowy mist oozed from where the finger used to be. 3 blackened fingers dropped from Javier's mouth, clattering to the ground. A pause. Then the Hell King spoke, calm and cold. Now my curiosity is satisfied. His expression darkened. Time to rest. He stepped forward and grabbed Javier's head with one massive hand, gripping it tight. But before the crushing blow could fall, a shadow dropped from the sky. Lloyd, shovel in hand, leaping straight from his summon, heading straight for the Hell King. The Hell King's grip tightened around Javier's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground like a doll in the hands of a monster. Above, Lloyd hovered in the air, his gaze sharp, his shovel pointed directly at the Hell King. Without warning, he shouted, "Boom!" His shovel began to glow, pulsing with a fiery red aura. The Hell King paused. Then, calmly, he released his grip on Javier's neck. With a flick of his left hand, he raised a single finger again, the same deadly gesture as before. A black streak slashed through the air. In a blink, Lloyd's body is cut in half from his stomach down. The Hell King's voice echoed with sarcasm. "Why not sing a song while you're at it, though?" "I do enjoy your singing." But Lloyd didn't flinch. He bared his teeth in a bold smile. The Hell King narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. All right, Suho Kim still has one more life, gifted by the Dragon King. But while he was lost in thought, a sword gleamed behind him. Javier, still alive, still fighting, he let out a battle cry and charged forward. The blade sliced through the Hell King's neck, clean and deep. Lloyd, meanwhile, had fallen to the ground, his lower body slowly regenerating. The Hell King staggered as his neck opened in a bloody gash, and then his head began to shift off-center, slowly separating. Javier stood panting, sweat pouring down his face. But the nightmare wasn't over. Even with his head twisted unnaturally, still attached barely, the Hell King spoke again. 100%. Javier's eyes widened in horror. Lloyd, still watching from below, was just as stunned. His legs continued to regrow, but there was no time to react. The Hell King raised his right arm, and then he moved it. Javier rose into the air, lifted by an invisible force, completely at the mercy of the Hell King's will. Then another motion. The Hell King thrust his hand forward, and Javier went flying, launched across the battlefield. He crashed down violently, tumbling between hellspawn and monsters before finally slamming into the earth near the kingdom soldiers. From the distance, a cry. "Sir Azran!" The queen ran toward him, panic in her voice. Back on the battlefield, the Hell King lifted his left hand again. This time a ball of crimson fire began to form in his palm, swirling, hissing, growing, and then he threw it. The fireball stared across the sky, expanding as it flew. Buildings in the frontier territory exploded on contact, reduced to dust, and still it grew. Too big, too fast. It consumed everything in its path. Territory, soldiers, walls, obliterated in seconds. Those still battling the monsters turned to see it coming. Frozen in place, unable to move, just watching their doom approach. The entire front line fell silent, everyone gazing at the apocalyptic wave of fire and death now rushing toward them. Then a system window flashed into the air, and on it only two words: Suho Kim. The ground trembles as he slowly rises behind him. The queen, soldiers, and mages stand frozen, silent. His face is battered, bruised beyond recognition. His head lowered. He looks utterly spent, strength nearly gone. Suddenly, a message flashes across the system. With your current power, you cannot defeat the Hell King, but he doesn't back down. He takes a fighting stance. Wings burst forth from his back. And just as the Crimson Inferno looms closer, another message interrupts. Wait, you've already used direct advice once. I can't authorize more. Yet, he still charges forward. He raises his weapon, ready to stop the blazing attack. And then screw that. Find me or punish me. However you want, he presses on. From the sky, the author himself protests. Hey, excuse me, the contract says, but the battlefield cares little for contracts. More soldiers, those of the White Mermaid and the kingdom alike, are blown away by the sheer heat of the blast. A wall of fire sweeping everything in its path. Then another message. Do what you're best at. Use your best skill. And then a voice cuts through the chaos. Calm, sharp, unexpected. Hey, Hell King. From behind he kneels, his body battered but not broken. A smirk spreads across his face. Can you move that circle aside so we can talk? If we agree on the terms, the Hell King slowly turns, hands still behind his back. You might live your whole life without working again. The energy sphere of the King of the Underworld continued to rampage violently across the territory, its size swelling with every passing moment and its destructive force growing ever more ferocious. Javier, his body covered in wounds, especially across his face, still strained with every last ounce of strength to hold it back. His eyes remained filled with unwavering faith and determination. The system informed him that there was something he had misunderstood. All around, the townspeople were struggling to withstand the sphere's overwhelming power. A young man of the Ott tribe stood firmly in front, determined to protect his brother-in-law. The knight who had once turned away from crime gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into resisting the crushing pressure. The system went on to reveal that Loy Frontera had never been on the list of survivors according to DP, and his fate had always been sealed. He was destined to die. Just behind Javier, Queen Alicia rushed forward to assist. The system added that the one in the negative count was Javiel. The queen channeled all her remaining strength, standing shoulder to shoulder with Javier to push back the enormous energy sphere. According to the system's revelation about the ending, after Loy's death, a man named Haben would be slain by the king of the underworld. It was highly likely that Haben was, in fact, Javier. The system continued, saying that Haben had fought the king of the underworld until his very last breath before perishing. At that moment, Loy was striding steadily toward the king of the underworld. His body was smeared with dirt, yet an enigmatic smirk curved on his lips. He told the king of the underworld that if the latter agreed to a few simple conditions, he would help him escape that hell forever. The king of the underworld seemed to find the words agreeable. The system remarked that the choice Loy had just made would shake the very fate of the world. Apparently, his words had pleased the king of the underworld, for the dark ruler lifted 2 fingers and made a slight beckoning gesture. The colossal crimson sphere of energy halted in an instant, and then vanished entirely. By now, Javier was utterly exhausted, his face pale and worn. Teotui saw the system report that the number of people Javier had saved was still at -1. His wings disintegrated, his strength completely spent, and his body collapsed. The queen immediately rushed to catch him. It was at that moment that fate began to shift. The system announced that the number of lives saved had increased by 1, returning to 0, meaning Javier himself had been saved. Like a domino effect, the first tile to fall was none other than the protagonist of this world. Javier had survived, and because of that, the butterfly effect had been set into motion. In a deep voice, the king of the underworld said he believed in Loy's abilities and thought that perhaps Loy could set him free. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Loy would gain nothing in return. He then asked what he should do for Loy. Loy simply shrugged and waved his hand, stating that it was nothing grand. He knew his strength was no match for the king of the underworld. He only wished to help him choose the path with the least pain. The system announced that if the person Loy saved went on to save others, those numbers would also be counted toward the DB. The king of hell replied that he could not grant the request to save the villagers. He explained that, according to Watt's wish, he was bound to kill even those around Loy. Loy lowered his head with a faint smile, saying that such a matter could not be helped. After all, even if he died, he would eventually be reborn, so it did not matter. The system then reported that the hero Javier Ahan had grown stronger and was determined to save more people. At that moment, Javier also regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Loy raised 2 fingers and stated that he had 2 requests. First, that the king of hell answer 1 question, and second, that when he descended to the underworld, the king of hell should refrain from mutilating him. The system announced that the number of people Loy had saved was now 1. Hearing this, the king of hell responded that such a request could be accepted. Loy gave a faint smile, remarking that speaking with him was indeed agreeable, and proceeded to pose his question. The system reported that the number of people saved had risen to 8 and was still climbing. The king of hell's expression grew stern, his deep voice filled with wariness, as he demanded to know first how Loy intended to free him. Without that knowledge, he said, he could not answer the question. But Loy cut straight to the point, his expression darkening, and coldly insisted that the king of hell answer first. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 37 and was still increasing. Now both Loy and the king of hell glared at each other, neither willing to yield. The battle of wills became stiflingly tense. The system continued its report. The number of people saved had surged into 4 digits and was rising rapidly. Meanwhile, the queen approached, placing an arm around Javier's shoulder to support him, and the king of hell, realizing the situation was turning against him, began calculating his next move. Eventually, he furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and glared, declaring that he had no reason to be led around any longer. He ended the negotiation abruptly and instantly conjured a blazing red energy sphere in his hand. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 7 digits and was still climbing quickly. The king of hell hurled the sphere, which rolled away, swelling larger and sweeping aside everything in its path. The system again announced that the number of people saved had leapt into 8 digits and continued to grow without pause. On the other side, the queen froze in astonishment when she saw the massive crimson sphere hurtling toward her. Though exhausted, Javier gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bringing his hands together, he focused on creating something. In that very instant, a brilliant golden energy sword burst into existence. With his will blazing and determination unyielding, he let out a roar and swung the sword in a dazzling arc, slicing the incoming energy sphere clean in half. The King of Hell admitted through clenched teeth that in all his years of existence, he had never witnessed such a sight. His eyes glimmered with disbelief, while inside, fury and resentment swelled uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage, his eyes glowing a fearsome red, and brought his weapon down in a devastating strike. The blow sent Javier flying, shattering the ground around him and filling the air with a choking haze of dust and debris. The King of Hell then swept his hand again, darkening the sky as swirling black clouds gathered above. He shouted that he was still treating them kindly, before with a flick of his wrist, countless red dots appeared in the heavens, like molten droplets, soon erupting into a barrage of meteors crashing violently toward the earth. As he glanced back, he noticed Loy still standing there, his eyes cold and unyielding. Loy's voice was low and firm as he told him to end it, repeating the command with even sharper intensity, his posture defiant. The system then reported that the person Loy had saved had, in turn, saved 73,409,579 others, and had stopped there. The total had exceeded 50 million DP. The system asked twice if he wished to use the power of the strongest being in the world. At this, Loy's expression turned completely unreadable, his face cold as stone. Topo's demeanor grew dejected, Bo's lips trembled as though he was about to cry, Ippo and Kaming looked downcast, and the dragon had been reduced to nothing but a bare skull, its thoughts unreadable. Podong's mouth was pressed tightly shut. Then suddenly, the children burst into laughter together, raising their hands, legs, and wings as if to send him their strength. Loy pressed his lips together, emotion welling up in his chest. Inwardly, he thanked them, saying that he had been truly happy. Gathering every shred of willpower and holding fast to his resolve, he bid them farewell. Standing tall, he decisively activated the power of the world's strongest being. Immediately afterward, the children began to fade away, Long Long included. Yet they all wore radiant smiles until the end, with only Bai Bu Bum, who had not been summoned by the system, remaining behind. Tears streaming down its face, it ran toward the friends who were vanishing before its eyes, or so it seemed, until it became clear it was running straight to Boo. In the end, Boo smiled, allowing Bib Bo to wrap it in a tight embrace. The pets' bodies gradually dissolved into nothingness, and the dragon was now nothing more than its skeletal head. The system announced that for the next 30 seconds, Loy would be the strongest being in the entire world, ending its message with the words that it loved him. With that final declaration, the system itself began to fade, and an immense torrent of energy gathered, enveloping Loy's body. His eyes turned utterly cold, the energy pouring into him without pause. Even the King of Hell stood frozen in surprise for several seconds, momentarily stunned by the sight. Loy then moved, giving a subtle wave of his hand. A violent burst of energy erupted, and with a single sweeping motion, the sky became still. The meteors summoned by the King of Hell crumbled instantly into dust and scattered to the ground. Loy stepped forward with steady, unflinching resolve, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. The King of Hell hesitated for a moment, but his voice remained sharp as he remarked that 10 seconds had already passed and asked what Loy could possibly accomplish with the 20 seconds that remained. Before he could finish savoring the taunt, Loy drove a punch directly into his face, his jaw clenched and his expression tight with unbridled fury. Loy remembered that before the battle began, he had once gone to Raphael to ask about the nature of angels and demons. He had wanted to know whether they were similar to humans or merely immortal, indestructible deities. He had been deeply curious about the essence of such beings. Raphael had laughed and explained that they could feel pain when struck and could also experience anxiety. They were all living creatures, the only difference being that when chosen to become angels, they were granted special powers. Hearing this, Loy had wondered about the idea of being chosen, and asked if Raphael himself had once been human before being selected. Raphael had confirmed it, though he had noted that it was rare, as angels and demons were usually predetermined from birth. Much like how this world had a system that randomly assigned roles, Loy had then pondered whether this applied to angels and the king of the underworld as well. Raphael had smiled and told him it did, that they too were living beings bound by the world's rules, only undergoing endless reincarnation and leading lives slightly different from humans. At that, both Loy and Javier had fallen silent in thought. Back in the present battle between Loy and the King of Hell, The countdown had reached 20 seconds. Loi had clenched his fists and thrown a punch straight at the king's face, distorting the surrounding space and drawing blood from the old man's nose. The glasses on the king's face had shattered and fallen away. The shockwave from the blow had thrown the world into chaos. Yet Loi had not stopped and had continued to attack. 19 seconds remained. Each passing moment determined their fate. Loi had gritted his teeth and prepared another strike, but before he could throw it, the king had retaliated with a punch of equal force. In the area where civilians were watching, the space had warped, and the shockwave had made it impossible for them to keep their balance. One of Loi's teeth had been knocked out, but he had immediately counterattacked. The two had exchanged blows again and again, each impact sending violent shockwaves through the surroundings. Above them, dense, deathly mists and rolling thunder had filled the sky. The powers of the strongest beings of two worlds had clashed, neither willing to yield, their eyes blazing with the fire of determination. At 18 seconds, their fists had met like cannon blasts in rapid succession. The tremors from the fight had stirred Javier back to consciousness. A fleeting memory had crossed his mind. He had once reminded Loi that the young master always took on the most dangerous tasks, and had advised him not to let emotions dictate his actions. Loi had only smiled then, saying that doing so would yield the greatest profit. 17 seconds remained. The queen had watched the battle anxiously, while Javier, still injured, had forced himself to stand. At the center of the clash, Loi's face had swollen badly, and he had been struck so hard by the king that his entire body was thrown back. As the king had rushed forward, he had shouted at Loi, calling him insane and saying that he had chosen a foolish plan and would inevitably fail once time returned to normal. The king had mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat him in such a short span, and had declared that Loi had already lost. Though Loi possessed the power of the strongest man in the world, he had still fallen short of matching the king of hell. 14 seconds remained, yet he had refused to give up, driving his fist into the king's face even as he endured blows in return. At 13 seconds, both had been knocked to the ground by the force of the other's attacks. Even the king had let out a groan of pain. Loi had then asked whether, after enduring pain countless times, one could become immune to it. His determined gaze had made the king grit his teeth and glare at him in fury. Right after regaining his balance, the old man immediately readied his fist for another punch. Loi did the same, his eyes showing no trace of hesitation. There were 11 seconds left. Directly before the gate to the underworld, the two figures continued trading blows. The ground around them was torn apart, and gravity itself seemed distorted, sending chunks of rock hurtling upward. 10 seconds remained. Outside, the queen ran toward them in desperation, shouting in fear. At the same time, Javier, empowered by his newly gained strength, clenched his teeth, formed a sword of golden light, and rushed forward at an even greater speed. 9 seconds left. Javier thought anxiously that the king of the underworld had said Kim Suho had only 20 seconds of heavy energy left, which would make victory impossible. Yet he was certain that Kim Suho would never gamble unless there was a real chance of winning. Meanwhile, Loi was seizing the underworld king by the hair, leaping high into the air, and then driving a powerful headbutt straight into his skull. The blow left the king reeling, staggering backward right beneath the underworld gate. In the past, Loi had once asked Raphael whether it meant that if the king of the underworld, the supreme archangel, and Workus were to enter the gate of reincarnation, they would be randomly reborn in another world. Raphael had replied that of course it would happen, for it was one of the laws of the world, just like the passage of time or the pull of gravity. At that time, Loi had turned to say to Javier that he understood now, and asked if Javier wanted him to catch the underworld king and sweep him into the gate of reincarnation. Javier had responded with doubt, asking if Loi really thought it was that easy. Raphael had then laughed and remarked that, unfortunately, such a plan could not be carried out. The three of them were among the strongest beings in the world, so it was nearly impossible. He had added that if Loi truly wished to do such a thing, he would first need the power to throw them in, back to the present battle. 7 seconds remained. Javier was doing everything he could to close the distance, thinking to himself that he knew exactly what Kim Suho was planning and was sure Suho was putting all his hopes into that single gamble. The gate of underworld reincarnation loomed ahead. At that moment, Loi let out a powerful shout, as if pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He lunged forward, driving himself straight into the king of hell, forcing the man's body toward the gate with eyes full of unyielding resolve. As he charged ahead, he told himself to hold on, thinking that they were almost there. That day, he vowed, he would help the man escape from the dark, hellish world. Seeing this, the king of hell seemed to realize something. Javier, despite straining with all his might to reach them, was still too far away. He could only stretch out a desperate hand and cry out for the young master not to do it. With the last of his strength, Loy propelled both himself and the King of Hell into a leap toward the gate. The force was so great it created a shockwave that hurled Javier backward. Only 5 seconds remained. The two of them hurtled toward the gate like a blazing comet, tearing through space itself and revealing a starry sky beyond, glimmering like a ribbon of light. The King of Hell, struggling to break free from Loy's iron grip, demanded to know what the boy thought he was doing. Sweat broke across his brow as he suddenly understood Loy's true intent, his gaze darting in alarm toward the gate behind them. He thrashed violently, shouting for him to wait and to stop. Loy, however, only continued his charge, laughing and mocking the old man, saying that now he seemed shocked, and asking if he had any idea who Kim Suho truly was. He declared with pride that he was the most handsome and coolest man in the world, something so remarkable that even hell itself would desire it. The battlefield before the gate of reincarnation had descended into a suffocating silence. No clash of steel, no cries of battle remained. Only the ominous streak of a blazing meteor cutting through the heavens, racing toward the infernal gate as though destiny itself had chosen this moment to carve its verdict. Javi and the Queen stood powerless, their eyes fixed on the sky, their hearts drowning in despair, knowing that they could do nothing to alter what was about to unfold. In those final moments, the old King of Hell writhed desperately in Loy's grasp, his body straining against the unyielding arms that bound him. Within his fury, he cursed the cruel reality that Loy's strength had not diminished as expected. His thoughts seethed with confusion and disbelief. He told himself that it should have been impossible, that Loy should never have been able to restrain him with such force. Then, with a sudden clarity born of fear, he realized the truth. All of Loy's power had been poured into forcing him back and shackling his movements. The old king mocked the recklessness of such a choice, thinking that by doing so Loy had left himself defenseless, his body unprotected. With hatred boiling in his eyes, he resolved to end it, to strike down the one who dared to defy him. Raising his hands high, the old king delivered a crushing blow to Loy's back. The impact tore through flesh and bone, forcing Loy's body into a painful arch. A cry of anguish burst from his lips, blood spilling freely from his mouth, staining the ground beneath them. The pain was unbearable, a torment that ripped through every nerve, yet Loy only tightened his grip, clinging to the old king with a resolve that would not break. 3 seconds remained. His body trembled, his arm wrenched apart like a discarded toy, but still he held on. His mind was consumed not by thoughts of survival, but by the weight of responsibility he carried. To endure such suffering was torment enough, but the image of those who trusted him being hurt was far more unbearable. Even as the old king's fists rained mercilessly upon his face, even as the world blurred into a haze of pain, Loy's determination did not falter. He bit down against the agony. His eyes burning with unshakable resolve, the old king's rage soon twisted into fear. His strikes became desperate, his eyes wide with panic. He screamed and demanded to be released, his voice rising in terror. But nothing could move Loy's heart. The young warrior's will had hardened into something immovable, something beyond pain or fear. His final moments were not of weakness, but of defiance, a flame that refused to be extinguished. The final second arrived. At that very instant, the meteor struck the gate with a blinding radiance, and the infernal passage began to collapse. Javier's heart shattered as he cried out for his master, his voice breaking with anguish, yet the sound never reached the world. Within the fading light of the gate, Loy's form began to dissolve alongside that of the old king. In that fleeting instant, it was as if Javier heard his master's voice within his mind. Loy's words carried both acceptance and a faint touch of humor. He declared that it was time for the supporting character to step away from the stage, leaving it to the true protagonist. A faint smile crossed Loy's bloodied face as he entrusted Javier with the future. He asked him to protect this world in his stead, to care for those left behind, and with a final jest, he called Javier the handsome protagonist who would carry the story forward. Then his presence faded, dissolving into nothingness, swallowed by the void beyond the gate. Javier's mouth opened in a soundless scream. His soul was breaking apart with grief, but no cry could escape him. In the next moment, Loy and the old king were gone completely. The battlefield, once so loud with the chaos of war, became an empty grave of silence. No words could describe the sorrow of those who remained. The gate of hell slowly closed, its dreadful glow extinguished as light returned to the world. The black clouds that had suffocated the heavens were scattered, replaced by the gentle touch of sunlight that fell upon the broken warriors. The war had ended. Victory had been secured, but no one rejoiced. Not a single smile could be found among the survivors. The queen, like the others, gazed into the sky as if searching for a trace of the hero who had vanished. Her strength gave way, her knees buckled, and she collapsed upon the earth. her hands trembling. Her heart ached with a grief beyond words, a wound that no language could ever heal. Around her, the survivors stood silent, their triumph hollow, their victory steeped in unbearable sorrow. The battlefield was no longer a place of glory, but of mourning, and in that mournful stillness, the memory of Loi's final smile lingered, an echo of sacrifice, of courage, and of a farewell that would never be forgotten. The sun burned brightly overhead, yet the battlefield lay in an uncanny silence. Not a clash of steel nor a cry of warriors could be heard. Only the heart-rending wail of one companion tore through the stillness, echoing with grief that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. Inside the gate of reincarnation, Kim Soo-ho's soul drifted steadily away. His eyes were empty, devoid of focus, yet faint fragments of thought continued to ripple through his fading mind. He reflected with sorrow that there were still things left undone, bonds left unspoken, and farewells never given. He regretted that he had not managed to say goodbye to Dong Huang, and that there were many promises he had once made but could not keep. A quiet anxiety tugged at him as he wondered whether those he left behind would blame him, or perhaps feel betrayed by his departure. Then, at the very end of that dim path, a glimmer of light appeared. It widened slowly, drawing him in and washing over his fading thoughts. When the brilliance at last enveloped him entirely, his consciousness slipped into nothingness. He could not tell if time had stretched into an eternity or collapsed into the span of a single breath. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho's eyes snapped open. His body jolted as though rising from a deep slumber, and before him stretched a vision long unseen, yet achingly familiar. He found himself within the confines of an old, worn room, a place from his distant past. For a moment, he simply stared, dazed and uncertain whether this was a dream or a cruel trick of memory. Gradually, he steadied himself and lowered his gaze. Beside him lay a phone, ordinary, yet strangely grounding. He picked it up with trembling fingers and sat upright. On its screen shone the image of Javier, the familiar protagonist whose presence stirred countless memories. The sight struck him with both nostalgia and unease, as if reminding him of the very world he had once lost. His eyes wandered upward, drawn toward the faint shaft of light filtering through the window into the modest room. Slowly, he pushed away the blanket and placed his bare feet on the ground. Step by step, he left the bed and moved outside. Beyond the threshold stretched a row of simple workers' houses, quiet and lifeless in the lingering warmth of daylight. With bare feet against the cool earth, he stepped onward until the silence gave way to the bustling roar of the street. The clamor of engines, the chatter of people, and the endless rhythm of the city engulfed him. Instinctively, his gaze lifted to an apartment building glowing with familiar lights, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Then, his eyes wandered again, taking in the riot of colorful signs crowding the corner of the street, each one blazing like fragments of another life. He walked without destination, drifting like a ghost among the crowds. The city surged around him, yet he remained apart. Silent, distant, unmoored. People passing by stole glances at him, whispering to one another with puzzled tones. Some wondered aloud whether he was drunk, questioning why a young man would wander barefoot and vacant-eyed through the night. Their curiosity barely touched him. At last his steps faltered and came to a stop. He lifted his head, ignoring the stairs, and his eyes found the sky. There, amidst the darkness, a full moon shone in luminous silence, round and unyielding. Its light poured over him like a quiet benediction. For a long moment, he stood beneath it, letting the truth sink in. Slowly, he seemed to accept it, that he had returned, not to the place of myth or to the battlefield where his soul had been torn away, but to the world he once belonged to, the world he had left behind. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. His chest heaved silently as a final thought crossed his mind. Without a word, he bid farewell to his companions, to his unfulfilled promises, and accepted a new life. His story in this world had only just begun. After the fierce and exhausting battle between the King of Hell and the entire populace of Frontera finally reached its conclusion, the scene shifted to its aftermath. By now, the Count's once proud domain had been reduced to a wasteland of rubble and ash. The grandeur that had stood for generations was no more than a memory. Before long, the Count and his wife, along with the women and children who had been evacuated earlier for safety, cautiously returned to the land that had once been their home. When their eyes fell upon the devastation before them, silence gripped them. Their breaths seemed to falter, as if words themselves could not survive in such desolation. Among the ruins, the Count recognized the figure approaching. It was Javier. The young man halted before them, standing in the fading light of dusk. For a long while, he could not utter a single word. The sunlight spilled across his lonely silhouette, highlighting the tension in his jaw as his lips pressed tightly together. Eventually, reality forced him to break the silence. He recounted, with heavy reluctance, the tragic outcome of the battle. He did not need to say much, for the expressions of the Count and his wife revealed the full weight of their collapse. Despair and disbelief hollowed their faces, while those who had returned with them, the townspeople of Frontera, sank into grief no less profound. It felt as though the very heart of their community had been torn away, leaving them emptier than ruins could ever express. Meanwhile, beneath the shattered gates of hell itself, a solitary figure remained. The queen sat there, her knees drawn close to her chest. She had seen with her own eyes the final, irrevocable disappearance of Loy. That moment had swallowed her in despair so absolute that it drained her of voice and strength. All that remained to her was a fragile connection to him, the shovel he had once carried, which she now held tightly in her arms. With eyes dulled by sorrow, she sat frozen in a trance, as though time itself had abandoned her. The perspective then shifted to the modern world. Loy, or rather Kim Suho, sat numbly on a bus seat, staring out the window. His gaze seemed distant, yet everything outside became a cruel reminder of what he had lost. Each building he passed seemed to summon the memory of days long gone, such as when he and Javier had dug into the soil together to raise homes. When the bus rolled across a bridge, the image of the queen's smile upon the suspension bridge she had once asked him to construct returned to haunt him. Every detail of the city seemed infused with fragments of another life. Before long, the bus pulled to its stop. Kim Suho rose slowly and stepped down, his body moving without vitality, as though an invisible weight dragged each step. He wandered the empty road like a lost soul. The soft sound of birdsong from the branches above caught his attention. Those fleeting notes stirred something deep within, unlocking memories of joyous days with his beloved companions. Bo Dong the mole, Bangun the worm, Hamong the little hippo, Go Min the lazy bird, and Bi Bong Ba the playful otter. For a moment, warmth mixed with sorrow spread within him, but his pace remained heavy, carrying both grief and nostalgia in equal measure. At last, his slow steps brought him before the resting place of his parents' remains. Standing before their memorial portraits, his lips finally parted. In a quiet voice, he began to speak to them. He confided that he had lived through a magnificent adventure, one more extraordinary than he could ever have imagined. He told them how he had earned great wealth and used it to aid countless people. He remembered the battles he had fought, against criminals, against evildoers, against angels and demons alike, and even against the king of hell himself. Each word carried a mixture of pride and longing, as though he wished his parents could have witnessed all of it with their own eyes. For a moment, silence stretched again, and he drew in a long, steady breath before forcing a smile. He admitted that if his parents could have seen it, everything would have appeared beautiful. He said he wished dearly that they could have witnessed it themselves, and he believed with certainty that they would have been proud of him. After these words, he slowly closed his eyes, his expression sinking into sorrow. Yet in that moment of despair, a sudden glow interrupted the stillness. A soft, familiar green light began to shimmer in the air. Suho's eyes opened instantly in shock. Reflected within a transparent mirror-like surface, a familiar system panel appeared before him, glowing with an otherworldly blue. His pupils contracted sharply and he turned abruptly, only to see the system's interface manifesting ever more clearly behind him. His astonishment deepened when he realized the words forming upon its surface. The message declared that they had seen everything. It said they had witnessed all that he wished to tell, every deed their Suho had accomplished in that other world, every glory he had earned. The words assured him that he could rest easy, for his father and mother had seen it all. In the next breath, the system panel dissolved into nothingness. In its place, two figures emerged slowly from the fading light, the forms of his father and mother standing before him once again. Kim Suho's tears could no longer be held back. They poured down without restraint, warm against his cheeks as though carrying all the grief he had suppressed for so long. In desperation, he rushed forward, yearning to embrace his parents once more, but his arms passed through them as though through a veil of emptiness, leaving him to collapse heavily onto the ground. Yet even as his body struck the earth, the tears did not cease. They streamed endlessly, his emotions breaking free and refusing to be hidden any longer. At that moment, his expression revealed everything: fear, sorrow, longing. As if he had become once again the small child who longed only to return to the loving arms of his parents, the place where every feeling could be shown without shame, as he had done in the earliest days of his life. Their figures, fragile as a fading dream, slowly began to dissolve, but still their faces carried a serene and gentle smile filled with happiness. Raising their fists together, they remarked that their family was truly wonderful. Though his heart ached with reluctance, Suho realized that destiny had allowed him to see them again, if only briefly. More importantly, he felt deeply that they had witnessed his struggles and were proud of him for all he had endured. That understanding brought immense comfort, a rare peace that eased the weight in his chest. It was a fleeting happiness, yet powerful enough to soften the sharpness of his pain. When at last he regained his composure, he allowed a trembling smile to form upon his lips. He raised his hand, meeting theirs in one final fist bump, a small but unshakable symbol of their bond. For an instant, warmth filled his heart as if time itself had paused. Then, with their radiant smiles lingering as his last memory, their forms dissolved completely, vanishing like mist under sunlight. Days later, back in Frontera, the land that had once been torn apart by battle was alive again with noise and movement. Reconstruction had begun in earnest. The clamor of hammers striking stone, saws cutting wood, and the shouting of workers echoed across the ruined city. One man called out that the building materials in his sector were nearly exhausted. Greg quickly reassured him that there was no need to worry, reminding him that the palace would send another shipment by the following morning. Turning to a female elf at his side, he asked whether the iron and cement were also running short. She answered with calm confidence that the man in charge had already supplied more than enough to fill the hospitals, resources fit to build 10 whole cities, and told him there was no cause for concern. Elsewhere, Artanis reported to Lord Bayan that all mining operations had been successfully completed. Bayan nodded with satisfaction, noting with approval that thanks to the help of the demon folk, every task was moving forward with remarkable smoothness. In another part of the city, a young girl urged Bibong to rest, her tone filled with worry as she reminded him that everyone was concerned for his health. She warned him that if he kept overworking himself, his body would surely suffer. Yet the little otter only cried out his own name once in stubborn determination and continued to labor without pause. The girl let out a long sigh, half in frustration and half in affection, and told him that if he refused to rest, then she too would refuse to leave his side. The spirit of restoration filled every corner of Frontera. Dust and sweat mixed in the air as people worked tirelessly to rebuild their land. Meanwhile, the Count and Countess remained in their chambers, surrounded by endless stacks of documents. The Countess observed that the requests for food from Astrahan had already been fulfilled. The Count acknowledged her remark with a nod and instructed that the restoration of Mars be temporarily halted, with laborers redirected toward heating facilities instead. Since standardizing the new procedures would take time, he ordered that the most experienced soldiers form a supervisory team, leaving Bayan only with the responsibility of confirming the final results. As she looked at her husband's weary face, the Countess spoke softly, saying that he seemed tired and should not push himself too far. But the Count laughed warmly and asked that if his present work was already considered exhaustion, then what could be said of the two poor souls still suffering their punishment in the underworld? At that very moment, the Hell Engineer and the Angel Gariel were indeed laboring under punishment, their faces haggard and drawn as they struggled through mountains of documents. The Count paused briefly, then added that Javier, too, was not to be forgotten. Upon hearing this, the Countess grew quiet. She gazed out of the window, her voice low as she murmured that 6 months had already passed since the boy had gone, and that each night she still dreamed of Javier's return. The Count reassured her gently, telling her it would surely happen. With thoughts of both Loy and Javier weighing upon his heart, he added that he hoped things would soon grow better. It would not remain a dream forever, he insisted, for Javier had made a solemn promise. The boy had vowed to bring that person back. He would not fail. He would return their lord to them. And at that very moment, far away, Javier himself, rugged, dust-covered, and solitary, was pressing forward across a lonely path, step by step, toward a destination known only to him. The scene shifted to the Queen's palace, where Javier stood in the main hall before her. The Queen stated that they needed to find the Dragon King, and Javier agreed. He recalled that in the past, young Master Loy and he had once borrowed the Dragon King's power to visit their homeland in another world. He suggested that if they sought the Dragon King's help again, there might be a chance to return there once more. The Queen then explained that Lord had stepped into the cycle of reincarnation, and no one knew what he would be reborn as or in which world he would appear. Javier fell silent for a moment before responding that it was only one possibility, and perhaps Lord had already returned to his homeland. The Queen asked if he was certain that this possibility was significant, to which Javier admitted it was not. However, he reasoned that Lord Frontera had always been the kind of man who would wager everything, even on the smallest chance. Hearing this, the Queen reflected for a moment before declaring that the Kingdom of Magentano would do everything possible to find the Dragon King. She ordered Javier to tell her everything that had happened so far. Javier explained that he had retraced the path toward the Dragon King as he remembered, yet after months of searching, he had been unable to find him. He speculated that there might be a magical barrier formed from a special dimension, and for humans like them, breaking such a barrier was impossible. That meant, he concluded, they would have to uncover how the heroes of the past had reached the Dragon King's lair and received his blessing. The Queen immediately commanded that all records related to past heroes be investigated, and every possible place connected to them be explored. Soon after, with the united effort of the entire kingdom, they discovered a clue. Reports came that a village still preserved the legend of the Dragon Road, though it had long since been destroyed. The queen insisted that no matter what, the truth of it must be thoroughly investigated. The scene then shifted to the Frontera territory. Winter had come, snow falling in waves. Before the entrance gate, an old banner still hung, reading, "Welcome back, young Master Loy." In stark contrast to its cheerful words, the surroundings appeared desolate and sorrowful. The rope holding the banner, weathered by time, snapped under the cold wind, and the cloth slowly fell to the frozen ground. Footsteps approached. It was Lord Bayan, accompanied by others carrying tools. As if accustomed to the routine, he gave the order to replace the old banner. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain where blizzards raged too fiercely for ordinary people to survive, Javier continued to tread quietly on his journey in search of the Dragon King. Back in the Frontera territory, a new banner was soon put up, yet the words remained the same. "Welcome back, young Master Loy." The message had always been displayed there, carrying the collective hope of the people. Javier seemed to sense that hope and remained steadfast. Even within his own mind, he had never once thought that young Master Loy would never return. After all, it was Loy who had taught him that what truly mattered was always to keep looking forward, for that was the only way to achieve one's goals. Just then, a surprised voice echoed nearby, wondering aloud how a human could have found this place. Hearing it, Javier turned his head. When the speaker recognized his face, the voice grew even more astonished, realizing who he was. The one who had spoken was Tyrannus, the father of the Dragon King. At present, back in the modern world, Kim Suho stood in front of a mirror dressed neatly in office attire, though his expression remained unchanged. Out of habit, he raised his hand to brush his hair, but the moment he touched his head, he realized that this was no longer the body he once had. After a moment of contemplation, he soon made his way to a tall office building. There, a manager welcomed him and invited him to sit. The man informed him that from that day onward he was officially team leader Kim Suho, since the decision had already been approved in the meeting the day before. He added that Suho had become the youngest team leader in the history of the business division, and even the most conservative figures could not ignore the profits he had generated for the company. Yet Suho did not feel pleased. He only gave a faint response of gratitude. The other man, surprised that he did not smile, remarked that no matter how competent he was at work, his perpetually somber face only revealed his loneliness. He went on to remind Suho of a female client who had once liked him but always felt ignored whenever she tried to speak with him. When the workday ended, Suho left alone. Suddenly his phone rang, catching his attention. Reading the message, his eyes showed a trace of surprise. It was from an old friend asking if he was still alive. Later that evening, the two of them met at a barbecue restaurant. While eating and talking, the friend recalled that Suho had once said if he were a man like him, he would bring him grilled meat. He then teased that the day had finally come, and joked that without him, Suho might never have smelled meat at all. Noticing Suho's new position as a manager of a large corporation, the friend mocked that he should not grow too arrogant or else he would hit him. Suho, however, did not take offense. Instead, he smiled faintly and admitted that it had been a long time since he had eaten beef. The friend was surprised, pointing out that with a salary as high as his, there was no reason he could not afford it. Suho explained that he was still waiting for his friend to buy it for him, just as in the old days, because he had always believed his friend would become an extraordinary person in the future. Hearing this, the friend grew momentarily thoughtful but soon reverted to his playful manner, joking that Suho must have thought sweet words could earn him more premium beef and promising that he would give him 10 portions. As their conversation continued, the friend asked how Suho had been and where he was currently living. Suho paused in thought, then smiled lightly and revealed that he had dreamt of something strange. When the friend curiously asked what kind of dream it was, Suho slowly answered that it was a dream in which he was merely a supporting character in a novel. When Kim Suho opened his eyes, he did not know when exactly he had begun to unburden himself. He recounted his journey to his friend as if it had only been a dream, a way to confess the mistakes that weighed on him. While speaking, he remained unaware that his smile and expression had already shifted, no longer carrying the gloomy heaviness of his usual demeanor. His friend was equally fascinated, and the two continued to talk for a long time, so long that they remained there from when the restaurant was crowded until it was nearly closing, yet the flow of their conversation never ceased. Suho went on to describe how the King of Hell had torn away his arm in an attempt to escape, but he had refused to let go, clinging on despite the excruciating pain, and ultimately dragging both of them into the gate of reincarnation. At that moment, his friend's expression subtly changed. Noticing this, Suho stopped, scratched his head with embarrassment, and admitted that he probably looked like a middle schooler still clinging to the childish dream of becoming a great man. His friend then asked, in a serious tone, whether what Suho had told him had really only been a dream. Suho froze for a moment before quickly insisting that it had, explaining that, as a science graduate, he could not possibly believe in something so fantastical. Yet his friend disagreed, stating firmly that all of those experiences must have truly happened to him. Hearing this, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. For the first time, it felt as though someone truly understood him. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes, but he quickly brushed them away and repeated with a smile that it had been nothing more than a dream, because otherwise it would have been impossible. His friend only smiled in return and remarked that perhaps this world was the dream, while the one Suho had spoken of was the real one. He reminded Suho that he had never seemed like someone who belonged here, but more like a hero from another world, only one who had lost his power in this place. Suho turned away and muttered that he was no hero, merely a supporting character. His friend countered that not only protagonists could become heroes. That remark left Suho briefly stunned. The friend then brought up Javier, asking whether Suho truly believed everything concerning him had ended. Suho laughed softly and admitted he did not know. The friend smirked, saying that, from what Suho had told him, Javier was not the kind of person to leave matters unresolved. No matter what happened, someone like him would pursue Suho to the very ends of the world. Indeed, just as those words suggested, Javier had by then arrived at a familiar place, the dwelling of the slumbering Dragon King. When the Dragon King saw him, he was surprised, but what astonished him even more was the cold request that immediately followed. Javier demanded to be taken to the city of Seoul. Javier finally stood before the mighty Dragon King, Verkis. Determined and unshaken, he carried only a single request: to be sent to Seoul. The vast hall of the dragon opened before him, filled with overwhelming opulence. Verkis lay stretched lazily across an enormous sofa, his body half curled in a posture of idleness, while all around him rose mountains of gold, heaps of silver, and rubies that caught the dim light and sparkled like scattered stars. The chamber was drenched in the glow of treasure and the quiet hum of ancient magic. Half asleep, Verkis stirred at last. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing the glint of a dragon's gaze, and he stared at Javier. With a slow, rumbling voice that carried both irritation and curiosity, he asked how Javier had managed to come inside, pointing out that he had cast a particularly strong space distortion spell to keep others away. But Javier remained calm and firm, unmoved by either the wealth around him or the dragon's presence. With a straight face, he explained that he had turned to Lord Tyrannus for guidance, and that Tyrannus had revealed to him that if he traced a certain pattern with enough power, he could break through the distortion. Upon hearing this, Verkis narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He muttered that his father would hardly say such a thing, as if the thought itself was absurd. Yet midway through his words, he stopped when he saw Javier's unshaken composure. With a heavy sigh, the Dragon King pressed one hand against his face and leaned deeper into the sofa. He remarked that since Javier was indeed his father's ally, he must have gone to every length possible to get there, and that he had already received word of the matter. What a shame it was. Javier, however, cut him off before the words could settle. His voice was sharp and filled with determination as he declared that it was not yet over. Verkis turned his head and regarded him more closely. Javier's eyes were unwavering, and with absolute resolve he stated that as long as he remained alive, he would not stop until he found the one he sought. The Dragon King fell silent for a while, staring at the knight who refused to give in. At last he spoke again, his tone calm but weighted with finality. He told Javier that this matter had been decided long ago, set in motion by a universe far beyond their own, and that even he could not say whether the one Javier sought was truly in Seoul. Javier did not back down. With stubborn hope, he replied that if even the Dragon King could not confirm it, then the chance still existed, and that meant the probability was not zero. Verkis paused briefly, then let out a short laugh, half amused and half resigned. With an effortless snap of his fingers, a wide magic circle appeared on the floor beside Javier. Its complex lines glowed with energy, and slowly a swirling portal formed, its surface shifting like liquid light, leading directly to modern-day Earth. Javier's eyes widened as he looked at it, recognizing that his request had been granted. Meanwhile, Verkis reached into the inner pocket of his coat, his long fingers rummaging as he explained in an indifferent tone that the portal indeed led to Seoul. But since Javier's young master's mana carried nothing particularly distinct, he could not provide a proper detector. After a moment, he finally produced a small object and tossed it casually toward Javier, telling him to take it anyway. Javier caught the object and looked down at it, realizing that it resembled some kind of device. Verkis went on to explain that if the button in its center was pressed, Javier could return to the Dragon's Hall instantly, adding almost lazily that he had not been sleeping well because he had spent nights making it. Javier blinked in surprise at such unexpected effort from the famously indolent dragon. But Verkis simply waved him off, covering his face once again with one hand, clearly tired of speaking further. He admitted that he had already expected Javier's arrival and urged him to leave quickly, complaining that such troublesome people disturbed his rest. Still somewhat stunned, Javier lowered his head and bowed deeply, giving his gratitude to the Dragon King. Then, holding the device firmly, he prepared to step into the glowing portal, carrying with him determination and hope for what awaited beyond. The scene shifted away. From the mystical realm of the Dragon King, the view swept outward into the vastness of space and then narrowed again, descending back onto Earth. First came the wide curve of the globe, then the outline of South Korea, and finally the restless city of Seoul. The streets there roared with ceaseless movement. Cars rushed in long streams, horns blared in the traffic, and countless people filled the sidewalks. Among them ran Javier. He pushed his way forward along the pavement, his eyes darting in every direction as he searched the countless faces around him. His mission was fixed and clear: to find Kim Suho. Yet in a city so vast, the task appeared close to impossible. He pressed onward regardless. He ran across busy crossings, slipped between strangers, and scanned every corner, alley, and storefront for a trace. Sweat rolled down his face. His breath grew heavier, but he refused to stop. From the light of morning until the depths of night, he kept running. At last, his body gave way. He stumbled into a narrow alley wedged between two buildings and sank down, his head falling forward as exhaustion claimed him. The long night passed silently. When morning came again, Javier rose, forcing himself to continue the search once more. Still weary, Javier resumed his search. Step by step, through endless streets and the restless flow of crowds, he kept moving forward, scanning faces and corners, yet there was still no trace of Suho anywhere. The hours dragged on until his strength gave out. Eventually, he slumped back into another shadowed alleyway, completely drained, his mind weighed down with regret. He reflected bitterly that he had not even known what Suho truly looked like and wished, more than anything, that he had taken the chance to learn more about him before it was too late. Closing his eyes, Javier allowed himself a brief moment of stillness, his body curled up against the cold stone. Another night slipped by with him hidden in the darkness, clinging helplessly to the burden of his failure. By dawn, his weary hand reached into his pocket and pulled out the small device given to him by the Dragon King, the return portal. Its surface glimmered faintly as he stared at it with trembling fingers, his mind clouded with doubt. He admitted inwardly that from the very start he had come here without a proper plan, uncertain even of how to proceed. As despair pressed in, he clenched his teeth, wondering what kind of main character he could possibly be, asking himself where one could ever find a protagonist this incompetent. His thoughts turned bitterly to Suho, convinced that if it had been Suho, he would have already known the right course of action. Tears welled in Javier's eyes and slid down his cheeks as he lifted his gaze toward the fading night sky. For a moment, the brilliance of the city lights blurred before him, until suddenly his eyes widened. In the far distance, standing proud against the skyline, rose a familiar silhouette. It was the Namsan Seoul Tower, the very place he and Suho had once visited together, a place tied to memories that refused to fade. Those memories came flooding back all at once. In his mind echoed the voice of Lloyd, who had once said that when someone truly missed another person, fate itself might allow them to meet again there. The recollection stirred something within him. Strength, faint but undeniable, returned to his body. Javier forced himself upright and began to run. His legs struck the pavement again and again, carrying him forward with renewed urgency as he dashed toward the tower. He sprinted up the long staircase, each step louder than the last, his breath ragged, his chest rising and falling as though the climb itself might break him. Yet he pressed on. Along the way, another memory surfaced, Lloyd's question about how their household had been drowning in debt. The thought struck him, but Javier did not allow it to slow his pace. He pushed himself harder until the tower at last came into view above him. At the summit, surrounded by crowds of strangers, Javier's eyes darted frantically from one unfamiliar face to another. His heart pounded violently in his chest, and still the memories would not release him. He heard Lloyd's voice once more, commanding from horseback that their next target would be the Laconovi County. Back in the present, Javier tore through the crowd, searching desperately. Another flash of memory struck him. Lloyd's vow that for the Count, the Countess, and everyone else, he would find what was needed no matter the cost. But the recollection shifted, turning sharp and cutting. He remembered Lloyd's furious shout, declaring they had never been friends and calling him an arrogant fool. Even in that anger, Javier had once sensed the guilt lingering behind those words. His vision blurred, sweat trickled down his face, and his breath grew short and heavy. Yet one final memory rose: Lloyd's last stand in battle. Javier saw him smiling at the very end, proclaiming that it was time for the extra to leave the stage and entrusting him with the duty of protecting the world as the true main character. The memory faded and the present returned. Javier's eyes filled again with tears. His body swayed with exhaustion, yet his determination carried him onward. Then, at last, his gaze shifted, and he saw him. Just a few meters away, standing amidst the crowd, was Suho. Time itself seemed to freeze. Javier halted in place, unable to take another step, his chest heaving with every strained breath. Around him, the voices of people carried on, casual and carefree, conversations about cafes, the laughter of children, but none of it reached him. His world had narrowed completely to the single figure ahead. Suho, too, had stopped. Shock froze his features as recognition struck, and his lips trembled as he formed Javier's name. Javier, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, slowly pressed his lips together. Then, after all the silence between them, he let a faint smile appear. It was a smile of relief, a smile of reunion. After so much wandering, so many memories, and so many struggles that had nearly broken him, Javier and Suho had at last found each other again. We returned to the Front Terra territory, where the once destroyed buildings had now been fully rebuilt, standing tall and lively once more. At the center of the plaza, a grand statue caught everyone's eyes, a massive shovel, the very tool Lloyd had always used, now turned into his memento. Fresh flowers were tied around it like garlands, showing how dearly the people remembered him. The scene then shifted to Arco, who stood before the gathered crowd to open the festival. With a solemn voice, he announced that the day marked the 5th year of the festival, the day everything in Front Terra had collapsed, the day Lloyd had left them. Yet he added that it was also the day they kept their faith alive, believing that one day he would return. Lifting a glass high, Eros called for a toast, and the people cheered loudly in unison. Amid the celebrations, even Bibong, the great beast, was seen joining in. He joyfully tossed flowers into the air, making them fall like gentle rain. Perched on his head were 3 familiar demons enjoying the moment together. Among them was the little girl Leia, who shouted in delight that it was so pretty. Beside her sat the Tannies, smiling warmly at Bibong. She remarked that it was great to see him looking so much brighter, confessing that at first he had seemed so gloomy that they had been really worried. Bibong replied in his usual voice that parting with creatures he liked had been so sad that he had even thought of leaving forever and never meeting anyone again. A memory then flashed of him once sitting alone in the forest until the Tannies had approached and reached out to him. Back in the present, he continued that he had been so happy when the demons had treated him kindly. The Tannies gently responded by thanking him for saying that and encouraged him to enjoy himself too, reminding him that when Lloyd returned he would surely want to greet him with a cheerful face. Meanwhile, the festival carried on with joy. Byron, Diego, and Greg were seen enjoying the feast together. Greg playfully raised his glass toward Diego, teasing him by congratulating him on the promotion and suggesting he must have saved up a lot of money. Diego sighed and admitted that all his wages had gone into paying off debt. Greg burst into laughter and said that it was karma, so Diego should just take it like a champ. The festival continued with joy and music. In another part of the plaza, goblins and elves came together to perform, beating drums, strumming instruments, and playing cheerful tunes like a full festival band. The lively rhythm filled the air, and the audience danced along, celebrating the moment. Among the crowd were Emily, a human, and Kuga, the orc she had married. They now had a baby in their arms, a child with orc-like features. The little family smiled warmly, enjoying the beauty of the festival together. Nearby, the dwarf Coitus suddenly grabbed Solidus by the ear, scolding him and asking if this was the time to enjoy a festival, ordering him to go to class. Solidus yelped in pain, clearly not ready to let the fun go. Meanwhile, the festival also hosted a unique competition in Lloyd's honor, a contest to recreate his face in the most impressive way. One group proudly unveiled their statue and declared it to be that year's entry, calling it Lord Lloyd's Japji. Another group quickly countered with laughter, saying they did not think the first team had captured Teacher Lloyd's personality very well. The first group smugly fired back that their piece expressed his ugliness far better. But the second group retorted that if one did not capture his viciousness, then it was not truly Teacher Lloyd. As the two sides bickered, tension broke when Lloyd's parents suddenly arrived. Seeing them, both groups panicked slightly. Marbella, Lloyd's mother, calmly stepped forward and presented her own portrait of Lloyd, one so much more accurate and heartfelt than any of the entries. Both group leaders immediately dropped to their knees and admitted in unison that they conceded. Outside the front territory, the atmosphere was quieter. Lloyd's younger brother, Julian, sat alone, waiting silently as if expecting someone. Soon Sarazid, his wife, approached and softly addressed him, remarking that this was where he had been. Julian returned her greeting politely, and she looked at him with concern, asking why he was sitting in a place like that. Julian turned his gaze aside and admitted that he had been wondering whether His Majesty the King might come that year. Sarazid shook her head and said she had heard the Queen had been very busy with state affairs lately and that the King insisted on holding that event every year. She added that she was sure the ministers strongly opposed it. Julian conceded that she was probably right. Then Sarazid noticed someone in the distance. Turning her eyes toward the road, she said quietly that she had underestimated His Majesty's resolve. Julian followed her gaze, and his expression changed when someone did indeed approach. From the royal kingdom itself, Queen Chiritos was seen making her way toward the front territory. The scene then cut back to the modern world Seoul, where the familiar skyline met a quietly charged moment at the tower. Javier stood on the viewing platform with a small, steady smile as he looked directly at Suho. Suho, stunned into silence for a beat, saw him too. Javier stepped forward, and when he reached Suho, he stopped and, in a gesture both formal and heartfelt, dropped to one knee. The plaza fell hush. He announced that he had come to escort Su-ho. Go Jiang, Su-ho's best friend, watched with wide eyes and could not help thinking that Javier looked exactly like the illustrations from the novel. He wondered if Javier had really crossed dimensions to find Su-ho. Javier remained kneeling, calm and sincere. Passers-by and festival-goers glanced over, surprised by the quiet gravity of the moment. After a short silence, Su-ho spoke, asking whether going back was really the right thing to do, a question that carried everything he had felt since waking up in this world. Javier looked up and listened as Su-ho, his voice trembling with memories of another life, explained that in the other world he had had strength, an almost cheat-like power that had marked him as different. Here, he said, he felt powerless. Going back might mean reclaiming that strength, but it also felt like running away. He admitted, quietly and painfully, that he had fled before because he could not bear that life. Javier responded with gentle firmness, telling Su-ho that he was mistaken if he thought the people of the frontier wanted his power above all else. They wanted him, the person, the man they knew, not a show of strength. Su-ho listened, conflicted, and was silent for a long moment as the weight of Javier's words sank in. Then, more to himself than to anyone else, he spoke again about the other world, how he had once overflowed with strength, how it had felt completely different, and how the idea of going back raised doubts about courage and responsibility. As Su-ho wrestled with his doubts, his best friend Go Jiang suddenly smacked him on the back, breaking his heavy train of thought. Javier immediately stood, anger flashing across his face as if ready to punish Go Jiang, but Su-ho quickly intervened and stopped him, insisting that Go Jiang was his friend. The tension eased. Javier felt quiet and held himself back. Then Go Jiang spoke in a steady voice filled with emotion. He admitted that he had once wanted to be like Su-ho, smart, successful, someone who stood out. But when he failed, he had felt useless, like trash. He had even thought of giving up on everything. Yet through living in his own way, he had come to realize something. Maybe it had not just been running away. Maybe he had been searching for a world that fit him, a place where his strengths meant something. With a gentle smile, Jiang turned to Su-ho and told him it was time to go, calling him gamer, and saying they were heading to the world where he would be the legendary estate architect. Su-ho froze, deeply moved by his friend's words, before slowly turning toward Javier, who was still standing and waiting. Javier smiled, raised his hand, and Su-ho's expression softened. Sadness shifted into determination. He reached out as well, and their hands clasped firmly together. The onlookers stared in confusion, uncertain what this gesture meant. Then Javier pulled out the switch the Dragon King Verkus had given him, the device capable of opening the path back. He pressed it, and a brilliant light engulfed the plaza. In that final moment before leaving, Su-ho looked back at Go Jiang and smiled warmly, while Jian responded with a grin and a lifted thumbs up. The light surged, carrying Su-ho and Javier upward into the sky like a beam piercing through the night. The people below watched in awe as the radiance shot out of Earth, streaking into the stars before vanishing into the cosmos. Jiang kept his eyes fixed on the fading trail and, with a grin, whispered to himself that dayback was awesome. Yet the journey was not over. The radiant beam continued across distant lands, soaring past mountains, then over the ocean where mermaids gazed in wonder at the glowing light. It streaked across vast savanna fields where centaurs stood with their eyes lifted skyward. Finally, it passed over open grasslands where even the Dragon King Verkus looked up from his quiet picnic with his family. A gentle smile spread across his face, for he knew they were returning. Inside the beam of light, Su-ho and Javier traveled together through the void. Su-ho began to recognize the world below, the familiar night lights of Frontra. His heart swelled as he thought that he was glad everyone had been doing well after all. With that, the light streaked downward, bringing him back to the world he had once left behind. The story continued with a solemn and weighty scene. The people of Frontura had gathered together in one sacred place, each person carrying a glowing lamp. At the head of the procession, Count Eros was leading them forward. The deep and formal voice of the priest then echoed through the air. He proclaimed that, as established by the sacred laws of the great Magentano kingdom, anyone who entered the king's bed, regardless of the reason, would be ordered to become betrothed to the king. In accordance with the will of the great ancestors of Magentano, he called upon King Alicia to Mina Magentano. The scene shifted to reveal King Alicia herself, standing in a radiant bridal gown. Her posture was graceful, her expression calm, yet beneath that calmness lingered a quiet sorrow, not for the weight of tradition, but because Lloyd was absent, far away in another world, unable to stand beside her in this most important moment. The priest continued the ritual, turning toward her. He asked if Her Majesty accepted Lloyd Fronta as the kingdom consort. After a brief silence, Alicia answered with firmness that she gladly accepted the command of the great ancestors and the law. The priest then paused, scanning his sacred book before speaking the next vow. He called upon the eldest son of the Front family, asking if Lloyd Frontra would take King Alicia to Mina Magentano as his wife and accept being declared kingdom consort. But Lloyd was not present. In his place, at the spot where the groom should have stood, there was only Lloyd's shovel, adorned with flowers and bound with ropes as a symbolic stand-in. Among the crowd, Lloyd's parents could be seen. They listened in silence, their expressions weighed down by sorrow at the absence of their son on this day. Nearby, Byron and Jay also watched the ceremony unfold without a word. Around them, elves and many others stood with somber faces. Julian, Lloyd's younger brother, was there as well with his wife, both bearing witness to this moment. Even Bibiog, the mighty beast, was present. His normally fierce eyes were filled with tears as he sat in sorrow. And finally, the demon queen Art Tanis and other demons were also among the witnesses, their presence adding yet more gravity to the scene. The priest slowly closed his book and, in a solemn voice, declared that until the answer from the one chosen as consort was returned, the question would remain. He asked if King Alicia could wait. Alicia listened quietly, but without hesitation. She raised her head and looked straight toward the shovel, Lloyd's symbol, swearing with firm resolve that she would wait forever. The priest nodded and continued the ritual, announcing that the betrothal procedures would resume again 1 year from that day. With that, Alicia stepped down from the stage. She walked gracefully, her steps echoing in the silence. As she passed Count Eros, Lloyd's father, she smiled softly and told him that she would hurry back and asked him to enjoy the rest of the festival. Eros bowed his head deeply and, with a voice filled with emotion, pleaded if Her Majesty could stay with them a little longer. Around them, everyone present knelt in respect to their queen, but Alicia only kept walking, her tone formal though her heart felt heavy, a restraint that made even the audience uncomfortable. The Count then apologized humbly, saying that he was sorry. Alicia paused for a moment and turned her gaze to the right. Her eyes once more fell on the shovel that symbolized Lloyd. She lowered her head slightly, sadness clear in her expression, before addressing the Count and everyone gathered, saying that she was satisfied just to see them living strongly at next year's festival as always. But before she could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that this festival would be the last one that year. The words froze the entire hall. Alicia went silent, slowly turning to her left. The Count too looked in the same direction, and then they saw them, Javier and Suho Kim, the one everyone had once known as Lloyd. The hall erupted with murmurs as the two appeared. Javier walked proudly, while Suho was dressed in his simple, familiar clothes, the very same ones he had worn when he lived as Lloyd. The audience stared in shock. Among them, Lady Curia Namarin saw Javier and broke down into tears, covering her mouth with both hands, unable to hide her emotions. Javier and Suho continued walking step by step until they stood before Alicia. Suho, however, looked hesitant, his eyes downcast, almost avoiding her gaze. The Frontra family members and the people of the territory all stared toward him, stunned, whispering in disbelief. Alicia, her heart racing, walked toward Suho and stopped right in front of him. The two stood there silently, no words exchanged, only the weight of unspoken feelings filling the air. Suho tried to avert his eyes, embarrassed and unsure. But then Alicia slowly lifted her right hand and placed it gently on Suho's cheek. His face turned red as he looked up, caught between hesitation and longing. With trembling fingers, Alicia brushed through his hair, fixing it gently, making him look just as he did in the old days when he was Lloyd. Her eyes softened while Suho's face flushed with deep embarrassment, though behind it, a faint warmth began to return. Alicia kept her hand on Suho's cheek for just a moment longer, then slowly pulled it back. Her face turned serious again, calm, but filled with emotion. Suho still could not bring himself to meet her eyes. He looked to the side, embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Then Alicia's voice cut through the silence, strong and filled with longing, as she said that the man who had made her fall in love had always come running whenever she wished to see him. Suho instantly looked at her in surprise, and Alicia continued softly, saying that it was just like now. At last, Suho locked eyes with her. Their gazes connected, and Alicia smiled warmly before asking gently, with her usual sign of trust between them, whether it was safe. This one word melted away Suho's hesitation. His expression steadied, and his eyes sharpened with determination. He raised his right hand high and declared loudly that safety came first. The crowd erupted in response. Bae Hyun and Greg cheered with wild excitement, overjoyed at this undeniable proof that it was indeed Lloyd. the man they had always known. The orcs, the dwarves, the humans, everyone burst out shouting, some even crying at the overwhelming emotion of the moment. Even Bebong could not hold back tears of happiness. Fists rose into the air, voices joined together, and the entire festival roared with cheers of celebration. But then something unexpected occurred. A glowing system window suddenly appeared before Suho, declaring that everyone who knew him was happy he had come into this world. Suho stared in shock as more windows began appearing one after another, stating that his wish had been granted and that the experiment conducted in the higher world on the possible range of interference with lower worlds and errors had successfully concluded. Tears welled up in Suho's eyes as he realized these words came from those who had always been watching and guiding him. A blue light then began to shine from his feet, slowly rising upward and enveloping his entire body in a divine glow. Another system window appeared, announcing that the world had given up its hostility toward the powerful being that he was. The light climbed higher, reaching his chest and neck, transforming him completely. Another message then flashed before his eyes, explaining that this world, once called Iron Blood Night, would be reset into a world with a completely new fate, its name to be Fantasy Healing Life with Civil Engineering Skills. Suho stood stunned as his transformation was completed. He was no longer Suho, but Lloyd once again. One final message appeared before him, asking whether this new adventure would not be fun as well, calling him son. At that moment, Lloyd's summoned beasts, revived along with him, suddenly appeared. Tiny in size, like little mice, they ran happily across his body, climbing his shoulders and chest. Lloyd smiled despite himself, and his beasts seemed to smile too, their joy clear as they jumped and played all over him. Then the ground trembled as another beast revived, the mighty bone dragon Yong, who announced his return to the world with a thunderous roar. The scene shifted once again. Bangle, one of Lloyd's summons, suddenly ate an enchanted bean, her body glowing as she grew larger in size, towering playfully from the side. Bebong came running, tears streaming down his face as he rushed straight toward Bangle. The two met, checking each other's faces, both overwhelmed with emotion as Bebong continued to cry. Meanwhile, Alicia gently placed both hands on Lloyd's shoulders. Lloyd's face turned red, clearly flustered by her closeness, but without hesitation, Alicia pulled him into a tight embrace. Joy spread across the festival. Bangle and Bebong reunited and even shared a kiss, while Alicia and Lloyd held each other tighter, the weight of longing and reunion overflowing. In that moment, Alicia whispered softly to him that earlier his face had looked so handsome that she had not even wanted to do what she had done, adding that she liked potatoes. Lloyd, blushing furiously, stammered back only the single word, potatoes. Alicia chuckled lightly, still holding him close, and told him that more than that, it was his heart. She asked if he knew why it was beating so fast. Nearby, Javier watched the two with a warm smile, but then faint crying reached his ears. He turned and saw Salura walking toward him, tears streaming down her face. Alicia sighed softly into Lloyd's shoulder, remarking that she was a fool for expecting anything. But before she could finish, Lloyd, his face completely red and his voice trembling yet clear, suddenly blurted out that it was because he loved Her Majesty, the King. The words lingered in the air like lightning. At that moment, Javier and Salura collapsed into each other's arms, holding one another tightly as tears streamed down their faces. Nearby, Alicia and Lloyd finally loosened their embrace, though Alicia immediately clasped both of his hands within her own. Lloyd's blush deepened even further. She smiled at him with a playful air, remarking that the most important greeting was still left to be given. The scene shifted as Count Aros and Lady Marbella, Lloyd's parents, stepped forward. Their eyes glistened with tears as they beheld their son truly standing before them. Lloyd looked back at them, guilt weighing heavily upon his face. His voice cracked as he admitted that he had been deceiving them all this time, adding that they probably already knew everything, but Before he could finish, Aros and Marbella seized his hands tightly. Smiling through their tears, they told him together that they were grateful he had come back to them, calling him their brave son. The moment shattered Lloyd's composure. His tears finally flowed as he stared at them with trembling lips. Then, a glowing system window suddenly appeared behind them, revealing the true image of his real parents. Lloyd swallowed hard, his body trembling, yet he did not hesitate. He threw his arms around them, hugging them tightly as he cried out that he was sorry for being late, calling them mother and father. The entire hall fell into silence, the long-awaited reunion between son and parents finally fulfilled. Suddenly, all eyes turned as a figure flipped and rolled dramatically before the crowd, landing gracefully on the ground. It was the same person who had earlier acted as the priest, now speaking loudly and urgently. He asked if Lloyd Frontura, eldest son of the Fronta family, would take King Alicia Tamina Magentano as his wife and accept the position of kingdom consort. Lloyd blushed deeply as his eyes met Alicia's, feeling the immense weight of the moment. Alicia stepped closer to him, her voice soft, yet tinged with teasing, as she reminded him that refusing meant death anyway, since the law was clear. If one had slept in the king's bed, marriage was mandatory. She added with a light smile that she had already assigned so many duties to the consort. Lloyd gazed at her, and just then, a system window appeared before him, showing that his current RP held 9,999,999. A wide grin spread across his face. With confident motion, he gently lifted Alicia with his left hand from behind her shoulder, tilting her slightly as though preparing for a playful kiss. Holding her like this, Lloyd boldly declared while looking straight into her eyes that he, Lloyd Frantra, the man who had designed a legendary domain, would take Alicia Tamina Magentano as his wife. He then raised his left hand and pointed toward the sky, shouting triumphantly that he had returned and that the celebratory shots should be fired. Nearby, Yong Yong, the bone dragon, began gathering energy in his mouth, forming a massive blue flame as he prepared to unleash his dragon breath. The crowd watched in awe as the night sky readied itself for an extraordinary display. Meanwhile, the people of Frontera erupted in celebration, launching fireworks, small pyrotechnics, and ceremonial cannon blasts into the sky. Laughter, cheers, and joyful cries filled the air. Even distinguished figures such as Velarde Blanc could be seen weeping and shouting in delight. Orcs, elves, and other attendees began playing musical instruments, their melodies weaving into the festive atmosphere. Eros and Marbella watched their son with uncontainable pride and joy. July, along with his wife, Bibiang and Bangul, joined in the revelry, celebrating the moment together. Still holding Alicia close, Lloyd glanced sideways at her as she smiled warmly at him. She gently cupped his head, and the two of them shared a passionate embrace amid the joyous chaos. Meanwhile, Yong Yong finally unleashed his dragon breath into the night sky, sending out an immense glowing blast that illuminated the darkness like a brilliant firework display. The heavens cracked with light as the blue flames painted across them. Amidst this radiant scene, Alicia and Lloyd shared a passionate kiss, the culmination of their long-awaited reunion. Javier watched them with a smile, while at his side, Salura blushed, clearly moved by the sight of their love. The atmosphere was filled with joy, celebration, and heartfelt emotions as the tale of the greatest estate developer seemed to reach a grand, satisfying conclusion. Yet, just when it appeared the story was over, a final surprise awaited. Far away, drifting through the vast stretches of time and space, the real soul of Lloyd continued his silent journey, pondering what his next existence might be. He wondered what he would be reincarnated as, reflecting that he had once been a large man and questioning if he might now return as something as small as a bug. His thoughts grew more serious as he considered the one who had stolen his body and questioned how that figure had managed to become so strong. He thought that people must have been happy that such a person had come into their world. In his heart, he wished that if he were reborn, those who knew him would simply feel glad that he had entered their lives. His soul traveled on, moving steadily toward the end of the endless journey through time and space. At last, Lloyd reached the very edge of existence, where a radiant light enveloped him. His eyes slowly closed as he prepared to reincarnate into a new life. Suddenly, the cry of a newborn pierced the air. In the brightness, the shadows of a woman and a man appeared, their voices filled with awe and love. The woman exclaimed to her husband that their baby had opened his eyes, marveling at the large, round gaze that reminded her of herself. The man, however, chuckled and insisted the child looked more like him since, as he teased, he was the handsome one. He gently reassured the infant, speaking softly that the world must seem strange to their baby, and urging the child to come closer, explaining that this man was his father and the woman was his mother. He even played a little peekaboo to comfort him. The couple smiled warmly, their hearts overflowing with joy. The husband then declared that their baby would grow up strong, intelligent, and destined to protect many people, before announcing the child's name as Soo-ho Kim. In that unexpected twist, everything fell into place. Lloyd had been reincarnated. Soo-ho Kim was none other than Lloyd himself. Their soul, their essence, their being were one and the same. The story thus came full circle, revealing the true identity of the boy destined to live an extraordinary life. Hello bros, the next content will be a side story, not part of the main story. The author will add details that have not been clarified or have been omitted. I hope you bros will continue to follow. During the peak of construction in the Frontera territory, Lloyd and Javier were walking through a newly built septic tank beneath the surface, inspecting the progress from below. Meanwhile, in a distant territory far from Frontera, Byron was seen arguing with a client. The client had decided to cancel all the Own-All installations. Byron protested, explaining that their workers had already departed for the area, but the client dismissed his concern, saying they would simply pay the penalty, as another company had offered to do the same work for a much cheaper price. Later, Byron observed the rival company's workers carrying out their installation. He studied their technique carefully and realized with growing irritation that the method seemed strikingly familiar. It was almost identical to their own. He concluded that the rival must have stolen their design. While he watched, a pink-haired man among the workers noticed him and accused him of spying on their construction. Byron kept silent, but inwardly resolved that he could not let such an act go unpunished. Sometime later, inside a room, Lloyd sat across from Byron, with Javier standing behind him. After quickly grasping the situation, Lloyd asked if the rival companies were truly selling on-all systems like theirs. Byron, clearly frustrated, confirmed that several guilds were doing so. They had slashed their prices and stolen his business. He insisted that this was outright theft of their technology and called for sanctions. Lloyd, however, only smiled faintly and said they should let it be, reasoning that it was a good thing if the Own-All systems spread widely. Byron was left speechless, while Javier silently questioned whether Lloyd had lost his mind or was being serious. Months later, a building in the rival company's territory suddenly erupted in thick smoke. Workers stumbled out, coughing and shouting in panic, cursing the poor quality of the system. The pink-haired guildmaster, watching the chaos unfold, clenched his jaw in anger and ordered one of his subordinates to infiltrate the Frontera territory and steal the blueprints, believing they were hidden somewhere in the mansion. The subordinate agreed eagerly. However, the plan failed. The subordinate was caught, tied up, and visibly beaten. When Lloyd arrived, he asked Byron who the man was. Byron explained that the intruder had been found searching Lloyd's room for blueprints and had confessed to being part of a guild that had stolen their technology. Lloyd's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked whether the man had discovered anything about their core technology. Trembling in fear, the thief stuttered that he had not seen anything at all. Lloyd studied him for a moment, then smiled calmly and told him he could leave. The thief was stunned by the unexpected release. And even more shocked was Javier, who could hardly comprehend what had just happened. After the thief left, Javier turned to Lloyd, frustrated and confused that he would tolerate such blatant theft. Lloyd only smiled again and reminded him that he had already said it was a good thing if the Own-All system spread everywhere. Javier's disbelief deepened, his thoughts racing. He clutched his stomach in exasperation, wondering why the stress was making it ache even though he was a swordmaster. Time passed. When Lloyd eventually returned from Asfahan, Byron came to him with excitement, reporting that the Own-All system had now spread across the entire nation. Although not yet perfect, the leaked technology had led to significant improvements, and large-scale production had made the system much cheaper overall. Lloyd tilted his head slightly as he looked at Byron, wondering why the man was behaving so strangely. Byron, seemingly confused, blinked and asked what Lloyd meant. In response, Lloyd chuckled softly and remarked that Byron should not be worried about there being too much of something, but rather about it still not being enough. He smiled then, pride flickering in his eyes, and added that it was exciting to see their first on-all design spreading throughout the entire country. Javier watched Lloyd, more shocked than ever before. Later, when he returned alone to his room, he sat on his bed, still trying to process everything that had happened. Placing a hand on his stomach, he muttered to himself in irritation that every time he forgot, the strange doll talk returned, leaving him uncomfortable. He wondered aloud why Lloyd seemed to act like a saint only when it came to dolls. Time passed, bringing the day of Julian's wedding. Somewhere else, in a tall building, 4 people, aside from a pink-haired man, sat around a long table discussing recent developments. One of them mentioned that the rival guilds had begun arguing, each claiming to be the original creator. Another commented that since Frontera's on-all design had the best performance, pretending to be the original helped them greatly with publicity. A third person voiced concern, asking what they should do now that everyone was claiming to be the original. The pink-haired man simply smiled coldly and remarked that the situation seemed a little too easy to solve. The scene shifted again. Byron's eyes widened in disbelief when he discovered another company using a logo identical to his own. He immediately hurried to report the matter to Lloyd, explaining that one of the first guilds to steal their design had also copied Lloyd's crest. The same guild had defeated all its competitors and monopolized the market, leaving their own territory without a single new commission. Lloyd's reaction, however, was calm and oddly cheerful. He remarked that it was great news, leaving Javier clutching his stomach in discomfort, unable to comprehend his master's mindset. Lloyd continued speaking with a smile, and then, suddenly, his mouth twisted into a wide, eerie grin that sent chills through the room. Javier could only stare, realizing that Lloyd's expression promised something unstoppable. Not long after, Lloyd and Javier took flight on Jin, Lloyd's summoned mount, heading straight toward the Kingdom Guild Commerce. Once inside, Lloyd approached a clerk and calmly stated that he wished to speak to the Regulation Bureau. He explained that, back when he had come to the capital, he had registered several unique technologies and his family crest. But now, they had all been stolen. His face contorted into a look of false agony as tears streamed down his cheeks, and he pleaded desperately for help. The narrative then shifted once more, this time to the pink-haired man, who found himself cornered as Kingdom Police stormed in to arrest him. An officer declared that he was being taken into custody for violating guild trade laws. Soldiers seized him by the coat and began dragging him across the floor as he shouted in confusion, demanding to know why this was happening. The officers replied that they didn't know the details yet, but had just received a report. As the arrest continued, the authorities confiscated all the stolen money, gold, and jewelry, while the culprits and guild members cried out in despair. The police announced that all profits would be seized as compensation for the rightful owner, and that an additional fine would be imposed for every stolen crest. Meanwhile, Lloyd could not contain his laughter. His voice echoed through the chaos, a wild, triumphant laugh that filled the air as everything fell apart for his enemies. Javier watched the scene unfold, both stunned and conflicted, thinking to himself that Lloyd Front was, without a doubt, a terrible person. Yet, as the turmoil subsided, he felt his own stomach finally settle, the stress slowly easing away. The scene opened on the outskirts of Frontier County, the domain of Viscount Lacona, a man who had once been a respected noble but whose name was now spoken only in tones of pity or contempt. Two men were walking down a dusty road, chatting casually. One mentioned that he had heard young Master Lloyd had taken on the Royal Palace Garden project that time. The other confirmed it with admiration, remarking on how incredible Lloyd was. As their conversation continued, a man in tattered clothes stumbled into them. Irritated, the second man brushed off the contact without even looking properly at the stranger. But as the fallen man lifted his face, recognition flickered across the man's eyes. It was Viscount Lacona. Even so, neither of them stopped. They kept walking, leaving the disgraced noble lying in the dirt. Viscount Lacona slowly pushed himself up, his once proud eyes now hollow. His voice trembled as he murmured in despair. He began to wander aimlessly through the streets, bumping into passers-by who looked at him only with disgust. When he collided with a woman, she recoiled in panic, screaming that she had been contaminated. Another bystander shouted at her to hurry home and wash. The once feared Viscount was now treated like filth. Then the scene shifted, a memory flashing through Lacona's mind. He recalled Lloyd Front's calm yet cutting words as they echoed in his memory. The Viscount had embezzled an enormous amount of public funds and would have to repay it, since it would make Lloyd sad if there were cracks between them. The sting of those words still lingered. In despair, Lacona thought about how the taxes from his territory had all gone straight to the Count's domain. There was nothing left for him to do now but beg. Back in the present, he stumbled into someone again. This time, a small child holding a piece of bread. The boy snapped irritably, asking why the man was blocking his way and calling him annoying. The noble fell to his knees, his pride shattering completely as he begged the child to spare him a piece of bread. The boy blinked in disbelief, asking if the Viscount was trying to rob him. Trembling, Lacona pleaded again, explaining that his only son was starving and that he was asking for mercy, just a single piece of bread. The child stared for a long moment, his expression shifting from disgust to reluctant pity. Finally, he broke off a tiny crumb, barely the size of an almond, and handed it over, boasting that he had done a good deed and would surely go to heaven for it. Lacona collapsed to the ground, tears welling up as he bowed deeply, thanking the boy again and again with a trembling voice. The child paused, then said bitterly that he hadn't wanted to give even that much. But because the Viscount had taken all their money, his baby brother had grown up without even a proper bowl of soup. He said the Viscount was simply getting back what he had given. Those words struck like a blade. As the child walked away, muttering that his own words had cut deep, Lacona remained kneeling in the dirt, broken and alone. Count Lacona sat staring at the crumb trembling in his hand, realizing with quiet despair that even a single piece of bread had become the greatest mercy a man like him could ever hope to receive. Once a proud noble, he was now reduced to tears by the simple kindness of a child. As night fell over the outskirts of Frontier County, a faint lantern flickered inside a small tent. There, the former Viscount sat beside his son, Diego. With a gentle smile, Lacona offered a small piece of bread to the boy, tenderly telling him to eat what his father had brought. But Diego refused even to look at it. He slapped his father's hand away, letting the bread fall to the dirt, then turned his back and lay down, saying bitterly that there was no point in eating such scraps and that they might as well starve. The words pierced Lacona's heart like a knife. For a long moment he stood silent before whispering softly that he was sorry, and that next time he would try harder. In the corner of the tent, an elven woman ate her roasted meat, scoffing as she remarked that he should at least try to earn money through honest work. She mocked him for being someone who had spent his whole life giving orders and now lacked the courage to take them. Lacona said nothing, lowering his gaze in shame, because he knew deep down that she was right. The next morning, the once proud Viscount stood before the redberry fields, his hands trembling as he approached the farm manager, a man who had once worked under his command. The manager, surprised, asked if Lacona intended to help with the harvest. The fallen noble nodded hesitantly, asking whether there might be a spot for him. The manager chuckled, telling him that the land was his anyway, and that he could do as he wished. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lacona bowed deeply, thanking him again and again. Under the scorching sun, he worked alongside commoners, his back aching and his palms bleeding from the thorns. When dusk came, the manager called for everyone to gather, announcing that the day's pay would be handed out. Smiles filled the faces of the workers as they received their wages and were praised for their hard work. When the line ended, Lacona remained standing, hope flickering in his weary eyes. He cautiously asked about his pay. The manager looked at him with a faint smirk and replied that he had never said he would pay him. The words froze Lacona in place. The world seemed to shatter around him as the manager coldly declared that it was time to wrap up for the day. Lacona stammered in confusion, but before he could finish, the man slammed his fist on the table, snapping that if necessary, he would use a whip to drive him away. The words hung in the air like a cruel sentence. Lacona's shoulders sagged as he turned and walked away in silence. But before he could leave, the manager called out to him, addressing him by his old title. Lacona stopped and turned back. The man told him that this was what he and the other nobles had done to them, and that now he finally understood what it felt like. Tears welled in Lacona's eyes as the man threw a small pouch toward him. It landed with a dull thud, spilling slightly open to reveal bruised red berries. The manager told him that they had burst during picking, that they were defective, and that he could at least take them. For a long moment, Lacona just stared at the pouch before dropping to his knees, bowing deeply as tears streamed down his face. He thanked the man again and again, saying he would never forget this act of kindness. The manager turned away, shouting for him to go, saying he could no longer stand the sight of him. Later that night, Diego sat on his bed, eating the berries his father had brought home. His face lit up with joy as he told his father how delicious they were and asked if they could have them again tomorrow. Watching him eat so eagerly, Lacona smiled softly and reminded him to slow down before he choked. For the first time in a long while, his weary heart felt a fleeting moment of peace. Several days later, far from town, the workers in the fields were murmuring among themselves about Viscount Lacona. They remarked that he had been showing up to work every day, even though they had assumed he would give up after a day or two. Some commented that perhaps even a noble like him didn't want to starve to death. Under the blazing sun, Lacona was seen bent over, laboring tirelessly. At one point, he straightened slightly and muttered to himself in pain, pressing a hand against his aching back. A female worker nearby called out to him, addressing him as Count. Startled, he turned toward her, and in that instant, a painful memory struck him. He remembered the same woman long ago, trembling before him while he had shouted in arrogance, demanding to know what was so difficult about her work that she needed to slack off. He had taunted her then, saying that perhaps a little whipping would make her stronger. Back in the present, he could hardly meet her gaze. His voice faltered as he tried to speak, but before he could finish, the woman simply offered gentle advice. She told him that working with his back bent like that would only make him sick, and demonstrated how he should straighten his posture and use his legs for support. Then she walked away, leaving Lacona silently stunned, and humbled by the kindness he had once been too proud to show others. That evening, the farm manager approached Lacona with a large bag of berries. He mentioned that he had mixed in some of the good ones and told the Viscount that he should eat well too. Overwhelmed by this simple act of consideration, Lacona's eyes filled with tears, his heart trembling with gratitude for the compassion he had never valued before. That night, Lacona ran to Diego, his voice full of renewed hope as he showed his son the bag. He told Diego that the farm manager had given them a generous share and that they could finally eat to their heart's content. But instead of sharing in his father's joy, Diego's face twisted in fury. He hurled the berries to the ground and began stomping on them, shouting in rage that he was sick of eating the same red berries every single day. As his anger grew, he glared at his father and demanded to know whether he had any pride left. He raged that they were nobles and that it was disgraceful for them to accept food tossed to them by common laborers. Before he could finish his tirade, Lacona struck him across the face. The blow sent one of Diego's teeth flying. With a trembling voice, Lacona told his son never to insult kind people. But Diego, bleeding and furious, screamed back that if those people were truly kind, they would still pay tribute to their noble class. Lacona's hand struck him again from the other side, knocking loose another tooth. Tears shimmered in Lacona's eyes, yet a faint smile crossed his lips as he told his son that they both needed to prove that people could change, himself included. The scene faded with the image of a broken noble who had finally learned the meaning of humility, and a son who had yet to understand it. As the scene opened, the setting revealed a small, worn-out tent, the modest dwelling of Viscount Racona. Inside, a lone elf sat quietly, chewing on a piece of roasted meat held in her hand. As she ate, her gaze drifted toward several baskets filled with red berries neatly stacked in the corner of the tent. After a moment of thought, she tilted her head and murmured to herself, wondering if she should simply throw those fruits away. Before she could act, Viscount Racona stepped forward, already dressed and ready for another long day in the berry fields. With a calm yet resolute tone, he told her not to discard them, explaining that the villagers had worked hard to gather the berries. He added that he would save them to make jam later. It was a simple remark, but one that revealed just how much he had changed over time. As he left the tent, Racona glanced toward his son, Diego, who still lay lazily on the bed. Smiling gently, he told the boy that he was heading out to work and invited him to come help in the fields if he changed his mind. The scene then shifted to the fields, where the morning sunlight spilled across rows of berry bushes. Villagers were already busy at work when Racona arrived, greeting him warmly and remarking on his unwavering diligence. Racona smiled, genuinely content, and began his usual warm-up before joining them. Working side by side with the common folk, he bent down and started picking berries with steady hands. Hours passed, the sun rose high, and then began its slow descent. Despite the fatigue that weighed on him, Racona continued his labor, his clothes soaked in sweat. From a distance, Diego watched his father in silence. For the first time, a flicker of admiration appeared in the young man's eyes. He whispered softly to himself, wondering if there might be any work he could do to help. Later that evening, Racona returned to his tent, his body heavy with exhaustion. Yet even then, he took a moment to check the baskets of stored berries. A faint sour smell reached his nose, causing him to frown. He wondered aloud what the odor was, if the berries had spoiled after sitting for several days. Feeling regret for the waste of what had been kindly given to him, he sighed and dipped a finger into the liquid seeping from the fruit. Tasting it cautiously, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized what it was. By pure accident, the berries had begun to ferment. They were turning into wine. The spoiled fruit had transformed into something new and unexpectedly valuable. Sometime later, the scene shifted again. Byron, one of Lloyd's loyal aides, approached the young master with a report. He informed him that it appeared possible to make wine from the red berries cultivated in Viscount Racona's territory. Lloyd raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly skeptical. He wondered aloud why that particular fruit was being used, recalling that it was considered unsuitable for making alcohol, though he admitted he didn't know much about it. Byron nodded and went on to explain that the perfect fermentation conditions had apparently formed inside the Viscount's tent. Combined with the pure waters of the Prona River, the result had been a wine of exceptional quality. Recently, the Viscount had been making wine from discarded berries and generously sharing it with the villagers. Lloyd's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned whether the old man was truly giving it away. Byron confirmed with a smile that it was true, adding that Viscount Racona had completely changed. He was now a hard-working and well-liked man among the townspeople. Lloyd fell silent for a moment, then smiled to himself, saying that he would inform the Count about it. Perhaps, he thought, the Count could expand the business. Of course, Viscount Racona would oversee operations and receive half of the profits. The scene then shifted to the berry fields, where Viscount Racona remained hard at work among the bushes. When Byron arrived with the news, a flicker of hope and quiet delight softened Racona's face. Later, aboard a ship, Lloyd and Javier stood together. Unable to hide his curiosity, Javier asked whether Viscount Racona had truly changed. Lloyd replied coolly, remarking that humans were creatures of their environment. If one changed the environment, some people would change along with it. The story moved then to the Racona Brewery, now a bustling place filled with noise and motion. Racona stood proudly among the workers, smiling as they greeted him warmly, calling out that the Count had arrived. Beaming back at them, he offered heartfelt thanks, praising their hard work and declaring that, thanks to their efforts, the brewery was thriving and had even begun exporting to the royal capital. The workers cheered, and pride lit Rakona's face. But that pride soon hardened into ambition. With an eager glint in his eyes, he began speaking about further increasing profits. Then, abruptly, his tone turned harsh as he announced that, starting that very day, everyone would be working 18 hours a day. A heavy silence fell over the room as shock rippled through the workers. Even Diego, Rakona's own son, stood frozen in disbelief. One of the workers cried out in protest, demanding to know what Rakona was saying, insisting that their working hours were already written into the contract. Rakona only smiled coldly, reached into his coat, and produced the document. Pointing to a minuscule line of text, barely readable without a magnifying glass, he sneered and asked if they couldn't read. He showed them the clause, reciting it aloud with chilling satisfaction. The working hours and wages may be altered at Viscount Rakona's discretion. The workers erupted in outrage, shouting that it was madness and that they would quit. Rakona laughed almost gleefully, directing them to another clause that specified a penalty for resigning. Inside, he savored the intoxicating feeling of power and control, thinking to himself that this moment, was what success truly felt like after enduring so much hardship. Diego, staggering and overwhelmed with heartbreak, recalled his father's earlier words about the possibility of change. His voice trembled as he pleaded with him, reminding him that he had once said people could change. But Rakona's response was immediate and cruel. He struck Diego hard across the face, sending the boy reeling backward. A twitching, malicious grin twisted his features as he spat that he had indeed changed by changing Diego himself. Turning to the assembled workers, Rakona's voice rose to a tyrannical bellow. He declared that every one of them would work there for the rest of their lives, never to leave until the brewery itself ceased to exist. The scene shifted to another place where Lloyd, Javier, and Byron stood before a wide expanse of land, the sound of flowing water echoing nearby. Lloyd pointed toward the landscape with his usual calculating grin, remarking that to build Ataroa, they would need to construct a dam, which meant redirecting the flow of the Prona River. Midway through his thought, his gaze narrowed in curiosity as he noticed a building in the distance and asked what it was. Byron replied casually that it was the brewery owned by Viscount Rakona. Lloyd didn't hesitate. His tone was flat and absolute as he ordered that it be torn down. Without further discussion, he summoned one of his massive construction monsters. The towering creature struck once, and with devastating force, it kicked the brewery apart. The entire structure collapsed into rubble, dust, and debris that billowed into the sky. Viscount Rakona stood frozen, his mouth hanging open so wide it seemed he could swallow a whole watermelon. He stared in horror as everything he had built was reduced to ruins before his eyes. Javier, stunned, turned toward Lloyd, his voice filled with disbelief and moral hesitation. He reminded Lloyd that Rakona had been reformed and asked whether destroying his livelihood wasn't too cruel, especially since Lloyd himself had said that people could change. Lloyd blinked in confusion, raising an eyebrow as if the notion itself were absurd. He asked what nonsense Javier was talking about, making it clear he didn't believe Rakona had changed in the slightest. Behind them, the last remnants of the brewery collapsed completely. Stones and splintered timber rained down, and one unfortunate chunk struck Rakona squarely on the head. The once proud man now stood dazed amid the ruins of his fallen empire. Time passed, and the dust eventually settled. The brewery was gone. In the berry fields, the workers continued their quiet labor when a dirt-covered figure approached, Viscount Rakona himself. Bowing awkwardly and clutching his hat, he muttered weakly, asking if they could give him a job. For a brief moment, the farmers simply stared at him in silence. Then, without warning, they charged at him, shouting and chasing him through the fields, beating him relentlessly from sunrise until sunset, from day into night. It was a pitiful sight, though one tinged with dark humor. The narrator's voice cut through the chaos, half sympathetic, half mocking, urging Rakona to endure, to hang on until the day he might rise again and rule the world once more. The scene began in silence, deep beneath the shimmering surface of a tranquil lake. Hidden within its depths, an enormous creature lay dormant, a being of ancient power and immense presence. In the stillness, the creature murmured in a low, rumbling voice that he was Stoma, the king of the forest. He admitted that he could not remember when or where he had been born, nor how he had come to rest in that place. Nothing remained in his memory, and he confessed that he only wished to stay alone like that forever. The lake stayed still, and the surrounding forest remained silent, as if honoring his desire for solitude. Yet that peace did not endure for long. Sometime later, the quiet of the forest was broken when Lloyd appeared. A fierce battle erupted between Lloyd and the mighty Stoma, the king of the forest. Waves crashed violently, and trees trembled under the force of their clash. Then, suddenly, Lloyd soared into the air, clutching something small in his hand, a strange pill said to have the power to shrink any magical beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw it toward Stoma. The pill landed perfectly inside the monster's open mouth, and in an instant, Stoma's enormous body began to shrink rapidly until he was no larger than a mouse. Now reduced to a pitiful size, the once proud king of the forest stared at his tiny reflection in the lake, consumed by humiliation. He growled in frustration, cursing under his breath and wondering what was wrong with that foolish human. He recalled how he had said he wanted nothing to do with anyone, yet somehow he had been dragged into this situation. As he sulked in silence, something suddenly caught his eye. A beautiful female beast named Bangle, one of Lloyd's summons. The moment he saw her, his heart skipped a beat, and his cheeks flushed crimson. An unfamiliar warmth surged through his chest. It was love at first sight. The mighty king of the forest, now no more than a mouse, had fallen helplessly in love. Time passed, and the shrunken king, now renamed Bibby, lounged idly in a quiet corner, grumbling to himself that he had only stepped in because Bangle had been far too kind to ignore. He insisted that otherwise, he would never have involved himself in such foolishness. Before long, two more of Lloyd's miniature summons appeared. Hamong, a bright and energetic yellow creature, and Podong, a cheerful little being carrying a ball roughly the size of a football. Podong waved enthusiastically and asked whether Bibby was good at playing ball, inviting him to join in. Bibby, clearly in no mood to socialize, turned his head away and muttered coldly that he wanted nothing to do with anyone and that Podong should leave him alone, but Podong ignored his words. With a cheerful grin, he tossed the ball straight toward Bibby. Bibby caught it effortlessly and, without hesitation, hurled it back with full force. The ball struck Podong squarely in the face with a loud thud. Bibby then muttered coldly, asking if that had been enough and whether Podong would finally leave him alone. Podong rubbed his face, his tiny cheeks puffing up in anger as he demanded that Bibong wait for a moment. Bibong sighed in irritation and slowly turned his head back toward them, asking what they wanted this time and complaining about how annoying they were. But before he could even finish his sentence, the ball came flying back at him, striking him squarely in the mouth. Standing proudly, Podong declared that if kindness was returned with evil, then so be it. He would respond in kind and prepare to fight. Bibong wiped his face with a smirk, mocking him by asking if an inexperienced brat like him truly believed he could be a match for him. The tension between the two tiny beasts reached its peak. Barely the size of mice, Bibong and Podong stood face to face, sparks of rivalry burning in their eyes. Then, without warning, they charged at each other, their tiny fists flying through the air. Podong's first punch landed squarely on Bibong's face, but Bibong immediately retaliated with equal force. Neither of them showed any sign of backing down. The ground beneath them trembled, or at least seemed to, just a little, as their miniature brawl continued. Podong soon leapt on top of Bibong, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches. Bibong growled furiously, struggling to push him off, while poor Hamong stood frozen in shock, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. Bibong shouted at Podong to get off him, calling him a pest, while Podong yelled back defiantly, continuing his assault. Meanwhile, not far away, Lloyd and Byron were calmly discussing construction plans, completely unaware of the commotion happening behind them. Lloyd suggested that perhaps he could divide the residential block more efficiently, but before Byron could finish his response, both men turned their heads and caught sight of Bibong and Podong rolling on the ground, punching, kicking, and tumbling over each other like two hyperactive hamsters. The two men could only stare in silence. Lloyd blinked. Byron sighed. Neither said a word. Hours passed. After fighting tirelessly from morning until dusk, the two exhausted magical beasts finally collapsed side by side, breathing heavily as they gazed up at the evening sky. A brief silence lingered between them until Bibong, with a faint chuckle, admitted that it wasn't bad, that he hadn't moved that much in thousands of years. Podong, his tiny face bruised but proud, smirked in return and remarked that Bibong was the first opponent who hadn't backed down after being struck by his signature move, the Plum Blossom Barrage. He suggested that they should spar again sometime. Still lying flat on the ground, the two glanced at each other and slowly raised their fists. With a soft thump, they bumped fists in mutual acknowledgement. Bibong sighed, muttering that, in the end, they had become friends. Both smiled faintly, their earlier hostility replaced by a quiet, newfound respect. The scene shifted into darkness, enveloping Bibong entirely. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange, desolate place. The air around him felt oppressively heavy, and the ground beneath his feet was chillingly cold. Confused and frightened, he wondered where he was and why he was alone once again. From behind him, a distant voice suddenly echoed. Turning around, he saw something faintly glowing in the distance. a floating island suspended in midair. Upon it were Padong, Bongal, and Hamong, all crying with sorrowful expressions. Their tiny faces were wet with tears as they waved their arms toward him, calling out with desperate, trembling voices. Baibong's eyes widened in panic. Without thinking, he began to run toward them, calling out frantically in confusion, demanding to know where they were going and begging them to wait. But the island drifted farther and farther away, growing smaller with every passing second. He pleaded for them not to leave him, shouting for them to come back, his voice cracking with despair. He ran as fast as his legs would carry him, shouting and crying, his heart breaking as he begged not to be left alone. Yet no matter how far he ran, they continued to drift away into the distance. Suddenly, he jolted awake, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Realizing it had all been a dream, he looked around and felt relief wash over him. Padong, Hamong, and Bangal were there, peacefully sleeping beside one another. Lloyd was nearby as well, shivering from the cold night air. Bibong let out a quiet chuckle and shook his head, softly muttering to himself that humans could be so foolish. A faint smile crossed his face as he walked closer and lay down beside his companions, closing his eyes to join them in peaceful sleep. The once proud king of the forest, now surrounded by those he cared for most. The scene then shifted again, this time to a serene mountain valley where Lloyd and Xavier stood side by side, surveying the landscape. Their calm was abruptly broken when the sky began to tremble and a vast shadow loomed overhead. Massive wings, large enough to blot out the sun, descended from above, shaking the earth as a colossal dragon landed before them. Its icy aura froze the very air around them. For a moment, both Lloyd and Xavier stood frozen in awe, their eyes wide at the sight of such a majestic, terrifying creature. The dragon's deep, resonant voice rumbled across the valley, demanding to know if Lloyd was the one who had devoured the heart of winter, the one who had misused that power and frozen the stream of time. It ordered him to return it, each word reverberating through the ground like thunder. Lloyd instinctively stepped back, but from within his coat, a small movement stirred. A tiny head peeked out. It was Bibong, the mouse-sized forest king. Blinking in astonishment at the enormous dragon before him, he whispered to himself in recognition that it was the ice dragon. Suddenly, an image flickered in his mind. A small, blue, baby dragon. The vision was fleeting and disappeared as quickly as it appeared, leaving him puzzled and muttering in confusion about what he had just seen. The tension gradually eased as the dragon's towering form began to shimmer. In an instant, it transformed into a human figure, Varys, the mighty dragon in his human form. Speaking casually, Varys explained that he had merely been testing dimensional travel and had sent various things randomly into other realms. Pausing to think, he scratched his chin, recalling that he had also sent Yakira somewhere. After a brief moment, he snapped his fingers as the memory returned, saying that he remembered now. It was to the realm of souls. Lloyd tilted his head slightly, repeating the word soul, as if testing its weight. Varys chuckled softly at his reaction, then glanced at Lloyd's coat, where a pair of tiny glowing eyes peeked out from within the folds. With a teasing smile, he asked the small creature if something was wrong, perhaps with his face. Bibong narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Varys. There was something strange about this dragon, something eerily familiar that he couldn't quite place. The scene shifted then, sweeping into the vast and mysterious expanse of the demon realm. It was a land steeped in quiet power, where shadows and ancient magic intertwined. Lloyd and Art Tanis sat upon the back of a dragon, soaring high above the rugged terrain. The wind rushed past them, carrying faint traces of mana through the air. Artis turned toward Lloyd with a calm, knowing smile. He remarked that Lloyd seemed to have quite a number of questions hidden up his sleeve, then asked him to turn to the side for a moment. Lloyd blinked in confusion, repeating the request as if unsure he had heard correctly. When he finally turned, he froze in shock. Before him rose a massive mountain, and carved into its face was a colossal demonic figure so lifelike it seemed to pulse with its own breath. Lloyd could only gasp in awe and fear, wondering what the terrifying sight before him could possibly represent. Inside Lloyd's coat, Bibang peeked out again. His small eyes widened as they fixed on the ancient carving, and in that instant, a sudden blur of memory struck him like a blow. A face, familiar yet distant, flashed through his mind. Tears welled up in his eyes before he could stop them. Pong, sitting beside him, noticed immediately and asked with concern if Bibang was all right. Bibang quickly wiped away his tears, forcing his voice to sound casual as he insisted that it was nothing. Yet deep within, his thoughts churned restlessly. Faces long buried in the depths of his fading memory began to resurface, flickering like fragments of a forgotten past. Something, he wasn't sure what, was beginning to return to him. Bibang looked toward their companions and, for a fleeting moment, thought he saw another face overlapping his own, a face from another time. An ache bloomed in his chest, growing unbearable, as though something precious long lost was struggling to resurface. Tears welled in his eyes once more, and this time he made no effort to hold them back. Turning toward Padong, he pulled him into a tight embrace, confessing through trembling breaths that he no longer wanted to be separated from anyone ever again. Padong's small hands gently patted his back as they sat together in silence, the warmth of friendship slowly replacing the pain of forgotten memories. Once, Bubong had wished to live alone forever, but now, surrounded by companions, memories, and a strange new warmth, he finally understood how truly precious those bonds were. In the quiet stretches of frontier territory, where the still air pressed down over the jungle, Bibi struggled to hold up a tree, his body shaking under its weight. His cheeks burned with fever, sweat streamed down his face, and his breath was unsteady and shallow. Bangle stood beside him, watching every movement with growing fear. A trembling voice reached out to Bibi, warning him that he was still burning up and pleading for him to rest before he collapsed. But Bibi refused to stop, muttering that the restoration phenomenon of fate kept occurring and that he could not take a break simply because of a slight fever. He added that a pain like this meant nothing compared to the pain of returning to who he had been before meeting everyone there. The sincerity in his words affected Bangal so deeply that his eyes began to fill with tears. Bibi tried to continue speaking, explaining that this was the reason he could not rest. But before he could finish the thought, his strength gave out. His hands slipped, the tree crashed to the ground, and his body collapsed forward, unconscious. Bangal's panicked shout echoed through the forest, and then the scene cut. Night fell over Lloyd's house. Inside, the room was quiet, dim, and still. Bibi lay on a bed, back to his normal size, his body burning with a high fever. Cooling cloths rested near him, replaced repeatedly by hands that had not slept all night. When his eyes finally opened, he turned his head and saw Lloyd sitting beside him, exhaustion written across his face. Lloyd greeted him softly, asking if he was awake. Bibi jolted up in his small bed, panic rising, and asked about the construction. Lloyd calmly explained that everything was finished, though another issue had arisen. As Bibi looked around the room, he noticed the cooling cloths and the items used to treat his fever. Realization struck him, and in disbelief, he wondered if Lloyd had taken care of him throughout the night, questioning why Lloyd would spend time on someone like him when he already had so much to manage. Lloyd, with weary eyes, quietly said that there was no such thing as just, that everyone around him mattered, and that if he lost even one of them, nothing else would have meaning. The words struck Bibi deeper than anything else. His eyes filled with tears as he muttered under his breath, calling Lloyd a fool for exhausting himself in this way. Many days passed, and the war between the Hell King and Fronta reached its peak. The battlefield stretched across ruined plains and burning skies. Countless arrows rose from the Fronta side, thousands launched in a single coordinated strike. They filled the air like a storm, falling in waves onto the countless hell monsters below. Screeches echoed as bodies collapsed one after another. At the very front of the united forces, Queen Alicia Magentano stood, her sword aimed toward the enemy lines. Her voice had thundered above the chaos, carrying the weight of an entire world. The Front Army and the Grand Race Alliance had advanced at her command, and with that single order, the battlefield had erupted. Humans, elves, Mark, Beastkin, Censure, and demons, every race allied under Lloyd's banner, had charged forward with unstoppable force. Soldiers had roared, magic had surged, and the ground had trembled under the weight of thousands moving as one. Amid the chaos, Lloyd had also run toward the hell monsters, pushing forward with determined speed. Above him, Gome had descended through the smoke-filled sky. The moment the flying summon had reached him, Lloyd had leaped upward and landed on its back, and in an instant, he had been soaring across the battlefield, cutting through the sky as hell monsters had leapt up, trying desperately to pull him down. Below, the ground had erupted. Bibong had charged through the hell monsters like a living cannonball. His fist had crashed into a demon's skull, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Without slowing, he had grabbed the creature with both arms and torn it apart with a burst of raw strength. Yet the monsters had kept coming. A sudden glow had built inside the throat of one of the hell beasts, signaling that an attack was forming. A soldier had noticed it and screamed that it was about to fire. A beam of light had erupted, blinding, focused, and lethal. Before anyone could react, Bibong had thrown himself into the blast, taking the full impact as the beam had exploded across his back, sending him crashing into the shallow water below. Pain had burned through him, and though his eyes had been closed and his body trembling, he had barely held himself together. Yet his thoughts had been louder than the battlefield. He had told himself that if he lost even one, then none of this would have meaning, and that without anyone, he would never be separated again. He had tried to move, but his muscles had refused. Hell monsters had begun to surround him, gathering for the kill. Then a shadow had descended from the sky. Bengal had dropped like a meteor, using her entire body as a weapon. The impact alone had vaporized the monsters around her, their bodies disintegrating into nothing. More demons had rushed toward her, and one had managed to grab her, hurling her across the field. Before she had hit the ground, Bibong had forced his battered body to move. He had lunged forward, caught the monster from behind, and with a burst of strength had lifted it into the air and driven it backward into the ground with a brutal suplex-like throw, snapping its spine on impact. The battlefield had quaked again. High above, Lloyd had prepared to activate the one power he had never wanted to use. His voice had trembled with resolve and pain as the world around him had reacted. He had called for the strongest power in the world to activate, knowing that this power demanded everything. The moment it had activated, all of Lloyd's summons, every creature shaped by the system, and every beast he had fought beside his family had begun to fade from existence. Their bodies had lost form, their shapes flickering, and one by one, they had disappeared. It had not been a surprise or sudden, but it had broken hearts all the same. Bibong had seen Bangal's body turning transparent, her outline trembling as light had eaten away at her form. His heart had stopped, and tears had burst from his eyes before he had even realized he was crying. He had run toward her, his voice cracking, tears streaming down his face. Bengal had watched him with a soft, warm smile, even as her body had slowly dissolved. He had reached her, crying harder, desperately trying to hold on to someone who had been slipping away with each passing second. Lloyd had witnessed it all, and he had broken too. Tears had run down his face as every companion he had ever loved, every summon he had treated like his own family, vanished from the world. Bengal's smile had not faded even as her body had finally disappeared. Bibang had not collapsed. He had remained sobbing uncontrollably, clutching the air where she had been. Lloyd had wiped his tears, and what had remained in his eyes was pure, burning rage. He had turned toward the Hell King with a resolve that had shaken the battlefield. Moments later, after a final clash too bright and violent to describe, Lloyd and the Hell King vanished together into the Gate of Reincarnation. Just like that, he was gone. The war fell silent. The armies of Frontera lowered their weapons, staring at the empty space where their leader had disappeared. Whispers faded, and voices cracked. In the middle of it all, Bibi stood on the ruined battlefield, crying with everything he had left, for the friends he had lost, for the family torn away, and for a world that felt painfully empty without them. The battlefield that had roared with war now trembled only with grief. Time passed, the war ended, and Frontera began rebuilding the homes that had been destroyed. The scene shifted to a calm lakeside, where Tanny sat dipping her hand into the water. She tasted it lightly and made a face, noting how salty it was. A small child beside her nodded quickly. Meanwhile, that night, all the adults panicked as they tried to figure out what had caused the event. Artanis looked toward the distant mountain ridge as if reading the landscape, and slowly rose to her feet, narrowing her eyes, saying that she thought she knew the reason. At the far end of the lake, a massive shadow curled near the water. Bibang's shoulders shook continuously, and from the sheer amount of tears he had shed, it appeared as though he had created the entire lake himself. His cries echoed softly across the valley, filled with sorrow, longing, and memories he could not fully understand. Artanis approached him carefully, smiling gently, and reminded him that he had once mentioned feeling as though he already knew demons. Bibang lifted his head and nodded in acknowledgement. She continued by reflecting on a legend among them about a giant beast that had once helped with farming, noting that the part describing it as ferocious did not match Bibang, but being covered in fur and as large as a mountain did. Bibang listened quietly, his tears slowing, and she suggested that perhaps, after a very long time, they had finally reunited. A faint memory suddenly flickered through Bibang's mind, not from the battlefield, not from this era, but as if pulled from another story, another mana, set in the same universe but 100 years in the past. It seemed like a glimpse of a bountiful harvest demon lord, almost as if a past life were reaching out to him, trying to remind him of who he had once been or someone he had once known. Artanis continued softly, speaking of Lloyd Nim, who was away for the moment, and expressed hope that when they all met again, they could smile and say that they had been doing well. Tears returned to Bibong's eyes, though softer this time. He lowered his head, trying to steady his breath, then suddenly stood to his full enormous height and let out a powerful roar that shook the entire lake. The blast of wind and water rushed outward, soaking everyone nearby. Bibang's thoughts rumbled through the moment, affirming to himself that his name was Kingstow. Time then skipped forward. The sky suddenly seemed to crack open as a familiar voice shouted that safety was the most important priority. Lloyd returned, and with him, all the summons that had vanished began to reappear. One after another, light spread across the land as Ging, Padong, Hamong, Bengal, and the others returned from the void. The moment Bengal materialized, Bibong charged forward at full speed, tears streaming from his eyes. Bangal ran toward him as well, and when they met, she jumped into his embrace and kissed him without hesitation. Bibong's thoughts trembled at the edges of his heart, insisting that he was not King Sto, but the mythical beast Bibong. Nearby, Lloyd reunited with Queen Alicia Magentano, who rushed to him and pulled him into a fierce hug. Finally, Bibong's last thought settled deep within him, firm and clear. It was a simple story taking place in an ordinary rural village near the border of the May Ano Kingdom, a small adventure belonging to a young girl who lived there. At the Count's estate, a voice was heard announcing that someone had returned, and the Countess was said to have welcomed Emily warmly, asking whether she had properly greeted her parents. Suddenly, the Countess reportedly exclaimed in surprise when she noticed Emily's face. She seemed to point out that something was wrong, as Emily had a small bandage on her cheek. Feeling embarrassed, Emily explained the situation. The scene then shifted back to 1 week earlier, to the home of her boyfriend's family, where he had brought her to introduce her to his parents. Emily, sweating nervously as she looked up at the large house, remarked that his home seemed noticeably bigger than the others. He casually explained that his family had been first-class warriors for generations and that the place probably felt similar to a noble's residence in a human village. Emily, startled by the implication, wondered silently whether he was actually of noble descent. Worried, she asked him whether his parents would accept her. He assured her with an easy smile that they were very warm people. However, the story suggested a very different kind of warmth. His father's intense expression made it seem as though he was ready to swallow someone whole. Despite this, the young man proudly declared to his parents that he wanted to marry Emily. Emily, meanwhile, trembled violently, her face turning pale as sweat streamed down, and she introduced herself in a shaking voice. She thought despairingly that his parents must truly be warm-hearted, given how much she was sweating. His mother, flexing her muscles first, questioned Emily's name. The girl kept trembling as she confirmed it. Suddenly, an enormous hunk of meat was slammed onto the table, startling her so much that she almost collapsed. His mother, speaking in a harsh tone, ordered her to take it and leave, demanding to know why she dared to covet her son. Emily felt as if her soul had left her body, her eyes turning blank. Her boyfriend shouted in frustration, demanding to know why his mother was speaking that way. But the woman continued scrutinizing Emily, saying that the girl should know her place, especially with a pale, cute, and pleasant-looking face like that. Hearing this left Emily completely frozen. The narrator suggested that even the audience needed a brief pause to understand the mindset of an ogre mother. Believing she was being praised, Emily blushed and thanked the woman shyly. His mother immediately exploded, demanding to know why Emily was acting so insolently, even pointing at her face while scolding her. She declared loudly that she did not need such an adorable daughter-in-law and ordered her to leave. Emily was left full of confusion, unable to tell whether she had just been complimented or insulted. Her boyfriend, infuriated, yelled back that if his mother continued speaking like that, he would leave the house altogether. He was instantly punched in the mouth for daring to talk back. With an intimidating scowl, his mother warned him that unless he became a dried-up corpse, he should not even think about leaving the house. Seeing her boyfriend's family so lively, Emily felt anxious and called out to him. Kuga covered his face and remained silent. His mother pointed at Emily and remarked that she would say it again. That adorable face of hers did not suit their family at all. In their O clan, it was most important to look intimidating, which meant that members of their family were basically supposed to be unattractive. She asked Emily if she didn't know that their family was famous for having the fiercest and ugliest faces. Emily grew more and more frozen as she listened. Then she glanced at her boyfriend's sparkling face, then at his mother's bright face, and finally at his father's radiant face, leaving her lost in a whirlwind of confused thoughts. She wondered how she could explain herself to convince them that she was not like that, realizing that words alone might not be enough. At that moment, someone unfriendly approached and called out to Kuga. He dismissed the person's words harshly. The newcomer was a muscular O-clan girl with a perfectly defined 8-pack. She teased, asking if the tiny girl her boyfriend had brought to propose marriage was really Emily. She added, rather mockingly, that she could not believe his taste leaned towards small, cute, huggable girls with sweet smiles. Emily blushed and lowered her head, politely thanking her. The O-clan girl then expressed further irritation, complaining about Kuga's choice. Kuga's mother turned to her firmly and told her that this was a private family matter and that she should stay out of it. The girl immediately punched him in the face, drawing blood. She claimed that he had promised to marry her when he was 4 years old. Seeing Kuga get hit, Emily worriedly exclaimed that he was the most powerful person in the house. Kuga's father spoke in a low, commanding voice, ordering everyone to stop. He reminded them that while the feelings of the couple were important in a marriage, a wedding without the family's blessing would weigh heavily on the heart. He then looked at Emily and asked if she wanted to try convincing Seer and the others. Emily bit her lip, bowed her head, and after a moment of hesitation, declared with determination that she would do it because she loved Kuga. She had to step onto the field, and the referee announced the start. From that moment, the hunt to select a wife for Kuga officially began. Emily's face turned pale, sweat streaming down her face. The referee explained that whoever captured more, or rendered their opponent incapable of fighting, would win. The gates opened, and countless pigs, eyes full of hatred, charged toward them. Kuga worried for Emily and tried to move forward, but his mother held him back firmly, telling him to stay still because it was Emily's choice. Below, the opposing O-clan girl swiftly defeated many wild boars, while Emily sat on the ground in fear, clutching her head and screaming. Her whole body trembled, utterly powerless, tears welling in her eyes. She cautiously peeked up and saw that the wild boars were standing there, looking at her innocently. The pigs judged her to be small and weak, thus not a threat. They turned toward the O-clan girl, who was fighting fiercely, recognizing her as the true threat. The entire herd charged at her. She did not notice in time and was knocked down before she could defend herself. The dozen or so pigs saw her fall and attacked all at once. Kuga's mother watched anxiously, shouting in worry, barely noticing her son struggling in her arms. It seemed she could not bear to watch any longer. Emily stood up and, tensing every muscle in her body, gripped her staff with her right hand, using it to unleash a force so powerful that it tore through her sleeve. She swung the staff toward the gathering of forest creatures, striking down all that stood in its path, and when it landed, the impact shook the arena. She then assumed a defensive stance, her muscular arms trembling with strength, and announced to herself that she, the girl from Zonti, was now her opponent's challenge. The forest creatures, undeterred, charged toward her again, but Emily was no longer the small, timid girl they had first encountered. Her rival appeared pale, inwardly realizing that if they left her as she was, she would surely win, and wondered why that was the case. The OR witnesses saw a human girl standing up to terrifying band creatures, not for victory, but out of her genuine concern for others, refusing to back down. At that moment, both girls collaborated and decisively defeated the forest beasts. After some time, under the clear sky, it was announced that the match ended with 6-4 in favor of Sidao Numbra. Emily walked away quietly, feeling saddened. Just then, someone called her back. The person, a small and adorable human, seemed irresistible, and Emily wondered how she had managed to win their favor. The girl's face bore a few tears at the corners of her eyes as she revealed that she possessed a strength and ferocity greater than any warrior. She also asked Emily to take good care of Kuga. Hearing such words from her opponent made Emily's eyes sting. Kuga's father, filled with excitement, shouted in support of the brave warrior, despite her tiny and cute appearance. Kuga's mother bowed in acknowledgement, giving her child to Emily, while the rest of the clan cheered. The scene then shifted to the high-rise estate, where a joyful wedding was taking place. Smiles of happiness adorned Kuga and Emily's faces. Loy and Gavi clapped continuously, sharing their blessings. Gavi remarked on the bride's horn moving in and out, while Loy noted that the couple's laughter was so overwhelming that it was hard to tell if they could even see where they were walking, and that the groom already had a bandage on his face. Loy seemed contemplative, a shadow over his mood, clearly thinking about the early appearance of the Blood Knight who had once questioned VA. He wondered what had become of the servants who had once served the Fonti family and who had now fallen into ruin. Gavier spoke heavily, recalling that the young girl had been sold into slavery, fated to become a servant. Loy, with a serious tone, urged Gavier to act swiftly. Gavier agreed, and the two young men set off to rescue the estate. Thus, an ordinary story unfolded in a typical border village of the Manhwa kingdom, where it was possible to escape the fate of slavery. At the end of the day, the exhausted workers remarked that the work had been done and that they were finished for the day. Kim Suho took off his work helmet and reflected on the reason he had insisted on earning his tuition through hard manual labor, concluding that it made sense because the hourly pay was good and allowed him enough time to study. He told himself that he needed to raise his grades, noting that getting into university had been something he had somehow managed through money, careful planning, and intensive tutoring, but that from this point onward it would be a real duel. He resolved that from now on he would have to solve everything directly through his own judgment and will, encouraging himself by thinking that he could do it just as Kim Suho had done before, and that he needed to endure to the very end, just like at the beginning, repeating this determination to himself until his strength gave out. Completely exhausted, Kim Suho collapsed onto his desk. Outside, the workers lit a fire to keep warm. One of them noticed Suho and called out to him, commenting that although Suho had a scary expression, he had a surprisingly diligent attitude, joking that he had come back again and praising his insane persistence. A moment later, however, the man's expression changed as he noticed Suho's face. Seeing Suho staggering forward with a hollow, gaunt look, he panicked and shouted in alarm, asking what was wrong with him. Using the last bit of his remaining rationality, Suho thought to himself that this was bad. The people around him cried out in concern, asking whether he could hear them and urgently telling someone to call an ambulance. Amidst the chaos, Suho concluded inwardly that he needed a part-time job with less physical strain. The scene then shifted to a food shop, where the owner excitedly announced that they had a new part-timer starting that day, adding that the shop would be opening soon and that everyone could greet each other later. He instructed Jumi to teach the newcomer well, and she agreed. When Jumi looked at Kim Suho, her eyes widened at his rough and unapproachable appearance, and she privately thought that he looked kind of scary. Carefully, she explained to him that he only needed to pay attention to the timer and that he would be fine, beginning to describe what to do once an order came in. When she noticed Suho meticulously writing everything down, she expressed her surprise at his thoroughness. Suho replied indifferently that he had grown up as a spoiled, rich young master who had never even touched dishwater and admitted that his brain was not very good, so if he did not write everything down, he would forget things. Jumi stared at him intently, wondering whether he was being humble or arrogant, and that thought lingered with her until evening. As she was about to leave, she suddenly called out to him, stopping him. Smiling brightly, she thanked Gi-young for his hard work that day and admitted that she had worried she might not have explained things well. Suho replied that she had taught him very well and that there had been no issues at all. An awkward silence followed. Jumi smiled uneasily and confessed that what she was about to say might sound rude. She admitted that when she had first seen him, he had looked rather scary, but after watching how hard he worked and seeing that he seemed like a good person, she had begun to wonder whether she might have offended him somehow, which was why his expression always looked that way. Suho answered calmly that this was simply his attempt to relax his face. Jumi immediately wondered in panic whether she had actually offended him and questioned what she should do. Before she could respond, Suho had already left, telling her that he would see her the next day. Jumi stood there blankly, watching his retreating figure, and thought bitterly that it was hard to get close to him. At that moment, a male colleague approached her and asked if she was all right. Confused, Jumi asked what he meant. The man questioned her aggressively, asking whether that jerk had tried to do something to her. Jumi hurriedly waved her hands and denied it repeatedly, insisting that nothing like that had happened and that she had only been saying goodbye. The man claimed that one man could tell another man's character just by looking, adding that Suho had the face of a sneaky rat. He told her to let him know if Suho ever bothered her and made sure she understood. Embarrassed, Jumi replied hesitantly that she did. Meanwhile, Suho rode his bicycle quickly down the road, his thoughts drifting to Jumi. He scolded himself internally, complaining that the encounter had almost given him butterflies, and that this was not the time for such things. He called himself an idiot and reminded himself that he still had plenty of energy and needed to focus on studying. When he arrived home, his desk lamp was still on, and he studied seriously. At one point, he felt irritated and wondered why he could remember everything he had memorized the day before. Later, the senior approached Jumi again and asked whether she was free after work that day. Jumi hesitated and said that she did not have any plans. Despite this, he continued, saying that he knew a good bar and asked if she wanted to go, offering to treat her. Jumi firmly declined, explaining that she could not drink well. The senior insisted that they also had non-alcoholic options and urged her to come along, suggesting a street pub instead. Trembling, Jumi refused again, saying that she had to go home and study. The senior continued to coax her, saying that one day would not hurt and encouraging her to unwind a little, even suggesting that they could go for a drive. At that moment, Suho called out Jumi's name. Holding 2 trash bags and wearing an unapproachable expression, he remarked that he had been raised without having to do anything like this and that the bags were really heavy, then asked whether she would mind helping him carry them. Jumi immediately ran over, eagerly agreeing to help and urging him to go. The senior clicked his tongue and muttered a curse under his breath. Jumi and Suho went to take out the trash together. Jumi thanked him quietly, but Suho responded indifferently, asking whether she really liked carrying trash bags that much and commenting that she was a strange one. Flustered, Jumi denied that that was the case. Once they finished, Suho left immediately. Feeling frustrated, Jumi complained aloud that he was always so emotionless and that it was because he was like that she kept getting embarrassed. Suho replied without any expression that it was because he found it unpleasant. Shocked, Jumi asked whether he meant her. Suho calmly clarified that he had meant himself. Jumi protested weakly that that was not what she had meant. Suho then added that, in any case, he did not deserve such things. Jumi was confused, unable to understand what was going on. At that moment, Suho was sitting and studying. He let out a long sigh, then leaned back and muttered to himself that nothing was working out, that he truly was an idiot, and that even until the very end, he had wanted to keep things the same as they had been in the beginning. He bitterly mocked himself, thinking that he was someone who could not even take the first step. The next day, the boss delivered some bad news, announcing that Gi-young had quit. Jumi asked in disbelief whether he had really left just like that. The boss replied indifferently that kids these days lacked perseverance, though he added that he was not referring to Jumi. A faint sadness passed through Jumi's eyes. As she walked, she reflected that Gi-young had been diligent, although his expression had been a bit frightening. She thought that he was kind and considerate, even if the way he spoke could be slightly irritating. She found herself wishing she had known what kind of person he truly was. At that thought, her face flushed red, and she sighed to herself, scolding herself for being foolish as the bus had already left. Later, a man spoke to Gi-young, saying that he had tried calling him because he had always been responsible. He thanked him for coming to help with the job and admitted that he had expected him to refuse because of his studies. Suho replied that he had quit studying, explaining that without tutoring, he had realized he would not even know what to do. The man immediately tried to console him, remarking that studying required talent after all, and lamenting that it was such a shame considering Suho had attended a prestigious university. Suho then added that there was still one thing he had not given up on. When the man asked in confusion what that was, Suho answered with a chilling expression that it was survival until the very end. The man told Gi-young that he did not need to do anything difficult, instructing him to simply handle the demolition debris and gather everything that came out. When they reached the welding area, Suho paused in thought, wondering whether that place meant that she was still working there part-time. The man asked, puzzled, what he was doing, and Suho hurriedly responded that he was coming right away. By the time night fell, they had finished their work. The man laughed in satisfaction, praising him for a good day's work and telling him to finish organizing the remaining items before going home. Exhausted, Suho told the boss to take care as well and remarked that it had been a great day. The man burst into laughter, commenting that whenever Suho spoke, he wore a subtly condescending expression, which he found strangely satisfying. Suho's gaze remained fixed in one direction. At the same time, Jumi was walking down the street. Suho hesitated, wondering whether he should at least say goodbye, before dismissing the thought, telling himself that she would not even remember him anyway. Suddenly, he noticed something troubling. The senior from before was still following her, and was even behaving in an overly familiar manner. Jumi firmly rejected him, but the senior's face twisted with anger. Frightened, Jumi ran away. Suho stood in silence, his face dark as he stared at the pile of goods in front of him. Meanwhile, the senior coldly snapped, demanding to know what her problem was. He cornered Jumi against the wall, angrily questioning why she kept trampling on someone else's pride. He blamed her for the uncomfortable situation they would have to face starting the next day and bitterly asked whether she wanted him to die, remarking that if he were to drop dead right there, her life would surely become easier. At that moment, Suho suddenly appeared and intervened, warning that he should not speak so lightly about dying. Jumi froze in shock, quietly wondering if it was really Gi-young. The senior clicked his tongue in irritation, complaining that the same jerk had shown up again and telling Suho to get lost. Suho calmly responded that brushing him off would not be so easy. He stated confidently that he was good at fighting and offered to prove it if the senior wished, telling him to try hitting him just once. The senior scoffed and mockingly asked whether Suho thought he was stupid, accusing him of deliberately trying to get beaten up and then making him pay the hospital bills. Behind them, Jumi trembled as she pleaded with Gi-young not to do this. A chilling killing intent radiated from Suho as he coldly declared that the senior would end up hitting him anyway, adding that poor nobodies like him were destined to be squeezed dry by the rich. Enraged by those words, the senior lunged forward, cursing at Suho as he viciously kicked him again and again, screaming for him to die and venting his long-held hatred toward Suho's smug appearance and branded clothes. Jumi panicked and rushed forward, desperately shouting for him to stop. The senior shoved her aside and yelled for her to let go of him. At that moment, police officers arrived on the scene, announcing that they had received an assault report. The senior froze on the spot, trapped with no way out. One of the officers declared that he had been caught red-handed and asked whether he would come along voluntarily. Suho slowly struggled to his feet and remarked that he had warned him earlier that he was good at fighting. Later, the boss barked orders to start drilling from the ceiling and to break through that section, then casually asked Gi-young how the certification exam he had taken had gone. Suho replied coldly that he had failed. The boss expressed surprise, pointing out that Suho had been accepted into a prestigious university. Suho responded evenly that people like him sometimes slipped through the cracks, describing himself as a low-IQ academic fraud. In another scene, Jumi bowed her head shyly and expressed her thanks for the meal. Suho replied without emotion that it was technically money she had earned, adding that he had received quite a settlement from the incident. Despite saying that, the truth was that he had failed yet again. Jumi silently ate her portion, then asked why he always wore that expression. Suho turned his face away and said that he had already told her that people found him unlikable. Jumi immediately objected, insisting that Gyeong was actually quite charming. Suho replied that if she ever saw him laugh, she would surely take those words back. Suho worked himself relentlessly at the construction site. Jumi, however, remained convinced that she wanted to see his smile, a thought that left Suho at a loss for words. Jumi suddenly spat out water, then bent over the table clutching her stomach as she burst into uncontrollable laughter, saying that it was far too funny. Suho reacted indifferently, remarking that he had never seen anyone laugh like that before. That night, Suho lay awake, haunted by the words of his boss, who had asked whether he had failed the graduation exam and then questioned what that meant for the competition. The boss had reminded him not to give up and to keep trying, emphasizing that Suho could not work part-time under him forever. As for Jumi, the two of them later sat together on a bench under the yellow glow of a streetlight. Jumi confessed that she wanted to date him. Suho bluntly refused, apologizing and stating that he could not because he was broke. Jumi, disappointed, asked whether she had just been rejected. Suho confirmed that she had. Confused, she demanded clarification, asking whether he had been playing with her and why he had always come out whenever she called if he had no intention of dating her. Suho answered honestly that it was because he liked her. Jumi nearly cursed in disbelief, after which the two of them fell into silence. Jumi then took the initiative and kissed him on the cheek. Suho tormented himself inwardly, telling himself that he had fallen for someone else. Meanwhile, the boss gave instructions, warning that before hammering the ceiling, the machine room had to be notified as the sprinkler system was linked to the fire alarm and must not be touched. Suho helplessly wondered what he should do, admitting to himself that he had no confidence. Jumi had once asked him what kind of man he was. At the time, Suho had replied that the man was unbelievable, with incredible stamina and willpower, and that he had even wondered whether the man was human. He had then reflected bitterly that he himself had nothing at all, not a single thing, and questioned whether someone like him even had the right to love anyone. Suho began working like a madman. Suddenly, a worker rushed in to report that there was a big problem. The boss had injured himself at another site. Although it was not serious, he could not come in that day. Another worker anxiously asked what they should do, pointing out that the job still had to be finished that day. Someone else cut in, asking for the blueprint and suggesting that they do whatever they could. One man ordered them to start by removing the steel door and to bring the grinder. Suho stopped them, warning that they could not do that because flying sparks would trigger the alarm. He explained that they first needed to notify the control room and cover the detector with plastic. Only then did the man realize his mistake. Suho continued giving instructions, telling them not to drill there because it was a load-bearing wall and that the blueprint was wrong. A worker panicked, exclaiming that it had been a close call. Suho walked around inspecting the area, ordering all the concrete to be cleared out so they could create a clear passage, to which the others agreed. One worker asked Gyeong how they should remove the frame. Suho instructed them to unbolt the top first so the weight would not shift. Sweat poured down Suho's body as he wondered how he knew all of this, feeling as though he were a webtoon protagonist who could see status windows. The boss later spoke excitedly, saying he had heard about Gyeong and recalling how Suho had once said he was bad at studying, so he wrote everything down. Now, the boss said, Suho was a professional. Laughing, he told him to get a business license and promised to help him get started. Suho reacted in confusion, unable to understand at first. The boss then pointed out that the one who knew the most was the one who got to be the boss. Suho widened his eyes in surprise, then broke into a faint smile. He said that his business was doing quite well, explaining that from beginning to end, just as at the start, he had never stopped working hard to survive, and that he had lived in the same way as Jumi. Jumi and Suho sat on a bench, holding each other. Jumi asked whether he no longer went up to Namsan with his friend. Suho replied that he did not, explaining that the man had been taken away by a bodyguard knight. Jumi reacted in surprise, asking if it was that same person, the real-life romance fantasy incident that had exploded on social media, where someone had shot up into the sky like a meteor. Suho clarified that it was not a romance, but admitted that it was indeed him. Jumi remarked in fascination, then once again confessed that she wanted to marry him. Suho agreed calmly and said they should do it. Jumi, startled by his immediate response, asked if he was not hesitant. Suho asked what there was to hesitate about. Jumi hesitated herself and said that she meant marriage came with all kinds of worries. Suho explained that once they were married, they would have their own estate, and that disasters such as locust swarms, plagues, or invasions might come, along with countless hardships. He said that each time, they would simply smile, say that they had overcome it again, and protect their estate together. Someone called out to Kim Suho, asking if he was doing well. The workers told him that they had finished the big job and invited him to have dinner with them. Suho declined, saying that he was running late, that he was going home, and wished them good night. As he walked, Suho reflected on how Iron Blood Knight had suddenly launched a spin-off before Season 2 even began, driving readers into a frenzy as they non-stop cursed the author. He thought about the title, Healing Life in Another World with Civil Engineering Skills, and noted that although the protagonist's name was different, no matter how he looked at it, it was clearly that person's story. He mused that while the novel was extremely unpopular, he could still understand the general way that person was living. Suho quietly opened the door and stepped inside. Jumi and their child were sleeping. Hearing the sound, Jumi woke up and asked if Gyeong had come home. Suho, as he continued reading the novel, often wondered whether that place was where the man had become the greatest estate developer, and inwardly affirmed that this was indeed the place. Meanwhile, Father Lloyd, his face haggard, walked across a bridge and stared down at the calm surface of the lake. He thought to himself that just like that, all the money he had worked so hard to save had been taken away. He felt as though his heart were burning and being crushed, and wondered how much longer he could endure such pain. His eyes darkened as he thought that if he were to go down there, it might be easier. Gripping the railing tightly, his gaunt face filled with despair, he scolded himself, telling himself no, questioning what he was thinking. He insisted that he had to live, that he could do nothing unless he stayed alive. He resolved to go to the hospital, believing that this was definitely an illness, and reminding himself that there was still so much he had left to do for Suho. The moment that thought ended, Father Lloyd fell straight into the water. His eyes widened in shock as he let out a startled sound. When he regained consciousness, he was horrified to realize that he was in a very strange place. Waves crashed against the shore, and panic surged through him as he wondered where this was, questioning whether it was hell. Suddenly, a tender voice called out to him, addressing him as, "Honey." He turned around and saw a woman running toward him. His eyes trembled with moisture as he stared at her in disbelief, recognizing her instantly. Lloyd's mother rushed forward and gave him a forceful yet oddly affectionate kick. She was furious and demanded that he stop right there, angrily questioning why he had jumped down in the first place. She pointed out that it was not even summer and argued that if he wanted to go diving so badly, he should have gone to a pool instead. She could not understand why he would jump from such a place at all. Lloyd's father snapped back, insisting that he had not done it on purpose. He demanded to know why he would deliberately do something like that when he still had both her and Suho, emphasizing that there was no reason for him to act so recklessly. Only then did Lloyd's mother stop hitting him. Exhausted, she complained that it was unbelievable and reminded him that she had told him to visit the hospital. Lloyd's father struggled to his knees and apologized weakly. In a half-dazed state, he asked whether she had come to save him, even wondering if she had traveled all the way to the afterlife just to rescue him. She immediately denied it, stammering that she had not come for that reason and explaining that she had simply regained consciousness and found herself already falling. Lloyd's father hesitated before muttering that, if that was the case, he could not understand why he was the only one who had ended up getting beaten. The sound of waves softly crashing around them made the atmosphere strangely calm. The two of them sat precariously above the sea. Troubled, Lloyd's mother asked what they were supposed to do about Suho. Lloyd's father replied that Suho was about to become a university student and admitted bitterly that they truly did not deserve to be called parents. He added that this place must be hell itself, designed so they could regret everything forever. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, calmly denying that this place was hell. Startled, the couple looked up in confusion. The voice continued, explaining that it had arrived late due to other duties and casually suggested that they could think of it as an angel. The two stared in shock. Lloyd's father exclaimed in awe that it was real and remarked that it looked terrifying. Lloyd's mother laughed with satisfaction and said that she had told him so, proudly adding that she had seen it on YouTube. The strange being went on to say that people usually reacted with shock or fainting, and that this was the first time it had seen a response like theirs. It laughed and admitted feeling relieved, adding that choosing the two of them for this experiment had indeed been the right decision. Lloyd's mother reacted in confusion, repeating the word experiment in disbelief, while Lloyd's father asked what it meant by being chosen. The creature replied that it understood they must have many questions and promised to explain things bit by bit. It began by stating that this place functioned like a waiting room, neither hell nor heaven. It explained that although they had originally been destined for hell, it wanted them to do something else for a while. It added that if they accepted its offer, their results might even allow them to go to heaven. The being admitted awkwardly that it had thought they would be happy about that possibility. However, Lloyd's mother spoke sadly, confessing that they were parents who had died first and left their young child behind. She questioned where they could possibly go that would ever feel like heaven under those circumstances. The creature simply smiled with narrowed eyes. It then transformed into a screen and asked them to look over there for a moment. On the display appeared an image of Suho sleeping. Overcome with emotion, the two cried out that it was Suho, their Suho. The strange being explained that a great deal of time had passed since their deaths, yet despite everything, their son had been living diligently through a difficult situation. It then revealed that it planned to transfer Suho's soul to another world from that point on. Lloyd's mother reacted in shock, repeating the phrase, another world, in disbelief. The being affirmed this and asked whether they had heard of concepts like parallel universes or simulated universes. Lloyd's mother replied that she had heard about such things on YouTube, though she remarked uneasily that the explanation felt far too casual. The creature elaborated that a universe was a concept combining parallel universes and a multiverse. It explained that beneath the universe they had lived in were multiple lower universes, and beneath those existed even more. It described a lower universe as something similar to a world inside a game, or a world inside a novel, assuming they were familiar with games. Lloyd's father then asked whether that meant that when an author wrote a novel or comic, it became a universe. The creature corrected him, saying it was the other way around. It explained that the universe already existed and was merely expressed through the author. It added mockingly that the more entertaining a work was, the more it meant the author had simply acted as the mouthpiece of some other universe, yet still behaved smugly as if they had created everything themselves. Hearing this, Lloyd's parents could not help but comment that the being was speaking in an extremely rude manner. The being continued by explaining that all souls reincarnated while crossing countless universes. It revealed that in Suho's previous life, he had been the son of a rural noble and that, if left alone, he had been fated to die after falling into alcoholism. The being went on to say that when they had run a simulation, they had discovered that if Suho's soul were transferred back to the world of his former life, that drunkard would make a powerful wish. According to the being, that powerful wish would turn into energy, and they had already developed the technology to make use of it. It added that they themselves were curious as well, wondering how far that energy could be taken and to what extent they could interfere with and alter a lower universe. It described the experiment as one in which they would observe Suho's path after he opened his eyes in that world, while using the energy born from his actions and emotions to support him. The experiment, it explained, was called an experiment on the range of possible interference and errors in a lower world. Finally, it proposed that Lloyd's parents become supporters of this experiment, stating that they were the ones who would participate with more sincerity than anyone else. Lloyd's father clenched his teeth and admitted that he did not fully understand the explanation because it was complicated, but he asked whether they would be able to help Suho regardless. Lloyd's mother then asked seriously how they were supposed to help him. The strange being replied that they would understand the details once they signed the contract, and it asked what they thought about the offer. Lloyd's father responded that there had been many things they had been unable to do for Suho, and that if they were given another chance to make up for that, then no matter what it took, they were willing to do it. Filled with determination, he declared that they would accept. Lloyd's mother echoed his resolve, earnestly pleading to be allowed to help Suho. Satisfied, the being announced that this was excellent, that they would change locations, draw up the contract immediately, and begin the experiment at once. As it spoke, the being emitted a dazzling golden light. Suho's soul was drawn out of his body, and Lloyd's parents were transported into a strange machine. A swirling, eye-straining flow of space unfolded before them. When it settled, a state-of-the-art laptop appeared in front of the couple. On its screen was the image of Suho, their son. Lloyd's parents gazed at him with gentle eyes. At that moment, Suho opened his eyes in panic while Lloyd's father swiftly typed on the keyboard on their side. A notification appeared, stating that Suho had been selected as a random wish-granting target of the Absolute One. Suho stared at the screen before him in shock, while his parents watched him emotionally through the display. Lloyd's father quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye. Then a voice spoke from behind Suho, asking whether it was time to get going. The story then shifted to explain that the events took place right after the Winter Heart Rampage incident in Magenta, the royal capital. There, the queen complained that the man before her was unbearably smug and asked whether he intended to leave again after claiming to have finished everything he needed to do. The man sincerely asked her to forgive his disloyalty, explaining that there was an important matter he needed to hurry to attend to, and that it could not be delayed. The queen questioned whether that matter was more important than staying by her side and resting for a while. The man replied respectfully that it was. The queen smiled in satisfaction, thinking to herself that it hurt before telling him to go on and assuring him that she would wait. It was already late at night. The queen walked slowly down the corridor, her mind drifting into idle thoughts. She wondered whether his face had definitely turned red, reasoning that he must have understood at least part of what had happened and therefore blushed. Even after lying down in bed, she continued tossing and turning, reconsidering the situation and questioning whether his face had simply been red from exhaustion instead. She began to doubt whether he even saw her as a woman at all. She recalled hearing that men tended to like women they wanted to protect, and she acknowledged to herself that she was not really that type. Suddenly, she sensed something was off and reminded herself that she was the queen, questioning why she was worrying about something like this in the first place. She reflected that rulers usually acted decisively and concluded that she was someone capable of doing so. She told herself that she did not need to consider the other person's feelings and that she, too, could simply act on her will. In her imagination, she pictured herself bluntly demanding marriage from him, believing that was all she needed to do. She closed her eyes and briefly enjoyed the fantasy, but then abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing it was not that simple. She reminded herself that the so-called potato was the strongest potato in the world, and if marrying her were worse than death to him, the outcome could be disastrous. She imagined the worst-case scenario in which the potato screamed repeatedly that he would never marry her. Shifting her body, she tried to calm herself, reasoning that he would not go that far. She thought that anyone would normally be happy if someone asked to marry them and added that the potato was not even popular with women to begin with. Even so, her pale blue eyes remained wide open. In another imagined scenario, the queen erupted in rage and vented her anger on nearby objects, fuming that he was not even popular and should obediently marry her. She panted heavily as she stared at a doll she had beaten out of shape, admitting to herself that she was still angry and uncertain about what she should do. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The queen went to her study and began writing furiously. Crumpled sheets of paper quickly spread across the room. She flinched slightly, then looked at the paper in her hand with a satisfied expression. The next morning, a subordinate came to report that although they had succeeded in obtaining the statues from the Far Eastern lands, transporting them would require crossing the sea twice, and therefore it would take some time. The queen responded with satisfaction, praising the good work. The man then stated that he would take his leave, but the queen interrupted him and said that there was something she wanted to ask. She held up a portrait of the potato-like young man and asked whom it resembled. The man replied honestly that it was such a beautiful portrait that one could feel the painter's affection, and he asked who had painted it. The queen, irritated, told him that it was none of his business and demanded again to know whom it resembled. The man bent forward respectfully and replied that although he was honored, he had never seen such a handsome man. The queen firmly denied this and insisted that he knew the person as well, instructing him to look carefully and think again. The old man panicked and begged for forgiveness, saying that he truly had no idea who it was. With no other choice, the queen stated plainly that the portrait was of the meritorious subject Lloyd Frontera and asked whether it did not resemble him quite a bit. The old man's eyes widened in shock, but in the very next moment his expression turned furious. He demanded to know which painter in the palace had produced such a work, declaring that it did not resemble Lloyd Frontera in the slightest. He ranted that it was outrageous to portray a meritorious subject with such terrible skill. He continued at length, describing Lloyd Frontera as sly, with a twisted mouth that looked as though it had been torn wide open, creepy eyes, deep smile lines, and facial features placed so ambiguously that one could not even define them properly. He concluded that there was not a single part of Lloyd Frontera that resembled the man depicted in the painting. The queen fell into contemplation and asked whether it really did not look like him. The old man confidently affirmed that this was indeed the case, explaining that Lloyd Frontera possessed the kind of face that seemed as if God had bestowed him with every possible talent, spent all of it on competence, and failed to invest even a single grain in his appearance. The queen lowered her head, her brows knitting together as her expression grew cold and unapproachable. The old man continued, adding that Lloyd's eyes were shaped like those of a vulgar snake. In a frigid tone, the queen ordered him to forget it and leave. However, the old man, still speaking enthusiastically, insisted that he was not finished yet and went on to say that although Lloyd's teeth were technically fine, there were somehow far too many of them, resembling those of a demon. Losing her patience, the queen cut him off and stated firmly that she had said enough. The air in the room grew even heavier and more suffocating. Despite that, the queen privately reflected that he was not actually that bad. She thought that if he did not deliberately make strange expressions, he was not ugly to such an extreme degree. She continued gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, deep in thought. The butler sorrowfully reminded her that thinking about such matters during a meal would not be good for her digestion, only to receive a cold glance in response. Later, while bathing, the queen asked her maid what kind of man she would like to marry. The maid answered calmly that she wished for someone capable and dependable, someone who would come running to her whenever she was having a difficult time. Satisfied, the queen agreed, then asked what she thought about the meritorious subject, Lloyd Frontera. Upon hearing this, the maid was utterly shocked and covered her mouth with both hands before panicking, dropping to her knees and begging for forgiveness. She pleaded desperately, claiming she did not know what crime she had committed to deserve such a suggestion, and implored the queen to spare her, saying she would rather remain alone forever than accept that fate. The queen stared at her, rendered speechless. Back in her study, the queen sank into thought once more, believing that somewhere, in another world, there must be someone who thought the same way she did. This time, she decisively pasted Lloyd's portrait onto a training dummy. Drawing her sword, she fixed her target with a sharp, piercing gaze. She thought that no matter how she looked at it, the image was exactly like his face when he was expressionless, and she concluded that he was definitely not ugly. During a meal, the queen summoned the chief attendant and said she had something to ask. The butler respectfully responded that he was listening. She then asked what he thought of the meritorious subject, Lloyd Frontera. The butler replied that Lloyd was an unparalleled, highly capable retainer whose brilliance was... Before he could finish, the queen interrupted him, clarifying that she did not mean his abilities, but rather his face. A look of indescribable horror spread across the butler's face. That night, the queen lay awake, staring at the moonlight outside her window. She thought sorrowfully that he was a pitiful man, believing that to everyone else, he was considered the ugliest man in the world. Yet she knew the truth. She knew that he possessed a warmer heart than anyone else, and a stronger sense of responsibility than anyone. She honestly believed that it was only because he constantly scrunched up his face that people remembered only that expression and labeled him ugly. Still, she knew that he was not that bad. Within the palace, rumors spread that the Eastern statues Her Majesty had ordered had finally arrived. People wondered whether she had been pleased, noting that she had praised them as truly beautiful and ordered them to be placed along the passage leading to her office. However, many had long been puzzled, questioning why Her Majesty considered only ugly, potato-like things to be beautiful. At that moment, the queen remained alone in her study, quietly gazing at Lloyd's portrait. Her expression softened more than ever as she thought to herself that he was truly cute. It all happened in an instant. Ferocious beasts began tearing into the civilians, and the village that had been peaceful only minutes earlier was transformed into a hunting ground for a pack of starving monsters. At that time, all a helpless little child could do was silently hope that time would simply pass by. One of the beasts slowly approached. Javier, who had been hiding beneath a bench, widened his eyes in terror. The creature let out a deafening roar, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged toward him with clear intent to kill. Suddenly, Javier's father appeared and attacked the beast with a sickle. Overwhelmed by fear, Javier clutched his head and trembled. He believed that his father had always been nothing more than an ordinary farmer, someone who had never left the village in his entire life, had never argued with those around him, and had never once held a sword. Yet that very ordinary farmer swung the sickle with everything he had. When it was all over, nothing remained but devastation. Corpses were scattered across the ground. Horrified, Javier crawled forward, realizing that he had survived only because someone had been there to protect him. In his heart, he questioned whether he himself was someone worth protecting, and whether he would ever become someone capable of protecting others who were worth protecting. Amid the biting cold of winter, in a certain city, Father Lloyd was strolling through the streets with his wife. Marbella remarked that she truly wished people would stop inviting them to banquets like that, complaining that the distance was far and the weather unbearably cold. Lloyd agreed, adding that all people ever did at such gatherings was boast about themselves. Suddenly, Marbella showed signs of unease, and Lloyd asked what was wrong. She pointed toward a bundle of cloth nearby, saying that she thought it had moved, just slightly. When they looked more closely, they discovered a child, Javier, curled up inside a blanket. The two of them panicked, exclaiming in shock that it was a child. Marbella gently asked whether he was all right, wondering how a child so young could possibly be all alone. In that city, Father Lloyd later told his son that starting that day, the child would be living with them while receiving butler training. He explained that the boy's name was Javier Asrahan and instructed his son to get along well with him. Lloyd stared intently at Javier, who looked back at him with a chubby, innocent face, surprising him slightly. Smiling, Lloyd asked whether Javier wanted to play sword training with him, adding that his younger sibling was still a baby and could not play yet. Javier responded with a bright smile. Under a clear blue sky filled with white clouds and warm sunlight, the instructor praised Lloyd, saying that he was doing very well. He added that the training was also easy for Javier. The instructor then announced that they would raise the bar starting that day and suggested attempting a height above the knee, instructing Lloyd to go first. Excited, Lloyd declared that he was the jumping king and could dodge them all. As the instructor counted, Lloyd leapt with all his strength, but the instructor regretfully commented that it was a failure and reminded him that he needed to jump using every bit of strength he had. Frustrated, Lloyd demanded to try again. The The instructor reminded him that he had promised to take turns with Javier, then told Javier it was his turn and began counting. Javier silently encouraged himself to use all his strength. When the count reached 3, he jumped with everything he had. Lloyd stared in shock as Javier reached a height far beyond expectations. The instructor gazed at him in astonishment. However, Javier soon lost his balance and began to fall. The instructor quickly caught him and warned that it had been dangerous, asking whether he was all right. Javier replied nervously that he was fine and addressed the instructor respectfully. The instructor gently asked whether Javier had ever jumped over such a height before. Javier honestly answered that he had not, explaining that it was his first time. The instructor reacted in disbelief. Lloyd then exclaimed in amazement, saying that what he had just seen was incredible and unbelievably cool, comparing Javier to a swordmaster. Watching the children play together below, Father Lloyd spoke with relief, admitting that he had been worried when they first brought Javier in, but was glad to see that they were getting along so well. The instructor added that Lloyd was guiding Javier very well emotionally, and that Javier was so kind-natured that he never even threw tantrums. Hesitantly, the instructor said there was one thing he would like to suggest. Father Lloyd told him to speak. The instructor explained that he believed Javier should be raised as a knight rather than a butler. Lloyd expressed doubt, noting that Javier was only 4 or 5 years old. The instructor continued, stating that some of Javier's physical abilities already surpassed those of adults and judged the child to be a genius. After thinking quietly for a while, Father Lloyd agreed, but said that instead of deciding among themselves, he wanted to let Javier choose what he wanted to do. He suggested observing him a little longer and said he would ask Javier directly. That evening, out in the training yard, Lloyd diligently stacked wooden planks. He stared at the pile rising from the ground, recalling Javier's earlier jump. Stepping back to gain momentum, Lloyd charged forward with all his strength. However, the height was too low, causing the stack of wood to collapse. He persisted and tried again, running toward it once more, but the result did not change. In this way, Lloyd continued training late into the night. Eventually, feeling helpless, he could no longer hold back his tears. A peaceful countryside stretched into the distance with rolling hills and scattered villages. A boy's voice rang out, mocking Javier by saying that he was merely an orphan the Baron had picked up. 3 boys stood on a bridge facing Javier, who was alone. One of them stepped forward, pointing at him and questioning why he was not a noble, and why he was living in the Baron's house. Another boy echoed the accusation, insisting that Javier was no different from them and should be living in the village as well. Javier looked flustered and frightened under their interrogation. Hesitantly, he explained that he lived in the quarters next to the mansion. One of the boys burst into derisive laughter and angrily accused Javier of lying, shouting that he was an invader and demanding that he get out of the Baron's house. The 3 boys then rushed at Javier and began beating him. He fell to the ground, raising his arms to protect his head. One of them shouted in fury, calling Javier an Asfahan bastard over and over again. Terrified, Javier weakly denied it. The group then chanted together, insisting that he be driven out. At that moment, Lloyd Frontera ran toward them from afar, raising his hand and shouting loudly for them to stop. One of the boys turned around and cried out that it was the young master. Lloyd suddenly leapt into the air and kicked straight forward, releasing an aura-infused strike. Another boy nearby panicked and yelled for everyone to run away. With an enraged expression, Lloyd clenched his fist and declared that Javier was his #1 subordinate, ordering them not to bully him again. Behind him, Javier stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide open. From behind Lloyd's back, Javier's blue eyes widened even further, his pupils contracting as he watched Lloyd act without a moment's hesitation. Javier then swung his weapon with overwhelming strength, the blade tearing through the air and forming a large arc. Lloyd turned toward Javier with an angry expression and scolded him, asking if he was stupid and telling him that he should fight back as well. Javier replied in confusion, saying that he had never fought before. Lloyd grabbed Javier and pulled him along the bridge, running while energetically declaring that he would teach him how to fight and that he intended to become a swordmaster when he grew up. Moments later, Lloyd was suddenly flung backward, his weapon slipping from his hand as he fell to the ground. Javier stared in shock at the weapon he was holding. He rushed forward, having accidentally struck Lloyd and knocked him down. Lloyd cried out in pain, and Javier hurried over in panic to apologize, addressing him as the young master. Javier widened his eyes in astonishment when Lloyd shouted in disbelief. Lloyd lay flat on the ground, laughing loudly while raising the paper sword in his hand and exclaiming that it had broken, praising Javier for being incredibly strong. Javier looked at Lloyd with sparkling eyes, a bright smile spreading across his face. Lloyd smiled radiantly as he recalled the past, thinking that even at a young age, he could tell that the young Master Lloyd lacked talent as a warrior. Around that time, he had begun wanting to become a knight and had sworn to protect them. Under the quiet moonlight, Lloyd reflected in a low voice on the Baron, the Baroness, and the young master who had protected him when he was powerless. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into striking a wooden post and shouted loudly. In the training yard at night, Lloyd continued to practice without rest, swinging his sword while shouting repeatedly. The wooden post was split apart, fragments scattering into the air. Habiel gripped a wooden sword and delivered a precise strike that cracked another post, while Lloyd watched from behind. Lloyd then unleashed all his strength again, striking the post while shouting at the top of his lungs. Inside the corridor, one man told another that Habiel had said he wanted to become a knight. The other replied confidently that Habiel could certainly become a royal knight, or even a sword master. Lloyd ran through the night with fierce determination. Inside a room, voices continued discussing Lloyd, unaware that he was standing outside and hearing everything. They remarked that, as expected, it would be impossible for him, apologizing and stating that innate traits played a major role. Lloyd kept running as another cold conclusion was voiced, saying that becoming a knight would be impossible for him. However, they acknowledged that he was extremely intelligent, with excellent memory and comprehension, and noted that it made sense that he excelled at construction, suggesting that he should pursue technical skills instead. Lloyd sprinted at full speed toward the training target in the yard, gathering all his strength into a single kick. He leapt high into the air, pouring everything into the jump in an attempt to clear the wooden target. However, his current physical limits ultimately prevented him from succeeding. Lloyd lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground, his body rolling across the training field. In his mind flashed the earlier image of Habiel leaping into the air from behind, fists clenched in excitement, his eyes brimming with confidence. Now, Lloyd lay face down on the ground, tears streaming silently. Another memory followed. Lloyd standing behind him, his gaze empty and burdened with complicated thoughts as he watched Habiel train enthusiastically. Later, Lloyd Frontera sat silently on his bed. In front of him stood Habiel, holding a wooden sword, who asked whether they were no longer going to practice sword fighting together. He called Lloyd young master once again. Habiel stepped closer, offering the wooden sword and saying that they should train together and grow strong quickly. Without warning, Lloyd Frontera swung his arm and knocked the wooden sword away, causing Habiel to cry out in shock. Enraged, Lloyd Frontera hurled the sword at Habiel, making him stagger. He shouted furiously, telling Habiel to get lost, insulting him as an idiot, and questioning why an orphan would dare enter a noble's house. Suddenly, another angry voice called Lloyd's name. His father stepped forward, frowning deeply, and demanded to know where Lloyd had learned to speak in such a way. That night, the castle echoed with crying and shouting as Lloyd's father punished him with a rod. Lloyd cried out, insisting that Habiel truly was an orphan and claiming that he himself was superior. His father shouted back, questioning what part of Lloyd's behavior resembled nobility. Lloyd continued to wail as the punishment went on. Habiel later recalled that night, thinking that young Master Lloyd had been beaten with a rod all night long. He had not understood why Lloyd had suddenly become angry with him, but he believed that all the punishment Lloyd received that day was because of him. Sometime later, Lloyd Frontera saw Habiel and called out his name. Habiel thought that it had taken quite a long time before the young master spoke to him again. Lloyd pointed at the wooden sword in Habiel's hand and asked if it was the one his father had made. Habiel confirmed that it was. Lloyd stepped closer and asked to take a look, wondering aloud whether the sword had been made for Habiel's training. Habiel handed it over and explained that Lloyd's father had told him to become a knight no matter what. Hearing this, Lloyd Frontera flew into a rage. He grabbed the wooden sword and shouted that it was nonsense. He mocked Habiel cruelly, saying that someone poor like him could never become a knight, and added that since Habiel had no parents, he must not have known that either. Habiel froze in place, sadness filling his eyes, and tried to reassure himself that it was fine. He believed there had to be a reason Lloyd was mocking him and assumed that he must have done something wrong. But Lloyd Frontera continued laughing scornfully, pointing the wooden sword straight at Habiel as he sneered about what kind of knight an orphan like him could possibly become. Lloyd then placed the wooden sword on the stair and raised his foot, preparing to break it while deriding such a dream. Habiel rushed after him, raising his hands to stop him and trembling as he protested weakly. Lloyd Frontera showed no hesitation. He stomped down, snapping the wooden sword in half, and screamed that Habiel should die and be reborn before daring to dream. Habiel stared at the broken fragments falling to the ground, frozen in shock. At that moment, he felt that something truly had broken. Watching Lloyd Frontera's back disappear into the evening light, Habiel's heart filled with resolve. He reflected that the dream he had sworn to protect, his dream, had not completely vanished. As time passed, Habiel stood on the bridge, greeted warmly by others. He quietly observed the scene and thought that Frontera had become his home, a place that protected him from the fear of loneliness. He believed that he was someone who had survived because another person had protected him. Walking across the bridge at sunset, his gaze firm, Habil told himself that he too must live by protecting someone, his home, Frontera, and the Baron and Baroness, all of them. As he walked, Habil suddenly stopped when he saw Lloyd approaching. Lloyd Frontera appeared exhausted, holding a bottle of alcohol, staring ahead in silence. As Lloyd brushed past him, he angrily complained that Habil was ruining his drink. Habil remained calm behind him and replied coldly that it was fortunate, adding that the Baron and Baroness were worried and advising him to drink in moderation. Lloyd Frontera snapped, hurling the bottle at Habil while cursing him violently. Leaving Habil behind on the bridge, Lloyd walked away while threatening that he would be the one to throw Habil out, telling him to wait and calling him arrogant. At that moment, Habil's heart filled with complicated thoughts. He reflected that he often asked himself, whether in the eyes of his father, the Baron, or the village, he was truly someone worth protecting. That night, within the castle, Lloyd's father spoke in a weary voice, saying that Lloyd had once again wrecked a shop and was becoming increasingly difficult to control, expressing deep frustration. Habil stood opposite him, watching as the man clutched his head in exhaustion. Lloyd's father continued, saying that since Lloyd still had not returned, he was probably drinking somewhere again. Habil bowed his head slightly as he listened to the man's request. Lloyd's father apologized and asked Habil to go look for Lloyd, saying that although Lloyd was a worthless son, he still did not want him to die outside. Habil's heart filled with inner turmoil as he wondered how one could tell who was worth protecting and who was not. Habil later stood in a ruined room, gazing at the older man slumped over. As he walked across the ground, each step heavy with thought, Habil reflected that Lloyd Frontera, who had once been part of his dreams, still lingered in his heart. Tilting his head slightly, his eyes darkened as he realized that perhaps, more than he had ever known, he had been wishing for it far more desperately. Habil stopped in the night forest, rooted to the cold earth. Standing in the open, he lifted his head and gazed at the star-filled sky. Watching a shooting star tear across the darkness, he made a silent wish. Closing his eyes, his face calm yet filled with determination, Habil prayed that protecting Lloyd might become the meaning of this world itself.